The silver moon hung in the sky like a massive plate as the night wind howled. The sharp wail of sirens grew closer, accompanied by the screech of brakes. A squad of well-trained, heavily equipped soldiers poured out from the armored vehicle. Alert! Clack click. The synchronized sound of guns being loaded echoed as soldiers in black uniforms swiftly moved to surround the entire square. The crowd of onlookers nearby, upon seeing the arrival of the city defense force, showed slight relief. The color returned to their faces as the panic gradually subsided. Report to the captain, the target, a gold-tier beast known as the twin-winged mantis, has been eliminated. No foreign portals were discovered at the scene, it's suspected to have fallen through a spatial rift. No fatalities were recorded on site, only a few minor injuries to those who were nearby. Report complete, awaiting your orders. A burly man with a rugged face furrowed his brows after hearing the report. Another one dead? Yes, Captain. Based on the investigation, it was our old acquaintance again. We've already retrieved the surveillance footage, but we still couldn't capture his appearance. The soldier handed the captain a tablet as he finished speaking. Yang Hong took the tablet, adjusted the footage to play at 10 times slower speed, and then clicked on the video. In the footage, a 5-meter-tall twin-winged mantis descended from the sky, its hind legs smashing into the marble ground and leaving several craters. Its sharp forelimbs gleamed with a cold light. With a casual swipe, it shattered a stone pillar in the square, sending debris flying in all directions. Before it could continue its destruction or harm any civilians, a shadow darted in from afar, swinging a cold gleam of light before disappearing without a trace. 2 seconds later, a bloodline spurted from the mantis's neck. Its triangular head and forelimbs slid out of alignment and fell heavily to the ground. Yang Hong switched off the video and muttered under his breath, "This old acquaintance is getting stronger." Though they called him old acquaintance, no one had actually seen his true face. Over the past few years, whenever a beast appeared in Dongyue Garrison City, that figure would always show up, even more active than the city defense force. As a result, the city defense soldiers had grown accustomed to calling him old acquaintance. Pack up. Send the twin-winged mantis's corpse to the research institute. Yang Hong pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and took a deep drag. What even is this situation? Protecting civilians and slaying beasts was, of course, a good thing. But do you know, I haven't earned a single merit in 5 whole years. 5 years. My comrades from the same batch are climbing higher and higher in rank. It's just too frustrating. Yang Hong stubbed out the cigarette and tossed it into the trash can. Truthfully, he was merely venting. Deep down, he hoped that mysterious powerhouse would always protect Dongyue Garrison City. That way, fewer brothers would die, and the lives and property of the civilians would have greater security. On the rooftop of a building next to the square, a handsome young man in a black trench coat, holding a black-sheathed tang blade in his arms, slowly retracted his gaze. His facial features were chiseled, his eyes bright and profound. His tall, slender figure stood like a silhouette against the sky, his clothes fluttering with the wind. Congratulations to the host for slaying a gold-tier beast. Reward, 100 enhancement points. Total gold-tier beast slain, 100. Reward, S-tier skill Luminous Flash. Luminous Flash, instantly teleport to any designated position within 20 meters and gain immunity to all control effects for 5 seconds. A simplified version of a teleportation skill, with 5 seconds of control immunity. It's definitely a product of the system. He glanced at the time on his watch, and his heart tightened. Damn it. Mom's coming to check my room. He pulled up his hood and leapt from the 100-meter-high rooftop, vanishing into the night. A certain neighborhood. A middle-aged woman with graying temples and hands roughened by years of labor knocked gently on a door. As time passed, her knocking grew louder and more forceful. Xiao Chuan, are you in there? Xiao Chuan, Mom made you something to eat. Jiang Lin Chuan, are you watching something you shouldn't be? Open this door for your mother, right now. Just as the furious Wang Xueqing was about to kick the door, it clicked open. Jiang Linchuan, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt with earphones on, glanced at her and muttered, "Mom, I'm doing a listening test." Wang Xueqing looked at him suspiciously, then quickly stepped inside. She glanced at the trash can and then at the study materials on the desk. Her demeanor softened immediately. "Mom didn't mean to interrupt. I was just worried you were hungry, so I made something. Eat it while it's hot." The egg custard, drizzled with sesame oil and garnished with green onions, was still steaming. "Thanks, Mom." Jiang Linchuan obediently took the small bowl and began eating slowly. Still slightly uneasy, Wang Xueqing's sharp gaze scanned the room like a hawk. "Ha? It's summer already, and you still haven't put away this black coat?" Jiang Linchuan swallowed a mouthful of egg custard and explained, "I wake up early, and the mornings are a bit chilly." Wang Shueqing paused, her eyes growing misty as she blamed herself. It's all my fault for not taking better care of you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have so many health problems. It's fine, Mom. Those days of needles every other day, big injections every 3 days, they're behind us now. I'm totally fine. I'm in great shape and have an appetite for everything. After comforting his mother, Jiang Linchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He closed the door and lay down on the bed. System, open the personal panel. Character, Jiang Linchuan. Level, Gold Tier, 3 stars. Mental points, 152. Constitution points, 334. Agility, 328. Strength, 276. Charm, 88. Talent, SSS. Artifact-based ability, Azura Gale Blade, Divine Tier. Azura Gale Blade, the exclusive power of the ancient Azura clan, imbued with immense Azura energy and unique combat techniques. It can absorb the life force of beasts or enemies to enhance itself, extending its lifespan as a result. Special skill, Devour. Upon successfully slaying an ability user or beast, it can absorb all their spiritual energy for personal use for 30 minutes. Unlimited uses, but can only devour spiritual energy from those whose strength is not lower than its own. Spiritual Skill 1, Azura Blood Eyes, SS Tier, LV.1. Activating it induces an absolute calm state of mind. All creatures within a 50-meter radius experience a 10% reduction in speed, and it reveals the attack weaknesses of enemies up to 2 levels lower. Spiritual Skill 2, Luminous Flash, S Tier, LV.1. Intermediate Combat Skills, LV.3. Enhancement Points, 128. Current Mission, Slay 500 Bronze Tier Beasts. Progress, 236/500. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Linchuan waved his hand to close the panel. His 4-dimensional attributes were sufficient for now. There was no urgency to use enhancement points to increase them further. He planned to save the points for upgrading his spiritual techniques. After all, upgrading an S-level or higher spiritual technique required at least 1,000 enhancement points each time. It was essentially a bottomless pit. Moreover, he currently lacked a stable way to hunt fierce beasts. Over the past 5 years, the sporadic rewards he had received from the City Defense Division for hunting were far too limited. Thinking of this, he pulled a golden spiritual bead, about the size of a pigeon egg, out of his pocket and tossed it lightly in his hand. The spiritual technique of the twin-winged mantis wasn't suitable for him. With only one spiritual technique slot available, he had to choose carefully. However, the spiritual energy contained within the bead was far easier to absorb than the ambient energy of the outside world. Sitting cross-legged, he tightly gripped the spiritual bead in his hand and began absorbing the rich spiritual energy within. The next morning, Jiang Linchuan awoke from his cultivation to find the spiritual bead in his hand had turned into powder. Feeling refreshed, he stretched lazily and scattered the bead's powder into the pot of pothos on the windowsill. Looking at the vibrant green plant, he smiled faintly. After a simple wash-up, he prepared breakfast for his parents, grabbed a bun in his mouth, and headed out the door. It was only 6 in the morning, and only a few elderly people were up and about. Jiang Linchuan greeted each of them with a smile. "Morning, Xiao Chuan," called Grandpa Wang from the reception room as he stretched his body. "Morning, Grandpa Wang. Don't stay up late watching live streams, you've got dark circles under your eyes," Jiang Linchuan teased. Grandpa Wang's face flushed, and he chuckled, scolding back. "What does a kid like you know? This is the secret to longevity." "Alright then, see you later." Jiang Linchuan waved goodbye. "Wait, don't leave yet. My old brain almost forgot I've got a letter for you." Grandpa Wang slapped his forehead and handed a letter to him through the window. "Thanks, Grandpa Wang. I'll be on my way." Finishing his bun, Jiang Linchuan examined the letter in his hand. A black envelope, with no sender, no stamp, just his name and a skull symbol. He tore open the seal and pulled out the letter, unfolding it. The contents of the letter caused Jiang Linchuan's face to immediately darken. "Never set foot in the imperial capital, or your family and friends will pay the price for your foolish decision." The signature was a blood-red character, kill. A deep crimson light, like blood settling, flickered in Jiang Linchuan's eyes. He crushed the letter and envelope into powder with his hands. He had been in this world for 10 years and had never been to the imperial capital, nor did he have any friends or acquaintances there. Was this letter a prank or a threat? He wasn't sure. But no matter what, he was determined to find out who was behind it. "Threaten my family? Let's see how many lives you have for me to take." Suppressing the fury in his heart, Jiang Linchuan adjusted his emotions and started running toward Dongyue's 6th high school. His home was 8 kilometers from school, making it a 16-kilometer round trip. He enjoyed running, it helped him better understand his physical condition. An hour and a half later, he finished the 8-kilometer run. Zhang Linchuan jogged at a steady pace. If he really pushed himself, he could finish the 8 kilometers in 2 or 3 minutes. As he approached the school gates, a slender, sweet-looking girl ran over with flushed cheeks and handed him a pink envelope. Zhang Linchuan, graduation is coming up, and the girl mustered her courage but couldn't finish her sentence. Covering her face in embarrassment, she ran away. Calmly holding the envelope, Zhang Linchuan walked into his classroom. As soon as he stepped inside, he was hit by a pungent smell that made him sneeze twice. Seriously, the monkey is at it again with his hair experiments. Sure enough, a clean-cut young man was sitting in the back row of the classroom, spraying hair gel while admiring himself in a mirror. Zhang Linchuan sat down next to Ma Yuan, fanning the air with his hand and sighing, "Monkey, has anyone ever told you? A middle part really doesn't suit you." "Someone told me? I think it's pretty stylish," Mao Yuan said, tugging at his unruly hair. "You should try a 3:7 or 4:6 part," Zhang Linchuan said, shaking his head helplessly at the childhood friend he had grown up with. Mao Yuan shrugged, his eyes darting to the pink envelope in Zhang Linchuan's hand. His interest piqued, he snatched the envelope. "Another love letter? Let me see which cute girl sent it this time. Oh, it's the class beauty from class 3. Sweet-looking, trained in dance since childhood, flexible waist, any pose you can imagine. You're lucky." "Shut up," Zhang Linchuan said, pulling a bun from his backpack and shoving it into Mao Yuan's mouth. Mao Yuan rolled his eyes in mock indignation, struggling to swallow the bun. Finally, he caught his breath, stuffed the envelope into his own pocket, and said, "Same old rules, I'll handle this for you. By the way, did you hear? Last night, a gold-tier beast fell into the city's central plaza. It didn't get far before it was beheaded in one strike by a mysterious expert from U-City." "Of course, I heard. I was the one there," Zhang Linchuan thought to himself. Keeping his expression neutral, he shook his head as if uninformed. "You, always buried in books. That won't do. What matters most now is awakening," Mao Yuan said with urgency. "I've awakened," Zhang Linchuan replied calmly. Awakening Day was just around the corner. The news had already spread, and more people from the academy were bound to come to compete for resources. He needed those resources. Otherwise, his progress, 5 years to reach gold 3-star strength, wouldn't have been so slow. "I know you've been frail since childhood. Don't worry, you'll definitely awaken. If all else fails, I've got your back," Mao Yuan reassured him. "I said, I've awakened," Zhang Linchuan repeated, knowing his friend's hearing wasn't the best. "What?" Mao Yuan froze, then suddenly grabbed Zhang Linchuan's shoulders, shaking him excitedly. "You said you've awakened." His shout immediately drew the attention of the entire class. Zhang Linchuan nodded. "Yeah, I awakened unexpectedly. Ha ha ha. Amazing. Show me." Mao Yuan was as thrilled as if he had awakened himself. The classmates gathered around, their curiosity palpable. "Stop shaking me." "All right, I'll show you," Zhang Linchuan said, brushing off Mao Yuan's hands. He lightly waved his right hand, and a black-sheed Tang Dao suddenly materialized in his grasp. A wave of intense killing intent spread out instantly, causing the classroom temperature to plummet. Startled, the classmates stepped back several paces. Realizing this, Zhang Linchuan quickly retracted the Shura Gale Blade, glancing at the others with an apologetic smile. "Xiao Chuan, your ability is incredible, even colder than an air conditioner. Can you adjust the temperature? It's freezing." Mao Yuan rubbed his arms vigorously. Zhang Linchuan's mouth twitched slightly as he shot him a glare, clearly unimpressed. Thud, thud. A middle-aged male teacher with glasses banged the lectern hard with a blackboard eraser and yelled, "What are you all doing? No more classes? Teacher Dai. Xiao Chuan has awakened." Mao Yuan shouted with a clenched fist. "What? What did you say?" Teacher Dai Yang hurriedly pushed aside the students blocking his way and rushed to Zhang Linchuan's side, looking extremely nervous. "Is it true? Teacher Dai, it's true. We all just saw it." "Yeah, who would have thought? Zhang not only excels academically and looks handsome but has also awakened earlier than others. It's so enviable," the students whispered, their voices filled with admiration and jealousy. "Well, I heard magpies chirping outside my door this morning. Turns out it was for this good news." Teacher Dai Yang was so thrilled that he started doing a tap dance. "This class will be self-study," he declared before eagerly dashing out of the classroom. A few seconds later, he rushed back in, pointing at Zhang Linchuan. "Don't leave after school. Wait for me. Old Dai just laid down the law. He's definitely going to block you after school," Mao Yuan teased. Zhang Linchuan couldn't be bothered to respond. Just as he was about to take out his textbook, a system notification sounded in his mind. Spatial anomaly detected at Nanhu Park. Host, please investigate. Jiang Linchuan's eyebrow arched. Another beast causing trouble, he thought. Maman, I'm heading to the restroom, he said before swiftly leaving the classroom. Once inside the restroom, he checked to ensure no one was around, then lightly stepped on the ground and leaped onto the window frame. Spirit technique, flowing light. A faint flash of light shimmered, and Jiang Linchuan's figure vanished without a trace. Nanhu Park. Shady paths, lush green grass, rippling lake waters, and pavilions intertwined in a picturesque scene. The people of Dongyue Guard City loved coming here to escape the summer heat. Some rode boats on the lake, others sipped tea and played chess in the pavilion on the lake's central island, while some brought their children to the shallow waters to catch fish. A chubby baby, taking advantage of his mother's momentary distraction, mischievously dipped his little foot into the cool lake water. Wow, it's so cold. Mommy, look, there's a lantern in the lake. Silly child, where would a lantern come from in broad daylight? The mother turned to look and instantly went pale with fright. That was no lantern, it was the massive eye of a fearsome beast. Before she could react, something pulled the baby into the water. Xiao He. My child, the woman screamed, dropping the small bucket in her hand as she plunged into the water. The terrified scream drew the attention of many, and everyone realized something was wrong. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Those on the lake frantically rowed their boats toward the shore, while those on the shore screamed and fled in panic. Just as the young mother entered the water, someone pulled her back. She didn't see the person's face clearly but watched him dive headfirst into the lake without looking back, sending up half-a-meter-high splash. Moments later, a massive water column erupted from the lake, and a figure emerged, a several-meter-long tentacle flying high into the air before crashing back into the water under the pull of gravity. Jiang Linchuan handed the baby back to its mother and growled in a low voice, "Leave now. Call the police immediately." Thank you, thank you." The young woman, sobbing uncontrollably, clutched her child and turned to flee. Jiang Linchuan gripped his gale blade tightly. This beast was going to be a handful. He wasn't skilled in underwater combat, and there was more than one monster below the surface. Fortunately, this was just a spatial rift, so the number of beasts was limited. If it were a full-blown portal to another realm, he would have had no choice but to flee. Whoosh! Several tentacles, each over 10 meters long, burst out of the water, hurtling straight toward Jiang Linchuan. The suction cups on the tentacles, as large as washbasins, writhed incessantly. Spirit technique, Azura blood eyes. A blood-red sheen instantly coated Jiang Linchuan's eyes, slowing the tentacle's movements in his vision. He sidestepped, lightly touching the ground with his toes, and swung the gale blade in a graceful arc. Infused with spiritual energy, the blade emitted a dazzling interplay of green and red light. Blaze! The red light quickly overshadowed the green, and flames enveloped the blade, radiating an intense heat. Grilled octopus. Jiang Linchuan leaped into the air. A straight slash of red light shot out from the gale blade, slicing through the tentacles as effortlessly as cutting tofu. The severed tentacles fell, releasing a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. As Jiang Linchuan descended, a black tail whipped toward him with tremendous force. This strike, if it landed, would leave him either dead or gravely injured. Wind! The gale blade's green light instantly replaced the red, sending currents of air scattering in all directions. Using the airflow as a buffer, Jiang Linchuan narrowly evaded the tail's attack, landing safely on the shore. A series of bubbles rose to the lake's surface, and 3 enormous heads emerged from the water. Eureka deep-sea octopus, binding crocodile, and mist-tooth shimeng salamander, all golden-tier beasts. The mist-tooth shimeng salamander, in particular, was on the verge of breaking into platinum tier. The 2 amphibious creatures could be lured onto land for easier hunting. The octopus, already gravely injured, could be dealt with last. Maintaining absolute composure, Jiang Linchuan swiftly analyzed the battlefield. This was his first time facing 3 golden-tier beasts. He picked up one of the still-steaming severed tentacles and tossed it to the shore. The binding crocodile and mist-tooth shimeng salamander, drawn by the aroma, quickly swam toward the shore. The Eureka deep-sea octopus frantically sprayed ink, turning the clear lake water black. Its remaining 2 tentacles slapped the water furiously. "That's my leg. Don't eat it. Don't eat it," the octopus seemed to protest. The 2 beasts ignored it entirely, biting down on the tentacle from either end and swallowing greedily. Using his Azura blood eyes, Jiang Linchuan locked onto the 2 beasts' weak points. He waited for the right moment. As the 2 beasts' mouths collided in their struggle over the tentacle, Jiang Linchuan struck. Spirit technique, flowing light. A faint flash of light streaked through the air. Sensing danger, the mistooth Shimeng salamander jerked its head violently, pulling the binding crocodile in front of it as a shield. A line of blood appeared, stretching from the binding crocodile's snout to its tail. In an instant, its massive body was sliced cleanly in half, its innards and blood spilling everywhere. The mistooth Shimeng salamander let out a screech, swiping its sharp claws in retaliation. But it struck only an afterimage, its claws ironically getting stuck in the binding crocodile's thick armor. Jiang Linchuan's attacks were precise. His figure appeared on the mistooth Shimeng salamander's right side as he recalled its detailed characteristics. The mistooth Shimeng salamander had underdeveloped limbs, poor eyesight, and toxic glands beneath its smooth skin. Its tail secreted a sticky, glue-like substance that could immobilize anything it touched. Inside its body were macrophages, granting it a powerful self-healing ability. The Azura blood pupil revealed its weakness, the tail. Once severed, it would become feeble, its strength halved. Jiang Linchuan sheathed his gale blade, picked up a nearby stone block, and hurled it fiercely at the SSS-Simon salamander. At the same time, he unleashed his spiritual technique, flowing light, once more. The SSS-Simon salamander raised its head and shattered the stone block with its claws, a mocking glint in its eyes. In the next second, its tail was sliced into two. A wave of weakness overwhelmed it, leaving it collapsed on the ground. Just as Jiang Linchuan landed, he took off his jacket. The gale blade glowed with a crimson light, igniting the jacket he had worn for a long time. The jacket, stained with the corrosive gel secreted by the SSS-Simon salamander, already had several burn-through holes. The SSS-Simon salamander was now frightened, struggling desperately to crawl back into the water. But its speed had slowed to a snail's pace. Jiang Linchuan gripped his blade in reverse, swinging it down with force. Blaze! Flames erupted along the blade's edge, striking its head with precision. Using the oil inside its body as fuel, the flames quickly engulfed the entire creature. Now, only the Eureka deep-sea octopus remained. Jiang Linchuan leapt forward, moving swiftly across the water's surface. The Eureka deep-sea octopus, a ruler of the ocean with high intelligence, knew it stood no chance against Jiang Linchuan. In desperation, it sprayed ink wildly, turning the waters of South Lake pitch black. It used its remaining two tentacles to disrupt Jiang Linchuan incessantly. Jiang Linchuan dodged nimbly, all the while searching for an opening. He wouldn't dive underwater easily, that was his weakness. He resolved that in the future, he must train rigorously in underwater combat. Suddenly, the piercing sound of sirens came from afar. He realized time was running out. The City Defense Division, having received a call for aid, rushed to South Lake Park and cordoned off the area. Yang Hong and his colleagues approached the scene, witnessing an unforgettable sight. A shadowy figure soared into the air from the island in the lake, clutching two long tentacles in his hands. The Eureka deep-sea octopus, weighing over 2 tons, was being dragged out of the water by sheer force, a feat even the creature itself could not achieve. Then, the figure smashed its head onto the ground with immense force. A sharp glint of a blade followed, piercing through the creature. "Captain, is that even a human?" a soldier from the City Defense Division nervously swallowed. "Don't be surprised. The strength of the powerful is beyond our comprehension. But, he's wearing a school uniform. It says Scale the Heights on it, N6. I couldn't see the rest." Yang Hong froze upon hearing this. A school uniform? 6th high school? Oh my god, this old acquaintance turned out to be a high schooler. No, wait, he had started hunting ferocious beasts 5 years ago. Back then, he must have been only around 13. An unregistered prodigy awakened. This must be reported immediately. Clear the scene. I'll head back to headquarters first, Yang Hong said, departing in a hurry. Sigh, we become the exclusive cleanup crew for the old acquaintance, a soldier muttered helplessly, beginning to clear the area. When Mao Yuan saw Jiang Linchuan return, he smiled and asked, "Xiao Chuan, why did it take you so long to go to the restroom?" Jiang Linchuan touched his stomach and explained, "I wasn't feeling well." "Jiang, drink some hot water." Several thermos flasks appeared in front of Jiang Linchuan instantly. "Thank you, everyone. I'm fine, I just need to rest for a bit." Jiang Linchuan politely declined the kind offers from his female classmates with a smile. The girls blushed and returned to their seats. Jiang Linchuan's smile was truly captivating. Mao Yuan leaned closer with a smug look. TSK, so popular, huh? Jiang Linchuan ignored him, pulling out a copy of Beast Encyclopedia to read attentively. Mao Yuan made a curious sound, sniffing closer. "Why do you smell fishy? You didn't do something weird in the restroom, did you? And weren't you wearing a jacket when you left? Where's the jacket? Wait, I got it. You went beast hunting, didn't you? Or had a thing with the class beauty from class 3? You're doomed." If the little witch finds out, you're. A vein bulged on Jiang Linchuan's forehead. He snapped ferociously, say one more word, and I'll spill the beans about that time you wet your pants. Bro, I was wrong. I won't say another word. Mao Yuan immediately backed down, turning his attention back to fixing his hair. Not long after, news of Jiang Linchuan's successful awakening spread throughout 6th High School, and their classroom was quickly packed. The girls in his class formed a human barricade at the front and back doors, preventing female students from other classes from getting close. Ahem, Mao Yuan cleared his throat, suddenly pulling out a loudspeaker and announcing, 100 yuan for close-up viewing, 200 for photos, extra for autographs. First come, first served. $200 to take a photo with a future powerhouse, plus an autograph, it's a steal. I want in. Me first. 500 here. Take it. Mao Yuan grinned ear to ear. Everyone will get a turn. No pushing, no shoving. I said no pushing. Don't you understand human language? Just as Mao Yuan stuffed the cash into his pocket, the atmosphere changed abruptly. He looked up to see the cold muzzle of a gun pointing at him, and his legs nearly gave out. Several soldiers in black uniforms stared at him coldly, their presence exuding stern authority. The leading soldier glanced at Mao Yuan before locking eyes on Jiang Linchuan. Student Jiang Linchuan, please come with us. Jiang Linchuan gently set down his book and shot Mao Yuan a reassuring look. He followed the soldiers into the vehicle, which started and smoothly left the campus. Inside the car, the atmosphere was eerie. Apart from the sound of the engine, no one moved, like statues. Have I been exposed? Jiang Linchuan wondered to himself. He wasn't sure if his identity had been compromised, but even if it had, it didn't matter. It was bound to happen eventually. He turned his head to glance at the soldiers' uniforms, a trace of melancholy flickering in his eyes. If it weren't for that person, he would already be dead. Adjusting his emotions, he refused to sink into memories, choosing instead to face what lay ahead calmly. Dongyue Guardian City was a small city, and before long, the vehicle arrived at the City Defense Division's headquarters. Please follow us. The soldiers lined up in 2 rows, marching in unison toward the main hall. Jiang Linchuan walked unhurriedly, observing his surroundings with composure. Inside the City Defense Division, the presence of an outsider caused no disturbance. Everyone stayed focused on their tasks. The soldiers led Jiang Linchuan to a door, where they stopped and instructed him to enter alone. They then assumed a vigilant stance outside. Jiang Linchuan knocked politely before pushing the door open. As he stepped inside, darkness enveloped him, and his body instinctively tensed in alertness. About 2.5 meters ahead, 2 individuals stood. Their strengths were at the levels of Gold 5-star and Gold 7-star, capable of delivering a lethal strike at any moment. At this moment, a gentle voice emerged from the darkness. Don't be nervous, we mean no harm. The room's lights switched on, flooding the space with bright white illumination. Jiang Linchuan deliberately raised a hand to shield his eyes, though his vision wasn't affected in the slightest. He could clearly see the 2 individuals. One was a tall, burly man with rugged features. Jiang recognized him. It was Yang Hong, the captain of the City Defense Corps, possessing the strength of Gold 7-star. The other was a woman with delicate features, dressed in a black and red uniform. She slowly walked up to Jiang Linchuan, curiously observing him. Yang Hong glared at Jiang Linchuan with his copper bell-like eyes, staring intently. Moments ago, he had faintly sensed a dangerous aura, but it disappeared so quickly that he thought it might have been an illusion. Jiang Linchuan pretended to be frightened, shrinking behind the woman. However, standing at 1.84 meters tall, hiding behind a woman who was only 1.6 meters made the scene somewhat comical. Captain Yang, don't scare this handsome young man, Zheng Xiuhong reminded gently. Yang Hong felt a bit helpless, wondering to himself, do I really look that intimidating? He tried to relax his facial expression, attempting to appear more approachable. Jiang Linchuan, we received a notice from the school principal. We understand that you've recently awakened your abilities on your own, and we'd like to conduct a test on your talent, Zheng Xiuhong stated directly, getting to the point. Jiang Linchuan let out a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he feared they might have discovered his secret. All right, what do I need to do? As he spoke, he instructed his system to conceal his true strength. Zheng Xiuhong pointed toward a machine and smiled. You just need to place your hand on it. Jiang Linchuan approached the machine and pressed his palm into the specially designed indentation. As soon as his hand touched the machine, it emitted a blue glow, quickly lighting up entirely. Zheng Xiuhong and Yang Hong focused their gaze intently on the glowing machine. The machine first radiated a bright white light, signifying the lowest F-level talent. The white light faded and turned black, indicating E-level talent. Then, the machine began cycling through colors like a spinning wheel: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Finally, it stopped on purple, the mark of the highest SSS-level talent. Yang Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he could fit an entire fist inside. Zhang Xiuhong was equally stunned. She knew exactly what this meant. Controlling her excitement, she spoke with a serious tone. Captain Yang, enact confidentiality protocols. Forget everything you've seen today. Understood. Yang Hong stood straight and saluted. Zhang Linchuan thought to himself, this woman's background must be significant. Her position is clearly above Yang Hong's. The test is complete. SSS-level talent, spiritual energy is weak. It does seem like you've just awakened. Zhang Linchuan, what is your ability? Zhang Xiuhong's tone grew noticeably more respectful. A blade, Zhang Linchuan answered succinctly. A blade. A glimmer flashed in Yang Hong's eyes as he tried to connect Zhang Linchuan with the mysterious powerhouse from before. However, recalling Zhang Xiuhong's comment about his weak spiritual energy, he dismissed the idea. He mocked himself inwardly, that powerhouse was stronger than me. How could someone with weak spiritual energy possibly be them? Definitely not this kid, Zhang Linchuan discreetly observed Yang Hong's expression. Seeing his reaction, Zhang felt a wave of relief. For now, his identity was safe, sparing him a great deal of trouble. An artifact-type ability, very good. By the way, don't share the test results with anyone except those closest to you. You'll understand the reason in time, Zhang Xiuhong warned sternly. She didn't ask to see Zhang Linchuan's ability. While abilities varied in strength, in this world, talent was valued even more. Zhang Linchuan nodded in agreement. Understood. Can I go back now? Yes, that's all, Zhang Xiuhong replied, turning off the machine and taking out her phone. Through encrypted channels, she reported Zhang Linchuan's information. I'll give you a ride back, Yang Hong offered. Thank you. On the way back, Yang Hong kept staring at Zhang Linchuan, his face filled with inner conflict and reluctance. Zhang Linchuan felt uneasy under his gaze but couldn't show dissatisfaction. He turned to look out the window, pulling a pair of earphones from his pocket and quietly listening to music. Mind if I smoke? Yang Hong asked, shaking a pack of cigarettes. Zhang Linchuan removed one earphone and shook his head to indicate he didn't mind. Yang Hong lit a cigarette, rolled down the window, and exhaled a puff of smoke. What are your plans moving forward? He asked. Zhang Linchuan paused, then replied, I haven't decided yet. Yang Hong took another drag, speaking as if to himself, the great upheaval of the world happened over a century ago. Humanity has been fighting monsters ever since. Every entrance to those otherworldly realms is stained with the blood of our predecessors. It's their sacrifice that paved the way for the relatively safe home we have now. But even now, no one knows where these monsters come from. Especially in recent years, space rifts are appearing more frequently. You should understand what that implies. At this point, Yang Hong chuckled bitterly. My talent isn't great. No matter how hard I train, I progress slowly. After all these years, I'm still just a captain. He glanced at Zhang Linchuan. But you're different. You have talent, limitless potential. I've read your file. You've always been a top student, with excellent character. Teachers and classmates alike admire you. Whatever you do, you excel beyond what's expected for someone your age. Zhang Linchuan said nothing, quietly listening. He understood what Yang Hong was trying to convey, but someone had already told him all this before, though the price for that knowledge had been far too heavy. In the future, you won't be facing teachers or classmates. You'll be facing those emotionless, powerful beasts. So, you should. I'm here. Thank you for the ride, Zhang Linchuan interrupted. Yang Hong stepped on the brakes, hesitating as if he wanted to say more, but eventually, he just waved weakly. Watching Yang Hong's retreating figure, Zhang Linchuan extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and murmured softly, I was too hasty. He's still young and needs time to grow. The moment Zhang Linchuan stepped into the classroom, Mao Yuan rushed over, concerned. Are you all right? I'm fine. They just needed to register some personal information. That's good, Mao Yuan said, slinging an arm over Zhang Linchuan's shoulder with a grin. I'm really happy for you. In the future, you've got to look after me. Sure. You should also prepare for your awakening the day after tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll end up in the same academy. Ahem, we'll talk about it later. Mao Yuan's face looked a bit awkward. Luckily, Zhang Linchuan didn't notice, otherwise, he would have definitely asked more questions. After school in the afternoon, Dai Yang didn't come to find Zhang Linchuan. Instead, he had another student deliver a message, saying everything was fine and that Zhang should head home early. Jiang Linchuan speculated that the teacher and principal might have been given a gag order by the city management department. He didn't dwell on it and caught a ride home on Mao Yuan's bicycle. After all, his goal had already been achieved, and someone was bound to contact him within the next couple of days. When he got home, Wang Xueqing had already prepared dinner. She carried 2 plates of food out from the kitchen and placed them on the wooden table. After wiping her hands, she smiled and asked, "Son, you're back. Was school tiring today?" "Not too bad, I'm not tired." Jiang Linchuan put down his backpack, fetched bowls and chopsticks from the cabinet, and set the table. "Dad's not back yet? I'll call him to hurry him up." Wang Xueqing pulled out an old, heavily used cell phone. Click. The sound of the door lock turning echoed. Zhang Yandong pushed the door open, tossed his keys aside, and staggered in, reeking of alcohol. "I'm back, hick." This man, dressed in a worn-out work uniform full of holes, was Jiang Linchuan's father. At 43 years old, he was a welder. His face, exposed to high temperatures for long periods, was perpetually peeling and regrowing skin, giving him an unsettling appearance. Seeing him in this state, Wang Xueqing immediately knew he'd been drinking again. Her brows furrowed tightly, and the atmosphere grew tense. Sensing the tension, Zhang Yandong quickly forced a smile. It was for business, serious business. Drinking counts as serious business? Wang Xueqing looked at him skeptically. As he scooped himself a bowl of rice, Zhang Yandong explained, "I treated the team leader to drinks. Xiao Chuan's about to graduate, so I wanted to secure a more relaxed job for him at the construction site, start preparing early." Wang Xueqing's expression changed instantly, and she said sternly, "I never said Xiao Chuan should start working. He's so smart, I want to support him to continue his studies." "Studying for what? He's physically weak, and his awakening is slow. He might as well start working to gain experience and climb up gradually." Zhang Yandong's voice rose, fueled by alcohol. It wasn't that he didn't support Jiang Linchuan continuing his education, he just felt that the world was no longer stable. It seemed more practical for the family to work hard, save money, and move to a safer base city. "I said no, and that's final." Wang Xueqing was fuming. "If you won't support him, I will. He won't end up like you. And who says Xiao Chuan can't awaken? Don't speak nonsense before it's final." The two immediately started arguing. Holding a bowl and chopsticks, Jiang Linchuan shrank back and smiled bitterly. "Dad, Mom, stay out of it," they both shot back in unison. "No, I mean, I've already awakened. I knew it. My son is the best, there's no way he couldn't awaken." Wang Xueqing said joyfully. "It's all thanks to my superior genes," Zhang Yandong chimed in excitedly. "Oof." Wang Xueqing gave him a side eye and added 2 pieces of spare ribs to Jiang Linchuan's bowl. "Ah, honey," Zhang Yandong rubbed his hands together and grinned, "Xiao Chuan awakening is a big deal. So maybe we could." Before he could finish, Wang Xueqing already knew what he was going to say. "Annoyed," she said, "with the way you are? Go grab 2 cups." Overjoyed, Zhang Yandong ran to fetch some glasses. After a hard day's work at the construction site, he'd been looking forward to unwinding with some alcohol. "Mom, can I drink?" Zhang Linchuan thought the extra glass might be for him and blinked as he asked. "Alcohol damages the brain. Forget about it, it's for me." "All right then." Zhang Linchuan could only watch enviously as they drank. June 17th, year 147 of the Long Kingdom calendar. The weather was sunny. Today marked the graduation day for third-year high school students, as well as the annual awakening day. Even though Jiang Linchuan had already awakened, he still had to go through the formal ceremony. After all, the awakening ritual was followed by academy enrollment. He had arranged to meet Mao Yuan at the gymnasium. The Jiang family of 3 took a taxi to a location near the gym, which was already packed with people. In addition to students preparing for their awakening, there were accompanying parents and fully armed special forces soldiers maintaining order. Everyone queued up with their documents, waiting for the soldiers to check them. The crowd buzzed with chatter as parents endlessly praised their children. At that moment, a deliberately lowered voice caught Jiang Linchuan's attention. "Did you hear? This year, the military and some of the top elite academies sent their best mentors here." "No, I hadn't heard. What's going on?" "In the past, it was just regular teachers. Why the change this year?" "Because our city produced 2 self-awakened geniuses. The military and the top academies are all fighting to recruit them." "Wow, self-awakened? That's practically a leap forward. Yeah, if only my kid could be that lucky." 2. Zhang Linchuan was slightly taken aback. It seemed he wasn't the only one fortunate enough to awaken on his own. After their documents were verified, Zhang Linchuan and his parents entered the gymnasium. "Zhang Linchuan, over here." In the northeastern corner of the gym, Mao Yuan waves to him. Zhang Linchuan waved back and led his parents over. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Wan, you're here. Mao Yuan quickly greeted Zhang Linchuan's parents and invited them to sit. Mao Yuan, your parents didn't come? How could they miss something this important? Wang Xueqing frowned and asked. They're busy, Mao Yuan replied nonchalantly with a smile. He pointed to the southern front row of the gym, where a pair of exquisitely good-looking children sat. Those two also self-awakened this year. A pair of 13-year-old dragon and phoenix twins, what a stroke of luck for their family. His tone was filled with envy and jealousy. It was then that Zhang Linchuan realized the people being whispered about outside were those two children. At the same time, in a large room on the second floor of the gymnasium, a group of people observed the twins through one-way glass. Not many promising talents this year. Who'd have thought this little city would produce three? It's rare indeed, said an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a traditional tang suit, smiling. A middle-aged man in a sleeveless vest, his muscular frame imposing, continued, this place truly is extraordinary. A stunning woman in professional attire, a pencil skirt, and black stockings commented lazily, our Magic City Shanglong Academy hasn't recruited promising talents in ages. How about letting us have this opportunity? Despite her alluring figure, no one paid her any attention. Humph. You say Shanglong hasn't recruited talents? The ones really missing out are us at North River Watercloud Academy, sneered a middle-aged man in a floral shirt and flip-flops. Luo City Feiyu Academy hasn't gotten any either. Neither has Linen Jialan Academy. We at Pine City Basher Academy have something to say about this. Knock, knock, knock. A man dressed in a neatly pressed olive green military uniform, with the rank of senior colonel on his shoulders, rhythmically tapped the table. Beside him sat a refined and scholarly-looking man, completely indifferent to the heated arguments around him. Everyone, stop arguing. We're here to recruit, not to quarrel. Let strength speak for itself, the senior colonel finally spoke. The tense atmosphere eased immediately, and everyone sat down in silence. Didn't expect you to come in person. The military must be going all out this time, the refined man said, opening his eyes and testing the waters. Ren Qingchun smiled faintly. Everyone knows what an SSS-level talent means. There's no other choice. Wei Nian stood by the window, his gaze resolute. Then let's compete on strength. Our Imperial Tianwu Academy has never been afraid of anyone. This remark sparked dissatisfaction. Old Wei, your Tianwu Academy already recruited an SSS-level talent last year. Don't be too greedy, Ren Qingchun said, displeased. Though they were longtime friends, they had now become competitors. Wei Nian smiled faintly and chose not to respond. The room fell into silence as everyone calculated their next moves internally. In the center of the gymnasium stood a row of individuals dressed in blue uniforms. They were awakening guides. By channeling spiritual energy, they helped students guide the essence of heaven and earth into their bodies to complete the awakening process. Once a student successfully awakened, their abilities would manifest visibly behind them. In this world, abilities were categorized into 5 major types: elemental, artifact, beast transformation, mental, and plant. The first group of students stepped forward, their faces full of tension. The guides encouraged them to relax, close their eyes, and place their hands on their heads. A thread of spiritual energy was injected into them, the rest depended entirely on the students themselves. Look! There's a reaction, an excited voice exclaimed from the stands. Everyone immediately turned their eyes toward the man who had shouted. The man quickly covered his mouth and lowered his head in embarrassment. Behind one of the students, a shimmering white light appeared, gradually condensing into a white longbow. The guide promptly led Wang Xiaoge for a talent evaluation. Blushing and nervous, Wang Xiaoge eagerly placed his hand on the testing device. The machine first shone white, then black, and finally settled on red. Wang Xiaoge, artifact type ability, Cloud Bow, talent grade, D level. The recorder immediately entered the information into the database. Lu Ming, plant type ability, Silverleaf Grass, talent grade, E level. Liang Sun, elemental type ability, Flame Demon, talent grade, C level. Tian Lingling, plant type ability, Celestial Heartflower, talent grade, B level. Students stepped forward one after another to awaken their abilities. Some were elated, while others despaired. Zhang Linchuan watched as the students who failed to awaken cried heartbreakingly in their parents' arms, feeling a twinge of sadness himself. This world was harsh. It wouldn't stop moving forward for anyone. Xiaochuan, I'm a bit nervous. Mao Yuan rubbed his hands on his pants repeatedly, his legs clamped together. Zhang Linchuan patted his shoulder in reassurance. Don't be nervous. Stay calm and don't let it affect your awakening. It's almost your turn. Mao Yuan shivered from the pat, almost wetting himself. Forcing a smile, he replied, "All right, Xiao Chuan. If I don't awaken, don't comfort me, I'll cry for a whole month." With that kind of courage, you still dare to challenge the little witch? Zhang Linchuan teased with a grin. At the mention of the little witch, Mao Yuan's face turned pale, and he hunched over as he hurried out. "I'm going to the restroom. I'll be right back." Zhang Linchuan nearly burst out laughing. Could this guy really have been scared into wetting himself? Will Xiao Mao be alright? Wang Shueqing asked, concerned. "He's fine. Just went to the restroom." Soon, it was Mao Yuan's turn. He hurried back, walking briskly. Zhang Linchuan instinctively stepped aside and handed him a tissue. "This time, I didn't wet my hands," Mao Yuan muttered helplessly, taking the tissue and wiping his hands vigorously. The guide, with keen hearing, glanced skeptically at Mao Yuan's still damp hands and took a half step back. Mao Yuan thought to himself, "I wish I could just disappear right now." His nervousness vanished in an instant. "Good luck!" Zhang Linchuan cheered. "Go, Xiao Mao." Wang Shueqing and Zhang Yandong joined in. Mao Yuan clenched his fists. "Thank you, uncle and auntie. I'm going up." As he stepped onto the stage, the guide injected a thread of spiritual energy into him. Soon, a dazzling blue light illuminated behind Mao Yuan. A lion bathed in lightning appeared, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Thunderstorm Lion. In the corner, a crew-cut muscular man blurted out in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He pulled out his phone and dialed the dean. "Dean, it's Bai Hao. The recruitment hasn't even started yet, but don't rush. I just spotted a promising candidate who awakened the Thunderstorm Lion." "Understood, understood. Secure him at all costs. Await my good news. If I fail, I'll hand you my head to use as a chamber pot." Bai Hao hung up decisively, his eyes glowing with fervor as he stared at Mao Yuan like he was gazing at a rare treasure. Forget prodigies with natural awakenings, nothing else mattered to him now. All he could see was the Thunderstorm Lion. The Thunderstorm Lion held unparalleled significance for the Thunderstorm Lion Academy. Mao Yuan, Beast-type ability, Thunderstorm Lion, talent grade, S-level, the guide announced with a smile. "I did it!" Mao Yuan exclaimed, gripping the guide's hand in excitement. "Thank you so much." The guide, now sprayed with saliva, wiped his face expressionlessly with his free hand before forcefully pulling his hand away. He pulled a wet wipe from his pocket and began scrubbing his hand vigorously. Remembering that Mao Yuan's hand had previously been wet, the guide wiped even harder, until the calluses on his hand turned red. Embarrassed, Mao Yuan turned to Zhang Linchuan, curling his toes so tightly that they left marks on the floor. In the hidden corners of the gymnasium's second floor and the stands, many people began to take notice of Mao Yuan. After all, S-level talents were exceedingly rare. After stepping off the stage, Mao Yuan embraced Zhang Linchuan and began discussing his future plans. "I plan to attend the Imperial Tianwu Academy," Zhang Linchuan revealed his decision. The anonymous letter he had received earlier left him uneasy. He believed that once he was in the Imperial City, the person behind it would reveal themselves. Once he knew who it was, dealing with them would be straightforward. He wasn't someone who enjoyed killing, but if anyone threatened those close to him, he wouldn't hesitate to act. "You're going to the Imperial City?" Mao Yuan froze for a moment before nearly jumping with excitement. He had been wondering how to convince Zhang Linchuan to go to the Imperial City, only to find out that the decision had already been made. The little witch would definitely be thrilled. This meant she wouldn't torment him anymore. Thank heaven and earth, Mao Yuan suddenly felt like hugging Zhang Linchuan and kissing him. "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Zhang Linchuan asked, puzzled by Mao Yuan's bizarre grin. "Ha, it's fine. Tianwu is the best academy in Longhua. It's just that I won't be able to go to the imperial capital with you, buddy." Mao Yuan quickly put away his smile and said seriously. "Why?" Zhang Linchuan frowned. Mao Yuan was one of his few friends, and so was the little witch. After spending so many years together, the sudden separation was difficult for him to accept. This world still felt unfamiliar to him. "I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I don't want to be overshadowed by you. I've kept myself pure for 18 years and also want to get a girlfriend. With your good looks, how would I ever have a chance to stand out?" Mao Yuan said mischievously. "What a joke. The little witch is also in the imperial capital. If I go there, she'll definitely torment me. I still want to live a few more years." Thinking about the torment he endured as a child, Mao Yuan couldn't help but shiver. Zhang Linchuan noticed Mao Yuan's evasive gaze and knew he wasn't telling the truth. But he didn't press further. After all, everyone has their own path to follow. Hey, let me ask you something. Mao Yuan nudged Zhang Linchuan with his elbow. Be honest, do you miss that little witch? It'd be a lie to say I don't. It's just that I haven't seen her in years, Zhang Linchuan said as he touched his left wrist. A worn, slightly yellowed black hair tie peeked out from under his sleeve. Memories flooded his mind. He wondered how she was doing now and whether she was living well. After a while, Mao Yuan nervously tugged at Zhang Linchuan's clothes. Xiao Chuan, look at that guy, the muscular one in the gray longsleeve. He's been staring at me and even smiling. You don't think he's interested in me, do you? Snapped out of his thoughts, Zhang Linchuan twitched at Mao Yuan's words. Interested in you? No, he's clearly eyeing your talent. Following the direction Mao Yuan pointed, Zhang Linchuan saw the muscular man leaning on the railing of the second-floor corridor of the gymnasium. The man grinned at him, then glanced at Mao Yuan with a conflicted expression, his brows furrowed. Zhang Linchuan couldn't help but shiver. Could he really be into you? Otherwise, why would he look so hesitant? He patted Mao Yuan's shoulder and asked quietly, "Are we good brothers?" Mao Yuan thumped his chest firmly. Of course, closer than real brothers. Then as good brothers, shouldn't we have each other's backs? Absolutely. Good brother, then I'll leave that muscular guy to you. I'll go buy you some laxatives. What? Mao Yuan was about to agree but realized something was off and quickly changed his tone. Xiao Chuan, don't joke around. My physique can't handle that kind of strain. If it really comes to that, my first time has to be with you. Ugh. Seeing the suggestive look in Mao Yuan's eyes, Zhang Linchuan almost threw up. I knew it, you've been eyeing me all along. Mao Yuan snorted internally. Let's see how disgusted you get when you have to deal with that guy. Time passed quickly, and the gymnasium grew eerily quiet. Those who hadn't awakened had no choice but to leave, facing the harsh trials of society awaiting them. Mao Yuan felt a bit sentimental, but Zhang Linchuan remained unperturbed. Fate was like that, fond of playing tricks. No one knew what tomorrow would bring, so it was best to seize the present. Those with talents below grade B can leave. The rest, stay behind, an instructor announced coldly. Students who didn't make the cut left with their parents, glancing back at those who remained with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Soon, the spacious gym was left with only 100 or so people, most of whom were accompanying parents. There were only about 30 awakened individuals with talents above grade B, a shockingly low number. Finally, a dozen recruitment officers appeared, offering generous conditions to attract these talented individuals. Zhang Linchuan, Mao Yuan, and the twin siblings waited quietly. It wasn't their turn yet. When Mao Yuan's successful awakening was confirmed, his parents dropped everything and rushed over. Their exhaustion was masked by the joy on their faces. As it neared lunchtime, the 30-some awakened individuals with grade B or higher talents had all chosen their preferred academies and left happily. The only ones left in the venue were Zhang Linchuan and a few others. The recruiters' smiles grew even more eager. Wei Nian stood up, smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes, and smiled. Everyone must be hungry. I've booked a hotel nearby. Let's eat and talk. What a treat! Zhang Linchuan and Mao Yuan exchanged glances, seeing a long menu of delicacies in each other's eyes. Finally, a chance to feast on some fine cuisine they'd never had before. The hotel Wei Nian had booked was only 5 minutes away. But when he saw the wolf-like hunger in the two young men's eyes, he began to regret his decision. He discreetly checked his nearly empty wallet, a bitter smile forming on his lips. If he could recruit that SSS grade awakener, the academy's director would cover the costs without a second thought. If he failed, the director might beat him to death. Wow, a 5-star hotel. Brother Wei, you're really generous. Tianwu Academy's perks are truly extraordinary. The muscular man, Bai Hao, gave a thumbs up in admiration. Ren Qingchun glanced sideways at his old friend, knowing Wei Nian was henpecked and perpetually broke. He didn't expose him, instead smiling and saying, "Thanks to Brother Wei, I get to enjoy a good meal as well." Wei Nian kept up a refined smile on the surface but couldn't hide his inner tension. Led by a waiter, the group entered a lavishly decorated private room that could seat over 30 people. Bai Hao unceremoniously picked up the menu and called out with a laugh, "Brother Wei is treating, so I won't hold back." Waiter, one of everything on the menu. Zhang Linchuan and Mao Yuan stared at Bai Hao in shock. So that's how you order? Noted. Wei Nian's face turned green, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Brother Wei, are you feeling unwell? Are you overheated? Did I order too much? This meal's on me, Bai Hao said nonchalantly. No, I said I'd treat, so I'll handle it, Wei Nian replied with a forced smile. After all, a man's pride couldn't be compromised. Brother Wei, you really don't get jokes. I was just kidding. Let's stick with what we ordered for now. If it's not enough, we'll add more, Bai Hao said, noticing the atmosphere lightening before ending his joke. The waiter left the room. Representatives from the country's 7 most prestigious academies were all present. It remained to be seen what offers they would make. Although Jiang Linchuan had already decided on the academy he wanted to join, with so many recruiters here, they were bound to present conditions far better than he had imagined. With stable resources, his strength could grow rapidly. A dozen or so teachers warmly chatted with Jiang Linchuan's parents, all praising them for having such an outstanding son. Zhang Yandong and Wang Shueqing were still a little dazed. They hadn't expected their son to be so popular. Upon learning from the conversation that Jiang Linchuan was a top-tier genius, the couple became even more delighted. Jiang Linchuan and Mao Yuan sat obediently, waiting for the dishes to be served, their mouths practically watering. The beautiful teacher named Su Mei, sitting nearby with her long legs clad in black stockings, usually drew a lot of attention, but at this moment, the two boys felt no interest at all. No matter how she adjusted her posture, she couldn't draw their attention. Half an hour later, one by one, food carts were pushed into the private room by women dressed in high-slit cheongsams, the rich aroma of the dishes instantly whetting everyone's appetites. Jiang Linchuan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Seeing the sumptuous feast before him, he truly understood the meaning of the phrase, "It's great to have money." "Everyone, help yourselves, let's eat." Wei Nian's voice was soothing, like water in a desert. "Thank you, Teacher Wei," Jiang Linchuan politely replied, deftly placing a few plump crab legs onto his parents' plates. At a banquet table, only those unconcerned with their image could eat their fill, while those mindful of appearances often left hungry. Mao Yuan showed no restraint, grabbing a golden, crispy roasted suckling pig and stuffing it into his mouth. The adorable twin children could only watch, drooling hungrily but too shy to make a move. Ren Qingchun, ever considerate, helped them pick some food, instantly earning their admiration. Since there were important matters to discuss later, no one mentioned drinking alcohol. Instead, they toasted with tea, exchanging polite pleasantries. 2 hours later, Jiang Linchuan contentedly put down his chopsticks and wiped his hands with a wet towel. The table was now covered in scraps. The lavish spread had been nearly devoured, mostly by him and Mao Yuan. Mao Yuan licked the sauce off his fingers, still yearning for more. "It seems everyone is full. Let's get down to business," Wei Nian said, sitting up straight. The other admissions teachers also straightened their postures, their demeanor instantly becoming serious. Jiang Linchuan knew the critical moment had arrived. "Student Jiang Linchuan, are you willing to join our Ba Shi Academy? You can name your conditions." Bai Hao couldn't hold back any longer and was the first to speak. "Student Jiang Linchuan, come to our Xianglong Academy. The terms are up to you. Our instructors include a Platinum 9-star expert, who will personally mentor you one-on-one." Su Mei leaned slightly forward, her gaze sparkling, her cleavage prominently displayed. Mao Yuan, no longer captivated by the food, found himself unable to look away. Jiang Linchuan struggled to tear his gaze from that snowy white valley. "Su Mei, this is highly inappropriate. The student and his parents are present," Wang Wenchang, his hair fully white, sternly rebuked. Switching his tone, he smiled kindly at Jiang Linchuan. "Come to our Jialan Academy. The terms are absolutely generous. Just tell us what you need." Ahem, Yu Qing, dressed in a floral shirt and wearing flip-flops, cleared his throat to draw attention. "Our Shuiyun Academy may not be the strongest, but we produce the most spirit pearls in Beijing and have many unique spirit techniques. If you join our academy, we'll tailor the most suitable spirit techniques for you, ensuring the best results. You can also propose any other requests." For Jiang Linchuan, spirit techniques were not a high priority since he could only learn new ones after leveling up, and the techniques his system rewarded were far superior. "Student Jiang Linchuan, our Feiyu Academy specializes in honing physiques and martial techniques. As someone with a crafting-based ability, you'll need a strong body for close combat. Our academy has a long history and unique secret methods that can greatly enhance your strength," Chen Tianyang said while displaying his muscular physique. Jiang Linchuan wasn't particularly interested. He could enhance his physique with strengthening points without dedicating excessive time to training. Ren Qingchun also spoke up. "Our Qiyang Military Academy is backed by the military. While our resources may not be as abundant, once your strength reaches a certain level, we can grant you military authority." "What the heck?" Mao Yuan exclaimed in shock. Jiang Linchuan froze. Was Colonel Ren joking? Military authority was a symbol of power, something everyone dreamed of. Seeing the doubt in Jiang Linchuan's eyes, Ren Qingchun explained, "This decision comes from above. Your identity has been vetted, and both your grandfather and maternal grandfather were military men." Xiaochuan, agree quickly. "That's military authority. Mao Yuan urged him anxiously, completely forgetting the little witch's earlier warnings. Jiang Linchuan was tempted but didn't immediately agree. Instead, he turned to Wei Nian, wanting to hear the conditions of Tianwu Academy before making a decision. The allure of military authority was significant, but he knew in his heart he wasn't yet ready to shoulder such responsibility. Wei Nian noticed Jiang Linchuan's gaze and calmly put his phone back into his pocket, standing up with composure. The promise from the dean filled him with confidence. The conditions offered by our Tianwu Academy include 4 S-grade spirit artifacts, 1 weapon, 1 piece of armor, 1 accessory that speeds up spiritual energy absorption, and 1 storage item. The other teachers were stunned. Tianwu is going all out. This is practically the treatment of royalty. Wei Nian smiled faintly and pressed his hands on the table. Don't rush, I'm not done yet. These conditions were far from the end. Just the spirit artifacts alone were worth at least several billion. In addition, you'll have unrestricted access to the 100 Battles Tower. The vice principal of Tianwu Academy will personally take you as a disciple. Your parents can move to the imperial capital, where the academy will provide housing and comfortable jobs. Hearing this, everyone, including Ren Qingchun, was left speechless, completely losing the will to compete. Mr. Wei, what is the 100 Battles Tower? Jiang Linchuan asked curiously. Wei Nian organized his thoughts and explained, the 100 Battles Tower is a unique relic with 8 levels, each corresponding to a specific realm. Inside, there are countless ferocious beasts, and for every level you clear, the tower spirit grants rewards based on your performance. Most importantly, there's no risk of death, only injury. After multiple explorations, we've concluded that this was designed by predecessors as a training ground to cultivate top-tier disciples. Due to the special energies of the 100 Battles Tower, it temporarily shuts down if too many people enter at once. To ensure it remains operational, entry is strictly limited. You're extremely fortunate. Jiang Linchuan's eyes lit up. This place was perfect for practice, no need to worry about casualties, and it could rapidly enhance real combat skills. As for whether defeating ferocious beasts could earn him enhancement points, he still needed to test that out. Wei Nian took a sip of water from his cup and continued, now, let's talk about the vice president of Tianwu Academy. The vice president's name is Qin Chang. His special ability is called Mingyu Blade and he possesses an SS-level talent. His strength has reached the peak of the lunar soul level. That generation gave him the nickname Blade Maniac. With him teaching you, the results will be self-explanatory. Jiang Linchuan's heart trembled. In this world, the cultivation levels were divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, radiance, lunar soul, and solar crown. The vice president was already close to the highest level, solar crown, just 1 step away. The most crucial point was that his special ability was related to blades. What Jiang Linchuan lacked most right now was blade techniques, as the rewards from the system were always random. Previously, he had relied on his speed and the god-tier attribute of Shura, fierce wind blade to slay ferocious beasts. If he could learn a powerful set of blade techniques, his strength would skyrocket. Moreover, his current strength wasn't sufficient, and he had no solid background. This vice president would be a strong pillar of support for him. Considering all this, Jiang Linchuan made an immediate decision. I choose Tianwu Academy. The other teachers were left speechless, unable to come up with any better offer. Although Wei Nian had been confident that no one could refuse his offer, hearing Jiang Linchuan agree in person still filled him with excitement. This meal was well worth it. The bonuses he would earn would be substantial, and he could finally hold his head high in front of his colleagues. Congratulations, Xiaochuan. Mao Yuan forced a smile. It wasn't envy, rather, it was more of worry. Being targeted by that little devil who could have an easy life. Jiang Linchuan patted his shoulder and smiled. Now it's your turn. Afterward, Mao Yuan and the pair of Dragon Phoenix twins were called aside by the recruiting teachers for private discussions. 40 minutes later, Mao Yuan returned with Bai Hao. Bai Hao was grinning broadly, muttering under his breath, what a stroke of luck. The Dragon Phoenix twins agreed to join the Qiyang Military Academy. The teachers who failed to recruit promising students left the private room dejectedly. Mao Monkey, you actually chose Bashir Academy? Do you really like that place so much? Jiang Linchuan teased. Mao Yuan sighed dramatically. I had no choice. The conditions they offered were too tempting to refuse. Well, take care of yourself. I know a famous proctologist, I'll introduce him to you if you ever need one. Screw you. When Jiang Linchuan and his parents were about to hail a cab home, Wei Nian stopped them. Wei Nian's expression was serious. You'll stay at a hotel tonight. I need to ensure the safety of you and your family. Tomorrow morning, I'll accompany you home to pack your things, and then we'll head straight to Tianwu Academy. What? It's not even time for school to start yet. Don't worry, Mr. Wei. I won't run away, Zhang Linchuan said, surprised and feeling it was a bit rushed. You are now a student of Tianwu Academy. I must ensure your safety. In this world, the most terrifying thing isn't ferocious beasts, it's the human heart, Wei Nian said earnestly. Alright, I'll do as you say. Zhang Linchuan no longer objected and handed over his and his parents' IDs to Wei Nian. Mao Yuan and his parents also temporarily moved into the hotel. For a time, the hotel's security measures reached an unprecedented level. In the evening, the mayor of Dongyuegard City, Chao Zhan, brought a mysterious 1 million credit check and a property deed for a house in Shizhou Bay City as a congratulatory gift. Having such a genius with an SSS-level talent in his jurisdiction thrilled him and greatly boosted his reputation. His superiors even called to commend him and hinted that he might soon be promoted to deputy mayor of Shizhou Bay City. After Zhang Linchuan's family bid farewell to the mayor, they welcomed the principal of 6th High School, their class teacher Dai Yang, and Zhang Linchuan's classmates, who also came to celebrate. It wasn't until 9 o'clock at night that Zhang Linchuan, exhausted, returned to his room. He gulped down a bottle of mineral water and collapsed onto the soft bed. Socializing was utterly draining, fighting monsters was honestly easier. Knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Zhang Linchuan looked helpless. Not again. It's me, Xiaochuan, Mao Yuan's voice came from outside. Zhang Linchuan jumped out of bed and opened the door. Mao Yuan walked in carrying a pack of beer and a plastic bag. He opened a can and handed it to Zhang Linchuan. Brother, we're about to part ways. Let's have a drink together to send each other off. All right. Zhang Linchuan popped open the beer, clinked cans with Mao Yuan, and said, cheers. Farewells were always heavy, but the two avoided those topics, chatting instead about trivial things. After 2 beers, Mao Yuan's face turned alarmingly red. Suddenly, he said, Xiaochuan, I'm sorry. Zhang Linchuan thought Mao Yuan was apologizing for not joining the same academy and waved it off. It's nothing. Everyone has their own path to take. No matter what you choose, I support you. You have to take care of yourself. Mao Yuan still didn't dare to reveal the truth about the little devil at Tianwu Academy and could only silently pray. Don't worry, I will. Come on, let's keep drinking. Outside Dongyuegard City, the ruins stretched endlessly, a stark contrast to the bustling city within. The desolation and deathly stillness here were eerie. At night, the broken landscape became even more sinister. Suddenly, a piercing sound tore through the silent night. Several shadows leapt across the ruins, finally gathering on the rooftop of a relatively intact abandoned high-rise. Moonlight spilled down, revealing their figures. Each wore a black cloak and a clown mask of a different color over their face. Protector, everything is ready. Good. The black-robed figure in the red clown mask shook his cloak and gazed toward the towering city walls 3 kilometers away. Tonight will be spectacular. I love the sound of despairing screams. The target tonight is that SSS-level talent kid. You know the drill, if we can't take him, we kill him. If we can't have him, no one else can either. Understood. Out in the wilderness, a massive spatial rift suddenly tore open. Countless towering figures poured out, charging toward the brightly lit city. Xiaochuan, I'm really going to miss you. If it weren't for, hic. Mao Yuan, drunk, slurred his words incoherently. What for? Mao Monkey, are you hiding something from me? Zhang Linchuan asked, laughing, his mouth full of peanuts. Mao Yuan sobered slightly, forcing an awkward smile. Nothing. We grew up wearing the same pair of pants. What could I possibly hide from you? Drink up, drink up. Warning. Severe spatial fluctuations detected outside Dongyuegard City. Host, please evacuate immediately. Warning. Severe spatial fluctuations detected outside Dongyuegard City. Host, please evacuate immediately. Zhang Linchuan's expression changed drastically. If the system was urging him to flee, something major must have happened. The next second, he understood why. In the 4 corners of Dongyuegard City, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, orange beams of light shot into the sky, dyeing the entire night sky orange. Piercing air raid sirens blared across the city. Roar! The earth-shaking roars of giant beasts tore through the heavens. Orange alert! It's a beast tide. Maho, go wake up uncle and auntie. Get them to the shelter. Zhang Linchuan rushed to the door, flung it open, and sprinted toward his parents' room. Mao Yuan, startled awake by the orange glow, sobered up instantly and stumbled toward his own parents' room. In this world, everyone was taught from a young age to recognize emergency signals and the locations of shelters. An orange alert signified the approach of a beast tide, and at least one diamond-tier ferocious beast was present. This spelled catastrophe. A high-voltage electric grid along Dongyue City's walls was fully activated. Soldiers fired relentlessly at the incoming beast tide. The chaotic sounds shattered the night's stillness. Countless residents fled their homes in panic, desperately rushing toward the shelters. Just as Zhang Linchuan reached his parents' bedroom door, Zhang Yandong and Wang Xueqing emerged, their faces filled with fear. Zhang Linchuan took a deep breath, forced a smile, and comforted them. "Mom, Dad, don't be afraid. I'm here. Let's head to the shelter first. Xiaochuan, take this and go first. Your dad and I will follow behind." Wang Xueqing handed him a small cloth bag tightly. "Mom, don't say that. The city walls are guarded by soldiers. The beasts won't get in." Zhang Linchuan hoisted his mother onto his back and charged toward the emergency corridor. At the end of the hallway, they encountered two young men. "Junior Jiang, Teacher Wei and the others have gone to support the city defenses. We'll accompany you to the shelter." "Thank you, seniors. Let's move quickly." Dongyue City had 5 shelters, located in the southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and the city center. The nearest shelter to Zhang Linchuan was the one underneath the central plaza, 3 kilometers away. After Mao Yuan regrouped with his parents and Zhang Linchuan, the group hurriedly made their way forward. On the streets, everyone wore tense expressions, their hearts gripped with fear. City defense soldiers, armed to the teeth, maintained order on the roads. They escorted the frail and elderly into the shelters. From a distance, the sound of dense gunfire and beastly roars echoed continuously. When Zhang Linchuan's group was still 2 kilometers away from the shelter, the wide asphalt road suddenly cracked open. A massive hole appeared in the ground, and shadows surged out from its depths. "Gold-devouring rats! Damn it!" Hui Yulong, one of the escorts, exclaimed in alarm. Zhang Linchuan recalled the information about the gold-devouring rats. Gold-devouring rats, silver-tier ferocious beasts, living in colonies. They aren't particularly aggressive but possess exceptional burrowing abilities, making them one of the most troublesome beasts. Bang! 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 The city defense soldiers decisively opened fire, but the sheer number of gold-devouring rats overwhelmed them. Other ferocious beasts also began emerging from the hole. Though not inherently strong, the gold-devouring rats' sharp claws could easily tear through human skin and muscle. Ordinary people stood no chance against them. "Run! Quicksand technique!" Another senior, Ge Chang, raised his hands, summoning a mass of earthy yellow light. The hardened ground instantly turned to sand, swallowing the gold-devouring rats, which struggled and screamed in vain. Within seconds, the golden sand turned blood red. At least 4 gold-devouring rats perished in the quicksand. Hui Yulong sprinted toward a nearby car, clenched his fist, and delivered a powerful punch. Shockwave. With a loud crash, the car was sent tumbling into the hole. He repeated the process with several more vehicles, temporarily sealing the opening. The remaining gold-devouring rats were swiftly dealt with by the city defense soldiers. "Move! This won't hold for long," Hui Yulong shouted. "Seniors, you're amazing." Mao Yuan lifted his mother and ran with all his might. Zhang Linchuan cast a glance at the blood-stained ground. A flicker of red light passed through his eyes as he carried his mother and quickened his pace. Along the way, they encountered more ferocious beasts, but Ge Chang and Hui Yulong managed to deal with them temporarily. However, some people still fell victim to the beasts. In the face of catastrophe, humans were truly insignificant. Fortunately, the city defense forces reacted quickly, deploying elite squads to eliminate the beasts pouring out of the ground. "Xiaochuan, we're almost at the shelter. Let me down, I can walk on my own now," Wang Xueqing said with concern. "It's fine, Mom. I'm not tired." "Once we're in the shelter, we'll be safe," Zhang Linchuan reassured her. Suddenly, he sensed an oppressive killing intent nearby, accompanied by several overwhelmingly powerful presences, far beyond his capabilities. They hadn't made a move yet, so he decided to bide his time. "TSK, what a touching scene," a cold voice echoed from above. Zhang Linchuan looked up to see a group of black-robed figures wearing clown masks standing on the roof of a 4-story building. 1 diamond tier and 6 platinum tier. With his current strength of 3-star gold, he was no match for them. His only option was to find a way to escape. He gambled that they didn't know his true capabilities. "Who are you?" Hui Yulong shouted. The black-clad figures ignored him and leapt from the roof, landing in front of the group. The man in the red clown mask fixed his gaze on Zhang Linchuan. "Kid, come with us. Straight for me." Was this the mastermind behind that letter? Or someone with other motives? Jiang Linchuan slowly set his mother down, pretending to rub his arm. Ke Chang stepped in front of him, demanding, "Who the hell are you people? Kid, time's running out. Are you coming willingly, or do I have to kill everyone here and drag you away?" The red-masked man said impatiently. "If you want to take my brother, you'll have to go through me first," Mao Yuan shouted, stealing his nerves. "And who the hell are you? Courting death?" The red-masked man raised his hand, energy surging. "Stop. I'll go with you." Jiang Linchuan stepped in front of Mao Yuan, shielding him from harm. "Xiaochuan!" Zhang Yandong and Wang Xueqing cried out in unison. Jiang Linchuan turned back and smiled. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll be fine. These gentlemen are too powerful. If they really want to take me, no one here can stop them." The man in the red mask nodded approvingly. "Smart choice. Mao Ho, take my parents to the shelter." "I'll go with these gentlemen for now," Jiang Linchuan instructed. "Xiaochuan." Tears welled up in Mao Yuan's eyes. "Go!" Jiang Linchuan waved without turning back. "Xiaochuan, my son." Wang Xueqing collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Yandong's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly, but he was powerless to act. "Kid, what are you doing?" A man in black pushed away Jiang Linchuan, who was trying to approach. Jiang Linchuan blinked innocently. "Big brother, I've been running for half a day already, and I'm out of energy. Are you expecting me to run after you on my own? I can't keep up. Carry him." "Let's move," Xing Lei commanded. At the order of the protector, the man in black reluctantly bent down and hoisted Jiang Linchuan onto his back. Then, with powerful leaps, they darted between the buildings and quickly vanished from Mao Yuan and the other's sight. "Aunt Wang, Xiaochuan will be fine. Those men in black are targeting his talent, they won't harm him. Let's head to the shelter first." Mao Yuan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and helped Wang Xueqing to her feet. In his heart, he silently vowed that if anything happened to his brother, he would find those people and make them pay. Wei Yulong urgently contacted Wei Nian to report the news of Jiang Linchuan's abduction by the men in black. In the midst of a fierce battle with ferocious beasts, Wei Nian was enraged. He struck a golden-ranked beast dead with a single palm. Mayor Chaozhan, who was engaged in a fight with two diamond-ranked beasts, took a brief moment to ask, "Brother Wei, what's wrong?" "Jiang Linchuan has been kidnapped by the Dark Knight marauders," Wei Nian said grimly, his expression dark. He immediately dialed another number. "Damn it! This beast-tide must be the work of the Dark Knight marauders, a diversionary tactic," Chaozhan fumed after hearing the news. But his manpower was limited, the safety of the entire city rested on his shoulders. "Hello, Dean Sheen, your prized student has been kidnapped by the Dark Knight marauders," Wei Nian said when the call connected. "There's a beast-tide here, including 3 diamond-ranked beasts. Mayor Chao is overwhelmed as well." "All right, I understand." Wei Nian hung up the phone and turned to look toward the city, hoping there was still time to save him. Meanwhile, deep within the imperial capital's Tianwu Academy, a surge of powerful blade intent suddenly erupted. A streak of light shot into the sky, speeding toward Dongyue Guard City. The commotion was significant, startling the students who were still diligently training. "It's the Vice Dean. What could make him this anxious? I just heard news that there's a beast-tide near Dongyue Guard City. Our dorm's friends are over there. Sigh, I wonder how many people will die in this beast-tide. All we can do is pray." Tianwu Academy's girls' dormitory. A stunning young woman walked out of the bathroom, like a spirit stepping out of a snowy mountain, cool and ethereal, as though she didn't belong to this world. Her perfectly proportioned long legs highlighted her figure, and her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back. Seeing her roommate and best friend clasping her hands together in prayer, the girl asked curiously, Nan, what's going on?" An orange alert was issued for Dongyue Guard City, and even the vice dean was alarmed. Thud! The towel Shintong was using to dry her hair fell to the ground. Her face turned pale, her body swayed, and she almost collapsed. Dongyue Guard City. Linchuan. Her heart tightened. Tang Xiaonan quickly supported her, asking with concern, Tong, what's wrong? Shintong bit her lip and shook her best friend's arm desperately. "He'll be fine. I have to find him. Tong, calm down. The beasts are attacking the city, and the area has already been sealed off by the military. No one can get in except the officials. The vice dean just left, so everything will be fine. Relax." The men in black moved at an extremely fast pace and were now only 5 kilometers from the city's edge. "Big brother, what's your name? Where are we going?" Jiang Linchuan, lying on the back of a man in black, cautiously asked. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't," Lu Quan replied impatiently. "Big brother, don't be so cold. We're practically family now, and I'll be following you from now on, Zhang Linchuan said with a grin. He had roughly figured it out, these men in black had taken him because of his talent. Not many people knew about his talent, but it wasn't a small number either. He still didn't know who had leaked it. Fortunately, these people didn't know he had the strength of a gold 3-star. Though still weak, with the devouring attribute of his Gale Blade, he had a chance to turn the tables. Lu Quan was silent for a moment, feeling that the kid had a point. The organization was definitely going to nurture him carefully. As for following him? Impossible. He was just a low-level member and might even have to rely on this kid in the future. The expression behind his mask softened slightly. In a muffled voice, he said, I'm Lu Quan. As for where we're going, you'll know when we get there. Seeing the other party open up, Zhang Linchuan started probing further. Brother Lu, I feel we're really destined to meet. What level are you at in your cultivation? How long have you been training? I just awakened, so can I ask you for guidance in the future? Platinum 4-star. I've been training for 15 years. My talent is average, Lu Quan replied flatly. In his eyes, Zhang Linchuan was just a talented newcomer, not a threat. Platinum, huh? I'm so envious. That guy giving orders earlier, he's the leader, right? I don't think he's as strong as you, Zhang Linchuan said, stroking Lu Quan's ego. Don't say nonsense. The protector is Diamond 5-star. I can't compare to him, Lu Quan said, his voice tinged with bitterness. No way. Zhang Linchuan exaggeratedly pinched Lu Quan's arm and continued to flatter him. Brother Lu, with a physique as strong as yours. You're definitely a powerhouse. That protector is so skinny, like a monkey. Women definitely prefer men like you, who make them feel safe. Lu Quan's face reddened slightly, but he was inwardly pleased. Who doesn't like compliments? Little brother, my ability is beast-type Ironhorn Rhino, so my physique is a little stronger. Zhang Linchuan patted his back and tentatively asked, Ironhorn Rhino? Then can your body withstand a blade? Ha, not just blades, even bullets can't pierce. Lu Quan stared in horror at the blade tip suddenly emerging from his chest, glowing with alternating green and red light. He wanted to fight back but felt his spiritual energy draining rapidly, leaving him too weak to even speak. His body withered at an alarming rate. Using the last of his strength, he turned his head, only to meet a pair of blood-red eyes. It was a gaze he had never seen before, cold, profound, wild, and filled with murderous intent. Congratulations to the host for killing a Platinum 4-star ability user. You've earned 200 enhancement points. Zhang Linchuan coldly pulled out the Gale Blade. Spiritual energy surged into his body through its devouring skill, causing cracks to appear on his body. With his current physique, he couldn't withstand spiritual energy at a platinum level. System, allocate 150 points to physique and 100 points to agility. A faint light flashed, and the cracks on his body quickly healed. At that moment, he felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before the opponents could react, Zhang Linchuan struck again. Watch out! Xing Lei sensed something was amiss and roared loudly. But it was already too late. The attribute enhancement had pushed Zhang Linchuan's speed to the limit. Like a streak of lightning, he instantly appeared behind one of the black-clad men. With a diagonal slash of his blade, blood sprayed everywhere. The black-clad man was sliced in half and collapsed to the ground, dead in an instant. You brat, courting death? Xing Lei was furious, his aura surging. Losing 2 men in such a short time made his anger boil over, but he quickly calmed himself. He had to admit he had misjudged the situation. They had all been fooled by Zhang Linchuan. For the first time, their organization's intelligence had failed. This kid was no newly awakened novice. Was this bait? Xing Lei scanned the surroundings but found no ambush. The remaining 4 black-clad men quickly closed in, cutting off all of Zhang Linchuan's escape routes. Zhang Linchuan stood with his blade, his blood-red eyes hidden beneath his bangs, scanning for an escape route. The black-clad men, upon seeing those deathly eyes resembling a grim reaper's, felt a surge of fear that rapidly spread throughout their bodies. All together. Focus fire and kill him. Xing Lei no longer wanted to waste time. If they couldn't take him alive, they would simply kill him. A majestic brown bear's phantom appeared around Xing Lei's body. A beast-type ability, Ice-Cracking Bear. The other 4 men also summoned their respective abilities. Zhang Linchuan gave them a cold glance, bent his knees slightly, and then burst forward with immense force, breaking out of the encirclement in an instant. His speed was shocking. Right now, he only had platinum-level spiritual power, and both of his skills were supportive in nature. There was no chance of winning in a direct confrontation against diamond-level experts. The reason he had been able to kill 2 of them earlier was entirely thanks to the system concealing his true strength, combined with the fact that his opponents had never expected him to fight back. Chase him. Don't let him escape. No one has ever gotten away after killing our people. Xing Lei shouted, pursuing relentlessly. Jiang Linchuan leapt between buildings, deliberately slowing his pace to keep the pursuers on his tail. For the safety of those around him, he planned to eliminate the remaining enemies completely, leaving no loose ends. What does it feel like to kill someone? In the state of the Azura Blood Eyes, Jiang Linchuan was like a cold, unfeeling machine, temporarily shutting out such thoughts. The 5 black-clad men were closely following, staying near but unable to catch him, which only aggravated their frustration. Protector, this guy seems to be deliberately dragging us, one of the black-clad men asked. Damn it! Xing Lei smashed an SUV with a palm strike, seething with rage. Despite his diamond-level strength, he couldn't catch the opponent, and the humiliation was unbearable. Protector, what now? Another asked urgently. What else can we do? Retreat, Xing Lei said through gritted teeth. They couldn't keep up the chase. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for them. But the mission is incomplete. The higher-ups won't let us off. Who cares? Their intel was wrong. This isn't some newly awakened novice. It's clearly a trap set by Dragon Nation to lure us in. Alright, fine. Reluctantly, they glanced into the darkness one last time before turning to retreat toward the outskirts of the city. Just then, a sharp flash of a blade appeared, slicing one of the black-clad men in half. Blood and viscera splattered everywhere. A figure flickered and disappeared into the shadows. Damn it! Xing Lei was nearly exploding with rage, his palms lighting up as he blasted the surrounding buildings into rubble. You go ahead, I'll cover the retreat. The remaining black-clad men were filled with terror. Their opponent was like an assassin hidden in the darkness, capable of taking their lives at any moment. 10 minutes later, Jiang Linchuan seized an opportunity and executed a decisive strike, killing 3 platinum-level black-clad men in one blow. Only Xing Lei was left, alone. Show yourself. Come out. Xing Lei shouted, his voice strained with pressure. Though his opponent's strength was inferior to his, they were as slippery as an eel, impossible to catch. He searched every possible hiding place but found nothing. He felt deep regret, but it was too late to change the outcome. Not coming out, huh? Fine, then I'll head to the shelter and kill your parents. After all, the city's strongholds are all tied up with the fierce beasts, Xing Lei threatened. Hidden in the shadows of a narrow alley, Jiang Linchuan heard this and remained expressionless. Xing Lei moved quickly toward the shelter, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Even when he was just a kilometer from the shelter, Jiang Linchuan still hadn't appeared. He began to doubt himself. Could that guy have realized he couldn't beat me and already fled, never even hearing what I said? No matter. Since he killed so many of my men, I'll exact some justice and make him regret it forever. Turning the street corner, the shelter entrance came into view. Xing Lei removed his mask, revealing a fierce face with a long scar running down from the corner of his left eye. Staring at the shelter entrance, a cold smile played on his lips. Crash! The sound of a beer bottle shattering echoed from a nearby alley. So, you couldn't help yourself after all. Finally caught you, little rat. Xing Lei erupted with power, his right hand enveloped in a blinding brown glow. The person in the alley, realizing they'd been exposed, panicked and fled, their footsteps no longer restrained. Brat! Die! In the blink of an eye, Xing Lei caught up to the fleeing figure, slamming his glowing right hand down. The fleeing person suddenly stopped, turned around, clasped their hands together, and shouted loudly, "Mercy!" The moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the dark alley. A clean-cut face with a middle parting came into Xing Lei's view. Damn it! It's a trap! Spiritual skill * flowing light star. A sharp blade's gleam appeared instantly between Xing Lei and Mao Yuan. The blade thrust directly toward his throat. Jiang Linchuan had been holding back his spiritual skill, waiting for this critical moment. Then, Xing Lei felt a heavy kick slam him into a wall. This became the last image he ever saw. Mao Ho, turn around, don't look. Oh, Mao Yuan quickly turned away, his body trembling uncontrollably, nearly scared to death. Little Chuan must have chopped off that man's head just now. It was terrifying. Mao Ho, go back to the shelter and don't tell anyone about tonight. Jiang Linchuan, his face cold, crushed Xing Lei's head underfoot, then plunged the fierce wind blade into the corpse, absorbing all of the diamond-level spiritual energy. Congratulations to the host for killing a diamond 5-star Esper. Reward, 400 enhancement points. I know. Xiaoshuan, you're not coming back with us? And Wang and the others are really worried about you. Mao Yuan didn't understand how his friend had suddenly become so powerful, but he vowed to keep tonight's events a secret. Earlier, he had received a message from Jiang Linchuan, asking him to create some commotion near the shelter. It had scared him out of his wits. "I need to guard the city. You should head back quickly. I'm leaving now." Jiang Linchuan leapt high into the air and dashed swiftly towards the city gates. His parents, his friends, all his memories were tied to this small city. Within the next 30 minutes, he would kill as many enemies as he could. The west gate of Dongyue Garrison City was shrouded in smoke. The city wall, towering more than 10 meters, had mostly collapsed. The high-voltage electric grid was destroyed, occasionally sparking with bursts of blue light. The ground was soaked in blood, with piles of beast carcasses stacked high, mixed with severed human limbs. Ammunition had run out, and the supply line had been cut off by beasts inside the city. City defense soldiers, wielding bayonets, fought desperately to protect the people within. This place resembled hell, a stark display of the brutal realities of war. Bai Hao, Su Mei, and a few other teachers were fighting together against a diamond-tier fire salamander lizard. Each of them was injured, but none backed down. If they retreated, the ordinary people behind them would lose all hope. "Watch out!" Bai Hao roared, parrying the fire salamander lizard's claw that was aimed at Su Mei. In doing so, however, his own back was slashed, leaving 3 deep wounds that exposed bone, and blood quickly soaked through his gray long-sleeved shirt. "Shan Yue," Su Mei clasped her hands together, and green light glowed from her fingertips, forming a small green orb that flew towards Bai Hao's back. S-rank healing skill **Shang Yue **. The green light enveloped the wounds, and the flesh began to heal rapidly, restoring itself in the blink of an eye. "Old Bai, are you okay?" Su Mei asked worriedly. Bai Hao shook his head, tore off his blood-soaked sleeve, revealing his muscular arms. "Not dead yet, just lost a lot of blood." "Where's the support from Qizhou?" Su Mei, relieved that Bai Hao was fine, wiped the sweat from her forehead. "At the earliest, they'll arrive in an hour. It's only been 30 minutes. Then I'll hold on for another 30 minutes, Bai Hao said without complaint. He flexed his arms, and a golden leopard materialized behind him. Beast transformation ability *** Swift Wind Leopard ***. He crouched down, his hands and feet turning into sharp claws. With a fierce leap, his body transformed into a golden streak of lightning as he charged at the fire salamander lizard. His claws aimed fiercely at the lizard's leg joints. Clang! The collision of claws and the lizard's scales sent sparks flying. Bai Hao's expression darkened. His attack had no effect, and his claw got stuck between the scales. The fire salamander lizard let out a piercing screech and whipped its steel-like tail towards Bai Hao's chest. "Old Bai! Old Bai!" The others cried out in alarm, unleashing their abilities in an attempt to block the attack. But the fire salamander lizard's defense was too formidable. Their efforts had no effect. Bai Hao let out a bitter smile, closed his eyes, and prepared to face his fate. At this life-and-death moment, a shadow streaked through the night sky like a bolt of lightning. The sudden silence was suffocating. Su Mei and the others stared in stunned disbelief at the mysterious figure that had appeared out of nowhere. The figure wore a black trench coat, a black mask concealing his face, and held a long blade emanating dark energy. The blade's glint under the moonlight was sharp and cold. Bai Hao nervously swallowed, glancing at the severed tail writhing on the ground. The feeling of nearly being claimed by death still had his heart racing. His lips trembled as he forced out a question. "Thank you. Are you reinforcements from Qizhou? Are you all right?" "Step back and rest," the mysterious figure replied, his voice hoarse and cold, devoid of any emotion. "Then I'll leave it to you." Bai Hao slowly stood up, but as he inadvertently caught sight of the man's blood-red eyes, he collapsed back onto the ground in fright. He couldn't describe those eyes with words. They resembled a demon from hell, or perhaps the personification of death itself. Screech! The fire salamander lizard let out an ear-piercing cry and lunged at the two of them, its razor-sharp teeth gleaming coldly. Jiang Linchuan grabbed Bai Hao's arm and flung him backward with force. His toes tapped the ground as he leapt, swinging the black-tinged blade in his hand. The blade's arc flashed like lightning, aiming directly at the fire salamander lizard's head. Sensing danger, the lizard raised its claw to shield itself. The blade struck down, slicing through the lizard's right claw as if it were tofu. The fire salamander lizard roared in fury, its severed limb enraging it further. It opened its mouth and spat out a fireball the size of a basketball, the intense heat instantly evaporating the moisture in the surrounding air. Jiang Linchuan twisted in midair, landing swiftly behind the fire salamander lizard like a gust of wind. The fireball struck the concrete ground, creating a massive crater about 40 meters wide. Having retreated to safety, Su Mei and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. If they hadn't moved quickly, they would have been obliterated by the explosion. Old Bai, don't you think that person's figure looks familiar? Sumei's beautiful eyes closely followed the black-clad figure. As a woman, her instincts were sharp. Bai Hao scratched his buzzcut head in confusion. Now that you mention it, he does seem familiar. It looks a lot like that kid, Jiang Linchuan, Sumei said hesitantly. Impossible. That guy just awakened his ability. Bai Hao immediately dismissed the idea. What a joke, how could someone who had just awakened their power face a diamond-tier beast head-on? If that were true, why were the rest of them even alive? Moreover, those eyes couldn't belong to Jiang Linchuan. They didn't look human at all. Don't get worked up. I just think he looks a bit similar, Sumei said, though unease lingered in her heart. Her intuition told her she had definitely seen this person before. Hey! This fire salamander lizard has regenerative abilities. Unless you chop off its head, its severed limbs will grow back. Bai Hao shouted to the mysterious figure who had saved his life. He couldn't gauge the figure's strength, but he was certainly far more powerful than Bai Hao himself. After all, Bai Hao had used all his strength and only managed to scrape off a few scales. The knife in this man's hand, however, could easily cut through the body of the fire salamander lizard. Calling him a big shot was no exaggeration. Just as Bai Hao finished speaking, the severed tail and right claw of the fire salamander lizard began to squirm and quickly regenerated. Jiang Linchuan was well aware of the fire salamander lizard's regenerative abilities and weaknesses, but defeating it completely was no easy task. A diamond-level beast had intelligence comparable to humans and knew to protect its head. Every time Jiang Linchuan's blade was about to strike its head, it would use another part of its body to block and then regenerate to recover from the injuries. System, increase strength by 200 and agility by 100. Jiang Linchuan knew time was of the essence and had no time to waste in a drawn-out fight with this beast. Without hesitation, he used enhancement points to strengthen himself. He had just killed 7 people, gaining a significant number of enhancement points. No martial techniques, no spiritual attack skills, he could only rely on his physical prowess to fight. Feeling the changes in his body, Jiang Linchuan gripped the raging wind blade tightly, quickening his pace as he moved continuously around the fire salamander lizard. The fire salamander lizard's small eyes were filled with vigilance, its tail lashing out repeatedly, but every strike missed. Jiang Linchuan was so fast he seemed like a phantom, moving in circles until the fire salamander lizard became dizzy and disoriented. It had never encountered such a fighting style before and instinctively followed the phantom's movements. On the other side, the city defense forces were severely understaffed. Their defensive line was shrinking as a large number of beasts gathered and charged at the city walls. Suddenly, a soldier broke out from the defensive line, his body covered with small black bricks, and charged fearlessly into the horde of beasts. Brothers, tell my daughter I won't be there to watch her grow up. Sixth brother. Come back. No. Several soldiers, their eyes brimming with tears, watched their comrades back as he ran. They wanted to rush out to save him but were held back by those around them. Boom! A brilliant flash of fire erupted into the sky, and a powerful shockwave rippled outward. Dirt flew everywhere, mixed with blood and shattered flesh. When the smoke cleared, an empty space remained in the beast horde. At least 20 low-level beasts had been blown to pieces, and several gold-level beasts were gravely injured, unlikely to survive. Sixth brother, woo-woo. Sixth brother. Tears and blood mingled in the eyes of Sixth brother's comrades as their hands stretched powerlessly toward the sky, as if trying to pull him back. Pull yourselves together. As long as we're still standing, not a single beast can break through our defense line, a captain roared angrily. Aha! A young soldier screamed, grabbing his backpack and frantically stuffing it with TNT explosives. Just as the backpack was filled, an older soldier snatched it from him. Rookie, the veterans haven't fallen yet. It's not your turn. Why are you staring at me? I've got 2 sons, do you? Stop sniveling like a child and hold back your tears. With that, the older soldier hefted the backpack and strode into the beast horde. Squad leader, woo-woo. The young soldier collapsed to the ground, crying his heart out. Forward! 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 Our team marches toward the sun. Treading the land of our motherland. Carrying the hope of our people. We are an invincible force. The spirited singing echoed across the wilderness. Tears filled the young soldier's eyes as he looked at the squad leader's iron-steeled, unyielding back, standing tall and confident. Another loud explosion rang out, creating another empty space in the beast horde. The soldiers of the city defense silently stared at the smoke and debris. Then, one by one, they picked up backpacks and began loading them with high-powered explosives. Anyone with siblings, you go first. Those with children, you're next. The rest of us will take the final turn. Any objections? No objections. Their voices were unanimous. Every soldier was ready to face death, their eyes locked on the beast horde. Tragic yet awe-inspiring. At that moment, Zhang Linchuan, who had been searching for an opening in the fire salamander lizard's defense, finally seized his chance. He quickly sheathed the raging wind blade and grabbed hold of the fire salamander lizard's flailing tail with both hands. The force was like colliding with a speeding train. Without his formidable physique, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Seeing the consecutive explosions and the heroic sacrifices of the city defense soldiers, rage ignited within Zhang Linchuan. In an instant, he erupted with fury. Up you go. With veins bulging in his arms, Zhang Linchuan lifted the 20-meter-long, 3-ton fire salamander lizard off the ground. Holy crap! Bai Hao, who had been watching the battle, exclaimed in shock. Is this guy a humanoid beast? Su Mei's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She covered her mouth, her chest rising and falling violently. It was a feeling of her heart racing, as though she had found an unshakable sense of security. Get out of the way! Zhang Linchuan shouted, slamming the fire salamander lizard heavily into the ground. The city defense soldiers, who had been prepared to die, froze in place as they witnessed the scene. The earth trembled, splitting open with a massive crack tens of meters long. The fire salamander lizard was slammed so hard it was disoriented. Before it could even cry out, Zhang Linchuan lifted it high again and smashed it down once more. After slamming it 7 or 8 times in succession, the fire salamander lizard temporarily lost its ability to resist. Grabbing its tail, Zhang Linchuan charged into the beast horde. The 20-meter-long fire salamander lizard became his weapon. Wherever he went, beasts were smashed into bloody pulp. Su Mei and the others wanted to help, but Zhang Linchuan was too ferocious for anyone to approach. All they could do was pick up spirit orbs in his wake, replenishing their spiritual energy. Bai Hao held a spirit orb in his hand, staring in astonishment at this man who was using the fire salamander lizard as a weapon. I've never heard of someone this fierce in Shizhou. This is insane. Some people prefer to keep a low profile. It's normal you haven't heard of him, Su Mei said, her eyes sparkling. Zhang Linchuan fought like a madman, single-handedly sweeping through the beast horde at the West City Gate. He felt both exhilarated and terrified. Exhilarated because the devouring skill had granted him such immense combat power. Terrified because his parents and friends were still inside the city. If the beasts broke through the defenses, the consequences would be unimaginable. Half an hour quickly passed, and he felt his strength draining rapidly. The fire salamander lizard's combat power was no match for that of the black-clad man from before, and the devouring skill could no longer be used. On the west side of the city, the fire salamander lizard was the highest-level beast. Zhang Linchuan had hoped to exploit a loophole, but now he had no choice but to leave. Even if it meant dying, he would stand with his family to live or perish together. At that moment, a meteor streaked across the sky, appearing swiftly above Dongyue Guard City. A powerful aura descended from the heavens. Everyone looked up toward the sky. It's Blade Maniac Qin Chang. We're saved! Bai Hao shouted excitedly. Blade Maniac Qin Chang? Wasn't he the vice principal of Tianwu Academy? He's here! Zhang Linchuan sheathed the fierce wind blade, exited the Shura Blood State, and took out the spirit pearl of the fire salamander lizard, raising his head to look at the sky. The scene before him was one he would never forget. A blade light of unmatched might suddenly appeared, transforming into tens of thousands of dazzling and fierce blade rays that descended from the heavens. Like blooming lotus flowers, they blossomed into countless petals, filling the void. Blades descend upon the plains. That's Senior Qin Chang's signature move. He once used this technique to slaughter 100,000 ferocious beasts in the southern frontier. Su Mei exclaimed in awe, her eyes filled with reverence. Damn, my future master is incredible. I absolutely have to hold on tight to this golden opportunity. Zhang Linchuan's heart surged with determination. He firmly believed that in the not-too-distant future, he too would reach such heights. The overwhelming blade light rained down rapidly, each ray severing the life of a ferocious beast without harming a single person or building. Such precise control was utterly astonishing. Unbelievable power, completely awe-inspiring. Zhang Linchuan wished he could sprout wings and fly up to apprentice under such a master. This technique was simply too extraordinary. 3 white flares rose into the sky above Dongyue Garrison City, signaling the end of the orange alert. We're saved! Cheers erupted within the city as the survivors embraced one another, grateful to have narrowly escaped death. The soldiers of the City Defense Division silently began clearing the battlefield, searching for their fallen comrades. No matter the time or place, there are always those who sacrifice for peace. We were so close to the end here, but we owe it all to— Wait, where did he go? Bai Hao looked around, only to realize that their savior had vanished at some point. He's gone, Sume said, gazing in a particular direction, a hint of loss in her eyes. Bai Hao leaned closer, teasing, "Oh? Our great beauty Su has finally had her heart moved? Go ask the Lingwu Association in Qizhou City, and I bet they can find him for you." Zhang Linchuan hurried to the shelter, knowing his parents must be worried sick. Most of the communication devices in the western part of the city were damaged, and his phone had no signal at all. Reminder to host: the Shura Fierce Wind Blade absorbs far more spiritual energy than it can handle, leading to side effects. What side effects? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Just as Zhang Linchuan was about to question the system further, his heart suddenly began pounding violently, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. Then, a sharp pain struck his head, and his entire body felt like it was being pricked by needles, as though countless ants were gnawing at him. Zhang Linchuan collapsed to the ground, his face twisted in agony as he writhed and rolled in pain. "System, you're the absolute worst." After muttering this, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. "Thank you, Senior Qin, for coming to the aid of Dongyue Garrison City. On behalf of all the citizens, I extend my deepest gratitude," Chao Zhan said respectfully. "Ferocious beasts are our common enemy. The people of Long Country are one family, there's no need for thanks. Mayor Chao, it's best to focus on calming the citizens. Don't mind this old man." Qin Sheng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the devastated city, his eyes filled with guilt. "If only I had arrived sooner." After expressing his gratitude, Chao Zhan, as the highest-ranking official, went off to handle the city's affairs, plunging into a whirlwind of work. Dean Qin, Wei Nian hesitated, barely daring to meet the elderly man's gaze. "No need to blame yourself. Just explain what happened clearly," Qin Sheng said, showing no sign of reproach. "After all, protecting ordinary people is the primary duty of the awakened. The night marauders released a berserk serum, causing the ferocious beasts to attack the city. Their goal was to distract us, creating a diversion, while their true objective was to abduct Zhang Linchuan." After hearing Wei Nian's report, Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort. "Those scoundrels lurking in the shadows are at it again. This time, their actions are bold. Who knows what conspiracy they're brewing? The last tragedy taught us a lesson: we must never let it happen again. I will eliminate those treacherous individuals completely. And I hope that young one, who hasn't even begun his path, is safe." 7 days later, at the Central Hospital of Dongyue Garrison City. "Doctor, how is Xiaochuan's condition?" Wang Xueqing asked anxiously, her face lined with worry. Her hair had gained a few strands of gray, and her complexion had aged noticeably. The doctor, dressed in a white coat, finished examining Zhang Linchuan, jotted down a few notes in his record book, and replied, "The patient's condition is stable. There's no need to worry." "Then why hasn't he woken up yet?" Zhang Yandong pressed further. "This is a situation we've never encountered before. All the test results show no abnormalities. Rest assured, he should wake up soon. I'll take my leave now, contact me if there's any change." The doctor closed his notebook and left the room. "Thank you, doctor." Wang Xueqing closed the door, soaked a towel in warm water, wrung it out, and gently wiped Zhang Linchuan's face and arms. She then used a cotton swab dipped in water to moisten his cracked lips. As she looked at her son's pale face, tears slid down her cheeks uncontrollably. Zhang Yandong felt a lump in his throat, taking deep breaths to suppress the tears threatening to fall. As a father, unable to protect his son, his heart was filled with guilt and pain. "Old Zhang, take a rest. You haven't slept for days and shouldn't overexert yourself. I'll go to the canteen to get some food. If Xiaochuan wakes up, he'll surely be hungry," Wang Xueqing said, wiping her eyes before picking up a thermos as she left the room. Zhang Yandong walked to the window, retrieved a pack of crumpled cigarettes, and took a deep drag, staring blankly outside. "Where am I? Is anyone there?" Zhang Linchuan called out loudly in the dark void, but all around him was silence, with no response. He had no idea how long he had been wandering here, yet he could never find an exit. Even the system was unresponsive. "Damn it, what kind of hellish place is this? Could the side effects have sent me straight to hell?" Truly, the greater the power, the greater the cost. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Still, Zhang Linchuan felt no regrets. If he could do it all over again, he would make the same choice without hesitation. Entrusting his life to others had never been his style. Either live or die. Fortunately, he had persevered to the end. Recalling the day's events made him feel nauseous. Had he not remained absolutely calm at the time, his first kill might have turned him into a wreck. With that thought, Jiang Linchuan attempted to summon the fierce wind blade. To his surprise, it worked. The blade felt icy cold in his hand, sharpening his mind. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the dark space. I'm going to find out who's behind this. With the blade in hand, Jiang Linchuan moved like the wind, charging toward the light. He ran for what felt like an eternity, the light growing ever brighter and larger. When he finally reached it, he discovered that the light was a massive door. The gate of heaven? Or the gate of hell? Regardless of what it was, Jiang Linchuan showed no fear. With his chest puffed out, he stepped boldly into the glowing gate. His vision blurred momentarily, then cleared, revealing a grand hall intricately carved with complex patterns. The hall was supported by 16 massive pillars, each so thick it would take 5 people joining hands to encircle one. Strange symbols, which he couldn't comprehend, were etched onto them. The ceiling soared high above, giving the impression of standing in a land of giants. At the far end of the hall stood a colossal black throne, adorned with carvings of peculiar figures and creatures. As Jiang Linchuan was carefully observing the details of the hall, a sigh echoed from the throne. He immediately assumed a combat stance, gripping the gale blade at an angle across his chest, and looked up toward the throne. The once empty throne suddenly manifested a massive shadow. Who's there? Jiang Linchuan shouted sternly. The shadow shifted slightly, and 2 lantern-like lights emerged, eyes scrutinizing him as though he were an ant. When the shadow saw the Azura gale blade, the lantern-sized eyes flared with an intense red light. A terrifying aura swiftly spread through the hall, as if an ancient beast had awakened, suffocating Jiang Linchuan to the point where he could barely breathe. Our kind has not perished. We are still alive. The shadow suddenly roared. The traitors will perish, and our kind shall reclaim the throne. The roar reverberated, leaving Jiang Linchuan's vision spinning and mind blank as he was forcibly ejected from the hall. Outside, Jiang Linchuan's unconscious body lay still, but his eyelashes fluttered faintly. Slowly, he opened his eyes to see a pristine white ceiling, the air filled with the sterile scent of disinfectant. He tried to move but found he had no strength left. Struggling to turn his head, he saw his parents eating meal after meal, and his eyes couldn't help but grow moist. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but his parents looked visibly older, making him feel a deep sense of guilt. He opened his mouth weakly and said, "What are you eating? It smells so good." "Xiao Chuan, our son's awake." Zhang Yandong and Wang Xueqing immediately dropped their chopsticks and rushed to his bedside. Wang Xueqing grasped Jiang Linchuan's hand, her voice filled with concern. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere? You scared your mother to death." Jiang Linchuan smiled faintly. "I'm fine, just weak. I think I'm hungry. I'll get you something to eat right away, but since you just woke up, you can only have liquid food," Wang Xueqing said, walking over to the table and pouring porridge from a thermal flask. "Mom, I want meat." Jiang Linchuan's voice was feeble. "Meat? No way. You need to recover fully first. You haven't eaten for 7 days, you can't handle anything hard to digest." Wang Xueqing's face grew stern as she firmly refused. "I'm an awakened one now. My body's different. Only meat can restore my strength." "Dad, back me up here," Jiang Linchuan said, blinking and acting spoiled. "You brat, I'll go buy you some right now," Zhang Yandong said with a laugh, standing up and heading out. "Can he really eat?" Wang Xueqing asked suspiciously. "I can." Jiang Linchuan's craving for meat was overwhelming. And then, he truly demonstrated the meaning of the phrase, "can really eat." Mao Yuan and Jiang Linchuan's parents watched in stunned silence as he devoured everything in sight. "You sure can eat. Xiao Chuan, you don't look like a patient at all. You've already downed 8 pork knuckles, 6 roast chickens, and 10 roast ducks. If you entered an eating contest, you'd definitely win," Mao Yuan said, drooling at the sight but relieved his friend was okay. Jiang Linchuan licked his fingers and grinned. "I'm only halfway full. Bring me another round of everything." By now, he had regained much of his strength. With every bite of meat, his body felt more powerful, and his full recovery was just around the corner. "You're a little glutton. Fine, good appetite. I'll go get more." Mao Yuan, about to make a joke, held back upon seeing Jiang Linchuan's parents present. He immediately ran off to buy more meat. "You really can eat." Wei Nian, Xiao Zhan, and others arrived after hearing the news. They stared at Jiang Linchuan in shock, unable to resist swallowing hard. Mao Yuan, clutching a pork trotter, hid in a corner, chewing contentedly. He hadn't eaten properly in days. If not for seeing Jiang Linchuan awaken, he might have gone hungry even longer. "Do you guys want some?" Jiang Linchuan asked, holding up a flavorful braised pork knuckle for everyone to see. Though thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush a little under their watchful eyes as he ate. No, no, you go ahead, Wei Nian and the others quickly declined. I found 7 black-clad corpses in the city. How did you escape from them? Chao Zhan asked. The others looked at Jiang Linchuan expectantly, especially Wei Nian, who felt relieved that the cooked duck had flown back. Well, Jiang Linchuan said, swallowing his food and taking the wet towel his mother handed him to wipe his hands. It was someone wearing a mask who saved me. After that, the black-clad men knocked me unconscious, and I don't remember anything else. He would never admit to having killed anyone himself. If the black-clad group found out, they'd surely send stronger enemies next time. He wasn't confident he could survive another battle. Moreover, he'd been unconscious for 7 whole days. Luckily, it was within the city walls. Outside, he would have been dead long ago, let alone sitting here eating meat. So it was him, huh? Wei Nian and the rest exchanged knowing looks, leaving Jiang Linchuan puzzled. He probed, Teacher Wei, do you know who that person is? Tell me, I need to properly thank him for saving me. Jiang Linchuan's parents nodded in agreement. It was only right to thank the person who saved their son. No idea. Wei Nian shook his head vigorously, smiling awkwardly. We haven't identified him yet. He's probably a reclusive master. The city defenses held out thanks to him buying us time until Deputy Dean Qin's reinforcements arrived. Master came? Jiang Linchuan feigned surprise. Yes, Wei Nian said, holding up a finger with admiration in his eyes. Deputy Dean Qin killed all the invading beasts with a single slash. Wow! My master is amazing. Jiang Linchuan recalled the scene from that day and couldn't help but praise. Of course. The others, watching the two of them trade compliments, felt somewhat speechless and gradually excused themselves. Sumei's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Jiang Linchuan, as if searching for something in his gaze. But aside from a newfound depth resembling that of a mature man, she found nothing. Jiang Linchuan felt a chill under her scrutiny, wondering if this woman had discovered something. He picked up a chicken leg and took a big bite, using his eating as a cover for his unease. Sumei noticed nothing unusual. She nodded and smiled at Jiang Linchuan's parents before following the others out of the room. Kid, it's time for us to leave too, Bai Hao said, patting Mao Yuan on the shoulder. Mao Yuan was happily eating when he was startled by the pat. Half a pig's trotter fell from his hand to the ground. He looked up at Bai Hao with an aggrieved expression. Bai Hao awkwardly nudged the ground with the tip of his shoe and said, Once we get to Pengcheng, you can eat whatever you want. I guarantee you'll have more than enough. Mao Yuan pursed his lips, walked to Jiang Linchuan's side, bent down to hug him, and said sadly, Shaochuan, I have to go. Alright, don't make it sound like a farewell. For life and death. Work hard when you get there. Call me if anything comes up, and don't forget our agreement. Jiang Linchuan felt reluctant as well. I remember. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Uncle Jiang and Aunt Wang. Mao Yuan reluctantly followed by Hao and left. I'll go see Xiao Mao off and have a smoke while I'm at it. I'll boil some hot water. Zhang Yandong and Wang Shueqing noticed that Wei Nian had something to say to their son alone, so they found excuses to leave the room. Only the two of them were left in the room. Jiang Linchuan took the initiative to ask, Teacher Wei, who exactly are those people in black? I was just about to tell you, Wei Nian began. Slowly, they call themselves the Night Envoys, but we refer to them as the Night Marauders. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, a group of people has sought to change the rules of the world and regain control of power. They believe that only the strong should wield power, while the lives of ordinary people are as insignificant as grass. Naturally, this ideology was resisted by governments worldwide, who joined forces to eradicate the Night Marauders. Although the Night Marauders were few in number, they were incredibly powerful and could use special methods to control ferocious beasts. The battles between the two sides resulted in heavy casualties. Ultimately, the Night Marauders were defeated by the Allied forces and disappeared, retreating into the shadows to abduct or recruit various geniuses into their ranks. During that war, many renowned strong individuals perished, and it was called the Morning of Nations. To this day, no one knows who the leader of the Night Marauders is, and information about their members is scarce. Numerous attempts by countries to infiltrate the Night Marauders with undercover agents have all failed, with the agents being brutally killed. The internal hierarchy of the Night Marauders is extremely strict, making it very difficult to infiltrate. Finally, Wei Nian warned Jiang Linchuan to be cautious, as those people would not let him off easily. After speaking, he went to handle the discharge procedures. The forces in Dongyue Guard City were weak, so he planned to take Jiang Linchuan back to the imperial capital, where it would be safer. After eating a pile of meat, Jiang Linchuan's body recovered quickly. He took a bath, changed into dry clothes, and felt extremely comfortable. He peeled a banana, crossed his legs, and lay on the bed. System, open the personal panel. Level, Gold 3-star. Spirit, 152 Constitution, 484 Agility, 528 Strength, 476 Charm, 88 Talent. SSS abilities, Shura Blazing Wine Blade, Divine Level, Shura Blood Eye, SS-level. LV1 Flowing Light, S-level. LV1 Intermediate Combat, LV3 Enhancement Points, 2146 Current Task, kill 500 Bronze Level Ferocious Beasts, 468/500. The Seven Night Marauders and the Ferocious Beasts brought a considerable harvest of enhancement points. Looking at the large number of enhancement points in his hand, Jiang Linchuan felt instantly delighted. Time to upgrade the skill levels. Shura Blood Eye upgraded by 1 level, consuming 1000 enhancement points. Flowing Light upgraded by 1 level, consuming 1000 enhancement points. Shura Blood Eye, SS level, LV2. Upon activation, the mind enters an extremely calm state, reducing the speed of all creatures within 100 meters by 15%, and can identify attack weaknesses of enemies up to 2 levels lower. Flowing Light, S-level, LV2. Instantly teleport to any location within 40 meters and gain immunity to all control effects for 5 seconds. The enhancement points were instantly depleted, and Jiang Linchuan felt a bit of heartache, but it was absolutely worth it. After all, others couldn't upgrade their spiritual skills at all. The next morning, Zhang Yandong and Wang Xueqing brought their luggage to the high-speed rail station to meet Wei Nian and the others. Wei Nian didn't see Jiang Linchuan and felt a pang of anxiety, quickly asking, "Where's Xiaochuan?" "Sorry, teacher." Wei Xiaochuan said he wanted to visit an old friend before leaving, Wang Xueqing explained. "Oh, that's fine. We'll wait for him for a while." Wei Nian nodded and signaled Guchang and Gui Yulong to fetch the luggage. Dongyue Guard City Cemetery. Jiang Linchuan held a bouquet of white flowers as he walked into the cemetery, heading toward the tombstone he remembered. The 10-mile-long cemetery had many new tombstones added: men, women, the old, the young, and more often the empty graves of city defense soldiers. No ashes, only clothing and memorial tombs. His gaze swept across the tombstones, looking at the young faces, and he smiled bitterly. If Yu Hai hadn't saved me, I would have been one of them by now, probably without even a body to find. Yu Hai's grave was deep in the cemetery, from an earlier time. As Jiang Linchuan arrived there, he saw a familiar figure. Why was he here too? "Captain Yang, what are you doing here?" Yang Hong turned around, slightly startled, and said, "I came to visit my brother." "Yu Hai is your brother?" Jiang Linchuan was surprised. The two looked completely different. One was sturdy, the other sunny and handsome. "My younger brother, same mother, different fathers." "You knew him?" Yang Hong extinguished his cigarette and answered Jiang Linchuan's question. Jiang Linchuan was silent for a moment. Before saying, "He saved me and died because of me." Yang Hong, Yu Hai's elder brother, did not hold back and began recounting the events of the past. That year, Jiang Linchuan was 13 years old. That year, the system appeared, and he awakened his abilities. As a transmigrator, he thought awakening his powers meant he could do whatever he wanted, and he decided to try killing a few ferocious beasts. He did find an opportunity, but when faced with the massive beasts, he froze in fear. Terror rendered him immobile. He couldn't even hold his knife steady, let alone escape. Yu Hai happened to be patrolling nearby. Yu Hai's strength wasn't top tier, but it was enough to overpower the beasts. Alone, he held off 3 silver-level beasts without faltering. If he hadn't had to protect Jiang Linchuan, the burden, he wouldn't have sacrificed himself. When Jiang Linchuan came to his senses, the 3 beasts were dead, but Yu Hai's chest had been torn open, and he succumbed to his injuries. Even in his final moments, Yu Hai comforted him, "Don't be afraid." At that moment, Jiang Linchuan's mindset completely changed. But the cost was too tragic. After finishing the story, Jiang Linchuan deliberately altered some details. Certain secrets must never be revealed. Yang Hong lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and stared at the photo on the tombstone, saying, "This is a soldier's duty. Don't blame yourself." Xiao Hai, what were his last words? He said he finally got to protect the country like you, but he regretted not being able to play basketball with you anymore. Jiang Linchuan answered softly. Yang Hong's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly, ash falling to the ground. He fought back tears and said, "Xiao Hai did well. And thank you for protecting Dongyue Fortress for the past 5 years." Jiang Linchuan's expression shifted slightly, but soon relaxed. The truth would be discovered sooner or later. "Rest assured, no one but me knows about this. If I hadn't found you unconscious in the city, I wouldn't have believed the one guarding this place was you. I don't know why you're hiding your identity, but I'll keep your secret. Remember, your life isn't just yours anymore. It also belongs to Shanghai." With that, Yang Hong strode out of the cemetery. Zhang Linchuan watched him leave, then lowered his head to place flowers in front of you. Hai's grave, wiping the dust off the tombstone. Looking at the sunny, radiant smile in the photo, he whispered, "I have to leave for a while, and it might be a long time before I can visit you again. I'll carry your mission and protect this land." The train sped toward the imperial capital at over 300 kilometers per hour. Zhang Linchuan gazed out at the mountains and tunnels rushing past the window. The scenery outside was no longer as beautiful as he remembered, it was desolate. His mood remained unsettled for a long time. A few hours later, the train arrived at the imperial capital North Station. The journey had been uneventful, much to the relief of the awakened ones responsible for protecting the high-speed rail. "What? I can't go to school yet? Then where am I supposed to go?" Zhang Linchuan asked in surprise at the station exit. "You'll find out when you get there. There's still some time before school starts, and someone will teach you during this period. I'll also make arrangements for your parents, so don't worry," Wei Nian said mysteriously before leaving with Zhang Linchuan's parents. With a head full of questions, Zhang Linchuan got into another car. He had intended to chat with the driver, but the driver remained silent, coldly focused on driving. This driver was way too cool, he looked every bit like a member of the escort team. Zhang Linchuan felt like his warm face had been met with a cold shoulder, so he simply stopped talking and leaned against the window to enjoy the scenery of the imperial capital. About an hour and a half later, the car stopped in front of a Sihiyuan. "Get out," said the driver, who was wearing black sunglasses and white gloves. "All right, thank you." Zhang Linchuan got out of the car with his bag, curiously observing the Sihiyuan in front of him. In a city as expensive as the imperial capital, owning such a courtyard meant the owner must have extraordinary background and power. Was this his master's home? The driver honked the horn, then turned and drove away. With a creak, the gate of the Sihiyuan opened, and a handsome young man in white martial arts attire walked out. He had a warm smile that made people feel at ease, and his eyes were clear and bright, like the protagonist of a comic book. Truly stunning, Zhang Linchuan silently praised in his heart. The handsome young man took the initiative to wave and greet him. "Hi, you must be the new junior apprentice. My name is Nia Qingyan, I'm ranked 3rd. You can call me 3rd senior brother or Yan Ji." "Hello, senior brother." Zhang Linchuan shook hands with him. Hearing "hello, senior brother," Nia Qingyan was overjoyed, his smile almost splitting his face. This was great news. Master had finally taken on another disciple, so he was no longer the youngest and wouldn't always be bullied by the 1st and 2nd senior brothers. "Come on, Nia." Qingyan hooked an arm around Zhang Linchuan's shoulder and said with a cheerful smile, "Master exerted himself too much a few days ago and needs to rest for a while. During this time, I'll be guiding you on his behalf." "Thank you, senior brother," Zhang Linchuan replied politely. "No need to be so formal. We're family now. Come, let me show you around." From the outside, the courtyard looked ordinary, but once inside, it was a whole different world. Every brick and tile exuded a sense of history. Passing through the decorative gate, they entered a square courtyard. 2 large trees grew there, one a pomegranate tree, the other a walnut tree. The ground was paved with stone slabs, crisscrossed with knife marks. Nia Qingyan explained that this was where they usually practiced their knife techniques. Surrounding the courtyard were the kitchen, bathroom, dining room, and bedrooms. It was a 3-section courtyard, but only the 2 of them lived there. "Just the 2 of us in such a big courtyard, how luxurious," Zhang Linchuan remarked in surprise. "This is Master's courtyard. He doesn't usually stay here. The 1st and 2nd senior brothers come by occasionally. This is essentially our sex base. By the way, you can cook, right?" Seeing Zhang Linchuan nod, Nia Qingyan clapped his hands and laughed. "Great, starting tomorrow, the cooking is all yours. Good luck." Zhang Linchuan was speechless. He had come to learn knife techniques, not to be a cook. "Ah, junior brother, don't make that face. Cooking is also part of your training. I was just like you at first, but after getting a lesson from the 1st and 2nd senior brothers, I straightened out." "You don't want to try that, do you?" Nia Qingyan teased. No, I have no objections. "Cooking is fine," Zhang Linchuan replied with an awkward smile. "A smart person knows when to yield." Afterward, Nia Qingyan took him to the guest room, telling him to take a bath and rest before dinner. Jiang Lingquan's room was spacious, with a private bathroom, a large bed, and various high-tech gadgets. Overall, it was very comfortable. After unpacking, he took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and stepped out of his room. His hair was still damp and slightly messy, glinting in the sunlight with a unique charm. As soon as he stepped out, Jiang Lingquan noticed someone new in the courtyard. A long-haired girl in a black and red uniform was sitting at the stone table under a parasol, her back to him. Her outfit looked familiar. Jiang Lingquan recalled that during the aptitude test at the Dongyue Garrison Command, a woman had worn the same uniform. Military personnel. She must be senior brother's girlfriend. Sensing someone looking at her, the long-haired girl abruptly turned around. Beneath her neatly styled bangs was a beautiful face with sharp features, fair skin, and cold, star-like eyes. Her demeanor was extremely composed, exuding an air of heroic confidence. Jiang Lingquan was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, what a striking and charismatic woman. The girl sized up Jiang Lingquan with a glance, tilted her head slightly, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, and a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Oh, it's junior brother. Come, have a seat." Jiang Lingquan scratched his head awkwardly and walked toward the stone table. He was conflicted, unsure whether to call her sister-in-law or something else. After thinking for a while, he finally greeted, "Hello, sister-in-law." "You're calling me sister-in-law?" Ling Shuang was momentarily stunned, then a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. "Ha! Then I'll call you senior sister," Jiang Lingquan quickly corrected himself. "Do I look that old to you?" Ling Shuang squinted her eyes slightly, a hint of threat in her gaze. Jiang Lingquan gave a wry smile. Women were truly troublesome. "Just kidding. Actually, I'm Nia Qingyan's fake girlfriend, mainly for appearances," Ling Shuang said in a deliberately lowered voice. "In truth, he likes men. You're so handsome, you'd better watch out." The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. Jiang Lingquan instinctively covered his back, feeling a bit panicked. It was just the two of them here with senior brother. Bully him? If only Mao Ho were here. Seeing his reaction, Ling Shuang's eyes sparkled with amusement and a hint of triumphant excitement. She stifled her laughter, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. "Don't worry, just endure it, and it'll pass." Jiang Lingquan's face turned pale, and before he could say anything, Nia Qingyan walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron with cartoon patterns. He looked surprised and said, "Huh, second sister, why are you back? What, you have a problem with that? Junior brother is here today, so of course, I, as senior sister, had to come back and check on him." Ling Shuang waved her small fist and affectionately pinched Jiang Lingquan's cheek. "Junior brother is just too cute. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ling Shuang, your eldest senior sister. From now on, stick with me. She's the second senior sister," Nia Qingyan corrected. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute," Ling Shuang glared at him angrily. "Hello, senior sister," Jiang Lingquan greeted. "Obediently. Since you're here, the eldest senior brother should be arriving soon too. I'll head back to the kitchen to make a couple more dishes. It's rare for our sect to gather," Nia Qingyan said as he turned and went back into the kitchen. At that moment, a piercing roar echoed from the sky. Jiang Lingquan looked up to see a fighter jet streaking across the sky at lightning speed, leaving a long trail behind it. A black dot then plummeted straight down from high altitude, heading directly for the courtyard. Jiang Lingquan stood up abruptly, positioning himself in front of Ling Shuang. Clenching his fists, a deep red glint flashed in his eyes. Ling Shuang, watching his upright figure, felt a twinge of emotion and broke into a radiant smile. This junior brother wasn't bad at all. Nia Qingyan poked his head out of the kitchen and laughed. "Don't worry, it's the eldest senior brother. Only he would make such a flashy entrance." As soon as he finished speaking, the black dot in the sky had already descended above the courtyard. When it was still a few hundred meters from the ground, the figure waved his palms in the air, using the counterforce to slow his descent. He landed steadily in the end. Jiang Lingquan got a clear look at him and couldn't help but gasp, thinking, which general's family does this guy belong to? The man, who had just free-fallen from tens of thousands of meters in the air, appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old. He wore a dark blue uniform, had short, rugged hair, and sharp, chiseled features exuding a steely aura. He was tall and carried a massive saber over 2 meters long on his back, looking every bit imposing. Ling Shuang noticed the bloodstains on Yen Hui's body and quickly asked, "Eldest senior brother, are you hurt?" Though she seemed concerned, her eyes sparkled mischievously, as if saying, "You're not up to par, better hand over the top spot." "It's nothing. I just got back from completing a mission." Yan Hui untied the strap securing the saber on his back and leaned the weapon against a pillar. He turned to look at Jiang Linchuan, his eyes filled with curiosity. When he had descended earlier, he had sensed a cold, killing intent from the ground, but it had vanished quickly, leaving him puzzled. Was it just his imagination? "This is Jiang Linchuan, the new disciple our master recently took in," Ling Shuang introduced proactively. She knew the eldest senior brother was taciturn and not fond of talking, so she quickly broke the ice. Jiang Linchuan withdrew his gaze and smiled at Yan Hui, saying, "Hello, senior brother." Yan Hui nodded in response, his eyes sweeping over his Zamadeo as he asked, "Interested in my weapon?" Jiang Linchuan quickly waved his hand to deny it. "No, I was just casually looking." "Want to give it a try? Let us get to know you better. Although your talent is high, not everyone can join our sect." Yan Hui stared at Jiang Linchuan, his gaze like a cold snake eyeing its prey. Jiang Linchuan immediately felt his whole body tense, as if he were being watched by a cold-blooded serpent. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Ling Shuang quickly tried to mediate. "Junior brother, don't mind him." "Senior brother, didn't mean it that way. This blade weighs over 2,000 pounds, and you've just awakened." "Then I'll give it a try," Jiang Linchuan interrupted Ling Shuang, flexing his fingers and shoulders before walking straight toward the Zamadeo leaning against the pillar. Under the watchful eyes of Yan Hui and Ling Shuang, he reached out, grabbed the scabbard, and effortlessly lifted the blade weighing over 2,000 pounds, even casually tossing it up and down. "This blade is pretty light." Yan Hui's face darkened. This was his weapon, and he knew its weight better than anyone. Now, seeing a newly awakened junior brother treated like a toy, he couldn't help but question reality. Ling Shuang's eyes lit up, thinking that the master's new disciple was undoubtedly a genius, perhaps even more powerful than them. At that moment, Nya Qingyan walked out of the kitchen holding a stainless steel basin and chopsticks. Seeing the scene, his jaw nearly dropped. "Holy crap!" Jiang Linchuan placed the Zamadeo back in its original position, clapped his hands, and smiled. "Senior brother's blade is really impressive." Yan Hui's gaze remained fixed on him, as if he were looking at a treasure. Ling Shuang rarely saw senior brother suffer a setback and secretly chuckled, though she was also puzzled. She knew junior brother's health had always been poor, yet he turned out to be so formidable. Truly unexpected. She stepped closer, standing beside Jiang Linchuan, and praised, "If I didn't already know you're awakened. Ability is object-based, I would have thought you were beast type. Actually, your strength surpasses even those pure strength types." Yan Hui thought for a moment and blurted out 4 words, "Innate divine strength." He didn't know Jiang Linchuan possessed a system, so he could only guess this way. Jiang Linchuan smiled without refuting, tacitly accepting the statement. Clang, 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 Nia Qingyan tapped the stainless steel basin with his chopsticks and shouted loudly, "Dinner's ready." A few minutes later, the 4 of them sat around a square dining table, which was filled with dishes. "Senior brother Nya, do you have OCD?" Jiang Linchuan asked, looking at the uniformly cut ingredients on the plates, somewhat puzzled. Nya Qingyan laughed heartily. "Didn't I mention it? This is also part of training. From now on, the kitchen is yours. Your cooking skills can be mediocre, but the ingredients must be cut uniformly. When you can slice them as thin as a strand of hair, you'll be considered qualified." Ling Shuang picked up a chopstick full of shredded potatoes and pouted as she complained, "Your cooking hasn't improved, it's awful." Nya Qingyan rolled his eyes and retorted, "Your cooking isn't great either." The second shouldn't laugh at the third. Then, he mischievously rubbed his hands together. "Junior brother, can you show us your ability?" Yan Hui, who was focused on eating, immediately became interested, lifting his head from the mountain of white rice to look at Jiang Linchuan. Everyone's eyes were now on him. Jiang Linchuan shrugged, and suddenly, an ancient Tang Dao with its scabbard appeared in his hand. In an instant, the room was filled with a chilling, murderous aura, making everyone's scalp tingle and their skin crawl. "Good junior brother, put it away quickly, I'm freezing." Nia Qingyan rubbed his arms vigorously, his breath turning to frost. Jiang Linchuan retracted the fierce wind blade, and the intense murderous aura gradually dissipated. Yan Hui, being the strongest among them, felt it most deeply. This kind of killing intent was even more intense than what he had experienced crawling out of a pile of corpses. Indeed, the killing intent just now had emanated from this junior brother, though he didn't say much about it. Ling Shuang's eyes were filled with astonishment. She hadn't expected this sunny and handsome junior brother to possess such a powerful ability. She became more interested in him. Nie Qingyan picked up his teacup, wanting to drink some hot tea to warm up, but to his surprise, the tea was as cold as if it were filled with ice cubes, making him shiver involuntarily. Little junior brother, your ability is really great. With you around in summer, we can always have iced cola, Ling Shuang said, using her chopsticks to knock hard on his head. Are you a pig? What's so special about iced cola? I think freezing you would be better, it'll help you stay young. Ow! Nie Qingyan howled, combing his hair and protesting. How many times have I told you, don't hit my head? My head can bleed, but my hairstyle must stay intact. Ling Shuang sneered coldly, do you believe I'll shave your head bald? That'll keep you cool. Nie Qingyan immediately lowered his head in submission, clasping his hands in a pleading gesture. Heroine, spare me. I surrender. The food's gone cold, I'll go heat it up. Saying this, he scurried off to the kitchen with the dishes. Zhang Linchuan shook his head silently, feeling pity for him. This senior sister must have tormented him plenty in the past. He could empathize, this senior sister was practically a little demoness. Next, Ling Shuang introduced Zhang Linchuan to their sect. Zhang Linchuan learned about their specific abilities and the departments represented by their attire. Senior brother Yan Hui, 29 years old, Diamond 3-star, S-level talent, object-based ability, Cold Night. Scorching stars, wielding a horse-cutting saber. Although his talent was S-level, his ability was extremely rare, featuring a special armor-piercing effect with a chance to ignore the opponent's defense. Second senior sister Ling Shuang, 26 years old, Platinum 8-star, SS-level talent, object-based ability, Crescent Blade. Her ability was exceptionally rare, allowing her to freely switch between three forms, dual blades, small blade, and large blade, adapting to different combat needs. Qin Chang even designed 3 sets of blade techniques specifically for her. Zhang Linchuan was astonished, a shape-shifting ability was truly incredible. Third senior brother Nie Qingyan, 24 years old, Platinum 6-star, S-level talent, object-based ability, flying snow across mountains. The name sounded poetic, but in reality, it was an extremely lethal weapon. The nearly transparent flying knives were silent and undetectable, making them hard to defend against. They could also establish a mental connection with their owner, enabling remote control and killing enemies invisibly from kilometers away. Zhang Linchuan licked his lips, surprised that this seemingly harmless senior brother had such a terrifying ability. He also understood one truth: the world never lacks geniuses, but having talent requires relentless effort. Only through this can one continue to grow stronger and survive in this chaotic world. As for the attire worn by Yan Hui and Ling Shuang, it belonged to 2 exclusive mysterious core of the Dragon Nation, City Crusher and Sentinel. Many people knew about these 2 core, but Zhang Linchuan, being an ordinary person, had no access to them. There was never any news about these core on the internet or television. City Crusher was the most powerful combat core in the Dragon Nation, with each member possessing extraordinary skills, specializing in investigating and destroying alien portals. Whenever a new alien portal appeared within the Dragon Nation, they would rush to the scene immediately. If the portal threatened public safety, they would destroy it without hesitation. If the portal was outside urban areas, they would temporarily preserve it. Thus, City Crusher was the sharp blade of the Dragon Nation, but it also had the highest mortality rate. The soldiers of City Crusher were brave and fearless heroes, yet ordinary people had never heard of their deeds. If City Crusher was the sharp blade, then Sentinel was the indestructible shield. Sentinel was responsible for guarding alien portals, preventing ferocious beasts from invading cities. With them around, no one could breach the defense line and threaten the lives of the people. The mortality rate of Sentinel was equally astonishing, almost on par with City Crusher. The peaceful life in the Dragon Nation today was bought with the blood and lives of countless brave warriors. After the meal, the usually silent Yan Hui suddenly spoke, inviting Zhang Linchuan to join City Crusher. Ling Shuang, who had always dreamed of becoming the senior sister, was unwilling to be outdone and extended an invitation as well. Nie Qingyan pouted and muttered, "People are just different. Why didn't anyone invite me back then?" Ling Shuang teased with a laugh, "You're the only child of the Nie family. Your family wouldn't let you go. Who would dare take in a young master like you?" Zhang Linchuan was originally drowsy, but upon hearing this, he immediately perked up and glanced at Nie Qingyan. Nie Qingyan's face darkened, and he smiled bitterly. Don't ask, it's too embarrassing. Unable to hear more details, Zhang Linchuan's expression fell again. It seemed that this senior brother's family was quite wealthy. He didn't agree immediately but thought seriously for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "It's not the right time yet. I've just awakened and need time. If there's anything I can help with, I won't refuse. Alright, I'll wait for you. There's still a mission, I'm off." Yan Hui stood up decisively, took out a black bag from his body, and placed it on the table. A crisp clinking sound came from inside. Ling Shuang also took out a bag and smiled. "I didn't expect senior brother to prepare a gift for you too. Junior brother, this is a special gift from your senior sister. I hope you grow quickly." "That's so unfair. Why didn't I get anything back then? You're clearly playing favorites, I protest." Nie Qingyan shouted angrily, his tone tinged with jealousy. He didn't mind what others gave, but the difference between having and not having made him feel uncomfortable. "Junior brother, keep it up. Senior sister will come to see you again in a couple of days. Bye." Ling Shuang smiled, blew Zhang Linchuan a kiss, and swayed her slender waist as she walked out of the living room. "Goodbye, senior sister." Zhang Linchuan waved his hand, suddenly noticing that senior brother had returned, looking puzzled. Yan Hui glanced at Zhang Linchuan, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke, "There's something I need to remind you about. This is absolutely confidential, don't tell anyone." Zhang Linchuan nodded, and Yan Hui continued, "The beast tide in Dongyue Guard City was deliberately triggered by someone. Our team rushed there as soon as we received the news but found no trace of any foreign portals." Zhang Linchuan's eyes tightened, a flash of light flickering in his gaze. "Our preliminary judgment is that the Night Marauders have already mastered the technology to create temporary foreign portals. This poses an even greater disaster for humanity. Due to the lack of evidence, the higher-ups fear causing panic, so they've ordered secrecy. Just keep this in mind. Be very cautious of the Night Marauders, they won't let us off easily." After saying this, Yan Hui left. Zhang Linchuan remained silent. Because they wanted to take him away, this conspiracy orchestrated by the Night Marauders had already claimed many lives. He had witnessed the heroic sacrifices of young soldiers and the fear of ordinary people facing ferocious beasts. He had almost been separated from his parents. "Ahem, junior brother, I didn't prepare a gift, so I'll give you this car." Nie Qingyan placed a car key in front of him. The key had a sleek design and was clearly expensive. Zhang Linchuan pushed the key back, declining, "Senior brother, you've already made so many dishes. Don't talk about gifts, I didn't prepare anything either. Besides, I don't have a driver's license, so it would be useless. Please take it back." Nie Qingyan ignored the key and smiled, "That's easy. Just sign up at the driving school under my name, and you'll get your license in 3 days." Zhang Linchuan had already guessed what was inside the black bag, but he was still a bit surprised when he opened it. The 2 bags were filled with spirit beads, the lowest grade being silver level, most were gold level, and there were even a few platinum level ones. If these spirit beads were converted into money, they would be enough for him to live comfortably for a lifetime. Zhang Linchuan felt a warm sensation in his heart. Apart from his parents, Mao Yuan, and the little witch, this was the first time someone had treated him so well. Nie Qingyan patted his shoulder and urged, "Stop dawdling, pack your things. It's your first time in the imperial capital, senior brother will take you out for some fun. After today, your life will be different." Fun? Such excitement? Zhang Linchuan, who had been a virgin in both his lives, suddenly felt a bit awkward and quickly stood up. "I'll go wash the dishes." "Hurry up, don't dawdle." An hour later, Nie Qingyan drove a flashy sports car and brought Zhang Linchuan to a towering building. He casually tossed the keys to the security guard at the entrance, adjusted his mask and baseball cap, and looked cautious, as if afraid of being recognized. Zhang Linchuan followed closely behind, looking around. From time to time, girls in ultra-short skirts walked by, further confirming his suspicions. Could senior brother really have brought me here to play poker? But when Nie Qingyan took him into a place called Monopoly Arcade, the atmosphere immediately changed. Nie Qingyan bought 2 baskets of game tokens, pushed one of them in front of Zhang Linchuan, and said excitedly, "Come on, let's go catch some dolls." Catch dolls? Zhang Linchuan looked puzzled. Did he hear that right? How did his senior brother's interests become so strange? He was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. This was the fun his senior brother had mentioned? He forced an awkward smile. Senior brother, you really are a big kid. Nie Qingyan pulled Jiang Linchuan over to a row of claw machines and started playing right away. Jiang Linchuan felt extremely embarrassed. If he had known, he would have worn a mask before going out. Two grown men catching dolls together, it was too humiliating. And the people around them would definitely misunderstand. He could only stand stiffly to the side. Damn it, missed again. Nie Qingyan slapped the button in frustration. Seeing Jiang Linchuan standing still, he asked curiously, "Why aren't you playing?" Well, I thought I'd watch and learn from you first," Jiang Linchuan said, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Catching dolls was only cool if you did it with a girl. The claw on this machine is too loose, it can't grab anything. Nie Qingyan complained as he inserted another token, only to fail again. "You give it a try," he said, pushing Jiang Linchuan toward the machine. "All right." Jiang Linchuan casually moved the joystick and pressed the grab button. As cheerful music played, a pink doll was lifted up. "Junior brother, you got one." Nie Qingyan clapped his hands in delight. "That's all thanks to your groundwork earlier. I probably won't get another one. Try again." Another round of music played, and a small turtle doll was caught. "Junior brother, you got another one." Nie Qingyan exclaimed in surprise. Just lucky, just lucky." 10 minutes later, a pile of dolls had accumulated at Jiang Linchuan's feet. Strangely, he managed to catch something almost every time he inserted a token. In contrast, Nie Qingyan only had a few dolls at his feet, forming a stark contrast. He looked at Jiang Linchuan helplessly, questioning his own abilities. "Junior brother, teach me." "Teach you what? I was just playing randomly." Left with no choice, Jiang Linchuan made up an excuse. "This machine must be broken." Nie Qingyan sighed. "Then why can't I catch anything?" Jiang Linchuan remained silent, unsure how to respond. But honestly, his luck was off the charts. Could this be the treatment of someone chosen by fate? They played until midnight before Nie Qingyan finally let Jiang Linchuan rest. The two of them gave the dolls they had caught to some children, played many other games, and used up all their tokens. When they left the building, Nie Qingyan took off his baseball cap and stood in the empty square, gazing at the starry sky with a melancholy expression. Jiang Linchuan didn't ask anything, quietly keeping him company. Everyone has their own story and their own way of venting. In the adult world, people often bury their feelings deep inside, unwilling to share them easily. Otherwise, what you think is confiding might just become a joke to others. After 10 minutes, Nie Qingyan lowered his head, shook his hair, and said softly, "Thank you, junior brother." Jiang Linchuan smiled faintly. "No need to thank me. I had a good time today." They didn't speak again on the way back. When they returned to the courtyard, Jiang Linchuan was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as he got into his room. 6 a.m. As the sky began to brighten, there was a knock on the door, followed by Nie Qingyan's voice urging from outside. "Junior brother, get up. Time to train." "Coming." Jiang Linchuan responded as he stepped out of his room. "Not bad, up early," Nie Qingyan said with a smile, pointing to the weapon rack in the courtyard. "Use each weapon to perform thrusts, stabs, slashes, chops, sweeps, upward strikes, cuts, and pushes 1,000 times for each move." "I'll demonstrate once. Watch carefully." He walked over to the weapon rack, picked up a wooden sword, and stood straight. His demeanor instantly turned serious, with no trace of his usual carefree attitude. He demonstrated the 8 moves one by one, his movements swift, powerful, and fluid like flowing water. Then he tossed the wooden sword to Jiang Linchuan, clasped his hands behind his back, and assumed the posture of a substitute master. "Senior brother, with so many moves, how long will it take me to finish? So many blades, what does that mean?" Jiang Linchuan's face turned pale. A single weapon required 8,000 swings, and there were quite a few blades. "Start with the lightest wooden sword and finish with the heaviest broadsword. This way, you'll understand what it means to handle heavy objects with ease, and what it means to master something as heavy as a mountain. Stop wasting time and get started." Nie Qingyan sternly stroked his chin, exuding an imposing aura. Jiang Linchuan followed his senior brother's demonstration and performed the move once, then asked, "Senior brother, is this move correct?" Nie Qingyan's eyes flashed with surprise, but he said, "It's passable. Keep going." This junior brother's talent was downright monstrous. Though his movements were still clumsy, his aura and posture were already in place, terrifying. Such a frightening talent, such immense strength. Jiang Linchuan thought again about the incredible luck he bestowed upon himself last night. His master had truly hit the jackpot this time. Alright, Jiang Linchuan responded and continued swinging the blade. He was like an unceasing machine, with only one thought in his mind: become stronger, even stronger. The entire morning, he kept swinging the blade without pause. Nie Qingyan sat under a sunshade, unsure how to even evaluate this junior brother anymore. Earlier, he'd been joking, wanting to see how far the junior brother could go, but he hadn't expected him to actually swing each weapon 8,000 times. Jiang Linchuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, picked up a teacup, and gulped it down in one go. If not for his excellent physical condition, he wouldn't have lasted. Junior brother, I'm hungry. It's time to make lunch, 4 dishes and 1 soup, make it hearty. Got it. I'll get started right away. Soon, Jiang Linchuan prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup. Nie Qingyan picked at the shredded carrots with his chopsticks, showing some disdain. Not finely cut enough. Practice more next time. If you want to become strong, there's no shortcut. The taste is decent, quite good. Let's eat. Afterward, you'll have half an hour to rest, then we'll train your physical endurance. In the afternoon. Only a strong body can store more spiritual energy, ensuring breakthroughs won't get stuck. Understood, senior brother, Jiang Linchuan obediently replied. He had come here to learn, and no matter how hard or tiring it was, he wouldn't complain. On a scenic mountain road near the imperial capital, 2 figures were running one after the other. The scorching sun hung high, and the mountain forest vegetation seemed to bow under the heat. Junior brother, slow down, wait for me. Nie Qingyan followed behind, completely unable to keep up with Jiang Linchuan. Who was supposed to be the platinum level 1 here? Can someone explain why a newly awakened person runs faster than a rabbit? After 3 hours of running, his forehead was covered in fine sweat, and his breathing was labored. Jiang Linchuan, however, hadn't stopped at all. Instead, he sped up, his body dry and fresh, without a single drop of sweat. Hearing his senior brother's shout, he slowed down, pulled a water bottle from the side of his backpack, chugged half of it, and poured the rest over his head. Nie Qingyan caught up, leaning on Jiang Linchuan's shoulder, panting heavily, and complained, "Your physique is truly abnormal. An SSS-level talent is indeed formidable. I really want to send you to a research institute so experts can study your body structure. It might even benefit humanity." Jiang Linchuan ignored him, grinning as he handed over another bottle of water. Calculating the distance, they'd run nearly 100 kilometers in 3 hours. And this was just his normal state. If he ran at full capacity, he could probably make it back to his hometown. Nie Qingyan gritted his teeth. Tomorrow, we'll increase the training intensity. He had thought this would be a good thing, but encountering someone this monstrous was too stressful. He couldn't even imagine what this junior brother would become in the future. Surely someone who would astonish everyone. At that point, he could bask in the glory, claiming he was the one who taught him. Maybe then the old lady at home would stop restricting his freedom. Senior brother, wake up. You're smiling too wickedly. Let's go. If you really can't manage, you can take a cab back. Don't underestimate me. Nie Qingyan quickly caught up. He had finally become a senior brother. He couldn't let himself be looked down upon. By the time Jiang Linchuan returned to the courtyard, the sky was already dark, and Nie Qingyan had been left far behind. Huh, what's that smell? He dropped his backpack and headed into the dining room. The dining room was empty, but the table was filled with various dishes, each covered tightly with lids. His fingers moved quickly as he eagerly lifted the lids. The array of delicious food immediately whetted his appetite, all his favorite meats. Ever since his last coma, his craving for meat had grown even stronger. Senior brother is truly considerate. Jiang Linchuan quickly washed his hands and started eating right away. The moment the food touched his tongue, he was so moved he nearly shed tears. What kind of meat was this? It was incredibly delicious. The texture was exquisite, melting in his mouth, and it left him feeling far more satiated than anything he'd had before. More importantly, as he ate, the food transformed into a gentle spiritual energy that entered his body. This was ferocious beast meat. Only ferocious beast meat could carry such an abundance of spiritual energy. What a pity that in the past, he had killed so many ferocious beasts, only for their meat to go to waste. Jiang Linchuan regretted it slightly. If he hadn't feared being discovered, he would have devoured all those delicacies long ago. Wait, I'm about to break through. Feeling his cultivation realm loosen, he ate even more eagerly, his mouth glistening with grease. Before long, he had cleared the entire table of dishes. Satisfied, he licked the oil from his fingers and let out a contented burp. At this moment, a resentful voice echoed from the restaurant entrance. "Junior brother, you didn't save me even a bite?" Jiang Linchuan scratched his head awkwardly, looking a little embarrassed. "It was just too delicious. I couldn't control myself." "Don't be mad, senior brother, I'll make you some more." "Forget it. I'll just gnaw on instant noodles." "You'd better pray for your own good fortune." Nie Qingyan dragged his tired body back to his room. Could it not be delicious? That was ferocious beast meat, purchased at a high cost, and yet none of it was left for me. I could cry. But since it's my junior brother, I'll just have to bear it. Feeling apologetic, Jiang Linchuan cleaned up the messy table of dishes and returned to his room to take a hot bath. After the bath, he sat cross-legged on his bed, taking out a few gold-grade spirit pearls from his system space and holding them in his palm. He decided to push through and break into the gold 4-star rank in one go. Meanwhile, Nie Qingyan stood at the window, a fork in his mouth and a bowl of instant noodles in his hands, glaring at Jiang Linchuan's door. He muttered under his breath, "You didn't leave me any food, huh? Let me teach you a small lesson, oomph." Ferocious beast meat wasn't something you could eat casually. It carried the ferocious beast's violent power, which could enhance physical strength, but eating too much might not necessarily be a good thing. But how could this greedy junior brother resist? Unfortunately, he didn't know that Jiang Linchuan's physique was completely unaffected by such things. The next morning, Jiang Linchuan stepped out of his room, brimming with energy, having successfully broken through to the gold 4-star level. If not for that meat, he wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. To show his apology, he made Nie Qingyan a sumptuous breakfast. By the time Nie Qingyan got up, Jiang Linchuan had already swung his sword 2,000 times in the courtyard. "Good morning, senior brother. Breakfast is ready." "Good, you're being sensible. Keep practicing," Nie Qingyan said with his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely toward the dining hall. Jiang Linchuan chuckled and resumed the monotonous task of swinging his sword. Around lunchtime, a group of burly men in black suits entered the courtyard, carrying food boxes. Without sparing Jiang Linchuan a glance, they walked straight into the dining hall and then swaggered off. Jiang Linchuan grew increasingly curious about his senior brother's identity, but he wasn't the type to pry. "Junior brother, time to eat." The table was once again filled with a feast of dishes, all brimming with the spiritual energy of ferocious beast meat. "Senior brother, you've outdone yourself again," Jiang Linchuan said, fully aware that this was all Nie Qingyan's way of preparing him for cultivation. "It's nothing. We're family. Don't be polite, eat up." "Your training intensity will increase from now on," Nie Qingyan said, winking slyly. A month later, the courtyard echoed with the fierce clash of weapons. With a screech of grinding metal, Nie Qingyan staggered back a few steps, stabilizing himself. He tossed aside his steel blade, now riddled with notches, and muttered, I'm done. "You're a monster." Jiang Linchuan also dropped his broken blade and cupped his hands. "Thank you for going easy on me, senior brother." He took off his shirt, revealing well-defined muscles and a tall, robust figure radiating masculinity. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he poured tea for both himself and Nie Qingyan. This month had been neither long nor short, but it had been fulfilling for Jiang Linchuan. Thanks to the system's training, his combat power had skyrocketed. Over this period, he trained diligently every day, developing thick calluses on his hands. The basic swordsmanship taught by Nie Qingyan had become second nature to him. With 2 meals of ferocious beast meat daily, along with the spirit pearls sent by Ling Shuang and Yen Hui, his cultivation realm had now broken through to gold 5-star level. The speed of his progress was something he never dared to imagine before, and it made his demand for resources grow increasingly larger. Occasionally, he would contact his parents or Mao Yuan as a way to balance his life. His parents' mental state had improved significantly, and their old illnesses were cured under Wei Nian's arrangements. With no more financial pressure and their son successfully awakened, their outlook on life changed drastically. They were now peacefully recuperating and preparing to look forward to having grandchildren in the future. Tomorrow is your first day of school. Your senior brother hasn't taught you much, but from now on, your master will personally guide you, Nie Qingyan said with a complex expression, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. A month of living together had forged a deep brotherly bond between them, and their relationship was very harmonious. Nie Qingyan didn't have many friends, and even fewer people could truly enter his heart. Moreover, their mutual sparring had significantly improved both their skills. Now that they were about to part ways, it was inevitable to feel a bit sad. Jiang Linchuan, raised his teacup and clinked it with Nie Qingyan's, saying solemnly, "Thank you, senior brother, for your meticulous guidance over the past month. I am deeply grateful. If you ever need anything, just call me. Even if it's the underworld, I'll walk through it with you." "Alright, enough with the nonsense. Work hard." "No, I'm the one who needs to work hard," Nie Qingyan said, downing his drink in one go, using the motion to hide the moisture in the corners of his eyes. "Senior brother, you'd better step up your game, or I'll catch up to you," Zhang Linchuan said, patting his shoulder before heading to the kitchen. Before parting, he planned to cook a good meal for his senior brother. Without Nie Qingyan's careful guidance, he wouldn't have progressed so quickly. That night, the two drank quite a bit. Nie Qingyan, who had a low alcohol tolerance, got drunk and fell asleep early, so Zhang Linchuan carried him back to his room. Returning to his own room, Zhang Linchuan noticed a black suitcase that hadn't been there before. Inside were several high-end clothes and watches. This senior brother was truly thoughtful. Zhang Linchuan let out a long sigh. The human heart is unpredictable, but this senior brother was genuinely good to him. In this lifetime, I must protect him. On the first day of school, Zhang Linchuan got up early, packed his things, and walked out the door with the black suitcase. Nie Qingyan, rubbing his hair, came out of his room and greeted him with a smile. "The clothes fit well, right?" "Not bad, you're almost as handsome as your senior brother now. When you get to Tianwu Academy, you'll definitely charm a bunch of junior girls. The legend I left behind will now depend on you. These clothes are really comfortable." "Thank you, senior brother." Zhang Linchuan had to admit that clothes make the man. Wearing the outfit Nie Qingyan had given him, he looked even more dashing. "Let's go. I'll take you to the academy." "Senior brother, are you sure you're okay to drive like this? Don't get caught for drunk driving." "You drive. No problem." Zhang Linchuan already had a driver's license, which Nie Qingyan had forced him to get during his spare time. To be honest, getting the license in 3 days really meant he got it in 3 days. The car had also been transferred to his name. When Nie Qingyan said something, it was final, leaving Zhang Linchuan no choice but to obediently accept it. Driving a sports car worth tens of millions, Zhang Linchuan felt no excitement at all. He wasn't interested in luxury cars. In this world, strength was the ultimate rule. With enough strength, one could easily kill a few high-level ferocious beasts and exchange them for a fortune. But to him, a few spirit beads were far more practical. Compared to these material things, human relationships were much harder to navigate and even more important than life itself. Tianwu Academy was located in the northern part of the imperial capital, covering a vast area with comprehensive facilities, resembling an independent small city. It was the painstaking effort of the predecessors, aimed at cultivating the top talents of the Dragon Nation to help the country stand firm in these chaotic times. At this moment, the school gate plaza was already crowded with people. 36 10-meter-tall coiled dragon pillars surrounded the plaza. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement as they stared at the two large characters Tianwu on the stone wall, their hearts brimming with pride. Walking through this gate symbolized a turning point, a path to success and glory. Zhang Linchuan parked the car by the roadside. Luxury cars came and went around them, and as he and Nie Qingyan got out of the car, they immediately caught the attention of a group of girls. "Senior brother, you should head back now. I can manage on my own." Nie Qingyan helped him with his suitcase and frowned, asking, "Are you really planning to stay in the dormitory? I have an apartment nearby." Zhang Linchuan took the suitcase and said with a smile, "No need, I'm here to cultivate, not to enjoy myself. If I get caught up in this flashy world, what if I lose my way? That doesn't conflict with anything. Forget it, since you're insistent, I won't say more. Call me if you need anything. Don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid of it either. There's nothing in the capital I can't handle," Nie Qingyan reminded him. "I don't know anyone here, what trouble could I possibly cause? I'm off." Zhang Linchuan waved his hand, pulling his suitcase as he walked toward the school gate. Nie Qingyan stood there for a while, watching Zhang Linchuan's figure disappear. He declined the requests of some beauties asking for his contact information, started the engine, and his car vanished into the traffic. Zhang Linchuan weaved through the crowd, the youthful faces around him reminding him of his own younger days. He ignored the girls trying to get his attention, stood tall, and searched for his registration location. Thanks to his height, he quickly spotted a sign with his name on it. The bold red characters were hard to miss. Could this have been arranged by teacher Wei Nian? Great, now he's completely famous. Jiang Linchuan muttered to himself but still walked over. The person in charge of this registration point was a slim, sweet-looking girl. The boys in line ahead of him were all blushing and trying every possible way to strike up a conversation with the beautiful senior. Tang Xiaonan was feeling extremely annoyed at the moment. On such a hot day, staying in this stifling place was pure torture. She could only endure it, using a gentle tone to help the excited freshman register. If it weren't for a promise she made to her roommate and best friend, she'd definitely be in her dorm room right now, enjoying the air conditioning and watching dramas. Tang Xiaonan rejected yet another freshman's cliched attempt at flirting, fanning herself with a piece of A4 paper to get some air. Just then, a tall figure appeared in front of her. Tang Xiaonan's eyes lit up when she saw the sunny and handsome freshman. This trip wasn't in vain after all, there was actually such an outstanding junior. If he tried to flirt, she definitely wouldn't refuse. Hello, senior, here are my documents. Jiang Linchuan handed over his papers. Tang Xiaonan quickly took them, a smile appearing on her lips. But when she saw the name, she froze and softly asked, "You're Jiang Linchuan?" Jiang Linchuan nodded. "Yes, senior, is there a problem?" "Oh no, why does it have to be Jiang Linchuan?" Sigh, her crush already has someone. "No problem, I'll register you right away." Tang Xiaonan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. If she'd known, she wouldn't have come. "Here you go, Junior Jiang, you're all set." Jiang Linchuan took his documents and was about to leave. "Wait, Junior Jiang, do you know where to pick up your living supplies?" Tang Xiaonan quickly called out to him, stepping out from behind the desk. "I don't know. Could you show me the way, senior?" Jiang Linchuan was a bit puzzled. The senior's enthusiasm caught him off guard. "I'll take you there. Wenwen, please continue registering the freshman for me," Tang Xiaonan said, handing her work over to the girl beside her and pulling Jiang Linchuan away. Once they were out of the crowd, she let go, afraid her best friend might misunderstand. As they walked, she introduced the layout of the academy to Jiang Linchuan. Tianwu Academy had beautiful scenery, uniquely designed buildings, fresh air, and abundant spiritual energy, making it a particularly pleasant place. "Senior, where are we going? Why is there no one around?" As they walked, Jiang Linchuan started to feel something was off. Today was the first day of registration, so it should have been bustling with people. Tang Xiaonan grew a bit nervous, placing her hands on her hips and pretending to be calm. "We're taking a shortcut." "What, are you, a grown man, afraid I'll do something to you?" "That's not what I meant. I was just asking casually." "Please don't take it the wrong way, senior," Jiang Linchuan explained with a smile. After walking for another 10 minutes, Tang Xiaonan stopped, turned around, and said, "Wait here. I'll go get your living supplies." "Don't trouble yourself, senior. I can do it myself," Jiang Linchuan quickly declined, feeling overwhelmed by her enthusiasm. Tang Xiaonan ignored him and hurried off. Jiang Linchuan had no choice but to stand there and wait, taking the opportunity to observe the place where he would be living for the next few years. And next to it was an artificial lake, the water so clear you could see the bottom. Inside, there were many brightly colored ornamental fish leisurely swaying their tails as they swam back and forth. Rows of willows were planted along the shore, their green branches dipping into the water. Beneath the trees, a few benches were placed for people to rest. Just as Jiang Linchuan was observing his surroundings, a crisp and melodious voice came from behind, as pleasant as an oriole emerging from the valley. "Classmate, could you help me tie my hair?" Jiang Linchuan turned toward the voice, initially thinking it was a couple showing off their affection, and he wanted to join in the fun. But with just one glance, he froze. A beautiful girl was sitting a few meters away on a bench, her legs curled up. She was wearing blue jeans, a white undershirt, and a light gray sports jacket over it. Her arms hugged her knees, her pointed chin resting on her slender thighs. Her soft hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her lively eyes were as clear and transparent as crystals. In the crowd, her beauty made everyone else seem ordinary and unremarkable. Jiang Linchuan could hardly believe what he was seeing, as if he were in a dream. At that moment, the girl looked up, a hint of pity in her gaze, her thin red lips slightly pouting, evoking a sense of tenderness. Jiang Linchuan glanced around, saw no one else, pointed at himself, and asked in confusion, "Are you talking to me?" The girl nodded gently, her eyes fixed intently on his face. Jiang Linchuan involuntarily walked over. extended his right hand, and said softly, "Give me the hair tie." The girl looked at the worn black hair tie on his wrist and said with a hint of grievance, "Don't you already have one?" Jiang Linchuan touched the hair tie on his wrist and said awkwardly, "This one won't do, it's very important." To me. Was she kidding? If the little witch found out he lent the hair tie she gave him to another girl, she'd definitely be furious. Shintong secretly rejoiced in her heart. It seemed Lin Chuangij hadn't forgotten about her. She put her legs down, looked up, and asked, "It must have been given to you by a very cute girl, right?" Cute? The little witch couldn't be described with the word cute. She was fierce. Seeing the girl staring at him, Jiang Linchuan avoided her gaze and stammered, "Sort of. I guess." Shintong immediately became unhappy, puffing out her cheeks and saying indignantly, "What do you mean sort of? Lin Chuangij, was I not cute before? What did you just call me?" Jiang Linchuan was completely stunned, his mind feeling like it had been struck by lightning. He suspected he was hallucinating, struggling to connect the girl in front of him with the little witch. Shintong stood up, her perfect figure on full display, playfully blinked, and sweetly called out again, "Lin Chuangij." Oh my god. Jiang Linchuan nearly fell over. He finally understood why Mao Yuan had warned him to be extra careful. It turned out Mao Yuan had always known the little witch was at Tianwu, while he himself had been kept in the dark. That damned Mao Yuan. Far away. In Pengcheng, Mao Yuan sneezed, tightened the collar of his short-sleeved shirt, and muttered to himself, "How is it that on such a hot day, I feel a bit cold?" By now, Xiao Chuan and the little witch should have met. Ha ha. I hope Xiao Chuan can handle her, that way, the little witch won't bother me anymore. Taking one for the team, ha ha. The people nearby, hearing his maniacal laughter, quickly moved away. A parent glanced at Mao Yuan disdainfully and whispered, "Even though Bashir Academy is famous, how can they accept someone mentally ill? Daughter, you must stay away from people like that in the future." Jiang Linchuan forced an awkward and strained smile. "Why are you at Tianwu?" Mao Yuan didn't tell me. If Mao Yuan had told you, would you have come to Tianwu? Shintong retorted. Of course not, Jiang Linchuan blurted out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it, wishing he could slap himself twice. How could he say what he was really thinking? It was over. Now, who knew how the little witch would torment him? It was all Mao Yuan's fault. Was it too late to drop out now? Shintong's face darkened. Her voice soft and weak as she said, "Do you really not want to see me?" Looking at the pitiful girl, Jiang Linchuan's heart tightened. He reached out to gently touzle her soft hair and said with a smile, "How could I not want to see you? I was just joking earlier. We haven't seen each other in years. I dream about meeting you." Feeling the familiar affectionate gesture, Shintong could no longer suppress the longing in her heart. She threw herself into Jiang Linchuan's arms, tightly hugging the boy she had been thinking about all this time. The familiar scent and the strong embrace completely captivated her. Ever since she heard that Dongyuegard City had been hit by a beast tide, her heart had been on edge, unable to eat or sleep well. Later, when she learned from Mao about Jiang Linchuan's coma, she wanted to rush to his side immediately, but feared it might be their last meeting. It wasn't until she confirmed Jiang Linchuan was safe and sound that her heart finally settled, and she slept for 2 whole days and nights to recover. "It's good that you're okay. You have no idea how worried I was about you." The soft body in his arms and the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose made Jiang Linchuan's heart flutter. He held the girl's slender waist and gently comforted her. "See, I'm standing right in front of you, perfectly fine." Shintong's lips curved into a smile as she savored this precious reunion. Meeting an old friend also brought Jiang Linchuan into a wave of memories. 8 years old. "Brother Linchuan, this is your birthday gift. From me. Open it when you get home, okay?" The young Shintong obediently handed Jiang Linchuan a delicately wrapped gift box. Having just crossed into this world not long ago, Jiang Linchuan was still filled with fear about his surroundings. Receiving the gift brought a warm feeling to his heart. Sneaking back to his room, he opened the gift box. The moment he opened it, he was almost scared into throwing the box away. It turned out to contain a lifelike toy snake. "This little girl is so mischievous. It's rare for her to think of giving me a gift. Good thing I don't have a heart condition, or I'd be scared to death." Just as he was about to throw the toy snake away, he heard a rustling sound from the box. "Oh, the real gift is underneath. This little one is clever." Excited, Jiang Linchuan opened the second layer of packaging, and a black shadow suddenly flew out, biting his lip. It was a real snake. Jiang Linchuan's vision went black, and he fainted. When he woke up in the hospital, he saw Shin Shintong with red, swollen eyes. Instead of blaming her, he comforted her for half a day. Fortunately, the snake wasn't venomous. 9 years old. Despite being more cautious, Jiang Linchuan was still deceived by Shin Shintong's innocent appearance. He fell into a disguised dry well. And it wasn't until midnight that the residents discovered and rescued him. The well wasn't deep, and he only got a few scrapes. He didn't say it was Shin Shintong's doing, only claiming he had been playing carelessly and fell in. Jiang Linchuan knew Shin Shintong acted this way because she was lonely, her parents were busy with work and had no time to care for her. He didn't bother to argue with a child. 10 years old. The Shin family prospered and moved to the better-equipped Shizhou base city. Before leaving, Shin Shintong tearfully handed Jiang Linchuan a pink piggy bank, saying it was an early birthday gift. Jiang Linchuan shook the piggy bank vigorously in front of her, hearing the clinking of coins inside, thinking she had finally outgrown her pranks. But when he smashed open the piggy bank, besides coins, a swarm of cockroaches crawled all over the room. Though cockroaches weren't scary, they were utterly disgusting, leaving Jiang Linchuan with a lasting impression. Of course, Mo Yuan was also a victim. His split-stream urination issue was a lingering consequence of Shin Shintong's pranks. After the little witch moved away, they lost contact. However, every year on Jiang Linchuan or Mao Yuan's birthday, Shin Shintong would send a special gift. The two were constantly frightened by the little witch's pranks and could only find solace in each other. Occasionally, the little witch would send something normal, like that hair tie, which Jiang Linchuan kept with him, thinking it might come in handy someday. Mao Yuan definitely doesn't know what the little witch looks like now, otherwise, he'd surely come to the imperial capital. I need to find a chance to video call him and show him the little witch. Guaranteed he'll be so scared he'll cry and hide in the bathroom. Jiang Linchuan was plotting in his mind how to get back at that troublemaker, Mo Yuan. The two of them quietly embraced for over 10 minutes. After all, Shin Shintong was a girl and a bit shy. She wriggled slightly and playfully complained, "Aren't you going to let go of me? It's so hot." "Clearly, you were the one who hugged me first." Reluctantly, Jiang Linchuan loosened his arms. The soft, warm sensation disappeared, and he calmed down. "I actually hugged the little witch. Oh my god, my life isn't long enough for this." Shin Shintong adjusted her wrinkled clothes, her face flushed with a captivating blush. She lowered her head, twisting the hem of her shirt, and said coyly, "Help me tie my hair." "Okay." Jiang Linchuan walked behind her, took the hair tie off his wrist, smoothed her soft hair, and casually tied it into a high ponytail. He used to help the little witch tie her hair often, until her family moved away. After so many years apart, it felt just like yesterday. Shin Shintong shook her head, took out her phone, and used the screen as a mirror to check her hair. She complained, "Your hair tying skills are still as bad as ever." "Ahem, as long as you're good looking, that's all that matters." Jiang Linchuan carefully patted her shoulder. He wouldn't dare make the little witch angry, that was no joke. Shin Shintong chuckled lightly, patted his shoulder, waved her hand, and said sweetly, "Good that you know your place. Come on, senior sister will treat you to something to eat." "Is it something normal this time?" Jiang Linchuan asked cautiously. He still had lingering trauma from the things the little witch had given him before. Shin Shintong glared at him and stormed off angrily. "Hey, don't go. I haven't gotten my daily necessities yet." Jiang Linchuan quickly chased after her. "Humph, Nan Nan will help you bring them back to the dorm." Tang Xiaonan, carrying a large bag in one hand, had a cold expression on her face, scaring off everyone who tried to strike up a conversation. Her best friend was so disloyal, going off to date her little lover and leaving her to do all the heavy lifting. It was just too much. She felt both aggrieved and upset. She stormed into the boys' dormitory, found Jiang Linchuan's room, and directly dumped the stuff on the floor, stomping on it a couple of times to vent her frustration. The scene startled the two people in the room. One was a tall, thin, and quiet boy holding a book. The other was shorter, wearing a leather jacket covered in shiny studs, with heavy smoky eye makeup on his face and a row of earrings on his ear. He was fixing his edgy hairstyle in the mirror. He froze for a moment, then, seeing a beauty had arrived, quickly flicked his bangs, revealing what he thought was a charming smile. He took a couple of steps forward and held out his phone. "Hey, beautiful, add me on WeChat." Tang Xiaonan, still fuming, snapped at him, "At your sister. Get lost." With that, she turned and left gracefully. "Man, that girl is fierce." The boy scratched his head and returned to the table to continue fixing his hairstyle. The phone rang. It was Tang Xiaonan's phone. Seeing that it was her best friend calling, she almost hung up, but then thought better of it. Her best friend was still thinking about her even while on a date, and her mood instantly improved. She answered the call, and Shin Shintong's sweet voice came through. "Nan Nan, come to the cafeteria for dinner. Eat whatever you want, it's on me. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Just watch how I teach you a lesson, hee hee." Tang Xiaonan's attitude shifted instantly, and she reverted to her sweet and gentle senior sister persona. Zhang Linchuan and Shin Shintong walked side by side. Though silent, there was so much they wanted to say. After years apart, there was too much of a gap to fill. Returning to how things used to be would take time. Shin Shintong occasionally turned her head to glance at Zhang Linchuan, her heart brimming with sweetness. The most important person in her heart was right by her side, and the feeling was indescribable. She wished they could just keep walking like this, from morning till night, until they were old and gray. Zhang Linchuan, feeling a bit nervous under her gaze, couldn't help but ask, "Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Shin Shintong's cheeks flushed slightly, and she retorted stubbornly, "If you weren't looking at me, how would you know I was looking at you? The little girl from back then has grown so beautiful now. It's only natural to take a few more glances. By the way, when did you awaken?" Zhang Linchuan didn't want to dwell on the topic and quickly changed the subject. Upon hearing the praise, Shin Shintong was overjoyed and excitedly said, "I awakened 2 years ago, trained with an elder for a year, and have been at Tianwu Academy for another year. Let me show you my ability." She crossed her hands as if in prayer, and golden light radiated from her body, forming a magnificent longbow in front of her chest. As the longbow appeared, a powerful aura of majesty spread out. The bow was entirely golden, as if forged from pure gold, with mysterious runes engraved on its body and a soft white animal hide wrapped around the grip. Each end of the bow had a pair of transparent wings, and 2 sharp blades were hidden on the bow's limbs. Shin Shintong smiled and introduced, "This is an artifact-type ability called Elven Queen's Kiss." With a golden 3-star strength, Zhang Linchuan was somewhat surprised by the little witch's power but quickly understood. After all, the Shin family was wealthy, and their cultivation resources were undoubtedly abundant. "So, you were the SSS talent recruited by Tianwu last year? Ha? Linchuan Ge, how did you know?" Shin Shintong asked in confusion, as few people knew about her talent. "I guessed. Beautiful girls usually don't have poor talent," Zhang Linchuan replied casually. He. At the cafeteria entrance, Tang Xiaonan joined Shin Shintong and Zhang Linchuan, giving them a teasing look with a mischievous smile. Shin Shintong scratched her, trying to hide her shyness, and then the 2 girls walked into the cafeteria arm in arm. Tianwu's dining hall was enormous, with 5 floors offering a variety of cuisines for students and teachers to choose from. As soon as the 3 entered, they caused a stir. The charm of beautiful women was irresistible, especially someone as stunning as Shin Shintong. Countless eyes were filled with greed and admiration. Some were so distracted that they stuffed food into their noses without realizing it. Shin Shintong was already accustomed to such attention and calmly discussed with Tang Xiaonan what to eat. Zhang Linchuan followed behind as their protector, feeling uneasy about the desire in those gazes. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure and excitedly rushed over. In an instant, he was in front of the person, sweetly calling out, "Mom." Shin Shintong and Tang Xiaonan blinked, and when they turned around, Zhang Linchuan was gone. When they finally found him, the 2 exchanged a glance, their eyes full of shock. "Shintong, is your boyfriend really newly awakened?" Tang Xiaonan asked incredulously. "I think so. Don't say that, he's not my boyfriend yet," Shin Shintong replied, her face turning as red as an apple, making her look even more charming. "Come on, let's go see. What could make him leave a beauty like you behind?" Tang Xiaonan pulled her along toward Zhang Linchuan. "You brat, it's only been a little over a month, and I almost didn't recognize you," Wang Shueqing said with a smile, clearly delighted to see her son. "Mom, I almost didn't recognize you either. If we went out together, people would think we were siblings," Zhang Linchuan said, his eyes slightly red. His mother had changed so much. Her hair had turned from gray to black, her skin had become smooth and radiant, and she looked like a young woman in her early 30s. "Stop joking. What do you want to eat? I'll serve you." Anything you make, I love. Where's Dad? He's helping out at the school maintenance department. He just finished eating and went back. Hello, Aunt Ching, Shin Shintong greeted as she approached Jiang Linchuan, feeling a bit nervous, as if meeting her future mother-in-law. Wang Shueqing was serving food for her son when she heard someone call her. She looked up and froze for a moment before reacting. Oh my, whose daughter is this? She's so beautiful. Xiaochuan, is this? Mom, this is Shintong, Jiang Linchuan said. With a smile. Which Shintong? Wang Shueqing asked, still puzzled. From the Shin family, Jiang Linchuan reminded her. Even he hadn't recognized this little witch at first, so it was no surprise his mother didn't either. Probably no one in the old apartment complex would recognize the troublemaker from back then. Oh my, Wang Shueqing exclaimed, slapping her forehead before rushing out to warmly hold Shin Shintong's hand. No wonder you looked so familiar. It's been so many years, and Shintong has grown up so much. Shin Shintong obediently let her hold her hand and said, I've really missed you and your cooking. These words are heartfelt. She used to often go to Jiang Linchuan's house for meals, and Wang Shueqing would always give her the best dishes. That taste is an unforgettable memory for her. Got it, I'll serve you right away. Wang Shueqing hurried back to the house, picked up a tray, and filled it with food. Mom, you're so biased. I was here first, Jiang Linchuan said, a little jealous. Shin Shintong secretly chuckled, feeling more touched than anything else. Is that enough? Wang Shueqing asked while continuing to serve food. That's enough, that's enough. I can't finish this much. Shin Shintong cast a pleading look at Jiang Linchuan. Jiang Linchuan ignored her, watching the scene unfold with schadenfreude. If you can't finish it, give it to this brat. Oh, I almost forgot, you two have grown up now. You can't just settle for one bowl of rice like when you were kids. Shen Shintong's cheeks instantly turned red. She sneaked a glance at Jiang Linchuan, and, seeing no reaction from him, felt secretly annoyed. All right, Mom. Girls these days are all about watching their figures, they don't eat much. Hurry up and serve me some rice. I'm starving. Do you have a big bowl? Get me a big bowl. A big bowl? Wang Shueqing pointed her spoon at her son. If you can't finish it, I won't let you off. Jiang Linchuan repeatedly promised he could finish it, so Wang Shueqing found a large metal bowl and filled it with food. There was no other way. His stomach had been trained by eating beast meat, and regular food couldn't satisfy his appetite. He could only rely on quantity. Fortunately, his mom was skilled, so he wouldn't have to worry about going hungry in the future. The cafeteria grew more crowded, and Wang Shueqing quickly urged her son to leave to avoid being the subject of gossip. Jiang Linchuan carried the large bowl of food and found a table to sit at under the curious gazes of the crowd. Tang Xiaonan returned with her clay pot noodles, and when she saw Jiang Linchuan's massive bowl compared to her small pot, she was utterly speechless. Was this even human? If it weren't for her friends being there, she would have switched tables. Shen Shintong clutched her stomach, almost laughing herself to tears. She hadn't expected Jiang Linchuan to have such an appetite. Jiang Linchuan kept a straight face and said seriously, don't laugh. Focus on eating. Half an hour later, Shin Shintong handed her phone to Jiang Linchuan with a smile. Brother Linchuan, you're famous. Jiang Linchuan looked up at the phone and sighed helplessly. These people really have nothing better to do. Instead of cultivating, they play paparazzi. Someone had posted on the campus forum with the title shocking. The cafeteria's king of eating. Shin the campus belle reduced to a side character, accompanied by a very clear photo of Jiang Linchuan devouring his food. It's pretty funny, Shin Shintong said, taking a tissue from her pocket and handing it to him. I'm full. I'll head out first. Tang Xiaonan quickly left. Luckily, the paparazzi hadn't captured her, otherwise, her image would have been ruined. After the meal, Shin Shintong took Jiang Linchuan for a walk around campus to familiarize him with the environment. It wasn't until 9 in the evening that she dropped him off at the dormitory building. A group of freshmen happened to see them and started cheering excitedly. Shen Shintong blushed, gave Jiang Linchuan a quick hug, and ran off. Dude, you're amazing. It's only your first day, and you've already got a girl. Not just any girl, but the campus belle of Tenwu Academy. Impressive. 666. Which room are you in, bro? Teach me sometime. Jiang Linchuan ignored the commotion from the upper floors and followed the signs to his dorm. Just as he reached the door, he heard deafening heavy metal music. In the hallway, many people were casting disapproving looks at room 301's door. What's going on? Jiang Linchuan asked, puzzled, as he pushed open the door to room 301 under the angry stares of the crowd. The scene before him left him speechless. What on earth were these strange things? A guy in a leather jacket with an alternative style was writhing wildly in his chair, like a live worm. Next to him, a burly man was sitting on the bed, snapping his fingers, stomping his feet, and shaking his head. Even stranger, amidst this chaotic background, a scholarly-looking guy was quietly reading a book. The scene was oddly harmonious despite its absurdity. What was going on here? Jiang Linchuan turned off the speaker, and the music abruptly stopped. The two immersed in the music froze mid-action. Hey, don't turn off my speaker. The unconventional boy was about to reach out to turn the stereo back on when Jiang Linchuan grabbed his wrist. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't shake off Jiang Linchuan's grip, and the pain was so intense it felt like his bones might break. Unwilling to give up, he raised his head and said blankly, "Kid, you're pretty tough, huh? Come on, big guy." The burly man cracked his knuckles and reached out to grab Jiang Linchuan's wrist, but Jiang Linchuan was quicker, seizing him by the throat. The man, weighing over 200 pounds, was effortlessly lifted by Jiang Linchuan as if he were a chick. The unconventional boy's eyes were filled with terror, but he still tried to act tough. A scholarly-looking boy quickly closed his book and walked over to intervene. "Hey, don't fight. We're all in the same dorm." Jiang Linchuan glanced at him and said indifferently, "You might think it's fine, but I find it noisy. It's disturbing my rest." He wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he tolerated this on the first day, the days ahead would be even harder. The burly man's face turned red as he desperately pounded Jiang Linchuan's arm, but it was futile. Soon, his eyes rolled back. "Stop, you're going to hurt him," the scholarly boy urged again. "Do you yield?" Jiang Linchuan stared at the unconventional boy, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Terrified, the unconventional boy trembled all over, nearly wetting his pants, and quickly said, "I yield, I yield." Only then did Jiang Linchuan release his grip. He noticed his bed had been neatly tidied and turned to thank the scholarly boy. "No need to thank me, it was just a small effort," the boy replied with a smile. The burly man nearly collapsed to the ground, still dry-heaving. The unconventional boy rubbed his swollen wrist, grimacing in pain. "You have 5 minutes to clean up that flashy outfit. Whether we can get along peacefully in the future depends entirely on your behavior," Jiang Linchuan said to the unconventional boy again. Not daring to cause any more trouble, the boy took a small bag from the cabinet and went into the bathroom. The dormitory at Tianwu was spacious, and the 4-person room felt empty. Jiang Linchuan lay on his bed, closing his eyes to rest. The scholarly boy picked up his book again, engrossed as if nothing had happened. The burly man curled up on the floor, his eyes filled with fear and lingering dread. On the first day of school, he'd almost been taught a harsh lesson. "I want to go home," he muttered. 5 minutes later, the unconventional boy emerged from the bathroom, trembling. The heavy makeup on his face had been removed, revealing a much cleaner look. His shiny leather jacket had been discarded somewhere. He walked to Jiang Linchuan's bed and asked softly, "Is this okay?" Jiang Linchuan opened his eyes, scrutinized him, and frowned at his messy hairstyle. The unconventional boy hurriedly explained, "Listen, the barbershops are all closed. I'll definitely get a haircut tomorrow. Does anyone have a knife?" Jiang Linchuan asked. The unconventional boy stepped back 2 paces, his face pale. "What are you going to do? I really know I was wrong." The burly man shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. "I don't have one. I have a fruit knife," the scholarly boy said, standing up and retrieving it from the cabinet. Before he could ask what Jiang Linchuan intended to do, the knife was handed to him. "Don't come near me, or I'll call for help." The unconventional boy fell to his knees, his legs weak. "If I were you, I'd stay put and close my eyes. If you move, I can't guarantee you won't lose something," Jiang Linchuan said, the fruit knife spinning between his fingers, the tension in the air palpable. The unconventional boy froze, resigned to his fate, and closed his eyes. As soon as he did, he felt a light stroke on the top of his head, followed by the sound of the blade slicing through the air. Moments later, Jiang Linchuan tossed the knife back to the scholarly boy, clapped his hands, and said, "All right, it's done. Now we can calmly sit down and talk." The burly man and the scholarly boy were still caught up in the tense atmosphere. The unconventional boy opened his eyes, touched his ears, neck, and arms, and found he was unharmed. Overcome with relief, he almost cried. Finally, the scholarly boy was the first to pull up a chair and sit at the table. With him taking the lead, the burly man also moved a chair over. Though he kept his distance from Jiang Linchuan, the unconventional boy was now deeply afraid of Jiang Linchuan. Despite his fear, he followed. Suit.0, he can no longer be called a sham-8. His non-mainstream hairstyle had been shaved into a buzz cut by Jiang Linchuan with a fruit knife. The refined man smiled and took the initiative to lighten the mood. Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'll go first. Taoru, 18 years old, from Jiangcheng, Beijiang Province. Psychic ability, Mind's Eye. My family is in the medicinal herb business, feel free to reach out if you need anything. Mind's Eye. Jiang Linchuan couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. The Mind's Eye can control a person's mind and even foresee events about to happen to oneself. Awakened individuals often call those with this ability prophets. The big guy was the second to introduce himself. His name was Ding Ji, from Baimagang County, Wuzhezhang Province, an ethnic minority. His beast transformation ability, Black-Toothed Bear. Despite his strong build, he was timid, the type to appear tough on the outside but soft inside. His family raised cattle and sheep, and he even took out yak jerky from his bag to share with everyone. Next was the Sham-8. Yu Xiuwen, from Linen City, with a plant-based ability, Condensed Dew Moon Orchid. His family was in international trade, making him a typical rich second generation. The way he turned out now was partly due to his family's indulgence and partly because of his ability. Yu Xiuwen had always dreamed of awakening a powerful ability, and his ability was indeed strong. It was healing-based. But he hadn't expected that he would end up being a nanny, a grown man holding a pink orchid to heal others. The image was too awkward for him to even imagine, let alone face. So he gave up and started slacking off. Jiang Linchuan swallowed a piece of yak jerky and introduced himself briefly. Jiang Linchuan, from Dongyue Garrison City. My ability is a knife. Our dorm is pretty well-rounded, tank, DPS, support, and a nanny all set, Taoru said with a smile. If you call me a nanny again, watch out, I might come after you. Yu Xiuwen said, his tone full of grievance, like a complaining woman. Being a nanny isn't bad. It's your ability. If you don't want to be a healer, you could be a poison nanny, Jiang Linchuan joked. Right, why didn't I think of that? Yu Xiuwen's eyes lit up. Who said a nanny had to obediently heal? I won't, I'll play it differently. By the way, sorry about earlier, Jiang Linchuan apologized proactively. It's fine. A little roughhousing helps us get familiar, Taoru said. I'm okay too, Yu Xiuwen and Ding Ji said nervously. Everyone wash up and get some sleep. Tomorrow's military training isn't ordinary, Jiang Linchuan reminded them. He had heard from Nie Qingyan that every military training session was different, extremely strict, and even life-threatening. Those eliminated would be expelled from Tianwu. Don't rush. We haven't decided who the dorm leader is yet, Yu Xiuwen boldly suggested after the introductions, as no one seemed to dwell on the earlier incident. Your little scheme is just to decide who's the boss and who's the youngest. No need to decide, I'm the oldest in both strength and age. March birthday, Jiang Linchuan said directly. I'm January, Ding Ji responded instinctively. Speak louder, I didn't hear you, Jiang Linchuan glanced at him. Indifferently, scratching his ear with his pinky. Sweat broke out on Ding Ji's forehead as he quickly gestured with two fingers to explain, my Mandarin isn't good. I'm November. Got it now. That's settled. From now on, I'm the dorm leader, Taoru is second, Yu Xiuwen is third, and you're the youngest, Jiang Linchuan said, then grabbed his toiletries and headed to the bathroom. Sharing a dorm with this guy, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, Yu Xiuwen muttered, habitually touching his hair. When he felt the buzz cut, his face fell. Without my stylish hair, how am I supposed to flirt? Taoru couldn't help but laugh, picking up the mirror on the table and handing it to him. You look much better. Now, probably even more popular. It's all because I have a handsome face, Yu Xiuwen said smugly, looking at himself in the mirror. Suddenly, recalling the earlier incident, he shuddered. But that guy's knife skills are terrifying. I really thought he was going to slice me up, I was so scared I almost wet myself. Ding Ji nodded vigorously beside him. Alright, enough talking. Get ready to rest, Taoru said, gesturing toward the bathroom before lying on his bed with a book. Boring. Yu Xiuwen turned over and climbed onto the upper bunk, put on his headphones, and quietly listened to music. Zhang Linchuan came out of the bathroom and his phone rang. He took it out to check, and a cartoon angel avatar was bouncing in the message bar. The witch used an angel avatar, so mischievous. Linchuan brother, good night, /playful, Zhang Linchuan replied with a good night, then clicked on Mao Yuan's avatar and quickly sent a series of questions. Ding dong, a red exclamation mark appeared in the chat interface. Mao Yuan had blocked him. This move made Zhang Linchuan laugh in exasperation. Alright, you little monkey, I'll remember this. If you knew that the little witch from back then has now turned into a stunning beauty, you'd regret it. Thinking of her flawless, radiant smile, he felt a bit dazed. Ah, little witch, what am I going to do in the days ahead? Suddenly, he remembered that threatening letter. No matter how mischievous the little witch was, she wouldn't joke about something like this. So, the only possibility was the little witch's admirer. The next morning, Zhang Linchuan woke up from a nightmare. The little witch had appeared in his dream. Yu Xiuwen turned over and mumbled in his sleep, "What's all the noise? What time is it?" He probably still thought he was at home, otherwise, he wouldn't dare speak like that. Ding! Ji was sleeping soundly, his blanket kicked off onto the desk below the bunk. Fortunately, he didn't snore, otherwise. Taoru sat up and asked, with concern, had a nightmare? Zhang Linchuan nodded and apologized, sorry for disturbing your rest. You can go back to sleep. It's fine. I usually wake up around this time anyway, I'm used to it. Taoru said as he started folding his blanket. Glancing at the sky outside the window, Zhang Linchuan lost his desire to sleep, got up to wash, and changed into the custom-made military training uniform of Tianwu. Let's go. Together, Taoru said, ready as well. The two quietly left the dormitory. Many people were already exercising in the campus, creating an atmosphere that matched Zhang Linchuan's expectations. Students who could get into Tianwu were all exceptional, relying on talent and hard work. Those who didn't work hard would eventually be eliminated. Taoru stretched and warmed up, glanced at Zhang Linchuan, and suggested, how about a race? Sure, loser buys breakfast, Zhang Linchuan agreed readily. No problem. After warming up, the two stood at the starting line of the track. As the countdown ended, Taoru shot out like an arrow. His speed was impressive, and Zhang Linchuan's lips curved slightly as he dashed out like lightning, quickly overtaking Taoru. Taoru was momentarily stunned to see Zhang Linchuan suddenly appear beside him, gaining newfound respect for his abilities. He exhaled and sped up. Zhang Linchuan followed leisurely, wanting to see how strong Taoru really was. Taoru kept accelerating, but couldn't widen the gap, which fueled his fighting spirit. Their race attracted quite a crowd. This year's freshmen are amazing. Just judging by their speed, their physical fitness is outstanding. I'm a gold-level athlete, and I'm not as fast as them. Truly impressive. Don't rush to conclusions. With such speed, they probably won't last long. Lap after lap, the spectators lost count of how many they had run. Taoru knew they had already completed 50 laps, each 400 meters, totaling 20 kilometers, all at full sprint. His stamina was severely depleted. He glanced at Zhang Linchuan, who still seemed relaxed, and gritted his teeth to keep accelerating. Zhang Linchuan admired Taoru inwardly. If not for his own systematic enhancements, he might not have been able to keep up. This guy was no ordinary person. Tong Tong, your boyfriend is amazing, not at all like you said, weak and sickly. Tang Xiaonan said while munching on a meat bun, her eyes fixed on the track. Yeah, I'm not sure. Either. Maybe he really is a genius, Shen Xintong replied, holding a cup of soy milk, her eyes full of joy. She wore a light blue tracksuit. Her high ponytail tied up, with a few drops of soy milk on her red lips, adding a touch of cuteness. Ugh! Tang Xiaonan rolled her eyes and disdainfully bit into her meat bun. After another 50 laps, Taoru's vision blurred, his breathing became labored, and his stamina was nearly exhausted, sustained only by sheer willpower. Let's call it a tie, Zhang Linchuan suggested, seeing that Taoru couldn't hold on any longer, and voluntarily stopped. Taoru bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath, and managed to squeeze out a sentence, I lost. Well, thank you for treating us to breakfast then. Zhang Linchuan stretched lazily, saw the little witch waving at him, and walked over with a smile. Brother Linchuan, you're amazing, Shen Xintong said sweetly with a smile. You're all grown up, yet how is your mouth still such a mess? Zhang Linchuan reached out to wipe the soy milk from the corner of her mouth, completely unbothered by the intimate gesture. Shen Xintong's cheeks flushed slightly. as she enjoyed his care. The onlookers were all stunned by the scene. Whoa, he actually touched the witch Shen's mouth, my god. I bet a silver spirit pearl that hand is about to get broken. I admire him, he's truly a brave man. The last guy who gave flowers to witch Shen ended up hiding in a trash can all night. This freshman is something else, daring to provoke her. I'm impressed. Hearing the chatter around him, Jiang Linchuan looked at Shen Shintong with a smile and teased, Witch Shen, how many people have you provoked this time? They started it. I'm not that bad, Shen Shintong pouted, looking innocent. I don't believe you. You're more mischievous than anyone, Jiang Linchuan thought to himself. With a smirk, Tao Ru walked over, stared at the stunning beauty for a moment, then snapped out of it and asked, Xiaochuan, is this your girlfriend? No, my sister, Jiang Linchuan replied, reaching out to ruffle Shen Shintong's hair. This is my roommate, Tao Ru. Humph. Shen Shintong stomped on Jiang Linchuan's foot and walked away without looking back. Hiss. Jiang Linchuan sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. TSK. TSK, young people these days, Tang Xiaonan shook his head and sighed, quickly chasing after Shen Shintong. Your girlfriend's mad. Aren't you going to comfort her? Tao Ru said, clearly enjoying the drama. Comfort her for what? Let's go eat breakfast. One by one, camouflage painted military vehicles drove through the gates of Tianwu Academy. The wind stirred up by the wheels carried a chill, making people shiver involuntarily. Passers-by felt an oppressive atmosphere that weighed heavily on their hearts. Even the green leaves on the roadside trees seemed to be covered in a thin layer of frost. On the eastern field of Tianwu Academy, the freshmen stood around lazily, chatting. Some sat in the shade, quietly discussing the beautiful girls in this year's cohort. Jiang Linchuan and Tao Ru stood upright under the blazing sun. Nearby, Ding Ji and Yu Xiuwen were wolfing down the breakfast Tao Ru had packed for them. They're here, Jiang Linchuan said, glancing toward the field's entrance. He could feel an intense killing intent rapidly approaching. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of synchronized footsteps pounded like heavy drums on everyone's hearts. Before long, a group of soldiers in dark blue uniforms appeared in their line of sight. The senior brother is here. Leading the group was Yan Hui, a senior brother Jiang Linchuan had met once before. The identity of these soldiers immediately became clear, the most elite unit of the Dragon Nation, the City-Crushing Legion. The City-Crushing Legion? Why are they here? Tao Ru was so shocked he could barely speak. Fall in. With a loud command, the freshmen quickly formed neat lines, their awe evident. No one dared to underestimate these soldiers, who exuded an aura of killing intent. Yan Hui stood at the front of the formation, his gaze cold and his presence as imposing as an iron statue, inspiring both reverence and fear. Without any pleasantries or unnecessary words, he unleashed his pent-up killing intent. The killing intent spread across the field like a tangible force, suffocating everyone. Thud. Among this group of so-called pride of the heavens, a large number of students immediately collapsed, unable to withstand the pressure. The remaining ones stood trembling, their legs barely holding. Tao Ru's eyes shifted, and he shouted loudly, Ding Ji, think about your village. If you can't hold on, who will protect your family? I want to protect my parents. Ding Ji's eyes turned red as he struggled to stand up. Jiang Linchuan glanced faintly at Yu Xiuwen, a flash of red light flickering in his eyes. Yu Xiuwen shuddered. Compared to the killing intent emanating from Yan Hui, he feared Jiang Linchuan more. After all, the events of last night were still fresh in his mind. The big guy has stood up, so I can do it too, he muttered under his breath, suppressing his fear and trembling. As he stood, with Ding Ji and Yu Xiuwen taking the lead, the others who had fallen also struggled to get up. A trace of approval flashed in Yan Hui's eyes as he pointed at Jiang Linchuan and Tao Ru. No talking in the ranks. You two, step out. Jiang Linchuan shrugged and walked out of the lineup with Tao Ru. Yan Hui glanced at the soldiers beside him and said in a deep voice, Wang Xian, Liang, teach them a lesson. Captain, isn't this inappropriate? Wang Xian hesitated. Yan Hui glared at him. Follow orders. Don't underestimate them. Yes. Wang Xian and Liang stepped in front of the two, their gazes sharp. They couldn't see anything special about these two newcomers, but the captain wouldn't act without reason, and they dared not slack off. Don't say we didn't give you a chance. Choose the weapon you're best at. If you can withstand 10, no, 20 moves from us, you win. Reporting to the instructor, I don't need a weapon, Tao Ru said, flexing his wrists. Reporting to the instructor, I need a knife, Zhang Linchuan replied, knowing Yan Hui was testing his strength, though Tao Ru had been dragged into it. A soldier tossed Zhang Linchuan a wooden knife. The surrounding crowd stepped back, leaving space for the match. Tao Ru assumed a standard stance, his hands positioned properly. Ba Jiquan. Yan Hui's eyes flashed with surprise. A seemingly quiet young man was using such a fierce martial art. On the other side, Zhang Linchuan rested the wooden knife on his shoulder, his face completely relaxed, instantly drawing the attention of many girls. Wang Xian held two short sticks, staring at Zhang Linchuan, his knees slightly bent. Zhang Linchuan lightly flicked his right hand, the tip of the knife pointing to the ground, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. Too fast. Wang Xian's eyelid twitched as he instinctively raised one short stick to protect his chest while swinging the other. The short stick struck Zhang Linchuan's afterimage but was instantly torn apart. Damn it! Wang Xian's shoulder sank, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Instructor, you lost, Zhang Linchuan said, withdrawing the wooden knife from Wang Xian's throat. So cool. He's so charming. The girls cheered excitedly. Captain, Wang Xian walked to Yan Hui. His head lowered. He couldn't understand how a Platinum 3-star like him had lost to a newly awakened student. Although the opponent hadn't used spiritual power, his speed was so fast that Wang Xian was completely caught off guard. Yan Hui picked up a wooden knife from the nearby weapon rack and walked toward Zhang Linchuan. Master. Instructor, you're stepping in personally? Zhang Linchuan felt a bit nervous, thinking he should have gone all out earlier. Let's go a few rounds. Boom. On the other side, Tao Ru was sent flying by Liang's sudden burst of spiritual power. He steadied himself and cupped his hands. Instructor, I concede. You won, Liang said, his face dark as he returned to the ranks. Being forced to use spiritual power for protection against a freshman was a major embarrassment. But he wasn't the only one humiliated. What a coincidence, you lost too, Wang Xian teased, grinning as he approached. Liang's face darkened further, ignoring him. What happened? Tao Ru returned to the lineup, looking at the two on the field with a puzzled expression. You don't know? Little Chuan was amazing just now. Yu Xiuwen exaggeratedly demonstrated. Oh, Tao Ru wasn't surprised but grew more curious about Zhang Linchuan. On the field, the knife techniques of the two were both at a beginner level but vastly different in style. Yan Hui's knife techniques were fierce and domineering, with bold and sweeping movements full of momentum. Zhang Linchuan's knife techniques were sharp and ruthless, each move targeting vital points, with balanced offense and defense. Little junior brother's killing intent is too strong. How could someone so young have such intense killing intent? Yan Hui was puzzled. The information said he was an exemplary student, but the person in front of him looked more like a professional assassin. This junior brother was definitely not simple. With a crack, the wooden sword in Zhang Linchuan's hand broke into several pieces, leaving only the bare hilt. He stepped back 2 paces, cupped his hands in a respectful salute, and said humbly, "Thank you for your guidance, instructor." Yan Hui glanced at the cracked wooden sword and a faint smile appeared on his stern face. Not bad. Welcome aboard. Impressive. Impressive. Yu Xiuwen gave a thumbs up and whispered his praise. Everyone, align to the right, look forward, turn left. Preparations complete, awaiting the captain's orders. Shi Rue, prepare the gravity protection field, Yan Hui ordered a soldier with a blank expression. Yes. Shi Rue stepped out of the formation, his hands glowing with an earthy yellow light as he erected a light screen that covered the entire training ground. Starting with the gravity protection field? These freshmen are in for some suffering, Wang Xian said gleefully. Something special is needed, otherwise, why would they call us here? Liang replied in a muffled voice. Fair point. The freshmen on the field suddenly felt their bodies grow heavy, as if a massive stone was pressing on their backs, making it hard to breathe. Ready, march. Under the watchful eyes of the big bad wolves, these sheep struggled to take their steps. Shi Rue, focus on those two, Yan Hui instructed again. Shi Rue responded and gradually increased the gravity on Zhang Linchuan and Tao Ru. Tao Ru's movements became increasingly labored. Zhang Linchuan, however, seemed almost unaffected, his physical fitness was already close to platinum level. Yan Hui pondered for a moment. Increase the gravity to 50 times. Captain, I can't hold out much longer. Shi Rue muttered under his breath, feeling utterly drained. Yan Hui silently tossed him a bag of spirit beads. It seemed he was determined to push hard. By evening, Jiang Linchuan dragged Yu Shouwen and Ding Ji back to the dormitory like dead dogs. That was already considered good. The others were still slowly making their way from the training ground to the dormitory building. After pushing open the door to dorm room 301, Jiang Linchuan noticed 4 large wooden tubs that hadn't been there before. Curious, he asked, "What's this?" "I had someone prepare them. I've been soaking in medicinal baths since I was a kid. They promote blood circulation, reduce bruising, and relieve fatigue," Tao Ru explained with a smile. Jiang Linchuan suddenly understood. No wonder Tao Ru was in such good shape. He must have come from a privileged family with a head start in life. "Xiao Chuan, could you help heat some water? I'm really out of strength." "No problem, take a rest first." Before long, Jiang Linchuan had filled all 4 tubs with 40-degree hot water. Tao Ru touched his wrist and immediately pulled out 4 large packets of medicinal herbs. Storage equipment. Jiang Linchuan curiously took a closer look. Tao Ru made no effort to hide it, generously showing Jiang Linchuan an ancient-looking bracelet. "It's a family heirloom. The capacity isn't large, just 20 cubic meters. Oh, what do we do next?" Jiang Linchuan showed no envy. He had a system space, and Wei Nian had long promised him 4 spiritual artifacts, one of which was a storage artifact. "Take off your clothes, leaving only your underwear," Tao Ru said as he stood up, placing the herbs into the tubs. He then took out a small bottle and added a few drops to the water. A unique fragrance instantly filled the dormitory. Unable to wait, he stripped off his clothes and jumped into a tub, his face full of satisfaction. Jiang Linchuan removed Ding Ji's clothes and directly tossed him into a tub. When it was Yu Shouwen's turn, he suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Jiang Linchuan in panic. Clutching his pants tightly, he stammered, What are you doing?" Then, with a look of heroic sacrifice, he added, "Can you be gentle?" The corner of Jiang Linchuan's mouth twitched. He yanked off Yu Shouwen's pants and threw him into a tub as well. "Ah!" Yu Shouwen let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Keep it down. Learn from Ding Ji." Glug, glug. Jiang Linchuan turned to see Ding Ji's head sinking into the water. He quickly reached out to pull him up, smiling wryly. "This guy really has guts." "Ha!" Tao Ru leaned against the wooden barrel and laughed as well. Jiang Linchuan took off his clothes and climbed into the barrel. After a whole day of training, his body was exhausted, especially with the extra attention he had received. As soon as he entered the water, an overwhelming sense of comfort surged through him, making him hum softly. He could clearly feel every cell in his body rejuvenating. "Feels good, doesn't it?" Tao Ru asked with a smile. Unbelievably comfortable, Jiang Linchuan gave a thumbs up. Yu Shouwen had stopped wailing and was now sound asleep. An hour later, Jiang Linchuan jumped out of the barrel, feeling refreshed. The water was now crystal clear. Ding ding ding. His phone rang. He casually answered the video call, and a stunning face appeared on the screen. "Brother Linchuan, oh my! Why aren't you wearing clothes?" Shen Shintong quickly covered her eyes with her hand, leaving only a small gap. The sight of Jiang Linchuan's streamlined upper body made her heart race. "Not wearing clothes? Let me see, don't be shy," Tang Xiaonan leaned in. "Go away, you're not allowed to look," Shen Shintong pushed her away with her shoulder, revealing a smug smile with her pearly white teeth. Stingy, Tang Xiaonan glanced at the screen, which was now thoroughly blocked, and walked away disappointed. "What's up?" Jiang Linchuan asked as he put on a white shirt. "Aunt Qing said you didn't come to eat. I figured you were too tired, so I prepared some food for you. Come down and get it," Shen Shintong said, wishing she could tear off that bothersome shirt. She regretted reminding him earlier. "Alright, I'll be right down." Jiang Linchuan ended the video call. He was indeed hungry. The little witch had become so considerate, but he couldn't let himself be swayed by her. After getting dressed, he went downstairs. Shen Shintong was standing outside the dormitory building with a large bag. The moonlight was soft, and the girl's smile was radiant. Something inside Jiang Linchuan suddenly relaxed. "Why are you just standing there? Here, take your food." Shen Shintong walked over, her smile dazzling. Jiang Linchuan snapped out of it and quickly took the bag. Before he could say anything, the little witch's hand lightly touched his chest, making his heart skip a beat. "Your buttons aren't done up." Shen Shintong quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks tinged with a blush. What's that smell? So fragrant." "Brother Linchuan, did you put on cologne?" "No, I just soaked in a medicinal bath," Jiang Linchuan explained, his gaze fixed on her face, which was as enticing as a ripe apple. I'm leaving now. Eat well, and I'll come watch your training tomorrow. Shen Shintong waved shyly and left. Ah! Strange noises came from the dormitory building. Jiang Linchuan looked up to see his 3 roommates sticking their heads out of the window, holding bags and warning him, if you keep making noise, there'll be no food left. Back in the dormitory, Yu Xiu went eagerly, grabbed the bag, opened it, and exclaimed, wow, ferocious beast meat. This girl is amazing. It's all the essence of the ferocious beast. We're lucky to be friends with Lin Chuan, Tao Ru added. Ding Ji nodded furiously, almost drooling. Don't just stand there, dig in, Jiang Linchuan said, happy to share. If only we had some wine, it would be perfect, Yu Xiuwen muttered while eating. Look over here, Tao Ru flipped his wrist, revealing a jar of wine. 100-year medicinal wine, my grandfather's treasure. Does it enhance virility? Yu Xiuwen's eyes lit up. Of course, but you can't drink too much. Lin Chuan can have more, Tao Ru joked for once. The 100-year medicinal wine was naturally not to be consumed in large quantities. Each person only had a small cup. The 3 of them didn't eat much of the ferocious beast meat, as their physiques couldn't handle the spiritual energy it contained. They returned to their beds to begin refining the energy they had absorbed. Jiang Linchuan ate the remaining majority of the ferocious beast meat alone, tidied up briefly, and lay down. A surge of heat flowed through his body, and Shen Shintong's sweet smile floated in his mind. Just then, Shen Shintong sent a video call. Jiang Linchuan wanted to decline but accidentally pressed accept. The screen immediately displayed a scene as beautiful as a lotus emerging from water. Shen Shintong had just finished bathing, her fair skin glowing with a pinkish hue, and her delicate lips were alluringly soft. Jiang Linchuan suddenly felt parched, and the heat within him surged even more. Brother Linchuan, why is your face so red? Shen Shintong wiped her damp hair and curiously asked, I just had a little drink. Jiang Linchuan struggled to tear his gaze away from his phone screen. Drinking? If Aunt Ching finds out you secretly drank, you'd better bribe me quickly. Shen Shintong stuck out her tongue and smiled smugly, as if saying, if you don't coax me, I'll go tell on you. Tang Xiaonan, who was watching a drama nearby, rolled her eyes and teased, too much of this lovey-dovey stuff can be overwhelming. Shen Shintong grabbed a towel and threw it at Tang Xiaonan. Her movement was a bit exaggerated, and her voluptuous figure, wrapped under the bath towel, was faintly visible. Jiang Linchuan, who was just about to plead for mercy, happened to catch the scene, and a rush of blood surged to his nose. He quickly reached out to hang up the video call. However, the image lingered in his mind, and the heat coursing through his body grew stronger. From now on, she shouldn't be called a little witch but a little enchantress. He hurriedly activated the Shura blood eyes to forcibly suppress the heat within him. It's all your fault. Brother Linchuan hung up on me. Shen Shintong said angrily. My fault? Tang Xiaonan chuckled mischievously, raised her chin slightly, and said, Sis, your bath towel was about to fall off. If I were him, I wouldn't be able to resist either. Ah! Shen Shintong looked down and quickly pulled her bath towel up, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. Did Brother Linchuan really see that just now? How embarrassing. With such a great figure, hiding it in sportswear every day is such a waste. If I had your figure, I'd wear a JK uniform with black stockings every day and make all the junior boys drool. Tang Xiaonan stared enviously at her perfectly proportioned long legs. Humph. Mind your own business. Shen Shintong glared at her fiercely. I belong only to Brother Linchuan. She thought for a moment, then leaned closer to Tang Xiaonan and whispered, Nan Nan, do JK black stockings really work? Tang Xiaonan laughed and stroked her smooth, long legs. They're irresistible. Not just those, there's also white stockings, gym uniforms, pencil skirts. Oh, tomorrow I'll take you shopping for clothes. Finally, you're starting to understand. The next morning, the freshmen stood neatly on the sports field. Although some were still exhausted, they forced themselves to endure. The reason was simple, the instructor had said yesterday that if anyone was late, the training intensity would double. Jiang Linchuan and his 3 companions appeared calm and composed. Aside from him, Tao Ru and the other 2 had successfully advanced to bronze 2-star. They had only awakened for a little over a month, yet their advancement speed far exceeded others. Someone quietly asked them how they managed to recover from fatigue. Jiang Linchuan and his group took the opportunity to promote Tao Ru's family's medicinal baths. 10,000 per Set, no bargaining. For those with financial difficulties, they could use it first and pay later, repaying the debt with spirit beads. Although the price was higher, becoming stronger would allow them to hunt fierce beasts to repay the debt. This sales method gained considerable approval. Assembly time arrived, and the Yanhui squad appeared promptly. Wang Shen looked at these little lambs, his smile gradually turning sinister, and said loudly, "Today, let's do something different." No, no. The little lambs trembled, their entire beings rejecting the idea. Lei Gong, Qi, Lian, show them what heaven's thunder and earth's fire mean. Yes. Two soldiers stepped forward, one with lightning crackling in his palm, the other with flames burning in his hand. Jiang Linchuan had a bad feeling and shouted urgently, "Scatter quickly." Boom! Dark clouds instantly gathered over the sports field, thunder roared, and the field was surrounded by walls of fire. Heat waves rolled, and the air was distorted by the scorching heat. Crackle! An electric arc landed in front of Yu Xiuwen, blasting a small hole. Yu Xiuwen's eyes widened as he trembled and shouted, "Oh my god, this could kill someone." Some people failed to dodge and were struck by lightning, left charred on the outside and tender. On the inside, the crowd instantly descended into chaos, fleeing in all directions. Behind Jiang Linchuan, dozens of lightning snakes and over 20 ping-pong ball-sized fireballs chased relentlessly. Run! Only when pushed to the brink can the human body's potential explode. Lang Zhong, keep an eye on them, make sure no one actually dies. Wang Xian grinned sinisterly. Understood. The soldier codenamed Lang Zhong conjured small green spheres in his hand. Whoever got hit, the green spheres flew over to heal them. Once recovered, they continued running the test. Challenges not only physical agility but also mental willpower. The scene resembled hell, and the senior students watching were all on edge. They had never experienced such training intensity themselves and could only silently sympathize with the juniors. Yan Hui noticed Jiang Linchuan still had some energy left and frowned, saying, "Shirui, use gravity to restrict that guy's speed." Jiang Linchuan suddenly felt his body grow heavier, and looked toward Yan Hui. Yan Hui smiled faintly and waved his hand. Truly ruthless. Jiang Linchuan had no choice, with acquaintances keeping an eye on him, he understood the situation and could only begin pushing his physical limits. An hour and a half later, the attacks ceased. Lei Gong and Qi Lian looked pale, such strong control had drained their mental energy, and they needed rest. On the field, a group of freshmen were unrecognizable, their clothes torn, with only Jiang Linchuan still standing. However, he wasn't in great shape either, having been hit several times, with his clothes burned in several places. Water Ghost, cool them down, Wang Xian ordered again. Water Ghost stepped forward, snapped his fingers, and several massive water balls formed in the air above the field before exploding with a loud crash. Water splashed onto the freshmen, creating clouds of white steam. You have 1 hour to rest. The next part will be even more exciting, Wang Xian shouted. You devil! Someone muttered angrily. Oh, still have the energy to talk? I'll give you special attention later. You even know my codename, it seems we're destined to meet, Wang Xian grinned, his smile sending chills down everyone's spine. My god, what happened here? Did monsters invade? Tang Xiaonan and Shin Shintong each carried a bag as they walked onto the field, shocked by the scene before them. The originally flat ground of the field looked as if it had been plowed, covered in countless craters. The blackened figures lying on the ground, were they really people? Shen Shintong glanced at Tang Xiaonan, who understood and ran to Yan Hui's team with her bag, smiling gently. Instructors, you've worked hard. It's so hot today, so we brought you some chilled watermelon. Oh, someone's here to reward us. Green watermelon, a new variety, huh? Wang Xian accepted it without hesitation. Yan Hui glanced at it indifferently and said nothing, which was taken as tacit approval. Brother Linchuan, are you okay? Shen Shintong looked at the holes in Jiang Linchuan's clothes with concern and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Why are you here? Jiang Linchuan looked at her somewhat awkwardly. I promised yesterday to come see you and brought you some watermelon. Shen Shintong handed Jiang Linchuan a piece of watermelon, her small hand unconsciously touching her ear. Seeing this gesture, Jiang Linchuan immediately became alert. It seemed the little troublemaker was up to something again. Watermelon? Where did the watermelon come from? A dark figure suddenly stood up, snatched the watermelon from Jiang Linchuan's hand, and took a big bite. A piercing scream echoed across the field. Water, water, spicy, spicy. Yu Xiuwen's Nose and tears flowed together. Jiang Linchuan bent down to pick up the fallen watermelon and sniffed it lightly. Wasabi flavor. Shen Xintong looked innocently at the sky. How much did you put? Jiang Linchuan asked. Not much, just a whole stick of wasabi. Shen Xintong bit her finger. Looking pitiful. Jiang Linchuan glanced at Yu Xiuwen. What bad luck, getting caught in the crossfire. Spicy, spicy. Yu Xiuwen frantically fanned the air with his hands, his tears turning him into a crying mess. You caused this, so you fix it. Jiang Linchuan glared at Shen Xintong. He snatched it to eat. It made me so mad. Shen Xintong pulled a bottle of water from her pocket and threw it to Yu Xiuwen, gritting her teeth in frustration. She then handed another piece of watermelon to Jiang Linchuan. I'm not thirsty, Jiang Linchuan said, pressing his dry lips together. Come on, I'm not lying. Watch me eat it. Shen Xintong took a bite herself to show Jiang Linchuan she wasn't tricking him. It's really sweet. Jiang Linchuan hesitated but took the piece, biting lightly where she had just bitten. It's indeed quite sweet. Shen Xintong's face flushed slightly as she looked at his lips, wondering if this counted as an indirect kiss. Jiang Linchuan finished eating an entire slice of watermelon and called Ding Ji and Tao Ru to share it together. I'm leaving now. We'll have dinner together tonight, just the two of us. If you don't show up, I'll tell Aunt Qing you've been sneaking drinks, Shen Xintong declared confidently before turning on her heel and leaving. What is that girl up to again? Jiang Linchuan shook his head. When he turned back, he saw Ding Ji and Tao Ru looking at him with teasing expressions. Annoyed, he said, what are you looking at? Eat your watermelon. We are eating watermelon, Tao Ru replied, holding up his slice as proof. Jiang Linchuan. Night fell. Jiang Linchuan dragged Yu Xiuwen and Ding Ji back to the dormitory like dragging dead dogs. They were covered in blood and wounds, their clothes torn and tattered, looking like refugees fleeing a disaster. Having just endured an unforgettable trial of extreme training, earth-shaking chaos, flying sandstorms, and soaking floods, their bodies bore the marks of the ordeal. Jiang Linchuan tore off his ragged military training uniform, revealing a white sleeveless undershirt beneath, now stained red with blood. These instructors are really ruthless. Even the usually mild-tempered Tao Ru couldn't help but complain. It's still better than losing your life on the battlefield, Jiang Linchuan replied casually. He had to admit that, despite the brutal methods, the training was incredibly effective. He could clearly feel his foundation becoming more solid, and his body had fully adapted to the systematic enhancements. The results were far better than what he had achieved through his own trial and error. True enough, Tao Ru said with a resigned smile, grimacing as touching his wounds sent cold sweat streaming down his face. I'll go fetch some water. Since Jiang Linchuan was in the best condition among them and also the dorm leader, he was responsible for the chores. After filling up 4 large wooden barrels with water, Tao Ru brought out a small gourd and poured some powder into the barrels. This is medicine to help wounds heal and prevent scarring, but it might sting a little. You guys hold them down for me, Tao Ru instructed. Got it. You really live up to your reputation as someone from a family of medicine. Jiang Linchuan grew increasingly impressed with Tao Ru. Having such a dorm mate was truly a blessing. Tao Ru was the first to jump into a barrel. From the painful expression on his face, it was clear that the sting was no joke. He had definitely been trying to scare them earlier. Jiang Linchuan decided to deal with Yu Xiuwen and Ding Ji next, pushing them into the barrels. Ah! The two screamed in agony, trying to leap out of the barrels, but Jiang Linchuan firmly held them down. Arg glug glug glug. Maybe just knock them out, Tao Ru suggested, unable to bear watching any longer. Good idea. Jiang Linchuan struck both of them with the heel of his palm, rendering them unconscious in an instant. Much quieter now. Hurry up and take your bath. Don't forget you've got a date, Tao Ru reminded him. Almost forgot. Jiang Linchuan quickly jumped into a barrel himself, a bone-chilling coldness shooting straight to his head. So refreshing, he gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out 3 words. In the girls' dormitory. Nan Nan, do you think this outfit is too revealing? Shen Xintong asked nervously. Just showing your collarbone and you think it's revealing? Are you overthinking this? Tang Xiaonan rolled her eyes helplessly. Isn't the skirt too short? Please, if it were any longer, it'd cover your feet. But? No buts. I can't even tell if it's your date or mine at this point. Sit there and don't move, I'll handle it. Alright, Shen Xintong obediently closed her mouth, intimidated by the fiery Tang Xiaonan. An hour later, Tang Xiaonan clapped her hands in satisfaction, clearly proud of her masterpiece. Do I look good? Shen Xintong spun in a circle, barely recognizing herself in the mirror. Her face turned as red as an apple. I think whether you look good or not doesn't matter. What's important is whether your boyfriend likes it. Even Tang Xiaonan was a little dazzled by Shen Xintong's beauty. Alright, I'm heading out now, Shen Xintong said, slipping on a long trench coat. Tang Xiaonan stopped her and reminded, hey, don't forget your ID card. What do I need my ID for? Shen Xintong asked, puzzled. To stay at the internet cafe all night, of course. Tang Xiaonan's veins practically popped in exasperation. This girl was too naive. Don't be mad. I'll bring you back some late-night snacks, Shen Xintong hurriedly tried to placate her. My dear girl, just don't come back at all. You're going to drive me insane. Tang Xiaonan spoke as she pushed her out, closed the door, and finally, there was peace. The moonlight was cool, the stars twinkled. Gentle ripples spread across the lake, and the evening breeze brushed softly. A tall figure stood by the lake, like a sturdy pine tree, blending seamlessly with the heavens and earth, exuding an indescribable aura. Brother Linchuan, I'm here. A crisp voice called from behind. Zhang Linchuan turned around and was stunned. Her face was like a lotus in the water, like an orchid in the valley, fresh and elegant, untouched by the mundane world. Her lively eyes, paired with light makeup, were so beautiful they made one's heart skip a beat, as if she didn't belong to this world. Shen Xintong saw him dazed, walked closer, and gently embraced him. The strong masculine scent made her blush and her heart race. Zhang Linchuan instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist. The soft touch, mixed with a hint of tension, made his heartbeat quicken. They exchanged a glance, then quickly looked away. Both of them blushed, their heartbeats out of rhythm. What do you want to eat? Zhang Linchuan asked. The breath close to her ear made Shen Xintong a little flustered. Unable to resist, she leaned closer to him. I know a little stall we both loved as kids. You still remember? You ate so much back then that the owner almost made me work there to pay off the debt, Zhang Linchuan said with a gentle smile. I'll never forget those memories, Shen Xintong smiled as she looked up. It was Mao Ho who ran off first. At the mention of Mao Ho, Zhang Linchuan was exasperated. Where's your phone? Shen Xintong took her phone out of her pocket and handed it over. What's the password? Zhang Linchuan paused for a moment when he saw the lock screen, a childhood photo of the two of them. I'll enter it myself. Shen Xintong snatched the phone back and tightly held it as she entered the password. Here. You hold it. Help me video call Mao Ho, he blocked me, Zhang Linchuan said with a dark expression. Ah, that's just like him. As the video call connected, a voice came through first. Oh no, my ancestor, what do you want now? Hello, beautiful. My name is Mao Yuan, 18 years old, and still single. Mao Yuan flipped his bangs and flashed a bright smile. Wow, such a handsome guy. Shen Xintong sweetly smiled, instantly leaving Mao Yuan completely smitten. Of course. Mao Yuan proudly lifted his head. Mao Ho, care to explain why you blocked me? Jiang. Linchuan leaned closer to the screen, displeased with his smugness. Ah, Xiao Chuan. Oh my god, she's the little witch? Mao Yuan was stunned. The little witch turned out to be so beautiful? Mao Ho, should I send you two big spiders? Shen Xintong jokingly threatened. Ah, she really is the little witch. I don't care, I'm heading to the capital right now. Mao Yuan was filled with regret. Humph. Try leaving, and I'll break your legs. A cold snort came from the other end of the phone. Mao Yuan was then pinned to the ground, and by how appeared on the screen. Xiao Chuan, long time no see. This guy's a bit unruly, I'll handle him. Hanging up now. Poor Mao Ho. Zhang Linchuan and Shen Xintong exchanged a smile. Let's go. The two walked side by side toward the school gate. Shen Xintong swung her little hand, wanting to hold Zhang Linchuan's, but shyly pulled back. What a big dummy. Under the dim streetlights, alone. Food cart stood. A few tables, some small stools, and a woman in her 40s busily stir-frying food in a wok. This place is quite peaceful, Zhang Linchuan remarked. Of course, I reserved it. Shen Xintong waved her arm boldly. You're here, Tong Tong. Come, have a seat. The woman warmly greeted them. Aunt Mu, the usual, please. Add 2 extra portions and make it spicy. Shen Xintong suddenly became very well behaved. No problem, coming right up. Your boyfriend is so handsome. Muing skillfully selected ingredients and placed them in the pot to simmer. Shen Xintong smiled without denying it. She took off her long trench coat, casually placed it on a small stool, and fanned herself. It's so hot. She secretly observed Zhang Linchuan's reaction from the corner of her EYE.as expected. Zhang Linchuan seemed frozen, staring blankly at her. A white short-sleeved shirt, a blue bow tie, a black striped JK skirt, and her slender legs wrapped in black stockings. Youthful charm mixed with a hint of seductive allure. Do I look good? Shin Shintong twirled, her skirt fluttering. Drinking among flowers, gazing at the earthly moon, none of it compares to your beauty, Jiang Linchuan said openly, looking at her with sincerity. Women dress up to please the ones they love, how could he pretend not to like it? Hee, Shin Shintong smiled like a blooming flower. Nan was right, Linchuan really does like it. Muing witnessed this warm scene, smiled faintly, but tears slid down her cheeks. She quickly wiped them away. After preparing the skewers, Muing found an excuse to fetch water, leaving Shin Shintong to watch the stall, effectively creating a quiet space for the two of them to have a date. Shin Shintong picked up a tendon skewer from the tray and handed it to Jiang Linchuan. Try this, your favorite. Jiang Linchuan took a bite and praised, it tastes good, just like when I was a kid. It's rare to find the taste of home in the capital. Actually, Aunt Mu is also from our hometown. Shin Shintong's gaze turned a bit sorrowful. Jiang Linchuan noticed her mood and held her hand. Gently. Tell me about it. Shin Shintong looked toward the direction of Tianwu Academy, her voice heavy. Aunt Mu's husband was a teacher at the academy, and her son also got into Tianwu Academy last year, the same year as me. During a trial, a beast tide occurred. Teacher Yu sacrificed himself to protect the students, dying at the hands of the ferocious beasts. Brother Linchuan, did you know? Before Teacher Yu died, he faced a choice, save his own son or save another girl. In the end, Teacher Yu gave up his son and chose to give the chance to live to that girl. When Aunt Mu found out, she simply smiled faintly and said she hadn't chosen the wrong person. Then she refused the academy's compensation and opened this small stall alone to remember her husband and son. Don't be sad. We will definitely eradicate these ferocious beasts completely. Jiang Linchuan's eyes flashed with determination. Shin Shintong's words reminded him of Yu Hai. Too many people in this world had lost their families because of the beasts. Shin Shintong nestled into Jiang Linchuan's arms, coquettishly saying, "Feed me." Jiang Linchuan. The little witch had turned into a little enchantress, becoming increasingly clingy. He wanted to refuse, but his body wouldn't listen. Soft and fragrant in his arms, dinner became unusually long, so long that no one wanted to break the tranquility. 2 hours later, Muing returned, carrying a water bucket. Shin Shintong playfully winked at her. Aunt Mu, we've finished eating, already paid, you should rest early. We'll come again another day. Alright, goodbye, Muing responded. The two walked toward Tianwu Academy. Shin Shintong took out her phone, glanced at the time, and exaggeratedly said, "Oh no, it's so late, the dormitory is locked. What should we do?" Jiang Linchuan glanced at his watch, frowning. Does Tianwu Academy's dormitory even lock its doors? We can go. I brought my ID card, Shin Shintong whispered. She took out her ID card, clutching it tightly in her hand. I'll take you back, Jiang Linchuan said, scooping Shin Shintong up in his arms. In a few flashes, they arrived at the girls' dormitory building. Which one is your dorm? That one, Shin Shintong reluctantly pointed. Good night. Jiang Linchuan jumped onto the dormitory windowsill, set her down, and disappeared in an instant. Tang Xiaonan, who was drinking milk tea and munching on chips, saw Shin Shintong emerge from the balcony and froze for a moment. Then she noticed Shin Shintong clutching her ID card, her face full of helplessness. Pfft! The milk tea sprayed out as Tang Xiaonan burst into laughter. The emergency lights in the hallway lit up as well. Shin Shintong's face darkened with anger, throwing her jacket at Tang Xiaonan. I'm dying of laughter. Tang Xiaonan laughed until tears streamed down her face. Why are you back? Tao Ru looked at the suddenly reappearing Jiang Linchuan, his face full of confusion. Back to sleep, of course. Jiang Linchuan gave him a disdainful look. This question was unnecessary. If not back, was he supposed to sleep on the sports field? Amazing. Staying calm in front of a beauty, you're truly my role model. Yu Xiuwen gave a thumbs up while pounding his pillow. What are you guys thinking? Jiang Linchuan rolled his eyes. But he understood now. The little witch had just asked if he brought his ID card. Not only did the little witch want to mess with him, but she also wanted to sleep with him? Her figure was great, but he was afraid she might deliberately embarrass him, which would be humiliating. He was genuinely scared of the little witch. He absolutely couldn't fall for it. We all know what's going on, right, Ding Ji? Yu Xiuwen laughed heartily. MHM, Ding Ji nodded vigorously. Xiao Chuan, if you have any unspeakable issues, don't worry. As your brother, I know a bit of medicine and can definitely help you get back in shape, Taoru said, pretending to be serious. Get lost. Wow, everyone's in good spirits today. Wang Xian stood at the front of the team, surprised to see the new recruits so energetic. But with his experience, he quickly understood the reason. Since everyone's in such good shape today, it's perfect for learning something useful. We won't torture you today. Butcher, bring the stuff over and give these kids a hardcore lesson. Rumble. Following Wang Xian's command, a camouflaged semi-trailer truck drove onto the training ground. A burly man with a face full of scars jumped out of the driver's seat and pulled off the camouflage cover. A ferocious beast covered in red scales came into view. A fire salamander lizard. Jiang Linchuan's gaze sharpened, but the aura of this fire salamander lizard was clearly weaker than the one he had killed in Dongyue Fortress. Its strength was only platinum 5-star. Could the instructor want us to fight this kind of beast? What a joke! A single tail swipe from the fire salamander lizard could instantly kill a group of rookie soldiers. Many of you probably know what this creature is. That's right, it's a fire salamander lizard. It has powerful regenerative abilities, making it perfect for experiments. We went through a lot of trouble to capture it alive, Butcher said as he drove the fire salamander lizard off the truck. The beast let out a short, hoarse cry. Behave, Butcher punched it on the forehead and turned back to the group with a faint smile. Don't be scared. The little lambs instinctively stepped back. Clearly, you're the scariest one here. Today, we're going to learn something useful. Using it as an example. Jiang Linchuan and Taoru were the fastest, snatching the meat on their legs. Yu Xiuwen wasn't slow either and pitifully said to the butcher, Instructor, could I get some cumin and chile, or maybe soy sauce and garlic paste? The butcher glared at him fiercely. Get lost. Do you think this is a barbecue in the wild? My fists are as big as a clay pot, want to try them out? Never mind then, Yu Xiuwen said helplessly, retreating back to the group. Eat up. Quickly. In the future, when you go to other worldly sects for training, you'll encounter this kind of thing often. This is already considered tasty, Taoru comforted him while stuffing raw meat into his mouth. Nearby, Ding Ji was holding a piece of intestine, eating it with relish, muttering, this is the flavor, so intense. Jiang Linchuan couldn't resist eating as well. Although it didn't taste good, it was still edible. In the crowd, a fire element awakener tried to cook the meat, but a water ball extinguished the flames, and the meat fell to the ground. Pick it up and eat it with the dirt, or you're expelled, the water ghost said coldly. The person gritted his teeth, picked up the meat, let out a roar, and stuffed it directly into his mouth, chewing while glaring at the water ghost with hatred, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Now that's a real tough guy. The water ghost didn't care about his hatred. Only ruthless people could survive longer. These people would eventually understand the instructor's good intentions. Noon, cafeteria. Wang Shueqing complained to her son, Shachuan, is my cooking bad? Why are there so few people eating today? Mom, you're overthinking it. They just ate too much this morning, Jiang Linchuan comforted his overthinking mother. By the way, Wang Shueqing waved the large iron ladle in her hand and questioned, did you make Tong Tong angry? Of course not. Think about it, how would I dare to upset her? Jiang Linchuan looked aggrieved. That's true, Wang Shueqing recalled the little witch's temper when she was young. Even the adults in the apartment building were afraid of her. She reminded him, she's a girl. You need to be more understanding of her. If you dare to bully her, I won't let you off. Got it, Jiang Linchuan sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, who's really your biological child here? In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. Under the strict training of the devilish instructors, the little lambs had undergone a complete transformation inside and out. Now, they resembled a team brimming with fighting spirit. Even Yin Hui, who was always critical, had to admit that this batch of freshmen had pretty decent potential. But he knew in his heart that only through a true life and death test could their strength be proven. Over this period, you've made great progress and learned a lot. But only through real action can everything be proven. Tomorrow, everyone will enter Yunkuan Mountain for a week-long survival training. The assessment goal is simple, stay alive. I don't care what methods you use, but you must stay inside for 7 days and come out alive. Of course, you can choose to give up, but that means you'll forever lose the chance to become strong and the qualification to study at Tianwu. Your files will be marked with labels like deserter, coward, and failure. Your future children will ask you why you weren't a hero but a spineless coward. So, does anyone want to give up this assessment? No, not a single. Freshman back down, everyone shouted passionately. Good, real men. Wang Xian gave a thumbs up. Report, instructor, we're girls, not men, a female student protested. Wang Xian blushed and scratched the back of his head. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed across the training ground. The silver moon hung in the sky, stars scattered across the heavens. Shen Xintong leaned on Jiang Linchuan's shoulder, her eyes fixed on the lake, her face full of worry. Jiang Linchuan was silent for a moment before speaking gently. Don't worry. It's just a training exercise. Shen Xintong didn't reply, glaring at him before burrowing into his arms. I promise, I'll come back safe and sound. Jiang Linchuan truly had no temper when it came to the little witch. That's more like it, Shen Xintong tightly hugged his waist. There are many types of ferocious beasts in Yunkuan Mountain. Although most aren't very strong, there are indeed dangerous beasts of gold and platinum levels inside. The variety made Jiang Linchuan's spirits instantly lift, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. The meat of ferocious beasts had an inexplicable allure for him, but his family's financial situation couldn't provide such resources. Not to mention, after arriving in the imperial capital, he hadn't had any opportunity to hunt ferocious beasts. Only by entering the portal to the other realm could he hunt freely and obtain more resources. Are you even listening to me? Shen Xintong angrily bit his shoulder. Ouch! Ouch! Let go! Jiang Linchuan's body felt as fragile as paper under her teeth. If you don't let go, I'll hit you, he threatened. Shen Xintong wasn't afraid at all and kept biting without letting go. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap rang out. You! Shen Xintong looked at Jiang Linchuan in disbelief, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. An accident. Jiang Linchuan withdrew his hand from her curvy backside. The soft sensation made him want to slap again, but you don't mess with a tiger's tail. Shen Xintong, embarrassed, bit his neck again. The pain made Jiang Linchuan grimace, but knowing he was in the wrong, he didn't dare move. After a while, Shen Xintong finally let go, licking her blood-stained red lips. Those lips were as fiery and alluring as flames. Remember your promise. There'll be a reward when you return. Jiang Linchuan watched her departing figure and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Back at the dormitory, Jiang Linchuan walked up to Tao Ru, who was organizing his belongings, and carefully lifted his shirt. Help a brother out with some medicine. Wow, Tao Ru exclaimed, in surprise as he looked at the bloody bite marks on Jiang Linchuan's shoulder and neck. You guys sure had fun. You're being too rough, aren't you? I'm telling you, you have to be gentle with girls, Yu Xiuwen chimed in, laughing mischievously. Get lost. Is everything ready? Jiang Linchuan asked helplessly. This guy was everywhere, useless in most things but always the first to gossip. All set, Yu Xiuwen pointed to the towering pile of luggage on the balcony with a grin. Fully equipped, no compromises. Your mouth is impressive. I'll transfer the money to you later. Jiang Linchuan raised an eyebrow. This guy was surprisingly efficient when it came to getting things done. Yu Xiuwen waved his hand dismissively. We're all in the same dorm, no need to talk about money. Just save my life in Yunkuan Mountain, and we'll call it even. Alright, Jiang Linchuan replied without hesitation. The items he had prepared were worth far more than the contents of the bag. Yu Xiuwen's family was in business, and he was as sharp as they came. The four of them finished packing and lay down to rest. Whether they'd get a good night's sleep in the coming week was still uncertain. That night, some tossed and turned, while others slept soundly, without a care, like Ding Ji. The next morning, more than 30 buses were parked on the training field, and the Yanhui squad was responsible for checking whether students had brought any prohibited items. Water and food were fixed rations, only enough for one day. Wang Xian held a tray and smiled as he said, if you have storage equipment, hand it over now. If we find you hiding things during the search, it won't end well. The freshmen, understanding the personalities of these instructors, didn't dare play tricks. They obediently handed over items they shouldn't have brought. Jiang Linchuan counted and found that there were no fewer than 50 people with storage equipment. Tianwu Academy was truly full of talent. Tao Ru also obediently handed over his bracelet, keeping only some medicine for himself. After all, the other realm's portal was rich in medicinal herbs, which gave him confidence. Soon, it was Jiang Linchuan's turn. Wang Xian looked at his over 1 meter tall backpack, his mouth twitching as he said irritably, don't you know you can't bring so much stuff? Reporting, instructor, all items are permitted, Jiang Linchuan calmly responded. Oh, let me take a look. Wang Xian curiously unzipped the bag and examined its contents, his expression turning complicated. Kid, are you going camping in the wild? Inside were barbecue grills, solid alcohol, skewers, brushes, spatulas, cumin powder, chili powder, oil bottles. Even with his extensive experience, he'd never seen anyone bring so much stuff, completely shattering his expectations. Alright, kid, you're impressive. Wang Xian returned the backpack to Zhang Linchuan and gave him a thumbs up. After the inspection was over, everyone boarded the bus. Once the bus drove off, Shen Xintong emerged from a corner of the playground and waved. You must come back safely. You promised to protect me for a lifetime. The entrance to Yunkoan Mountain was hidden in a small valley within the Yen Mountain range. The terrain here was extremely complex, a typical karst landscape. Over 30 buses snaked their way into the dense forest. As they got closer to their destination, many people began to feel nervous, fearing the unknown dangers ahead. Even Tao Ru, who was usually calm and composed, had sweaty palms. What's wrong? You're not the type to get nervous easily, Zhang Linchuan asked casually. Tao Ru wiped the sweat from his palms and lowered his voice. I just used my mind's eye to probe ahead and sense that there will be significant danger coming up. My abilities aren't strong enough to see the exact details. Entering the portal to another realm is inherently dangerous. Just stick close when the time comes. Zhang Linchuan patted his shoulder, reassuring him not to panic. Would the danger come from people or beasts? Zhang Linchuan pondered. The Dark Knight assassins had been quiet for a while, and even the mastermind behind the threatening letters had yet to show themselves. The most terrifying enemies were those hidden in the shadows, like a venomous snake, lying in wait, ready to strike at any moment. At the end of the road stood a small fortress. The Watchman army, dressed in black and red uniforms, stood tall on the city walls, their postures firm, exuding a strong sense of security. The red flag fluttering above the camp gave a reassuring feeling. The buses pulled over by the roadside, and the freshmen disembarked, saluting in unison with admiration in their eyes. Every man harbored a dream of becoming a general, wielding a weapon, charging forward with courage, and achieving immortal feats for their homeland. The Watchman army stood tall, returning the salute with a loud and unified shout, "May the mountains and rivers remain safe." Inside the fortress, everyone, take an emergency kit. Choose your own weapons, but only cold weapons are allowed. You there, holding the grenade launcher, put it down. Gently now, good. Wang Xian's temper seemed much better this time, perhaps because this was his last meeting with some of the students. Zhang Linchuan chose 2 long knives that felt comfortable in his hands as his weapons. In the portal to another realm, danger lurked everywhere, and conserving spiritual energy was crucial. If he could avoid using his abilities, he would. Tao Ru picked a long spear. As a support-type awakened individual, he also needed some means of self-defense. Ding Ji, who had a fondness for shields, selected a 2-meter-tall shield. With his towering physique, he resembled a moving wall of bronze and iron. Yu Xiuwen strapped 2 daggers to his legs for easy access. He considered himself a gentle nanny and felt unsuited for the rough-and-tumble style of close combat warriors. Once everyone was ready, Wang Xian raised his arm and shouted, "Move out!" The Watchman army on the city walls saluted the students below, bidding them farewell. Zhang Linchuan stepped into the entrance of Yunkoan Mountain, his body suddenly pulled in as if weightless. The sensation lasted only a moment. His vision blurred, and a brand new world unfolded before him. Rolling mountains, lush green trees, cascading waterfalls, everything was far fresher than the outside world. If not for the occasional beastly roars in the distance, they might have thought they had arrived at a top-tier scenic spot. The spiritual energy here is denser, Zhang Linchuan felt his body automatically absorbing the surrounding energy and instantly took a liking to the place. Tao Ru glanced at the rows of tents near the entrance and smiled. Let's go. If we don't leave the safe zone soon, the instructors will start yelling at us. Boss, lead the way. Yu Xiuwen shouted. Roar! Ding! Ji charged forward with his shield, like a bull in full charge. Wait for me. I'm just a nanny, my body is delicate. Yu Xiuwen followed closely behind. Zhang Linchuan and Tao Ru exchanged smiles and joined the group. With someone taking the lead, the rest of the team began to move as well. The survival trial had officially begun. Yan Hui stood under a tent, watching them disappear into the distance. In a low voice, he said, "Everyone must stay vigilant and do your best to ensure their safe return." Understood. In the open area outside the safe. Zoned out, a thin young man stood in front of everyone and shouted loudly, "Everyone, stop for a moment. I have something to say." Jiang Linchuan. And the others also stopped, curious to see what he was up to. This person was Xingyu, who usually liked to play clever tricks and, relying on the fact that he was from the imperial capital, considered himself superior to others. Ahem, and Xingyu cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention and said, "Our task is to survive for a week, which means we can find a place to hide, and the task will be completed after a week. Think about it, with so many of us together, are we really afraid of a few ferocious beasts? It's safer with more people. If we scatter, the danger will increase. Who among us can handle a ferocious beast alone? So, I suggest we act together. That way, we can easily get through these 7 days." Some students whispered among themselves, thinking his words made sense. Others raised questions. What about food? We have so many people, we could drown the beasts in one go. Why worry about food? And Xingyu continued to rally them. More and more people expressed agreement, thinking he was right. This idea is too idealistic, Tao Ru sneered at his suggestion. Indeed. Jiang Linchuan agreed with Tao Ru. These freshmen were not really a cohesive group. If they encountered ferocious beasts, one person panicking could drag everyone down and even cause bigger trouble. And Xingyu felt the timing was right and proposed, "Everyone knows that a team needs a leader. Without leadership, there's no discipline. We need a captain." After speaking, he gave his roommate a meaningful look. "I think Xingyu is quite suitable. What does everyone think?" Immediately, a female student stood up to oppose. "I think Jiang Linchuan is more suitable. His training scores have always been the best. If he leads us, this assessment will definitely be easier. Yes, I also think Jiang Linchuan is more suitable." And Xingyu's face instantly darkened, but he didn't dare to lose his temper. He glanced at Jiang Linchuan. "Thank you for the compliments, but I'm not interested." Jiang Linchuan immediately declined. He didn't want to take on the trouble of being a leader. Managing the eating, drinking, and other needs of so many people was not something he had the time for. Everyone has their own plans. So don't force it, and Xingyu thought to himself, delighted. He was worried Jiang Linchuan would steal the spotlight, but the current situation was just what he wanted. "Everyone, I'll be heading off first." Jiang Linchuan signaled to Tao Ru and led their group away from the main crowd. Smart move, and Xingyu sneered as he watched them leave. In the jungle, Jiang Linchuan swung his long blade to cut through the vines and thorns blocking the path. This jungle was even harder to traverse than he had imagined, especially with 3 burdens tagging along, which further restricted their movements. He was used to working alone before, but now he had to adapt to teamwork. After all, one person would eventually run out of strength. Not to mention the side effects brought by the devouring attribute of the Gale Blade. Having teammates provided an extra layer of security. "These thorns are so annoying," Yushiuan complained as he swung his dagger aimlessly. "My handsome face is about to get scratched up." "Don't worry, even if you're disfigured, I can help you recover," Tao Ru joked. "This is so boring. We've been walking for so long and haven't even seen a single beast hair," Yushiuan grumbled. They had been walking in the jungle for over an hour, and apart from the distant roars of beasts, they hadn't encountered anything. "Little you, watch out on your left." "Ah, you." Shouwen jumped in fright at Tao Ru's warning, leaping onto Ding Ji's back and tightly choking his neck, shouting, "What is it? Deal with it. Quickly." It's just a pile of dung. Why are you so nervous?" "I was warning you not to step on it," Tao Ru said, covering his face in exasperation. "Let go of Ding Ji, you're about to choke him to death." Jiang Linchuan reminded him while bending down to pick up a stick. Oh, Yushiuan relaxed his arms and jumped down when he heard there was no danger. Poor Ding Ji's face had turned purple. He hadn't even encountered a ferocious beast but had almost been killed by his own teammate. Jiang Linchuan poked the pile of dung on the ground with the stick. "The heat hasn't dissipated yet, it should have been left within the past hour." Tao Ru took the stick and examined it carefully before adding, "It's from a herbivorous ferocious beast." Jiang Linchuan looked to the left and noticed that the bark at the base of several large trees had been gnawed away. Herbivorous, gnawing on bark, this should be a beast from the deer family. And in Yunkuan Mountain, there's only one type of deer beast. Banlong deer. Tao Ru chimed in. A bronze-level beast, quite suitable for practice. So what? Yu Xiuwen watched the two of them banter back and forth, as if he were listening to a comedy sketch. It shouldn't have gone far. I'll confirm the direction. First, Zhang Linchuan made a nimble leap and instantly landed on the treetop. He's practically Tarzan. Yu Xiuwen exclaimed in surprise. Found the target. Are we dragging everyone down? Yu Xiuwen watched Zhang Linchuan move effortlessly between the branches, his eyes filled with envy. Don't talk about dragging anyone down. Xiaochuan's current strength is the result of unimaginable effort. We need to work harder and catch up to him as soon as possible. Determination flashed in Tao Ru's eyes. Born into a family of medical practitioners with strict rules, he had been held to high expectations since childhood. He hadn't disappointed his family either, excelling far beyond his peers and even surpassing some older children. He had always been the model child in others' eyes. It wasn't until he met Zhang Linchuan that he truly understood the meaning of "there's always someone stronger than you." He didn't feel jealous or think it was unfair. Knowing Zhang Linchuan's family background, he understood that reaching this point must have required countless sweat and hardships. Now, he regarded Zhang Linchuan as the target he needed to surpass. Got it, Yu Xiuwen said, his face showing rare seriousness. Zhang Linchuan jumped down from the tree and drew his long blade. 1 o'clock direction, 50 meters away, 3 banlong deer. One is bronze 5-star, the other 2 are 4-star. I'll take the 5-star one. I'll take one, Tao Ru said, shaking his hands as the tip of his spear flashed brilliantly. We'll take one. Together, Yu Xiuwen decisively walked over to Ding Ji, gripping his daggers tightly and crossing them over his chest. Let's go. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 4 of them charged forward like tigers pouncing on sheep. The 3 banlong deer, busy gnawing on bark, let out startled cries as the 4 men suddenly burst in. This deer cry, it's just like the scene described in the Book of Songs. Truly a vivid moment, Tao Ru joked, trying to lighten the mood as he gripped his spear. Although banlong deer are herbivores, they're quite strong. Watch out for their neck swings and flying kicks. Charge! Zhang Linchuan dashed forward like the wind, scattering the 3 banlong deer and breaking their formation. Tao Ru followed closely, his spear thrusting with fierce momentum. Big guy, get in there. Yu Xiuwen was itching to join the fray, waving his daggers. Why don't you charge first? Ding Ji glanced at him. I'm the healer, you're the tank. Of course. You go first to block. Yu Xiuwen replied confidently. Ding Ji gripped his shield tightly, ready to face the enemy. For your parents. Charge. Yu Xiuwen's eyes lit up as he suddenly shouted. Roar! The thought of his parents became Ding Ji's driving force, turning into a battle cry. He seemed like a different person, raising his shield and charging at the remaining banlong deer with ferocity. Oomph, it's like he's activated a cheat code, Yu Xiuwen calmly observed the battlefield. He knew that as the healer, he needed to maintain control of the situation. The banlong deer had only a thin layer of skin, and Zhang Linchuan's high-grade stainless steel blade easily sliced through their bodies. In just a few seconds, he had already made several deep cuts on the bronze 5-star banlong deer, its blood spraying onto the grass like blooming crimson roses. If he weren't worried about being too over the top, he could have killed all 3 bronze banlong deer with a single strike. However, he wanted his teammates to get a feel for real combat. So, while toying with the prey in front of him, he kept an eye on the battlefield dynamics. Tao Ru swung his spear, creating gusts of wind and leaving trails of blood on the banlong deer with each precise and powerful strike. First strike, longing. Yu Xiuwen recited loudly, his voice full of vigor. Tao Ru faltered for a moment, nearly losing his balance. How much longing fills a night, unforgettable even at the ends of the earth. The second shot, heartbreak. Enough. Isn't this 13 death shots now? Tao Ru helplessly complained, too exasperated to speak. Everyone was desperately fighting monsters, but this guy was strolling around performing, neither helping nor contributing, just adding unnecessary drama. Ding Ji pushed his shield, grappling with the strength of the banlong deer, sweat dripping from his forehead. My cursed artistic flair, Yu Xiuwen grinned, clutching a dagger as he charged forward. Sneak attack. His dagger stabbed into the banlong deer's hindquarters, causing it to let out a painful screech and kick out violently, though it missed. If Yu Xiuwen hadn't reacted quickly, the kick would have landed in a fatal spot, his groin. This guy has no rules, but that groin-kicking move is impressive, Yu Xiuwen muttered as he got up, gripping another dagger and charging at the enemy again. In an instant, Zhang Linchuan's long blade slashed across the throat of the bronze 5-star banlong deer. Blood. splattered as it let out a final cry, convulsed a few times, and died. Tao Ru's gun pierced directly through the head of another Banlong deer, killing it instantly. Ding Ji raised his shield high, repeatedly ramming the last Banlong deer's head, leaving it dazed and disoriented, while Yu Xiuwen seized the opportunity to launch sneak attacks and finish it off. Finally, the last Banlong deer was worn down in Dijiang. Lin Chuan was also amazed by Ding Ji's craftsmanship. He had originally planned to do it himself, but didn't expect Ding Ji to do such a great job. He decided he must let the little witch try it someday. At this moment, he thought of Shen Shintong. If she were here, she would definitely be very happy. Shen Shintong was a mischievous little witch and a cheerful presence who brought joy to everyone. Here, eat more. Ding Ji handed Jiang Linchuan a piece of golden, crispy roasted deer leg. Just then, rustling sounds came from not far away. Jiang Linchuan's eyes sharpened as he stood up, waved his hand, and the blade emitted a crisp sound. He hated being disturbed while eating. His figure flashed like lightning toward the source of the sound. Before the three others could react, Jiang Linchuan had already returned with a bloodstained blade and 2 silver spirit beads in his hand. 2 roaming hunting demon spiders, not tasty. The 3 stared wide-eyed as he picked up the deer leg and took big bites, momentarily speechless. Those were silver-level roaming hunting demon spiders, and he had taken them down with a single strike, and then dismissed them as not tasty? However, everyone was wise enough not to ask about Jiang Linchuan's true strength. Firstly, they didn't want to feel inferior, and secondly, some things are better left unknown. All they needed to know was that Jiang Linchuan was their teammate and brother, and that was enough. 2 hours later, most of the meat from the 2 half-class dragon deer had ended up in Jiang Linchuan's stomach, with the rest saved as reserves. This meal had exhausted Ding Ji, who was shocked by Jiang Linchuan's enormous appetite. Sigh, Jiang Linchuan sighed. What's wrong? Not full yet? Tao Ru asked. It's not that I'm not full, it's that the spiritual energy in this class dragon deer is too little, Jiang Linchuan said regretfully, wiping his mouth. He didn't feel full at all. Eating the meat of fierce beasts could only convert into mild spiritual energy. Ever since he had fallen unconscious due to aftereffects last time, he had been experiencing this situation. He wasn't sure of the reason and could only attribute it to changes in his constitution. After hearing his words, the 3 were speechless. It was infuriating others could absorb spiritual energy with just a little food, but he needed so much time to do so. Jiang Linchuan picked up a water bottle and took a sip. Pack up and get ready to move out. We'll scout the perimeter first. Yu Xiuwen silently began packing up. His silence caught the attention of Jiang Linchuan and Tao Ru. Tao Ru pulled Jiang Linchuan aside and whispered, "What's wrong with Xiuwen? He seems a bit off." "Don't worry. Everyone has to go through growth. He's transitioning from a boy to a man, and that's a good thing." Jiang Linchuan, experienced as he was, immediately recognized Yu Xiuwen's state. "Doesn't a boy need a woman to help him become a man?" Tao Ru teased with a mischievous smile. Jiang Linchuan rolled his eyes and retorted, "You're becoming more and more uninhibited. You act refined on the surface, but you're secretly quite cheeky." "Not at all. I'm just being honest. Get lost." After packing up and replenishing their water supply, the 4 continued forward along the stream. Most creatures couldn't survive without a water source, so as long as they stayed near the water, they wouldn't have trouble finding prey. Elsewhere, the main group, covered in dust, was resting in an open area, with many people injured. The worst part was that a stampede and crowding incident had occurred right at the start. When they encountered fierce beasts, the timid ones tried to flee, while those who wanted to fight were held back by their companions, causing chaos and mutual shoving among the crowd. A few bronze-level minor beasts had thrown them into complete disarray, and most of the injuries were self-inflicted. And Xingyu stood on a large rock with a dark expression, cursing incessantly. Some couldn't bear it and left directly. "Brother Yu, don't be angry. Here are the spoils from earlier, please take them." The loyal Su Kuan handed over a few blood-stained bronze spirit beads, and Xingyu casually took them, stuffed them into his pocket, and snorted coldly, "What a bunch of useless trash. So many people struggling against a few fierce beasts." When he said this, he himself had been hiding at the back of the crowd. "Exactly. Su Kuan fawned, what about those who just left? Should we go after them? Go after them? If they want to die, let them die. Saves us the trouble of collecting their corpses." And Xingyu's face was grim. The nearby people heard this and their expressions darkened, but no one dared to leave the main group. After all, the chaos that had just occurred was etched in their hearts. Hundreds of people had lost their composure. When faced with the ferocious beasts, if one were to encounter them alone, the consequences were unimaginable. So, they chose silence, chose to retreat. Lucky, Tauru squatted in front of a bush, carefully digging the soil beneath a small purple flower with a shovel. Jiang Linchuan gripped his knife, vigilant, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, closely watching the surroundings. Ding Ji and Yu Shouwen squatted beside Tauru, curiously observing. Before long, Tauru unearthed a clump of black substance from the soil. "What's this, a yak egg?" Ding Ji scratched his head and asked. "Don't joke around. Yaks give birth to live young, how could they lay eggs?" Yu Shouwen retorted. "In my hometown, we call potatoes yak eggs," Ding Ji said, feeling aggrieved. Oh, sorry, I didn't know," Yu Shouwen stuck out his tongue. Tauru carefully cleaned off the dirt and held it up for everyone to see. "This is called lianxiang gall. When ground into powder, it can mask scents. At night, we can sprinkle it around our campsite to greatly reduce the risk of being discovered by ferocious beasts. Identifying it is simple. The flower has 4 purple petals, with white crescent-shaped markings on the petals. The larger the crescent, the older it is. Is that really true?" Ding Ji picked up the purple flower on the ground and stared at it with wide eyes. "Quick, throw the flower away," Tao Ru reminded him. Ding Ji, as if bitten by a snake, quickly threw the flower away and said with a bitter face, "It's not poisonous, is it?" "It's not poisonous. Smell your right hand," Tao Ru said calmly. "Ugh, why does it smell so bad? It's awful." Ding Ji rolled his eyes from the stench. "This is worse than geraniums, titanarums, or night-blooming orchids. The flower of lianxiang gall has no scent, but once it touches the skin, it emits an unpleasant odor. The most critical thing is, this smell doesn't wash off." Tao Ru deliberately dragged out his words. Ding Ji stared blankly and sat heavily on the ground. It's over. Meiduo will definitely dislike me." "Who's Meiduo?" The 3 asked in unison, their tone full of curiosity. "Meiduo is the most beautiful girl in our village, like a fairy," Ding Ji said shyly. His dark skin didn't show a blush, but his eyes were filled with happiness. "Childhood sweethearts. Innocent playmates. Betrothed since childhood." Yu Shouwen chimed in, unable to think of anything else. Jiang Linchuan and Tao Ru gave him a sideways glance. What era was he living in? "But now my hand stinks." "Ugh," Ding Ji sniffed his hand again, then slapped the ground hard, looking as aggrieved as a 300-pound child. "If it's unbearable, just chop it off. When we get back, we'll fit you with a steampunk mechanical hand." "Super cool," Yu Shouwen said, gritting his teeth and pulling out a dagger, looking heartbroken. "Stop joking. The dirt Tao Ru just scraped off the lianxiang gall can be rubbed on your hand to get rid of the smell," Jiang Linchuan reminded him, holding back laughter. These two were truly mischievous. "Ha?" Tao Ru looked at him in surprise. Jiang Linchuan shrugged. "I happened to see it before. You're the professional, I'm just an amateur. This is still your area of expertise." Ding Ji lay on the ground, collecting the scraped-off dirt, and rubbed it on his hand with skepticism. "Almost rubbing his skin off. Really boring. Learn your lesson next time. Don't touch things you shouldn't," Yu Shouwen said smugly, patting Ding Ji's shoulder. "Let's go. It's getting late. Let's hunt 2 animals first and then find a place to camp. This is our first night in the alien portal, a momentous occasion," Tao Ru said, putting the lianxiang gall into his backpack. "Using the sky as a blanket, the ground as a bed, and ferocious beasts as companions, it's definitely worth remembering," Yu Shouwen said. He had never imagined that life after awakening would be so thrilling, and it was just beginning. Watching the 3 ahead striding forward, he smiled faintly. Being a caretaker wasn't bad. I'll work hard to catch up with them and walk this path together. The sky over Yunkuan Mountain gradually turned gray, unlike the outside world where sunsets and evening clouds could be seen. The thick gray clouds hung low, the mountain peaks hidden in the mist, dreamlike and ethereal. The oppressive air made it hard to breathe. Before nightfall, the group found a suitable campsite. A barren low mountain, with a protruding stone platform halfway up, flanked by smooth cliffs, offering a high level of safety. At the foot of the mountain, there was a small pond with ample water supply. "I'll go up and take a look first." Jiang Linchuan didn't put down his backpack. With a leap, he used the smooth rock wall for leverage with the tip of his foot. Like a bird spreading its wings, he ascended dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. The stone platform was flat, with only scattered fragments of rock. Jiang Linchuan carefully searched the area but found no traces of any ferocious beasts. He unloaded his backpack, which was taller than a person, and took out rock nails and ropes. Without using any tools, he forcefully drove the rock nails into the hard rock layer. He tied a simple knot with the rope and then threw it down. Gripping the rope with one hand and holding a long knife in the other, he leapt down. That's so cool. If I were a girl, I'd like Xiaochuan too. Yu Xiuwen's eyes sparkled. I can help you, Tao Ru said with a mischievous smile. Forget it, I'd definitely be torn apart alive by the little witch. Shen Wu knew. Yu Xiuwen shivered. At Tianwu Academy, everyone knew, it's better to challenge a starshine beast alone than to provoke the school. Beauty Shen Wu knew. They were like angels and demons, with countless tricks up their sleeves for tormenting others. Suddenly, there was a loud splash. Watch out! Jiang Linchuan swung his knife mid-air. The long knife sliced through the air with a sharp sound, heading straight for the massive snake head emerging from the pond. Clang! Sparks flew as the highly durable stainless steel long knife shattered inch by inch. Hiss! The giant python opened its mouth, flicking its tongue, and a wave of black mist surged toward Jiang Linchuan. Before the mist reached him, he already smelled a nauseating stench. Holding his breath, he waved his palm slightly. A pitch-black tang knife appeared in his hand, accompanied by a clear dragon's roar as the blade was unsheathed. The wind rose. The tip of the blade generated a strong airflow, dispersing the black mist into the nearby forest. The lush green leaves, as if splashed with acid, quickly rotted and disappeared. Jiang Linchuan landed, his knife pointing at the giant python. The massive body of the python fully emerged from the water, covered in green scales that were sharp and glistening with water droplets. Its body was as thick as a water barrel and stretched up to 20 meters long. Its eyes resembled two yellow lamps, and when it flicked its tongue, four sharp fangs were visible. Qingming python, Jiang Linchuan said calmly. No wonder he hadn't sensed its presence. The Qingming python, a golden six-star beast, favored aquatic environments, had extremely high defense, was lethally venomous, excelled at hiding, and was almost undetectable when stationary underwater. It primarily had two attack methods: tightly coiling its hard scales around its prey to crush them, or spraying highly corrosive water arrows from its mouth. What should we do? Tao Ru gripped his long spear tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, showing his extreme tension. Ding Ji and Yu Xiuwen were already scared stiff, huddling together behind Jiang Linchuan. This snake, what level is it? Its aura is overwhelming. Are the four of us even enough to fill its teeth? Yu Xiuwen asked, trembling. Tonight, we'll feast on snake meat. Jiang Linchuan grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. Finally, a golden-level beast had appeared to time for a proper meal. Stop joking, it's more likely to eat us. I'll distract it while you guys run as far as you can. Yu Xiuwen took a deep breath and shakily stepped forward. The Qingming python seemed wary of the knife in Jiang Linchuan's hand, hesitating to attack, but it also appeared to dismiss the group as insignificant pests. Stop playing. The self-sacrificing hero, Jiang Linchuan, pulled Yu Xiuwen back behind him. Shura blood eyes. A blood-red hue, as vivid as roses, enveloped his eyes, exuding a murderous aura like two sharp blades piercing the python's eyes. The Qingming python twisted its body anxiously, its soft tail sweeping down a cluster of trees as thick as bowls. A sudden fear made it want to abandon the attack, flicking its tongue and turning its head to retreat into the pond. How could Jiang Linchuan let it escape? This was a rare dinner opportunity. He stomped heavily, leaving deep footprints. His figure shot out like an arrow, the tang knife in his hand tracing a beautiful arc. Tao Ru and the others saw a blur before their eyes, followed by a series of knife shadows streaking through the air. In an instant, the knife shadows vanished like illusions. The massive snake head suddenly flew off, and crimson blood gushed out in torrents. With a loud bang, the headless python fell heavily by the edge of the pool, its blood spilling into the water and splashing up in crimson bursts. Jiang Linchuan jumped to the other side, flicking off the blood droplets from his blade. Ah, ah! Yu Xiuwen opened his mouth wide, making strange noises. He pointed at the dead Qingming python, then at his own mouth, stomping his feet anxiously. Ah, ah! Ding Ji imitated him, though he didn't understand, he thought. It was impressive. Tao Ru helplessly rubbed his face and patted Ding Ji's arm. Ignore him, this guy is reverting to his primitive instincts. Clean up, we're having snake soup tonight. Jiang Linchuan, tall and upright, walked over slowly, completely unfazed by how astonishing his earlier display had been. Revealing his strength was only a matter of time. Right now, he just wanted to eat meat and couldn't be bothered to keep up appearances. Yu Xiuwen finally mustered the courage, suddenly holding his jaw, but accidentally bit his tongue. I know what you want to say, but actually, my blade ability is more powerful. As he spoke, Jiang Linchuan picked up a broken blade from the ground and sliced it with his gale blade. The high hardness stainless steel was cut into thin slices like fish meat. Whoa! It cuts like tofu. This is the legendary sharpness. Yu Xiuwen's eyes nearly popped out. Ding Ji looked down at his own body, then glanced at the tang blade gleaming coldly, calculating in his mind how many pieces he could be sliced into. Xiaochuan, this green python seems to have just laid eggs, Taoru shouted. Jiang Linchuan's eyes lit up. Having just laid eggs meant there might be snake eggs. He curiously asked, how can you tell? Taoru pointed to the snake's tail. Its cloaca is visibly swollen, and there are remnants of ruptured fetal membranes. Second brother, you're so weird. Why are you so interested in that part of the snake? Your taste is heavy. Yu Xiuwen teased. Taoru sighed helplessly, not wanting to argue with him. You guys handle the corpse first, I'll go into the water to see if I can fish out some eggs. Jiang Linchuan said, then jumped into the pool. This guy must have been a starving ghost in his past life. He ignores everything when it comes to food. What if there's danger down there? Yu Xiuwen mocked, but deep down, he was quite worried. Taoru was silent for a moment. It should be fine. Green pythons don't guard their eggs. If there are eggs, it's just an extra meal. Stop wasting time and get to work. We didn't contribute much, so don't eat too much. Alright. Yu Xiuwen pulled out his dagger, saw Ding Ji standing motionless with a conflicted expression, and walked over to ask, Big guy, what's wrong? Ding Ji said with a mournful face, I originally planned to invite you guys to my house during winter break, but now I'm worried the 3,000 yaks we raise won't be enough to eat. What the heck? 3,000 yaks? Yu Xiuwen was shocked. He had always thought Ding Ji's family was ordinary, but it turned out he was a rich second generation. Then don't worry. Xiaochuan probably only has an appetite for ferocious beast meat, Taoru said with a smile. He carefully handled the green python's corpse, paying special attention to many areas. He now wished the storage equipment hadn't been handed over, so many valuable items left behind felt like a waste. Snake oil could be used for skincare, snake bones ground into powder for strengthening the body, and then there were the snake skin and scales. The more Taoru thought about it, the more his heart ached. Green pythons were rare. Last time, his family had spent a fortune to buy an 8-meter-long one. Ding Ji climbed up the stone platform with a rope, carrying Jiang Linchuan's bag on his back, then slid back down. They hadn't encountered good prey along the way, thinking tonight would be easy, but a 20-meter-long green python was enough to keep them busy. Yu Xiuwen collected firewood nearby. The charcoal they brought was quickly used up, so they had to make do. Ding Ji used a few stones to set up a simple stove, placed a pot on it, and luckily, someone had brought complete tools. 10 minutes later, gurgling water sounds came from the pool. The three of them nervously raised their weapons, staring at the water's surface. A basketball-sized white object floated up, followed by 3 more. Taoru mustered his courage to get closer and saw clearly that they were white eggs. Snake eggs. Xiaochuan actually fished them out. Splash! A figure burst out of the water. There's an underground river below, quite complex. I almost got lost, but luckily, I found these 4 snake eggs. Jiang Linchuan said, squeezing his wet body. Actually, there were 5 eggs. He kept one to let the little witch have a taste. Wow, 4 snake eggs. If a beast tamer saw them, they'd be so jealous they'd fight over them. Yu Xiuwen exclaimed. Beast tamers were special awakened ones. Although their talent was average and their spiritual energy low, they were born with a strong connection to ferocious beasts. Some people specialized in raising ferocious beasts as pets, forming a unique school. And ferocious beast eggs were the easiest to bond with. We don't have beast tamers. These are just food, and they'll always only be food. Jiang Linchuan said firmly. Xiaochuan, come here. There's something good waiting for you. Taoru waved. You mean, snake gall? Jiang Linchuan raised an eyebrow. That's right. Hurry up and eat it before it spoils. All right. Jiang Linchuan walked to the middle section of the python's body, tilted his knife, and cut downward. Reaching inside, he pulled out a fist-sized snake gallbladder. The gallbladder was emerald green and translucent, resembling high-quality jade, emitting a faint glow. He opened his mouth and swallowed it directly. Gulp! The three companions swallowed in unison, not out of greed, but because they felt slightly uncomfortable. As the snake gallbladder entered his stomach, it instantly transformed into a surge of intense spiritual energy. A warm sensation quickly spread throughout Jiang Linchuan's body, as if he were surrounded by a blazing furnace, enveloping him in warmth. At that moment, he faintly heard a soft pop from within his body. He had broken through. He successfully advanced to gold rank 6 stars. That feels amazing, Jiang Linchuan said, stretching lazily. Here, each of you take a snake fang dagger for self-defense. Be careful, these things are highly poisonous, Tao Ru said, distributing the extracted snake fangs to everyone. Jiang Linchuan accepted one, playing with it in his hand. It felt cool and very comfortable. The sharp tip of the fang was embedded in a piece of wood to prevent accidental injuries. With this snake fang dagger, I can walk sideways wherever I go. Anyone who gets stabbed is done for, Yushiwen said proudly, waving his dagger. Try not to use it, Jiang Linchuan advised. Why? Yushiwen asked, puzzled. Wouldn't it be more convenient to have this weapon? One stab, one small beast down, it feels amazing. Then the meat becomes inedible, Ding Ji interjected. Exactly. Full marks for that reason, Yushiwen said, covering his face with a bitter smile. How could he have forgotten that? Under the dim night sky, a cluster of red flames flickered and danced. Crackle, crackle. Sparks flew from the campfire, resembling fleeting meteors. In the pot, milky white soup bubbled continuously, with tender white snake meat floating up and down. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the rising white steam. Tao Ru occasionally stirred the pot with a ladle, having added medicinal herbs collected during the day. Jiang Linchuan and the other two each held a basketball-sized roasted snake egg, eating with oil dripping from their mouths. Ding Ji's large head was almost buried inside the eggshell, making sounds reminiscent of a pig eating. Burp! That was absolutely delicious, Yushiwen said, patting his round belly with a satisfied expression. Delicious. Jiang Linchuan licked the corner of his mouth and casually placed an eggshell on Yushiwen's head. Who turned off the lights? Yushiwen joked. Ha, Tao Ru laughed, scooping up a piece of snake stew. Here, try this. Jiang Linchuan reached out and grabbed it without hesitation. Ignoring the heat. He had been craving the aroma for a long time. Taking a big bite, the snake meat was incredibly tender and slid smoothly down his throat into his stomach. His mouth was filled with the rich flavor, accompanied by the unique herbal fragrance of the medicinal ingredients. Absolutely amazing. He finished the piece in his hand and grabbed two more, eating them alternately. Warm, spiritual energy nourished his internal organs, faintly emitting a soft glow. Second brother, grab me a piece. I want to try it too, Yushiwen said, reaching out. Now you call me second brother? Tao Ru laughed, scooping a small piece for him. Second brother, I want some too, Ding Ji chimed in, unwilling to be left out. As everyone was enjoying themselves, Jiang Linchuan suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze fixed on the depths of the jungle. Who's there? Don't be alarmed, it's classmates, a girl's voice replied. Soon, 2 boys and 2 girls emerged from the forest, their clothes tattered, and their appearances disheveled. Classmate Jiang, we saw the firelight and also. The girl glanced at the steaming pot, involuntarily swallowing. Yushiwen, his belly bulging, guarded the pot. With both hands, staring warily at the 4 newcomers like a dog protecting its food. Gulp, could we rest near you? Please, we're completely exhausted, the girl pleaded. Tao Ru turned to Jiang Linchuan, seeking his opinion with his eyes. Jiang Linchuan nodded. Come sit, but keep quiet, Tao Ru said, inviting them over. Thank you, thank you. The girl clasped her hands in gratitude. Since the leader had agreed, Yushiwen had no objections and sat back down. 4 bedraggled freshmen sat around the campfire, their eyes fixed intently on the food in the pot, resembling starving wolves. However, they remained quiet, just sitting there without making a sound. Jiang Linchuan exchanged a glance with Tao Ru. Such a large Qingming python, there was no way to finish it or take it along, so why not use the opportunity to extend a favor? Anyone who could enter Tianwu Academy must have decent talent, and they might be helpful in the future. Tao Ru scooped a few pieces of meat into a metal box and handed it to the girl. Divide it among yourselves, but don't eat too much. Overeating isn't good for you. Thank you. My name is Luo Chanqian, the girl introduced herself, pointing to her companions. This is Luo Hu, Gao Ran, and Su Rong. Thank you so much. The four, famished, didn't care about their dirty hands and grabbed the meat to devour it. Why didn't you stick with the main group? Tao Ru asked. Ugh, don't even mention it. The burly Luo Hu looked furious. That and Xingyu, I think he's useless. He hides behind others without contributing and even insults us. His insults were especially harsh, Luo Chanqian added, her eyes glistening with tears. She had never been spoken to like that before. Luo Hu then recounted the events in detail. That guy didn't seem like a good person from the start, and it turns out he really isn't, Yu Xiuwen sneered. Alright, let's not gossip behind people's backs, Tao Ru interrupted. What's done is done, talking more wouldn't change anything. I'm going to wash my hands. Rong, come with me, Luo Chanqian stood up. Tao Ru looked at Luo Hu and Gao Ran. You two should go with them as well. Be careful. While walking, Yu Xiuwen reminded them from behind. Luo Hu and Gao Ran, though slightly puzzled, still got up and followed. Yu Xiuwen covered his ears and kicked Ding Ji. Big guy, cover your ears. Quickly. You're so mischievous, Jiang Linchuan glared at him. Ah! 4 piercing screams shattered the night's silence. It's fine, the snake is already dead. Oh, and you just ate its meat, Tao Ru called out from a distance. Luo Chanqian and the others ran back, their faces pale and filled with terror. How did you kill such a huge snake? Gao Ren clutched his knees, trying to stop trembling. Tao Ru, teamwork. Jiang Linchuan, unity. Yu Xiuwen, effort together. Ding Ji, creating brilliance together? Stop spouting nonsense, you fool. Yu Xiuwen scolded angrily, covering his face. Aren't you afraid at all? Su Rong asked softly. Fear is a natural reaction, whether for humans or animals. But fear doesn't help. It's better to pick up the knife or sword in your hand and face what scares you directly, defeat it, Jiang Linchuan said calmly. Thank you, Luo Chanqian expressed her gratitude and turned to walk toward the water pool. Her steps were slow but unusually resolute. Jiang Linchuan's words seemed to have a magical effect, gradually dispelling the fear in her heart. Luo Hu and the others followed her to confront their inner fears. Didn't expect you to be so philosophical, Yu Xiuwen said, slinging an arm around Jiang Linchuan's shoulder with a grin. Jiang Linchuan brushed his hand away. Go cut some meat, I'm still hungry. Got it, right away. Yu Xiuwen eagerly picked up a dagger and started slicing meat. A while later, Luo Chanqian and the others returned, clearly having tidied up their appearance by the water pool. They're clean and pretty fac not. Only did they have meat to eat, but someone also helped treat their injuries. Compared to that in Xingyu, it was a world of difference, completely winning over the goodwill of these hundreds of people. Moreover, quite a few people managed to break through their strength after eating the Qingming python's meat. This was an enormous favor. Any improvement in strength gave them more confidence when facing fierce beasts. Jiang Linchuan maintained a calm expression, silently eating his meat, while Ding Ji had already fallen asleep on the ground. A large group of girls surrounded Yu Xiuwen, making him lose himself as he exaggerated stories of how he had slain fierce beasts. After finishing the last piece of meat, Jiang Linchuan wiped his mouth in satisfaction, grabbed his long blade, and leapt onto a nearby tree. I'll take the night watch tonight. Everyone, sleep soundly. He's so cool. The girl's eyes sparkled with pink hearts. Yu Xiuwen lowered his head, glanced around, and finally let out a long sigh. As expected, looks are everything. You fickle women. At dawn, a red signal flare slowly rose into the sky, breaking the morning's tranquility and waking the soundly sleeping freshmen. Jiang Linchuan and his 3 companions, fully armed, looked at their still drowsy classmates and waved. We'll head out first. Good luck, everyone. The now awake students watched their departing figures, hurriedly shouldered their bags, and chased after them as if they were pursuing someone who owed them money. 3 minutes later, 2 dark figures rushed over. Who fired the signal? Flare? Wang Xian asked coldly. Reporting to the instructor, it was Jiang Linchuan, a student who hadn't left yet replied. Wang Xian scanned the surroundings but didn't see Jiang Linchuan. He pressed further. Where did he go? What happened? They left something behind, a big snake. Hearing this, Wang Xian and the butcher immediately became alert and headed toward the pond the student pointed out. There, they found an intact snakeskin and neatly arranged green scales. Qingming python. The muscles on the butcher's face twitched. A group of freshmen actually killed a Qingming python. Wang Xian was utterly shocked. Reporting to the instructor, the snake was already dead before we arrived. It seems like it was killed by the people in Jiang Linchuan's dorm. We even got a piece of the snake meat, the student who followed them explained. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Xian waved his hand. You all leave here and continue the trial. Dozens of students hurriedly chased in the direction Jiang Linchuan and the others had gone. Something's off. The butcher squinted his eyes. Wang Xian turned to him. What's off? The butcher took a few quick steps forward, spotted the shriveled snake head hidden under the scales, picked it up for a closer look, and then spread the snakeskin out on the ground. There's only one wound, cut very cleanly. It was killed in a single strike. The Qingming python's head was severed with one blow. Estimated to be 20 meters long, he said, picking up a scale and weighing it in his hand. Its strength was at least gold 5-star level. Wang Xian froze, scratching his head. A freshman actually killed a gold-level Qingming python in one strike? That's hard to believe. It must have been Jiang Linchuan. Among the four of them, only he carried 2 long blades. But even with high-hardness stainless steel blades, it wouldn't be easy to cut through the Qingming python's scales so effortlessly. The butcher scratched his head, looking puzzled. At that moment, a glimmer of light in the distance caught Wang Xian's attention. He walked over, bent down, and picked up a glowing fragment of a blade. The butcher's mouth fell open in shock. Wang Xian pressed his lips tightly together. I remember now. His ability is a blade. He likely concealed his true strength. Judging from his training performance, he doesn't seem like a newly awakened freshman at all. He's more like a shark lurking in a fish pond. Let's report back to the captain first. The butcher used his storage equipment to collect the snakeskin and scales, which were treasures, and the two hurried back to the safe zone. Wang Xian directly reported the situation to Yan Hui. Yan Hui remained silent for a long time before saying, "Understood. Don't tell anyone else about this. Keep it strictly confidential." Understood. Yan Hui's gaze pierced through the forest, looking toward the depths of Yunkuan Mountain. A faint, wry smile appeared on his lips. Junior brother, senior brother will help you keep this secret for now, lest that troublesome Ling Shuang lures you away to the Watchers. You are destined to become the one who destroys everything, an unstoppable sharp blade. The captain actually laughed. The water ghost exclaimed in shock. My goodness, this is truly astonishing. Qi Lian exaggeratedly clutched her chest and shouted. Cut out that damn translator tone. Lei Gong angrily kicked her. In the dense forest, Tao Ru and the other two squatted on the ground, drawing circles. Behind them lay a row of exhausted freshmen, half dead. Ah, what's the point? This is the first time I've been chased by so many beauties, Yu Xiuwen said, chewing on a grass root. Human nature is to admire the strong. Fear stems from subconscious insecurity, but when the true cause can't be found, people instinctively follow the strong to protect themselves. This is also a subconscious behavior, Tao Ru said, holding a tree branch and scribbling on the ground. Actually, we're just like them, timid mice, Yu Xiuwen said, holding his head and gazing at the sky. When the subconscious is revealed, fate changes, Tao Ru concluded beautifully, satisfied as he looked at his creation. On the ground were several small figures drawn in the style of the 5-animal play. What does it mean? Ding Ji asked, pretending to think. It's psychological stuff. I'll explain it to you in detail later. Xiao Chuan is back, Tao Ru said. A figure leaped through the dense forest, flipped, landed, and grabbed a water bottle to take a few sips. Any discoveries? A herd of horned antelopes, about 100, with over a dozen at the silver level, Jiang Linchuan reported succinctly. 100? Tao Ru frowned. The number was too large. He pondered for a moment and looked at Jiang Linchuan. What do you plan to do? Make a big move, Jiang Linchuan grinned. His system task still required dozens of bronze-level beasts. Although he could easily handle the herd of horned antelopes alone, there were too many people following him, and he didn't want to expose himself. Moreover, the extreme danger Tao Ru mentioned hadn't appeared yet, so he needed to stay hidden and avoid being targeted. I love stirring things up, Yu Xiuwen said, rubbing his hands together. Me too, Ding Ji said, clenching his fists. Yeah, right, you two are just cowards, Tao Ru said disdainfully, glancing at them before turning to Jiang Linchuan. You must have a plan, right? Jiang Linchuan opened his backpack and took out 2 military shovels, handing them to Yu Xiuwen and Ding Ji. You two go dig pits. Dig as big and as deep as you can. Pit trap. Tao Ru's eyes lit up. Not just that, Jiang Linchuan said, smiling as he looked at the people following them not far away. They keep trailing us, which isn't ideal. Why not help them out, eliminate their fear, and let them see some blood? 300 people against a 100 horned antelopes, definitely a winning chance, Tauru agreed with a nod. Then let's get started. Don't just stand there, go dig the pits, Zhang Linchuan said, walking toward the group of freshmen. Everyone, I'd like to invite you to revisit the trap game taught by the instructors. Raise your hand to sign up if you're interested. I'll do it. I'll do it. Luo Chanxian was the first to jump up and raise her hand. Alright, you're the group leader, Zhang Linchuan said with a nod. Yay! Luo Chanxian cheered, making a victory gesture. More and more people raised their hands to sign up, feeling excited and intrigued. In the end, Zhang Linchuan divided the 300 people into 15 groups, each with 20 members, assigning tasks and responsibilities reasonably. After the pre-battle mobilization, everyone was eager to get started. Some dug pits, some stripped bark to make ropes, and others sharpened branches. Everyone had their own insights and exchanged experiences with one another. As they chatted, the content became increasingly exaggerated, even making Zhang Linchuan feel a bit nervous. Human imagination truly knows no bounds. Outside the dense forest was a lush green meadow. A herd of yellow and white horned antelopes grazed on the tender grass, occasionally raising their heads to cautiously scan their surroundings, wary of approaching predators. A few young horned antelopes raised their heads, suckling milk from their mothers. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside one of the young horned antelopes, picked it up, and ran. Bleat, 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 bleat. Almost all the horned antelopes noticed the uninvited guest, the Olju, whose lamb had been snatched away, finally reacted. As the leader of the herd, she would never stand idly by. She kicked her hooves and charged toward the figure. As the leader moved, the other horned demon antelopes followed suit. The ground trembled, and dust filled the air. Zhang Linchuan ran while slapping the little horned demon antelope's rear, provoking it to cry out even more pitifully. Ahead lay the dense forest, its entrance resembling an open pouch. Unfortunately, the horned demon antelopes didn't understand the concept of avoid entering the forest. Tauru kept his eyes fixed ahead, his palms slightly sweaty as he wiped them on his pants. The sound of the herd's galloping was like war drums, shaking everyone's hearts. Hidden in the forest, the freshmen felt their adrenaline surge, their breathing and heartbeats quickening. They were coming. Tauru's gaze sharpened as he raised his arm. When Zhang Linchuan leapt high into the air, Tauru suddenly swung his arm down and shouted loudly, "Group 3. 3 thumb-thick vines shot up from the ground, pulled taut. Bah! The leader of the herd bleated, kicked its hooves, and jumped over the vines. The horned demon antelopes following behind also leapt one after another. Everyone was waiting for this critical moment. Just as the leader landed, the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a massive pit over 20 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep. It opened like the mouth of a devil, ready to devour its prey. The bottom of the pit was densely packed with arm-thick wooden spikes. Bah! The leader let out a miserable cry, warning the herd to flee. But the herd followed closely behind the leader, charging forward without hesitation, even if there was a cliff ahead. One by one, the horned demon antelopes fell into the trap, gravity pinning them onto the wooden spikes. Blood gushed out, staining the soil and forming clumps of bloodied mud. Group 14, Group 15, encircle them. Tauru ordered again. The team members at the rear, already on standby, raised massive shields, cutting off the horned demon antelope's retreat. These were all burly beast-type awakeners. Group 10, Group 11, Group 12, Group 13, cast the nets. 4 large nets woven from tree bark fell from the sky, covering the herd that hadn't yet jumped into the pit. Group 6, Group 7, Group 8, Group 9, fire. Rows of sharp, thick wooden spears and arrows shot out from both sides of the forest, piercing the bodies of the horned demon antelopes. Their pitiful cries echoed one after another. The rest of you, engage in close combat. Tauru, now filled with adrenaline, charged out of the trees, spear in hand, stabbing directly. A dense crowd of team members emerged from behind the trees, wielding high-strength stainless steel weapons to attack. Zhang Linchuan, wielding a blade, moved like a nimble butterfly among the herd. With 1 slash per antelope, he struck directly at their throats. Cumulative kills, 500 bronze-level beasts. Acquired movement skill, feathered steps on snow. Feathered steps on snow, LV1 movements as light as feathers, leaving no trace on snow, agility like a phantom, speed like a swimming dragon. Greatly enhances burst speed and allows brief Suspension in midair. New task, cumulative kills, 300 silver level beasts, 1/300. New task, cumulative kills, 80 platinum level beasts, 080. A flood of data surged into Jiang Linchuan's mind, causing a slight headache. A movement skill? Jiang Linchuan chuckled. The system was quite thoughtful with this survival skill. Well, since it didn't occupy a skill slot, he might as well use it. The horned demon antelopes on the ground were quickly slaughtered by the 300+ team members, leaving only those in the pit still clinging to life. The crowd erupted in cheers. This was their first time personally killing beasts. There was no fear, only uncontrollable excitement. It turned out that beasts weren't so terrifying after all. That was exhilarating, absolutely thrilling. Yu Xiuwen waved 2 blood-stained daggers. Ding Ji grinned foolishly, smearing the blood and flesh on his shield. What's next? Tao Ru asked. Jiang Linchuan thought for a moment and said, the smell of blood might attract more beasts. Pair up and carry the spoils back to yesterday's campsite. This much food is enough to last the remaining days. All right, Tao Ru nodded, directing the groups to transport the spoils. Jiang Linchuan gripped his blade and jumped into the pit, finishing off one by one. The blood-soaked horned antelopes were carried away. The freshmen hummed cheerful songs, looking forward to a better life. Soon, Jiang Linchuan cleaned up the bottom of the pit. The neck of the silver-level lead goat had been pierced, and after being crushed for so long, it was already completely dead. The soil was stained black with blood. Fighting ferocious beasts was always this brutal. Unlike livestock, they couldn't be tamed and could only become mortal enemies. Jiang Linchuan jumped out of the pit and shook off the bloodied mud on his shoes. Tao Ru had already marked the area clearly to warn everyone not to fall into the trap. Let's go. Back at last night's campsite, the snake skin and scales of the Qingning python had already disappeared. Do you think the instructors will return the snake skin and scales to us? Tao Ru asked, unwillingly picking at his fingers. Hard to say, but we kept the snake bones, so we didn't lose out, Jiang Linchuan replied, caring only about the meat and disregarding everything else. The 20-meter-long snake bones had been divided into hundreds of portions and packed into the freshmen's backpacks for them to carry out. The captain and vice-captain are back. Clap, clap, clap. Enthusiastic applause erupted as Jiang Linchuan and Tao Ru were surrounded by the crowd and led to the edge of the pond. Yu Xiuwen and Ding Ji were squatting in front of a pile of glittering spirit beads, their eyes practically glowing. This pile of spirit beads is dazzling, Tao Ru said, rubbing his temples. It's just those 2 drooling guys that are a bit of a buzzkill, Jiang Linchuan remarked with disdain. There are 103 beads in total, all. Here, Luo Qianqian said, acting like a thoughtful secretary. I'll leave it to you, I'm going to rest, Jiang Linchuan said, patting his backside as he walked away, leaving the problem for Tao Ru to solve. Tao Ru scratched his head. Those who are close to breaking through, come and claim the spirit beads first. Qianqian, make a record. Those who don't get one this time will be compensated next time. Ah, are we really dividing them? Luo Qianqian asked. Tao Ru glanced around. This is the result of everyone's collective effort, not anyone's private property. Although this is just a survival test, we can take the initiative to gain more resources. This is only the beginning, there are more spirit beads waiting for us ahead. Stop standing around, grab one quickly and then get ready to cook. Some hesitated, some observed, and others walked straight to the pile of spirit beads, picking out the lowest level one. Those who took a bead went to Luo Qianqian to report their names. Once someone took the lead, the others followed suit. Scattered students passing by curiously gathered around. Hey, what are you guys doing? Dividing spirit beads, over 100 of them. Gao Ran replied with a cheerful smile. Wow, so many. How did you get them? Can I join you? Ahem, Gao Ran began to exaggerate the story, leaving the newcomers dumbfounded. I want to join. Their enthusiasm was almost fanatical. Thick smoke billowed straight into the sky. One by one, the processed horned antelopes were roasting over the fire. The snow-white fat melted under the high heat, dripping into the flames with a sizzling sound. Hundreds of people sat around the fire, drinking cool filtered water, their faces beaming with joy. A few girls with outstanding figures danced gracefully in the center, and the audience clapped along to the rhythm. It was like a grand bonfire party. Jiang Linchuan sat on a high stone platform, swinging his legs and holding a golden, crispy roasted lamb leg in his hand. This is youth, he thought. Over the years, he had hunted ferocious beasts alone in the darkness. Each time, he narrowly escaped death, so he had prepared a will for himself, tucked away in the bookshelf at his old home. If he didn't make it back, his parents would find it and learn about his story with Yuhai. He had always been lonely, but he seemed to have grown accustomed to it. In middle school, he was the teacher's model student and the academic star in his classmates' eyes, outwardly gentle but inwardly cold and distant. Only Mao Yuan and the little witch were his friends. He didn't belong to this world and felt out of place with those around him. Only by wearing a mask and locking his heart in chains could he live like a normal person. He was afraid of being discovered, afraid that his identity as a mole hiding in the darkness would be exposed. Under the sunlight, he wouldn't survive for more than a few hours. But ever since stepping into the imperial capital, everything had changed. There was Nia Qingyan, equally lonely yet radiant like the sun, the valiant and dashing senior sister, the imposing and cold senior brother. Then there was the quirky and clingy little witch, the well-mannered and humble Tao Ru, the chatterbox but loyal Yu Xiuwen, and the honest and simple Ding Ji. These people continuously influenced him, and the shackles in his heart gradually loosened. Interacting with others, working as a team, it turned out to be quite enjoyable. He began to like this feeling. "What are you doing?" An angry voice rang out. Jiang Linchuan looked down, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. More than 20 people, led by An Xingyu, pushed through a group of freshmen who were gathered around a campfire eating. "Starving here, just want to grab a bite," Su Kuan shouted, fawningly glancing at An Xingyu. "Brother Yu, have a seat." And Xingyu nodded and sat down with an air of authority. "This is our food." A girl glared at them angrily, tears welling up in her eyes. Her slender fingers clenched into fists, her knuckles turning white. "So what if we eat a little?" "Go mooch off someone else," Su Kuan said impatiently, reaching out to grab some roasted meat, practically drooling. Smack! A dark shadow flashed by, striking Su Kuan's hand hard. Ow! The blow was so forceful that he couldn't help but cry out. His right hand immediately swelled bright red. When the shadow landed, it turned out to be nothing more than a bone. And Xingyu looked up at the figure standing on the stone platform, his face full of fury. "What do you mean by this? Get lost." The response was a cold, sharp voice laced with killing intent. "You're not welcome here." Tao Ru slowly walked over, a smile on his lips, but his gaze was so icy it sent chills down one's spine. "Get lost," the freshman shouted angrily. This was the food they had worked hard to secure, why should it be taken away? Everyone was a classmate, if you spoke reasonably, they wouldn't refuse to share. But with such an attitude, who could tolerate it? And Xingyu's face darkened instantly. His subordinates exchanged uneasy glances, clearly unsettled. Jiang Linchuan slowly drew the long blade from his back. Tao Ru's heart tightened, and he quickly led the others to drive an X. The trial mission turned into a clearing operation. The freshmen, as if injected with adrenaline, fought more and more valiantly, even daring to challenge golden-level beasts. They set their sights on a small group of golden-level red-tailed foxes. This time, they encountered a real opponent. If it weren't for Jiang Linchuan covering the rear, the losses would have been severe. Their first failure didn't dampen their enthusiasm, instead, it ignited their fighting spirit. As the old saying goes, fight if you can, retreat if you can't, and return to battle after regrouping. In this way, nearly 900 people spent 3 days and finally took down over 40 golden-level red-tailed foxes. It was a hard-fought victory and an unforgettable battle. The trial was now down to its last day. The bloodlust gradually cooled, and everyone awaited the mission's end. Yun Kuwan Mountain Safe Zone. The incandescent lamp emitted a faint glow, like a guiding light in the darkness. Wang Xian idly played chess with the butcher to pass the time. It was their turn to stand watch. Tonight, the butcher's chess skills were astonishingly bad, often regretting his moves, but no one cared at the moment. 6 days have passed, and not a single signal flare has been seen. These freshmen are really something. Who knows what's happening inside, or how many will make it back safely? Should we go in and take a look? The butcher suggested worriedly. Forget it, the captain will definitely scold us. Wang Xian glanced at the figure standing like a statue in the darkness in the distance. This is so boring. The butcher swept the chessboard into disarray. Damn it! I was about to checkmate you. Wang Xian glared. Oops, my mistake. I was just stretching. The butcher laughed it off. At that moment, a sudden red light rose in the gray sky in the distance, dazzling and striking. Well, isn't that unfortunate? Looks like someone's in trouble. Let's go check it out. Wang Xian gripped his weapon. Suddenly, Countless red lights rose simultaneously, dyeing the sky blood red. A spectacular and eerie sight. Wang Xian stared at the fiery sky, his scalp tingling and his head buzzing. This is bad, really bad, everyone, assemble. Yan Hui's voice echoed through every corner of the safe zone. 10 minutes earlier. Zhang Linchuan, get out here. And Xingyu stood at the entrance of the camp surrounded by wooden fences, cursing loudly. Candles lit with animal fat emitted faint light, and 2 large bonfires burned at the gate. What the hell are you yelling about? Get lost. Luo Hu at the gate shouted back. Inside the camp, rows of small wooden houses gradually lit up with candlelight. Sleepy-eyed students emerged from their rooms and gathered at the gate. Zhang Linchuan leapt down from a stone platform in midair, landing steadily on the camp gate, coldly staring at Xingyu, his left thumb pressed against the blade. You've finally shown yourself, and Xingyu sneered sinisterly, turning to shout into the darkness, seniors, he's here. Zhang Linchuan's pupils suddenly contracted as 8 figures emerged uniformly from the dense forest. Their faces were stiff, their eyes cold and devoid of emotion, like soulless corpses, their gazes brimming with intense killing intent. Death warriors. The thought flashed through Zhang Linchuan's mind. He couldn't sense the strength of these people at all. Without hesitation, he pushed off with his feet. The wooden gate beneath him shattering with a loud crash, his figure darting into the forest like lightning. 7 figures instantly pursued him, leaving only one standing indifferently at the gate. Hidden among the crowd, Yu Xiuwen pulled a signal gun from his pocket, preparing to fire it into the sky. The figure suddenly moved. Useless. It's useless. You've been poisoned by me. Not. Even the gods can save you. Tao Ru forced a faint smile. He had absolute confidence in his poison, a deadly mix of 36 toxins from the venomous fangs of the Qingming python. The exposed skin of the man in black quickly turned pitch black, and in the blink of an eye, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Send out the signal. Capture Xingyu for me. Yu Xiuwen spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, held Tao Ru tightly, and trembled as he asked, how are you? I won't die. Tao Ru slowly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing armor as thin as cicada wings. However, the armor was completely shattered, with fragments embedded in his skin. Ding Ji's eyes turned red as he lunged at the terrified Xingyu, pinning him down forcefully. At the same time, signal flares shot into the sky, illuminating the night with a dazzling red glow. I didn't know they were going to kill people. I really didn't know. And Xingyu screamed frantically. You didn't know? Yu Xiuwen limped toward him. You better pray Xiaochuan is okay, or I'll make your entire family pay the price. He pulled out the snake-fang dagger, removed the wooden handle, and, in the instant Xingyu's pupils dilated in terror, stabbed it into his throat. And Xingyu's pupils instantly turned a lifeless gray as the venom rapidly destroyed all vitality within him. The freshmen stared blankly at the scene before them. A man had died. Suddenly, 2 figures stepped out from tea. The night was dark and oppressive. A figure drifted through the air like a falling leaf, followed closely by 7 shadows. Zhang Linchuan leaped off the crown of a large tree, gliding through the air. His technique, feathered flight on snow, resembled the light-footed skills of martial arts novels, allowing brief aerial movement without consuming much spiritual energy. However, it only lasted 8 seconds, a slight regret. He was grateful the system had granted him this skill. Without it, he couldn't have led these pursuers so far. Solely relying on flowing light wouldn't work, as its energy consumption was too high and could only be used a few times. He noticed these black-clad figures were unlike ordinary nocturnal marauders. Could it be that the people behind the threatening letter had sent them? At that moment, a rift suddenly tore open in the space ahead. A group of individuals in black robes and clown masks emerged from the fissure. Damn it! Speak of the devil. With wolves in front and tigers behind, Zhang Linchuan was in grave danger. The nocturnal marauders who had just emerged from the spatial rift froze. Their target was right before them, gripping a gleaming long blade and charging at them with murderous intent. Damn! We've fallen into a trap. There must be a mole in the organization, cursed the man in the purple clown mask, stomping his foot. How protector, what do we do now? The people outside won't open another spatial rift for another day, someone asked. Use your brain. Do you think the people outside will still help us open a rift? We've been exposed. We're nothing but pawns now. Hao Yunqi snarled angrily. I've been waiting for you, Zhang Linchuan said coldly, hurling the long blade in his hand. Azura blood eyes. Flowing light. In an instant, Zhang Linchuan appeared behind one of the nocturnal marauders, his tang blade piercing the unsuspecting target's back. He then activated a special skill with severe side effects, Devour. Platinum 5-star spiritual energy surged into his body. Flowing light. Zhang Linchuan's figure vanished again. He dove into a low-lying area, crouched down, and pulled a small beast-hide pouch from his pocket. He sprinkled the powder made from concealing fragrance skull over himself. The 7 black-clad figures collided head-on with the 8 nocturnal marauders. As death warriors, the black-clad figures only recognized orders anyone in their way was an enemy. They hadn't seen Zhang Linchuan kill, only sensing his aura suddenly vanish behind them. Thus, they mistook the nocturnal marauders for Zhang Linchuan's accomplices. Meanwhile, the nocturnal marauders also assumed these death warriors were Zhang Linchuan's allies. The situation spiraled out of control due to this coincidence. 7 against 8. Magnificent spiritual techniques and violent spiritual energy wreaked havoc on the land. The ground cracked, and debris flew everywhere. Spider-web-like fissures spread in all directions. Zhang Linchuan hid in the shadows, his blood-red eyes fixed on the battlefield, searching for an opportunity. To his surprise, 2 of the 7 death warriors were diamond-level powerhouses. Whoever had sent such a lineup must have significant backing. He began to worry about the safety of his parents and Mao Yuan. However, the 2 major academies had strong protectors, which reassured him somewhat. He hated this feeling. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why was he being hunted so relentlessly? In this world, the strong ruled, and violence could only be met with violence. The nocturnal marauders quickly fell into a disadvantage. With only 1 diamond-level protector, they couldn't withstand 2 diamond-level powerhouses. They hadn't learned their lesson and were still too arrogant. Zhang Linchuan decided to help them. Under the cover of night, he crept closer. The gale blade was hidden at his waist, and his left hand gripped the serpent Fang dagger. When he struck, it would be swift and ruthless, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. "Protector, save me," one nocturnal marauder screamed before being torn in half by a sharp blade's shadow. Hao Yunqi was in a miserable state. With no time to save anyone, he needed saving himself. The opponents were like extremists, their eyes filled only with slaughter. Within 5 minutes, 2 nocturnal marauders were dead, and 3 were injured. The black-clad figures had only lost 1, with 2 lightly injured. The scales of victory were clearly tipping in favor of the black-clad figures. Just then, a blade light like lightning pierced the battlefield. The 2 individuals who came into contact with the blade light instantly erupted in blood-red brilliance. The sharp blade penetrated them, and then scorching flames exploded, engulfing them. The battlefield turned into a 5-on-5, evening the numbers. Zhang Linchuan struck with precision, leaping into the air, flipping mid-air like a peacock spreading its dazzling feathers, but in truth, those were blade arcs. The blade arcs descended fiercely, weaving into a massive net that enveloped everyone on the battlefield. The Death Warriors and the sinister Night Marauders were all forced to halt their actions and switch to defense. Hidden within the blade arcs, Zhang Linchuan charged straight at one of the diamond-level powerhouses among the Death Warriors. The diamond-level expert stared at him coldly, raising a hand as the Time Tiger Claw materialized, striking out with overwhelming force. The surrounding air was instantly compressed, creating a brief vacuum. Zhang Linchuan felt the sharp claw wind rushing toward him, as if it would tear him to shreds. Just as the 2 were about to collide, a flash of blood-red light appeared in Zhang Linchuan's eyes. The Time Tiger Claw struck Zhang Linchuan hard, but the diamond-level expert's expression suddenly froze. Zhang Linchuan's figure dissipated like a phantom. His true form was already behind the opponent, with the Snake Fang dagger and the blazing wind blade stabbing simultaneously. The diamond-level expert stiffened slightly, the killing intent in his eyes fading to a dull gray as his strength ebbed away like a receding tide. He tried to turn his head but was kicked into a crack in the ground. The diamond-level expert fell. Hao Yunqi, his eyes hidden behind a mask, glared fiercely at Zhang Linchuan, seething with frustration. This kid had tricked him, making a complete fool of him. 9 people remained on both sides, with 2 diamond-level fighters sustaining minor injuries and 7 platinum-level fighters suffering more severe wounds. Zhang Linchuan hesitated for a moment, then slowly retreated. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he decisively chose to flee. He believed these people had no choice but to chase him, as he was heading toward the entrance of Yunkuan Mountain. Only 4 death warriors remained, and they swore to pursue Zhang Linchuan to the death unless he was killed. Chase! Hao Yunqi gritted his teeth and ordered. If they didn't pursue, were they supposed to sit and wait for the Dragon Nation's army to arrive? If they caught up, there might still be a chance. Jiang Linchuan glanced back, and the situation before him was identical to that in Dongyue Guard City. The difference was that back then, his opponents underestimated him, while now, these people were fighting desperately, with their backs against the wall. The vast mountains were silent. Occasionally, the sound of something slicing through the air startled the slumbering fierce beasts, which roared in anger but retreated sullenly after the violent aura passed. The nocturnal beasts quietly followed. This is the result of his daily training, wielding the blade 8,000 times and slicing vegetables into strands as fine as hair. The earth serpent lunged with its mouth open. It was a pure condensation of earth elements, without venom or teeth. However, its bite force exceeded 5,000 kilograms, capable of crushing an adult into pulp, bones and all. Jiang Linchuan reached out, thrusting the tang blade into the serpent's gaping mouth while silently chanting, "Wind!" Violent gusts of wind surged into the serpent's belly, causing it to rapidly expand. Boom! The serpent's body swelled to its limit and exploded with a thunderous blast. Dust filled the air, obscuring vision. Yet Jiang Linchuan's sight remained unaffected. His Shura blood eyes allowed him to see even more clearly. He charged toward the last diamond-level warrior among the death soldiers, his priority target. Such individuals were impossible to extract any intelligence from. Although the dust cloud blocked visibility, the death soldier's senses remained sharp, and he could clearly feel the enemy rapidly approaching. The sharp wind from the blade grazed his skin, sending shivers down his spine. Rock barrier. Dense earth elements quickly gathered, forming a layer of hardened rock armor around him. This armor, compressed from earth elements, was harder than diamond. But he hadn't anticipated the opponent's blade to be so sharp. The tang blade effortlessly sliced through the 80-centimeter thick rock armor as if it were tofu. However, the blade's momentum was halted, unable to advance even a fraction further. The death soldier gripped Jiang Linchuan's hands tightly, veins bulging on his arms as his strength surged. Jiang Linchuan's bones creaked under the pressure, seemingly on the verge of breaking. He stared expressionlessly at the death soldier, took a step forward, raised his head high, and fiercely headbutted the soldier's face. Bang! The collision of two iron-like heads caused the death soldier's head to snap backward, momentarily dazed. Jiang Linchuan lowered his head as if to kiss the soldier's neck, then suddenly jerked his head, a flash of white light slicing across the soldier's throat. Ugh! The death soldier's windpipe and carotid artery were severed, air and blood flooding into his lungs. Simultaneously, a black mist spread across his face like a spider web, his pupils dilating in bloodshot, a terrifying sight. He could no longer control Jiang Linchuan's hands. The earth element-formed serpent lost its spiritual support and quickly disintegrated. Jiang Linchuan withdrew his hands, landing steadily on the ground, and casually retrieved the serpent fang dagger from his mouth. At this moment, Hao Yunqi was completely consumed by fear, realizing he was alone. He quickly erected several towering ice walls and turned to flee. Jiang Linchuan paid no attention to the ice walls, his figure instantly passing through them, hurling the serpent fang dagger. A flash of white light streaked toward Hao Yunqi's back. He hastily conjured 10 thick ice shields, blocking the dagger. Just then, he felt his body lose balance, and the smell of burning flesh filled his nostrils. Looking down, he saw one of his legs lying alone on the ground, leaving only one leg to support his body. The intense pain overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground. Ah! Before Hao Yunqi could scream, a foot stomped heavily on his back, the immense force churning his internal organs and nearly suffocating him, his cry forcibly stifled in his throat. "I ask, you. Answer." The icy voice pierced his ears. "Your organization's member list and hiding places in the imperial capital." "I don't." "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream shattered the night. Hao Yunqi's other leg was severed, and this time Jiang Linchuan did not stop the bleeding. Blood gushed out like a spring, quickly soaking the soil beneath. Hao Yunqi clawed at the ground with his hands, his face pale as paper, his expression twisted, his eyes bloodshot, and his lips trembling as he uttered indistinct words. "My patience is limited." Jiang Linchuan stepped on Hao Yunqi's left wrist, the tang blade hovering over his pinky finger. Blood droplets dripped from the blade onto the back of his hand as he roared in a trembling voice, "You devil! Stop wasting time." The tang blade descended, severing Hao Yunqi's pinky finger. "Ah! I'll talk. I only have one contact, codenamed Night Sparrow, staying in room 417 at the Hiko Hotel." Hao Yunqi's facial muscles twitched violently. "Where are you staying?" Jiang Linchuan asked again as he chopped off Hao Yunqi's ring finger. "The Hiko Hotel, room 417. Hao Yunqi completely broke down, desperate for it all to end. Jiang Linchuan believed he wasn't lying and continued to press him. Where is your headquarters? In the lighthouse country. Be more specific. Hao Yunqi lost another middle finger. It's, Hao Yunqi's pupils suddenly dilated, his face contorted in agony. A few seconds later, his eyes lost their light, his gaze became vacant, and saliva dripped from his mouth. He had turned into an idiot. Mental lock. Jiang Linchuan plunged his tang blade into Hao Yunqi's heart. He was now useless. Mental lock was a special ability of mental-type awakeners, capable of sealing memories within the mind. Once critical information was about to be leaked, the lock would completely destroy the brain's memory regions, akin to formatting a hard drive. Hao Yunqi knew he had been implanted with a mental lock, but Jiang Linchuan's intimidation had scared him out of his wits. Instinctively attempting to reveal the headquarters location triggered the lock, erasing his memories. Jiang Linchuan closed his Shura blood eyes, exhaustion etched deeply into his gaze. This night had been too perilous, with every misstep potentially costing him his life. Yet the situation was dire, the side effects of his devouring ability were about to manifest. Without a signal flare to call for help, all he could do was pray that senior brother would find him soon. As if heaven had heard his prayer, a shadow flew swiftly toward him, the surrounding air compressed into a sharp, piercing sound. Was it an illusion? Jiang Linchuan rubbed his eyes. He wasn't mistaken, the figure was indeed Yan Hui. Senior brother. He managed to take 2 steps before his strength gave out, his legs buckling beneath him as he fell forward. Catch me. Yan Hui stomped hard on the ground, propelling himself like a cannonball. He caught Jiang Linchuan just before he hit the ground. Seeing his blood-soaked junior brother, Yan Hui's killing intent grew even stronger. Senior brother, you've really worked on those chest muscles. Just sitting, they feel oppressively strong. Still have the energy to joke, huh? That means you're fine. Yan Hui heaved a sigh of relief. Hiko Hotel, 417. Jiang Linchuan muttered as he fainted before Yan Hui could ask for clarification. Yan Hui's eyes shifted, catching sight of a purple clown mask lying not far away, along with a body almost cleaved in two. Dark Knight Marauders, his killing intent surged to the heavens. In the capital city, within a courtyard. Is this how you take care of junior brother? He barely escaped with his life. Nie Qingyan grabbed Yan Hui by the collar, yelling furiously. His handsome face was filled with rage, and behind him, a transparent flying dagger seemed to materialize faintly. Its blade was so sharp it could slice through the air, emitting a shrill, piercing sound. Yan Hui stood silent, his face expressionless, letting Nie Qingyan vent his anger. That's enough. Let go. Getting angry won't solve anything. The priority now is finding the culprit. Ling Shuang kicked Nie Qingyan aside, then turned to Yan Hui. Boss, don't take it personally. Do you have any leads? Nie Qingyan pounded the stone pavement in frustration. His flying daggers scattered like headless flies throughout the courtyard. A stone table was split in half, while the branches and fruits of the pomegranate and walnut trees were smashed into powder. Ling Shuang sighed, pulling Nie Qingyan up from the ground. She guided him to a stone stool, then took out a medical kit from her storage bracelet to tend to his wounds. Yan Hui organized his thoughts and said, from the blood DNA we collected, we discovered a total of 17 people participated in the assault on junior brother. Based on witness accounts from students, 8 of them were part of the same group. Their identities don't appear in any databases, which suggests they're likely assassins secretly trained by certain families. Assassins? Ling Xuan paused her treatment, her hands stopping mid-motion. Junior brother has such a clean background. Why would he be tangled with family-trained assassins? We're still investigating. The specifics will have to wait until junior brother wakes up. Our junior brother isn't as simple as he seems on the surface. Yan Hui crossed his arms, his gaze falling on Nie Qingyan's bloodied hands with a trace of guilt. How is it not simple? Ling Shuang asked casually. The background of the little junior brother had been checked so many times, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Out of the 17 people, 13 were killed by the little junior brother, including 3 top-tier experts. The others were at least platinum level, Yan Hui said flatly. What? Ling Xuan's face was filled with shock. That seemingly innocent and naive little junior brother had only recently awakened. Impossible. Nie Qingyan exclaimed, ow, it hurts. Second brother, be gentler. Now you know. Pain, huh? Masochist. Ling Shuang stuck out her tongue and gently finished bandaging him, tying a neat bow at the end. He was hiding his strength. The remaining 9 people are from the Dark Knight assassins. This is their second attempt? Those bastards. Nie Qingyan gritted his teeth. According to the little junior brother's last intel, we captured a Dark Knight assassin codenamed Night Sparrow, but he's just a pawn. We couldn't get any useful information from him. However, the mole has been caught. It's a teacher from Tianwu Academy. He overheard that the little junior brother's talent is SSS level and sold the information for $1 million. Yen Hui spoke more than usual, his mouth feeling dry. He habitually reached for the teacup on the table but grabbed nothing. The stone table had already been split in half by Nie Qingyan, and the teapot was shattered into pieces. People like that should be locked up. Nie Qingyan wished he could stab the traitorous teacher on the spot. Hey! Isn't locking people up reserved for adulterers caught in the act? Ling Shuang retorted. That's not important. I'm going to check if the little junior brother is awake. Nie Qingyan stood up, ready to leave. Ling Shuang grabbed him. What are you going to do? Be a third wheel? The little junior brother. Has that Shin family girl taken care of him? Don't cause trouble, you single dog. You're one to talk. Nobody wants me, I'm going back to my room. Nie Qingyan sneered. This brat, Ling Shuang scratched her head. I have plenty of admirers. But you still can't shake off the title of matchmaking queen. Yen Hui suddenly chimed in. Ling Shuang rolled her eyes dramatically and muttered, Do you think you're funny? Let's go. Yen Hui waved his hand. His rationality told him that if they didn't leave now, a certain woman was about to explode. Tianwu Academy, school hospital. Zhang Linchuan lay unconscious, his entire body wrapped in bandages, leaving only his head exposed, looking like a mummy. Shen Shintong was busy running around, her fingers covered in several band-aids. She had no idea how to take care of someone and seemed more like she was tormenting him. Tang Xiaonan sat in a chair, covering her face. She had just counted, her best friend had bumped into the foot of the bed 3 times, the headboard 4 times, knocked over 2 cups, cut 3 fingers while peeling an apple, and fallen twice onto the mummy. As soon as she put her hand down, she saw her best friend's latest masterpiece. Shen Shintong was holding a cup of water, preparing to feed Jiang Linchuan. She quickly shouted, Are you seriously going to feed him water like that? Ha! Shen Shintong turned her head and asked, What's wrong with it? Tang Xiaonan looked as if she'd seen a ghost, trembling as she pointed, Stop! Stop! You're pouring the water into his nose. Oh. Shen Shintong hurriedly pulled back and wiped. Of course, mouth-to-mouth feeding, Tang Xiaonan said with a straight face. Ha! Shen Shintong's face turned red. She glanced at Jiang Linchuan's chapped lips, feeling a bit shy, and asked softly, Is there another way? The way you just tried that almost choked him? Don't believe TV dramas, those are all for the audience. The male lead gets injured and falls unconscious, the female lead tenderly feeds him water mouth-to-mouth, and the male lead wakes up deeply moved. That's sealed with a kiss trope, don't buy it. Tang Xiaonan stifled a laugh, patted her chest in assurance, and looked completely serious. Shen Shintong nodded half-believingly, still feeling something was off, but since she had never taken care of a patient before, she couldn't think of another method. I'll step out first. Watching someone feed water mouth-to-mouth might give me a sty. Tang Xiaonan left the ward, hiding by the door to peek. I'm so clever. Shen Shintong held the water cup, hesitating for a long time. She had planned to save her first kiss for a special moment, but now she couldn't care about that. Consider this an early reward for you. She closed her eyes, took a big sip of water, and puffed her cheeks round. The sight made Tang Xiaonan burst out laughing. Her dear friend must have lost her mind. Shen Shintong, with her cheeks puffed, slowly leaned toward Jiang Linchuan, her face growing redder. Looking at the boy she adored, her heart filled with tenderness. She simply closed her eyes and pressed her lips to his. Their lips met tightly. The cool sensation left Shen Shintong's mind blank, her whole body tingling as if electrified. So this is what a kiss feels like? But what next? She tried to push the water into Jiang Linchuan's mouth, but it trickled out from the corners. She tried several times, but the result was the same. I refuse to believe I can't manage to feed him water. Frustrated, Shen Shintong stuck out her tongue and tried to pry open Jiang Linchuan's teeth. Acting on instinct, she soon succeeded and slowly fed the water in. But that was it. Shen Shintong raised her head happily, only to find the water hadn't gone down his throat but had spilled out instead. She quickly pinched Jiang Linchuan's chin, her face full of concern. You have to swallow it. I worked so hard to feed you. Swallow it, swallow it. She kept moving Jiang Linchuan's jaw up and down, muttering in hopes he would drink it. Tang Xiaonan covered her face, sliding down the door in laughter, thinking this might be the end of it. Why are you sitting on the floor? Tao Ru pushed a wheelchair out of the neighboring ward. Tang Xiaonan pointed to the room. Go in quickly. Your roommate can't hold on much longer. What? Tao Ru was shocked. He had used the best medicine on Jiang Linchuan and had thoroughly checked him. Although still unconscious, his condition was stable. Tang Xiaonan opened the door and pushed Tao Ru inside. What are you doing? Tao Ru was dumbfounded. Was it appropriate to torment her boyfriend like this? Shin Shintong blinked, confused. I'm feeding him water. His lips are so chapped. Quick, get the water out. Feeding water like this might go into his airway, block his lungs, and cause suffocation, Tao Ru said. Urgently. Oh, got it, Shin Shintong said, tilting Jiang Linchuan's chin to the side and squeezing the water out. The doctor will hydrate him. Through and for. You just need to use a cotton swab dipped in water to keep his lips moist, Tao Ru added. Thank you, Shin Shintong said gratefully, then glared fiercely at Tang Xiaonan. What kind of terrible idea was that? Ha! I have something to do, gotta go. Tang Xiaonan immediately bolted. Don't run! Shin Shintong chased after her. Tao Ru shook his head and sighed, feeling sorry for Linchuan. He glanced at Jiang Linchuan, who was wrapped up like a mummy, and retrieved the silver needle case from his bracelet. Wrapped up so tightly, the needles were useless. This was also Shin Shintong's request. Tao Ru could only check Jiang Linchuan's pulse. Strange. Linchuan's vitality was so strong, why was he still unconscious? He needed to go back and consult his books. Unexpectedly, Jiang Linchuan's consciousness once again entered that mysterious dark space. This time, he walked skillfully toward the towering, glowing door. A mysterious palace, a lofty throne. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing it, Jiang Linchuan was still awestruck by the grandeur of the hall. What kind of place was this? Who had built this magnificent palace? Where is it hiding again? Why does consciousness come here as soon as I wake up? The mysterious shadow seen last time has disappeared, and Jiang Linchuan wants to find the answer. He stepped forward and touched a carved symbol on a pillar. Buzz! The pillar suddenly seemed to come alive, the symbols fell off and floated in the air. 16 pillars lit up one after another with a soft blue glow, and the symbols in the sky intertwined, finally converging into 2 scrolls. Is this a scroll? The scroll slowly unfolded, pulling out a white light screen, on which dots of starlight flickered. The perspective zoomed in rapidly, revealing an endless starry sky filled with stars, planets, satellites, comets, and even black holes. Jiang Linchuan showed a strange expression. Could this be some kind of bizarre screening room? Are they showing me the origin of the universe? They really should have prepared a small stool and a cup of iced cola for me. The images advanced quickly, completely ignoring whether the sole viewer could keep up. After more than 10 minutes, the images gradually faded. Just as Jiang Linchuan thought the screening was over, a shadow appeared, with a dazzling sea of stars behind it, accompanied by a voice. It was actually dubbed in Chinese. Jiang Linchuan was so moved he almost cried. I have traversed star domains for hundreds of thousands of years, witnessing the rise and fall of countless civilizations, and experiencing the birth and destruction of innumerable species. I am both the creator and the destroyer. The peak of prosperity marks the beginning of decline. This is the law of the universe, rooted in the most primal instinct of living beings, desire. Though I am unwilling, I cannot escape this fate. However, life will continue endlessly, cycling and repeating, and the day of destruction is also the beginning of rebirth. Jiang Linchuan stared intently at the screen, deeply shaken by the immense power displayed by the shadow. To him, only a god could possess such world-destroying power. He also saw the races on the throne, kneeling in worship. In the final scene, these races joined forces to kill the shadow. Corpses lay everywhere, rivers of blood flowed, and the piled-up bodies were enough to build several great walls. Jiang Linchuan watched the bloody scene in horror, the ground beneath the throne littered with white bones. I traveled through star domains and created the 12 forms of Shura combat techniques. The first form, strike the water 3000. Suddenly, the sound of massive waves echoed through the grand hall, as if thousands of troops and horses were accompanied by thunder. In the image, the shadow wielded a tang sword, identical to Jiang Linchuan's, slashing out a dazzling blade light. The blade light transformed into a vast ocean in the starry sky, with surging waves. Wherever the ocean swept, planets shattered, all things vanished, and even the interstellar fleet fleeing at the speed of light was torn into nothingness. Jiang Linchuan's eyes sparkled, marveling at the sheer power. These weren't small spheres but truly massive celestial bodies. If the first form was this powerful, the subsequent ones must be even more formidable. He was full of anticipation. Yet, the light screen kept replaying the first form. Could it be stuck? I made some food. Has junior brother woken up yet? Nie Qingyan entered the hospital room and set down a thermal lunchbox. Not awake, sleeping like a pig. If I didn't know there were precedents, I'd think he had become a vegetable. Shen Xintong pouted. In just a few days, she had become extremely haggard, her eyes red and swollen, her complexion pale, her hair dry and messy, tied into a bun. Previously as beautiful as a fairy, she now looked like a rural woman. I asked Master, and he said junior brother's abilities are special, so you don't need to worry. You should go back and rest, I'll watch over him here. Nie Qingyan couldn't bear to see her growing more and more worn out. Shen Xintong shook her head. Thank you, but no, I'll stay here and keep watch. He still owes me a promise. She couldn't bear to leave. Recently, many girls had come to visit, making her feel immense pressure. Especially that one named Luo Qianqian, who claimed to have shared life and death experiences with him, and even said she was his childhood sweetheart, asserting that the mistress of the Zhang family could only be her, and everyone else had to step aside. Alright, take care of yourself. Junior brother will feel distressed for you. I'll head out now, call me if anything comes up. Nie Qingyan made a gesture and turned to leave. You rascal, why are you still not awake? You've starved yourself so thin that you're not even pretty anymore. Taking care of someone is really exhausting. You must have been so tired when you used to take care of me. Shen Xintong held Jiang Linchuan's hand and pressed it against her face. She murmured softly to herself and unexpectedly fell asleep. In the mysterious grand hall, blades flashed in all directions. No, that's not right. Jiang Linchuan sheathed his blade, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to meticulously recall every movement, not missing a single detail. Over the past few days, he had tried countless times but still hadn't grasped the key to striking water 3000. The images on the light screen were deeply imprinted in his mind, yet during actual practice, something always felt missing. He considered himself smart, able to remember anything at a glance, but now he had hit a wall. The seemingly simple movements concealed countless variations behind them. He wasn't discouraged and continued to persevere. Sometimes, he would sit for an entire day, repeatedly pondering. Where had he gone wrong? The images flashed frame by frame in his mind, looping over and over again. I understand now. It's the momentum. That fearless spirit, charging straight into the galaxy. It's the emotion. Unrestrained, fully releasing one's feelings. Jiang Linchuan had been focusing solely on the technique itself, forgetting that the blade was merely a tool, or rather, a medium of expression. What truly mattered was the person wielding the blade. He closed his eyes, stood up, and a tang blade still in its sheath quietly appeared in his left hand. His right hand slowly gripped the hilt as he immersed himself in the scene, contemplating the kind of momentum he should carry when facing such a situation. A blade is a lethal weapon, the most fearsome tool of slaughter among all arms. Rather than saying the blade kills, it's more accurate to say the wielder's killing intent turns the blade into a weapon of death. With killing intent, the presence of a blade becomes irrelevant. Jiang Linchuan realized that true mastery of the blade required only one strike to be fatal. An inexplicable force began to gather within the tang blade, and though his consciousness grew somewhat hazy, he remained unaware. The power continued to accumulate, and when it reached its peak, the tang blade began to tremble lightly. He opened his eyes, his pupils flickering with a blood-red glow, feeling the power within him urgently seeking release, his emotions demanding to be unleashed. Draw the blade. Unsheath it. A deafening roar echoed through the grand hall. Striking water 3000. Listening to the tide at the shore, the blade severs the mighty waves. Jiang Linchuan, now fully conscious, exclaimed, I did it. But immediately afterward, a wave of weakness spread from his heart to his entire body. Hey! This is too much, passing out again while already unconscious? His vision darkened, and his consciousness was expelled from that mysterious space. In the distance, a light-hearted, relieved laugh echoed. The sun blazed fiercely, accompanied by the incessant chirping of cicadas. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, spilling into the half-open window and onto the face of the sleeping girl. Shen Xintong seemed to be having a nightmare, her face filled with unease, her nose twitching slightly. She instinctively clutched a large hand, perhaps catching a familiar scent, or perhaps the sunlight had dispelled the shadows in her heart. her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, blooming like a rose. As if sensing the fragrance of flowers, Jiang Linchuan's eyelashes trembled lightly in his unconscious state, and he slowly woke up. Before him was a beautiful yet weary face, and his heart tightened suddenly. He wanted to reach out and touch her, but he was too weak to move, so he could only stare blankly. After all these years, the little girl still liked to hold his hand while sleeping. Only then did she feel safe. The only change seemed to be that she no longer drooled after growing up. "You still like sleeping like this, huh?" Jiang Linchuan said softly. When Shin Shintong was asleep, she was an innocent and adorable little girl. When awake, she was a mischievous, energetic little troublemaker. Someone you loved and hated at the same time. "Do you like me?" The dreamlike voice made Jiang Linchuan freeze. Shin Shintong still had her eyes closed. Perhaps she was sleep-talking. Jiang Linchuan hesitated for a moment before replying in a firm, low voice, "I do. I've liked you for a long time." In her sleep, Shin Shintong seemed to hear him, and the corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. Only at times like this did Jiang Linchuan dare to speak his mind. He knew Shin Shintong liked him but didn't dare to truly express his feelings. The matter with Yu Hai had always left him uneasy. He feared Shin Shintong might face danger because of him. Especially now, with danger coming one after another, he didn't even know who the enemy was, let alone dare to speak his true feelings. He had once sworn to protect her for a lifetime. How could he break that promise? Shin Shintong suddenly opened her eyes, her crystal-clear gaze fixed on him. "Do you have another woman outside?" Jiang Linchuan was completely dumbfounded. Was the script wrong? Wasn't she supposed to say with a face full of surprise, "Brother Linchuan, you're finally awake. Are you hungry? Thirsty? Or perhaps, you jerk, you've been sleeping for so many days, I'm exhausted. How are you going to make it up to me?" Instead, her first sentence was asking if he had another woman. This was clearly suspecting him of cheating. How infuriating. "If you don't answer, it means you're guilty," Shin Shintong said in a low voice, her eyes glistening with tears. "Guilty of what? There's no such thing." Jiang Linchuan muttered inwardly. "I understand now. Once you're better, I'll leave and never bother you again." Shin Shintong wiped her tears. "I didn't." Jiang Linchuan was almost frantic. What was wrong with this girl? "Then swear you'll never have another woman," Shin Shintong sobbed, covering her face. "Fine, I swear I'll never have another woman," Jiang Linchuan agreed in a panic, not realizing anything was amiss. Shin Shintong's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Success! By the time Jiang Linchuan realized what had happened, it was too late. He had fallen into her trap. The little witch was still the little witch. She would use any means to deceive him. "Boring. Have you been watching too many TV dramas?" Jiang Linchuan said irritably. Hee, Shin Shintong stuck out her tongue and made a playful face. "Anyway, you've already sworn, haven't you?" "I said woman, not girl," Jiang Linchuan blinked mischievously. "You're cheating." Shin Shintong huffed, raising her hand in mock anger, but it ultimately landed gently as she caressed Jiang Linchuan's cheek. "I'm just glad you're okay." "Thank you for everything during this time," Jiang Linchuan said, looking directly into Shin Shintong's eyes. Suddenly, someone mimicked in a goofy voice, "Thank you for everything during this time." "Oh, it's no trouble at all. Come here and let me hug you." Another person chimed in, playing along. Shin Shintong quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks turning so red they seemed ready to drip blood. "When did you two start teaming up?" Jiang Linchuan sneered. Tao Ru hurriedly let go of Yu Xiuwen and explained, "We're just here to join the fun, nothing more." Yu Xiuwen straightened up and said, "You're finally awake. Where's Ding Ji?" Jiang Linchuan asked. Ding Ji obediently went to class, unlike someone who's faking illness just to hang around the nurse, Tao Ru said, deliberately glancing at Yu Xiuwen. "What nonsense! Healing from a serious injury takes 100 days. I'm not well yet, and it's definitely not because of some nurse," Yu Xiuwen retorted. "You guys got hurt, who did it?" Jiang Linchuan frowned. "It's fine, we're almost fully recovered," Tao Ru waved dismissively. Yu Xiuwen pulled up a chair and sat next to Jiang Linchuan, enthusiastically recounting the events. "You killed in Xingyu?" Jiang Linchuan was shocked. If the academy found out, Yu Xiuwen wouldn't just be expelled, he might face severe criminal charges. In Longhua, crimes committed by awakened individuals were punished very harshly. "Shoo, keep your voice down. That kind of person isn't worth pitying even if they're dead." The freshmen were pretty loyal and didn't sell me out. But Su Koan, that guy, insisted it was you who did it and even stirred up trouble at the academy within Xingyu's family. But we had over 900 students on our side, completely overwhelming them. The academy compensated in Xingyu's family with condolence money, and Su Koan was expelled for slandering a fellow student. What a pity he wasn't nearby at the time, otherwise, I would have dealt with him too. Yu Xiuwen gritted his teeth. Thank you. Zhang Linchuan could only express his gratitude, there was nothing else he could say. After all, Yu Xiuwen had helped him out of a dire situation. Though Yu Xiuwen spoke lightly about it, Zhang Linchuan knew that the process must have been harrowing. After all, those assassins were not to be underestimated. Had Yu Xiuwen sent the signal a few seconds later and his senior brother failed to arrive in time, Zhang Linchuan might have already been devoured by the fierce beasts by now. There's no need for such formality between brothers. You've been looking out for us all this way, it's only right we help you for once, Yu Xiuwen said with a smile. Alright, let's leave all this trivial stuff for later. Xiaochuan, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else? Tao Ru interrupted the two. Hungry. I want meat. Leave it to us. You two keep talking, Tao Ru said as he pulled Yu Xiuwen toward the door. Use my meal card, Shin Shintong said, pulling a card from her pocket and tossing it to them. After Tao Ru and Yu Xiuwen left, the room became strangely quiet. Shin Shintong sat on a chair without saying a word, her face tense. She absent-mindedly played with a strand of hair, looking as though she had a lot on her mind. Zhang Linchuan stared at the ceiling, silently wondering, what scheme is this little girl cooking up again? After a while, he couldn't hold back any longer. The atmosphere was too odd. Was this little witch planning another big move? Asterisk even criminals on death row get a full meal before execution. What's happening to me? Asterisk. Zhang Linchuan thought for a moment and decided to break the silence. You didn't tell my parents, did you? No. Great, back to the awkward silence. I'm a little thirsty, Zhang Linchuan persisted. Drink water. Shen Shintong's expression was emotionless, like a robot. You think I can drink water on my own in this state? Zhang Linchuan said with a bitter smile. Oh. Shen Shintong picked up the teacup from the table, took a gulp from it, and then suddenly realized something was wrong. Her face turned red. After Zhang Linchuan finished drinking, he looked at her with a peculiar expression, just about to say something when Shen Shintong spoke first. What she said almost made him jump out of bed. My parents want to invite you over for dinner. Uncle Shen wants to invite me to dinner? Yes, they've been saying it for a while now. You just didn't have time because of your training. Oh, and Uncle Jiang and Aunt Qing too, I already told them. We're just waiting for you to have some free time. I should be the one visiting Uncle Shen first. Zhang Linchuan let out a breath of relief. It's all the same. When do you think you'll fully recover? After I eat some meat, I should be fine. Then let's set it for this weekend. My mom was overjoyed when she found out you guys were in the capital. Alright, this weekend it is. Now, do you know what you did wrong? Shen Shintong suddenly changed the subject. I know. Wait, what? Zhang Linchuan was almost thrown off by the sudden turn. Humph. Didn't I come back safe and sound? This is what you call safe and sound? Shen Shintong stood up, glaring at him. I think I'm okay. Zhang Linchuan patted himself, confirming that he was indeed a bit battered. Do you know how many injuries you have? Here, and here, and here. Shen Shintong pointed to his wounds as she spoke. You saw everything? Zhang Linchuan was utterly embarrassed, feeling as though all his secrets had been laid bare. What did you think? Who do you think has been taking care of you these past few days? If I hadn't been watching over you, you'd be in far worse shape by now. Don't give me that look like you've lost all dignity, I'll see this through to the end. Zhang Linchuan. Night fell. After finishing a large pile of fierce beast meat, Zhang Linchuan felt his strength returning instantly and even noticed that his appetite had grown larger than before. Shen Shintong, exhausted, refused Zhang Linchuan's request to be discharged. She insisted on keeping him under observation. Now, the atmosphere in the hospital room was awkward, there was only one bed. You take the bed. I'll rest on the sofa, Zhang Linchuan said in a low voice. You're the patient. Of course, the bed is yours. I'll find someplace else to sleep, Shen Shintong insisted. By find someplace else, do you mean this? Zhang Linchuan asked, watching her squeeze onto the bed beside him. He chuckled. You're wrapped up like a mummy. I'm not afraid of you. Good night, Shen Shintong said, her face turning red as her heart raced. Good night. Silver moonlight poured over the treetops, and the stars illuminated the night sky. The room was silent, with only the sound of two people breathing evenly, as if both were holding their breath. Are you asleep? Shen Shintong asked. Asleep, Zhang Linchuan replied. That's great, I'm asleep too. Zhang Linchuan thought to himself, could you be any more obvious? He turned his head and found that the little witch was actually asleep. She was in a deep sleep, her breathing steady, and the moonlight on her face made her look like a fairy from legend. Zhang Linchuan resisted the urge to pinch her nose, gently unwrapped the bandage on his left hand, and tucked her in. Good night. On a summer morning, as the sun had just risen and begun to radiate its warm glow, a sparrow perched on a branch, pecking at the last dewdrop on a leaf. It flapped its wings but didn't fly away immediately, curiously peering through the window at the two people in the room. At some point, the white blanket had been kicked to the floor. The girl clung to the boy like an octopus, her long legs fair and smooth. Zhang Linchuan lay there staring at the ceiling for over an hour, counting the flowers and petals on it, preparing to count them a few more times. The girl in his arms shifted, burying her face deeply into his neck, her warm breath tickling him. No wonder people say a gentle embrace is a hero's grave. Who could resist this? Zhang Linchuan didn't dare move, knowing the little witch hadn't rested well these past few days. Ah, jelly, the girl murmured in her sleep. Even in her dreams, she was thinking about jelly. What a little foodie. Zhang Linchuan couldn't help but laugh. The next second, his eyes widened. His left hand gripping the bedsheet tightly, his feet tensing. A soft tongue licked his Adam's apple, followed by a gentle sucking. After a while, the dreaming jelly-loving girl seemed to find this piece of jelly unmanageable and moved to another spot. Just as Zhang Linchuan was about to push her away, there was a sudden knock on the hospital room door. The two of them locked eyes. Good morning, Zhang Linchuan said awkwardly. Shin Shintong froze for a second, then noticed the marks and saliva on his neck. Her face instantly turned red, and she quickly grabbed the coat on the chair to cover her head, her long legs nervously twisting. What had she done? She couldn't believe it. Zhang Linchuan suppressed his embarrassment, tore off the bandage on his body, picked up the blanket from the floor to cover her, put on the clothes at the foot of the bed, and went to open the door. Junior. Brother, you're awake. Nye Qingyan exclaimed excitedly. A passing nurse, about to scold him for being noisy in the hospital, saw his handsome face, and her eyes sparkled with heart-shaped admiration as she threw him a flirtatious glance. Startled, Nye Qingyan quickly entered the room. Perfect timing, I brought breakfast. Thank you, senior brother, Zhang Linchuan said, taking it. When did you hurt your neck? I didn't see that last time, Nye Qingyan asked in surprise. Zhang Linchuan felt a headache coming on. Senior brother, you really know how to pick a topic. Before he could respond, the blanket on the bed was suddenly thrown off, and a figure darted out. Nye Qingyan was stunned. When he came to his senses, he smirked mischievously. Damn, senior brother came too late. Senior brother, stop talking, Zhang Linchuan said, covering his face. There's nothing to be shy about. Since you're awake, let's talk while eating, Nye Qingyan said seriously. Zhang Linchuan nodded. Junior brother, do you have any enemies? Nye Qingyan asked directly. No. Did you find anything? Zhang Linchuan replied. Nye Qingyan shook his head. The only clue was that those 8 men in black were death warriors secretly trained by a certain family. Someone tore open the space at Yunkuan Mountain and sent them in. Tore open space? Isn't that related to the Night Stalker? Zhang Linchuan asked, puzzled. Tearing space and opening space are different. The Night Stalker's doors are temporary and can be closed. Tearing space can only be done by someone with great power. The space is extremely unstable, and those who enter are likely to be torn apart by the immense force. Sending death warriors in means they never intended for them to come back alive. The other side is too cautious, all traces have been erased, and nothing can be found, Nye Qingyan said with a sigh. Zhang Linchuan was silent for a moment. How many people in the imperial capital can do this? Hard to say. While there aren't many who can tear space, it's not a small number either. The imperial capital is a place where powerful individuals are hidden, and many families have deep and formidable backgrounds. Nye Qingyan was a bit frustrated that he couldn't help. I understand, thank you, senior brother. In fact, this was exactly what Zhang Linchuan had anticipated. The other party was well prepared and wouldn't easily reveal any flaws. He was like meat on the chopping block, ready to be dealt with at any time. However, he was no pushover. By the way, Master said you're awake and asked you to go see him. Master has recovered? Zhang Linchuan was thrilled to hear this news. Until now, he hadn't had the chance to meet his master. Should be about right. He's at Tianwu, let's head over now. Alright. Tianwu Academy is divided into 5 main areas. When Jiang Linchuan enrolled, he had only briefly toured the iconic buildings, leaving many places unexplored. To the east were the teaching buildings and library, to the north the cafeteria, to the west the dormitory clusters, and to the south the sports field and campus hospital. At the center stood a large gymnasium. The outer rooms of the gym were for students to train their physical fitness and combat skills, while the center housed a square arena called the Fawn Lei. Competitions or sparring matches between students were held there. Heading northeast past the cafeteria and library, a small path led to a valley in the back mountain. This was where the dean of Tianwu Academy and several professors resided. Only those who had made significant contributions to the academy could live here, a special honor. Legend had it that the academy's treasure vault was hidden within this mountain, and the valley was the only way to reach it. As Jiang Linchuan entered the valley, a refreshing breeze carrying the scent of flowers greeted him. This is a great place to escape the summer heat. You could suggest to Master to move here, Nie Qingyan said with a smile. The dorms are fine, they're lively. Jiang Linchuan replied, finding his dorm mates increasingly amusing. Alright then. Just don't be surprised by anything you see. People with great strength often have some peculiar quirks, Nie Qingyan warned. Got it. As they turned past a rock wall, before Jiang Linchuan could take in the full view of the valley, a sudden loud explosion echoed. A mushroom cloud of black smoke rose into the air. A dark figure shot out from the smoke and landed heavily in front of him, creating a large crater. The figure on the ground was charred and tattered, resembling a miner who had just crawled out of a coal pit. Ah, old Lu, experimenting again. I see, Nie Qingyan said, squatting by the crater to greet him. It's the Nie family's boy. Quick, give this old man a hand. The figure in the crater grinned, revealing a set of perfect teeth. Nie Qingyan reached out to help him up and patted the dirt off his clothes. What went wrong this time? It shouldn't have happened. I need to increase the dosage, old Lu muttered as he walked away. That's Lu Kuanxing, a teacher at Tianwu Academy. Everyone calls him Old Lu. He's a starshine level fire element. Awakener. He's been researching how to compress fire elements to create the most powerful elemental bomb, Nie Qingyan explained. In a low voice. This guy's ruthless, even blowing himself up, Jiang Linchuan remarked. Old Lu, have you lost your mind? You're always causing trouble. My chickens haven't laid eggs. A sharp voice echoed through the valley. Cough, cough, nya. Qingyan cleared his throat. That's Granny Yang scolding him. She's the widow of a former teacher at Tianwu Academy and also a starshine level expert. After her husband passed away, she was deeply saddened and hasn't made much progress in her abilities. Over the years, Master said she was once a genius who could ascend to the moon soul level the fastest. What a pity, Jiang Linchuan thought, looking at the silver-haired old lady. She must have been formidable in her prime. Now, Granny Yang seemed more like an ordinary elderly woman, dressed simply, hands on her hips, scolding non-stop. Old Lu, like a child caught misbehaving, stood silently with his head lowered. After all, he was in the wrong. As they continued, Jiang Linchuan finally understood why. Nie Qingyan had warned him not to be surprised. The valley was filled with all sorts of bizarre buildings. There were upside-down houses, teapot-shaped structures, and even ones perched in trees like bird nests. The variety was endless, and the designs were eccentric. That bamboo-built courtyard belongs to the dean. He enjoys sitting alone in the yard fishing, and also. Nie Qingyan cautiously glanced around, leaned close to Jiang Linchuan's ear, and said, also role-playing. Role-playing? Jiang Linchuan could hardly believe it. The dean is this trendy? Yes, it's not a secret. That grass hut ahead is Master's residence. The two walked forward a few steps and suddenly heard the clang-clang sound of hammering coming from the grass hut. Jiang Linchuan's ears twitched. It sounded like the noise of forging. Master is busy. Once we go in, don't speak and keep quiet, yeah. Qingyan gestured for silence and carefully pushed the door open. As the door opened, a wave of scorching heat rushed out. Jiang Linchuan saw the flames dancing in the furnace, and a hammer swinging through the air. The figure, bare-chested, wielded the hammer with muscular, sharp lines full of explosive power. On the anvil, a blade was gradually taking shape. Qin Cheng gripped the hammer, striking continuously, with occasional drops of sweat falling onto the iron, producing a sizzle and a wisp of white smoke. Nie Qingyan and Jiang Linchuan tiptoed into the hut and closed the door, instantly sealing off the heat wave from the courtyard. The entire space was so hot it was hard to breathe. Qin Shang didn't look young, his temples were streaked with gray. Evidence of years spent working by the furnace. He worked alone, hammer in hand, surrounded by surging heat. Qin Shang continued. You are the piece of iron, and this world is the furnace. Everyone you meet is a hammer, directly or indirectly shaping you into what they want you to be. For example, when you were a child, your parents treated you as a piece of iron, carefully protecting you because they hadn't yet decided what they wanted to shape you into. But iron has limited value. When you grow up, they want you to be better, so they use gold, silver, and jewels to enhance your value. Once your value increases, you naturally can't stay among the pile of iron anymore. They'll move you away from the iron and into a circle that matches your value, just like teachers dividing students into good and bad groups. And even within that circle, there are different levels. If you want to climb higher, you have to keep improving yourself and give up certain things. In your struggle to climb, what you abandon isn't impurities but the most important parts of yourself in order to please others. In the end, all that's left are impurities. Qin Shang picked up a small pinch of iron filings from the anvil, rubbed them in his palm, then gently scattered them with a sigh. That blade became a blade only because I alone hammered it. I wanted it to become a blade, so it could only be a blade. Jiang. Linchuan carefully pondered his master's words, finding them deeply reflective of reality. So, my disciple, you must become the hammer yourself and learn to discern what impurities need to be removed. Remember, your master is merely the flame in the furnace, here to help you burn, not to control you. Thank you, master, Jiang Linchuan said gratefully. This first lesson taught him that one must hold on to their original intentions and not be swayed by the outside world. Pleasing others is futile. It's like the villains in the darkness who capture geniuses everywhere, trying to turn them into blades to serve their purposes. If you don't obey them, you'll be destroyed, left as a cold corpse. This world is cruel, and relationships between people are a constant struggle for dominance. Alright, enough of that. Tell me about your special ability, it must be extraordinary, right? Qin Shang looked at him meaningfully. Jiang Linchuan had already prepared for this, knowing someone would eventually figure it out. I can devour others' spiritual energy and convert it for my own use, but only for a short time. Qin Shang revealed an expression of, just as I thought. Can you devour abilities of any level? Jiang Linchuan shook his head. No, my body can't withstand such powerful forces. The stronger the ability, the greater the limitations. That's normal. Judging by the fact that you can handle diamond-level power, you must have awakened quite early, Qin Shang said with a smile. Jiang Linchuan lowered his head, his voice softening. Yes, I awakened at 13. I didn't mean anything by it. After all, teaching must be tailored to the individual. It seems I've taken on an extraordinary disciple, you're very smart. Qin Shang patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Jiang Linchuan looked up, unsure of what exactly smart referred to. If I had been as smart as you back then, things wouldn't have turned out the way they did. Sigh. Qin Shang suddenly seemed much older, his eyes glistening with tears as he turned his back to Jiang Linchuan. I awakened at 14. My talent test results were good, and at the time, I was very proud. I thought I was on a completely different level from those around me because I was a genius. I flaunted it everywhere, wanting the whole world to know how amazing I was. I enjoyed the envious and jealous gazes of others and loved being held in the palm of their hands. But I was wrong. Before truly growing up, so-called geniuses are nothing but a joke. In the eyes of certain people, we're like fleas jumping around. A single bullet can end your life, and a single finger can crush you as easily as squashing an ant. Power itself is neither good nor evil, but the human heart has both. Like you, I was targeted by the villains of the night. They wanted me to join them, to create a glorious world together, enjoying endless wealth and women. It was like they dangled a dangerous temptation in front of me. In a moment of impulsiveness, I agreed. Who knows? Qin Shang's body, as solid as iron, suddenly began to tremble. Sharp, blade-like rays of light emanated from him, tearing the space around him into cracks. Through the rifts, Jiang Linchuan saw an endless darkness. Just this aura alone was enough to rend space. His master's power was truly astonishing. After a while, Qin Shang calmed down and continued speaking. When they left, they killed my parents and locked me and other abducted or deceived children in a cellar. They forced us to eat maggot-infested rotten meat, claiming it was to train our willpower. I watched with my own eyes as the children around me died one by one. They were geniuses too, just like me. Flies laid eggs on their bodies, maggots devoured their rotting flesh, and in the end, only white bones remained. Later, someone from within the Dark Knight marauders saved me. That person was Yen Hui's father. He helped me escape and sent me to the safety department. I received excellent protection and resources, slowly emerged from the shadows, and vowed to eradicate the Dark Knight marauders completely. Based on the intelligence provided by Yen Hui's father, nations united to purge the Dark Knight marauders. After the wounds of the nation's campaign, I thought they had been wiped out. But I underestimated human greed. As long as there is desire, the Dark Knight marauders will never disappear, like cutting down weeds only for them to grow back again and again. Yen Hui's father suffered brutal retaliation. By the time I arrived, he was already dead, leaving only the infant Yen Hui. I adopted him, treated him as my own, and taught him everything I knew. Together, we sought revenge. The story ended there. Qin Shang gazed at the sky, the flames of hatred sustaining him to this day. He had never forgotten that it was the Dark Knight marauders who destroyed everything he had, and it was they who made him understand the cruelty of this world. He gripped his sharp blade tightly. Either he would kill all his enemies, or he would be killed by them. Zhang Linchuan remained silent for a moment, then bowed deeply to Qin Shang's back. Now you have one more. With your current strength, you shouldn't need to study those courses anymore. But after hearing about your performance on Yunkuan Mountain, being in the Crucible might not be a bad thing. All I can teach you are killing techniques. Let the Crucible continue to temper this extraordinary piece of iron that you are. Go back for now. From now on, come here for 2 hours every day. Qin Shang waved his hand. Understood, master. Jiang. Linchuan exited the thatched hut, and the sound of clang hammering resumed in the courtyard. After leaving, he didn't see Nia Qingyan in the valley. He took out his phone and saw a message from Nia Qingyan saying she had left early due to some matters. Zhang Linchuan headed straight to the cafeteria, thinking that his parents must be worried since they hadn't seen him for so many days. When he arrived at the cafeteria, he happened to see Shen Xintong holding a tray and chatting with Wang Xueqing. He scratched his head and slowly walked over. You little rascal, you still remember you have a mother, huh? Wang Xueqing teased, waving a large iron ladle at him in mock attack. Shen Xintong lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at him. School just started, so there's been a lot going on. It'll get better in a while, Zhang Linchuan explained. You're hurt? Wang Xueqing noticed the bandage on his neck. It's nothing, just a mosquito bite. It itched so much I was jumping around. Shen Xintong quietly retracted her small foot, flashed a bright smile, glared at him, and walked away with her long legs. I warn you, don't bully Tonton, Wang Xueqing said, as if she had seen through something but didn't say it outright. Injustice. I'm more wronged than Doi. I'm the one being bullied here, Zhang Linchuan protested. You students are so restless, always causing trouble. Your dad and the maintenance department are as busy as spinning tops, something's always broken or on fire. You need to behave yourself. Wang Xueqing grumbled while updating him on his father's recent situation. There was one thing she didn't mention. Recently, many girls had been coming to her, showing concern and bringing gifts. She was already used to this. Ever since middle school, girls had been visiting their home under the pretense of asking for study help. There was nothing she could do, her son was just too outstanding. Got it. I'll head back now. Don't forget to visit Tongton's house this weekend. Evening, dorm 301. Come on, cheers. Let's celebrate Xiaochuan's rise to the top of the freshman rankings. The four clinked glasses and drank in one gulp. The trial mission at Yunkuan Mountain turned out to be much harder than expected, but Zhang Linchuan once again became the center of attention. He was the first student to participate in the trial mission and nearly wiped out the ferocious beasts in the alien portal. To be precise, they were almost eaten by them. The teachers were stunned when they saw the large pile of beastskin bags Zhang Linchuan brought back from Yunkuan Mountain, filled with all kinds of precious materials and spirit beads. This group of students seemed to be slaughtering the beasts of Yunkuan Mountain. It was unbelievable, but it was true. The academy decided to include this trial in the textbooks as a classic case study, setting an example for future students. As long as everyone works together, no challenge is insurmountable. By the way, here's a gift we prepared for you. Taoru took out a small pouch from his bracelet. Zhang Linchuan opened it to find it filled with golden spirit beads, all contributed by the group of red-tailed foxes. Aside from the spirit beads, I handed the other items over to the academy to exchange for points. Everyone got their share, and yours has already been added to your student ID. Taoru felt a bit embarrassed. He had originally planned to let Jiang Linchuan distribute them himself. That's fine, Jiang Linchuan didn't care about such trivial matters, those things were of little use to him. He pushed the pouch forward. You guys should take some of these spirit beads, too. The three shook their heads repeatedly. We've already taken enough, Taoru said. Yeah, everything that's happened these past few days is enough for us to brag about for a lifetime, Yuxiuwen added. They all turned to Ding Ji, who hadn't spoken yet. Ding Ji froze for 2 seconds, then clasped his hands and said firmly, me too. Alright, if you need any, just come to me. Any time. Jiang Linchuan put away the spirit beads, his expression suddenly turning serious. Guys, I have a question. What kind of gift should I prepare when visiting elders? Ha ha ha, already meeting the parents? Yuxiuwen laughed so hard he leaned back and forth. They had all noticed the kiss marks on Jiang Linchuan's neck. Must be getting engaged soon. I'm waiting for the wedding banquet, Ding Ji said enviously. Taoru, being more reliable, said, it depends on what the elders usually like. Choosing the right gift can earn you a lot of points. I don't know, Jiang Linchuan frowned. After all this time, the Shin family was now considered a wealthy household, and their preferences must have changed. Although they used to be neighbors, he wasn't sure if they had changed, and he still wanted to leave a good impression. I'll take care of this small matter. Let's keep drinking and enjoy the night. Taoru took over the conversation. One glass after another, the four drank heartily. After experiencing life and death trials at Yunkoan Mountain, their brotherhood deepened. Men who go through life and death together forge unbreakable bonds. They drank until the early hours of the morning before stopping. Ding Ji, the tallest of them, had the worst alcohol tolerance and fell asleep on the table early. Yuxiuwen was the second to collapse, and Jiang Linchuan carried him to bed. Taoru, with his good alcohol tolerance, kept smiling and cleaned up the table before lying down. Is Xiuwen okay? Jiang Linchuan asked. His keen observation had noticed something was off with Yuxiuwen. Taoru glanced at Yuxiuwen, who was clutching his blanket tightly, and whispered, he's fine. He was a bit panicked in the first few days. I gave him some calming medicine. After all, it's his first time killing someone, anyone would be nervous. Should we find someone to help him with psychological counseling? Jiang Linchuan was still worried. Killing someone definitely takes a toll on one's emotions, fear, nausea, regret, and even an aversion to anything bloody. It's a psychological torment and a wound to the soul. Don't worry, he's asleep now. Taoru lay down in his pajamas. Actually, his alcohol tolerance wasn't that great either, he just had better self-control than the others. Jiang Linchuan turned off the lights, and the room plunged into darkness. Listening to the steady breathing, he smiled faintly. The next morning, Jiang Linchuan went to the office and found Wei Nian, waving to greet him. Teacher Wei. Long time no see. Well, isn't this our star student? Everyone, take a good look, this is the student I brought along, Wei Nian said with a cheerful smile. The other teachers smiled and nodded at Jiang Linchuan, then rolled their eyes at Wei Nian. They had said it countless times before, with such excellent conditions, anyone would be willing to take him on. Ignoring his colleagues' eye rolls, Wei Nian asked, what brings you here? Jiang Linchuan rubbed his hands together. The spiritual artifacts. What spiritual artifacts? Wei Nian looked puzzled. Jiang Linchuan immediately felt awkward. Wasn't this just playing dumb? They had agreed on 4 S-grade spiritual artifacts, so why was he pretending to be confused now? The 4 S-grade spiritual artifacts you promised me, Jiang Linchuan reminded. Wei Nian suddenly understood and slapped his forehead. Oh, I remember now. You'll need to talk to the dean about that. Then I'll go find the dean. The dean isn't at the academy. He's gone to Linen City to attend a comic convention and won't be back for a week. Jiang Linchuan shook his head helplessly. The esteemed dean of Tianwu Academy, instead of staying at the academy to teach and nurture students, had gone off to cosplay at a comic convention? You could ask the vice dean for help. You know what I mean, Wei Nian said with a wink. Thank you, Teacher Wei, Jiang Linchuan replied, making an okay gesture. The vice dean was his master, which made things even more convenient, he could just ask directly for what he wanted. Jiang Linchuan headed straight for the valley to find his master. The scene was as familiar as ever, a deafening explosion, a black mushroom cloud rising, and a figure flying through the air, landing heavily in the same human-shaped crater as yesterday, in exactly the same pose. Kid, help this old man out, Lu Lao said with a grin, trembling as he extended his hand. Zhang Linchuan stifled a laugh and pulled him out. You look familiar, but I don't know you. Are you new here? Lu Lao asked, patting the dirt off his clothes. A freshman. My master is Qin Chang, Zhang Linchuan replied politely. Lu Lao looked him up and down. Old Qin took on another disciple? Then I have to test you. Go ahead. How do you compress fire? Elements to their limit? As a fire element awakener, how could he not know this? Zhang Linchuan was speechless. Seeing the old man's eager expression, he countered, Do you even know what fire elements really are? The question created a subtle tension. Fire elements are fire elements. What kind of question is that? Lu Lao said, growing a bit agitated. He raised his hand and grabbed at the air, forming a fireball that he held firmly. That's not right, Zhang Linchuan said mysteriously. Fire elements aren't just simple fire. In truth, he was making things up, hoping to ease his master's burden. After all, this old man was blowing things up every day, who could tolerate that? Oh, tell me more, Lu Lao said, playing with the fireball. Zhang Linchuan thought for a moment and casually said, In this world, there are magma fire, wood fire, lightning fire, water fire, ice fire. Fire elements aren't limited to just one type. Lu Lao crushed the fireball in his hand and fell silent for a moment, as if he found some truth in those words. Go on. You've been researching in the wrong direction. You should study how to give fire different attributes and how to fuse various types of fire, Zhang Linchuan said, recalling ideas from novels in his past life. Since this world didn't have exotic flames, he figured he'd let the old man explore it on his own. Lu Lao froze, stunned that someone would challenge his research. Yet the boy's words seemed to spark something in him. He stood motionless, lost in thought. Zhang Linchuan cupped his hands in farewell and left, satisfied with his success. Where did you hear those things you just said? Qin Chang asked, noticing Lu Lao standing dazed at the valley entrance. I made them up, Zhang Linchuan admitted honestly. Qin Chang's mouth twitched as he glanced at his disciple. The speaker may not have been serious, but the listener might take it to heart. Who knows, old Lu might actually come up with something. Come on, I'll take you to pick out some treasures. Tianwu Academy's treasure vault was truly built into the mountains. The entire mountain had been hollowed out, reinforced with 3 meters of concrete, encased in several dozen centimeters of ultra-strong steel plates, and further protected by zirconium alloy and demon stone, secure as a bank vault. Qin Chang used iris and fingerprint recognition, and the heavy door opened silently. Zhang Linchuan followed closely behind, as curious as a child. With such a massive treasure vault, there must be countless treasures inside, perhaps even powerful guardians. Rows of spotlights on the walls lit up, illuminating the space as brightly as daylight. The tall shelves were filled with various items, weapons, armor, books, bamboo scrolls, musical instruments, and even intricately patterned stone coffins. So many treasures! Zhang Linchuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. These are just miscellaneous items, the dean's private collection. Follow me, Qin Chang said without even glancing at the items. That old man's taste was truly baffling. Zhang Linchuan was surprised such a luxurious treasure vault was merely a storage space for the dean's personal collection. What extravagance! Qin Chang led him to an inconspicuous corner and placed his palm against the wall. With a click, the wall slowly parted, revealing a 2-meter-high metal door adorned with exquisite carvings. Qin Chang took out a brass key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it twice. The patterns on the door silently shifted, forming a puzzle with a missing piece. Qin Chang frowned. That damned old man changed the puzzle again. Huarong Dao, Zhang Linchuan murmured. You do it. Qin Chang stepped aside. A clever apprentice was always a relief. Zhang Linchuan stepped forward and solved the Huarong Dao puzzle in less than 10 seconds. Qin Chang, in a good mood, walked through the door. It was a winding downward passage, illuminated by glowing light strips on both sides. After walking 100 meters, they reached another metal door at the end of the passage, but this one had no puzzle. The door slowly opened, and soft light spilled out from the gap. Inside was a small oval-shaped space, where various spiritual artifacts were displayed in transparent glass showcases. A sense of time sedimentation filled the air. The items were weathered and brimming with historical significance. These spiritual artifacts were all found in ancient ruins. Pick whatever you like, Qin Chang said as he sat down to take a nap. Master, can I choose a defensive spiritual artifact instead of a weapon? Zhang Linchuan asked. He still remembered Tao Ru losing an inner armor piece. Although it wasn't explicitly mentioned, he cared about it. He already had the fierce wind blade, a divine weapon, so choosing an ordinary weapon wouldn't be of much use to him. Sure. Thank you, master. Zhang Linchuan walked to the display case and picked up a necklace, reading the description below it. Evening bird chain, increases spiritual energy absorption speed by 20%. Zhang Linchuan nodded. This auxiliary equipment seemed decent. Trash. Zhang Linchuan froze. System, why are you insulting people? I'm saying the necklace you're holding is trash. Oh. Zhang Linchuan simply put it down and picked up a ring-shaped spiritual artifact. Instead, Cloud Sky Ring can store 20 cubic meters of items. Zhang Linchuan thought the storage space was quite large. Although he had system space, he needed something to cover it up. Trash. Alright, the system wasn't wrong. Zhang Linchuan continued. Browsing. Inch heart armor, can withstand a full force attack at the diamond level. Trash. Mist wave armor. Zhang Linchuan hadn't even finished reading the description when the system had already given its evaluation. Everything in the cabinet is trash. The system's standards were too high. Even if everything was trash, he still had to take something. Free items shouldn't be wasted. Host, go check out the pile of stuff in the corner. There's something good there. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Linchuan pursed his lips, putting back the items he was holding. What's wrong? Didn't find anything suitable? Qin Chang asked. I'll keep looking, Zhang Linchuan stammered. He couldn't just say that everything here was trash. He glanced toward the corner the system had mentioned, where a pile of dusty junk lay. Qin Chang followed his gaze and frowned. Those are items whose uses haven't been identified. They've been left there and never cleaned up. Zhang Linchuan smiled. I'll take a look. Maybe I'll find a treasure. Qin Chang shook his head and ignored him. After all, they'd used various methods to test those items, and found nothing special. Zhang Linchuan eagerly ran over to rummage through the pile of junk. System, come out and help me. I can take 4 items, oh no, 3, because I still need to grab a storage ring. Help me pick the best ones. Under the system's guidance, Zhang Linchuan selected 3 pieces of junk, an old-fashioned watch, a round metal disc, and a coin with blurred patterns. He also grabbed a storage ring and happily ran back to Qin Chang. Master, I've made my choices. Qin Chang glanced at the items in his hand, remained silent for a moment, then looked up at him, trying to confirm if he was serious. Pick 3 more. Master, is this appropriate? Zhang Linchuan felt a bit awkward. Why wouldn't it be? Those useless scraps are just lying around. You're merely helping to clean up, Qin Chang said indifferently. Got it. Zhang Linchuan secretly admired his master's boldness. Having someone backing you up felt great. He picked up 2 more storage rings and a defensive spiritual artifact. Let's go. Qin Chang gave him a glance and said no more. The metal door opened and closed again, and the treasure pavilion returned to darkness. No one knew what had gone missing from the pile of scraps, and even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Zhang Linchuan stored the items in the storage rings and then took them out to play with, feeling extremely delighted. This was exactly how he felt when he first got storage equipment. Since you're here, let's start today's training. Qin Chang pushed open the wooden door of the grass hut. The courtyard now had a forging platform, making it seem a bit crowded. Qin Chang pointed to the weapon rack against the wall. Use those wooden swords to demonstrate the moves Qin Yan taught you, one by one. Zhang Linchuan nodded, picked up a wooden sword, and stood ready to begin his demonstration. He had practiced countless times in the courtyard, and his movements were smooth and natural. It didn't take long for him to finish. In the eyes of ordinary people, you're already excellent. But to me, it's full of flaws. Your coordination is terrible, Qin Chang criticized harshly. Zhang Linchuan pursed his lips and remained silent, calmly accepting the criticism. Qin Chang threw him a hammer. Starting today, you'll learn blade forging with me. Don't use brute force, strength alone is useless. You need skill. Your force application is wrong. Your muscles are too tense. Use your waist strength. You're a blacksmith, not made of iron. Hammering like this will exhaust you in no time. The courtyard echoed with Qin Chang's stern reprimands. 2 hours later, Zhang Linchuan dragged his exhausted body out of the grass hut, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, his head buzzing. It turned out that forging wasn't as simple as he thought. At the valley entrance, the shadow on the ground startled him. Old Lu was still there, sitting cross-legged, muttering incessantly, his hair a tangled mess. Zhang Linchuan covered his mouth and held his breath, not daring to greet him, and quietly slipped away. Turning someone into a lunatic, was that illegal? He glanced at the time, it wasn't even lunchtime yet. He ran straight back to his dormitory to study the scraps he'd just picked up. Jiang Linchuan quickly took a shower, pulled the curtains, locked the door, and sat at the desk, arranging the 3 cleaned items neatly. System, it's up to you now. Use the blade to split that coin. So straightforward and crude? Jiang Linchuan summoned the tang blade and lightly slashed at it. Despite the sharpness of the gale blade, the coin remained completely intact. This was unbelievable. It was the first time he'd seen something the gale blade couldn't cut through. Looking at the coin, it was indeed a treasure. If it were larger, it could even be used as a shield. He stood the coin upright on the desk, raised the tang blade high, and struck down with all his might. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The tang blade vibrated violently, numbing Jiang Linchuan's fingers. The desk collapsed with a loud crash, turning into powder. From the debris, he retrieved the coin, which now had a crack along its edge. He was stunned. Crack! Tiny fissures began to spread, and the coin revealed a network of cracks. A soft, serene blue light seeped through the gaps. It was the most beautiful color he'd ever seen, indescribable even with words. More captivating than the purest sapphire, he couldn't help but reach out to pry it open. The once hard surface of the coin crumbled into fragments with a gentle twist. Finally, he saw the truth: a flawless, translucent, round blue crystal shard, with a small hole at the top. At the same time, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooded into his palm at an astonishing speed, leaving him in shock. System, what exactly is this thing? The outer layer is a rare divine metal from the universe, Hylan gold. What you're holding is the even more precious Hylan crystal. The Hylan crystal has an exceptionally strong affinity for any form of power, making it the best energy carrier. As for its specific uses, see for yourself. Jiang Linchuan looked at the system panel. Heart of Hylan, support artifact. Enhances the speed of absorbing spiritual energy, with the speed directly proportional to the concentration of spiritual energy, no upper limit. Comes with a small alchemy spirit gathering field, maximum range 10 by 10 meters. Jiang Linchuan's mouth fell open, almost wide enough to swallow a goose egg. No wonder the system said everything else was trash, compared to the heart of Hylan. There was simply no comparison. This kind of support artifact could drastically accelerate his cultivation speed. He immediately found a black cord, threaded it through, and happily wore it around his neck. The azure glow gradually dimmed, transforming into an ordinary pendant. Truly worthy of being called an artifact, low-key yet powerful. System, what's next? I hope I don't have to use a knife again. Hylan metal is such a hard material, isn't there another way? Hylan metal is not a product of this planet. Its melting point and hardness make it indestructible. True, even the gale blade would struggle with it. If it were larger, it could be used as armor, but unfortunately, it's too small, which is why it was left there. Even the best treasures need someone to discover them. Next, Jiang Linchuan urged. Decoding data terminal has failed. Initiating forced erasure complete, establishing new data connection successful, repairing and modifying energy system conversion, repair and modification complete. This is the second generation all-weather alloy battle armor from an interstellar civilization. I have modified its energy system to be dual-driven by solar energy and spiritual power. It boasts strong defensive capabilities and can also fly. Alien technology. Jiang Linchuan tried to calm himself. He knew alien civilizations existed, but seeing such an object in front of him was still shocking and even frightening. The appearance of alien items on Blue Star indicated that extraterrestrials had already been here. They might have even caused the extinction of early civilizations on Blue Star. Perhaps aliens were still hiding among humans today. This discovery was truly overwhelming. Jiang Linchuan smiled bitterly. Of course, the nation might have already uncovered this and found clues in ruins, but these matters were not his concern. Jiang Linchuan immediately felt relieved. System, how do I use this battle armor? Its stored energy has been depleted. You can let it absorb solar energy or inject spiritual power. Jiang Linchuan picked up the small disc and tried injecting spiritual power. The disc's surface cracked open, revealing an even smaller dark golden metal disc, light as if it weren't metal. Following the system's guidance, he pressed the dark golden disc against his chest and increased the spiritual power injection. Dark golden light spread out, slowly enveloping his entire body. Jiang Linchuan walked to the mirror and looked at himself, stunned by how cool he looked. The streamlined dark golden battle armor fit his body perfectly, its surface shimmering with a faint metallic luster, like a work of art. This was essentially an exoskeleton armor. He moved his arms effortlessly, feeling as free and flexible as if he weren't wearing anything, then tried taking a few steps. Thud! The marble floor cracked under his foot. Jiang Linchuan climbed up, scratching his head. It felt too light, like stepping on cotton. He'd need some time to adapt. He decided not to test the flight function for now, fearing he might break something and have to pay for it. He'd find a safe place to test it another day. He restored the battle armor to its metal block form and stored it in the system space. Jiang Linchuan stared at the last item, curious about what treasure it might be. System, hurry up. What was going on? Jiang Linchuan didn't receive a response from the system. System, are you there? I am here. If you're here, then get to work. Jiang Linchuan picked up the watch-shaped device and shook it in his hand. At this moment, he heard the system's tone carry a hint of emotional fluctuation for the first time. This is my original carrier terminal. Your terminal? Jiang Linchuan was completely puzzled. In his past life, he had read so many novels but had never heard of a system having something like a terminal. Yes, this is my terminal. I am merely a small part of the system, tasked with finding a successor and protecting them. Later, I found you through brainwaves. No wonder all the spiritual techniques you gave me are for survival, Jiang Linchuan muttered softly. Suddenly, he thought of that mysterious palace. What exactly was the inheritance? Could it be just combat techniques? Those remarkable figures were all killed. Could it be that I'm meant to avenge them? Thinking of this, Jiang Linchuan felt a chill down his spine and dared not think further. Where is your main body then? I don't know. For now, keep my terminal safe, it's the key to activating the main body. Alright, Jiang Linchuan put away the system terminal, already satisfied with the 2 treasures he had. He took out his phone and dialed his dad's number. Hey, Dad, send a desk to my dorm and fix the floor while you're at it. Nothing major, just accidentally made a dent. Deduct the cost from your salary, that's all. After hanging up, he pulled open the curtains, letting sunlight pour over him and dispel the chill. The world seemed increasingly mysterious in his eyes. A while later, Zhang Yandong and a colleague carried a new desk into the room, their expressions heavy. Jiang Linchuan rolled his eyes at his dad, thinking, is it worth being so tense over such a small expense? Zhang Yandong and his colleague worked hard to fix the floor. After confirming his colleague had left, Zhang Yandong quietly reminded him, when payday comes, explain to your mom that I didn't stash away any private money. Got it. Thanks for your hard work, Jiang Linchuan said, massaging his father's shoulders. I'm off. There's still a pile of work waiting for me. Zhang Yandong waved his hand and left with his tool bag. Jiang Linchuan wished his parents could enjoy a relaxed life sooner. He had the ability now to ensure his family lived comfortably, but the danger hadn't been eliminated yet. Tianwu Academy was a great refuge, allowing him peace of mind. He had to quickly uncover the mastermind and resolve the issue completely. His eyes glinted with killing intent. Lunchtime. Yu Xiuwen returned from the cafeteria with a pile of fierce beast meat. Under Jiang Linchuan's influence, everyone had grown accustomed to feeling uncomfortable if they went a day without eating it. Thanks for splurging, President Yu, Tao Ru joked. No big deal, eat anytime, I can afford it, Yu Xiuwen said proudly, raising his chin. I don't think your family is in foreign trade, you must be robbing banks, Jiang Linchuan teased. Crude. Why rob banks? My family is the bank, Yu Xiuwen retorted disdainfully. I bow to you, young master Yu. You're truly auspicious, Tao Ru quipped in a Beijing accent. Jiang Linchuan took out treasures from the treasure pavilion stored in his ring, handing the inner armor to Tao Ru and the ring to Yu Xiuwen and Ding Ji. The little witch, being last year's SSS-level student, already had such equipment. The treatment for the monkey was also decent, and the other 3 senior brothers and sisters were wealthier than him, so he didn't need to keep them. The 3 stared at him in surprise. Jiang Linchuan shook the ring in his hand and said flatly, 1 item per person, don't be polite. Anyone who hesitates is a fool, he added, blocking any attempts by the 3 to refuse. You need this inner armor more than I do. Tao Ru pushed the inner armor back, deciding to be the fool this time. A brother's life was more important than anything. I have the ability to protect myself, whether I have the inner armor or not makes little difference. Do you think I'll always be hunted? Jiang Linchuan sneered. That's not what I meant. Then I'll accept it, Tao Ru smiled. Ding. Ji had just started speaking when Jiang Linchuan's glare silenced him. He felt unworthy because Tao Ru and Yu Xiuwen had risked their lives for Jiang Linchuan. He remembered hesitating for a moment back then before restraining in Xingyu. Yes, I'm an accomplice too, there's no point in refusing. So Ding Ji accepted it, knowing he didn't dare decline. He even sent a message to his family, asking them to raise more cattle and sheep, fearing there wouldn't be enough to eat. The four ate and drank, resting for a while. Jiang Linchuan packed up his things and prepared to go to class. Since arriving at Tianwu Academy, he hadn't seen what the teachers looked like. If he kept slacking off like this, his reputation as a top student would be at risk, and Wang Shueqing definitely wouldn't let him off the hook. Tianwu didn't have many theoretical classes, nor were they divided into specific subjects. Everyone attended lectures in a large tiered classroom. Other courses, however, were divided into groups based on different specializations such as close combat, elemental studies, beast transformation, mental abilities, and healing, depending on the focus. Jiang Linchuan, carrying a shoulder bag, walked into the classroom with Tao Ru and the others, where many familiar faces were already seated. Everyone froze for a few seconds before erupting into deafening cheers, rushing toward him. Don't push, don't push. My shoe fell off, let me pick it up. Yu Xiuwen was squeezed out of the classroom by the crowd, looking helpless. Jiang, it's great to see you're okay. Boss, if you're feeling unwell, just let us know. Who were those people anyway? Prince Charming, did you see the flowers we sent you? Flowers? Jiang Linchuan hadn't seen even a single petal. Xintong must have quietly dealt with them. He was touched by everyone's enthusiasm, but what was with those people reaching out to touch him? Hey, stop touching me. Jiang Linchuan tightly gripped his belt, his last line of defense. Alright, everyone. Stop crowding around. Luo Qianqian, who had once been his personal secretary, spoke up to help her boss out of the situation. The crowd gradually dispersed, easing Jiang Linchuan's embarrassment. He gave Luo Qianqian a grateful look. Any later, and his pants might not have survived. Welcome back safely, Luo Qianqian said with a smile, opening her arms as if to hug him. Thank you, Jiang Linchuan replied indifferently, sidestepping her as he walked past. Luo Qianqian's face darkened, awkwardly retracting her arms, but she quickly regained her composure and encouraged herself. Jiang Linchuan sat with his three close friends, taking out his notebook and pen, sitting upright as he waited for the teacher to start the class. The girls sitting in front of him were secretly discussing his abs, occasionally turning back to steal glances at him. Amid this chaos, who had managed to take advantage of him? He felt he'd suffered a big loss. This class was Illustrated Guide to Ferocious Beasts, taught by a seasoned instructor. The teacher wore thick reading glasses, had a head full of white hair with a slight bald spot, and was dressed in a green short-sleeved shirt and trousers. His face bore a gentle smile, making him seem particularly approachable. His teaching style was humorous, engaging, and easy to understand. He often supplemented the textbook with additional information not found in the curriculum. It was said that he was the primary author of the new edition of the Illustrated Guide currently being compiled. With a teacher like this, it was hard not to pay attention in class. This knowledge was crucial, as it directly impacted battles with ferocious beasts. Knowing their fatal weaknesses could lead to a one-hit kill. This was the last class of the week. Tomorrow was the weekend. After class, Jiang Linchuan received numerous invitations. Some invited him to dinner, others wanted to show him around the imperial capital, some asked him to visit their homes, and even a few invited him to watch movies. An overwhelming mix of plans. He regretted it now. He should have pretended to be socially anxious and avoided interacting with them. It was too much trouble. On a hot summer day, wouldn't it be better to have some beer and barbecue with a few buddies? Jiang Linchuan politely declined each invitation, his mouth almost dry from talking. Brother Linchuan. A crisp, pleasant voice came from the tiered classroom's entrance. It was practically a lifeline. He looked toward the door, silently praising the little witch for saving him. Not just him, everyone turned to look at the entrance, instantly captivated. Xintong was dressed like the girl next door today, a bun hairstyle, a pure white short-sleeved shirt layered under a black suspender-pleated long skirt, and a pair of non-prescription glasses perched on her delicate nose. She held a few books in her arms. Her face was exquisite, radiant. Even without makeup, with a warm smile at the corners of her mouth. Her exposed arms and calves were as smooth and translucent as jade. I'm leaving now. Jiang Linchuan quickly packed his things and said goodbye to his three friends. Go ahead, go ahead. We won't wait up for you tonight, Yu Xiuwen teased, waving mischievously. Jiang Linchuan almost tripped, he'd been teased about the last incident for quite a while. He walked up to Shen Shintong and looked directly into her bright, crystal-like eyes. Why are you here? Shen Shintong put her book into her storage ring, casually took his arm, and said sweetly, I came to pick you up for dinner. After speaking, she proudly glanced at the group of jealous girls in the classroom, clearly provoking them. The girls were furious but helpless. Shen Shintong's beauty was too striking, making them all seem like mere background watching. The two walk away slowly, their hearts felt sour, as if they'd just eaten lemons. What are we eating tonight? Jiang Linchuan turned back to ask, his mind focused solely on food. Shen Shintong pouted her rosy lips and hummed softly, let's go to Aunt Mu's place. All right. Jiang Linchuan took out his phone and sent a text to his mom, letting her know he was going out to eat with Shen Shintong. Wang Xueqing, who hadn't seen her son recently, had been worried. If he didn't report his whereabouts, she'd use soundwave attacks on him. A gentle breeze blew across the artificial lake, creating ripples and causing fish to surface for air. On the lakeside, under the weeping willows, people were either cultivating, reading, or couples were whispering softly behind trees. This tranquil scene made Jiang Linchuan feel a pang of envy. What are you looking at? Shen Shintong followed his gaze, glancing around. Her bangs fell down, covering her eyes. Jiang Linchuan reached out to lift her bangs and gently tucked her hair behind her ear, his movements as tender as handling a precious piece of art. Shen Shintong's brows curved into a smile, and she beamed sweetly. Not bad, little brother, you're learning to take care of people. I'll pay for dinner tonight. I'll handle it. You've been working hard lately, consider it a reward. Jiang Linchuan couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache when he thought of how exhausted the little witch had looked before. Reward me? I've already rewarded you. Shen Shintong suddenly covered her mouth, her face turning as red as a peach blossom. Oh no, she'd let it slip. Hearing the word reward, she instinctively thought of the promise she'd made to Jiang Linchuan when he was unconscious, that she'd give him a reward upon his recovery. Only her best friend knew about it. What reward? What did you give me? Jiang Linchuan looked puzzled. Wasn't I the one saying I'd reward you? Shen Shintong struggled internally for a while before finally deciding to confess. After all, there were too many people eyeing Jiang Linchuan, and she felt no sense of security. It was her first kiss, how would he ever know if she didn't tell him? She blinked, took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and said in a very small voice, I gave you my first kiss. As soon as the words left her mouth, her face turned as red as a ripe apple, the blush spreading to her ears and neck. Her heart pounded wildly, as if it might leap out of her chest. Ha! Jiang Linchuan froze, pointing to the faint mark on his neck. You mean this? Not that. Shen Shintong turned her head away. Was it the time you bit my neck? Jiang Linchuan asked tentatively. Not that time either. Shen Shintong shook her head again. Then when was it? Jiang Linchuan's voice unconsciously rose a few notches. He had no idea what this little witch had done to him. He began to recall every detail of their encounters. What do you mean? Shen Shintong glared at him fiercely, poking his chest with her slender finger. That was my first kiss. Don't act like you're disgusted. If it weren't for me taking care of you, feeling sorry for you, staying up day and night to serve you, giving you water, changing your medicine, wiping your body, changing your clothes. Her voice grew softer and less confident as she spoke. Why had she blurted everything out in a moment of heat? It was so embarrassing. I admit my mistake. Jiang Linchuan raised his hands in surrender. Humph. Shen Shintong puffed up with pride, like a white swan. A pack of jelly. Lychee flavored. Jiang Linchuan played his trump card. When they were kids, both families had modest means, and pocket money was scarce. Shen Shintong loved jelly, but only one brand and one flavor. Pocket money wasn't enough to buy it, so Jiang Linchuan used the excuse of needing study materials to ask for more money, secretly buying lychee-flavored jelly for Shen Shintong, and then sneaking to the small hill behind the tube-shaped building to eat it together. Since the jelly was hard to come by, Shen Shintong was always reluctant to eat it too quickly. She would first lick it, sip the juice inside, and then eat it bit by bit. No matter how angry she was, a pack of jelly could always cheer her up. Sure enough, upon hearing about the jelly, Shen Shintong immediately broke into a smile. I forgive you. In truth, she had long stopped being angry, she was just trying to hide her embarrassment. After all, the only person who knew she liked jelly was Jiang Linchuan, and the only one who bought it for her was also Jiang Linchuan. Now, she didn't lack money, nor people willing to buy her jelly, but some people in her heart could never be replaced. Though the old days slowly passed, in a lifetime, one can only truly love one person. Not angry anymore, Jiang Linchuan dotingly poked her little nose. Shen Shintong reached out and touched his abs, which made other girls envious. Luckily, there's no scar, otherwise, it'd look bad. Tao Rujia's medicine has always been excellent, Jiang Linchuan said approvingly. Shen Shintong rolled her eyes at him and skipped ahead. Her light figure, the hem of her skirt swaying in the wind, was deeply etched in Jiang Linchuan's heart. Suddenly, Shen Shintong turned back, stopped in her tracks, tilted her head, and softly asked, "You haven't been to the 100 Battles Tower yet, have you?" 100 Battles Tower? Jiang Linchuan recalled that one of the conditions Wei Nian had mentioned did include free access to the 100 Battles Tower. However, he hadn't looked into it much, only knowing that the place was somewhat like an entrance to another world, filled with ferocious beasts and rewards to be claimed. But he had never seen a tower-shaped structure like that in the Tianwu realm. Shen Shintong saw him looking around and covered her mouth, laughing as she stomped her foot. "Stop looking, the 100 Battles Tower is underground." Underground? No wonder he hadn't seen it. Jiang Linchuan withdrew his gaze and walked alongside the little witch, asking her what the 100 Battles Tower was all about. Well, Shen Shintong blinked, a strange expression on her face. It's kind of like a dungeon in an online game. You have to clear it level by level, and each level has a mini-boss and a big boss. The beasts inside seem virtual, yet not. If you say they're virtual, when you strike them, you'll see wounds and blood, and they can genuinely hurt you too. If you say they're not virtual, they don't have spirit pearls inside, and the dead beasts disappear after a while, like a respawn. The most amazing thing is that people who enter only get seriously injured but won't actually die, just like how characters in games revive after dying. That's incredible, Jiang Linchuan said, though he didn't seem very interested. The moment he heard that the beasts' corpses would disappear, he felt the 100 Battles Tower wasn't very appealing. No meat to eat, he'd rather visit Yun Koan Mountain or other entrances to different worlds. Don't underestimate it. The rewards given by the tower spirit are extremely generous, tailored entirely to your talents. For example, spirit techniques, all of them are gold level or higher, incredibly powerful and practical. Let me show you one of the spirit techniques I got. As she spoke, Shen Shintong snapped her fingers, and 2 pairs of translucent butterfly-like wings suddenly appeared behind her. So beautiful. Jiang Linchuan looked at her, and those 2 pairs of wings made her appear even more stunning and pure, like a true fairy. Shen Shintong mischievously smiled, the wings on her back gently flapping as they lifted her 175-centimeter figure slowly into the air. Wow! A flying spirit technique. Jiang Linchuan stared up at her in awe, then suddenly snapped back to his senses. Oh no! The little witch was wearing a skirt today. If she flew so high, wouldn't it? The next second, he forcibly swallowed the words he wanted to say. The little witch was wearing safety shorts. This time, he wouldn't remind her, lest he expose himself for noticing something he shouldn't, even though she wasn't doing it on purpose. Wow! An angel, people around exclaimed, looking up at the miracle in the sky. Angel, my foot! That's the witch Shen. Don't stare too much, or she might shoot an arrow through your stomach. Believe me, she's totally capable of it, someone knowledgeable kindly warned. Shen Shintong ascended to about 30 meters high, hovering in the air, and summoned her ability, the Elf Queen's Kiss. She aimed at Jiang Linchuan, mimicking a bow-drawing motion, her red lips slightly parted. Jiang Linchuan exaggeratedly acted as if he had been struck by an arrow, making the little witch laugh out loud. "Catch me, I'm going to fall!" Shen Shintong shouted as the transparent wings behind her suddenly disappeared, and her body began to plummet. Jiang Linchuan didn't have time to think and immediately jumped up to catch her securely. Shen Shintong smiled sweetly at him, her long legs tightly wrapped around his waist, her arms embracing him as well. The two spun gently as they descended from mid-air, their elegant figures instantly igniting the atmosphere on sight. Wow, so cool, so cool! Many girls excitedly shook their boyfriends, coquettishly saying, "I want that too, I want that too." A boy glanced at his girlfriend, who weighed over 140 pounds, and silently protested, "I can't carry you." "You tricked me again," Jiang Linchuan glared at the little witch clinging to his waist. "No, I didn't," Shen Shintong feigned ignorance. "I really can't fly. The elf wings only allow me to hover briefly. Flying this high lasts at most 20 seconds. So, this wasn't an ordinary flying skill, but for a long range." Shooter like the little witch, this skill was practically divine. Jiang Linchuan began to take an interest in the so-called tower spirit. However, this is a growth-type skill. Whether I can truly fly in the future is still unknown, Shen Shintong added softly. Jiang Linchuan's expression changed slightly, and he started to take the tower spirit seriously. It was well known that the skill levels in this world couldn't be upgraded except for his own. Growth-type skills were very special. Once this matter was settled, he would definitely visit the 100 Battles Tower. He still had one skill slot left. Hopefully, the tower spirit wouldn't be like the system, only giving him survival skills. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Shen Shintong pinched Jiang Linchuan's cheek. Thinking about when you'll get off me. So many people are watching, Jiang Linchuan said flatly. Oh, Shen Shintong pouted, reluctantly loosening her legs. It was still the same snack cart, a few tables, a few small stools, and a pot emitting a rich aroma. But today, there were more customers, forming a long queue. Muing was busy to the point of sweating profusely. The waiting people were very polite, with no sounds of urging. Some even used wind-based abilities to send Muing a cool breeze. Jiang Linchuan understood that these people were likely students and parents saved by Mu Ying's husband. Since Muing refused to accept any help, they could only express their gratitude in this way. A strong woman and grateful people formed a warm scene. Shen Shintong stood with her hands on her hips, commanding, "Go help out." Got it, Jiang Linchuan made a sleeve-rolling gesture and walked to the snack cart. Aunt Mu, take a break. I'll help out. It's you, huh? Shintong must be here too, Muing said with a gentle smile. Yes, Aunt Mu, take a rest and chat with me, Shen Shintong waved her hand. Then I'll trouble you too. Muing wiped the sweat from her forehead and handed Jiang Linchuan a spare apron. Jiang Linchuan put on the apron and quickly got the hang of it. Braised skewers didn't require much skill, the key was the pot of braising liquid. Skewers were cooked in the pot, and then chili powder or other seasonings were added according to the customer's preference. At the front of the line was a slightly chubby boy wearing glasses. He leaned forward and whispered, "Hey, buddy." Jiang Linchuan leaned in to listen. "Any skewer will do, or just give me the sticks directly, you get it?" The voice was very soft. Jiang Linchuan immediately understood, nodded in acknowledgement, grabbed a handful of sticks, pretended to coat them with sauce, sprinkled chili powder, quickly packed them, and handed them over along with a payment QR code. "Here you go." The boy took them, scanned the code, smiled, made an okay gesture, turned, and walked away, licking the sticks as he went. "Wow, so good." Jiang Linchuan glanced to the side. Mu Ying's phone screen, placed on the cash box, lit up. XX received 2,000 yuan. Jiang Linchuan didn't dare to send everything out. The ingredients had to be accounted for, or he would be suspected. He couldn't secretly pack extra either, as the mismatch between the consumption of marinade and the amount of ingredients would be noticed. He had no choice but to sell half the ingredients and half the skewers mixed together, with everyone tacitly understanding the situation. The transaction records varied, and Jiang Linchuan quietly swiped away the notifications. Shen Shintong had told him that Muing didn't care at all about the money from QR code payments. Whether people paid or not didn't matter to her. She only used her phone to check the time or to hope for a familiar call someday. Just like that, the skewers sold out quickly, and Jiang Linchuan started cutting vegetables and skewering them himself. Shen Shintong sat chatting with Muing, but when she saw female customers, she would lean over and quietly say, "No adding on WeChat, no leaving phone numbers." She was extremely cautious. The knife glinted as the ingredients were swiftly cut into evenly sized pieces. Jiang Linchuan's hands moved deftly, skewering the pieces with bamboo sticks before they even hit the cutting board. "Wow! Young man, you've got some real skills," a middle-aged man with a big belly exclaimed in admiration. "Thank you," Jiang Linchuan replied with a polite smile. "With such delicious marinated skewers and such great skills, I have to pay extra." The middle-aged man unceremoniously unzipped his wallet, pulled out 2 bundles of red bills, and stuffed them into the cash box. Jiang Linchuan's mouth twitched. Was this even allowed? "I don't come here often, I live out of town," the man said in a low voice, his expression complicated. Jiang Linchuan thought to himself that this might be a parent of one of the students, sneaking over here. The world is like this, some people are grateful, while others might as well be dead. With this man leading the way, the people behind him also started adding extra money, leaving Jiang Linchuan both amused and exasperated. Fortunately, Shen Shintong kept blocking Mu Ying's view. 2 hours passed, and all the skewers were sold out, with the customers dispersing as well. Good work, Shen Shintong said, helping him massage his shoulders. Thank you, Xiaochuan, Muing said, her eyes full of gratitude. It's nothing. We're sold out, let's pack up, Jiang Linchuan said, taking off his apron. Wait, why is there so much money in the box? Muing asked in surprise. Jiang Linchuan gave Shen Shintong a look, signaling it was her turn to step in, while he moved aside to pack up the tables and chairs. Whatever Shen Shintong said, Muing eventually accepted it. Under the warm orange light, the snack cart slowly rolled away, the shadow of the hunched woman stretching long behind. What did you tell Aunt Mu? Jiang Linchuan asked. Nothing, Shen Shintong blushed slightly, pretending to stretch to change the subject. Ah, there's nothing to eat now. Let's find a place to have instant noodles. Who said? There's nothing left? Jiang Linchuan pulled out a handful of marinated skewers. All your favorites. Great. I love you to death. Shen Shintong kissed him on the cheek. Jiang Linchuan dumbly touched his face. Let's go, dummy. The two of them walked along, eating skewers as they went. At 11 p.m., Shen Shintong got into the car her family had sent for her. Rolling down the window, she waved and said, "See you tomorrow." This time, she didn't pull out her ID to say she couldn't return to the dorm, nor did she suggest getting a room. Because she had to go home. Jiang Linchuan's family was visiting tomorrow, and as half a host, she naturally had to follow the rules. Jiang Linchuan walked back to the dormitory at a leisurely pace, thinking about what to say when they met tomorrow, feeling as nervous as if he were about to discuss marriage. He remembered that Shen Shintong's father was a cultured workaholic whom he rarely saw. Her mother was gentle and beautiful, working in finance, so busy that she hardly had time to take care of herself. Later, they moved away, and he hadn't seen them in 10 years, his impression of them frozen in the past. But judging by Shen Shintong's current demeanor, he guessed her parents must have changed a lot. Back at the dorm, his 3 roommates teased him as usual, but he ignored them, took a shower, and went straight to bed, activating the alchemical spirit-gathering field brought by the heart of Hylon. The field's effect was slightly weaker but still impressive, as evidenced by the expressions on the other 3's faces. Recently, everyone has been diligently cultivating, absorbing spiritual energy quickly, believing it to be the result of their hard work. This was exactly what Jiang Linchuan wanted to see. Once they got used to it, no one would find it strange anymore. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into his body, making him so comfortable that he fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow morning, he still had to practice with the sledgehammer for 2 hours at his master's place, then head to Shen Shintong's house. Saturday morning, 8 o'clock. Jiang Linchuan finished his sledgehammer practice and returned to the dormitory feeling relaxed, only to find that his 3 roommates were already gone. He felt happy, knowing they were also working hard. After taking a shower, he changed into the new clothes Nia Qingyan had bought for him, which had a bit of a refined vibe. He casually grabbed 2 watch boxes, planning to give one to his father. He had arranged to meet his parents at the Tianwu school gate at 8:30, and the timing was just right. My son looks so handsome. Wang Xueqing beamed, unable to contain her smile as she looked at her well-dressed son. Jiang Yandong stroked his chin and scrutinized him carefully. As expected of my child. His parents were wearing new clothes, not expensive, but decent enough. It wasn't a grand occasion, just a gathering with old neighbors they hadn't seen in years. Spending too much on clothes didn't make sense. It was better to save the money for buying good food for their son. Jiang Linchuan handed the watch box to his father, letting him choose one, and pulled out his phone to call a car. Son, where are the things you bought? Wang Xueqing suddenly remembered her son was empty-handed. Jiang Linchuan froze. I forgot to buy them. Indeed, he had forgotten, because Tao Ru had previously said he would handle it, and everyone had overlooked it. No problem, we'll buy them on the way. Mom brought money, Wang Xueqing said, patting her bag. Son, this watch must be expensive, right? Jiang Yandong's eyes widened, staring at the diamonds on the watch. Were they real? I don't know. It was a gift from my senior brother, and the clothes were bought by him too. Make sure to return the favor. If someone treats you well, you must repay them doubly, understand? Wang Xueqing reminded him. Got it, got it. I'll call the car now. Just as Jiang Linchuan was about to call a car, a long luxury sedan suddenly stopped in front of him, honking twice. The car door opened, and a burly man in a black suit and sunglasses stepped out, chest puffed out and hands clasped behind his back. Following him, 2 more men in black suits got out of the car. Jiang Linchuan froze for 2 seconds, then covered his face with a mix of laughter and exasperation. You three jokers, what are you up to now? Wang Shuiqing quietly tugged at her son's sleeve and whispered, Xiaochuan, who are these people? The three men simultaneously removed their sunglasses. Mom, it's us. Mom? Zhang Linchuan was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Zhang Yandong was also taken aback. He and Wang Shuiqing only had one son. Could it be? This sudden shock hit him like a bolt of lightning, shaking his heart. He looked at his wife with trembling eyes, filled with anger, confusion, sadness, and disappointment. What are you looking at? These are the three godsons I've adopted, they're Xiaochuan's roommates. Wang Shuiqing glared at her husband. Phew! False alarm. Zhang Yandong let out a sigh of relief. You guys? Zhang Linchuan stared at the three brothers with a less-than-friendly expression. Let's get in the car first, we'll explain later, Taoru said with a smile. Dad, Mom, please get in. Zhang Yandong straightened his back. As the head of the family, he never panicked. He glanced at the carpet inside the car, instinctively rubbed the soles of his shoes on the ground, and then carefully sat down, his hips hovering for a while. He held the watch box tightly in his hands, unsure where to place it. Wang Shuiqing, Zhang Linchuan, and Taoru followed closely behind, while Ding Ji took the front passenger seat. Yu Shouwen, being a local, was most familiar with the capital and took the wheel. This car must be expensive, right? Wang Shuiqing asked, touching the soft seat. It's rented. A classmate's family owns a car rental company, and they gave us a 90% discount, Yu Shouwen said, turning his head from the driver's seat. Zhang Linchuan muttered to himself, if I didn't know your background, I might have believed you. The license plate from the capital clearly shows it's your family's car. He couldn't quite figure out the situation and decided not to say anything for now. Then we mustn't get it dirty, Wang Shuiqing said, standing on tiptoe to avoid her shoe soles touching the carpet. Mom, it's fine, step wherever you like. Even if it gets dirty, there's no extra charge, Taoru chimed in, making things up. Zhang Linchuan glanced at him. This guy speaks more smoothly than I do. Anyone who didn't know better might think he's the real son. At this moment, it felt like rewatching a play, knowing exactly how the plot unfolds but unable to spoil it. This feeling made him want to draw his sword. The extended sedan sped along the elevated highway, with other vehicles quickly making way, ensuring a smooth ride. The things you asked me to prepare, Taoru said, pulling out a large gift box and a square, compact box from the liquor cabinet. A rich aroma of wine wafted out, making Zhang Yandong's eyes light up as he greedily took a few deep breaths. Does Dad like drinking too? I'll send you a couple of jars later, Taoru said, adept at handling social situations. Good lad. Zhang Yandong beamed with a broad smile. Zhang Linchuan took the items and stored them in his ring. Ha! Wang Shuiqing grabbed his hand, curiously examining the ring. The reward the school promised earlier. You were there at the time, Zhang Linchuan explained. Oh, that's convenient. I'll give you the savings book later, it'll be safe in there. Not many people can snatch things from Xiaochuan, Taoru said with a laugh. The atmosphere in the car was lively. Zhang Linchuan noticed that these brothers were even better at pleasing his parents than he was, leaving him feeling a bit sour. I'm the biological son, after all. Outside the 6th Ring Road, by the Grand Canal, there was a vast area of untouched riverbank forest. Through the trees, a row of exquisite Chinese-style courtyards came into view, high walls of blue bricks, enclosed on all sides, shaded by lush greenery. Each tree was over 100 years old, and the fresh air was invigorating. Does Tonton live here? Wang Shuiqing asked in surprise. If you like it here, we can buy a house here later, Zhang Linchuan said casually. He wasn't boasting. As long as his mother agreed, he could find a sect in another realm, hunt a few top-tier ferocious beasts, and easily cover the cost of a house. By what? My family used to do renovations here, and the prices were terrifyingly high. Yu Shouwen almost forgot he was just a regular guy. I thought your family owned several houses here, Zhang Linchuan said faintly. Yu Shouwen shrank his neck and laughed awkwardly. No. Shouwen is right, the houses here are indeed expensive. When the time comes, we'll just get you a wedding house. There's still the one Mayor Chao gifted in Shizhou, your dad and I can live there, Wang Shuiqing said. Of course, I believe my son will definitely be able to afford a house here in the future. Wang Shuiqing was still mindful of her son's feelings. Zhang Yandong couldn't get a word in edgewise. Although he was the head of the household, he wasn't the one calling the shots here. The extended sedan entered through the south gate, and the security guards didn't even stop it, letting it pass directly. Turning the corner, a young woman dressed in an ancient-style white gauze dress stood by the roadside, her gaze full of anticipation. "We're here, I see her," Yu Xiuwen said, turning back as he steadily parked the car. The three of them put on sunglasses in unison, adopting a keep-your-distance demeanor. A large group of people got out of the car, their movements precise and coordinated. "What are you guys up to?" Shen Xintong was startled. She recognized these three. Ding Ji clasped his hands behind his back, remaining silent, pretending not to know her and signaling her not to approach. "Tong Tong looks so beautiful today," Wang Xueqing praised. "Aunt Qing, Uncle Jiang, you're here. My parents are still busy working inside and couldn't come out to greet you." "Please don't mind," Shen Xintong said sweetly, like a gentle young lady, as she proactively linked arms with Wang Xueqing. Zhang Linchuan felt a bit dazed. The dress Shen Xintong was wearing today actually looked like a wedding gown. He shook his head, dispelling the strange thought from his mind. "We don't stand on ceremony. After all, it's been years since we last met. I've missed your mother," Wang Xueqing said with a smile. "Please come inside. We just went for a walk outside. After dinner, give us a call, and we'll be nearby," the three friends said as they drove around the corner to park. Yu Xiuwen asked Tao Ru, "Should we go to your place or mine?" "Let's go to your place. I've never stayed around here, and besides, having a bunch of old men in the house staring at us feels awkward," Tao Ru replied. "Wow, I never expected your house to be right next to mine, even though I haven't stayed here much either. This must be fate." On either side of the Nanma gate stood a pair of stone drums carved with cloud patterns. Passing through the gate, there was a screen wall adorned with exquisite relief carvings. Stepping onto the bluestone steps, they entered the front courtyard. The courtyard was filled with flowers, plants, and trees. Ginkgo and crabapple trees stood tall, while orchids, peonies, and roses bloomed in competition. In one corner, there was a rockery with a trickling stream flowing into a small pond below, where a few koi swam leisurely. It was practically a miniature garden, perfectly showcasing the elegance and depth of a traditional courtyard. "It's so beautiful," Wang Xueqing said. "I've only seen houses like this on TV. This is my first time seeing one in real life." Shen Xintong smiled, trying hard to keep herself from saying too much. Zhang Linchuan was also captivated and decided that he would let his parents live in such a house in the future. His parents had sacrificed so much for him. As their son, he had to provide them with a comfortable living environment. Shen Xintong led the three of them into the house, calling sweetly, "Mom, Dad, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Chang, and Brother Linchuan are here. Come out quickly." "Old Jiang, I never thought you'd be in the capital for so long without coming to see your old friend," Shen Xintong's father said with a laugh. "Xueqing, long time no see." Shen Xintong's parents came out of the study, their faces lit up with warm smiles. The adults exchanged friendly greetings. Although they hadn't seen each other in years, it didn't feel awkward at all. Zhang Linchuan stood to the side, observing. The two of them had indeed changed quite a bit. Shen Xintong's father, Shen Lingfei, still exuded a scholarly air, gentle and refined. His hair was neatly combed, and he wore gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He was slim and upright. But Zhang Linchuan noticed the biggest change was in his eyes. The gentleness was now accompanied by a certain authority and steadiness, making him someone you wouldn't dare underestimate. This was the aura honed from years in a high position, extraordinary poise. The bigger change, however, was in Shen Xintong's mother, Ran Linghua. She bore some resemblance to Shen Xintong but had the charm and grace of a mature woman. What left the deepest impression were her bright, sparkling eyes. She had a dignified and elegant demeanor, with a sharp, delicate face. Her long black hair was styled into a bun, and she wore a light purple cheongsam, exuding elegance. Ran Linghua noticed the quiet young man standing to the side and walked over to take a closer look. "Is this Xiaochuan? Oh my, I almost didn't recognize you. How did you grow so tall and so handsome?" She turned to Wang Xueqing and gestured. "Xueqing, he used to only come up to my waist. He had a late growth spurt," Wang Xueqing said with a smile. "Hello, Aunt Ran," Zhang Linchuan greeted, politely handing over a gift. "This is for you and Uncle. Your presence is enough, there's no need for gifts." "Oh, what fragrant wine," Ran Linghua said, sniffing the gift with satisfaction. Liu Xiang drunk. Shen Lingfei's eyes fixed on the large box in Zhang Linchuan's hands, his Adam's apple moving slightly. He had tasted this wine once before. When men drank it, women couldn't handle it. When women drank it, men couldn't handle it. When both drank it, the bed couldn't handle it. Middle-aged now, his body couldn't quite keep up. Although he had been focusing on health maintenance, the demands of work and socializing had taken their toll. This wine had come at just the right time. Liu Xian drunk? I've heard of it, Ran Linghua said, trying to recall but eventually giving up. Why don't we drink this at lunch today? No. Jiang Linchuan and Shen Lingfei said in unison. Shen Lingfei gave Jiang Linchuan a curious look, then sneaked a glance at his obedient daughter. Why not? Shen Xintong asked. The alcohol content is too strong. Uncle Shen, you'd better put it away, Jiang Linchuan stammered, handing the troublesome gift to Shen Lingfei. Wang Xueqing shot her son a glare. This brat sneaking drinks behind her back. This is too much, Shen Lingfei said, feeling a bit embarrassed. But if he missed this opportunity, he'd feel conflicted. Please, take it, Jiang Linchuan said, shoving the box into his arms and letting go. Then I'll accept it, Shen Lingfei said, looking at Jiang Linchuan with a slightly softer gaze. Wow! Purple frost dew! Ran Linghua exclaimed. The small gift box had already been opened, revealing a purple sandalwood box lined with yellow silk, holding 2 white jade porcelain bottles. A refreshing fragrance filled the air. Shen Xintong looked at Jiang Linchuan with a hint of grievance, as if asking, why didn't you give me one? Ran Linghua gently stroked the white jade porcelain bottle, forgetting that such an action might seem impolite. Sorry, that was rude, Shen Lingfei said. Apologetically. As long as Linghua likes it, I was worried Xiao Chuan wouldn't know how to pick a gift, Wang Xueqing said with a wave of her hand, smiling. Ran Linghua hesitated, then closed the box and bit her lip. Xiao Chuan. This gift is too valuable. Auntie can't accept it. Please keep it. If you like it, I can ask my friend to get another one, Jiang Linchuan said, though he had no idea what the item was, but he felt it must be something good. If Tao Ru heard him say this, he'd probably be so angry he'd slip him a laxative. Is your friend's surname Tao? Shen Lingfei asked tentatively. No, Jiang Linchuan shook his head, unwilling to reveal Tao Ru's details in front of his mother. Who knew how that guy had managed to charm his mom? Shen Lingfei nodded and invited Jiang Yandong to the study for tea. Ran Linghua, unable to decline, went to the bedroom with Wang Xueqing. The two close friends hadn't seen each other in a long time and had much to talk about. In the front hall, only 2 awkward individuals remained, glaring at each other. What about mine? Shen Xintong pouted, looking unhappy. Jiang Linchuan smiled, pulling out a large bag and handing it over. Now that's more like it. Come on, let's go to my room and check it out. Shen Xintong's face lit up with joy when she saw the big bag of jelly. Shen Xintong's room was on the 2nd floor, facing south, with an oversized balcony. Jiang Linchuan entered the room cautiously, afraid of seeing something he shouldn't. But Shen Xintong's room was very tidy, with almost no unnecessary items. The decor was in a traditional Chinese style, reminiscent of something a middle-aged person might prefer. On the desk was a laptop and a row of thick books. The bedside table held a family photo. There were 2 large wardrobes and a bed. A faint fragrance lingered in the room, but nothing else. Such a life must be lonely, Jiang Linchuan thought, gently patting the head of the girl who was happily eating jelly. What are you doing? Shen Xintong looked at him warily, spreading her arms to protect the big bag. This is my gift from you, you can't take it. I'm not taking it. Take your time eating, Jiang Linchuan said gently. Here, I'll give you one, just one, Shen Xintong said, feeding him a piece of jelly. Come on, let's play a game of chess. She pulled Jiang Linchuan to the balcony under the sunshade, setting up a chessboard with black and white pieces. Who usually plays with you? Jiang Linchuan asked. I play by myself, imagining you as my opponent. You take the black pieces, and I crush you, Shen Xintong said excitedly, gesturing. Then I must have never won, Jiang Linchuan said, glancing at the chessboard. Of course not. I play both sides, Shen Xintong said with a look that seemed to say, are you dumb? I'll play with you from now on. Will you take back your moves? There's no taking back moves in chess. All right. As they talked about chess, their words seemed to carry other meanings. Xiao Chuan, Xintong, come downstairs for dinner, Ran Linghua called. Let's go eat. Shen Xintong messed up the chessboard and got up, jumping directly off the balcony. Jiang Linchuan shook his head with a smile, put down the chess pieces, and followed her down. Entering the spacious dining room, they saw the round table filled with a sumptuous spread, while the housekeeper was still bringing out the remaining dishes from the kitchen. Xiao Chuan, Auntie made your favorite braised pork ribs. It's been a while since I cooked, so my skills might be a bit rusty. Don't mind it, Ran Linghua said with a smile. Thank you, Auntie Ran, Jiang Linchuan said gratefully. He had only eaten at the little witch's house once before and hadn't expected her to remember his favorite dish. Everyone, take a seat, Shen Lingfei said, bringing over 2 bottles of fine wine. As the head of the family, Shen Lingfei raised his glass for a toast. Jiang Linchuan held his tea and toasted back with the parents. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone began eating. He reached out to pick up some food, but the little troublemaker extended her chopsticks to interfere. Ran Linghua glared at Shen Shintong and scolded, Tong Tong, don't be so rude. With your bad temper, only Xiaochuan can tolerate you, Shen Lingfei chimed in to reprimand. Horror. Hoof. Shen Shintong made a face. Don't blame Tong Tong. These two have loved to mess around since they were kids, Wang Xueqing said. Hey, Xueqing, these two seem to be a good match. Why not just have them get engaged? Ran Linghua's words instantly froze the atmosphere in the dining room, making it as silent as death. Shen Shintong blushed, lowered her head, and twisted the hem of her dress. Jiang Linchuan stood there motionless, feeling as if those 3 jokers had hit the nail on the head. Looks like I came at the wrong time, a deep, magnetic voice broke the silence. Jiang Linchuan turned his head and saw a pair of sharp, cold eyes. When their gazes met, it was as if sparks were flying. Why are you back? Shen Shintong looked at the newcomer unhappily. Being interrupted in the middle of her fun, she was so annoyed she wanted to hit someone. Yuza is back. Come sit and eat with us, Shen Lingfei stood up to greet him. Uncle Shen, Aunt Ran, I've already eaten. Please entertain your guests, I'll sit in the study for a while, Lu Yuza nodded politely. His face was handsome, his figure tall and upright, on par with Jiang Linchuan. Why aren't you staying at Xianglong? What are you doing back here? Shen Shintong asked. Lu Yuza took 2 steps closer, trying to pat Shen Shintong's head, but she dodged. Forget it, it's not a secret. You'll find out in a few days anyway. Xianglong and Tianwu are organizing a new student exchange program, and I'm leading the team, so I came back early. Oh, it has nothing to do with me. Off you go, Shen Shintong waved him away. Lu Yuza smiled, glanced at Jiang Linchuan, and turned to leave the dining room. He's a friend's child. Let's continue our conversation, Shen Lingfei explained briefly. Xueqing, what do you think of my earlier suggestion? The neighbors all know each other well, and Xiaochuan has been likable since he was a child, Ran Linghua asked. Perhaps the gift earlier had worked its magic, as the future mother-in-law didn't want to miss out on such a good son-in-law. She was determined to settle the engagement today. Ahem, Shen Lingfei cleared his throat twice, trying to get his wife's attention, but Ran Linghua completely ignored the supposed head of the household. Shen Shintong secretly perked up her ears, listening intently. Well, Wang Xueqing hesitated. Let's talk about this later. They're still young. Shen Shintong's face immediately fell, looking like a little bitter melon. Wang Xueqing noticed her mood and continued, I've watched Tong Tong grow up. She's like half a daughter to me, beautiful and well-behaved. I'd love for her to become my daughter-in-law. But Xiaochuan is still just a student right now and can't take on such a big responsibility. Let's wait until he graduates and has a career. It's not too late to talk about engagement then. I don't want Tong Tong to suffer. The meaning was clear, the conditions weren't right, and the timing wasn't ideal. Tong Tong, Xiaochuan is my son. He's outstanding. Give him some time, and he'll definitely be worthy of you. If you both still like each other then, I'll make sure he proposes to you properly. Shen Shintong nodded repeatedly, then realized she was too excited and quickly lowered her head. It was only then that Shen Lingfei understood what was happening, and his heart ached so much he could hardly breathe. His little girl was starting to lose her spark. Jiang Linchuan quietly ate his food on the side. His mother was in full form today, speaking both appropriately and gracefully. On the surface, the engagement seemed to be off the table, but in reality, the decision was left to the kids. As long as Shen Shintong was willing, it would be fine. Everyone ate and drank for 2 hours. Shen Lingfei left midway to discuss matters with Lu Yuza in the study. Jiang Linchuan's family of 3 was about to leave, but Ran Linghua insisted they stay the night. After not seeing each other for years, the 2 best friends had a lot to catch up on. Since they weren't going home, Jiang Linchuan sent messages to his 3 close friends. The happiest person, of course, was the little troublemaker, whose face was adorned with a constant, blissful smile. The 2 continued playing chess on the terrace. During this time, Lu Yuza came knocking on the door but was mercilessly turned away by the sweetly affectionate Shen Shintong. Lu Yuza, however, remained composed, politely greeted them, and left the Shin household. Shin Shintong, worried that Jiang Linchuan might get jealous, proactively explained their relationship. Lu Yuza, 20 years old, is a third-year student at Shanglong Academy in the Magic City. They only got acquainted due to business dealings between their families. Shin Shintong mentioned that the Lu family had helped the Shin family significantly in business back then, allowing the Shin family to quickly establish themselves in the imperial capital. Jiang Linchuan understood well that there's no such thing as a free lunch, everyone acts out of self-interest. Business people are shrewd and would never engage in a losing deal, there must be calculations behind it. Happy moments are always fleeting, and night soon fell. After dinner, Shin Shintong and Jiang Linchuan took a walk along the riverbank before reluctantly returning to their respective rooms. Jiang Linchuan and his family of 3 were arranged to stay in the guest rooms of the side courtyard. After a simple wash-up, he sent a message to Yu Xiuwen. Not long after, Yu Xiuwen directly called him via video, and the screen was filled with 3 mischievous faces. On such a beautiful night, you still think of us, that's what true friendship is. Cut the nonsense, get to the point, Jiang Linchuan said irritably. Yu Xiuwen put away his smile and said seriously, this matter is quite tricky. I know. The Lu family is a prominent household in the imperial capital, with a long history and immense wealth, Tao Ru added. Jiang Linchuan tapped his fingers on the bedsheet, lost in thought. That threatening letter was likely Lu Yu's doing, but he had no evidence and couldn't jump to conclusions. It's actually not that hard. The 4 of us brothers could just deal with him directly. Yu Xiuwen made a throat-slitting gesture. You're too bloodthirsty, Jiang Linchuan frowned. I just want to gather information. That guy definitely has bad intentions. His family has done plenty of shady business, and their methods are far from clean, Yu Xiuwen shrugged. Jiang Linchuan squinted at him. Do you have a grudge against him? No, it's just that he's better looking, stronger, and richer than me. No wonder you want to take him down. If he doesn't die, he'll keep overshadowing you, Tao Ru teased. What's it to you? It's none of your business, Jiang Linchuan retorted, then changed the subject. By the way, what's Zishuang do? You can think of it as a women's skincare product. Got it. I owe you one. Hanging up now. Bye-bye, enjoy your wonderful evening. Before the words were finished, the video call was cut off. Yu Xiuwen tossed his phone onto the bed, propped his chin on his hand, and sighed, this is really troublesome. Tao Ru, tidying up the bed, replied without turning his head, what's troublesome? We've already said it's not our problem. We can't just ignore it, it's about a brother. Did you forget who Shaochuan's master is? Famous for being protective. Right, how could I forget? Let's sleep. Who's sharing a bed with me tonight? Get lost. Taking advantage of the freshman exchange event, they could gather more information. Jiang Linchuan placed his phone aside and was about to undress for bed when suddenly, a messy head of hair appeared at the window. He muttered to himself, realizing his alertness had worsened, he hadn't noticed someone approaching. Smiling self-deprecatingly, he opened the window. I can't sleep, Shin Shintong jumped onto his bed, her face full of grievance. Aren't you afraid of being seen? Jiang Linchuan glanced out the window. Hee, I climbed over the roof. Smart, right? Shin Shintong proudly raised her chin, as if seeking praise. She had just taken a bath, her skin faintly pink, exuding a captivating fragrance. Tell me, Lady Hero, are you here to make money or flirt with guys? Handsome boy, you're so good-looking, I'll flirt with you first. Shin Shintong jumped off the bed and threw herself into his arms. The sky began to brighten, dawn quietly arrived, and all things started to awaken. Lazybones, time to get up. Jiang Linchuan moved aside the pair of long, fair legs draped over him that made his heart race and pinched the girl's nose. No, let me sleep a little longer. Shin Shintong shook her head, brushing away the playful hand. If you don't go back to your room now, everyone will know you slept with me last night, Jiang Linchuan said indifferently. Shin Shintong suddenly sat up, rubbing her disheveled hair with sleepy eyes. After a few seconds, her gaze cleared. Why am I here? Oh, I must have been sleepwalking last night. No, wait, I'm still sleepwalking now. She put on her shoes, stood up, stretched out her fair arms, and began groping toward the window like a sleepwalker. Careful with the window, thud, ouch. Shin Shintong clutched her forehead. I forgot to open my eyes. Jiang Linchuan. Shin Shintong opened the window, climbed onto the roof, and ran back to her room. What a fool. Alright, we're leaving now, no need to see us off. No, there's too much stuff. Come visit again when you have time, come visit again. Jiang Linchuan stood by the car, watching his mother and future mother-in-law politely decline each other's offers. After some back and forth, he loaded the gifts from the Shen family into the car. Shen Lingfei looked refreshed and leisurely stood by, watching. This morning, his gaze toward Jiang Linchuan was particularly gentle, as if he were looking at his own child. If he knew his precious daughter secretly spent the night with Jiang Linchuan, who knows if he'd fly into a rage on the spot. Goodbye, Xueqing, remember to visit often. The Shen family trio stood by the roadside, waving as they watched the car drive away. The Jiang couple is still so down-to-earth, Shen Lingfei remarked. Exactly, that's called being low-key. Look at those 3 bodyguards, cold and intimidating, each one more imposing than the last. Truly scary, Ran Linghua agreed. Shen Xintong clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. What are you laughing at? Ran Linghua asked, puzzled. Nothing, Mom, can you give me a bottle of that purple frost dew? Shen Xintong pleaded coquettishly. What do you need that for? You don't need it, Ran Linghua said, displeased, looking at her daughter. Why not? Isn't it just perfume? It smells nice, Shen Xintong asked, confused. Ran Linghua rolled her eyes and poked her daughter's forehead. That's not perfume, it's a miraculous product that can keep women looking young for 10 years. You can't even buy it with money. 1 bottle is worth 2 of our houses. Oh, then I really don't need it. Brother Linchuan must have paid a hefty price for it, Shen Xintong said sympathetically. Your loyalty is already leaning outward. Shameless. Old Shen, carry me back. Ran Linghua waved her hand. So clingy, it's disgusting. Who told you your mother has someone who dotes on her? Mom, did you have fun this weekend? Tao Ru massaged Wang Xueqing's shoulders. It was nice, but you all were running around so much, you didn't even get a hot meal. I'll cook something delicious for you when we get back, Wang Xueqing said with a gentle smile. Sounds great, Tao Ru said, redoubling his efforts. Xiao Chuan, take this watch back. Dad doesn't dare wear it, Jiang Yandong said, handing the watch to Jiang Linchuan. Why? It looks good on you. This watch is worth over 2 million. I'm afraid of getting robbed. You even looked it up online? Jiang Linchuan asked in surprise. It was so expensive, the favor owed was enormous. No, old Shen told me. Luckily, I was smart enough not to embarrass myself, Jiang Yandong said, patting his thigh. Your son's gesture, wear it for now, then keep it safe when you get home, Wang Xueqing said. Jiang Yandong took the watch back from his son, wore it on his wrist, and stood tall, looking like a successful man. Originally, Linghua wanted me to bring back a bottle of purple frost dew, but I refused, Wang Xueqing said calmly. I told her it counts as a betrothal gift, how could I take it back? Impressive, truly impressive. Tao Ru gave her a thumbs up. Jiang Linchuan felt touched. It turned out his mother had already seen through his intentions. Back in Tianwu, after bidding farewell to his parents, Jiang Linchuan headed to the dormitory. His 3 friends followed behind, their faces downcast. After closing the dormitory door and drawing the curtains, he toyed with a fruit knife in his hand, its blade gleaming coldly. I'll go first, Yushiwen raised his hand. My mom passed away long ago, and my dad remarried. I lack maternal love, so it makes sense, right? Jiang Linchuan was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Young love, Tao Ru said firmly. Yushiwen tugged at his sleeve. Young love refers to this kind of thing. Speak properly. You uncultured country bumpkin, Tao Ru cleared his throat with a look of disdain. In Mencius, Wanjiang, it is clearly stated, when people are few, they draw close to their parents, when they know who they like, they devote themselves to them, and when they have a wife, they cherish her. The most important thing is still filial piety to one's parents. I don't have a wife, nor do I have someone I like, so naturally, I must respect my parents. My parents are far away in Beijing, and I need their love. Your parents are all here, so why should I go looking for other relatives? This is perfectly normal, isn't it? Scholars really know how to talk. Jiang Linchuan couldn't find a reason to refute and could only nod. Ding Ji scratched his head anxiously, and, after a long while, he finally said, my mom said that brothers are as close as hands and feet, so your parents are my parents. Yu Xiuwen and Tao Ru both looked at him in surprise. This answer was simply perfect, truly impressive. Your mom is really smart, Tao Ru praised. Yeah, Jiang Linchuan lightly tapped the blade of a knife with his finger. How did you convince my mom? He knew his mother would never casually acknowledge a godson, because once she did, she would take on the responsibility, treating him like her own son. It was never just empty words. Well, Yu Xiuwen scratched his head. I had someone Photoshop a picture, then told Godmother that my mom looked a lot like her. I said seeing her was like seeing my own mother. Godmother has a soft heart, so she eventually accepted me. Tao Ru, liar. Ding Ji. Shameless. Next. Jiang Linchuan knocked on the table. Those days, I only ordered 2 steamed buns and a packet of pickled vegetables at the cafeteria. Godmother saw I was eating too little and would pay out of her own pocket to add dishes for me every time. Later, when I saw the opportunity was ripe, I acknowledged her. Tao Ru picked at his fingers, not daring to meet everyone's gaze. Exploiting Godmother's sympathy. You're even more shameless. Yu Xiuwen finally seized the chance to scold angrily. Exactly. Ding Ji said indignantly. Next. Ding Ji smiled sheepishly. I kept it simple, I just cowed out a few times. Yu Xiuwen gave him a sidelong glance. A few times? You nearly broke the floor with your kowtowing. You almost scared Godmother, it was way over the top, Tao Ru added. Jiang Linchuan held his head in his hands, unable to say a word. These guys. He suddenly stood up and slammed the fruit knife onto the table. Are you forcing us to self-harm? The 3 of them huddled together in fear, trembling. I'm going to my master to practice swordsmanship, Jiang Linchuan said through gritted teeth. By the way, the new students from Shanglong will be coming to exchange with us in the next few days. Everyone, step up your game and don't drag us down. I think they're here to stir up trouble, Yu Xiuwen said, rubbing his hands together. They come with ill intentions. Although there have been exchanges between new students before, it's never been this early. 9 times out of 10, Shanglong has their eyes on a few promising talents and is using this as an opportunity to suppress us at Tianwu, Tao Ru analyzed. Yu Xiuwen patted Jiang Linchuan on the shoulder and laughed heartily. We have the ultimate weapon, what's there to fear? Let's go. As the first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the window, Jiang Linchuan stopped his training. The last golden grade spirit orb in his hand turned to fine powder, sprinkling through his fingers onto the bedsheet. He had successfully advanced to gold 7 star. However, the spirit orbs were almost depleted, with only a few platinum grade ones left. Jiang Linchuan regretfully cleaned the powder off the bed. Tianwu's resources wouldn't be replenished until the end of the month. There was still a week to go. Wow! I broke through again, bronze 5. Yu Xiuwen clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement. I broke through 2 bronze 7. I feel like my absorption of spiritual energy is much faster than before, Tao Ru said, puzzled as he sensed the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. I'm at bronze 5 too, Ding Ji said quietly. The 3 of them turned to look at Jiang Linchuan in unison, then quickly looked away. Don't say anything, man, we can't take the blow. I wasn't planning to say anything, Jiang Linchuan said as he jumped off the bed and tossed the spirit orb powder into the trash can. Maybe it's because I ate too much ferocious beast meat on Yunkuan Mountain. The accumulated power finally erupted. You're a genius, man. Ring, ring, ring. Jiang Linchuan's phone suddenly rang. It was Nie Qingyan calling. Hey, senior brother, are you at the gate? Alright, I'll be right there. He tidied his clothes, jumped out of the window, and headed straight for the school gate. Nie Qingyan stood beside a luxurious sports car, his eyes bloodshot, his face weary, holding a small black bag in his hand. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Jiang Linchuan asked anxiously. Nie Qingyan yawned and handed over the small bag. Didn't get enough rest. Brought you something. I'm heading back to sleep now. A crisp clinking sound came from the black bag. It was spirit beads. Senior brother, I can't accept this, Jiang Linchuan immediately refused. His senior brother must have obtained these spirit beads from a dangerous area in a foreign land, a place his family had strictly forbidden him to go. This, Nie Qingyan forcibly stuffed the bag into his hands, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Take it. No matter how much I train, I have no place to use it. You need to grow quickly and take on this responsibility. For me, senior brother. If you consider me your senior brother, then listen to me. And stop looking at me with that senior brother is so kind, I must devote my life to him expression. It's terrifying. Alright, I'll accept it then. Want to grab breakfast together? No, I need to catch up on sleep. You go to class. Nie Qingyan got into the car, stepped on the gas, and disappeared from sight in an instant. Jiang Linchuan stood there silently, clutching the small bag tightly in his hand. Hey, I saw you waiting at the gate. What's that in your hand? Who gave it to you? Shen Shintong peeked out from behind him, her face full of curiosity. Senior brother gave it to me. Jiang Linchuan gently opened a small slit in the bag, and a dazzling golden light burst forth from within. Judging by the weight alone, there were at least 100 golden-grade spirit beads inside. This bond seemed to grow deeper and deeper. You received a gift, so why don't you look happy? Shen Shintong tilted her head and asked. I'm not unhappy. I just don't know how to repay him, Jiang Linchuan said helplessly. Repay what? If he's good to you, just be good to him in return. If you start calculating things with objects, then it's a transactional relationship, not a genuine bond. Even though I'm a girl, I understand that kind of life and death, ride or die brotherhood you guys have, it can't be measured with money or items. Shen Shintong earnestly comforted him. Jiang Linchuan suddenly realized, smiled, and ruffled Shen Shintong's high ponytail. You're right, I was overthinking it. Come on, we can't be late today. That teacher is terrifying. Monday morning had only one class, alchemy mechanics. In this world, alchemy wasn't about turning ordinary metals into precious ones but rather imbuing specific items with spiritual energy, granting weapons, armor, and auxiliary equipment special abilities. For example, bullets, ordinary bullets or armor-piercing rounds could only harm low-level beasts. Against beasts with tough scales or high defenses, they were useless, barely scratching the surface. But if spiritual energy or special abilities were infused into bullets or other equipment, in specific ways, their power would be greatly enhanced. Humanity had discovered many ancient texts in ruins, documenting various miraculous patterns. After extensive research and experimentation, hundreds of spiritual patterns had been deciphered. These patterns were called spiritual patterns, meaning that specific combinations of designs could imbue equipment with unique spiritual properties. 4. Instance, storage equipment involved engraving spiritual patterns onto items, absorbing and compressing spatial elements from the air to create an independent folded space. When retrieving items, a person's mind connects with the spirit on the item, allowing them to summon the desired object with just a thought. The teacher explained that spirit is divided into dead spirit and living spirit. Dead spirit has no self-awareness and completely obeys human mental control, while living spirit possesses a complete self-awareness. However, no one has successfully imbued items with living spirit to date. Only a few items found in ruins have living spirit, which neither students nor teachers have access to. Moreover, engraving spiritual patterns isn't as simple as copying them, it requires immense focus and time, along with the simultaneous integration of spiritual energy or the desired elements. As a result, a new profession has emerged among awakened individuals, the spiritual pattern master. Spirit pattern masters are divided into 4 levels, ranked from highest to lowest: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. It is a profession that is both popular and highly lucrative. Despite the high entry threshold, many people still scramble to become spirit pattern masters. Alright, that's all for today. Everyone, start practicing. It's a simple levitation technique, requiring only 2 spirit patterns. The balding teacher concluded the lecture, picked up his 4-liter thermos, and took a big gulp of water. Legend has it that all teachers of the alchemy mechanics course are bald, which shows how much brainpower and hair this subject consumes. Dingji stared blankly at the LCD screen on his desk, enlarging the 2 spirit patterns. They looked like 2 twisted earthworms. You Shouwen Pok Tao Ru, do you understand this? Aren't they just 2 squiggly lines? Each curve in a spirit pattern is a critical point. That's all I understand. Sigh, everyone has their strengths, I'm only suited for studying medical techniques. Tao Ru sighed helplessly. If even a bookworm like you can't understand it, then I have no chance, Yu Shouwen sighed, turning his head to glance at Jiang Linchuan. Xiao Chuan, you. Ah. He saw Jiang Linchuan holding a carving knife, engraving spirit patterns onto a metal ruler, and his eyes nearly popped out. Don't make noise. Tao Ru quickly covered his mouth. Unfortunately, the sound still attracted everyone's attention, and all eyes turned to Yu Shouwen. The balding teacher put down his thermos, shook his head with its remaining 5 strands of hair, and walked over gracefully. Shoo! Yu Shouwen gestured for everyone to stay quiet, even signaling the balding teacher to keep silent. The teacher's breathing quickened, his face flushed, and he thought, this is truly a genius. It's the first time a freshman has personally engraved spirit patterns during the first class. Although the outcome was uncertain, Jiang Linchuan was the only one who dared to act. The surrounding classmates craned their necks, leaning in to watch. Jiang Linchuan remained undisturbed, fully focused, gripping the carving knife tightly. Spiritual energy flowed like threads from his fingertips into the knife, which slowly etched a clear pattern onto the metal ruler. The balding teacher suddenly pinched his thigh, grimacing in pain. Based on experience, the first spirit pattern was guaranteed to succeed. He eagerly anticipated the second spirit pattern, wondering if this student could complete it. Yu Xiuwen pulled out his phone and sent a message to the freshman group chat. Why is Xiaochuan the only bright spot among us primates? 2 seconds later, the chat exploded with replies. +1 +1 Luo Chanxian, the male god is always the best, he has an angelic halo around him. Yu Xiuwen sneered and deliberately teased her. I don't know if he's been kissed by an angel, but I do know he's been kissed by a little fairy, he's covered in bite marks. Luo Chanxian replied with a string of bloody knife emojis. Yu Xiuwen smugly put away his phone, feeling immensely satisfied. At this moment, Jiang Linchuan was nearing completion of the second spirit pattern, with only the final critical point remaining. The balding teacher instinctively held his breath and glanced at the clock. It had taken less than 5 minutes. He remembered that his first attempt at engraving the levitation technique had taken a full 5 hours to succeed. When Jiang Linchuan lifted the carving knife, the teacher exclaimed excitedly, "It's done." Jiang Linchuan snapped out of his focus and looked up, startled to find himself surrounded by a crowd. What are you all doing? Worshipping the master. Beholding a miracle. Teach us, please. The metal ruler suddenly floated, hovering 20 centimeters above the desk. It really worked, everyone exclaimed in amazement. The balding teacher stared intently at Jiang Linchuan, suppressing his excitement, and asked in a gentle voice, "Student, what's your name?" Jiang Linchuan gave his name, still unsure of what had just happened. How did you do it? Yu Xiuwen couldn't wait to ask the question on everyone's mind. I just followed the spirit pattern in the image and engraved it, Jiang Linchuan replied, looking puzzled. Isn't this something anyone with hands can do? The balding teacher suddenly became serious. Is this your first time encountering spirit patterns? What did you feel while engraving? Did you hear us talking? Yes, it's my first time. I didn't feel anything special. Were you talking just now? Jiang Linchuan asked in return. The Mediterranean was silent for a moment before saying, You were born different from others. Teacher, what does that mean? What does it mean to be born different from others? The students asked excitedly. The Mediterranean's eyes were full of envy, and his voice carried a sense of wonder. This is a state that spirit pattern masters dream of achieving, a state of transcending the mundane, free of distractions, where every stroke is flawless. I've only entered this state briefly 3 times in my life, and it was during those times that I created my 3 most proud works. But you can do it naturally, which means you can enter this state every time. This is a gift from heaven, not something that can be achieved through effort. The Mediterranean was so envious he was almost in tears. That's amazing. Quick, hold onto his thigh tightly so we won't have to ask for favors in the future. God, please take care of me. If the teacher weren't present, Jiang Linchuan would probably have been surrounded and taken advantage of again. The Mediterranean adjusted his clothes and said solemnly, My name is Wan Taiha, and I am a spirit pattern master of the earth rank. Would you be willing to become my apprentice? I am willing to teach you everything I know. You have the potential to become the youngest spirit pattern master of the heaven rank. Whoa, an earth rank spirit pattern master. I didn't expect the teacher to be so powerful. A big shot is right next to me. Teacher Wan, I already have a master. I'm sorry, Jiang Linchuan said apologetically. He currently didn't have a particular need for spirit patterns, and this course was very time-consuming. His main goal was to quickly improve his strength. Qin Shang was a good master who could see through his weaknesses at a glance, so he didn't plan to change masters. No problem. Who is your master? I can go talk to them. I think I have some influence. You are a rough gem, and this talent shouldn't be wasted. I believe you will shine brightly in the field of spirit patterns, Wan Taiha said confidently. My master is the vice dean, Jiang Linchuan replied with a smile. Sorry for the trouble. Class dismissed. Wan Taiha turned and left. He almost ran out of the classroom, wiping the sweat from his forehead, relieved that he hadn't said anything that might mislead the student. Sigh, if only you could share some of that talent with me, Yu Xiuwen said regretfully. Talent isn't everything. Effort is more important. I'll teach you well when we get back, Zhang Linchuan said as he began packing his things. Yu Xiuwen stared at the floating metal ruler and said, "Give me this ruler. I'll take it to show off to my dad." "Take it," Zhang Linchuan said, directly, handing him the ruler. "Next time, I'll make something more suitable to give to your uncle." Tao Ru patted his stomach and said, "Let's go eat. Class ended early today, and we have combat class in the afternoon. We need to eat more." "Straight to the 5th floor, my treat," Yu Xiuwen said, feeling great after getting the little gadget. Ding Ji asked worriedly, "What if your godmother sees us?" "Then we'll just sneak away," Yu Xiuwen replied. The four boys, trying to avoid being seen by Wang Shueqing, sneaked through the side door of the cafeteria to the 2nd floor and then swaggered up to the 5th floor. Yu Xiuwen was the first to reach the staircase to the 5th floor but suddenly stopped. "What are you doing? Hurry up, don't block the way," Tao Ru urged. Yu Xiuwen turned around with a somewhat complicated expression and said, "Maybe we shouldn't eat on the 5th floor today." Tao Ru pushed him lightly and said, "We're already here, and now you want to back out? If you don't want to treat us, just say so. I'll treat, but I also feel like today might not be the best day to eat on the 5th floor." But before he finished speaking, Ding Ji and Zhang Linchuan had already walked up one after they other. Zhang Linchuan saw, not far away, about 7 or 8 meters away, a man and a woman. The man was Lu Yuza, whom he had seen at the Shin family, while the little witch followed behind him, looking around idly. Yu Xiuwen took out his phone and tilted his head, saying, "Should we find someone to take care of this guy directly? There are too many people, it might attract attention. Just poison him," Tao Ru said, squinting his eyes and placing his hand on his storage bracelet. "I'll go up and deal with him first," Ding Ji said, rubbing his fists. Zhang Linchuan shook his head and laughed, "No need. Tong Tong is keeping her distance from him, it's not a big problem." Yu Xiuwen took 2 steps forward and shouted, "Hey, young Master Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Yuza turned around and smiled, "Ah, it's Yu Xiao. I was just thinking of trying out the signature dishes of Tianwu. The chefs at your place are better than Tianwu's. There's no need for you to come here for a free meal, is there?" Yu Xiuwen's words were a bit sharp. "Each has its own merits." Lu Yuza maintained his cheerful demeanor. Shin Shintong skipped over to Zhang Linchuan's side and smiled sweetly. "Why are you out of class so early? I was hoping we could have dinner together later." "The teacher had something to do and left early," Zhang Linchuan said softly. Shin Shintong explained proactively, he wanted to try the food here for the juniors and sophomores. "He doesn't have a meal card, so he asked me to pay." She took out her meal card and handed it to Lu Yuza. "Here, swipe it yourself. I need to have dinner with my boyfriend. After you're done, just return the card to the management office." She turned her head and pretended to look pitiful. "I was going to treat you to dinner, but now I don't have my card because I gave it to him. You'll have to pay for my meal." "All right, whatever you say," Zhang Linchuan responded gently. Lu Yuza gripped the meal card tightly, his fingers tensing before he casually walked toward the food counter. "Such a hassle," Yu Xiuwen sneered, then quickly put on a smile and shouted loudly, "Sister-in-law, what do you want to eat? Just let me know, and I'll cover it. Let's go all out today, order the most expensive dishes." The term sister-in-law made Shin Shintong so happy she felt as if she'd drunk sweet wine. This guy really knew how to please people. The 5 of them laughed and chatted as they walked to the other side. For every awakened individual, regardless of their spiritual power attributes, combat skills were the foundation of survival. Spiritual power was ultimately limited. No ferocious beast on the battlefield would give you a chance to catch your breath, nor could you count on anyone to help you. Only your own strength could keep you alive. More importantly, without a strong body, spiritual power couldn't be sustained. At best, your meridians would be damaged, at worst, you'd die on the spot. Only by continuously strengthening your physique could you avoid bottlenecks during breakthroughs. Those from wealthy families started physical training from a young age. For example, Tao Ru had been soaking in medicinal baths since childhood, which made his physique stronger than others. The combat instructor was a retired Special Forces soldier dressed in desert camouflage. His muscles were well-defined and brimming with explosive power. He had a buzz cut and an ordinary appearance, the kind of person who wouldn't stand out in a crowd but whose unique aura was unmistakable. His dark eyes were as calm as a deep pool, yet they concealed countless memories of brutal battles. Zhong Bei, 30 years old, had failed to awaken at 18 and chose to join the military. 12 years of service had forged him into a legendary soldier. King. He had defeated a gold-tier ferocious beast with nothing but his flesh and blood, breaking the rule that ordinary people couldn't overcome such creatures. He became a symbol of faith for soldiers. He had even served for 2 years in the most secretive unit of the Dragon Nation, the Dragon Lance Corps. Unfortunately, his body, lacking the support of spiritual power, suffered severe damage, making it impossible for him to continue fighting. His glorious career came to an end, but his convictions remained, and the battle flag he raised still flew high. In the spacious martial arts hall, nearly 1,000 people formed a circle, with Zhongbei seated at the center. He had a habit of starting each class with a half-hour sharing session about real combat experiences from the military, meticulously analyzing every movement and detail. Each step was discussed repeatedly until most people agreed it was correct. This teaching method was engaging and helped everyone firmly remember the details, making them more composed when facing ferocious beasts in the future. Although Zhongbei often trained his students so hard they were left sprawled on the ground, everyone liked the strict yet responsible teacher. Alright, that's it for today's lecture. Go back and reinforce your memory. Now pair up and start training, Zhongbei said as he stood up and walked toward Jian Linchuan. You missed last week. I'll give you a private lesson. Thank you, instructor. Jian Linchuan stood at attention and saluted. Zhongbei insisted on military-style management and strict discipline. The first lesson covered the body's fatal points and non-lethal restraint techniques because the enemies in this world aren't just ferocious beasts. There are many types of ferocious beasts, and experience is crucial. I'll teach you everything I know as we go along. Instructor, I already know some of this. My roommate Tao Ru is skilled in medicine, and I've learned a bit from him. Jiang Linchuan casually made up an excuse, using Tao Ru as a shield. In truth, he had learned it on his own over time. Zhongbei, upon hearing this, glanced back at Tao Ru. Him? His. But Jiquan is quite impressive. Then let's spar a bit first. Let me see your actual level, and I'll help you improve where you're lacking. He took off his camouflage jacket, revealing a solidly built body under a black tank top, covered in scars. The students who were training nearby grew excited. Jiang Linchuan was the only one who hadn't yet been taught a lesson by Zhongbei, not even the girls had been spared. Next to Yushiuwan, Tao Ru raised his chin slightly. One dinner says Xiao Chuan wins. Tao Ru gave him a sidelong glance. Then I have no choice but to bet as well. Everyone moved to stand against the wall, leaving enough space for the two to compete. Jiang Linchuan did a simple warm-up, stretching his muscles, clenching his fists, and assuming a stance. His gaze was calm, locked onto Zhou. Zhongbei squinted his eyes, his position already indistinguishable to the naked eye, and grinned. Now this is interesting. He closed his eyes, crossed his arms, tightened his right leg, and stretched his pants a size larger. Behind him, Zhongbei quickly crouched down, turning and punching as he did. Bang! Jiang Linchuan's figure appeared, retreating 3 steps, gritting his teeth, and kicking again. Bang! Zhongbei landed another punch on his chin. The surrounding people covered their faces, watching the suppressed fear unfold. Looks like you'll be treating us tonight again, Tao Ru said with a smile. Treating is fine, I feel much better now, really comfortable, Jiang Linchuan replied. 10 minutes later, Jiang Linchuan sat on the floor, staring at Zhongbei. Zhongbei also sat down, rubbing his hand, and said, Don't be curious, I'm not an awakened, I don't have your kind of perception, it's all based on combat instincts. When you're constantly in danger, your body naturally sends signals, every part of it becomes alert to threats. Don't rely too much on your eyes and perception, enemies or beasts can deceive you. Only your body's instincts are the most reliable. It takes time for information to reach the brain and react, and that time determines the outcome. You all still have a long way to go. Jiang Linchuan nodded and smiled. I've learned a lot. This instructor really had a knack for teaching. He had just been beaten quite badly. Fast speed, great strength. You're from the beast transformation type, right? Zhongbei asked. No, object type, blade. Then I guess I got lucky. If you'd used a blade, I might have already had my throat slit. Zhongbei was a bit surprised but didn't ask further. Jiang Linchuan smiled. This instructor was just his type. Kid, I've remembered you. You're really tough. My hand's gone numb from hitting you, Zhongbei said helplessly. Jiang Linchuan's smile froze upon hearing this. Zhongbei limped over to Tao Ru. Tao Ru, help me apply some medicine. It wasn't just about taking hits, the instructor had almost beaten him to a pulp. Jiang Linchuan comforted himself, looking up at the ceiling, his black pupils igniting with even stronger determination. In a grass hut in the valley, Qin Cheng glanced at the bruise on his disciple's chin and chuckled, "Got beaten up?" "Yeah, the combat instructor, he's pretty skilled," Jiang Linchuan answered obediently. "Learn more from him. If he weren't unable to awaken, based on his strength, he'd definitely hold a place among the strong of the human race." Qin Cheng sighed. Jiang Linchuan raised an eyebrow. If even his master thought so highly of him, he must be extraordinary. "We're not forging blades today," Qin Cheng said, standing up and casually pulling out a blade from a pile of semi-finished ones. "Is it because?" Jiang Linchuan thought for a moment and respectfully said, "I will not disappoint you, master." Qin Cheng smiled gently and waved his hand. "I don't care about empty fame. It's good for you juniors to spar with each other, it helps you see your shortcomings. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. You and your senior brothers and sisters each have your own style. Yan Hui is fierce and domineering, with bold and sweeping movements. Schwanger is agile and graceful. Xingyan is cunning and unpredictable. As for you, your style is hard for me to discern. It carries traits of all three of theirs, yet it is entirely unique. So, I have selected one move from each of their blade techniques, and added one I recently developed, making a total of 4 moves. Take a look for yourself." With that, Qin Cheng picked up his blade and walked out of the thatched hut, with Jiang Linchuan following closely behind. The first move, raising the banner on the battlefield. Qin Cheng stood in the open valley and swung his blade. A powerful aura erupted, as if one man could stand against an entire army. A dazzling blade light shot out from the tip of the blade, covering a depth of 200 meters, splitting the ground into a narrow, long fissure. This was the power Qin Cheng had deliberately restrained. Raising the banner on the battlefield was tailored for the eldest senior brother, bold and fierce, suitable for a vanguard role in battle. Jiang Linchuan committed this move to memory. The second move, 6 slashes to capture the dragon. Qin Cheng stepped forward and swung a cross-shaped blade light. He stepped forward again, unleashing another cross-shaped blade light. In total, he took 6 steps and slashed 6 cross-shaped blade lights. The blade lights grew larger and their range expanded with each step. This move was designed for the second senior sister, allowing for continuous execution while moving, agile and graceful. Jiang Linchuan memorized this move as well. The third move, Hidden Wind and Thunder. Qin Cheng stood still and swung his blade, releasing a faintly visible blade light imbued with the force of wind and thunder, yet without any sound of wind or thunder. When the blade light struck the rock wall, it erupted with a roar, wind and thunder resounding. As the blade light crisscrossed, this move concealed the power of wind and thunder, hiding it before unleashing it, perfectly matching the style of senior brother Qin Yin. The fourth move, Chaotic Heavenly Wolves. Qin Cheng shouted and swung his blade rapidly. The blade lights fanned out like a pack of wolves dancing wildly ahead. The chaotic and unpredictable blade lights made it difficult to anticipate or defend against. After a moment, Qin Cheng sheathed his blade, looked at Jiang Linchuan, and asked, "Did you see everything clearly?" Jiang Linchuan bowed. "Master, I saw clearly and have memorized everything." "Good," Qin Cheng said, pleased with his young disciple. Smart, perceptive, concise in speech, and focused on the essentials. "Enough playing around, get back inside. My chickens haven't laid eggs yet, and it's all your fault for making such a racket." A scolding voice came from nearby. Jiang Linchuan turned to see Granny Yang leaning against the doorway, cracking sunflower seeds and glaring angrily. Qin Cheng frowned. "Didn't old Lu tell you? He bought roosters." "What did you say?" Granny Yang threw the sunflower seeds aside and shrieked. She stormed over to Lu Kuanqing's newly built yard and kicked the door hard. "Lu, I know you're in there. Get out. Here. Disciple, run quickly." This move is called Diverting Disaster Eastward. Qin Cheng shouted as he ran back toward the thatched hut. "Master, please, give these 4 moves a name." Qin Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Let's call them the 4 supreme techniques of Lingyun. I hope you will have aspirations as lofty as the clouds, soaring high, breaking through the heavens, and challenging the skies." "I will remember, Master." Jiang Linchuan glanced at the system panel. Lingyun 4 supreme techniques, LV1, done. Luckily, it wasn't 4 separate techniques, otherwise, it would have wasted a lot of enhancement points. This was a life-saving ultimate move and couldn't be used recklessly. With 2 days left, Jiang Linchuan narrowed his eyes, suddenly realizing he had fallen into a mental trap. If that threatening letter was really written by Lu Yuza, and he had already sacrificed 7 death warriors, he wouldn't act again so soon, nor would he use the freshman exchange as an opportunity. Although he claimed publicly that it was the senior brothers who eliminated the death warriors, Lu Yuza wouldn't truly believe that any of the freshmen could kill him. Even if someone managed to kill him by sheer luck, they wouldn't escape. There were plenty of awakened mental ability users who could use mind interrogation to capture him at any time. With his level of patience, he would never act without certainty. Could it be someone else? There's also someone unafraid of a peak-level moon soul expert, and who's connected to the little witch. Jiang Linchuan felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps rising all over as his mind went into overdrive. I really hope I'm wrong about this. What are you thinking about? Come here, I'll share some insights with you. Remember to practice more when you get back. That evening, in the lecture hall, over 1,000 people stared intently at the girl on the podium, who looked like a sprite, wondering what she was up to. Ahem, Shen Shintong cleared her throat, her expression serious as she clasped her hands behind her back and said, I've gathered everyone here because there's something very important to discuss. You all know about Shanghai's Shanglong Academy, right? People outside say Shanglong and our Tianwu Academy are tied for first place, but that's not true. Shanglong has always been overshadowed by Tianwu, making them the perennial runner-up. Now, this runner-up is unwilling to stay second and wants to surpass us. They've come directly to stir up trouble. Tell me, can we tolerate this? Absolutely not. Yu Xiuwen raised his hand and shouted loudly. The lecture hall suddenly fell silent, as if deathly still. Over 1,000 people stared at him expressionlessly. Yu Xiuwen awkwardly lowered his hand, shuffling his toes on the ground. The atmosphere was dead. Jiang Linchuan let out a soft sigh, clenched his fist, and shouted, we can't tolerate it. Not at all. Who could tolerate this? Let's crush them. As soon as he took the lead, the lecture hall erupted, with everyone expressing their anger. Shen Shintong, satisfied, winked to Jiang Linchuan and made a heart gesture with her hands before continuing, quiet. Everyone. 2 days from now, Shanglong's freshmen will come to Tianwu for an exchange. There will be 10 of them in total. We don't know their strength, as they've kept it tightly under wraps. The vice principal has put me in charge of this exchange, and I need to select 10 of you to teach them a lesson in the Four Corners Arena, to show them the might of Tianwu. Shen Shintong waved her fist, her cheeks flushed, looking so endearing that it made people want to protect her. Additionally, the only rule for this competition is no killing. Other than that, there are no restrictions. You get what I mean, right? As long as we win, any means are fair game. After hearing this, the 1,000-strong crowd all Jiang Linchuan smiled and said, hee, count me in. The last one. Jiang Linchuan's gaze swept across the crowd and fixed on a boy in the corner. Yo Xia. What? Why him? Is the boss deliberately trying to confuse Shanglong? He's only 15 years old. Does this count as inciting a minor to fight? Everyone started discussing. Even Yo Xia himself thought he had misheard. His youthful face, still dotted with freckles, was filled with confusion. Seeing so many people staring at him, his face instantly turned red, and he lowered his head to look at his toes. Come here, Jiang Linchuan beckoned. Yo Xia lowered his head and walked to the podium, bumping into Lu Yan's lower back before stopping. He quickly clasped his hands together and apologized, sorry. The little guy, whose height only reached Lu Yan's waist, naturally didn't anger Lu Yan. Lu Yan reached out and lifted him up, placing him in front of Jiang Linchuan. Jiang Linchuan squatted down, staring into Yo Xia's timid eyes. His expression became somewhat dazed, as if he were seeing his past self. Actually, your abilities are quite good, you just lack courage. Yo Xia didn't dare to meet his gaze and said softly, I know, but do you know why your father named you Yo Xia? My dad likes martial arts. He hopes I can become a hero like Gui Jing, fighting for the country and its people, Yo Xia replied softly. Yes, but what I want to tell you is, Jiang Linchuan organized his thoughts and continued, Yo Xia actually refers to a little-known group deeply influenced by Mahist philosophy. Mozi advocated universal love and was willing to sacrifice everything for the people of the world. It means that, for anything beneficial to everyone, Mozi would even give his life without hesitation. I'm not asking you to become someone like him, but that spirit of not fearing hardship is worth learning. Because Yoshia were too free-spirited, they often disregarded the law and were labeled as using force to break the law. With societal changes, they gradually became marginalized. The Han dynasty promoted Confucianism, and the status of Moism declined, leading to the disappearance of the Yoshia spirit. It was replaced by Wuxia. Wuxia combined the philosophies of Confucianism, Moism, and Taoism, continuing to be the heroes in people's hearts. They protected the weak and also obeyed the law. Whether Yoshia or Wuxia, they are all brave individuals who uphold justice, understand gratitude, and dare to love and hate. Taking the world as your responsibility is too grand a goal. Why not start with a smaller one? For example, awaken the white-clad swordsman within you. How about that? The white-clad swordsman. Yoshia murmured, his eyes gradually lighting up. Zhang Linchuan stood up, patted his head, and said, so solving problems is also part of the Yoshia's principles of action. Then I'll give it a try, Yoshia said, clenching his fists. Clap, clap. Warm applause erupted. The boss is the boss. Just hearing you talk makes my blood boil. The white-clad swordsman, a sword master with unparalleled skills, the imagery is vivid. Striking the enemy unprepared. We'll assist, and the boss will lead the charge. Then I'm happy to join in, ha ha ha. These guys. Jiang. Linchuan shook his head, glanced at the little witch beside him, and said softly, it's settled. Well done, and well said. Let's discuss the plan now, Shin. Shintong said with a smile. Close the door. Draw the curtains. This is our secret. We can't let anyone eavesdrop, Yushiuan ordered. The classroom immediately darkened, and a group of brave and righteous young people began there. 2 days later, early in the morning, a plane from the Magic City arrived in the imperial capital. A group of youthful boys and girls in red and white school uniforms disembarked in an orderly manner, their backpacks adorned with vivid golden dragons. Finally, a particularly striking boy stepped off. He wore clean white clothes, his high ponytail tied with a white ribbon. His face was stern, his gaze cold, his arms crossed, and his eyes resolute. The moment he stepped off the gangway, a sheathed longsword appeared out of thin air in his arms. Holding the sword with both hands, he resembled an ancient knight. Together, they boarded the bus sent by Tianwu Academy, which slowly drove away. The group of 20 included not only the students participating in the exchange but also teachers responsible for food, medical care, and tactics. Shortly after, a private business jet landed at the Imperial Capital Airport. As the cabin door opened, a gray blue-pointed hat and a thick wooden staff appeared first, followed by an elderly man with a white beard and a silver scarf. He had a pipe in his mouth, a gray cloak draped over his shoulders, and heavy black boots on his feet. Wow! It's Gandalf the Grey Wizard! A nearby boy exclaimed as he disembarked. The old man elegantly raised his pipe and waved his staff, causing a yogurt-flavored lollipop to float toward the boy. I want one too! I want one too! Other children shouted excitedly. The old man waved his hand again, and several lollipops of different flavors floated toward the other children. Children, I wish you all healthy growth, the old man said. Then, with his pipe in his mouth, he exhaled a puff of smoke and vanished into thin air. Wow, mine's strawberry flavor, my favorite. Mine's green apple flavor, just what I love. Mine's vanilla. How did he know my favorite flavor? Where did the old man go? The children were overjoyed with their lollipops and wanted to thank him, but the old man was already gone. The boy with the yogurt-flavored lollipop waved and said, he's Gandalf the Grey Wizard, he knows magic. The adults, hearing the children's words, tacitly chose not to say much. At the south gate of Tianwu Academy, a group of girls in white cheerleading uniforms stood in 2 rows, holding colorful flower garlands. Each of them had long, slender legs. 2 of the strongest boys held up a massive banner that read, warmly welcome the elite freshmen of Shanglong Academy for exchange and inspection. Below it was a smaller line of text, we will do our best to take care of you and make you feel at home. Next to the cheerleaders stood a group of people, each holding a confetti cannon. A student band was also ready to play music. Lu Yu's hair was slicked back, and he wore a perfectly tailored suit without a single wrinkle. His diamond cufflinks sparkled brightly. This mature and composed outfit made him incredibly charming, but at the moment, he felt like a wedding MC waiting to deliver a speech. What were these students up to? Lu Yuza remembered that when he first arrived at Tianwu 2 years ago, he hadn't received such treatment. The students of Tianwu Academy had all been cold and dismissive, looking down on him. Something was off, and he immediately became alert. Well, Senior Lu, is this Welcome ceremony lively enough? If you need anything, let me know in advance so I can arrange it, Shin Shintong said as she walked out of the academy. Today, she wore light makeup and a blue tracksuit, looking simple and capable yet still stunning. Not bad. It seems Tianwu is giving us a lot of attention, Lu Yuza replied. With a smile. Of course. You're the guests, and we're the hosts. We have to treat you well, Shin Shintong said as she pulled a red armband from her pocket and tied it around her arm. The armband read tour guide. Isn't the exchange supposed to start today? What's this about? Lu Yuza frowned, sensing that something unpleasant might happen. Not today. The four-sided arena is under maintenance. Besides, you've just gotten off the plane. What if you're not acclimated? If you lose the competition, wouldn't people blame Tianwu for bullying you? Shin Shintong explained confidently. Alright, we'll go with your arrangements, Lu Yuza said. Helplessly, though he didn't mind staying a few extra days. A bus turned the corner and came into view. They're here. Line up. Play the music. The cheerful welcome tune began to play. The cheerleaders smiled brightly, straightened their long legs, and prepared to present the flower garlands. The others held their confetti cannons, ready to fire as soon as the bus doors opened. The accompanying teachers on the bus were momentarily stunned by the scene and quickly asked, "Driver, did we come to the wrong place?" "That's right, this is how they welcome you," the driver replied coldly. The accompanying teachers straightened up, finally enjoying some good treatment. Don't forget to be polite when you get off the bus. Since they're welcoming us so warmly, we should show some manners too. Understood? Understood, teacher, the students responded in unison. Wow, those legs are so fair. Are they trying to seduce us with beauty? A boy said, pressing his face against the bus window. Such petty tricks. We've all been professionally trained, another boy said, tilting his head back, trying hard to hold back a nosebleed. What's your level compared to ours? The girls from Shanglong are way prettier, a girl retorted disdainfully. Pretty, sure, but we prefer teacher Sume, the boys said in unison, except for the guy lazily lying in the back row, holding a sword, who remained silent. Ha! Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. The students of Tianwu Academy shouted in unison, as the cheerleaders placed garlands around the boys' necks one by one. Thank you, thank you. The boys were overjoyed. When had they ever received gifts from girls? Pop, pop, pop. Colorful streamers rained down on the students of Shanglong Academy. Everyone was chatting away, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The students wearing garlands suddenly walked in unison to Shin Shintong. Hello, Senior Shin. This is a gift from Senior Lu. A bouquet of stunningly beautiful flowers. Hello, Senior Shin. This is a specialty from the Magic City, sent by Senior Lu. Hello, Senior Shin. This is another gift from Senior Lu. Shin Shintong smiled faintly and snapped her fingers. Yu Xiuwen led a group of people forward. Oh, thank you, classmates, for the gifts. No need to be so polite. A group of people scrambled to snatch away the gifts Lu Yuza had prepared. Wow, these snacks taste pretty good, just a bit too sweet. Lu Yuza glanced at the gifts that had been completely divided up, his heart skipping a beat before he calmed down. Shin Shintong pulled out a small flag and waved it. Junior students, follow me. I'll show you around Tianwu Academy. What's going on here? The accompanying teacher asked. Lu Yuza briefly explained the situation and then called out to the juniors, follow Senior Shin closely. Oh, I see. This is a good opportunity for the students to adjust their mindset, the accompanying teacher nodded. Tianwu's arrangements were becoming more and more impressive, judging by their service attitude. After the last Shanglong Academy student disappeared from sight, Yu Xiuwen clenched his fist. Clean this place up thoroughly. Not a single scrap of paper should be left. Water element. Users, rinse it a few times carefully. Got it. A large group of students grabbed cleaning tools from the security room and began tidying up the school gate. The security guard on duty gave a thumbs up. Tianwu students really have high standards. On the top floor of the gymnasium, the wind howled, ruffling the hair of two people. Zhang Linchuan looked down at the campus and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure we won't be discovered?" Tao Ru smiled confidently. "Trust me, I'm a professional." Alright, Zhang Linchuan nodded, naturally trusting Tao Ru's abilities. Suddenly, a sharp gaze pierced through the air, locking onto Zhang Linchuan. Zhang Linchuan waved amicably at the white-clad boy holding a sword. He knew this was the sword fanatic's disciple, sent specifically to spar with him. Yu Tian retracted his gaze and walked leisurely at the back of the crowd. No one but himself noticed the trembling of the sword in his arms. He thought the sword was resonating with his suppressed battle intent, ready to be drawn at any moment. Not yet, just wait a little longer. The real fight will come. The sword trembled twice more before stopping. If it could speak, it would surely complain, "I'm actually terrified. Who wants to fight? Who's that guy, dressed so flashily?" Tao Ru asked. "The sword fanatic's disciple, a young prodigy, sent by my master to spar with me," Jiang Linchuan replied calmly. "Oh, the sword fanatic's disciple." Tao Ru placed a hand on his storage bracelet. "Should we take care of him first?" Jiang Linchuan covered his face, exasperated. "What's wrong with you all? Why are you so bloodthirsty? Sparring is about exchanging skills, you know? Of course, it's about mutual study and learning from each other's strengths." Tao Ru shrugged. "Then why do you still want to deal with him? Just slipped out. He's the disciple of a big shot, how would I dare? Keep an eye on things. Call me if anything happens. I'm off to find master." "Go ahead, don't worry." Jiang Linchuan leapt from the rooftop and ran toward the small valley. As he rounded the rock wall, he saw Lu Lao's house in ruins, a complete mess. Lu Kuanqing sat dazed in the rubble, his eyes lifeless. Jiang Linchuan carefully walked past him, holding his breath. "That kid. I've finally waited for you." Lu Kuanqing lunged at him like he was grabbing a lifeline. The stench emanating from him was so overwhelming it almost brought tears to one's eyes. "What can I do for you?" Jiang Linchuan stood still, not daring to move. "Tell me about the problem. From last time. I tried it, but the elements won't fuse. Is there a solution?" Lu Kuanqing asked as if consulting a teacher. Jiang Linchuan tried to recall and earnestly made up an explanation. "Elements have their own consciousness, just like people who aren't familiar with each other, they resist." "Is that so? Go on." Lu Kuanqing's eyes lit up. "You can use mental power to force them to mature and then blend them together, like kneading dough." At this point, Jiang Linchuan quickly shut his mouth, fearing he'd say too much and expose himself. He just hoped Lu Lao wouldn't ask further. "Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that?" Lu Lao began muttering incoherently again. Jiang Linchuan quickly slipped away, heading straight for his master's grass hut. "This kid really should be my disciple." Lu Lao suddenly snapped back to clarity, staggering toward the ruins. Qin Shang looked at his panting little disciple who had rushed into the hut and pinched his nose in disdain. "Hey, what's that smell on you?" "Got cornered by Lu Lao," Jiang Linchuan replied helplessly, looking at his master. If it weren't for his master's trick to divert trouble, Lu Lao's house wouldn't have been demolished, and I wouldn't have been discovered by him. Qin Shang ignored him and said, "The dean is back." "The dean is back? What about our plan?" "Go ahead boldly. That old guy doesn't care, just act like he doesn't exist." "All right. Come, I'll teach you how to break the sword technique again." After a while, Jiang Linchuan's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He quickly glanced apologetically at his master. Qin Shang waved his hand. There were no rules here. He answered the call, and Tao Ru's voice came through. "Xiuwen and the students from Xianglong are fighting, right in front of the library." Jiang Linchuan immediately stood up, his brows furrowed. This wasn't part of the plan. "Go, make sure no one dies," Qin Shang instructed. Jiang Linchuan grabbed a large forging hammer and rushed out of the hut, kicking up dust in the valley. When he arrived in front of the library, he saw Yu Xiuwen being beaten back repeatedly by Xianglong students, spitting blood. His cold, sharp gaze flickered as he leapt into the air. The large hammer, wrapped in a piercing wind, swung down like a storm, as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city. "Watch out!" Rain Tian, standing in the back row, sensed danger and drew his sword, but the blade didn't budge. The alerted student quickly summoned his ability, placing a gray long spear in front of Lu. Yu's eyes burned with anger as he struggled to control his emotions. He reached out to Tao Ru for medicine. "I know you have jade heart pills on you." 100 million, Tao Ru coldly named his price. "You!" Lu Yuza glared at him fiercely. "I'm not begging you to buy it. If you want it cheaper, go to my shop only. 20 million there." "But here, this is the price," Tao Ru said firmly. "Deal," Lu Yuza responded coldly. Tao Ru took out a small porcelain bottle and tossed it to him. "I know young Master Lu doesn't care about this kind of money. I'll transfer it to you later." Lu Yuza poured out a jade-colored pill from the bottle and quickly used it to treat his injured junior. "This guy changes his face so fast," Luo Hu muttered on the side. The teacher from Tianwu arrived late, looking panicked. What happened? What's going on? Your Tianwu student actually attacked a fellow student viciously. 12 ribs and the sternum are broken, seriously. Injured, the teacher from Shanglong reprimanded sternly. Damn, that's serious. Tianwu's freshman director, Ruan Heping, frowned and immediately turned serious. We at Tianwu will definitely give you an explanation. He turned to the Tianwu students and asked sternly, who did it? It was me. Zhang Linchuan stepped forward, carrying a large iron hammer. Director, they started it. We welcomed them so warmly, but not only were they ungrateful, they hit us first. Yu Xiuwen was beaten so badly he vomited blood. Gao Ran said, wiping away tears. Ruan Heping secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since their students started it, the situation was more manageable. He helplessly spread his hands toward the Shanglong teacher. Your students started it. What do you want me to do? Shanglong's authoritative teacher, Zhang Lin, suppressed his anger and called his students over to clarify the situation. It was a small argument, but that student said something too offensive, and Zhu Xian couldn't take it and struck first. Ruan Heping was secretly pleased. I knew it. Tianwu students are united and would never strike first. Quickly, get a stretcher, send the injured to the school hospital, and find the best doctors in medicine. Zhang Lin's face darkened. His student had struck first, leaving them at a disadvantage. But if they just let it go, what face would Shanglong have left? The injuries are so severe. You have to give us an explanation. How can I face the parents otherwise? At these words, the Tianwu students erupted, each one agitated. You started it, and now you want an explanation? Yeah. Hitting people and still acting justified? Do you think we're pushovers? Should we just let you hit us? Shameless. Zhang Lin's face turned livid with anger. His fingers cracking audibly. Quiet. Ruan Heping raised his hand to calm the crowd. Hitting people is wrong, but how can you treat guests like this? Jiang Linchuan, you will clean the Tianwu back mountain until graduation. Reflect on your temper. Understood. Zhang Linchuan nodded, thinking to himself that the back mountain was just the small valley where his master lived, with hardly any cleaning to do. Clearly, the director was helping him, though outsiders wouldn't. No. This punishment. Zhang Lin began to protest. What, Teacher Zhang, you're not satisfied? Ruan Heping looked at him coldly. Should I expel him? Don't. Forget, your students struck first. We put on such a grand welcome, and you hit us first. Is this the Shanglong way of education? Do you think Tianwu is easy to bully? That's not what I meant. Forget it, let's just move on, Zhang Lin said with a forced smile. Move on? I've punished my student. What about yours? My student was beaten so badly he vomited blood. Ruan Heping pointed at Yu Xiuwen, who was lying limp in Ding Ji's arms, and roared. The Tianwu students all gave him a thumbs up. Director Ruan was truly impressive. In the end, Zhang Lin apologized on behalf of his student and compensated Yu Xiuwen with 5 silver spirit beads. This matter is settled. Don't hold grudges. We're all classmates and will fight for humanity together in the future. Anyone who strikes again will be severely punished, Ruan Heping said solemnly. Yes, Director, the Tianwu students responded in unison. Tianwu versus Shanglong, round 1, 1-0. Afterward, a rift was planted in the hearts of both academies. The Shanglong students, in no mood to tour, went straight to their accommodations to rest. After they left, Zhang Linchuan asked about the reason. So infuriating. They say Lu Yuza and sister-in-law are a perfect match, and that Lu Yuza is very disciplined and only loves sister-in-law. I couldn't hold back and started cursing them directly. I didn't expect them to actually make a move. Luckily, second brother lent me his inner armor, it didn't hurt at all when they hit me. That mouthful of blood was forced out, it was so uncomfortable. Yu Xiuwen grumbled. Shin Xintong, standing nearby, pursed her lips. I'm the person in charge, representing Tianwu's image, so I can't fight back. Otherwise, I would have wanted to hit them too. Zhang Linchuan rubbed his temples. As long as no one is hurt, it's fine. Come on, let's go eat. I'll arrange it today. We've made so much money, everyone gets a share. Tao Ru called out loudly. A group of people marched toward the cafeteria, ready to enjoy their meal. The next morning, Tianwu's students gradually entered the gymnasium to watch the freshman exchange competition and cheer for their juniors. Zhang Linchuan led 11 people to sit in rows below the square arena. The arena was made of special Metal, entirely silver-white, with intricate spiritual patterns engraved on all sides. The maximum area of the arena was 10,000 square meters, but only 2,500 square meters were open for student use during this exchange. The surrounding stands could seat 30,000 people, but Tianwu's total student population was less than 8,000. So they were scattered across three sides of the stands, leaving the seats on the Shanglong side empty. Why haven't the Shanglong people arrived yet? They're really putting on airs. Come on, juniors, do your best. Tianwu will win. Tianwu will win. Yu Shilwen laughed while clutching his stomach. Shanglong probably won't make it today. The bathroom doors have been welded shut. At that moment, a figure in white slowly walked into the gymnasium, holding an ancient jiawei. Zither. The Tianqi Dean is here. The students stood up one after another to salute. Zhang Linchuan also stood up, finally seeing the legendary Dean. He hadn't expected the old guy his master often mentioned to be such an extraordinary, immortal-like elder. The Tianqi Dean wore white clothes, with white hair, white eyebrows, and a white beard. His complexion was rosy, his breath steady, and his face carried a kind smile. He nodded to the students with a smile and walked to the square arena, sitting cross-legged. The jiawei zither floated above his lap as he adjusted his sleeves, his long, slender fingers gently resting on the strings. A crisp sound of the zither rang out, like white clouds drifting across the sky or a gentle breeze brushing one's face. It was one of the 10 ancient melodies. High mountains and flowing water. The zither's sound alternated between tranquil, like murmuring streams, and dynamic, with continuous rises and falls. The students listened, entranced, completely immersed in the music. When the melody ended, the Tianqi Dean stroked his long beard, waiting for the students' applause. "Dean, this song doesn't seem suitable for today," a student shouted. The Tianqi Dean's body stiffened slightly, and a broken strand of beard appeared in his hand. He put away the jiawei zither and picked up a pipa. He began playing a fierce and stirring melody, another of the 10 ancient tunes, ambush from all sides. The music transported listeners to a battlefield, surrounded by enemies, fighting bloodily. When the melody ended, the students erupted in enthusiastic applause. The Tianqi Dean's smile deepened, his eyes narrowing into slits that sparkled like stars. "Dean, something's wrong. Dean, something's wrong." A Tianwu teacher rushed into the gymnasium in a panic. "What happened? Why are you so flustered?" the Tianqi Dean asked. "The Shanglong people are all suffering from diarrhea and can't come. It's suspected to be food poisoning." "Food poisoning?" The Tianqi Dean frowned. No, it's just acclimatization issues." "Then postpone it and let them adjust first." The Tianqi Dean waved his hand, signaling the teacher to handle it, then turned to the students and said, "Since everyone is in the mood, let's stay and enjoy some music." With that, he took out the jiawei zither again and began playing High Mountains and Flowing Water once more. The students had no choice but to sit obediently, listening attentively, not daring to spoil the dean's mood. No one could leave. "How did you pull this off?" Zhang Linchuan whispered to Taoru. Taoru smiled faintly and lowered his voice. "I used 2 colorless, odorless powders, placing them in the fireworks tubes and flower wreaths. They were inhaled with the air. These 2 medicines are harmless to the body, but I checked the cafeteria menu in advance. Most of last night's dishes were cold in nature. The 2 medicines will enhance the coldness, irritate the stomach, and cause diarrhea." Zhang Linchuan pursed his lips. "Can it be detected?" "It's not poison, how could it be detected? It's just an upset stomach." Taoru looked innocent. "At times like this, I'm really glad you're not my enemy." Zhang Linchuan sighed. If he had such an enemy, it would be impossible to guard against. "We're brothers, we'll never be enemies. Let's enjoy the music." Taoru closed his eyes, savoring the beautiful sound of the zither. The guest rooms hosting Tianwu's visitors were filled with a strong stench. In every bathroom squatted someone pale-faced, their eyes bloodshot. Even with the exhaust fans on full blast, the foul smell couldn't be dispelled. "This is shameless. Absolutely despicable. Using such underhanded tactics." Zhang Lin roared into his phone. "Mr. Zhang, it's not poison." "I checked," the teacher in charge of meals replied weakly. "Then, what is it? Why are all our people affected?" "It must be the food. I thought about it, most of what we ate last night was cold in nature. Our stomachs couldn't handle it. Simply put, it's acclimatization issues." The teacher didn't want to explain further to someone unprofessional. "Then why didn't this happen before? Maybe we were just unlucky this time." Tianwu students ate the same food. If it were poison, their own people would suffer too. Fine, you handle the meals from now on. There was nothing more to be done. Even if they wanted to file a complaint, they had no evidence. Having been pranked twice upon arriving at Tianwu, Zhang Lin was seething with anger. Suddenly, a wave of fury surged through him. He held his breath, clenched his teeth, tightened his fists, and let out a low growl from his throat. In one of the rooms, Yu Tianchang lay listlessly on the bed, staring at the ceiling, wearing only a pair of underwear. His white shirt was crumpled into a ball and thrown in the corner. He was still pondering one question: why couldn't he draw his sword at that moment? After returning to his room, he had easily drawn it, which made him question his life. Suddenly, his stomach growled, and his face turned even paler. No way, not again. Clutching his stomach, he rushed to the bathroom in a sorry state. Tianwu students spent the entire day listening to music, while Shanglong students spent the entire day and night in the bathroom. The second round ended with a score of 2-0. In truth, this prank ended here. Although everyone had thought of various ways to welcome the Shanglong students, as the top-ranked academy, Tianwu had its own confidence. This was merely a warning to dampen their morale. The real showdown would take place in the arena. So, no one played any more tricks. They focused on training and their respective tasks. Since Shanglong was short one student, they proposed that their team leader, Lu Yuza, take the spot. Dean Tianqi readily agreed. He had no choice. Refusing would be tantamount to admitting defeat, and if word got out, their reputation would be ruined. The two academies were competing for face, and neither wanted to do anything disgraceful. It took 2 days for the Shanglong students to recover. The freshman exchange finally began, with both sides eager to prove themselves and defeat their opponents. At Tianwu Academy's Four Directions Arena, the two teams of freshmen stood on opposite sides of the spacious stage, staring each other down with fighting spirit. Dean Tianqi, wearing a referee's uniform and a shiny whistle around his neck, personally oversaw the match. He looked energetic, not at all like someone nearing retirement. In the arena match, the last team standing wins. No killing is allowed, otherwise, there are no restrictions. Team captains, prepare your strategies. The match begins in half an hour. Are you sure I don't need to participate? Shen Xintong asked eagerly. We need to hone ourselves. If you take down the opponents directly, we won't have any opportunities. Zhang Linchuan said with a smile. You could take them down just as easily. Fine, I'll just sit on the sidelines and watch the show. Shen Xintong pouted and ran off to snag her best friend's chips. Zhang Linchuan thought for a moment and said, Lu Yan will go first to wear down the opponent's stamina and spiritual power. I'll arrange the rest based on the situation. No problem, boss. I'm tough enough to at least manage a 1-for-1, Lu Yan said, stretching his body, emitting faint cracking sounds. Don't underestimate any opponent. Since they've come to challenge us early, they must be confident. But we're not bad either. We've trained for so long, it's time to test ourselves. Alright, sit down and adjust your state. Yoshia, don't be nervous, just perform normally. Got it. I can do this. Yoshia nodded vigorously, his cheeks flushed. Half an hour later, the dean of Tianqi Academy blew the whistle forcefully. The match begins. Both sides take your positions. Tianwu for the win. Everyone stacked their hands together. Xianglong for the win. The other side shouted just as loudly. But this was Tianwu's home turf, and the cheers from Tianwu students drowned out Shanglong's like a tidal wave. Even though no one here supports us, defeating them in their own territory will be even more satisfying, Lu Yuza said with a smile, boosting morale. Du Yang, go up there and crush them hard. Boss, I'm on it. Lu Yan jumped onto the square arena. Go, Lu Yan. Lu Yan and Du Yang shook hands symbolically and each retreated 5 steps. Another whistle sounded, and the exchange match officially began. The next second, Lu Yan's face turned grim as he activated his iron body technique. Du Yang's hands emitted a blue glow, transforming into gauntlets, his special ability, Radiant Sea Gauntlets. Damn it, this is really turning into a punching bag match, Yu Xiuwen said angrily. Quiet, focus on the match, Zhang Linchuan ordered. Du Yang's strength was at bronze 9-star, 3 stars higher than Lu Yan. Sending such a strong player first indicated that the following ones would be similar, if not stronger. Zhang Linchuan could clearly see that Shanglong had heavily invested resources into their team. Monsters created through resource stacking. No wonder they came to challenge so early. Although unfair to other students, this world was never truly fair, he sighed inwardly. On the square arena, Lu Yan relied solely on defense to endure Du Yang's attacks without using his special ability. Blood was already seeping from the corner of his mouth. He knew his opponent was strong and had no chance in a direct spiritual power clash, so he aimed to wear him down first. Having grown up accustomed to taking hits passively, his willpower was far more resilient than most. As long as he held on a bit longer, he could create more opportunities for his teammates. Tianmu's sophomore and junior students, unfamiliar with Lu Yan's abilities, couldn't sit still watching him take hit after hit. Why isn't he fighting back? What's he doing? Stop just standing there. It's driving me crazy. Move. He's dodging like a snake. Shin Shintong stood up and glanced around, saying calmly, "Everyone, shut up." Instantly, the crowd fell silent. The authority of the Shin priestess was enough to make people hold their tongues. "That's better," Shin Shintong said with a smile, continuing to sneak snacks from her best friend's hand. "If you want to eat, just eat openly. No one's stopping you," Tang Xiaonan said, rolling her eyes. "No, sneaking tastes better," Shin Shintong replied earnestly. A dazzling golden light suddenly flashed. Unable to hold on any longer, Lu Yan summoned his special ability, the heavenly drum bell. The golden light was solemn and majestic, steady as a mountain. Clang, clang, clang. Du Yang's fist struck the heavenly drum bell repeatedly, and the sound echoed above the square arena. Yu Xiuwen abruptly stood up, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Everyone, look! The bald old guy is ringing the bell. It's hilarious. Ah, I'm dying of laughter. A divine bald bell ringer. Honestly, it does look like it." Du Yang's hair was already short, and under the golden light of the heavenly drum bell, he truly resembled the image. Hearing the crowd's laughter, Du Yang was so furious he nearly spat blood. His disrupted breathing threw off his attack rhythm. Lu Yan seized the opportunity, let out a loud roar, and charged at Du Yang like Gongang, crashing into a mountain in a fit of rage. He had already been forced into the corner of the arena, leaving little room to maneuver. Du Yang tried to adjust his rhythm and dodge, but he was a step too slow and was violently knocked out of the arena. Lu Yan also fell off due to the momentum. Dean Tianchi jumped off the stage ahead of time, disregarding his image as he lay on the ground. Both sides landed simultaneously. "It's a draw." The whistle blew. Below the stage, Du Yang glared angrily at Yu Xiuwen. "So despicable." Yu Xiuwen proudly raised his head. "Young man, don't be impulsive. Your mindset is unstable. Go back and train properly." Du Yang was about to retort but was pulled away by Shanglong's teacher. Within the rules, no one said a word. Young people are just too impatient, their mindset not steady enough. "Boss, mission accomplished." Lu Yan returned leisurely. Jiang Linchuan gently patted his shoulder. "Good work. Let Tao Ru help you treat your wounds. Next up is Yu Xiuwen." "Me?" Yu Xiuwen pointed at himself. "Yes, you. Because of you, the opponent lost their guaranteed victory. They're definitely holding a grudge against you. Then you're sending me up to die, aren't you? That's why the opponent will likely rush to knock you off the stage quickly. The moves you've prepared are just right. Makes sense. Alright, I'm going up." Yu Xiuwen swaggered onto the stage. "Go team! Go, Nanny!" The team members shouted in unison. "Idiots, don't expose my abilities." Yu Xiuwen turned back to scold them. On Lu Yu's side, he had also chosen someone and instructed, "Xiao Fei, don't rush to attack. Observe your opponent first. You're fast, wait for the right moment and strike decisively." "Understood, senior. I'm going up." Xiao Fei nodded and leapt lightly onto the stage. Yu Xiuwen walked forward with a smile, preparing to shake hands, but the other party looked at him coldly, clearly not intending to shake hands. Yu Xiuwen tactfully stepped back a few steps, slightly lowering his head, glancing regretfully at his right hand. "Not taking the bait. Ha!" The whistle blew. Xiao Fei cautiously stepped back 3 steps, summoning his beast-type ability, Shadow Cat. A black shadow cat appeared out of thin air, enveloping him, its sharp claws gleaming coldly. "It's just a little kitty." Yu Xiuwen squinted, releasing his ability publicly for the first time, Condensed Dew. Moon Orchid. This was utterly embarrassing. If he was going to die, he might as well let go completely. A flamboyant pink orchid appeared in his hand, its light flowing, pollen scattering everywhere. The crowd erupted in astonishment. It was so out of place. What a seductive man, Tao Ru laughed uncontrollably, clutching his stomach. Zhang Linchuan couldn't help but laugh as well. Yu Xiuwen had always hidden this from them, but now it was fully exposed, truly living up to its reputation. So pink, so flamboyant. Condensed du moon orchid? Xiao Fei looked bewildered. Truly a nanny. He had thought the opponent was bluffing and didn't dare get close. Everyone knows that nannies are most afraid of close combat, as they have no self-defense capabilities, while Xiao Fei's advantage was speed. Xiao Fei licked his claws, sensing something was off, and restrained his impulse, lowering his arms. Yu Xiuwen seemed not to notice him, holding the orchid in his right hand, his left hand in his pocket, reciting, "Stars sink, moon falls, fragrance fills the night. Gentle hands reveal sharp edges." A new tune for old ties, heart with intent, love without harm. Xiao Fei couldn't hold back anymore. With his silver rank 1 strength, dealing with a nanny was a piece of cake. The opponent was practically handing him points. He transformed into a shadow, leaping across the stage, his claws appearing and disappearing. Yu Xiuwen extended his left hand from his pocket, scattering a large number of rose petals, the pollen drifting with the wind. Just as Xiao Fei was about to backstab, he suddenly froze, his claws stopping 1 centimeter behind Yu Xiuwen's back. That tiny distance felt like a chasm. He unwillingly collapsed on the stage, his mind in chaos. What had just happened? The whistle blew again. Dean Tianqi announced, "Tianwu wins." He waved his hand, a gentle force sending Xiao Fei lightly into the Shanglong crowd below the stage. "It's poison." Shanglong's people checked him and their expressions turned grim. "It's not poison, just anesthesia. He'll wake up in a while," Yu Xiuwen explained innocently. Ugh. The surrounding people were nauseated by the strange smell. "Millet, you're up. Use ranged attacks, don't get close to him, Lu." Yuza quickly ordered. "Got it." The beautiful woman named Millet nodded and jumped onto the stage. She condensed a water ball in each hand, staring at Yu Xiuwen with almond-shaped eyes. "Ah, the beauty is here. Come shake my hand, I love beauties the most." Yu Xiuwen excitedly ran over. "Stay away." Neely threw a water balloon, smashing it in front of him. Seeing that being nice didn't work, Yu Xiuwen immediately glared and said fiercely, "Do you know? I have a kind of medicine that can make people extremely ugly, and there's absolutely no cure for it. Girls care most about their appearance," and Mealy shuddered upon hearing this, directly throwing another water balloon at him. Yu Xiuwen disdainfully puffed out his chest and took the hit without a scratch. "Mealy, attack quickly. Don't listen to him, he's lying to you," a student from Shanglong shouted. Yu Xiuwen smiled and looked at Mealy. "Do you believe him or me? If you become ugly, he won't take responsibility. You're so beautiful, it's such a waste. But there's no choice, I have to start now." After saying this, he pretended to take something out of his pocket. "Ah, stop. I surrender." Mealy finally got scared. Losing the match would at most result in a few scoldings, but becoming ugly would be a disaster. The whistle blew, Tianwu wins. Mealy covered her face and ran back to her team in embarrassment, too ashamed to face anyone. "That rascal has no conscience, tricking girls," Tao Ru complained. He hadn't given Yu Xiuwen any medicine to make people ugly, it was just a scare tactic. But it worked. "This kid really has some tricks up his sleeve, exceeding my expectations," Zhang Linchuan said. Standing on the stage, Yu Xiuwen had already defeated 2 people without a scratch and seemed ready to continue showing off. Zhang Lin reluctantly walked up to the Tianqi principal, cupped his hands, and said, "Principal, I know what you're going to say. I'll announce the rules right away." The Tianqi principal interrupted with a gentle smile. "Now, an additional rule, the use of poison and anesthetics is prohibited." "Why?" Yu Xiuwen protested, still wanting to dominate the stage. This was a perfect opportunity to showcase his skills. "Xiuwen, we are the hosts, we must understand the importance of fairness. Your actions are affecting the fairness of the competition," the Tianqi principal said earnestly. "Fine, I won't use them. I'll go wash my hands." Yu Xiuwen compromised, jumped off the stage, and washed the powder off his hands with a bottle of water. The senior students of Tianwu covered their faces. This junior really had no bottom line. After washing his hands, Yu Xiuwen jumped back onto the stage and waved at the Shanglong team. "Next. Sang Chen, you're up," Lu Yuza said, his anger almost boiling over, wishing he could immediately go up and teach Yu Xiuwen a lesson. Sang Chen stepped onto the stage and summoned his beast transformation ability, a saber-toothed tiger. The light shadow saber-toothed tiger covered his entire body, appearing incredibly fierce, and the light shadow tiger claws on his hands were sharper than Xiao Fei's shadow cat. Yu Xiuwen stood motionless, seemingly in a daze. Sang Chen didn't dare act rashly, unable to guess what he was thinking. 2 minutes passed. Yu Xiuwen was still dazed. Sang Chen's eyes were almost closing from staring at him so intently. Another 2 minutes passed. The orchid in Yu Xiuwen's hand gradually lost its luster, and his spiritual energy was almost depleted. Abilities require spiritual energy to maintain. Once broken, the user suffers severe injuries, taking at least a week to recover. Hey, are you going to fight or not? Sang Chen shouted. Of course, but do you expect me, the nanny, to make the first move? Yu Xiuwen replied disdainfully. Your spiritual energy is gone, how are you going to fight? Just surrender and avoid getting hurt, Sang Chen advised. Even without spiritual energy, I still have physical strength and combat skills, Yu Xiuwen said, improvising a set of Bejiquan moves with standard technique. Zhang Linchuan watched the clown on stage and asked, when did you teach him that? He wanted to learn, so I taught him. It's just for show now, it needs time to be practiced, Tao Ru replied with a smile. Seeing is believing, Sang Chen said, charging forward. The light shadow tiger claws tore through the air and struck fiercely, his strength reaching silver level 2. Yu Xiuwen still stood motionless, seemingly scared stiff. Bang! Yu Xiuwen spat out a mouthful of blood, was sent flying, and landed heavily on the stage. The whistle blew, Tianwu wins. Cheating. Rigged. Shanglong's team loudly protested. Even Tianwu's students began to suspect the principal. This clearly looked like cheating. Zhang Lin's face turned ashen, and he was about to step forward to argue when the dean of Tianqi spoke up. Sang Chen, take a closer look at your palm. Sang Chen froze, looked at his hand, and his eyes widened sharply. Tao Ru, give him the antidote, the dean of Tianqi called out. Tao Ru tossed a pitch-black pill. Sang Chen quickly caught the black mist and swallowed it hurriedly. Watching the black mist in his palm gradually dissipate, he let out a long sigh of relief. Dean of Tianqi, he clearly violated the rules. Why did you still declare him the winner? I refuse to accept this. The dean of Tianqi rubbed his temples. Young man, stop pretending to be dead and get up to explain. Everyone turned to look at Yu Xiuwen, who was lying on the ground. The next moment, Yu Xiuwen sat up, rubbed his chest, and said innocently, I didn't do anything. He voluntarily slapped me. If he hadn't slapped me, I wouldn't have been poisoned. Besides, Dean, I can't possibly compete without clothes, right? That would be too embarrassing. Embarrassing? Is that for you to say? The Dean of Tianqi almost laughed in anger and turned to Zhang Lin. Do you have any objections? No objections. We lost this round, Zhang Lin answered frankly. The reasoning was sound, and he had no choice. Then prepare for the next match. Yu Xiuwen slowly got up and walked off the stage. Taking on 3 opponents alone, totally worth it. The Tianwu team cheered enthusiastically, while the Shanglong team looked as if they had swallowed a fly, their mood gloomy. You even lent him your inner armor. You really have feelings for him, huh? Zhang Linchuan said, looking at Tao Ru in surprise. The inner armor seems to work better on him than on me. Besides, this isn't a battlefield, so lending it to him to show off is no big deal, Tao Ru replied with a smile. Yu Xiuwen squeezed between the two, grinning smugly. Was I awesome or what? Praise me. You performed well. Take a good rest. Gao Ran, you're up next, Zhang Linchuan said with a smile, generously offering praise. Got it. Gao Ran high-fived his teammates and jumped onto the stage. At this point, the Tianwu team sent out their 3rd participant, while the Shanglong team had only 6 members left. They desperately needed a victory to boost morale. Otherwise, with low spirits, even the strongest abilities couldn't be fully utilized. Jin Yongning, you're up. Secure the first win, Lu. Yuza clapped his hands and sent out the most experienced team member besides himself. Jin Yongning nodded lightly and stepped onto the square stage. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, he immediately summoned his plant-based ability, Cloud Vine. The spiritual patterns engraved on the stage lit up with a faint glow, instantly transforming the stage into a muddy terrain, perfectly suited for plant-based abilities. Jin Yongning was slightly stunned but then overjoyed, as this allowed him to fully unleash his power. Gao Ran felt a bit dejected. His ability was beast-based, Green Spring Bull. His movement speed was already not fast, and now he faced the controlling Cloud Vine, making his situation even worse. It seemed the Tianwu team's luck had run out. Before long, Gao Ran was entangled by the cloud vine and thrown off the stage, losing the first match. Gao Ran returned to his team with his head hanging low, not saying a word. Don't be discouraged. The opponent happens to counter you, and their strength is significantly higher. Keep working hard, Jiang Linchuan comforted. Su Rong, you're up. The rest of us are melee fighters, you're the only one with a plant-based ability. Alright, Su Rong nodded, her beautiful face showing a hint of nervousness as she slowly walked onto the stage. But as soon as she stepped onto the stage, her aura changed instantly. Her gaze became sharp as a blade, and her face was filled with fighting spirit and determination. A 3-meter-tall iron-green willow tree appeared out of thin air, rooting itself in the ground. Unlike ordinary willows, its branches resembled whips, and its leaves gleamed like blades. This was her plant-based ability, Iron Thorn Willow. A willow branch wrapped around her waist, lifting her into the air. In the next second, hundreds of willow branches straightened like spears and lashed out swiftly. The attack was fierce, with dirt flying everywhere. The violent offensive surged toward Jin Yongning like a tidal wave. He controlled the cloud vine to envelop himself entirely, struggling to defend. 10 seconds later, Su Rong's face turned pale. She landed on the ground and raised her hand in surrender. In just 10 seconds, her spiritual energy was completely drained, leaving her unable to continue. The whistle blew, and the Shanglong team won again. The gymnasium erupted in thunderous applause, all of it for Su Rong's performance. Although the time was short, she displayed momentum and style, though her strength was slightly inferior to her opponent. The muddy ground was covered with scars, and the Yunlin vine wrapped around Jin Yongning was slashed with countless wounds. He secretly felt relieved. If his opponent's strength were equal to his own, he would likely have been beaten to a pulp. He clapped vigorously, paying tribute to his opponent. After stepping off the stage, Su Rong returned to her gentle demeanor, smiling apologetically at her teammates. That was awesome. Her teammates gathered around her, and all the freshmen added Su Rong to their absolutely must not provoke list. During their time at Yunkoan Mountain, Su Rong mostly stayed at the base and rarely made a move, so no one had seen this fierce side of her. It was completely unexpected. Luo Hu, you're up, Jiang Linchuan said. Luo Hu clapped his massive hands and quickly leaped onto the stage. A thunderous tiger roar echoed, and the black cloud-patterned tiger shadow enveloped his body, exuding the aura of the king of beasts. He was from the beast transformation faction, the Black Cloud Demon Tiger. He crouched on the ground, running and leaping with agile and elusive movements. Jin Yongning repaired the Yunlin vine, but his spiritual energy was running low, so he could only control the vine within a small range around him, trying to restrict his opponent's movements. He dared not let his opponent get close. The tiger claws were sharp, and the Yunlin vine was difficult to defend against them. Luo Hu didn't waste time. His spiritual energy couldn't sustain his state for long, and every second of delay reduced his energy further. As the king of beasts, how could Luo Hu fear a fight? Luo Hu suddenly lunged at Jin Yongning, his sharp claws slashing in a cross motion, while his tiger tail stood upright like an iron rod. The Yunlin vine wrapped around Luo Hu's legs, desperately pulling him back to prevent him from approaching. The tiger tail swept across the vine like an iron rod, but the vine was too tough to break immediately. Luo Hu didn't lose heart and continued swinging his tail, planting his claws firmly on the ground and pulling forward with all his might. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Luo Hu has a better chance of winning. His opponent's spiritual energy has mostly been used to repair abilities, leaving little left. This is thanks to the foundation Su Rong laid, Jiang Linchuan analyzed. Su Rong shyly smiled, stood up, and said, then let me make the foundation even stronger. She looked toward the stage and shouted loudly, Luo Hu, if you knock him off the stage within 10 seconds, I'll agree to be your girlfriend. On the four-sided stage, Luo Hu's entire body trembled violently. His hind legs pulled at the vine with all their strength, his front claws gripped the ground, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light as he inched closer to Jin Yongning. Roar! The black tiger's shadow emitted a deafening roar. This is the power of love. Yu Xiuwen sighed. I want sweet love too. 7.6, Su Rong counted down seriously. Everyone joined in the countdown. Luo Hu panicked and gave it his all. I've been single for so many years, finally, I have a chance at a girlfriend. I have to prove myself. The black tiger shadow's body suddenly expanded, and the new strength directly snapped. The Yunlin vine. Get off the stage. Luohu shouted, using his body to forcibly knock Jin Yongning off the platform. The whistle blew. Luohu eagerly jumped off the stage, not even deactivating his ability, and ran to Su Rong, asking excitedly, "Really? Really?" "Fake." Su Rong stuck out her tongue and turned to leave. "Hey, don't go." Luohu reached out to grab her arm, forgetting he still had his ability activated. Rip. Su Rong's long sleeve instantly turned into a short sleeve, revealing her fair arm. "Whoa, what are you two trying to do in broad daylight?" "We're all watching," Gao Ran teased. Rong, let me explain," Luohu said anxiously. "Hurry up and chase her, let her little willow branch give your little tiger but a good beating." Yu Xiuwen laughed mischievously. Luo, who chased after Su Rong, too exhausted to continue the competition. "Ding Ji, you're up. Lin Qi, you're up." The sixth contestants from Shanglong and Tianwu stepped onto the stage simultaneously, with the score tied. Ding Ji brought out a large shield, placing it in front of him, and then summoned his ability, the Black Fang Bear. With a 2-meter-tall body and the Black Fang Bear, he was like a moving fortress, giving a strong sense of security. Lin Qi glanced at him coldly, reached out, and grabbed a shining long spear. "Old 3 is in trouble," Taoru said with a bitter smile. "Yeah, big trouble. This golden Lu spear can pierce armor, and is specifically designed to counter tanks." Jiang Linchuan sighed. The piercing ability of the Jin Lu spear was very similar to the armor-shattering blade of the eldest senior brother, both being weapons specifically designed to break through defenses. The whistle blew. Lin Qi raised his spear and charged forward, the spear tip blooming like a flower as it thrust fiercely toward Ding Ji's massive body. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The high-hardness stainless steel shield was instantly punctured like a beehive. Lin Qi gripped the end of the spear with both hands and smashed it down forcefully. With a crack, the shield broke in two, and Ding Ji staggered back 10 steps, his broad bare paws carving 2 deep grooves into the ground. Ding Ji threw away the shield and roared as he charged at Lin Qi, his bare paw slamming down fiercely. Lin Qi remained expressionless, thrusting his spear twice, the tip swaying like a flower. Ding Ji's palms were instantly pierced, blood gushing out as his body halted and retreated. The Yang family's pear blossom spear. "The third brother is no match," Tao Ru said with pursed lips. "Then what should we do? Should we have big guy concede?" Yu Xiuwen asked worriedly. Jiang Linchuan looked at Ding Ji's bleeding hands and said softly, "He won't concede voluntarily. Though timid, he's very stubborn. Let him decide for himself." Within seconds, Ding Ji was covered in wounds. "I can still fight," Ding Ji roared. If Lin Qi hadn't held back for fear of accidentally killing him, Ding Ji would have long lost the ability to fight. "You can do it!" For Mom and Dad, the three shouted in unison. Roar! A red light suddenly flashed in Ding Ji's eyes, and the black-toothed bear behind him also had its eyes light up red. Its black fur gradually turned blood red. Only the bravest warriors can transform. The little guy's warrior gene has been activated, the Dean of Tianqi Academy muttered to himself with a smile. Ding Ji's glowing red eyes locked onto Lin Qi, redness seeping from his pores. The black-toothed bear behind him had completely turned blood red, resembling a beast soaked in fresh blood. What's going on? He transformed? Can someone tell me why the black-toothed bear changed color? My god, this black-toothed bear is terrifying now. Ding Ji let out a roar and charged at Lin Qi again, his bare paws leaving deep footprints on the ground, blood mist swirling around him. Lin Qi's eyes flashed coldly. Since he refused to concede, Lin Qi wouldn't hold back either. The Jin Luluo Shanshan's ability was two white, semi-transparent daggers, clear shadow twin daggers. She held them in a reverse grip, crossing them in front of her chest. Xia Lan blinked her bright, watery eyes, her pupils tinged with a layer of pink, and smiled at Luo Chanshan. Luo Chanshan met her gaze, staring into those peach blossom eyes. Suddenly, her expression turned vacant, and her hands slowly lifted, crossing the daggers against her own neck. The whistle blew. Xianlong wins. Luo Shanshan shuddered at the sound of the whistle and snapped out of it, realizing the daggers were pressed against her neck. A little further, and she would have hurt herself. She pursed her lips helplessly and jumped off the stage. I lost. She used a psychic charm ability. Got it, Jiang Linchuan nodded, his gaze shifting between Yoxia and Taoru. My turn. Taoru stood up and walked toward the stage on his own. He approached Xiaolan, extended his hand like a gentleman, and complimented her. Your eyes are beautiful. Then take a good look, Xiaolan replied with a smile. Such beautiful eyes, I must take a few more glances. Tao Ru took her hand, staring intently at her. Suddenly, his gaze became unfocused. Xiaolan smiled, pulling a dagger from her lower back and slowly bringing it toward Tao Ru's neck. Just as the dagger was about to touch him, Tao Ru suddenly grabbed her hand and said with a grin, "Don't mess around. You're the one who told me to. Keep looking." Xiaolan's pupils contracted sharply, and she exclaimed, "You're not charmed." "Of course I was charmed. Otherwise, why would I stare at you for so long?" Tao Ru smiled. Xiaolan blushed, struggling to free herself from Tao Ru's enthusiastic grip. "Don't move. Such beautiful hands, what a pity it would be if they got hurt." "You don't like pain, do you?" Tao Ru said with a cheerful smile. Xiaolan froze, not daring to move. "What exactly do you want?" "Waiting for you to admit defeat." "Shameless. This is a competition, not a date." Holding a girl's hand and refusing to let go, how disgraceful. Yu Xiuwen shouted angrily through the video feed. "I admit defeat." Xiaolan couldn't break free and had no choice but to concede. "Didn't scare you, did I?" Tao Ru immediately let go of her hand. "I'm fine, thank you," Xiaolan replied, stepping off the stage. "Chu Engwei, you're up," Lu Yuzi said. Shanlong only had him and Yutian left, there was no one else to send. Shanglong's lineup was clearly stronger than their opponents, and they had expected an easy win. To their surprise, the match was tied, something Lu Yuzi hadn't anticipated. But it didn't matter, he was confident they could crush their opponents. Even if it meant using strength against weakness, they had to secure victory for Shanglong. Tao Ru continued to smile as he shook hands with his opponent. Chu Engwei summoned his ability, and 2 pumpkin hammers appeared in his hands. Tao Ru stood with his feet in a splayed stance, arms hanging naturally, looking completely relaxed, which only irritated his opponent further. The pumpkin hammers came down with fierce momentum, aiming to smash Tao Ru's head open. Tao Ru moved swiftly, dodging gracefully without moving his upper body, as if he had no intention of counterattacking. Every time his opponent swung the hammers, he evaded in advance. On the stage, the two looked like a cat chasing a mouse, one pursuing, the other fleeing. "Hey, are you going to fight or not?" Chu Engwei wiped the sweat from his forehead. The pumpkin hammers were quite heavy, and swinging them around had drained a lot of his energy. "Let's begin." Tao Ru assumed the starting stance of Bajiquan. Chu Engwei raised his pumpkin hammers and swung them fiercely at him. But Tao Ru dodged effortlessly, gritting his teeth as he ran. "You're just like that guy earlier, too cunning." "Hey, who are you calling cunning? If you're not happy, come fight me one-on-one," Yu Xiuwen shouted through the phone screen. "I'm just dodging reasonably. No one said I couldn't evade, right?" Tao Ru tilted his head and smiled in response. Chu Engwei stopped wasting words and charged at him with the hammers. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch his opponent. "Use the mind's eye," Lu Yuzi reminded him from below the stage. "A precognitive ability, no wonder you can dodge my moves in advance," Chu Engwei said, drenched in sweat. Tao Ru turned to glance at Lu Yuzi and said calmly, "If I told you I wasn't using any ability, would that be a slap in the face?" Lu Yuzi's expression remained stoic, but the furrow in his brow said it all. "Forget it, let's not waste any more time." Tao Ru rubbed his wrist. Chu Engwei's stamina had already been greatly depleted, and his breathing had become rapid. This was the perfect moment to strike. Tao Ru's expression was stern, his body tense, as he suddenly stepped forward 5 quick paces. Chu Engwei swung his pumpkin hammer, aiming to smash Tao Ru's arm. Tao Ru's body was as agile as if he had no bones, slipping through the gap between the 2 hammers and lunging forward in the next instant. This was the killing move from Bajiquan, Tiger Pounces. On the mountain. Chu Engwei staggered under the powerful impact, unable to keep his balance, leaving his chest exposed defensively. Tao Ru seized the opportunity. Stepping half a pace forward with his left foot, pivoting on both feet to turn 90 degrees to the left, his legs bent in a stable horse stance, and his right arm bent with his elbow striking Chu Engwei's chest. It was this elbow strike. Chu Engwei, along with his pumpkin hammer, was sent flying, spitting blood in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Tao Ru let out a breath of relief, the fight was over. "Hey, don't move around. Your spleen is ruptured. Someone will take you to the hospital in a bit." Chu Engwei struggled to get up but eventually lay back down obediently, not daring to act recklessly. Tian Wu wins. That was awesome. Real martial arts are so thrilling. Amid the cheers, Taoru jumped off the ring and returned to his seat. What's going on? Why did you come down? Everyone was curious. Avoiding danger, of course, Taoru said matter-of-factly, pointing to his kidney. If I stayed up there, that white-haired guy over there would definitely stab me with his sword. With his ability warning him in advance, he wasn't about to act foolishly. Alright, Ranger, you're up. Zhang Linchuan patted Ranger's shoulder. Remember what we talked about earlier. Don't worry, I'm on it. Ranger excitedly ran up to the ring. Xu Yingwei was carried away by medical staff, becoming the second contestant to end up in the hospital. Rain Tian placed his umbrella on his seat, adjusted the folds of his white clothes, then picked up the umbrella and stylishly jumped onto the square ring. Wow, he's so cool. He's amazing. Senior, calm down. He's the opponent. Exactly, how strong can a leukemia patient be? He'll lose all his hair sooner or later. Rain Tian ignored the surrounding comments, his gaze fixed on Zhang Linchuan. He was here to challenge the disciple of the Blade Maniac, the others were unworthy. Ranger ran up to Rain Tian, shyly extending his hand. Brother, let's shake hands. Rain Tian scanned the area and noticed someone tugging at his clothes. He looked down, his expression freezing. Whose child was this? Brother? Shake hands, Ranger said again, blushing. Rain Tian looked at the innocent child and didn't refuse, mechanically extending his hand for a brief handshake. Thank you, brother. Ranger stepped back a few paces and summoned his ability, the Jinxing sword. You want to duel me with swords? Rain Tian asked softly. Yes. Ranger nodded. Then let's begin. Rain Tian held his umbrella in his right hand, placing it behind him. Brother, where's your sword? Ranger asked curiously. It consumes too much energy. Rain Tian was embarrassed to admit to the child that his sword could instantly defeat the opponent. Alright, I'm starting my attack now. Ranger earnestly thrust his sword forward. Not bad, Rain Tian silently praised, leisurely using his umbrella to block. The two figures moved gracefully. Like the wind, their movements fluid and pleasing to the eye. It looked less like a fight and more like a sword dance. What a visually stunning match, Taoru said lazily, stretching. He's teaching Ranger. Zhang Linchuan saw through it immediately. The disparity in their strength was obvious. Rain Tian wasn't using his full power. Yeah, the kid has a good heart. Later, don't go too hard on him, Taoru said with a smile. You trust me that much? What if I'm not his match? Either? Zhang Linchuan raised an eyebrow. Of course, you'll definitely make it to the end and give Lu Yuza a good beating. I know you're holding back your anger, Taoru said with a grin. Zhang Linchuan said nothing, quietly watching the match on the ring. 10 minutes later, the Tianqi Dean blew the whistle, announcing that Xianglong had won. Thank you, brother. Ranger bowed to Rain Tian. Rain Tian felt a bit awkward, stiffly waving his hand. Go on. Zhang Linchuan stood up, took off his jacket, and stretched his body. Shin Shintong ran forward, smiling as she shouted, Brother Linchuan, you can do it. Boss, you can do it. Handsome guy, you can do it. I didn't expect such a handsome junior among the freshmen this year. Forget it, the Witch Shin has already set her sights on him. Brother, you can do it. He's really strong. Yoshia bumped into Zhang Linchuan's arms. I know. You go digest what you just learned first. Zhang Linchuan slowly walked onto the stage, reaching out to high-five Yutian. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Yutian said, tossing his umbrella off the stage and holding his Hanhai Chongfeng sword. Let's hope we both gain something from this. A tang knife appeared in Zhang Linchuan's left hand. Begin the match. Yutian's aura changed abruptly, like an ancient sword tempered by fire, its sword intent soaring to the skies. Zhang Linchuan placed his right hand on the hilt of the tang knife, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yutian charged forward, drawing his sword, but the blade didn't come out. Wait a minute, I can't draw my sword. Yutian quickly raised his hand to call for a pause. Suit yourself, Zhang Linchuan replied nonchalantly. The Dean of Tianqi stroked his beard, thinking, how could a subject draw his sword against his king? The gymnasium fell eerily silent, with all eyes fixed on the stage. Yutian threw the sword to the ground, stepped on the scabbard, gripped the hilt with both hands, and used all his strength to pull. His face turned from stern to bright red, clearly making a fool of himself in front of everyone. Second brother, did Xiao Chuan hire this actor? His acting is too convincing, he deserves double the chicken legs. Yushuan laughed so hard he clutched his stomach. The The white-haired guy was even better at acting than him. I don't know either. Maybe his sword is female and has taken a liking to Xiao Chuan, Taoru said with a chuckle. I'm dying of laughter. Ask the white-haired guy if he can manage. If not, get off the stage. I'm waiting to see Lu the show-off get beaten up. Remember to record it. Young Master Lu getting rubbed into the ground will definitely cause a sensation in the circle, Yushuan said. Excitedly. Yu Tian sat helplessly on the stage, panting heavily. He had tried everything, but the sword just wouldn't come out. Suddenly, he understood. Last time, the person opposite him couldn't draw their sword either. He shouted, "Hey! What kind of trick are you playing?" "What?" Zhang Linchuan asked in return. "I can't draw my sword when facing you. If it's not your doing, then whose is it?" Yu Tian shifted the blame to Zhang Linchuan. Asterisk, is this guy crazy? What does your inability to draw your sword have to do with me? Asterisk, Zhang Linchuan smirked. Boring. Don't believe me? Watch this. Yu Tian picked up the sword and walked toward the dean of Tianqi. He drew the sword from its scabbard, and a cold light flashed. The blade was as clear as spring water, calm and unruffled. Threatening the referee, yellow card warning. The dean of Tianqi pulled a yellow card from who knows where and handed it directly to Yu Tian. "No, I just wanted to prove it wasn't me doing anything," Yu Tian explained, but the sword involuntarily extended a few inches forward. Second warning. The dean issued another yellow card. Yu Tian shut his mouth and returned to Zhang Linchuan. The Hanhai Changfeng sword in his hand slid back into its scabbard on its own, as if magnetically drawn. "See? And you still say it's not your doing," Yu Tian accused. Zhang Linchuan stroked his chin, pondering. "It is strange, but it's definitely not me. Maybe your sword has some secrets in its heart." Ha ha ha. Zhang Linchuan's words made everyone burst into laughter. Brother Linchuan is so witty. Shin Shintong's eyes curved into crescent moons as she laughed. "Kid, don't waste your energy. Here, borrow this sword, it's one of my prized possessions," the dean of Tianqi said, tossing out a long sword. "Thank you," Yu Tian said, putting away his own sword and accepting the dean's. To him, as long as a swordsman had a sword in hand, it was enough. Although this one wasn't as good as his own, a sword that couldn't be drawn was no better than scrap metal. Zhang Linchuan put away his tang knife and pulled out a half-finished blade from his ring, holding it in his palm. Yu Tian was impressed by his actions and said earnestly, "You are a worthy opponent." Zhang Linchuan was speechless. He was just afraid of damaging the dean's sword and having to pay for it. Time seemed to stand still. The two locked eyes, their gazes filled only with each other, as if the outside world had ceased to exist. Zhang Linchuan did not underestimate his opponent, whose strength was at the peak of the silver rank. A disciple as obsessed with the sword as his master was enough to earn his respect. Moreover, he needed such an opponent to push himself further. When the fighting spirit of both reached its peak, the battle officially began. Yu Tian's sword struck like lightning, instantly closing the distance to Zhang Linchuan. The blade emitted a foot-long sword light, and the tip radiated a dazzling white glow. The sword light illuminated the two of them, as if cloaked in a layer of divine brilliance, adding an air of allure. Zhang Linchuan swung his blade, weaving a dense web of strikes. His expression was no longer gentle but cold and profound. Clang! The sword edge collided with the blade, unleashing a powerful force that rippled outward. The two engaged in close combat, clashing briefly before retreating, only to charge again with even fiercer attacks. Sword light and blade energy intertwined, churning up dirt and splitting the ground into deep fissures. The cracks beneath their feet spread like a spider web. The two leaped again, their sword and blade flying in unison. Their fighting spirit erupted like molten lava. Unstoppable. The students watching couldn't help but stand up, their eyes fixed on the intense battle, their hearts shaken. Is this what a duel between masters looks like? Damn! I need to see this live. Wait for me, don't finish too quickly. Yu Shouwen, clutching his phone, dashed madly from the school infirmary to the gymnasium, his eyes never leaving the screen. Lying on a recliner in a grass hut, Qin Cheng's smile deepened. "Your boyfriend is amazing," Tang Xiaonan said with a tone of envy. "Of course." Shin Xintong's eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Zhang Linchuan, her heart filling with an increasing sense of security, her soft heart wrapped layer by layer. Luo Hu and Su Rong walked into the gym hand in hand. The next second, Su Rong let go of Luo Hu's hand, cupped her cheeks with both hands, and her eyes sparkled with pink hearts. "Luo Hu, when will you be as amazing as my idol? Then we can hold hands again." To be as amazing as the boss. You might as well just stab me and get it over with. Idiot, I was joking. For the rest of my life, I want you to protect me. Su Rong grabbed his hand again and gave him a kiss. I will. Luo, whose expression grew even more determined. Yu Tian leaped into the air, performing a mid-air twisting maneuver. His longsword instantly transformed into a blinding swordlight, streaking across the night sky like a meteor. Shangyun Shanyue. The sword. Light cascaded down like a waterfall, crashing toward Zhang Linchuan with an overwhelming force. Zhang Linchuan showed no fear, leaping into the air like a dragon ascending to the heavens, cutting against the flow with his blade. Yangjing Shachang. The waterfall-like sword light suddenly split apart like fabric being torn, the blade's glow forcibly ripping through the sword's web. The blade's momentum didn't diminish, heading straight for Yu Tian's face. Not good. Yu Tian quickly turned mid-air. With a ripping sound, a piece of his robe was sliced off, fluttering down with him. Before he could catch his breath, a dangerous aura suddenly surged from behind. Without hesitation, he rolled to the side, disregarding his image. Boom! Thunder and wind roared simultaneously, and the ground exploded into a massive crater. Yu Tian was blown away by the fierce wind. His white robes were stained with dirt, his hair disheveled, and his back scorched black. His heart was filled with lingering fear. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been either dead or gravely injured. Zhang Linchuan stood with his blade, a hint of regret in his expression. His opponent's vigilance was exceptionally high, his hidden wind thunder move hadn't achieved the desired effect. However, this technique was originally designed by Qin Chang specifically for Nie Qingyan, so the result was already quite satisfactory. Yu Tian stood up, his expression serious. The next move. I might not be able to control its power. Be careful. Bring it on. Zhang Linchuan showed no fear, his heartbeat strong, his blood boiling. Yu Tian held his longsword upright before him, his steps steady. Sword energy gathered, and his hair began to float as if blown by the wind. The next moment, a sword hum, like the cry of a phoenix, echoed throughout the gymnasium. Ingbua! Sualan! Yu Tian's shout was like a tidal wave. Sword energy wove into a net, surging forward with the momentum of mountains and seas, sweeping toward Zhang Linchuan. The air was filled with mist, and wave after wave of energy surged forward relentlessly. All the freshmen widened their eyes, their faces full of worry. Lu Yu's lips curled into a smile as he adjusted his clothes and sat upright. Shen Xinton's expression remained calm, but her hand pinching her earlobe betrayed her nervousness. Facing the overwhelming sword energy, Zhang Linchuan's wrist moved swiftly. The blade light danced, and together with Qin Chang in the thatched hut, he silently recited 3 words in his heart: chaos, sky, wolf. The invincible blade radiance poured out, wolves surged like a tide, madly tearing through the wave of sword energy, destroying everything in their path. The blade light was wild and irregular, its aura expanding continuously, and the net, woven by the sword energy, was being torn apart more and more. The sword energy was gradually extinguished, and after the last trace dissipated, Zhang Linchuan slowly sheathed his blade. The ground was split by the blade radiance into a fan-shaped pit, a meter deep. I admit defeat. Yu Tian conceded wholeheartedly, holding his sword and bowing. Let's encourage each other. Zhang Linchuan clasped his fists in return. Damn, that was so cool, so cool. Boss is mighty. Well done. Yu Tian walked toward the dean of Tianqi Academy, respectfully handing over his sword. With both hands. Thank you, Dean Tianqi. The dean of Tianqi Academy accepted the sword, stroked his beard, and smiled. Are you interested in transferring to Tianwu? The atmosphere here is much better than at Shanglong, and there are plenty of beautiful senior sisters. I'll consider it, Yu Tian replied earnestly. Dean Tianqi. Zhang Lin suppressed his anger and shouted. How could someone poach talent so openly? Dean Tianqi slapped his forehead. I forgot this kind of thing should be discussed privately. Here's my business card, contact me anytime if you're interested. Zhang Lin's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, silently planning to poach talent from the other side later. They won't leave, Dean Tianqi suddenly said. Zhang Lin was shocked, respectfully clasped his hands, and returned to his seat. Several spiritual patterns lit up on the arena, and the damaged ground quickly restored itself to its original state. Lu Yuza leisurely walked onto the stage, smiling. Shall we activate the alchemy field to suppress my strength to your level? So no one will say I'm bullying you. Bah, what a show-off, you. Xiuwen sneered. No need, Zhang Linchuan responded indifferently. Lu Yuza had already anticipated Jiang Linchuan's refusal. Men always want to save face in front of the girl they like, even if they get beaten, they'll act tough. He glanced at Shen Shintong and thought, today, I'll show you that I'm the one who can protect you. Then, for Tongtong's sake, I'll hold back a little. Thank you. Jiang Linchuan's gaze was cold as he retrieved a massive iron hammer from his ring. Let the match begin. Dean Tianqi blew the whistle. As the whistle sounded, Lu Yuza's aura erupted instantly, reaching the peak of gold level, almost stepping into the platinum stage. Four walls of fire condensed around him, and his right hand gathered scorching fire elements, aiming to end the fight quickly and defeat this annoying guy in one move. If luck was on his side, he might even burn him to a crisp. Although killing was prohibited in the match, he felt it would just be an accident, especially since he had kindly warned the other party not to be too arrogant. Jiang Linchuan looked at the firewalls, slightly stunned, and a smile slowly appeared on his lips. His weapon, Shura Blazing Wind Blade, could simultaneously control wind and fire, granting him immunity to both elements. His strength was on par with Lu Yuza, which meant the opponent's fire attacks were almost ineffective against him. Sigh, this match was going to be too easy to win. Flame Dragon Blast. A fire dragon flew out from the firewalls, its scorching flames sweeping the surroundings, heat waves rolling. Ah! Platinum-level spiritual skill. How shameless! The audience erupted in anger. Lu Yuza's substitution was already infuriating. Enough, and now he was using such a powerful attack right off the bat. That bastard! Yu Shilwen clenched his fists and cursed angrily. Tao Ru's expression was solemn, staring at the fire dragon. Shen Shintong's face was cold, holding her elven queen's kiss bow, drawing the bowstring fully, spiritual energy arrows appearing. Jiang Linchuan suddenly turned to look at her, smiled gently, and waved his hand. Shen Shintong understood, pouted in dissatisfaction, but still withdrew her bow and crossed her arms. It's not too late to admit defeat now, Lu Yuza's voice came from within the firewalls. Bastard! Jiang Linchuan lifted the massive iron hammer, his aura surging, and charged forward fiercely. His strength was comparable to that of a diamond-level expert, and a full-force strike carried immense destructive power. The air was torn apart with a sharp whistle, and wherever the hammer struck, a vacuum instantly formed. Jiang Linchuan shot through the wall of fire like a beam of light, stirring up a violent storm. The fire dragon let out a roar but was instantly shattered into sparks, completely obliterated by a single hammer strike. Everyone was stunned. This included the teachers of Shanglong and Tianwu. None of them expected a student to forcibly shatter a platinum-level spirit technique with just a hammer. Holy crap! That's insane! Yu Shilwen shouted excitedly, his voice cracking. After landing, Jiang Linchuan used the feather step on snow movement technique, instantly charging into the depths of the firewall. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Principal Tianqi's lips twitched slightly. Although he had already anticipated the outcome, since no one had surrendered, he couldn't simply blow the whistle to declare the result. After all, he had to maintain fairness. He decided to let this fight play itself out. The continuous crack of breaking bones came from within the firewall, and the crowd could vaguely see two figures fiercely clashing. This firewall is so annoying, I can't see anything. A minute later, the firewall slowly dissipated. Jiang Linchuan walked out with a refreshed expression, while a figure lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Principal Tianqi blew his whistle and loudly announced, Tianwu Academy is victorious. The freshman exchange has concluded successfully. Shanglong's performance was also outstanding and worth learning from. Yes, these freshmen are amazing. Tianwu for the win. Tianwu for the win. Stop right there. Zhang Lin leaped onto the stage, checked Lu Yuza's condition, and then angrily shouted at Jiang Linchuan, how could you use such heavy-handed tactics? This is practically murder. Jiang Linchuan stopped in his tracks, turned his head slightly, and responded coolly, have you ever thought about what would have happened to me if I hadn't been able to block that fire dragon? Shattered into pieces. Zhang Lin averted his gaze, speechless. He couldn't very well say, why didn't you just surrender? At least he's still alive. Jiang Linchuan finished speaking and stepped down from the stage at a steady pace. Zhang Lin sighed, picked up the limp Lu Yuza, and left. Awesome! Shen Shintong jumped excitedly into Jiang Linchuan's arms, her eyes curving into crescents with her smile. Jiang Linchuan held her, who clung to him like a koala, and walked toward the seats. Impressive! Amazing! Yu Shilwen gave him a big thumbs up, showering him with praise. How many bones did you break? Tao Ru asked in a low voice. Probably all of them. I didn't really pay attention, I was too focused on the fight, Jiang Linchuan replied indifferently. Shin Shintong buried her face in Jiang Linchuan's neck, the corners of her mouth curling into a sweet smile. Who was she kidding about not being jealous? It was obvious she was just being stubborn. News of Tianwu once again overshadowing Shanglong spread quickly. The other 5 academies had originally wanted to arrange exchanges with Tianwu to boost their own reputations. However, upon hearing that 2 students had been severely injured and hospitalized, one of them a 3rd year who had reached the peak of the gold rank, now suffering from full-body comminuted fractures, they all tacitly gave up on the idea. Lu Yuza was taken home by his family that very day. The Lu family spent an astronomical amount of money to hire top-tier healers, who managed to reconnect his shattered bones one by one. He wouldn't be able to engage in any strenuous activities for at least half a year. Qianxinli, with tears streaming down her face, looked at her son lying on the hospital bed. Mom will make sure you get justice. Justice for what? Losing to someone stronger than you isn't humiliating enough? The Lu family patriarch, Lu Xun, rebuked sharply. The news of the Lu family's most promising talent being beaten to the ground had already spread throughout the imperial capital, and their reputation was utterly tarnished. Mom, this is my business. I'll reclaim my dignity myself. Lu Yu's eyes burned with an unyielding fire. Now that's the kind of son the Lu family can be proud of. Lu Xun nodded approvingly and then said to his wife, "Don't even think about revenge. Let this matter rest. This is not someone we can afford to provoke." Not afford to provoke? Qianxinli stopped crying. Qin Chang, Lu Xun reminded her. Which Qin Chang? Lu Xun rolled his eyes and roared, "Do you even need to ask? How many Qin Changs are there in the imperial capital? I'm talking about that Qin Chang, the pillar of the nation, the one they call the Blade Maniac." Qianxinli nodded blankly, dropping any mention of seeking justice. If that girl doesn't like you, then stop pestering her. With your qualifications, finding a wife won't be a problem. As for the cooperation between the Lu family and the Shin family, it's over. Lu Xun's tone brooked no argument. Dad. It's settled. Lu Xun turned and left the room. Lu Yu's gaze dimmed, his heart filled with unwillingness and flames of hatred. The male lead, who had recently gained immense popularity, was enjoying barbecue and draft beer with his friends at a street stall, having booked a venue for over 1,000 people. Brother, from now on, you're the top dog in the circle. If anything happens in the capital, just come to me, Yu Xiaowen said, his eyes hazy from drinking, raising his beer mug. Oh, the new emperor ascends, and the eunuchs take charge, Tao Ru teased while peeling edamame. Get lost, you're the eunuch. Yu Xiaowen grabbed a grilled kidney and shoved it in front of Ding Ji. Here, big guy, eat more kidneys, replenish your stomach. This guy is really drunk. It's the first time I've heard that eating kidneys can replenish the stomach. How novel, Tao Ru laughed, speaking to Jiang Linchuan. Sitting in the corner, sharing food and drinks with Shin Shintong, Jiang Linchuan shrugged. Let him be, as long as he doesn't cause a drunken scene. Come on, cheers. Shin Shintong raised her glass and clinked it against Jiang Linchuan's. Jiang Linchuan glanced at her and frowned. Stop drinking. I'm happy today, hee, keep me company, Shin Shintong said, her face flushed and eyes dreamy, having already drunk quite a bit. Jiang Linchuan had no choice but to raise his glass and drink with horror. Thud. Shin Shintong suddenly collapsed into his arms, completely drunk. She can't hold her liquor yet drinks so much. Jiang Linchuan held her and stood up. I'll take her back to the dormitory first. Tao Ru gave him a knowing look, his eyes darting toward the nearby hotel. Jiang Linchuan rolled his eyes. Let's go. So pure, Tao Ru shook his head. I'm pure too. Hey, youngest, let's drink. The moon hung like a silver plate, stars twinkling faintly. Jiang Linchuan carried Shin Shintong as he walked toward Tianwu. The distance wasn't far, but he walked slowly. The dim streetlights stretched their shadows, and the warm breeze brushed against his cheeks, rustling the leaves by the roadside. Walking this far, still pretending? Jiang Linchuan said softly. The supposedly drunk Shin Shintong secretly opened one eye, glanced around, and grinned. I just wanted to see where you'd take me. Jiang Linchuan glared at her. Of course, back to your dormitory. You really are stubborn, Shin Shintong puffed out her cheeks. What? Jiang Linchuan didn't understand. Other than your stubbornness, nothing else about you is hard, Shin Shintong said with a hidden meaning. What kind of talk is this? Jiang Linchuan's forehead veins bulged. Just as he was about to ask who taught her to speak like that, his vision went dark. Shin Shintong suddenly hooked her arms around his neck, pulling him close, and kissed him with her soft lips. The sweet taste of alcohol in her mouth made Jiang Linchuan's brain freeze instantly. He was kissed, and it seemed it wasn't the first time. He slowly put down Shen Shintong's long legs, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and kissed her back. Shen Shintong gently kissed his lips. Jiang Linchuan's brain short-circuited, as if he'd forgotten something important. Suddenly, Shen Shintong pushed him away and ran off, her heart racing as she called out playfully, "I take back what I said earlier." Jiang Linchuan snapped back to reality, looked down at her, and tried to suppress his anger. This little witch was still the same little witch. After calming down slightly, he chased after her. "Good night." Shen Shintong stood on the balcony, shyly waving. After Jiang Linchuan left, she happily walked into the dormitory. "How did it go? How did it go?" Tang Xiaonan ripped off her face mask eagerly. Shen Shintong glanced at her indifferently. "Can I talk about such things with you?" Tang Xiaonan rolled her eyes, scoffing. "Fine, don't tell me. I was going to teach you a few tricks anyway." "Nan, you're the best." Shen Shintong immediately changed her tone, affectionately massaging her friend's shoulders. "Put some strength into it, that's perfect, feels good." Jiang Linchuan walked into the grass hut, cupped his hands in greeting, and then shyly asked, "Master, you didn't notice anything, did you?" No, Qin Sheng shook his head. "At my age, I don't want to get a sty." "Then did you notice anything at all?" Jiang Linchuan got straight to the point. Beating Lu Yuza into serious injury wasn't just for intimidation. There was another important reason. To test the Lu family earlier, Nie Qingyan mentioned that the group of death warriors had been forcibly sent to Yunkuan Mountain by a powerful individual tearing through space. If the Lu family truly had someone that strong, they might seek revenge. Therefore, he quietly informed Qin Chang about the threatening letter. Today, he deliberately went to a food stall to eat, hoping to lure the other party out. Qin Chang had been secretly protecting him. Although the other party might not fall for the bait, there was no better plan. For now, even if Qin Chang forcefully intervened on his behalf, without evidence, it could backfire and alert the enemy. No discoveries, no one followed, and no one was spying, Qin Chang said, noticing his tense expression and reassuring him, "Relax. If even I can't detect them, then even if they kill you right in front of me, I wouldn't be able to stop them. Frost has also sent people to monitor the situation. Everything is normal." "Understood, Master." "Thank you," Jiang Linchuan said gratefully. Perhaps it wasn't the Lu family after all, which meant his earlier speculation might be correct. He smiled bitterly to himself. He didn't dare share his guess with Qin Chang because if it truly was that person, not even Qin Chang could save him. In that case, no one could. He would have to grow stronger quickly to protect himself. "What are you still thinking about? Instead of overthinking, why not focus on getting stronger and use your blade to chop off that bastard's head?" "I'm not overthinking. I was considering entering the 100 Battles Tower." The next morning, Jiang Linchuan adjusted himself to peak condition, greeted his 3 friends and the little witch, and headed straight to the library. The entrance to the 100 Battles Tower was located on the second basement level of the library. His access had already been granted, and he could enter simply by swiping his student card. After asking the librarian, he found the hidden passage behind the bookshelves leading to the second basement level. Under the envious gazes of others, Jiang Linchuan swiped his card and entered the open door. Others could also enter the 100 Battles Tower, but they needed a teacher to arrange a time to ensure orderly access and prevent excessive energy consumption that might cause the tower to shut down. Jiang Linchuan descended the metal staircase, peeking into the first basement level as he passed. The first level contained only a few rows of 6-tiered bookshelves filled with ancient books. The yellowed pages exuded a sense of history. Without lingering, he proceeded directly to the second basement level and swiped his card to enter. Soft lighting spilled from the ceiling, illuminating a space twice as large as the first basement level. The surroundings were encased in deep blue glass walls. One of the glass panels held an electronic screen displaying the leaderboard of clearance records. Jiang Linchuan found the names of the little witch, Nie Qingyan, Ling Shuang, and Yan Hui. The first place was held by his master, Qin Chang, who had cleared the 7th level in 8 hours. The leaderboard also included names unfamiliar to him but sounded vaguely familiar. The little witch maintained the record for the 3rd level, clearing it in 1 hour. Next were Yan Hui, Nie Qingyan, and Ling Shuang. Yan Hui held the record for the 4th level, completing it in 5 hours. Unsure of how far he could go, Jiang Linchuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped onto the central hexagram pattern. The hexagram lit up with a blue glow, and his figure vanished. Moments later, he appeared in a massive cavern, with a glowing blue portal behind him. In front of him stood a towering black cylindrical structure with a metallic sheen, mysterious and solemn. The cave was illuminated by softly glowing, multicolored fluorite, brightening the surroundings. He surveyed the area and walked straight to the base of the tower. The black tower silently opened to the sides, revealing a 2-meter-high entrance. Intrigued, Jiang Linchuan stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the watch-shaped terminal stored in his system space emitted a soft white glow. Simultaneously, a large screen in a room at the base of the tower lit up, displaying a golden-haired, blue-eyed woman with a perfect figure and angelic features. Her golden hair curled naturally. The golden-haired woman stretched lazily and yawned. Someone has awakened me, so, the successor has appeared. Merging terminal data. A flood of information poured into her mind. Reading data. Only a few thousand years of slumber, and Blue Star has already entered the pre-nuclear era, skipping the post-nuclear era and prematurely activating superpower genes. Truly a place under the gods' watch. The blonde woman sighed. The inheritor is too weak. How can they ascend the throne like this? They don't even have a divine body. What has that guy Apocalypse been doing all these years? Let me see. /unburned farming. Spreading civilization, advancing the era, not bad. Mulberry picking, fishing, tea planting, cosplay at anime conventions? The blonde woman's chest heaved with anger, her angelic face twisting uncontrollably. I'm tired, let it all be destroyed. Self-destruction program initiated. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. What a joke. She hurriedly cancelled the self-destruction program. The inheritor must grow stronger quickly. The era of slaughter is about to arrive. Search for the nearest star harboring rebel forces. Proxima Centauri, the closest star to the solar system, located in the Centaurus constellation, 4.2 light-years from Blue Star. The rebels belong to the Ghost Wolf clan under the Tusman Empire of the Andromeda Galaxy. So close? Have they been watching Blue Star all alone? The Ghost Wolf clan, such feeble creatures, let the inheritor use them for practice. Open the portal and establish a wormhole tunnel. Portal opened. Wormhole tunnel under construction, insufficient energy. Clear everyone else out. Personnel cleared. Wormhole tunnel construction complete. Stable status. Ready for transport at any time. The blonde woman gazed at the tall figure and softly said, "The rise of a king, forging a new order amidst chaos." What was going on? Jiang Linchuan was utterly confused. He had been wandering around here for half a day, circling the first floor of the 100 Battles Tower twice, without even spotting a single beast hair. The path to the second floor was also sealed off, requiring him to clear the first floor first. But the first floor was completely empty. Was he supposed to fight air? Maybe someone had just cleared it earlier, and the mobs hadn't respawned yet. He decided to wait. Just then, a glowing door suddenly appeared in the middle of the first floor. Finally, some action. Jiang Linchuan drew his tang blade and cautiously approached the door. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement from within. No one told me what this place is exactly. They only said there are lots of fierce beasts, along with mini-bosses and big bosses. Should I give it a try? Jiang Linchuan thought for a moment, tightened his grip on the tang blade, and stepped through the door. Outside the 100 Battles Tower, 7 or 8 students stood dumbfounded, their faces full of confusion. Did you guys get kicked out too? Yeah, the tower suddenly shut down. Damn it. I was about to clear the second floor. Getting kicked out now is too much. Contact the dean and report the situation. Children, if there's a problem, come to me. The Dean of Apocalypse suddenly appeared behind them. He was dressed in a black Taoist robe, his hair tied into a bun secured with a wooden hairpin, holding a divination tube in his hand. He looked just like a fortune-telling Taoist priest from a temple. Dean Apocalypse, the 100 Battles Tower suddenly closed. The gears of fate have begun to turn. This is just the beginning. The dean pinched his fingers together, starting to divine. What? The students were baffled, not understanding the dean's cryptic words. The dean shook the divination tube and smiled. It's nothing. Perhaps the 100 Battles Tower ran out of energy. Come, children, each of you draw a lot, and I'll tell your fortune. The students, knowing the dean enjoyed this, cooperated and drew lots. Here, yours is a bad lot. Your luck isn't great recently, be careful not to fail your exams. Study harder when you get back. This one is even worse, a very bad lot. I foresee constant trouble for you lately, with misfortune in both love and money. Don't get scammed. This one's good, a lucky lot. You'll break through your current level within a week. Keep up the hard work. Some were happy, some were worried. Although the dean was unreliable, he was occasionally quite accurate. Dorm 301. Dingji sat in front of a mountain of food, devouring it ravenously. Yu Xiuwen laughed and said, if this guy keeps eating like this, even 3,000 yaks wouldn't be enough for him. Tao Ru smiled, I've checked him out. His body is much stronger than before. A big appetite is just to replenish more energy, it's actually a good thing. He's practically the second Xiaochuan. Speaking of which, can getting stabbed once really make someone this strong? I kind of want to try it too. Yu Xiuwen patted his stomach. I can help you, free of charge, Tao Ru said, pulling out a spear and pointing it at him. Forget it. If you break me, who am I supposed to cry to? Yu Xiuwen pouted. At that moment, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and rolled his eyes. Why is the old man calling me instead of spending time with his wife? Still, he answered the call. After all, it was his dad, who controlled the family's finances. After hanging up, Tao Ru noticed his heavy expression and quickly asked what was wrong. The Lu family has stopped cooperating with the Shin family and is pulling out all their investments. The Shin family is in serious trouble now. The old man said they're planning to carve up the Shin family's assets to make more money in the future and told me not to feel bad about spending. Yu Xiuwen smiled bitterly. Tao Ru rubbed his temples. The dean sent word that Xiaochuan is temporarily locked up in the 100 Battles Tower, and we don't know when he'll be released. Without him, no one can comfort the Shin family's priestess. Damn it! The Lu family can't beat Xiaochuan openly, so now they're resorting to dirty tricks, trying to force the Shin family to send their daughter away. Yu Xiuwen was furious. Xiaochuan is our brother. We have to help him. Tao Ru picked up his phone. How do we help? Yu Xiuwen leaned over. Someone's already planning to step in and help the Shin family, Tao Ru said, waving his phone. It's the Nye family. The Nye family, known for their loyalty and valor? Yu Xiuwen's expression turned serious. One of Xiaochuan's senior brothers is from the Nye family. I met him last time. They help in emergencies, not in poverty. This is such a great opportunity, I have to get involved too. Tao Ru excitedly began issuing orders. Teach me, count me in. Yu Xiuwen squeezed closer. I'm the young master now, the future head of the family, so I have the authority to handle family affairs. Tao Ru started to speak but swallowed his words halfway. What? You look down on me? I'm also the future successor, Yu Xiuwen said proudly, patting his chest. Aren't you worried? Our dad might have a second or third child? The younger ones might be more favored, Tao Ru teased with a laugh. Though joking, there was some truth to it. Back then, old Yu had a hard time even having kids. When my mom was critically ill, he promised her he'd only have one son in this lifetime and went straight for a vasectomy, Yu Xiuwen said quietly. Even though old Yu had women outside, he never forgot he had a son and took extra care of him. Because of this, Yu Xiuwen had never fallen out with his father. Tao Ru patted his shoulder. Our dad's a real man. Let's work together to push the Shin family to the top. The girls we like, we can't let anyone else take them away. Count me in. Ding Ji looked up, his face greasy. The Shin family. Shen Lingfei paced anxiously in the living room, his beard unkempt and his cigarette burning down to his fingertips. Despite quitting smoking years ago, he found himself lighting up again now. At this moment, he had no solution other than to worry. Ran Linghua sat nearby, her eyes red and swollen. After years of hard work, they had finally built a decent home, but all their efforts were about to go up in smoke, leaving them with a mountain of debt. Old Shin, don't you have any friends willing to help? Friends? When there's no trouble, they're friends. When something happens, they become the last straw that breaks your back. Right now, they're all thinking about carving up our assets. Who would help us? This is the business world. Without benefits, who would lend a hand? We're outsiders, it's so hard to establish ourselves here. These locals don't welcome outsiders at all. Shen Lingfei stubbed out his cigarette and lit another. Even if we go bankrupt, we can't sacrifice Tongtong's happiness, Ran Linghua said firmly. Shen Lingfei hugged his wife and said softly, I know. We've owed our daughter too much. All these years, she's never truly been happy. Maybe we took the wrong path from the very beginning. Old Shen, why don't We go back to Dongyue Guard City? We can slowly work to pay off our debts. I've always missed that place. The people there are simple and honest, and there's no need for scheming against each other. After hearing his wife's words, Shen Lingfei paused. For a moment. All right, but you and our daughter will have to endure some hardships. Don't say that. We belong there anyway. It's just that we were unwilling to settle for an ordinary life. But after all these years, we're tired. Let's go back. Just. As Shen Lingfei was about to speak, the phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and froze slightly before quickly answering. Hello, Mr. Nye? Hello, Mr. Shen. I'm glad you didn't make the wrong decision. The Nye family values your integrity and is willing to collaborate deeply with you to overcome this crisis together. Thank you, Mr. Nye, thank you. Shen Lingfei trembled as he hung up the phone, feeling as if a pie had fallen from the sky, leaving him dizzy. The Nye family is actually willing to help? Ran Linghua was surprised. I didn't expect it either, but the Nye family's reputation is top-notch. They definitely wouldn't deceive us. It seems there's hope now. The worry on Shen Lingfei's face dissipated. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang again. The couple exchanged a puzzled glance. Answer it, Ran Linghua nudged her husband. Shen Lingfei picked up the phone, his tone regaining confidence. Mr. Yu. A loud voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Shen, why didn't you come to me when the company ran into trouble? I've already sent someone to your house to sign the contract. We'll start with a 2 billion order and discuss the rest later. The funds have already been transferred to your company's account. Come over. For tea another day. I'm busy now, so I won't hold you up. Bye. Beep, beep, beep. The busy signal sounded. The couple thought they had misheard. But shortly after, the finance department called to confirm that the 2 billion funds had indeed been credited. Without even formally signing the contract, the other party had transferred the money, leaving Shen Lingfei feeling unreal. Wife, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Ran Linghua laughed and patted him. It's not a dream, it's a stroke of luck. It seems. Your good reputation from before is paying off. But that wasn't the end. Shen Lingfei received another call from an unfamiliar number, and the news left the couple completely stunned. It was a collaboration with the Tao family from Beijing, a project worth over 10 billion. The key point wasn't the money but the establishment of a relationship between the Shen family and the Tao family. Many major capital players had been vying for this collaboration, and now it had fallen into the Shen family's lap. The Tao family of Beijing had a long history and immense wealth, making them a giant in the business world. Shen Lingfei realized that the Shen family had truly stepped into the realm of the elite. Though thrilled, he also felt a bit uneasy. Who had stepped in to help? Soon after, Shen Lingfei received another call from the province of Wuzhezhang. Although the project value was the smallest, Shen Lingfei had always wanted to collaborate but had repeatedly hit a wall. The other party was from a minority ethnic group, known for their strong unity, and controlled the country's largest specialty livestock farming industry. Now, as the livestock industry transitioned to digital and intelligent operations, such a vast market was irresistible. Previously, he had faced obstacles, but now they were proactively seeking collaboration, leaving Shen Lingfei increasingly perplexed. Ran Linghua thought for a moment and said, I think you should call Tong Tong and ask her about the situation. See if it's that person who helped. Yes, no matter who it is, we need to know who helped us. This is a huge favor. Shen Lingfei took out his phone and dialed a video call to his daughter. What do you want? Shen Xintong's face showed displeasure. Seeing her father surrounded by smoke, she crossed her arms and said angrily, Old Shen, you actually dared to smoke? You've got some nerve. No, something happened at home. Shen Lingfei quickly extinguished the cigarette and hid the evidence. Ran Linghua explained the situation to their daughter. It was Lin Chuan brother who helped, Shen Xintong said with certainty. What? Xiaochuan? The couple was stunned. Lin Chuan brother has a senior named Nya, called Nye Qingyan. Besides that, he has 3 roommates, one surnamed Tao, one surnamed Yu, and one surnamed Ding. Ding Ji is from Wuzhezhang province, and his family raises 3,000 yaks. Shen Xintong swallowed hard. Alright, stop bothering me. I'll continue being your boss and socialite. Go ahead and be as lovey-dovey as you want. Shen Xintong directly hung up the video call. She was currently worried about Jiang Linchuan's safety. The couple stared at each other for a long time before coming to their senses. It really is Xiaochuan, Shen Lingfei exclaimed. Ran Linghua was overjoyed and poked her husband's chest with her finger, saying, I told you my judgment of men was spot on. Since he was little, I knew Xiaochuan would grow up to be extraordinary. Can't you see what our daughter is thinking? Last time I tried to match them for an engagement, you weren't happy about it. Look at this, a huge windfall has dropped from the sky, directly shocking the future father-in-law. Which other kid would go to such lengths for Tonton? And what about Lu Yuza, the one you favored? We even helped his family, and what happened? He turned his back on us and almost dragged our family into big trouble. Alright, I was wrong. I wasn't unhappy, I just couldn't bear to part with the daughter we've raised for so many years. Shen Lingfei quickly pleaded for mercy, otherwise, his wife could talk him to death once she started. My father couldn't bear to let me marry you, a poor bookworm, back then either. But in the end, he agreed. Didn't he? While being well-matched in social status is important, the feelings between two people matter even more. If two people decide to be together, they'll take responsibility for each other and for their future lives. Material things in life will always come, but if you miss out on love, you've truly missed out. Old Shen, don't give up on this life just because you're young. Don't judge people by their wealth, and don't act superior because of someone's respect for their elders. After saying this, Ran Linghua walked into the dressing room. She wasn't looking well today and needed to take care of herself. Purple Frost Dew could maintain her youthful appearance, but it couldn't counteract the fatigue brought on by emotional stress. Shen Lingfei was awakened by his wife's words. After years of struggling in the business world, he had almost lost sight of his original intentions. He pulled himself together and began handling the follow-up matters. Zhang Linchuan felt like he was flying, really flying. No, he was falling from the sky. He took out a disc and pressed it against his chest, and alloy armor instantly covered his entire body. He clumsily operated the flight function, trying hard to stabilize himself. The air density and gravity felt off, not like Earth. Could the 100 Battles Tower be an entrance to another world? He looked down and saw that the terrain was reddish in color, and the temperature his skin had felt earlier was very low. Zhang Linchuan froze as a line of text appeared on the visor of his battle armor. Proxima Centauri, the third star of the Alpha Centauri system, 4.22 light-years from Earth. Damn, I've gone abroad. No, I've left Earth? I've never been abroad in my life, and now I've directly landed on an alien planet? In such a short time, I've crossed 4.22 light-years? System, this is your doing, isn't it? For you, this is just a trial. If you don't fight for your life, you'll die. Why does the system feel weird? Isn't it usually the most afraid of me dying? Now it's telling me to fight for my life. Zhang Linchuan felt uneasy. But since he was here, he might as well take a look. He might be the first Earthling to set foot on Proxima Centauri. If he'd known, he would have brought a red flag to plant here. The scientists would be stunned. Mission issued, eliminate all Wolfshade clan members on Proxima Centauri. No time limit. You may return to Earth midway. I wonder if the Wolfshade clan is edible and if they taste good. Zhang Linchuan licked his lips. Edible, but not tasty. Can you hurry up and get started? The system was definitely acting strange. Zhang Linchuan sensed it had more emotions than before, even a bit of irritability, as if it wanted to come out and punch him. But he didn't pay much attention. After all, systems couldn't be explained with words. Got it. Zhang Linchuan smirked. Although the system wasn't a real entity, it could talk to him, so he wouldn't feel too lonely. He wasn't afraid of solitude. But this was an alien planet. If he died, no one would collect his body. By now, Zhang Linchuan was almost close to the ground. Fortunately, he could still see the sun. The alloy armor could replenish energy and help him conserve spiritual power. Below him was a deep, massive canyon, which didn't look like it was formed by tectonic activity but rather by some kind of energy weapon. He landed on the edge of the canyon and touched the surface. The ground was smooth and crystalline, formed instantly by high temperatures. This weapon is too terrifying. With Earth's current technology, it's simply impossible to create. If Earth were truly invaded, it would be a devastating blow, even more frightening than beasts. Is the system asking me to eliminate the threat in advance? Suddenly bearing the responsibility of saving the world is really unsettling. I forgot to remind you, as soon as you arrived at Proxima Centauri, the Shadow Wolf tribe detected you. A small squad is now rushing over from the west. Only 10 kilometers away. Quickly draw your blade and prepare for battle, young man. Zhang Linchuan turned and ran, leaving the system speechless. The small squad sent by the Shadow Wolf tribe only has a combat power of 3 to 4,000. Why are you running? How strong is a combat power of 3 to 4,000? Zhang Linchuan asked while running. He had no idea what this number represented. Was he supposed to charge in recklessly? If the enemy had devastating weapons, wouldn't he just be throwing his life away? Understanding the enemy is key to victory. According to Blue Star's ranking system, 1000 to 2000 is bronze, 2000 to 3000 is silver, 3000 to 4000 is gold, 4000 to 5000 is platinum, and 5000 to 10,000 is diamond. 10,000,50,000 is starshine, 50,000 to 100,000 is moonshade, and 100,000 to 150,000 is solar corona. What about those above 150,000? Zhang Linchuan asked curiously. Blue Star's highest level is solar corona. Come on, give me more details. He persisted. Above 150,000. There's no specific rank, it's the primordial divine body. Divine body? Are there really gods? These are genetically engineered super soldiers created through technology, not actual gods. Zhang Linchuan thought of the shadow in the mysterious space that might be a true god. But for now, it was far beyond his reach. Since the system had warned him, he couldn't keep running. He put away his tang blade and lay flat on the ground, pretending to be dead, hoping the enemy wouldn't start shooting. Immediately assuming they even had guns. Before long, a group of small flying vehicles resembling motorcycles approached from the distance, piloted by a pack of wolf-like creatures with a bluish hue. They were tall, over 2 meters in height, with large paws that allowed them to stand upright. They wore armor matching their fur color, though their heads were uncovered. Spotting their target, they didn't rush in immediately but hovered at low altitude to observe. Zhang Linchuan thought to himself, wolves are indeed cunning and cautious creatures. There were 12 shadow wolves in total, the strongest among them with a combat power nearing 4,000, at the pinnacle of gold level. Shadow wolves, troops of the Tusman Empire from the Andromeda Galaxy. Cruel and bloodthirsty, they are ordinary creatures without genetic enhancements. Their weaknesses are the heart and head. Their defense isn't strong. The first-generation alloy armor they wear offers limited protection and has no special features. The system's introduction gave Zhang Linchuan a clear understanding, and he quietly waited for the Shadow Wolves to make their move. 10 minutes passed, and the Shadow Wolves finally landed their flying vehicles, pulling laser rifles from their backs. Damn it, system, they actually have guns. Zhang Linchuan shouted internally. Ordinary laser rifles with very low penetration power, incapable of piercing even first-generation alloy armor. You're wearing second-generation alloy armor. Trust me, I won't let you die in vain. Finally, the system offered this reassuring statement, and Zhang Linchuan secretly felt amused. The system had emotions, it was quite interesting, no longer cold and mechanical. The shadow wolves surrounded him, pointing 12 laser rifles at various parts of his body. One of them kicked Zhang Linchuan's leg, and when there was no reaction, it kicked twice more and shouted, "Boss, he's dead." As soon as the words left its mouth, it was kicked away by the largest shadow wolf. Its head blasted apart mid-air by a loss stripped the battle armor off him. Second-generation alloy armor can fetch a good price on the black market. Wonder which unlucky guy from some star system got abandoned here. Too bad there's no spaceship, otherwise, that would be premium goods. Boss, the guy's gone. Boss, he's right behind you. 2 shadow wolves shouted from front and back. The boss was still looking up at the sky, not yet reacting, when his heart was pierced. A burst of laser beams swept across the shadow wolves' corpses. Zhang Linchuan reached out to test the gun's power. The second-generation alloy armor remained unscathed. The remaining 9 shadow wolves turned and ran toward their aircraft. This wasn't something they could handle. Zhang Linchuan didn't let them escape. His figure flickered, blades glinting, easily dispatching the remaining shadow wolves. He lightly kicked a corpse and smirked. Why isn't it edible? What a pity. Even if it were edible, he wouldn't dare eat it. Who knows what these shadow wolves usually consume? If they eat human flesh, he'd definitely throw up. Zhang Linchuan quickly cleaned up the battlefield, storing 12 laser rifles in his storage ring and tossing the corpses into the Great Rift Valley. He covered the blue blood on the ground with powdered rock. After checking, he found no spirit pearls inside the shadow wolves. How does the system calculate combat power? He killed them so quickly that he didn't feel anything particularly formidable. The remaining small aircraft were left untouched. The shadow wolves hadn't sent back any messages yet, so they would likely return to investigate. Zhang Linchuan decided to lie in wait. Nearby was a patch of forest, perfect for hiding. The environment of Proxima Star was extremely harsh. The plants here had made great efforts to survive. Zhang Linchuan hid in the forest and personally witnessed a strong optical flare erupt. He marveled at the miracle of life existing here. Optical flares are usually accompanied by radio and X-ray radiation, both of which are lethal to life. The most terrifying aspect is the intense light produced by the optical flare. If Blue Star were nearby, a single strong optical flare could turn the entire planet's surface into a hellish inferno, with the immense energy burning everything to ashes. If not for the protection of his alloy armor, he would have been reduced to dust long ago. However, the plants around him seemed unaffected. Observing this brutal survival environment, Zhang Linchuan cherished Blue Star's livable conditions even more, resolving to protect his home. After all, his family and friends were there, and finding another planet as suitable for human life as Blue Star was nearly impossible. Since an optical flare had just erupted, the Shadow Wolves were unlikely to investigate immediately. Zhang Linchuan emerged from the forest, storing all the aircraft in his system space, leaving only one for transportation. With the system's help, he easily mastered the operation of the old aircraft, at least, that's the system's assessment. Excited to have a new toy, Zhang Linchuan piloted the aircraft, flying freely through the sky without worrying about being discovered. After aimlessly flying for a while, he gradually lost interest. Proxima Star had greater mass than Blue Star, and within visible range, there were no mountains, only valleys and depressions. Apart from the Shadow Wolves, he hadn't found any other creatures for now. 100 kilometers ahead to the right, there's a small Shadow Wolf base. Destroy it. Received the command. Zhang Linchuan immediately piloted the aircraft toward the target. The system had assured him it wouldn't let him die, which meant there were no weapons or opponents in the small base capable of killing him. Red dust in barren land. This was Zhang Linchuan's first impression of Proxima Star, a red dwarf star. From what he knew, the Proxima system also had a terrestrial planet, Proxima b, located in the habitable zone, with an environment likely far better than here. He couldn't understand why the Shadow Wolves chose to station themselves here. Zhang Linchuan flew the aircraft at low altitude, hiding in the depressions. The aircraft's positioning system had been altered by the system, with its virtual location still showing as being near the Great Rift Valley. When he was 8 kilometers from the target, he stored the aircraft and approached on foot. The spiritual energy here was far less abundant than on Blue Star. In fact, it was extremely scarce. Even the heart of Hylon he used to absorb energy had become inefficient, completely unsuitable for prolonged combat, leaving him no choice but to act swiftly and decisively. Zhang Linchuan's speed was astonishingly fast, as the second-generation all-weather alloy battle armor significantly enhanced his speed, endurance, and strength. His movements while running and jumping were almost silent, making it the perfect equipment for an assassin. Although Blue Star had already developed exoskeleton armor, it was not yet mass-produced and its performance was mediocre. If the second-generation alloy battle armor he wore could be mass-produced, ordinary people wearing it could become as powerful as Iron Man, easily defeating those weak ferocious beasts. At this moment, Zhang Linchuan was already approaching the stronghold, clearly seeing the dark barrels above, pulse magnetic cannons and 2 Vulcan cannons. System, are you deliberately trying to mess with me? This weapon configuration is straight out of Gundam. Don't worry, without a power source, they're just for show. With your speed, you don't need to fear these little things. Little things? Zhang Linchuan muttered to himself, hiding behind a rock to begin reconnaissance. There were about 50 Shadow Wolves in the stronghold, with the strongest combat power being 4255, at Platinum 2-star level. In 4 directions, there were 2 Shadow Wolves patrolling each, and 3 sentry posts formed a triangular formation to support each other. Shadow Wolves had strong night vision, so he couldn't wait until dark. Although he also had night vision, the light emitted by weapons at night could expose his position and potentially attract more Shadow Wolves. Zhang Linchuan lay motionless behind the rock, preparing to observe the patrol patterns. The Shadow Wolves in the stronghold were still unaware of the danger quietly approaching, gambling in groups of 3 or 5 and drinking low-quality alcoholic beverages. Their food consisted of cheap synthetic nutritional meals, which tasted bad but provided enough energy to meet their physical needs. When can we be reassigned? This lousy nutritional meal is making me sick. 1. Shadow Wolf angrily threw his meal box to the ground and stomped on it. Wolfly, cherish it. There's still 60 days until the next supply, a companion advised. Why does the Empire assign people to guard this place? They even go to the trouble of interstellar transport for supplies? Wolfly asked. This is a secret only known to the Empire's nobles. Don't ask me, the companion replied. When I get back, I'm going to have a feast and sleep with 2 wolf ladies. Too bad you've already lost everything. I won't lend you another star coin. As the sky gradually darkened, the sky of the neighboring star looked like burning flames being swallowed by darkness. A shadow wolf patrol soldier holding a laser rifle turned mechanically along the predetermined route. Suddenly, a black shadow leapt out from the red bushes nearby. SSS. A sharp blade pierced directly into its heart. The shadow wolf froze, looking down at the gleaming blade embedded in its chest. Instinctively, it tried to pull the trigger of the laser rifle, only to find its right paw had been severed at the base, with bluish blood continuously flowing out. Shoo! Zhang Linchuan swiftly took its laser rifle, covering its mouth to prevent any sound. The light in the shadow wolf's eyes gradually dimmed, and its head drooped lifelessly. Zhang Linchuan dragged its corpse into the red bushes and instantly appeared behind another shadow wolf, dispatching it in the same manner. In this way, all 8 shadow wolf patrol guards were eliminated within 2 minutes. The shadow wolves at the 3 sentry posts were still staring blankly at the sky, seemingly reminiscing about their homeland. Zhang Linchuan calculated the distance and frowned. The range of his spiritual skill flowing light was only 40 meters, while he was 80 meters away from the nearest sentry post. Reluctantly, he spent 2,000 enhancement points to upgrade flowing light by 2 levels, just enough to reach 80 meters. Killing these shadow wolves neither yielded good food nor spiritual beads, and the mission didn't earn him any enhancement points. He was at a loss. Feeling frustrated, Zhang Linchuan spent another 2 minutes eliminating the shadow wolves at the 3 sentry posts. Plop! A drop of fresh blood dripped from the gap in the sentry post, landing squarely on a shadow wolf's forehead. Wolfly raised his paw to touch his forehead, stared at the bloodstain for a second, then immediately raised his laser rifle and fired at the sentry post, shouting loudly, "Enemy attack!" Several laser beams instantly riddled the sentry post with holes. At this moment, Zhang Linchuan was hiding in a corner of the stronghold. When he saw the ghost wolf's attention drawn by the sentry, he dashed out like a cheetah. Chaotic Sky Wolf. Countless blade flashes spread out like a fan, covering most of the ghost wolves ahead. This technique was simply a divine skill for dealing with dense targets. In an instant, over 30 ghost wolves were torn to pieces by the blade flashes, and even the hard rocky ground bore half-meter deep gashes. A superhuman. It's a superhuman, one of the ghost wolves cried out in alarm. The strongest of the ghost wolves extended its sharp claws, dropped to all fours, and lunged at Zhang Linchuan. Zhang Linchuan sheathed his tang blade, preparing to test the ghost wolf's attack methods to avoid being caught off guard when facing stronger enemies in the future. In the blink of an eye, the ghost wolf captain leaped in front of him, crossing its claws and lunging fiercely, aiming to tear his chest apart. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew. The wolf's claws scratched against the second-generation alloy battle armor, leaving several clear claw marks. Zhang Linchuan was forced back 3 steps by the impact. Strong, fast. With his current physique and strength, to be pushed back like this, the ghost wolf's prowess was indeed formidable. Lowering his head, he glanced at the claw marks on his armor. The armor glowed faintly and instantly repaired itself, consuming only a small amount of spiritual energy. Zhang Linchuan now had a rough understanding of the ghost wolf's abilities: weak defense, no special techniques, and suitable for ambushes. If awakened individuals on Blue Star were to face them head-on, the threat would be significant if they got too close. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He turned sharply around, his instincts screaming danger. The barrel of a pulse magnetron cannon, charged with blue energy, was aimed directly at him. "System, you useless piece of junk. Didn't you say it was just for show?" Zhang Linchuan cursed inwardly. "If I didn't, how would you have come? Now focus on dealing with the immediate problem. Good luck. Tricked again." Zhang Linchuan had no direct understanding of the pulse magnetron cannon's power, but he never underestimated the unknown. Respecting it was the only way to go further. He didn't turn and run. He had no idea of the cannon's attack range, and outrunning the speed of light was impossible. The pulse magnetron cannon reached its peak charge, and a beam of thick blue energy shot from its black barrel. Zhang Linchuan instinctively swung his blade. 3,000 waves. The roar of thunderous tides echoed as the blade's radiance transformed into a massive wave, surging forward. The ghost wolves, trembling with fear and despair in their eyes, knew they could not resist the power of a superhuman. The blue energy beam was torn apart by the tidal wave, and the ghost wolf's stronghold was flattened in its wake. Zhang Linchuan, exhausted, looked at the scene before him. The entire stronghold had vanished without a trace, and even the rocky ground had been scraped over a meter deep. This was the power of the Azura combat technique. System, send me back. Suddenly, a wriggling teleportation passage appeared beside him. Zhang Linchuan picked up his tang blade and walked into it. He no longer had the strength to continue fighting. If the ghost wolves sent reinforcements, he wouldn't even be able to escape. King's technique. It's the king's technique. The combat technique created by the king. A blonde woman shouted excitedly, "The king is alive." The next moment, sorrow clouded her eyes. She whispered, "No, the king has fallen. This is only a legacy, the king's legacy." Her hair fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, her eyes burning with hatred. Her lips moved silently, as though reciting an ancient curse. Traitors shall be consumed by the flames of vengeance, pierced by bloodthirsty blades, and cast into the abyss. They need not face judgment, for the king's blade is the verdict. Phew! Finally back. Zhang Linchuan looked at the empty first floor of the 100 Battles Tower and slumped to the ground. What a pity for that pulse magnetron cannon and those 2 Balkan cannons. Regulating his breathing, he shouted into the air, "Tower Spirit. Are you there? Any rewards?" "None." A voice, cold as colliding ice, echoed. Oh, Zhang Linchuan patted the dust off himself and prepared to leave, surprised to discover that the Tower Spirit was female. As he stepped out of the 100 Battles Tower, a shadow suddenly appeared, startling him enough to almost draw his blade. Dean of Apocalypse? The Dean of Apocalypse turned around with a smile, saying, "You're back. Come, have a cup of tea with me." On the ground were 2 straw mats and a square table. A small brazier on the table burned with red embers, and a small iron kettle hung above it, steam curling upward. Beside it was a set of bamboo tea utensils, intricately carved with delicate patterns. "Sit down." "Thank you, Dean." The Dean of Tianqi adjusted his sleeves and began rinsing the tea utensils with hot water, followed by adding tea leaves, pouring water, washing the tea, steeping it, and finally dividing it into cups, a series of smooth and natural movements, pleasing to the eye. The fragrance of tea rose gently, fresh and invigorating. Jiang. Linchuan stared at the cup, watching a few emerald green tea leaves float and sink in the water. Good tea. Although he didn't understand tea, he could tell this was no ordinary brew. "Please, have some," the Dean of Tianqi invited politely. "Thank you." Zhang Linchuan, somewhat flattered, picked up the bamboo cup and took a light sniff. The tea's aroma was rich. He took a small sip, and the lingering fragrance filled his mouth. He praised, "Good tea. Indeed, it's quite special. These are tea leaves from 2,000 years ago, and there's not much left in stock." The Dean of Tianqi also took a few sips. Zhang Linchuan's expression changed slightly. He silently spat the tea leaves back into the cup and set it down. 2,000-year-old tea leaves? Are they even drinkable? To break the silence, he took the initiative to ask, "Dean, what do you need from me?" The Dean of Tianqi set down his teacup, took out a divination stick cylinder, shook it, and handed it to him. "Draw one?" "No need, I don't really believe in these things," Zhang Linchuan declined. "Not believing is fine too," the Dean of Tianqi smiled and put away the cylinder. "Actually, from the moment of birth, a person's fate is already written. Dean, are you trying to discuss philosophy with me? I'm not very good at it." Zhang Linchuan was a bit bewildered. Why had the conversation suddenly turned so deep? No, just stating what I see as fact." The Dean of Tianqi waved his hand and, holding his teacup, said, "I can see everyone's fate, but I can't help them. I can only watch coldly from the sidelines. It's exhausting. Just like I knew you would spit out the tea leaves, yet I still brewed the tea and said those words." Zhang Linchuan blushed and awkwardly asked, "Are you a prophet?" "To be precise, I am Tianqi, a revelation from the heavens, which is the origin of my name," the Dean of Tianqi explained with a smile. At that moment, Zhang Linchuan felt as though he had been stripped bare, with no secrets left. After a moment of silence, he asked softly, "So you've seen my past and future?" Naturally, the Dean of Tianqi nodded. "You are the only one not bound by fate. Your existence will influence many people, including me. Am I really that remarkable?" Zhang Linchuan muttered inwardly. Remarkable isn't the right word," the Dean chuckled. "Then what's the point of telling me all this?" Zhang Linchuan was puzzled. "I hope you will follow your heart and not be blinded by a desire for revenge," the Dean of Tianqi said solemnly. "What do you mean?" Zhang Linchuan was completely confused. Follow his heart? A desire for revenge? This sounded like something a mystic would say to deceive people. "You'll understand in the future." "I can't say too much. You should understand the butterfly effect." The Dean of Tianqi began tidying up the tea utensils. Zhang Linchuan just wanted to punch someone. Half-spoken words were worse than saying nothing at all. He cupped his hands in farewell and stood up to leave. Wait, hand over the items, the Dean of Tianqi called out to him. Zhang Linchuan's heart tightened, and he feigned ignorance. What items? The Dean of Tianqi raised his hands and mimicked an aiming gesture. People with foresight were truly annoying. Zhang Linchuan reluctantly pulled out a pile of laser rifles and threw them on the ground, keeping only one. And the rest? Zhang Linchuan begrudgingly took out flying devices, leaving just one behind. The Dean of Tianqi collected the items and, with a wink, said, "Go back, someone is waiting for you." Zhang Linchuan rolled his eyes and stepped into the teleportation portal, thinking he should stay far away from this dean in the future. He had actually taken his belongings. He didn't understand why the dean wanted these items, but he vaguely felt it was related to the future. After he left, the Dean of Tianqi flicked his sleeves and leisurely walked into the 100 Battles Tower. Zhang Linchuan stepped out of the library, breathing in the fresh air and looking at the lights illuminating the surroundings. He felt particularly comfortable. He still preferred the feeling of a city full of lights. He spread his arms, letting the breeze brush against his cheeks, his loose hair dancing in the wind. "Who are you trying to hug?" A cold voice came from the side. "Whoever throws themselves at me, I'll embrace them." Zhang Linchuan replied with a smile. The next second, a figure darted into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest and kissed him passionately. Just as Zhang Linchuan was about to respond, he felt a sharp pain on his lips. "Ow! Why did you bite me? Humph! Who told you to make me worry?" Shen Xintong pouted in dissatisfaction. "That wasn't my fault." Zhang Linchuan looked innocent. He had already learned from the administrator that the system had transported him to Proxima Centauri, consuming the energy of the 100 Battles Tower. "You're right, let's forget about it. I won't hold it against you." Shen Xintong acted magnanimously. Zhang Linchuan stared at her soft lips, thinking this matter wouldn't be resolved so easily. Just as he was about to retaliate, someone suddenly spoke behind them. "Ahem, you two, this is..." Shen Xintong poked her head out and blinked. "What's wrong with this place? The moonlight here illuminates dreams, please warm his heart." The librarian sang as he quickly ran away. "Ha ha!" Shen Xintong couldn't help but laugh. "See, you scared him off." Zhang Linchuan shook his head helplessly. "Do you have a problem with that?" Shen Xintong's face tightened, as if saying, "If you don't coax me, I'll make a fuss." "I do." Zhang Linchuan didn't give her a chance to react and leaned down to kiss her. After a while, Zhang Linchuan reluctantly let go of her soft lips. Shen Xintong nestled in his arms, her face flushed with a captivating blush, and shyly said, "Help me organize an event." Zhang Linchuan held her slender waist and asked, "What kind of event?" Could the little witch want to publicly announce their relationship in front of classmates and friends? Although it was a bit sudden, most people they knew were already aware. "If that's the case, then let's make it official." Shen Xintong explained the situation to him. "It's not what I thought," Zhang Linchuan said, slightly disappointed. "I'll handle it. The debt of gratitude just keeps piling up." "Yo, you're back so soon. I thought they'd lock you up for a few days." Yu Shouwen teased as Zhang Linchuan walked into the dormitory. "Yeah." Zhang Linchuan nodded without elaborating. He couldn't exactly say he'd just fought with aliens. "Tomorrow's the weekend. I'm planning to visit your families, and I'll find time to visit Ding Ji's family too." Yu Shouwen paused for a moment, realizing Xiao Chuan already knew, then waved his hand. "It's no big deal, don't be so formal. Visiting elders is a must. What does uncle you like? I'll prepare some gifts." "Tomorrow," Zhang Linchuan insisted. Everyone had helped him unconditionally so much, if he didn't show any gratitude, he'd feel ashamed. "I'll handle the gifts," Tao Ru said with a smile. "More Liu Xiangzue? Are you implying old Ju isn't diligent enough in finding women?" Yu Shouwen frowned, looking like a bitter melon. "Life is but 100 years, and we all return to the earth in the end. Although I don't agree with his actions, he has no other aspirations left. Having a reason to live is more important than anything. Besides, romantic feelings between men and women are natural. Even without Liu Xiangzue, what would change? Since reality can't be altered, at least Liu Xiangzue can nourish the body." Tao Ru said earnestly. Got it. You always talk in riddles." Yu Shouwen pouted helplessly. Listening to Tao Ru's words, Zhang Linchuan began to understand the dean's perspective. A person's fate is determined from birth. Who could he influence? Everyone around him? He looked at his 3 close friends, feeling uncertain about the future. The dean's words had indeed affected him. A butterfly gently flaps its wings, and the trajectory of fate quietly shifts. Early Saturday morning. John Lynchwan tidied up the spiritual pearl powder on his bedsheet. With the spiritual power contained in the pearls and the assistance of the heart of Hylon, his spiritual power was rapidly and steadily increasing. His cultivation speed was now several times faster than before. As long as he had enough spiritual pearls, he could keep breaking through. At least with his current physical condition, he wouldn't encounter a bottleneck before reaching the peak of the diamond level, unlike others who still had to train their bodies simultaneously. He needed to find time to gather more spirit pearls from the exotic portal. John Lynchwan washed up, changed clothes, left a note, and headed straight for the small valley behind the mountain. The dean had taken so many things from him, so he had to find something to make up for it. Standing at the entrance of the valley, he looked around to confirm that old Lou wasn't there before letting out a sigh of relief. John Lynchwan was really afraid of being entangled by old Lou. That man was practically a lunatic, though perhaps also a genius, as the line between genius and madness is often thin. He quietly approached the courtyard fenced with bamboo by the dean of Chanchi Academy. The gate opened silently, and a misty voice drifted over. "What you want is on the table. Don't make a sound, I'm fishing." Was this a mental transmission? The dean's spiritual power was truly impressive, John Lynchwan thought to himself in admiration. He tiptoed into the courtyard, but before he could take a good look at the surroundings, he saw a figure cloaked in a raincoat and wearing a bamboo hat, sitting in a small boat fishing. Rowing a boat in a pond? Pretending to be a fisherman? The dean really had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, John Lynchwan mused. Shifting his gaze, he began searching for the items the dean had mentioned. The courtyard was elegantly designed, with lush bamboo surrounding the bamboo house. Various colorful flowers bloomed vibrantly, their fragrance filling the air. A clear pond lay in the center, its surface dotted with a few lotus flowers, one of which had produced a rare twin lotus. Fish swam leisurely beneath the water. In the middle of the courtyard stood a stone table surrounded by 4 stone stools, and on the table was a stack of books. John Lynchwan walked straight over and picked up one of the books. The title on the cover shocked him, The Subtle Words of the Outer Canon. Wasn't The Subtle Words of the Outer Canon the Lost Wandi Outer Canon? Jiang Lynchwan picked up a few more books and flipped through them carefully. The Wandi Outer Canon was complete, and there was also Hua Tuo's Green Pouch Manual. He had only intended to find some small remedies in the dean's collection, but unexpectedly, the dean had prepared a grand gift for him. Although it wasn't meant for him, as he didn't understand medicine, it was a gift to be passed on to Taoru's family. He stored the books from the stone table into his storage ring, but his attention was suddenly drawn to the pattern on the table. It was an ancient star chart. However, he couldn't make much sense of it. He simply nodded slightly toward the dean's back and turned to leave the courtyard. Just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly saw the dean sharply lift his fishing rod. A golden dragon burst out of the water, its claws and teeth bared, exuding an imposing aura. Jiang Lynchwan rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. The dean had actually caught a dragon? And not just any dragon, but the legendary 5-clawed golden dragon. No, this dragon didn't seem to have a physical form, it appeared somewhat illusory. Could it be that the dean had caught a dragon vein? In the northern second ring of the imperial capital, near Shikahai, Yushuowen's father, Yuzhan, lived in a nearby courtyard house. After parking their off-road vehicle, John Lynchwan and the other 3 walked down the street, marveling at the surroundings. Youngest, this place must have been the residence of some prince or noble in the past. It's so grand, someone remarked. Yushuowen forced to smile, his gaze wandering as he searched his memory, trying to recall which house was his. You haven't forgotten what your own house looks like, have you? Taoru teased with a laugh. Jiang Lynchwan patted Yushuowen on the shoulder. Been a while since you came back? Yeah, ever since my father brought a woman back, I haven't been here, Yushuowen replied, his face full of memories and a hint of pain. He pointed hesitantly at a courtyard not far away. It should be that one. There's a locust tree in front of the door. I used to swing under that tree when I was a kid. Let's go, Taoru said, putting an arm around him as they walked toward the courtyard. The ancient wooden door had 2 brass knockers, with a combination lock attached to the left one. A combination lock? Looks like your dad's been waiting for you to come back, Taoru said, peeking through the gap in the door. Don't talk. Nonsense. That's for the convenience of those women coming and going, Yu Xiuwen snapped, his temper suddenly flaring. What's the code? Or should we knock? How would I know the code? I think I know, Taoru said with a smile, pressing a few numbers on the lock. It was Yu Xiuwen's birthday. With a creak, the door opened. See, I told you I knew. Come on. Come on, stop standing there like a door god. Taoru pushed him inside. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of loud pounding sounds came from the courtyard. The four of them entered the house, passed through the front yard and the hanging flower gate, and were greeted by an open space. A burly man with a strong build was furiously punching a sandbag. His muscles so well defined that even fitness trainers would envy him. Jiang Linchuan and the other two looked at Yu Xiuwen with incredulous eyes, as if to say, is this really your dad? One was as strong as an ox, the other as delicate as a girl. There was no way they looked like family. Yu Xiuwen was equally stunned. The father he remembered wasn't like this. That man was a greasy middle-aged guy. Tentatively, he called out, "Old man you?" Bang! Yu Zhan shattered the sandbag with a single punch. Hearing the voice, he froze, then turned around in disbelief. Son? Hey! Jiang Linchuan and the other two responded in unison, stepping forward, leaving Yu Xiuwen standing there dumbfounded. Yu Zhan looked a bit confused. Are you Taro's friends? He was tall, with a fierce appearance that could scare children. If he had tattoos, he could easily pass for a gang leader. Yes. Taro's roommates and good brothers, Taoru replied with a smile, then turned back and called, Right, Taro? Don't call me Taro. Yu Xiuwen turned his face away. Come, sit down, Yu Zhan said warmly, though his enthusiasm was a bit intimidating. Dad, Jiang Linchuan said awkwardly, handing over a bottle of Luxiang Zue. A gift for you. Luxiang Zue, huh? You young folks should keep it for yourselves. I've been off alcohol for years. Wait a moment. Yu Zhan didn't take the gift and hurried into the house. Not quite what the youngest described, Taoru mused. Jiang Linchuan nodded. We were influenced by preconceived notions. Yu Zhan was nothing like how Yu Xiuwen had described him. The two images were worlds apart. Yu Xiuwen stood there, taking in the familiar home. After all these years, it seemed unchanged. After a while, Yu Zhan came out holding 3 shiny gold bricks. One for each of you, a meeting gift. Thank you for looking after Xiuwen at school. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. This gift was a bit too straightforward. Thanks, Dad. Taoru was the first to accept it. Ding Ji was the second. Jiang Linchuan hesitated but was forced to take it. They had just walked in, done nothing, and simply called him Dad. And each of them received a 5-kilogram gold brick. Don't just stand there, sit. I'll make some tea, Yu Zhan said, running back inside to fetch tea sets and leaves. Jiang Linchuan and the other two ignored Yu Xiuwen and wandered around the courtyard. The small yard wasn't big, but it bore the marks of time. Many walls had severe peeling, and the wooden structures were beginning to decay. It was unclear why no one had repaired them. In one room, they found piles of toys. Jiang Linchuan pushed the door open and walked in, picking up a toy to examine it. There wasn't a speck of dust on it, as if it had just been bought. Some toys even showed signs of careful repair, done with impressive craftsmanship. At some point, Yu Xiuwen appeared at the door, staring blankly at the pile of toys. Jiang Linchuan noticed and tactfully stepped out. There seemed to be some misunderstanding between father and son. A man who only cared about pleasure was unlikely to be so meticulous. Tea's ready, come have some tea, Yu Zhan called, having boiled water and started brewing tea. Coming. This Baihaoingjian is excellent tea, Taoru praised. The 3 sat down to enjoy the tea. Yu Zhan glanced at his son, wanting to say something but stopping himself, finally letting out a sigh. Taoru rolled up his sleeves, extended his right hand, and smiled. Dad, I've studied medicine. Let me check your pulse? Ha, sure. Yu Zhan laughed heartily, extending his muscular arm. Taoru placed his hand on the pulse, carefully feeling it. After a while, he withdrew his hand. How is it? Any issues? Yu Zhan asked. You're in great shape, strong blood flow, healthy kidneys. No wonder you can punch through a sandbag. Even if you beat me to death, I still wouldn't believe what you said about Dad being so reckless every night. Taoru wasn't exaggerating. Nowadays, people are nourished by spiritual energy, their lifespans greatly extended. With proper care, living to 150 years old is no problem. Yu Zhan burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this, his brows relaxing. Just for saying that, I'll make an exception today and have a couple of drinks with you. I'll go cook, you guys take your time with the tea. Old Third, go give him a hand, John Linchuan signaled to Ding Ji with a glance. After the two entered the kitchen, John Linchuan and Tao Ru walked over to Yu Xiuwen one after the other. I think there's a misunderstanding between you and Dad, John Linchuan said softly. Tao Ru immediately chimed in, I just checked his pulse, his energy and vitality are abundant, and his kidney qi is strong. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't believe that Dad is that reckless every night. Don't just take my word for it. Kidney qi is the foundation of the body. Overconsumption is hard to recover from, and the body doesn't lie, Tao Ru added. Yu Xiuwen stared blankly at him. If he didn't know Tao Ru's character, he might have thought he was being deceived. You've been here for so long. Haven't you noticed there are no traces of a woman here? Not even signs of a second person living here, it's just him, John Linchuan sighed. Who knows if he's hiding a woman somewhere else, Yu Xiuwen retorted emotionally. Fine, let's assume you're right. Then let me ask you, after Mom passed away, what state were you in? And when did Dad ever bring a woman back? John Linchuan's words left Yu Xiuwen silent. He opened the dusty corners of his memory, recalling the scenes bit by bit. That year, he was 8 years old, kneeling on the hospital floor, watching as his mother was covered with a white sheet. He still remembered the helpless sighs of the doctors. He saw his father writing something on a piece of paper. Then his mother was placed on a stretcher, and he stumbled after her. At the hospital entrance, there was a car adorned with white flowers. His mother was placed on it. His father held him as they got into the car, which drove forward continuously. The details in between were blurry. He only remembered his father coming out with a black box, a photo of his mother pasted on it. He knew it was an urn. His grandparents were also in urns, he'd seen many people placed in them. His mother had told him that being placed in an urn meant someone had died, would be buried underground forever, and would never see the sunlight again. His mother was gone. He accepted this fact. He locked himself in his room for 3 days, neither eating nor drinking. When he was tired, he slept. When he woke, he stared blankly. One day, he vaguely heard a woman's voice outside the door. He thought his mother had returned and excitedly climbed out of bed. The door was so close, yet it felt so far away. He didn't know how long it took to crawl to the door. Somehow, he found the strength to stand and open it. He saw a scantily clad woman sitting on his father's lap, her skirt so short it nearly reached her thighs. He fainted. In his dreams, he saw his mother smiling at him, telling him to live well. When he woke up, he saw his father leaning over him. Without thinking, he mustered all his strength and, with a roar, punched him hard. He even heard the man happily exclaim, "Good punch!" From that day on, he rarely saw his father. That man was no longer his dad. He lived with his grandparents for a while and learned a lot. He began to stop resisting the man's goodwill, spending his money without guilt and moving into the big house the man bought. He had seen and heard about the women that man brought around, but he no longer cared. He let himself go, spent money recklessly, and used every means to tarnish the man's reputation. But no matter how much he acted out, the man never got angry with him or cut him off financially. Here, wipe your face, John Linchuan handed him a tissue. Yu Xiuwen came back to his senses and touched his face. He hadn't cried in a long time and even thought he would never shed tears again in this lifetime. Do you understand now? Tao Ru gently patted his shoulder. I may not have experienced it firsthand, but I believe everything he did was for you. Ding Ji walked out of the kitchen and approached them, speaking softly. The kitchen is frequently used, and the food in the fridge is fresh. It's all the youngest's favorite. Case solved, case solved. Tao Ru excitedly waved his hands. Go on, John Linchuan gently nudged Yu Xiuwen. Yu Xiuwen stiffly walked toward the kitchen, glancing back occasionally, receiving encouraging looks from the three. Finally, as if possessed, he rushed into the kitchen, knelt before Yu Zhan, his throat moving for a long time before finally shouting, Dad. Yu Zhan, holding a large iron ladle, froze. Did he hear that right? He quickly squatted down, tightly hugged his son, and repeatedly asked, What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? I'll fix it for you. I'm sorry, really. I'm sorry. Yu Xiuwen choked out. Yu Zhan understood immediately. It's all my fault. It's my fault. Listening to the father and son's cries, John Linchuan and the others felt heavy-hearted. The wind is really strong today, my eyes are stinging. From the sand, Tao Ru wiped the corner of his eyes. What wind? Ding Ji looked around, his eyes already red. I'll give you a sense of it. Tang Dao suddenly appeared in Jiang Linchuan's palm. Ding Ji quickly hid behind Tao Ru. No need, no need, I already feel the omnipresence of the wind. How about we leave and give the father and son some time to talk? Tao Ru suggested. Whether said early or late, fatherly love is silent, Jiang Linchuan mused. Leave? No way, the dishes are almost ready. Everyone, sit down, Yu Zhan poked his head out of the kitchen, waving the large iron ladle. Got it. The dishes were served, and everyone sat down. Yu Zhan brought out his treasured fine wine, poured each person a full glass, first expressed his thanks, then downed it in one gulp. Cough, cough, cough. The wine choked him, bringing tears to his eyes. Drink slower, Yu Xiuwen patted his father's back gently. The second glass, meeting you all is you two's luck, and mine too. Cheers. Yu Zhan downed another glass. Jiang Linchuan and the others exchanged glances. Should they join this drinking session? If they did, they couldn't drink like this. Thud. Yu Zhan collapsed onto the table, drunk. Well, no need to join now, 2 glasses and he's out. Such a lightweight, Yu Xiuwen smiled bitterly, hoisting his father and carrying him to the bedroom. Not long after, Yu Xiuwen returned, staring at his hands in disbelief. Guys, I think I've changed. The change is quite noticeable, Tao Ru nodded. With the knot in his heart untied, the gloom dissipated, and the change was naturally evident. I'm not talking about that. Big guy, stand up. Ding Ji, puzzled, stood up holding his chopsticks, not understanding what Yu Xiuwen was up to. Yu Xiuwen wrapped his arms around Ding Ji's waist and lifted him directly, even letting go with one hand, exclaiming excitedly, see? This is what I mean, my strength has increased. Who can't lift old 3? He only weighs a little over 200 pounds, Tao Ru rolled his eyes, thinking it was no big deal. Then let me try something else. Yu Xiuwen put Ding Ji down and hurried outside. The 3 followed, curious about what he was up to, his excitement making him seem a bit silly. Can you cure mental illness? Jiang Linchuan poked Tao Ru. I can turn people into mental patients, Tao Ru grinned. Then better not cure it, Jiang Linchuan muttered. Yu Xiuwen wandered around the yard for a while, unable to find anything suitable, then ran outside. When the 3 followed, they saw Yu Xiuwen standing in front of a convertible sports car, spitting into his hands and rubbing his palms vigorously. He steadied himself, gripped the chassis with both hands, and lifted with all his might. The 1.5-ton sports car slowly rose. The 3 were stunned. Holy crap! Is this a cosmic explosion? Checked it out, similar to old 3's situation. This doesn't make sense. Tao Ru released Yu Xiuwen's wrist, looking puzzled. How did his physical condition suddenly become so strong? Are you saying I'll turn into a foodie like the big guy? Yu Xiuwen asked with a complicated expression. You should be happy, you're all becoming foodies, Tao Ru laughed, his eyes narrowing into slits. Jiang Linchuan leaned against the doorway, one hand on his forehead. Yu Xiuwen's fate seemed to have been influenced by him. Would Tao Ru be next? He touched the ring on his hand. The item given by the dean of Tianqi Academy was inside, and the recipient of the gift he was preparing was the Tao family. Jiang Linchuan suddenly felt as if his path had been laid out for him, he only needed to move forward without worrying about anything else. Yet the dean had also said that he was the only one who wouldn't be bound by fate. Nie Qingyan, Ling Xuan, Yan Hui, Qin Shang, Tao Ru, Ding Ji, Yu Xiuwen, these people seemed to have been helping him from the very beginning, as if they had been arranged specifically for him. Was it the dean's doing? No, the dean had said he couldn't do anything and could only watch coldly from the sidelines. So all of this must be within the reasonable trajectory of fate. The only unreasonable thing was what the dean had said to him. What exactly was he trying to warn him about? He began to recall the conversation he had with the dean yesterday, slowly extracting details from his memory and analyzing them word by word. Follow your heart, the fire of vengeance. The dean had also said he had seen his past and future. If so, he likely knew about the system's existence, and the system terminal had been discovered in the Tianwu Treasure Pavilion. The system was merely a part of some entity that had been stripped away. Ever since entering the 100 Battles Tower, the system had started behaving a bit abnormally. So was the 100 Battles Tower actually the system's core? It not only transported him to the neighboring star to kill the Shadow Wolf but also urged him to act quickly. This was vengeance. What the dean truly wanted to tell him was not to be led by the nose by the system. It was as if the fog had cleared, and all the clues connected. Jiang Linchuan felt a bit dazed, but his gaze gradually sharpened. No matter what the system's purpose was, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Since he had benefited from its help, he had to give something in return. The only thing he could do was follow his heart, distinguish right from wrong, good from evil. Nearby, Tao Ru had also completed various tests on Yushiwen. His speed, strength, and physique had all improved significantly. Seeing Jiang Linchuan leaning against the door in a daze, Tao Ru snapped his fingers. "What are you thinking about, so deeply absorbed?" Jiang Linchuan smiled and replied, "Nothing much. Once the tests are done, let's head back to eat. We still have to visit your family later." Having figured everything out, his state of mind had ascended to another level. Since some things were bound to happen sooner or later, there was no need to worry about them, it would only add unnecessary trouble. Protect those who need protection, and deal with the enemies who need to be dealt with. The four of them returned to the house and finished the meal Yuzhan had prepared, leaving no leftovers. They didn't drink alcohol, as it would be impolite to visit others while intoxicated, especially a family like the Tao family with its long-standing traditions. After tidying up, Jiang Linchuan, Tao Ru, and Ding Ji drove to the Tao family home. Yushiwen stayed behind to accompany his drunken father. The years of estrangement between father and son would require time and care to mend. The SUV cruised steadily along the overpass, the windows half open. The warm breeze carried away the carbon dioxide inside the car and brought in fresh air. Jiang Linchuan reached up to smooth his wind-tousled hair, gazing at the familiar scenery outside. He paused for a moment, then turned to ask Tao Ru, who was driving, "Your family lives here too?" He had been to this area before. The little witch's house was nearby. Tao Ru turned on the signal and exited the ramp. "This place is quiet, but I've never lived here. It's my first time coming here too." Jiang Linchuan nodded. The Tao family's ancestral home was over in Beijing, quite far away. They could only visit the elders here first to show their respect. The SUV passed by the Shen family's gate, where several luxury cars were parked. "Heh, a bunch of opportunistic hypocrites. Now that the Shen family is strong, they're all rushing to curry favor," Tao Ru sneered. "That's human nature," Jiang Linchuan said indifferently, glancing briefly before looking away. The car drove another 200 meters and stopped by the roadside. "We're here," Tao Ru said, pointing to a large gate. A plaque hung above the gate, with 4 large characters written in cursive, Xian Hu Ji Shi, healing the world. Tao Ru pushed open the gate and gestured for them to enter. As the door opened, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out. Jiang Linchuan glanced around. The main gate was engraved with spiritual patterns, likely to prevent the scents from the courtyard from escaping. After all, the Tao family was not only skilled in medicine but also renowned for their mastery of poisons. Stepping through the gate, the courtyard was devoid of luxurious decorations, appearing rather simple. Neatly arranged square herb beds filled with various medicinal plants lined the yard, with only a single bluestone path leading to the house. Several elderly men, all in their 70s, were using small spades to turn the soil, muttering incantations under their breath. "Second grandpa, fifth grandpa, sixth grandpa, ninth grandpa." Tao Ru greeted them. The Tao family's second grandpa, Tao Yuliang, stuck his spade into the soil, stood up, and squinted. "Little Ru is here. You still remember to visit us. Oh, and you've brought guests." Jiang Linchuan and Ding Ji quickly greeted him. Tao Yuliang suddenly took a few steps forward, walking briskly to Jiang Linchuan. He stared at him intently, scrutinizing him. Then, with trembling hands, he pulled out a scroll from his storage bracelet, struggling to unroll it with great effort. Thud! Tao Yuliang dropped to his knees, tears streaming uncontrollably. "You've finally come. You've finally come. What are you doing?" Jiang Linchuan was startled and quickly stepped aside. "Second grandpa, you." Tao Ru was dumbfounded. What was going on? Second grandpa kneeling to someone else? This completely disrupted the family hierarchy. "Old 5, old 6, old 9, come here. Little Ru, kneel as well." Tao Yuliang called out softly. "Oh." Tao Ru, still in a daze, followed suit and knelt down. Jiang Linchuan was utterly bewildered, staring at the elderly man and Tao Ru kneeling before him, unsure of what to say. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the scroll Tao Yuliang had unrolled, and his pupils contracted sharply. The scroll depicted a portrait of a person, himself. Even the deep blue tracksuit he was wearing today, down to the patterns and colors, was identical. "Damn it!" Jiang Linchuan cursed. the dean of Tianqi Academy, in his heart. That old mystic knew everything but never said a word. He even suspected that the painting was drawn by that old mystic himself. This was a meticulously planned trap. Jiang Linchuan stepped forward, helping the elderly men to their feet, and also pulled Tao Ru up, brushing the dirt off his knees. What on earth is going on? Yes, second grandpa, what happened? Tao Yuliang looked at Jiang Linchuan with a complex expression inside. The truth is, we are the descendants of sinners. The Tao family's ancestors were not from this planet. His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Tao Ru's mouth slowly fell open, his eyes vacant, his entire body frozen. He was a descendant of aliens? How was that possible? It made no sense. Could it be that second grandpa had gone senile? Jiang Linchuan's eyes carried a trace of scrutiny as he stared at Tao Yuliang. You are our king. We are your subjects. No, you're sinners, Tao Yuliang said with a sorrowful sigh, his face full of grief. He looked down at Tao Ru. Little Ru, do you know why no one in our family lives past the age of 80? Tao Ru shook his head. This question had always puzzled him, but the elders in the family never spoke of it. He was told he would only learn the truth after becoming the clan leader. It's a curse, a blood curse. Our ancestors failed in their duty as subjects and fled to this remote planet, barely surviving. Tao Yuliang pointed to the base of his ear. The ancestors made mistakes, but did that mean their descendants had to bear the burden? For thousands of years, no matter how diluted the bloodline became, the curse had never disappeared, not a single exception. Jiang Linchuan walked over to Tao Ru and leaned in to look. Behind his ear, there was a faint red mark, like a birthmark. Was this the so-called blood curse? He turned to Tao Yuliang and asked, how can it be lifted? Long ago, a wandering Taoist gave our ancestors a painting. This is a copy of it. He said the curse could only be broken by earning the king's forgiveness. The person in the painting is the King Yu. Tao Yuliang's aged eyes glimmered with hope. Alright, this painting must have been done by an old fraud, a 1,000-year-old monster. No wonder he acts so eccentric. How exactly do I do it? Do I just say I forgive you and that's it? Jiang Linchuan cautiously probed. I don't know either, the ancestral rules just say so, Tao Yuliang replied with a bitter smile. Let me think. Jiang Linchuan took a few steps away. Since the old mystic knew I was coming, it means he knew I could solve this system. How do I lift the curse of blood? Are you sure you want to lift it? They will become your important allies. Without the constraint of the curse, you won't be able to control them. I don't know what the king represents, maybe my past life or some kind of legacy. I am just me. The mistakes of their ancestors shouldn't be borne by their descendants. You don't understand. Human emotions, mutual help is built on equality. Otherwise, why would their ancestors have fled back then? Those who make mistakes should be punished. Royal authority is inviolable. I'm not here to discuss philosophy and rules with you. I said, give me the answer. This time, Jiang Linchuan showed dominance and determination. The system didn't respond immediately, and he felt a bit hesitant. After a while, the system provided the method to break the curse. Jiang Linchuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had used this opportunity to test the system, and it didn't disappoint him. Fortunately, the system wouldn't force him to do anything, and knowing this was enough. The Tang saber appeared. Jiang Linchuan gripped the hilt, held it upright before his chest, and recited in a low voice words filled with heroic spirit. In the name of Azura, I absolve your clan of its sins and grant your clan rebirth. These words, like a spell, carried an air of majesty. The tip of the blade emitted a wave of clear energy, which instantly dissipated into the sky. Was it over? Just like that? Jiang Linchuan sheathed the saber and stared at the faint red mark behind Tao Ru's ear. The mark flickered with a faint red glow, gradually faded, and disappeared. Within seconds. How do you feel? Tao Ru touched his ear, looking bewildered. It felt warm for a moment, like a heavy burden was lifted from my body. Thud. Tao Yuliang and several elderly men knelt down again, tears streaming down their faces, shouting loudly, "Thank you. Thank you, King. The Tao clan will never forget your kindness. Forever. Loyal." Jiang Linchuan rubbed his forehead, helped the elders up, and said earnestly, "Tao Ru and I are brothers, and you are all elders. I won't concern myself with past matters. Let them drift away with the wind." In the small valley behind Tianwu Mountain, the dean of Tianqi Academy floated on a boat in the pond, gazing at the clear energy drifting across the sky. He stroked his beard and lightly patted the golden dragon in front of him. Go play by yourself. The golden dragon let out a dragon's roar and plunged into the water, disappearing. The dean of Tianqi Academy looked into the distance, hands behind his back, and murmured softly, the path to becoming a king is not just about slaughter. Perhaps. You're right. Far away in the 100 Battles Tower, a blonde woman on the screen crossed her arms and responded gently. Her words seemed to agree with the dean of Tianqi Academy, but also to evaluate Jian Lingquan's choice. Where did you get this? Tao Ru's eyes were fixed on the book on the table. The old mystic. Jiang Lingquan almost burst out, laughing, scratching his head. Found it in the dean's collection. Then it must be real. Tao Ru eagerly opened a book and began studying it carefully. It was probably real. After all, that old mystic had lived for thousands of years and might have even chatted with the author face to face, Jiang Lingquan thought. He picked up his teacup and took a couple of sips, still feeling a bit troubled by today's events. Yes, troubled. Alien descendants, kings, and that curse. For a modern young man like him, it was downright embarrassing. He had never thought about what kind of person he would become. He just wanted to live well in this chaotic world. But one unexpected event after another had shattered his peaceful life. Even aliens had appeared, and he had killed dozens of them. There might still be a large group searching for him on nearby planets. It wasn't that he couldn't accept the current situation, it was just that he felt too passive, as if his life was always in someone else's hands. When a person gains power, the desires deep within their heart are magnified. Several times over: greed, evil, violence, and killing. This is not limited to ordinary people, except for those at the very top. No one has a voice and can only live humbly. He disliked this feeling, but it was precisely the impact of power. The reason villains in the night persist is that countless newcomers join their ranks. These people use power to satisfy their desires, no longer adhering to societal rules, deciding others' lives and deaths with a single word, treating life as worthless. They are the rule-makers, intent on turning this world into hell. And he is merely one among the masses, struggling to survive in the cracks. Despite facing threats to his life multiple times, he still holds hope for this world. If he cannot stay true to his heart, he would be no different from those bloodthirsty beasts. Order must be upheld, and justice must reside in the heart. Buzz, Jiang Lingquan's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket, pulling him back to reality. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from his second senior sister, Ling Shuang. His expression immediately turned serious as he swiped the screen to answer. Hello, junior brother, I'm at your school gate. There's progress on the matter you asked me to investigate. That woman indeed has issues. Wait for me, I'll be there right away. The sharp screech of brakes echoed at the gate of Tianwu Academy. Jiang Lingquan parked, turned off the engine, and got out of the car. His senior sister, with her high ponytail and floral long dress, looked valiant and was chatting with Nia Qingyan, who was leaning against the wall. Seeing Jiang Lingquan approach, she waved and said, "Nice driving skills, that drift was impressive." "Senior brother, why are you here too?" Jiang Lingquan asked. "Didn't you say you wanted to visit home?" "I had nothing to do, so I came to pick you up. I happened to run into the matchmaking flower who was preparing for a blind date and delivering documents," Nia Qingyan said with a smile. Ling Shuang rolled her eyes at him and muttered, "Will you die if you don't expose me? Do you think I enjoy going on blind dates? It's so annoying." She took out a thick file folder from her storage ring and handed it to Jiang Lingquan. "I found the deceased's belongings at Tianwu Academy. For some reason, the family didn't take them. The contents are quite interesting." "Thank you, senior sister." Jiang Lingquan accepted the file folder, opened it, and pulled out a stack of A4 printed documents and a diary. He quickly skimmed through the contents of the A4 papers, which were the information he had asked Ling Shuang to investigate about the people close to the little witch. When he reached the last few pages, his gaze suddenly froze, and his expression darkened. He stuffed the A4 papers back into the folder, opened the diary, and carefully flipped through it, his face growing increasingly grim. Upon finishing, he took out his phone and called the little witch. The phone emitted a series of busy signals. Jiang Lingquan gripped his phone tightly, his heart sinking. After hanging up, he dialed the number of the little witch's roommate, Tang Xiaonan. The call connected, and he immediately asked, "Is Tong Tong with you? Is she in the dormitory?" "No, she said she was bored and went out." "Why, isn't Tong Tong with you?" Tang Xiaonan replied. "Thank you, I understand." Jiang Lingquan hung up the phone and looked at Ling Shuang. "Don't worry, my people are keeping an eye on her. Before she could finish, Ling Xuan's expression changed drastically. She pressed her fingers to her ear and shouted, "What? You lost her? What are you all doing?" Jiang Lingquan's face turned icy, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. "I know where she went." In the northeastern outskirts of the empire, beyond the 6th Ring Road, there was a scrap recycling station. This recycling station had existed for years and occupied a large area. In summer, it emitted an unpleasant odor. Nearby residents constantly complained, avoided opening their windows, and took detours when going out. At night, the recycling station was usually illuminated by a single dim yellow light, making it particularly eerie. Residents dared not pass by. Today, for some reason, bright incandescent lights were turned on inside, spilling light from the building but failing to dispel the surrounding darkness. Inside, a young and beautiful girl was tied to a rusty iron chair. Her hands and feet were locked with black and silver intertwined magical handcuffs. Her head hung low, and she was unconscious after a moment. A disheveled woman with wild hair walked into the room holding a sharp knife. She stood in front of the girl and slashed her face twice with the blade. Such a pretty face. What a shame it would be if it were scarred. "If I were you, I'd stay far away from her, Aunt Moo." A voice came from behind the wild-haired woman, startling her. She immediately held the blade against the girl's neck. "You! How are you here?" Mooing exclaimed in shock. "I'm here to take her back," Jiang Lingquan said, pointing at the girl. "She killed my husband and son. I must have my revenge." Mooing shrieked bitterly. "You've been acting for so many years. Haven't you had enough yet?" Jiang Lingquan sighed lightly. Mu Ying's heart tightened. She retorted harshly, "I don't know what you're talking about. No matter what you say, I will kill her." "You're lying." Jiang Lingquan moved his right hand and produced a blue-covered diary. "Do you know what this is?" "It's the diary written by Teacher Yu before his death." "If you loved him so much, then why didn't you deal with his belongings?" "Because you didn't love him. Yu Qing isn't even your and Teacher Yu's child." Mu Ying froze as she stared blankly at the diary in his hand. Her fingers turned pale, and she spoke bitterly, "When did you start investigating me?" "When we went to Yun Koan Mountain. Tong Tong told me that you usually only set up your stall at night, but that day, you unusually appeared during the day. Without Teacher Yu providing you with intel, you had to investigate on your own. Aren't you curious why we came out unscathed? At that time, we were attacked by another group on Yun Koan Mountain. Coincidentally, their appearance completely disrupted your plans. After returning to the capital, I started investigating you. 20 years ago, you came to the Imperial City. Before meeting Teacher Yu, you visited this place every 15 days. You met Teacher Yu through the internet. After meeting him, you got him drunk and had a relationship with him. Teacher Yu was a responsible man, so he later married you. But he didn't know that before your relationship, you were already pregnant. Even after marriage, you continued to visit this place every 15 days. Let me guess, this place must be the base for your Dark Knight gang, right? The child in your womb must have belonged to your contact here. You gathered information from Teacher Yu and reported it back. In fact, Teacher Yu knew the child wasn't his, but he still treated the child as his own. Until last year, when you launched the beast-tied attack on the freshman. You thought Teacher Yu would protect your child, but he abandoned Yu Qing and saved Tong Tong instead. Teacher Yu ultimately died at the hands of the beasts. Since then, you've shifted your target to Tong Tong, exploiting her guilt to extract information. Now, you've tied her up, intending to take her back to your Dark Knight gang's headquarters, right? Asterisk clap. Clap, asterisk crisp applause came from outside the door. Truly brilliant, a cold voice said from the crack in the door. Then, a group of people dressed in black robes and wearing clown masks entered the room. Jiang Lingquan cast a calm glance at the Dark Knight thugs, pulling up the zipper of his jacket. "This time, I can take back 2 SSS-level geniuses to report back." "Not a bad trade for staying in this wretched place all these years," said a man wearing a blue clown mask. "Is that so?" Jiang Lingquan replied nonchalantly. "Your girlfriend's been poisoned. I've calculated the timing. If you don't get the antidote within 2 hours, it'll take effect. Be obedient and come with us," Zhuang Xian said confidently with a smile. Jiang Lingquan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he roared, "Attack!" In a flash of light, he had already scooped up the little witch and returned to his original position. From his chest flew an almost transparent throwing knife, instantly piercing through the heads of 3 Dark Knight thugs. Flying snow across 1,000 mountains, killing without a trace. Boom, the roof collapsed in an instant. 2 figures descended from the sky, their blades sweeping swiftly and fiercely through the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, 12 Dark Knight thugs were slain, leaving only Zhuang Xian and Mu Ying standing in stunned silence. Yan Hui, clad in a deep blue combat uniform and wielding the Han Yi Liaoxing saber, stood protectively to Jiang Lingquan's left. His face was cold, and an uncontrollable murderous intent flickered in his eyes. His father was killed by a night assassin, and hatred filled him with immense rage. On the right stood Ling Shuang, gripping the crescent blade in its dual-blade form, her sharp, sculpted features exuding heroic spirit. Her black and red combat suit clung tightly to her slender frame. Outside the door, a handsome young man walked in, a cold smile on his lips, flipping a blood-stained throwing knife between his fingers. Nie Qingyan, Jiang Lingquan's third senior brother. The sect gathered, instantly annihilating all the night assassins surrounding Jiang Lingquan. Heh, I didn't expect my lair to be found so quickly. My mission is complete. Kid, watch as the person you love most dies before your eyes, avenging my son. Ha ha ha. Ugh. Zhuang Xian's gaze suddenly dimmed, and he collapsed onto the concrete floor. Nie Qingyan walked over, bent down to remove his mask, touched his neck, and frowned, saying, he died from poisoning. After searching for a while, he shook his head, no storage equipment, and no antidote. Jiang Lingquan held Shin Shintong tightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at Mu Ying and said coldly, where's the antidote? There is no antidote here, don't waste your effort, Mu Ying said with a bitter smile, crouching down to close Zhuang Xian's eyes. Clang! A flash of light, and the tang blade was unsheathed. Don't kill her. Shin Shintong weakly raised her head, her voice faint, I owe her my life. All right. Jiang Lingquan nodded. Jiang Lingquan thanked him, carried the little witch upstairs, opened the room, placed her on the bed, drew the curtains, and locked the door. Phew! Shura blood eyes. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and his mind entered an extremely calm state. Without hesitation, he reached out and began removing the little witch's clothes piece by piece. Her skin was as delicate as mutton fat. Jade, smooth and fair under the light, but a black blood mark extended from her navel toward her heart, almost reaching it. Fortunately, he had activated the Shura blood eyes in advance, otherwise, faced with such an impressive figure, he might have coughed up 3 liters of blood. Holding his breath, he steadied his hands and carefully inserted silver needles into the little witch's acupuncture points with precision. His movements were fluid like a swimming dragon, completing the process in one go. Shin Shintong, still unconscious, furrowed her brows slightly, letting out a faint groan of pain. At that moment, Nie Qingyan called. How is it? Everything okay now? All good, the poison's been neutralized. That's great. Take good care of your girlfriend. The boss, second brother, and I are currently in the capital clearing out the remaining night assassins. We've followed the trail and captured quite a few hidden pieces. Second brother even said you deserve a lot of credit this time. Senior brother, you take care of yourself too. Don't worry, I'm with the main force. Gotta go, we're heading to the next target. Jiang Lingquan put away his phone and looked up at the night sky, a glint of icy killing intent flashing in his eyes. The night assassins could only live, not die. On this bustling night, despite the late hour, the capital's splendor remained undiminished. Some unleashed their passion, dancing wildly in dance floors to deafening DJ music. Others set down their brooms, sat on the sidewalk, rubbed their aching backs, and pulled out cold steamed buns from their pockets, washing them down with water that had long since gone cold, swallowing with difficulty. Still others stood on the steel frontier lines, gripping steel rifles with steadfast gazes, like statues. Overhead, a bright red flag fluttered in the wind. The capital was always lively, but tonight, the entire city was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The 3 strongest legions of the Dragon Nation, Destruction, Watchtower, and Dragon Halberd, had dispatched their elites to hunt down the night assassins in this bustling city. In front of a private villa, Yan Hui, Ling Shuang, and Li Yang, a squad leader from the Dragon Halberd Legion, gathered. Dozens of soldiers surrounded the villa. Let's go in together and leave some face for our minister, Ling Shuang said, clenching her fists, the sound of her knuckles cracking. A cold glint flashed in Yan Hui's eyes as he snorted. You're giving him too much credit. We're out here on the front lines, bleeding and fighting for our lives, while that bastard is lining his pockets in the rear, even colluding with the enemy and committing treason. If it weren't for the clues you found, who would have known there was such a rotten apple hiding among the high ranks? Damn it. Li Yang suddenly stopped mid-sentence, realizing it wasn't appropriate to curse in front of a girl. Let's go. The 3 of them headed toward the villa's entrance. Boom! An explosion erupted from the villa's rooftop. A figure flew out from the top floor, hovering in midair. As expected, we've been discovered. The Dragon Nation's 3 great legions aren't to be trifled with. Starlight. Anyone capable of flight was at least at the Starlight level. The 3 of them tensed up. This was clearly not the traitorous Minister Sure. No need to look for him. Your Minister Sure has long since met the King of Hell. Oh, right, you Dragon Nation people believe in the King of Hell. Who are you? Ling Shuang asked. Tracy, the thousand-faced sorcerer, one of the 8 divine envoys of the Holy Nation, Tracy said proudly, her face constantly shifting. Li Yang sneered. 8 divine envoys of the Holy Nation? You think you're worthy? You night assassins are just autumn grasshoppers, won't last much longer. No. You don't understand the power of the Holy Nation, nor the might of the Divine Lord. To put it in your Dragon Nation's words, you haven't seen the world. Soon, you'll only be able to look up at miracles, kneeling at the feet of the Divine Lord, begging for eternal life. Tracy's face was filled with fanaticism as she spread her arms, as if embracing the entire night sky. A completely brainwashed heretic, Ling Shuang said disdainfully, curling her lips. She turned to Yan Hui. What do? We can't hold him. He's so powerful that if he escapes into the crowd, it'll be hard to find him again. Yan Hui's expression turned serious as he gripped his Zanmadeo tightly. Don't panic, Li Yang said with a mysterious smile, lowering his voice. The arrow god himself arrived in the capital today. This guy in the sky is practically a sitting duck. The unparalleled arrow god, Helan Yi. Yan Hui and Ling Shuang exchanged glances, both showing shock in their eyes. Why did the arrow god suddenly return? Ling Shuang asked softly. Arrow god was the highest honorific, reserved only for Sun Corona-level powerhouses. Everyone was curious about this. The unparalleled arrow god, Helan Yi, the strongest in the Dragon Nation. A household name, even children grew up hearing tales of his heroics. He awakened his abilities at 16, and at 18, he defended Qinglong Pass, one of the Dragon Nation's 4 great strongholds. For 60 years, he had guarded Qinglong Pass, creating a legend. His chasing rainbow divine arrows had slain countless ferocious beasts. With him there, Qinglong Pass was forever safe. The waters are Blue Star's most abundant resource, nurturing countless creatures, including ferocious beasts. The coastline of the Dragon Nation is long and often plagued by these beasts. The authorities have invested immense effort to construct 4 mighty fortresses, encircling the Dragon Nation like an impregnable iron barrel. Due to the coastline's winding shape, resembling a green dragon, this place is called Qinglong Pass. The other 3 passes have similar names: Xuanwu Pass to the north, Baihu Pass to the west, and Zhuke Pass to the south. These 4 names also symbolize the 4 mythical guardian beasts, protecting the peace and tranquility of the Dragon Nation. After 60 years of absence, Helan Yi suddenly returned. Who wouldn't be curious? I don't know either. Li Yang spread his hands. Goodbye, Dragon Nation people. I hope that next time we meet, you'll all kneel and kiss my toes. Tracy chuckled twice, preparing to return and enjoy his vacation. Having been undercover in the Dragon Nation for so long, he naturally wanted to relax. Tracy flew low toward the east, ready to blend into the crowd at any moment. He wasn't foolish enough to cause trouble in the Dragon Nations capital. Suddenly, a bright light pierced through the night sky, rushing toward him at an incredible speed. Fear erupted in Tracy's heart, and in that moment, he felt unprecedented despair. He regretted coming to the Dragon Nation and regretted not leaving sooner. Watching the light approach, he was immobilized, held in place by a powerful force, unable to move even slightly. Within the light, he saw an arrow formed of spiritual energy. Though it appeared ordinary, it concealed an extremely terrifying power. The arrow struck his brow, and time seemed to freeze in that instant. In the next second, Tracy and the spiritual energy arrow vanished into thin air, completely disappearing without a trace. In the distance, atop a mountain, a figure sitting cross-legged slowly lowered their bow, their form merging back into the darkness, becoming one with the heavens and earth. Thank you, arrow god. Yan Hui and the others saluted in the direction the arrow had come from. Pack up. We've finally caught that troublemaker. Tonight, I can sleep soundly, Ling Shuang said with a smile, stretching lazily. Yan Hui glanced at her and said calmly, tomorrow's matchmaking, don't be late, don't argue, and don't fight. With that, he led the warriors back to their base. Ling Shuang's smile froze, and she waved her fist at Yan Hui's retreating figure, snorting disdainfully. I won't. I'll sleep until I wake up naturally. Oh, right, I still have to write a report and help my junior brother earn credit. I must get ahead of the boss and recommend my junior brother to the watchtower, ha ha. Her beauty sleep was ruined, and she still had to write a report. Ling Shuang scratched her head in frustration, waved goodbye to Li Yang, and led her team away. Standing nearby, Nia Qingyan, who had been silent all along, watched the two figures disappear from sight, scratching his head. In frustration. They're definitely off to handle the aftermath. They won't forget about me. Li Yang walked up to him and said politely, Qingyan, want me to give you a lift? No need, brother Yang. You've been busy all night, take the brothers back to rest, Nia Qingyan declined. Alright, then you head back early too. Don't let the old lady at home worry. If she finds out you joined us on this mission, she'll definitely scold me. Li Yang waved his hand and left with the Dragon Halberd squad. The villa would naturally have someone to handle the cleanup, it wasn't a task for fighters like them. Nia Qingyan looked up at the night sky, pulled up his hood, and quickly walked home. Knock, knock. Zhang Linchuan carried a bowl of freshly made medicinal porridge and gently knocked on the door. There was no response from inside. After waiting a few seconds, he pushed the door open and entered. Shin Shintong was barefoot, sitting on the bay window, gazing at the night sky through the glass, her profile carrying an indescribable loneliness. Zhang Linchuan sighed, put on a smile, and walked to her side. Seeing the tear stains on her face, he paused for a moment, then reached out to rub her head, speaking gently, I just made some medicinal porridge, it can clear residual toxins. Shin Shintong nodded but didn't turn around, still staring at the night sky. Zhang Linchuan nudged her leg lightly with his hip, sat down beside her, scooped up a spoonful of medicinal porridge, blew on it to cool it, and brought it to her lips. Shin Shintong wrinkled her nose and furrowed her brows slightly, the porridge didn't taste good. She cautiously took a sip, and her face immediately scrunched up as she complained, bitter medicine is good medicine, don't argue. You used to say that to me, Zhang Linchuan said with a stern face. Back when his health wasn't good, he had taken plenty of medicine, those big pills that were bitter and hard to swallow. The little witch would always clap her hands and say, bitter medicine cures illness, take it and you'll get better. Shin Shintong pouted without saying a word, eating the porridge spoonful by spoonful, her face scrunched up the entire time. After finishing the last bite, she relaxed her body and extended her fair little hand, a signal that a good child who finishes their medicine deserves a reward. Zhang Linchuan put away the bowl and, like performing a magic trick, pulled out an egg the size of a basketball. The top of the eggshell had already been removed, releasing a tempting aroma. Shin Shintong's eyes sparkled as she glared at Zhang Linchuan and said coquettishly, why didn't you bring out the good stuff earlier? I forgot. He couldn't admit the truth, or he'd get scolded. I got this in the Yunkuan Mountains, it's the egg of a Qingning python, saved especially for you. Shin Shintong didn't ask why he was only bringing it out now. Hearing saved especially for you made her heart feel sweet. She gave Zhang Linchuan a kiss on the cheek, hugged the snake egg tightly, and stuck her head into the egg. Why do people who eat snake eggs always have the same posture? Zhang Linchuan fell into deep thought. 10 minutes later, Shin Shintong contentedly patted her round, full belly, burped, and then placed the eggshell on her head like a hat. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled and asked, do I look like an egg alien? Egg aliens aren't as cute as you, Zhang Linchuan said, pulling out his phone to quickly snap a photo. Eating so much means I'll have to go on a diet again. Shin Shintong said guiltily, resting her cheek on her hand. Skinny people should diet first. Zhang Linchuan's gaze subtly shifted downward, unable to resist teasing her. Do I look good? Shin Shintong blinked. Beautiful. Zhang Linchuan's breath hitched as he involuntarily recalled the earlier scene. Shin Shintong suddenly pushed him against the wall. By the bay window, straddled his lap, hooked her finger under his chin, and looked at him with a teasing gaze, asking loftily, so, do you want to take another look? Forget calling her a little witch, she should be called a little seductress. A seductress. Let me, the great sage, deal with you using my golden staff. Zhang Linchuan cursed inwardly, turning his face toward the window, his whole body flushed. Giggle. The little witch's laughter wrapped around his ears like a spell. Shin Shintong used her hand to turn his face back, stared at him for a moment, then wrapped her arms around his neck, about to kiss him. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of a streak of light flashing across the sky. Master's back, she said excitedly. Zhang Linchuan turned to look out the window and also saw the streak of light cutting through the sky. His expression instantly darkened. Was this a warning? The next moment, a message dispelled his doubts. It was from Nia Qingyan, stating that the nocturnal killers in the imperial capital had mostly been eliminated, and the traitors hidden among the upper ranks had been exposed. However, those people were imposters and had already been shot dead by the arrow god. Jiang Linchuan slowly put away his phone, staring into the night as he fell into thought. The Holy Nation, the Divine Lord, the Divine Envoys, the Nocturnal Killers wanted to establish a new kingdom. Could the Divine Lord truly be a god? And the unparalleled arrow god, has he ascended to godhood too? You seem unhappy? Shin Shintong turned back and saw Jiang Linchuan's somewhat gloomy expression, quickly asking, "Oh, come on, it's just waiting for me to kiss you. It's only been a few seconds, and you're already upset. Such a petty guy drinking cold water." She began pecking Jiang Linchuan's face, lips, and neck like a little chick. Jiang Linchuan hugged her tightly, burying his face in her shoulder, suddenly feeling a wave of helplessness. "What's wrong?" Shin Shintong stopped kissing him and patted his back. "Nothing, just a bit tired." Jiang Linchuan replied softly. He couldn't tell her that he suspected her master wanted to pursue a master-disciple romance and was threatening his family's safety. Who would believe it? The renowned unparalleled arrow god competing with a young boy over a wife? Besides, the age gap between them is too vast. He could be her great-grandfather. He has no evidence, and even if he did, what could he do? One is a legendary hero who has guarded Qinglong Pass for 60 years, while the other is a nameless rookie with just a bit of talent. If the arrow god desires something, the people of the Dragon Kingdom would have long delivered it with fanfare, disregarding any rules or conventions. As long as safety is ensured, everything else can be overlooked. That's the true symbol of power. People talk about fairness, but in reality, there's no such thing as fairness in this world. Then let's go to sleep. Shin Shintong got up, jumped down from the bay window, and pulled his hand toward the bed. Jiang Linchuan, like a soulless puppet, let her lead him. Shen Shintong helped him undress, take off his shoes, tucked him in, and softly said, "I'll always stay with you." After speaking, she undressed herself, wearing only her intimate undergarments, and snuggled into Jiang Linchuan's arms. "Good night. Mua, good night." Jiang Linchuan closed his eyes, his vision sinking into darkness. His consciousness drifted, soaring into the clouds, flying toward the boundless, starry sky. 3:45 a.m. Jiang Linchuan woke from a nightmare, his forehead covered in fine sweat, his body cold, instinctively reaching for his chest. Warm, slippery, sticky, it was blood. "What's wrong?" Shin Shintong rubbed her eyes and turned on the bedside lamp. The warm yellow light pierced through the darkness, instantly illuminating the entire room. It wasn't blood, it was the little witch's drool. Jiang Linchuan let out a sigh of relief, realizing it was a false alarm. The groggy Shin Shintong also woke up fully, noticing a long, glistening strand of drool trailing from her mouth. Embarrassed, she wiped it away with her hand. "It's not my fault, I dreamed of something delicious." She sneaked a glance at Jiang Linchuan with one eye, only to find him staring at her. Her fair chest was completely exposed to the air, its curves graceful. Now this feels right. Shin Shintong was very satisfied with Jiang Linchuan's current expression and couldn't help but puff out her chest, her chin slightly raised. Jiang Linchuan tucked her back into the blanket and reached out to turn off the bedside lamp. In truth, he was still recalling the dream he had just had. The figure in the dream was blurry, seemingly very young, and with just one finger, pierced through the alloy battle armor he was wearing, stabbing into his heart. He distinctly felt his heart burst into a bloom of blood, the bright red liquid splattering throughout his body. His heart gradually stopped beating, his vitality fading, and darkness engulfed him like a tide. Faintly, he heard the little witch's desperate cries. His intuition told him this was no ordinary dream. Shin Shintong snuggled into his arms, secretly wiping away the drool on his chest to cover up the evidence. How could a fairy drool? Jiang Linchuan held her tightly, the warmth in his embrace conveying reassurance. A faint red light flashed in his eyes as he closed them, sinking into a brief rest. When he woke, the sun was already high in the sky, its bright rays streaming through the gaps in the curtains, falling warmly on his bare feet. Shin Shintong was already dressed, her hair tied in a high ponytail, sitting on the bed in a duck-like position, rapidly tapping away on her phone. Seeing him awake, she immediately hid her phone behind her back, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Miss, I must say you're too timid. If it doesn't work, just use some medicine." Tang Xiaonan's voice suddenly came from outside the room, freezing the atmosphere instantly. Damn it, she accidentally sent a voice message. From now on, Tang Xiaonan must never be allowed to send voice messages. Shin Shintong shyly put away her phone. Jiang Linchuan calmly got dressed and went into the bathroom to freshen up. After tidying up, the two of them walked downstairs, hand in hand. Come, have breakfast, Tao Ru called out, biting into a bun, with a copy of the Qingnong book on the table. Ding Ji had a mountain of buns piled in front of him, eating one after another with both hands, leaving Shen Xintong dumbfounded. Jiang Linchuan was already used to it. Ding Ji's appetite was like a child's compared to his, as long as the food was spirit beast meat infused with spiritual energy. He pulled Shen Xintong to sit at the dining table and poured her a cup of soy milk. By the way, my dad said he wants to meet you. You've been busy lately, so I helped push the date back for you. He asked me to tell you that the Tao family will always be your strong support, Tao Ru said seriously. Enough of that. I'll visit your house when I have time, Jiang Linchuan waved his hand and took a big bite of the bun. Shen Xintong held her soy milk, glancing left and right, suppressing her curiosity. She knew Jiang Linchuan wouldn't hide anything important from her. There's one more thing. Helan Nianxia has returned from Qinglong Pass, Tao Ru said with admiration in his eyes. Do you know why he's back? Jiang Linchuan asked indifferently. Tao Ru didn't notice his tone and replied, I heard he's back to rest for a few years. After all, he's been at Qinglong Pass for 60 years, it's time for him to enjoy life. A mountain west of the imperial capital has been renamed Arrow God Mountain, specifically for his recuperation. Jiang Linchuan nodded and continued eating his bun. After breakfast, carrying a pile of items given to them by some elderly folks, the four of them drove back to Tianwu. Jiang Linchuan originally planned to visit the Nie family but had to postpone it temporarily. He called his senior brother to apologize and asked the Tao family to deliver gifts on his behalf. Back in Tianwu, he headed straight to the library and skillfully entered the 100 Battles Tower. The teleportation portal at the entrance, still glowing with a halo, awaited him. Jiang Linchuan donned his alloy battle armor, grabbed his blade, and strode inside. This time, the system didn't make him skydive. The wormhole exit was directly on the ground. Before him lay a low-lying area scattered with red rubble. What should I call you now? Jiang Linchuan muttered to himself. Your name is too long. Based on your civilization, I've given myself a name. Just call me Heen. Heen? Alright, you help me enhance my strength, and I'll accomplish what you want. Wait, what is it? Such an important matter. Should be discussed face to face. Face to face? Jiang Linchuan looked around. Idiot, take out the system terminal and wear it on your left wrist. Jiang Linchuan followed the instructions. The system terminal emitted a soft blue light, merging into the second generation alloy battle armor like a 3-inch military display screen. The next moment, a golden-haired angelic face appeared on the screen, smiling radiantly. AI is correct, but don't compare me to those low-end systems from your civilization. Isn't that obvious? Jiang Linchuan ignored the remark and asked directly, what do you think of my proposal? Deal. Heen made a high-five gesture, and Jiang Linchuan placed his hand on the screen to signify agreement. Heen, search for the nearest shadow wolves. You're quite straightforward, but I like your style. Searching now. Heen flipped her hair and waved her hand, pulling up a thumbnail map. Several red dots flickered on the map, marked with distances and combat power. Jiang Linchuan zoomed out the map with his fingers and saw a densely packed area of red dots, likely the shadow wolves' main base on the neighboring star. He locked onto a nearby shadow wolf outpost with fewer numbers as his target. Bathed in crimson light, he activated the flight function of his alloy battle armor and headed straight for the target. Deep within, his killing intent erupted, forming a layer of frost on the surface of the armor. Soon, Jiang Linchuan arrived at the shadow wolf outpost. Unlike last time, he didn't sneak in but charged directly. Shura blood eyes. Flowing light. Feathered snow step. Banner on the battlefield. Chaotic sky wolf. Jiang Linchuan moved like an unstoppable force, wielding his tang blade left and right, mercilessly clearing out the shadow wolves in the outpost. The blade's tip dripped with ghostly blue blood, which fell onto the rocks like blooming ghostly blue flowers. The outpost was littered with corpses, severed limbs, heads, and internal organs scattered everywhere. The crimson ground was covered in ghostly. This will be an unprecedented feast of return, with mountains piled high with bones, rivers and seas formed by blood, and all life redeemed. Jiang Linchuan coldly crushed the skull of the last shadow wolf underfoot, sheathed his tang blade, dismantled the pulse magnetic cannon and 2 Balkan cannons along with their bases. from the stronghold and collected a considerable amount of ammunition and energy. Next stronghold. His emotions remained unexpressed. The slaughter continued. An hour later, Jiang Linchuan arrived at the second stronghold, 300 kilometers away. He once again used brutal methods to clear the stronghold, but the number of shadow wolves was greater, consuming more time and spiritual energy. A battleship is heading this way, equipped with a charged particle cannon and 4 8-barrel Vulcan cannons. Your second-generation alloy armor won't withstand the charged particle cannon's attack, He warned. Can you lock onto their weapon systems? Jiang Linchuan asked. I can, but if they switch to manual control, I won't be able to intervene, He replied. A bit of a pity, but there's no choice. We'll have to take it down directly. He lock onto their weapon systems later, Jiang Linchuan ordered. Got it. He playfully saluted with 2 fingers at her forehead. Jiang Linchuan sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing spiritual energy from the air while replenishing his own consumption with spiritual beads, quietly waiting for the battleship's arrival. He felt impulsive, the immense pressure weighed heavily on him. But since there was no retreat, what was there to fear? He once read a saying, never compete with someone desperate, because they'll drag you into the abyss with them. Now, this saying suited him perfectly, fighting with his back against the wall, no way out. You've entered the enemy's attack range. The charged particle cannon is beginning to charge, He reminded again. Jiang Linchuan glanced at the terminal. A blue dot flashed, indicating the battleship was 100 kilometers away. Cautiously preparing to fire, he quickly darted into a nearby depression, his flight trajectory erratic, making it impossible for the enemy to lock onto his position. Meanwhile, He continued to disrupt the enemy's weapon systems, though only partially, avoiding a complete lockout that would force them into manual control, a troublesome scenario. Of course, she was fully capable of causing the battleship to self-destruct, but that would defeat the purpose. As the distance closed, Jiang Linchuan finally saw the massive warship that seemed straight out of a sci-fi movie. The battleship's 4 8-barrel Vulcan cannons roared to life, firing at full speed, unleashing a storm of bullets like torrential rain upon Jiang Linchuan. At this moment, Jiang Linchuan's heart was as calm as still water, devoid of fear. He charged into the bullet storm, holding his tang blade upright before him, slicing every bullet that struck the blade neatly in half. The intense impact shook his internal organs, causing discomfort, and the bullet marks on his alloy armor made him wince as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he did not retreat in the slightest. The charged particle cannon's muzzle crackled with electric light, its hair-raising energy spreading outward. Lock on. Done. The electric light at the cannon's muzzle suddenly dimmed. A flash of light. Jiang Linchuan's figure appeared on the other side of the battleship, continuing his approach. The distance closing rapidly. Just as he was about to reach the battleship, the charged particle cannon's muzzle erupted with electric light once more. Jiang Linchuan soared into the sky, his eyes glowing red, sharp as blades. Strike the water, 3000. The blade's edge stirred waves, connecting heaven and earth in a single line. Send me back. A wormhole appeared in the air, and Jiang Linchuan, clutching his abdomen, dove headfirst into it. A true man never looks back at explosions. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across Proxima Centauri. Dazzling blue light struck the ground, kicking up a storm of dust and rocks, then dissipated amidst the electric glow. The battleship, having just fired its charged particle cannon, instantly disintegrated, its fragments cut into uniform sizes with razor-sharp edges. Ugh! Jiang Linchuan staggered out of the 100 Battles Tower, collapsing to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Blood seeped from the wound on his abdomen through his fingers. His alloy armor, having consumed too much energy, failed to repair itself in time. He had been hit, although the alloy armor blocked part of the damage, his body still suffered severe injuries. Fortunately, his strong physique prevented him from being torn apart directly. You're back, ha! A muffled voice sounded not far away. Jiang Linchuan looked up and froze briefly. The Dean of Apocalypse was wearing a blue surgical gown, a mask, holding a scalpel in his left hand and a hemostat in his right, standing in a small sterile operating room, staring at him. The old quack smiled. He was definitely smiling, his eyes squinting into slits. Jiang Linchuan clutched the wound on his abdomen and walked into the operating room, feeling a bit uneasy. Could this old quack really be reliable? No need for disinfection, your body can handle it anyway. The Dean of Apocalypse gently supported him onto the operating table. Then he pulled out a pitch-black pill and directly stuffed it into his mouth. The pill melted instantly, and a surge of warmth quickly flowed to his abdomen. Be a decent person. John Lynchwan was too exhausted to argue. Do you want anesthesia? Oh, sorry, I forgot to bring it. Getting old, memory's not what it used to be. Actually, I could make you pass out, but then you wouldn't get to see my superb skills, and that would be a shame. The Dean muttered as he carefully cut open the fabric near John Lynchwan's wound with surgical scissors. If I could beat you, I'd definitely open up your head to see what's inside. John Lynchwan turned his head away. The Dean glanced at him and muttered, Don't be so resentful. I'm an old man, you know. Isn't it said that elders are treasures of the family? There aren't many old guys like me left, so cherish me. Hiss. A sharp pain struck, and Jiang Lingchuan's vision darkened, almost fainting. He gritted his teeth, held back from crying out, his whole body tensed, and his handsome face scrunched up. He thought it would be better to just pass out. Then he wouldn't have to listen to this old quack's rambling. Ding! A bloodstained bullet was clamped out by the Dean with tweezers and tossed into a nearby metal tray. Relax, the bullet's been removed, the Dean said with a smile. John Lynchwan took a deep breath and slowly relaxed. Ugh! A second wave of sharp pain hit, his face contorted, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The second bullet is out. Don't worry, this time it's really all gone. The Dean examined the bullet carefully. It was flattened, having ricocheted off the alloy armor before being pushed into the abdomen by another bullet. Then hurry up and stitch up the wound. Jiang Lynchwan gritted his teeth. Stitch what? It's already healed. The Dean replied, ignoring him and starting to pack up the surgical tools. He was a professional and dedicated doctor, after all. Jiang Lynchwan looked down at his abdomen. The wound had completely healed, not even leaving a scar. If not for the bloodstains around him, he would have thought he was dreaming. Whatever the old quack had used was truly remarkable. He had to find a way to get some of it. John Lynchwan gently moved his body, feeling no discomfort, then sat up from the operating table and touched his abdomen, completely intact. Thankfully, the old quack hadn't left any surgical tools inside him. Thank you, Dean. You're welcome, but don't forget to settle the bill. The Dean removed his mask, smiling at him. How much? John Lynchwan pursed his lips. The Dean was so stingy. Back when he tricked him into coming here, he said the terms were negotiable. Talking about money hurts feelings. Put the stuff outside and leave. The Dean of Tianqi stroked his beard, which was completely tucked inside his mask. Jiang Lynchwan's face darkened, the veins on his forehead throbbed, knowing that the old mystic had set his sights on the items he had confiscated. He clenched his fist, then relaxed it, walked out of the operating room, placed the items down, and left casually. He had never won anyway. He couldn't understand why the old mystic was so fixated on these things, but he vaguely felt that it wasn't that simple. After changing into clean clothes in the library restroom and washing off the bloodstains, he headed to the dormitory. Downstairs at the dormitory, he saw his father carrying a folding bed and approached him to ask, Dad, haven't you rested yet? Just in time. Your dorm needs this. Help me take it upstairs. I won't make another trip. My colleagues are waiting for me to drink. Zhang Yandong stuffed the folding bed into his son's hands, took a careful look at him, waved, and left. Could it be that someone dismantled a bed? Jiang Lynchwan glanced oddly at the folding bed in his hands. Carrying it into the dormitory, he was startled by the white figure lying on the ground. Then he saw 3 friends sitting around the table, beckoning him over. What's going on? Jiang Lynchwan looked at the white-haired boy tidying up the bed in the corner. Wasn't he a student from Shanglong Academy? How did he end up in their dormitory? Tao Ru shrugged. The Dean poached him from Shanglong. He personally brought him over. The old mystic actually poached someone from Shanglong. Jiang Lynchwan was speechless. This student named Yu Tian was quite strong and a disciple of the sword enthusiast. Being so treasured, how did the old mystic manage to persuade him? Was Shanglong Academy not planning to retaliate? I find this white-haired guy pretty annoying. What should we do? Yu Xiuwen rubbed his knuckles, looking displeased. Another person stealing the spotlight. What would happen to his boss status in the academy? Unfortunately, you can't beat him. Tao Ru sighed. Yu Xiuwen deflated like a balloon, quietly reaching out toward Tao Ru. Direct confrontation wouldn't work. He'd have To resort to some tricks. Taoru slapped his hand away. Medicine is expensive. We're all classmates now, how can you bear to make a move? Jiang. Linchuan walked over to Yutian and unfolded the folding bed. Thank you, Yutian said, his eyes fixed on him. I'm here to challenge you. Oh, are you planning to take on all four of us? Yu Xiuwen stood up, raising an eyebrow. Yutian glanced at him and muttered, You're at most half a person. I can't take this anymore. Let me go. Don't hold me back. I want a one-on-one. Yu Xiuwen slammed the table in anger. Taoru and Ding Ji looked at him with disdain, raising their hands. We didn't even touch you. Go ahead, one-on-one. Nonsense. Who held me back just now? Forget it, I won't argue with him. I'm tired, going to sleep. Yu Xiuwen quickly climbed into bed, covered himself with a blanket, leaving only his head exposed. Good luck then, Zhang Linchuan nodded, lay back on his own bed, and took out his phone to call Mao Yuan via video chat. It had been a while since they last talked. He wondered how Mao Monkey was doing now. As soon as the video connected, Mao Yuan's cries came through. Xiao Chuan, save me. Xiao Chuan, I can't take it anymore. They're not human. Who is this macho guy? Jiang. Linchuan froze. Was the person on the screen really Mao Monkey? Apart from the similar face shape, everything else was completely different. This wasn't Mao Monkey, it was Mao King Kong. Mao Yuan still had his delicate face, but his facial features were now more defined and full of masculinity. His middle-parted hairstyle had been cut into a buzz cut, his muscles were firm and strong, and his skin had tanned to a healthy bronze color. This physique reminded Jiang Linchuan of Bai Hao. Excuse me, how did you transform from a monkey into King Kong? Ugh. They said that for a powerful ability like Thunder Lion, only this kind of appearance is fitting. They've been training me day and night, non-stop. My heart is bitter, man. These scammers have really done a number on me. I really regret not going to Tianwu with you back then, otherwise, I wouldn't be getting beaten up here every day. Mao Yuan sobbed as he complained. Poor Mao Monkey. Zhang Linchuan was silent for a moment before asking, have you noticed anything unusual over there? Is anyone targeting you? Yes. Mao Yuan's answer made Zhang Linchuan's eyes tighten. The unusual thing is that the girls here are too beautiful, they all want to chase me. I can't help it, I'm just too handsome. Mao Yuan proudly puffed out his chest. Zhang Linchuan felt relieved. I'll introduce Yu Xiuwen to you guys sometime, you two will definitely become good brothers. If there's nothing else, just practice well at the academy and don't wander around. Can I even go out? Mao Yuan said helplessly, then continued, how are things going with the little witch? Have you managed to deal with her? You're doing everyone a favor by getting rid of her. I support you, buddy. Honestly, the little witch is now so beautiful it's like a dream, too unreal. She's fine. Except she's already planning to drug me. Of course, Zhang Linchuan wouldn't tell Mao Monkey about this. The two chatted for a while longer before the video call was forcibly ended. The reason was that Mao Monkey was dragged off for training again. However, the results were impressive. Mao Yuan had already advanced to Silver 1, an astonishingly fast pace. With such rigorous training at Ba Lion Academy, even a chicken could be raised into a phoenix, let alone someone with Mao Yuan's talent. The headmaster of Ba Lion Academy was grooming Mao Monkey as a future successor, and Zhang Linchuan was genuinely happy for his old friend. With that old lion protecting him, Mao Yuan's safety was assured. Xin Shang had told him before that the one person in the world you should never provoke is Ba Lion Academy's old lion. If you do, he'll fight to the death. The old lion even had a nickname, Bloodthirsty Mad Lion. When he goes berserk, he stops at nothing. He once stormed into the overseas base of the Night Marauders alone, killing so many that the enemy was terrified. Despite sustaining 7 serious injuries, he managed to return alive. Since then, no one dared to provoke him. After all, the stronger someone is, the more they value their life. Most importantly, the old lion's strength had already reached the peak of Moon Soul. After saying goodnight to the little witch, Zhang Linchuan fell into a deep sleep. His nerves had been tightly wound, and he couldn't hold on any longer. He had just fought a fierce battle with Shadow Wolf. On a rainy night, Yu Tian curled up on a folding bed in the corner of the wall, staring blankly at Zhang Linchuan's bed frame, still unable to understand why she couldn't draw her sword when facing him. Monday morning, Zhang Linchuan woke up and headed straight for the small valley. He hadn't reported to his master for 2 days and couldn't slack off. After checking at the valley entrance, he found the house hadn't exploded. And old Lou wasn't around. What a relief. As he reached Granny Yang's courtyard gate, she called out to him. "Little one, can you do Granny a favor?" Granny Yang leaned against the door, munching on sunflower seeds. "Sure, Granny, what do you need?" Jiang Linchuan replied politely. The wrinkles on Granny Yang's face relaxed as she smiled and said, "Help me buy a few hens, ones that can lay eggs." "All right." Jiang Linchuan nodded in agreement. "Off you go." Granny Yang waved her hand. Jiang Linchuan sent a message to Yu Xiuwen and then walked into the grass. Hut! Ding ding ding! Qin Shang, bare-chested, was focused on forging a blade blank. Jiang Linchuan greeted him, then took off his own shirt and pulled a glowing red piece of iron from the furnace to start forging. "Your mind isn't calm enough," Qin Shang said flatly. "Oh." Jiang Linchuan quickly composed himself. "Emotions aren't just written on your face, they're hidden in your heart. Every move you make reveals flaws. If an enemy seizes the opportunity, they could turn the tide." Qin Shang glanced at him and continued forging the blade blank. "The human heart is the most dangerous thing in the world. Never overestimate the goodness of human nature, and never underestimate its evil. Everyone has desires and needs, and they'll stop at nothing to fulfill them. What you can do is keep training yourself, becoming indestructible, and finally sharpening your blade on a whetstone. It's like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. The cocoon is a necessary process. I'll remember that, master. Keep going." The master and apprentice continued hammering the blade blank, occasionally exchanging a few words, with Qin Shang mostly imparting wisdom. 2 hours passed quickly. Jiang Linchuan took out a towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, the sound of a noisy engine came from outside, followed by a cacophony of chicken clucking. Could it be that Yu Xiuwen had bought out the entire chicken farm? Jiang Linchuan covered his face and walked out of the grass hut. Sure enough, a small truck was parked in the valley, with a tall iron cage attached to the back. Inside, white-feathered laying hens were flapping their wings, and some were even laying eggs directly on the road. Granny Yang was also awakened by the noise. After a brief moment of surprise, her face lit up with a smile. "Oh my, so many! My little courtyard can't hold them all. I'll have to set aside a plot for you." As she spoke, she cracked some sunflower seeds and walked to a nearby empty patch of land. She lightly stomped her foot, and tender green vines sprouted from the soil, automatically weaving and intertwining, until they formed a 30 by 30 vine tent, complete with chicken coops inside. At that moment, the three buddies arrived, followed by Rainy Day, dressed in white and holding a sword in his arms. He kept a slight distance from the trio, his face full of curiosity. "Come and help," Jiang Linchuan beckoned, though he secretly wanted to give the three troublemakers a good beating. They had clearly agreed to buy only a dozen chickens. Coming. The three buddies eagerly ran forward, rolled up their sleeves, and climbed onto the truck to start catching chickens. The chickens flapped their wings wildly, and white feathers flew everywhere. The four of them worked together to transfer the laying hens one by one into the vine-made coops. Rainy Day stood to the side, dumbfounded, wanting to help but too shy to speak up. "What are you standing there for? Come help!" Yu Xiuwen, his head covered in chicken feathers, shouted at Rainy Day. Oh, Rainy Day put away his sword and joined the chicken-catching team. It took the five of them over an hour to settle more than 1,000 laying hens into the vine coops, their faces and clothes covered in chicken feathers. The small truck turned around and drove out of the valley, leaving a long trail of exhaust behind. "Thank you, young men," Granny Yang said gently. No problem, Granny. Is this enough? If not, I can bring another truckload," Yu Xiuwen said with a grin as bright as a flower. The term Granny made Granny Yang pause for a moment before she smiled warmly. Good boy. You've worked hard. I can't let you go unrewarded. Take this." Before they could react, something appeared in each of their hands, a pigeon egg-sized, diamond-like, sparkling gem. A diamond spirit pearl. The five of them exchanged bewildered glances, utterly stunned. This was way too extravagant. "Granny, this doesn't seem appropriate," Jiang Linchuan tried to decline. "What's inappropriate? These are just things I casually killed when I was younger. They're useless to me now. Hurry up and get to class." Granny Yan tossed aside her sunflower seeds and shooed them away. She chased them all the way out of the valley before returning contentedly to the vine tent. She then kicked open the door of old Lou's house next door. "Lou, if you scare my chickens again, I'll skin you and feed you to them. What's the deal with this granny? Casually killed little things? A diamond-level beast is hardly a little thing. When she was younger, the three buddies each latched onto different points. Granny Yang was a star-level expert in her youth. Zhang Linchuan revealed just this much. A legend. A real granny. Yu Xiuwen's face lit up with excitement, eager to claim kinship. Granny's temper isn't great. Zhang Linchuan couldn't help but add. Yu Xiuwen immediately stopped in his tracks, his expression turning blank as he pivoted. We should focus on our studies, and not just think about finding a backer. Rainy Day handed the diamond spirit pearl to Zhang Linchuan. I didn't do much, I shouldn't take this. Everyone contributed. It's yours too, Zhang Linchuan replied, feeling a bit more favorable toward him. This guy knew how to handle things and wasn't just a single-minded cultivator. He wouldn't be too exhausting to get along with. But what was the old mystic planning by sending these people to him? The more Zhang Linchuan thought about it, the more confused he became. The people around him were multiplying. Considering the Tao family incident, he already knew that Yu Xiuwen and Ding Ji were also arranged by the old mystic. Now Rainy Day had been placed with him too. Was this some sort of shelter for problematic students, with a combined age of less than 50? How could he possibly understand the thoughts of an old man who had lived for thousands of years? Suddenly, he remembered something. Rain Tian couldn't draw his sword in front of him on a rainy day. Could it be another absurd scenario involving some alien descendant, requiring an incantation to unsheath the sword? Zhang Linchuan gestured toward the sword in Rain Tian's arms with a finger. Draw the sword. Clang, the Han Hai Changfeng sword emitted a crisp sound, its blade flashing as sword energy shot straight into the sky. What's going on? The three friends tilted their heads, staring in stunned disbelief. Rain Tian froze, staring incredulously at his sword, which was already half drawn. This sword was a supernatural weapon, not an ordinary one. Why was this happening? Zhang Linchuan tried to touch the Han Hai Changfeng sword but found he couldn't make contact. It was entirely a supernatural entity. However, he couldn't understand the specific principle behind it or explain why it was happening. He summoned his own blade and held it in his hand. Instantly, the Han Hai Changfeng sword retracted into its sheath, trembling uncontrollably. This might be a case of mutual suppression between supernatural abilities, Taoru said slowly. Everyone accepted this explanation. After all, Zhang Linchuan wasn't a psychic-type awakener, and psychic-type awakeners could only control their own supernatural abilities, indirectly influencing others. Zhang Linchuan parted ways with the other four in front of the teaching building. He skipped some classes he deemed unnecessary and headed to the office building to find Wan Taihe, the instructor for alchemy mechanics. He had come to a realization: spiritual patterns were also a means of enhancing strength, and he was ready to delve deeper into their study. Knocking on the door and entering the office, he saw the Mediterranean-haired man sitting at the desk, holding a thermos cup and chatting enthusiastically with his colleagues. For someone of his level as a spiritual pattern master, money was no longer important. What truly excited him was nurturing outstanding students and leaving a significant mark in history. Teacher 1, Zhang Linchuan greeted from the doorway. The Mediterranean-haired man turned around, recognized him, and his eyes lit up. He flicked his 5 flowing strands of hair and excitedly approached. Student Zhang, have you made up your mind? I'm sorry, Teacher 1, I can't formally apprentice under you, but may I still seek your guidance? Zhang Linchuan asked, somewhat apologetically. A trace of disappointment flashed in Wan Taihe's eyes, but he settled for the next best thing and said, you see, isn't this essentially a teacher-student relationship? A teacher imparts knowledge and resolves doubts. It's just a matter of titles. A teacher is a teacher. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Teacher 1. I'd like to learn some offensive spiritual patterns. Zhang Linchuan expressed his purpose. Wan Taihe frowned and said, offensive spiritual patterns are beyond your current level. In fact, among the deciphered spiritual patterns, truly powerful offensive ones are rare. Even if someone has deciphered them, they wouldn't share them easily. Oh, Zhang Linchuan nodded in disappointment. Then I'll head back for now. Goodbye, Teacher 1. Don't go. 1. Taihe suddenly became anxious and grabbed him. It wasn't easy to encounter a student with talent in spiritual patterns. He couldn't let him go so easily. Listen to me, learning spiritual patterns requires accumulation, but you have talent, which will greatly shorten this process. Who knows, you might decipher new spiritual patterns that no one has ever seen before and leave your name in history. Wan Taiha patiently persuaded him and handed over his treasured notes to Jiang Linchuan. Faced with such enthusiasm from the teacher, Jiang Linchuan felt embarrassed to refuse. Holding the thick notes, he bowed and thanked him. Thank you, Teacher Wan. I will study them seriously. Wan Taiha raised his chin proudly and smiled. That's more like it. From now on, don't call me Teacher Wan, just call me teacher. All right, teacher. Wan Taiha was overjoyed and waved his hand. Go back and attend your classes properly. Goodbye, teacher. Jiang Linchuan returned to the dormitory with the notes, took a quick shower, changed his clothes, and sat at his desk, slowly opening the notes. On the title page, Wan Taiha's signature was written in elegant script, along with 2 lines of small text. Spiritual patterns are a divine gift, glimpsing even a fragment can benefit a lifetime. Stay calm, remain detached, effortlessly arrange formations, and turn the tide. Jiang Linchuan carefully savored these 2 sentences. Teacher Wan believed that spirit patterns aligned with the laws of heaven and earth, capable of reversing situations with a casual stroke. He touched the heart of Hailan on his neck, a small alchemical spirit-gathering field. Its auxiliary effects were already so strong. If its range were larger, how powerful would it be? He immediately abandoned his previous disdain for spirit patterns and continued flipping to the next page. The first few pages contained simple spirit patterns, with Wan Taiha meticulously annotating the function of each fold point, the most common mistakes, and their solutions. This was truly the crystallization of Teacher Wan's efforts. Jiang Linchuan felt a bit moved. If this notebook were made public, it would surely incite envy. The further he flipped, the more complex the content became. The arrangement of spirit patterns intertwined, dazzling the eyes. After reaching over 300 pages, the subsequent spirit patterns lacked annotations. These were likely undeciphered patterns or ones deciphered but not disclosed. Jiang Linchuan took out the system terminal, strapped it to his wrist, and aimed it at the notebook's content. Hain, can you understand these spirit patterns? Hain glanced at them and said indifferently, divine script, as the name suggests, is said to be created by deities. Divine script possesses extraordinary power. It can make a single strand of hair pierce through a meter-thick steel plate or turn a steel pipe as soft as noodles. Powerful divine script can even destroy the world. In order to make living beings worship them and demonstrate their omnipotence and authority, deities called these characters divine decrees. Then teach me quickly, Jiang Linchuan said, completely indifferent to the divine or supernatural, focusing solely on learning first. You can understand them? Hain blinked, a hint of doubt flashing in her golden pupils. How could the king possibly not understand these? Do I really understand them? Jiang Linchuan took a deep breath and carefully examined them again. He seemed to grasp the simpler spirit patterns, but the complex ones felt veiled, as if obscured by a layer of gauze. He figured it was probably due to insufficient strength. After noting down a dozen spirit pattern combinations, he took out tools and began carving spirit patterns, casually selecting materials from the dormitory. 2 hours later, his 3 roommates and Yutian returned. The moment they opened the door, large question marks appeared above everyone's heads. The table was floating 40 centimeters above the ground, a ballpoint pen was hovering and spraying water, a book was embedded in the floor with cracks spreading around it, and a broom was moving back and forth on the ground, leaving sharp blade-like marks. Meanwhile, Jiang Linchuan, the creator of all this, was focused on carving something on a teacup. Muggles, welcome to Hogwarts, the world of magic, Yushiwen said, spreading his arms in a welcoming gesture. Jiang Linchuan's eyes lit up. He opened the wardrobe, took out a baseball cap, quickly carved spirit patterns on it, and infused the brim with spirit energy, muttering something under his breath. After finishing, he tossed the cap onto Yushiwen's head. Gryffindor! Gryffindor! The cap emitted a mechanical voice, repeating the words over and over. Whoa, spirit patterns can be used like this? The group was dumbfounded, though they hadn't learned this trick yet. Once they did, they wouldn't find it strange. This was actually just a simple recording playback function. So envious. We haven't even mastered levitation yet, Tao Ru lamented. I want the broom. Using this thing to hit people would be awesome. It could poke several eyes at once. Yushilwan's eyes lit up as he reached for the flying broom. Tao Ru shook his head with a smile and bent down to pick up the medical book on the floor. Ha! This book is so heavy. How much gravity did you add to the book? I forgot. You can use spirit energy to cut off the spirit pattern circuit, and the book will return to normal. If you inject spirit energy again, it becomes super heavy, Jiang Linchuan explained. Using books as iron to sell, what a way to make money. Tao Ru cut off the spirit pattern circuit and tossed the book in his hand. Bah, that's cheating. Give it to me, I want to use it as a brick to smash people. Yu Xiuwen reached out to grab it. Tao Ru chuckled, infused spirit energy again, and heavily tossed the medical book to Yu Xiuwen. Whoa, this is so heavy. Oh, right, let's engrave gold bricks. Great idea, that's so cool. Gurgle, gurgle, the water in the teacup began to boil. Runes are truly amazing, but unfortunately, my brain isn't sharp enough, Yu Xiuwen sighed. It's okay, your brain may not be sharp, but you've got plenty of milk, Tao Ru said with a mischievous smile. So, are you drinking or not? Yu Xiuwen lifted his shirt and winked lewdly. Get lost, disgusting pervert. The farce ended, and the four of them sat in a row, gathered around Jiang Linchuan. Are there any offensive runes? Tao Ru was the first to speak. There are, but I haven't figured them out yet, and the location isn't quite suitable, Jiang Linchuan replied. He was currently researching a combination of small explosive runes, functioning like landmines. As long as something entered the rune's range, it would explode. The power of the explosion depended on the strength of the spiritual energy infused into it. The more energy, the greater the power. Different materials also varied greatly in their ability to carry spiritual energy. 1. Taiha had written in his notes, the best carrier currently is the spirit beads of ferocious beasts. This is because spirit beads themselves store a large amount of spiritual energy, but they are too expensive. Low-grade spirit beads have weak power, while high-grade ones are too precious to use. Nowadays, rune masters mostly use the bones and hides of ferocious beasts as materials. Additionally, there's another reason for not using spirit beads: they are particularly easy to detect. Whether human or beast, the stronger the creature, the sharper its perception of spiritual energy. Only ordinary people and weaker beasts are unable to sense it. Thus, Jiang Linchuan planned to attach them to shadow wolves, creating a massive explosive field to obliterate the Shadow Wolf clan's base on a neighboring planet. I need to make another trip to Yunkuan Mountain. It's a great place for experiments and material collection. Jiang Linchuan stood up. The beasts on the outskirts are almost all eaten up, Yu Xiuwen reminded. Good point, then I'll go to Qingpu Lake. For a foodie, it was natural to explore different places for their specialties. Qingpu Lake was another exotic portal in the imperial capital, with vast waters and dangers greater than those of Yunkuan Mountain. I'll go with you. Rain Tian slowly stood up. I don't have time to take care of you, Jiang Linchuan frowned. I can take care of myself, Rain Tian emphasized. Those people from last time? Tao Ru was a bit worried. My master will accompany me. Jiang Linchuan lied, mainly to reassure everyone. Then that's fine, Tao Ru breathed a sigh of relief. What's a little silver like you doing joining the fun? Can you even handle that place? Yu Xiuwen tried to dissuade Rain Tian. Ever since the freshman exchange competition where Jiang Linchuan crushed Lu Yuza, a peak gold level fighter, everyone knew Jiang Linchuan's true combat strength. I've advanced to gold. Rain Tian glanced at him indifferently. Oh, so being gold is impressive now? Does being gold mean you won't get diarrhea? Wait, I'm off topic. It's your fault. Rain Tian angrily drew his sword. Last time, he had diarrhea so bad he nearly collapsed, questioning life, and almost fell off the toilet. Ahem, put the sword down. We're on the same side now, let's stick together. Humph. Rain Tian snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. How you work hard is your business. Don't follow me, I don't have time to waste on you. Jiang Linchuan glanced at him indifferently, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. With a knife practically at his throat, he truly didn't have time to babysit this troublemaker. That damned old mystic, always stirring up trouble. Let's go. Jiang Linchuan disappeared directly from the dormitory. Rain Tian sat back on his bed without saying a word. Tao Ru was silent for a moment before saying, Xiao Chuan must be facing some trouble, otherwise, he wouldn't be under so much pressure. We never figured out the cause of his girlfriend's poisoning last time, and we missed an important clue. It's those black-clad people who appeared at Yunkuan Mountain. The entrance is monitored by instructors. So those people could only have entered by tearing through space, which means they have at least a Starshine 5-star expert backing them. There are plenty of Starshine level experts in the imperial capital. Many major families have them behind the scenes. but Xiao Chuan has no connection with them. By that time, Xiao Chuan had already apprenticed under a master, so he wouldn't have feared Moonshade Peak-level opponents. Damn. Tao Ru suddenly remembered a detail, his scalp tingling, and a cold wind rushing down his back. Spit it out. Yu Xiuwen pushed him. Don't ask. From now on, train with all your might, unless you don't want to help him. Ding Ji suddenly stood up and walked straight outside. He was always a man of few words, quietly listening when others spoke. He used to be timid, but now he was completely different. He was a warrior, a frontline fighter, paving a bloody path for his brothers. The twilight deepened, and the sunset, as red as blood, spread across the blue sky, dyeing it with radiant hues. The distant hillside seemed draped in a golden veil, and everything before them was bathed in a golden glow. The lingering warmth penetrated a speeding open-top off-road vehicle, shining on Zhang Linchuan, but he felt no warmth at all. His heart felt frozen. Yan Hui focused on driving, his sunglasses masking his stern face. Occasionally, he glanced at his junior brother, whose brows were tightly furrowed. Yan Hui was not talkative. When they first met, they exchanged only a brief greeting and said nothing more afterward. This remote road led to Qingpu Lake. Occasionally, vehicles overtook them, carrying hunters, awakened individuals who traversed the portals to other realms. They paid a ticket fee of 100,000 to enter these realms, hunting ferocious beasts to obtain resources or completing employer tasks for money. The official ticket price was not high, 100,000, with no time limit. This was the government's way of encouraging hunters to eliminate ferocious beasts, helping to curb their reproduction and ease the pressure on station soldiers. In the distance, red flags fluttered, and the black and red combat uniforms formed a striking scene. This was a bustling town, vastly different from Yunkuan Mountain, where the portals to other realms were primarily used for student training. Merchants sold weapons, equipment, food, and medicine, while also purchasing beast materials to process and resell for profit. The town was heavily guarded, with checkpoints every few steps. After passing through layers of inspections, Yan Hui parked the car at the entrance of the combat command center. Junior brother is here. Ling Shuang greeted them with her high ponytail swaying, looking spirited and valiant. Senior sister, why are you here? Zhang Linchuan asked in confusion. Don't even mention it. Senior sister got demoted, so pitiful. Ling Shuang pouted, unwilling to elaborate. She beat up her blind date, Yan Hui revealed succinctly. Shut up. Ling Shuang punched and kicked him, making everyone laugh. Then she took out a small red box from her storage ring and handed it to Zhang Linchuan. This is your reward. Senior sister worked hard to get it for you, second-class merit. Senior sister, I haven't enlisted. Zhang Linchuan hesitated to accept it. Ling Shuang stuffed the medal into his hand, smiling. It doesn't matter, it's within the rules. It's only a matter of time. Yan Hui also took out an identical small box and handed it to Zhang Linchuan. Ling Shuang put her hands on her hips and teased, Xia Yan, what do you mean by this? It's not me, it's the higher-up's decision. Merit should be rewarded, Yan Hui replied with a stern expression. Come on, senior sister will take you to change clothes, Ling Shuang said, pulling Zhang Linchuan into the combat command center. Why change clothes? Zhang Linchuan asked, puzzled. It's like a protective charm. Although hunters are strictly forbidden from killing each other, there are always special circumstances, Ling Shuang explained seriously. Zhang Linchuan nodded and followed the watchman to change into combat uniforms. When he stepped out of the changing room, Ling Shuang's eyes lit up, and she smiled provocatively at Yan Hui. Wow, our watchman's combat uniform suits junior brother the best. Look, so handsome, senior sister is about to drool. The black and red combat uniform accentuated Zhang Linchuan's upright figure, his chiseled face cold and sharp like a sculpture. His deep black eyes carried a hint of chill, no longer purely masculine but exuding a more captivating charm. Senior sister will add an extra layer of protection for you, Ling Shuang said, tearing off the armband from her left arm and attaching it to Zhang Linchuan's left arm. The armband had a black background, flanked by olive branches on both sides. In the center was a red shield adorned with 5 golden stars, 1 large and 4 small, with the word watchman written at the top. Ling Shuang's expression turned solemn as she looked at her junior brother and saluted him formally. Senior sister will wait for the day you officially receive your rank. Just as Zhang Linchuan was about to return the salute, his right arm was heavily slapped. Yan Hui, unwilling to be outdone, attached his own armband to Zhang Linchuan's right arm. The armband had a military green background, flanked by olive branches on both sides. In the center was a golden military knife with a bright red flag on it, bearing the word Fortress Breaker. "Xiao Yan, you can't do this," Ling Shuang said angrily. "It's fine now," Yan Hui nodded with satisfaction, his expression softening slightly. At that moment, a sentinel soldier approached, carrying a military pack about 1.5 meters long. Zhang Linchuan stepped forward to take it and thanked him. "All right, stay safe. If anything happens, send a signal, and I'll fly over to rescue you," Ling Shuang reminded. "Got it," Zhang Linchuan nodded, hoisting the pack onto his shoulder and heading toward the entrance of Qingpu Lake. After Zhang Linchuan's figure disappeared, Ling Shuang sighed. "Little junior brother has a lot on his mind. He'll have to bear it himself. I have tasks to attend to." "I'm leaving," Yan Hui said as he departed the combat command center. Yes, he has to rely on himself. To the west of the imperial capital, at the foot of Arrow God Mountain, Shen Shintong, dressed in black sportswear, climbed the mountain under the moonlight with agile movements, leaping over 10 meters at a time like a dancing elf in the wind, graceful and captivating. She reached the summit, clasped her hands behind her back, and playfully greeted the figure sitting cross-legged under a pine tree. "Master, why have you returned?" The figure, resembling a meditating monk, moved slightly and straightened his back. The gentle moonlight revealed a handsome and dignified face, with sharp, deep black eyes that sparkled like lightning. His thick, jet-black hair was neatly draped over his shoulders, and he wore a crescent-colored robe, resembling an immortal descending to the mortal world. He gazed at the starry sky, his lips moving slightly, his voice carrying a profound sense of age and wisdom, because the heavenly tribulation is approaching. "What is the heavenly tribulation?" Shen Shintong asked curiously. "The heavenly tribulation is a great disaster, many will perish." "Master, have you become a god then? The time hasn't come yet." "Girl, if you work harder, I won't need to become a god," Helani said, his expression showing a hint of complexity. "Why is that? I'm still far behind, how could I surpass Master?" Shen Shintong said with a smile. "Then go practice archery. Darkness is the best training environment." Helani slowly extended his right hand, its joints distinct and pale as jade. A crack appeared in the space, forcibly pulling out a group of ferocious beasts that scattered across Arrow God Mountain, their roars shaking the heavens. Helani waved his hand again, plunging the entire mountain into pitch darkness. Shen Shintong pouted, reluctantly summoning the kiss of the Elf Queen, and ran down the mountain with her bow ready. Her crystal-clear eyes glimmered faintly. She leaped, released the bowstring, and shot an arrow that pierced through the head of a swiftly running shadow leopard. Drawing her bow again, 3 spiritual arrows formed and were released simultaneously, accurately striking 3 ferocious beasts. In the darkness, the light of the arrows streaked like lightning. Qingpu Lake. A powerful searchlight hung high in the air, dispelling the darkness and illuminating a small patch of land at the entrance, resembling the last pure land on Earth. The starry sky reflected in the lake, its shimmering surface like a tranquil mirror. In the distance, milky white mist enveloped the lake, with faintly visible islands resembling embedded emeralds, creating a paradise-like scene. Occasional beastly roars broke the night silence. Zhang Linchuan stood at the entrance, staring at the lake for 2 minutes before tightening the straps of his military pack. "Hey, young man, want to hitch a ride across? It'll only cost 1 silver spirit orb," a hoarse voice called out nearby. Zhang Linchuan turned to see a 5-person hunter team, consisting of 3 middle-aged men in their 40s and 2 younger individuals. The speaker was the team leader, a man with neatly trimmed facial hair. They were preparing to cross the lake and venture into the island's interior. "No, thank you," Zhang Linchuan replied. The mustached man shrugged, disappointed at losing a potential customer, and called to his teammates. A plant type Awakener used their ability to create a large bamboo raft and loaded supplies onto it. The mustached man lit a cigarette, blowing smoke rings as he stroked his beard and stared at the lake. Crossing the lake at night was relatively safer, but caution was still necessary, as some ferocious beasts hunted at night, and they were prime targets. "All right, let's go." Hearing the urging, the man with the small mustache extinguished his cigarette, pocketed it, and nodded amicably at Zhang Linchuan before stepping onto the bamboo raft. The raft silently drifted away from the shore, gliding toward the distance, leaving only the faint sound of flowing water behind. Zhang Linchuan also sprang into action, stomping heavily on the shore before darting toward the lake like an arrow released from a bow. The hunting squad turned their heads in shock, their faces full of disbelief, Was he planning to swim across? The lake was teeming with ferocious beasts underwater. This was practically a death wish. He must be a rookie. The man with the small mustache pondered for a moment and said, "Let's get closer. If there are any beasts, we can lend a hand." This approach was not particularly wise. A slight misstep could put the squad in danger as well. After all, their combat effectiveness on water was far inferior to that on land. But he was the captain and the strongest among them, so even if the team members were dissatisfied, they had no choice but to comply. Before they could move, the next scene left them stunned. Jiang Linchuan's body sank, seemingly about to submerge into the lake, but suddenly, he lightly stepped on the water's surface, his body rising again with graceful ease. Water walking martial arts? This guy's a master. With a few nimble steps, Jiang Linchuan disappeared from their sight. The four squad members regretted not building a closer relationship with him. In such a dangerous environment, mutual support was crucial. Only the man with the small mustache stared into the distance, lost in thought. After confirming there was no one around, Jiang Linchuan's palm revealed a tangdao, which he swung downward, stirring up a gust of wind. A powerful stream of air shot out from the blade's tip, propelling him swiftly toward a small island at a speed several times faster than before. The first thing a foodie does upon landing is, of course, feast. With one swift strike, he decapitated a slumbering Qingha ox, skinned it, cleaned out its innards, and removed the extremities. Fire! The blade glowed red, emitting flames that roasted the prepared Qingha ox. The sizzling sound of fat melting and bursting in the fire released an irresistible aroma. Under Jiang Linchuan's control, the flames easily cooked the entire Qingha ox. Though the flavor couldn't compare to a meticulously prepared roast, it was already delicious enough. Rubbing his hands together, he began to feast. The meat of ferocious beasts was extraordinarily flavorful even without seasoning. The originally violent spiritual energy within the meat transformed into gentle energy inside his body, nourishing him entirely. Meanwhile, the heart of Hailan absorbed the spiritual energy from the otherworldly portal at an astonishing rate, far faster than in the outside world. The spiritual energy condensed into cyclones, directly channeling into his body, accelerating his strength growth to a surprising degree. Most of the ferocious beasts in Qingpu Lake ranged between gold and platinum levels. With a vast population, the majority resided underwater, but underwater exploration was extremely challenging. Even awakened water element users rarely dared to venture alone. As a result, hunters primarily targeted beasts on the islands, occasionally getting lucky enough to capture a few underwater ones. After finishing the entire Qingha ox, Jiang Linchuan contentedly wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and took out Wan Taiha's notebook, carefully reading it under the moonlight. The explosive spiritual rune field required a combination of 18 spiritual runes, each with 48 nodes, totaling 864 nodes. A single error in any node would render the entire field inoperative. He studied it intently for a while, closed the notebook, and mentally reviewed the details repeatedly. After ensuring he hadn't missed anything, he took out a carving knife and used the bones of the Qingha ox as a medium. His spirit entered the transcendent state described by Wan Taiha, meticulously carving the spiritual runes stroke by stroke. If he ruined one bone, he would simply switch to another and continue carving. A golden-level white-furred fox, drawn by the lingering aroma of meat in the air, stealthily approached. Its black pearl-like eyes gleamed with cunning as it crept closer. Once within attack range, it suddenly leaped, opening its mouth to pounce on Jiang Linchuan, its soft, fluffy tail swaying behind it. Smack! A crisp slap landed on the fox's body. The fox was knocked to the ground, unable to retaliate before feeling someone sitting on its soft body. Its hunting plan was abruptly interrupted. The fox bit toward Jiang Linchuan's arm, only to be slapped again with a smack. Its eyes burned with fury as it stubbornly raised its head to bite again, only to be slapped once more. 3 failures here. Already, what's going on? Jiang Linchuan scratched his head, lost in thought, while absent-mindedly patting the soft little fox. By the time he came to his senses, the fox was already on the verge of death. The white-furred fox's pelt was an excellent carrier for spirit patterns. Jiang Linchuan ended its life, skinned it, deboned it, and quickly roasted it. The taste was somewhat like rabbit meat. He knew the fox's musky odor mainly came from its skin tissues, while the meat was clean. After finishing his meal, Jiang Linchuan continued carving spirit patterns onto the ox bones. He had completed 4 and had 14 left. Once proficient, he planned to carve the spirit patterns onto spirit beads, giving the shadow wolves a good taste of explosive power. As dawn broke, Jiang Linchuan felt no trace of sleepiness. He stretched lazily, washed his face by the lake, packed his belongings, and continued on his journey. Qingpu Lake was even more beautiful during the day, with its picturesque scenery of mountains and water, and clouds drifting leisurely. If not for the presence of ferocious beasts, this place would be perfect for tourism. He pondered in his heart about how these small worlds came to be, guessing they were creations of those so-called gods. Mysterious and complex, they seemed like specially crafted realms. Jiang Linchuan traversed the jungle. On the island, swiftly dispatching any prey he encountered with a single strike. The escape skill rewarded by the system had unexpectedly become his most powerful offensive technique. The combination of flowing light and the blazing wind blade was invincible, a skill envied by every assassin. Open the panel. Level, Gold 7-star Spirit, 152 Constitution, 484 Agility, 528 Strength, 476 Charm, 88 Talent, SSS abilities, Azura. Blazing Wind Blade, Divine Level, Azura Blood Eyes, SS-level LV2 Flowing Light, S-level LV4 Feather Step on Snow, Movement Skill LV1. Intermediate Combat, LV3 Lingyun 4 Absolutes, LV3 Enhancement Points, 1570 Current Tasks, Accumulate kills of 300 silver-level ferocious beasts. 56 300 Accumulate kills of 80 platinum-level ferocious beasts. 3 out of 80 Eliminate all shadow wolves on the neighboring star, no time limit, can return to Blue Star midway. Jiang Linchuan glanced over the panel. Upgrading spirit skill levels still required a large number of enhancement points. Bronze required 10 points, silver 50 points, gold 100 points, platinum 200 points, and diamond 400 points. Star glory level was currently out of reach. Killing 10 gold level ferocious beasts would be enough to upgrade a spirit skill by 1 minor level, which seemed manageable. Thus, Jiang Linchuan embarked on a sleepless grind, which was essentially his foodie's journey. Along the way, he encountered some hunter teams who eyed him warily. Since some of them wore sentinel combat uniforms, no conflicts arose. They were all there to make money and wouldn't act rashly. After all, if you lost your life, everything else was meaningless. Your wife would take your hard-earned money and remarry, your kids would call someone else dad, and there were plenty of girls out there worth pursuing. So, the hunter community maintained a relatively decent atmosphere, with their common enemy being the ferocious beasts. Even if there were disputes, they rarely escalated beyond verbal arguments. After all, the laws in the Dragon Nation were strict. Losing a lawsuit meant trouble, and even winning meant you'd have to treat others to a meal. In contrast, foreign hunters were less restrained, with murder and robbery being commonplace. This was why some foreign hunters liked coming to the Dragon Nation to hunt ferocious beasts. Although the entry fees were exorbitantly high, safety was guaranteed. Jiang Linchuan encountered 2 groups of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners who enthusiastically greeted him. Seeing him in a sentinel combat uniform, they mistook him for a patrol officer sent by the Dragon Nation, which gave them a sense of security. However, as they walked further, they grew increasingly anxious. Where were the ferocious beasts? Wasn't this place supposed to be teeming with them? Apart from bloodstains on the ground, there wasn't even a single beast hair in sight. They had spent a fortune on entry tickets, and returning empty-handed would be a huge loss. So, they changed their plans and headed to other small islands to continue their search. Roared Jiang Linchuan stopped in his tracks and turned around. The sound was the roar of a star ape, a gregarious ferocious beast. His eyes lit up, and he sprinted toward the direction of the sound. Before long, he saw a large group of star apes furiously chasing a 5-person team. It was the same group with the little mustache he had seen earlier. Brother Chi, what should we do? If I die, what about my kids' milk money? A teammate with plant-based abilities cried out while using his powers to block the pursuers behind them. Little Mustache, also known as Hu Chi, threw a basketball-sized fireball behind him and replied, "Run quickly." Who knew the purple ginseng would be the treasure the star apes wanted most? He clutched a small black bag tightly, which contained a precious purple ginseng. They thought no one was watching, but as soon as they dug it up, they were chased by star apes for 5 kilometers. "Brother Chi, maybe we should just give it back to them," another teammate suggested. "If we give it back, will they stop chasing us?" "Hold on. Once we get to the water, they won't be able to follow us," Hu Chi encouraged. Selling the purple ginseng would earn them a fortune. The risk was worth it. "I didn't sleep well last night, I can barely run anymore." "Why did you Have so much energy shaking the bed then? That's a different matter. I can't run anymore. I'm staying behind to hold them off, you guys go ahead. This guy truly couldn't run anymore, otherwise, he wouldn't say such things. He wanted his teammates to take over his share of the mission. Screw you! Hoochie roared angrily, stopped, and gritted his teeth as he threw the bag toward the Star Ape group. Watching the treasure fly away, his heart shattered. Just then, a figure darted into the Star Ape group, moving as gracefully as a startled swan, swiftly harvesting the lives of the Star Apes. The blade flashed sharply, seemingly tearing through space, and the Star Apes fell like straw. The group stared in shock. It's the expert who walked on water. Last night, an observant teammate shouted. It was him. Hoochie instinctively tugged at his neatly trimmed mustache, wincing in pain. In the blink of an eye, John Linchuan had already slain over 30 golden-level Star Apes. He flicked the blood off his blade and began collecting spirit beads. This time, he gained 3,400 enhancement points. What a thrill! Herding beasts were great, though they were hard to find, especially on the island. Thank you, young man. Hoochie clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, master. You're welcome, Jiang Linchuan replied without looking up. Star ape meat wasn't particularly tasty, it would be a waste. Better to save it for fishing fierce beasts by the lake. Master, leave your name so we can greet you if we meet. Again. Shura. Hiss. The group exchanged glances. The name was truly imposing, and his performance just now certainly lived up to it. Well then. Thank you, brother Shura. We'll be off now, see you if fate allows. Hoochie and his teammates clasped their hands and turned to leave. The hunter's code dictated that one shouldn't linger while others were collecting spoils to avoid conflict. They understood the rules. Jiang Linchuan glanced at their retreating figures and stored the Star Ape corpses in his system space. A small black bag caught his attention. It was the one they had just thrown, containing the purple ginseng. Whether out of gratitude or fear, they hadn't taken it back. He decided to return it to them if he had the chance. Jiang Linchuan hung the bag on his marching pack and continued running in the direction the Star Apes had come from, hoping to find more of them. Night fell. After a day of slaughter, Jiang Linchuan found a campsite by a lakeside cave. The cave was littered with instant food wrappers and cigarette butts, remnants of previous hunters' rest stops. He frowned, drew his tang blade, and whipped up a whirlwind that gathered the trash into a pile, then burned it clean. Satisfied with the now spotless cave, he nodded approvingly. By the lake, he cleaned a red-feathered chicken, preparing it for dinner. The campfire crackled, its flames illuminating the cave in a warm glow. Sparks flew, and oil dripped into the fire with a sizzle, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Suddenly, a stretched shadow appeared at the cave entrance. Whimper, whimper, chubby. An iron-eating beast? Jiang Linchuan's heart tightened. He hadn't sensed any fierce beasts approaching. Whimper, whimper, chubby. The so-called iron-eating beast turned out to be a small panda about 50 centimeters tall, with soft black and white fur and bright, round black eyes. Two fluffy black ears perched atop its head, and its plump body made it look especially adorable. Its round eyes were full of grievance as it stared at the black bag beside Jiang Linchuan. Is that what you want? Jiang Linchuan pointed at the black bag, not rushing to make a move. The little red panda was so cute it melted hearts. Ing, so chubby. The red panda tilted its head adorably, stretched out its two fluffy black paws, and cupped them together. Jiang Linchuan was completely charmed, and with a softened heart, he pulled out a small black pouch, took out a piece of purple salvia root, and placed it in its little paws. Ing, the red panda happily shook its head, holding the purple salvia root and crunching away at it. Purple juice dripped from the corners of its mouth, and its eyes were filled with satisfaction. Watching it eat so delightfully, Jiang Linchuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, sprinkled some cumin and chili powder on the red-feathered chicken, and prepared to dig in. The red panda sniffed the aroma of the meat, waddled its chubby little feet over to him, and fearlessly sniffed at the roasted chicken in his hand. Achoo, achoo. The chili powder made it sneeze repeatedly. Jiang Linchuan burst out laughing, rubbing its soft, fluffy head. It felt amazing. After interacting for a while, Jiang Linchuan began eating the roasted chicken while holding it. One big and one small, they leaned against each other, each enjoying their food. The purple salvia root wasn't very big, so the red panda quickly finished it. It looked up at Jiang Linchuan, its eyes full of longing. Jiang Linchuan tore off a piece of chicken leg and handed it to it. The red panda sniffed it first, making sure there was no strange smell, and then happily started eating. After finishing the chicken leg, it opened its mouth wide, pointed at it with its paw, and made a gurgle sound. Thirsty? Gurgle gurgle. John Lynchwan took out a bottle of milk and fed it. Its little eyes sparkled with joy. Pandas really do love milk and sweet things. If they met again in the future, he'd have to chop some bamboo from the yard to feed it. This iron-eating beast's strength couldn't be sensed. It was either extremely strong or incredibly weak. But the environment here wasn't suitable for the weak, so it was probably very powerful. Either way, John Lynchwan had no intention of harming it. This was the first time he'd seen such an adorable ferocious beast. Alright, now that we're full, let's head back. He rubbed its head again. The red panda shook its head, grabbed his pant leg, and climbed up, clinging to his arms, and refusing to leave. John Lynchwan had no choice but to hold it while entering a light sleep state. In this state, if anything happened to the red panda, he could react immediately. Until dawn, nothing unusual occurred, and the red panda slept soundly. John Lynchwan gently placed it to the side, walked out of the cave, and took water, a toothbrush, and toothpaste from his storage ring. While brushing his teeth, the red panda quietly walked up to him, tugged at his pant leg, opened its mouth wide, and pointed at its teeth, making a gurgle sound. "Ha, you're quite the clean freak, huh? Wait a moment." John Lynchwan finished brushing his teeth, took out a new toothbrush, squeezed some toothpaste, and helped it brush. It stood obediently, without moving, and after brushing, it even mimicked him by spitting out the water. What an adorable little creature. For breakfast, he roasted 2 red-feathered chickens, one for himself and one for the red panda. The one for the red panda was coated in honey. Sure enough, it ate with great delight, occasionally rubbing its head against John Lynchwan's leg. "Alright, I really have to go now. I can't play with you anymore. So chubby." The red panda started to sob. "How about I come find you when I have time in the future, okay?" John Lynchwan tried a different approach. So chubby. "Then how about you come with me? Its tone suddenly became cheerful. Afraid he might change his mind, it climbed up his pant leg and onto his back. This iron-eating beast was far too intelligent. What was its origin? John Lynchwan became increasingly puzzled. He tugged at its ear and continued on his journey with it. After walking for half a day, he didn't encounter a single ferocious beast. Something wasn't right. John Lynchwan suddenly held the red panda tightly. "Did you scare off all the ferocious beasts?" The red panda looked at him with confusion, shook its head, and pointed at its ears, as if it didn't understand. "I mean the kind of meat you eat. Do you get it?" The red panda still shook its head. John Lynchwan scratched his head, placed it on the ground, took out his phone, and found a video he had downloaded earlier about the ferocious beasts of Qingpu Lake. He played it for the red panda. "The ones in this video, did you scare them all away?" The red panda stared at the video and whimpered pitifully. "It really wasn't you?" John Lynchwan stared at it suspiciously. "Whimper." The little red panda shook its head vigorously. "That's strange." John Lynchwan placed it back on his back. Deciding not to further explore the small island, he walked to the lakeside, pulled out the corpse of the star ape, cut it into pieces, and threw them into the lake. The little red panda sniffed the bloodied meat, rolled its eyes, and obediently sat beside him, watching. Before long, dark currents stirred in. The lake's ferocious beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, swam closer. Thin ripples spread across the lake's surface, creating layers of waves. With a splash, a 5-meter-long giant fish leapt out of the water in an attempt to snatch a bite. A shadow flickered. John Lynchwan instantly appeared at the lakeside and, with a graceful whip kick, sent the giant fish flying onto the shore, startling the little red panda so much that it rolled backward in fright. John Lynchwan lightly tapped the lake's surface, leaping into the air. In midair, he twisted his body, and his tang blade materialized, slicing through the water as he descended. Blood bloomed in the water like ink, blossoming into vivid red flowers. Before long, the lake's surface was tinged with a thick layer of crimson. In the light, it was both captivating and blood-soaked. "Fat one." The little red panda called eagerly, stretching out its tiny paw to touch the lake's surface, only to immediately retract it, revealing a distinct fear of water. Splish, splash. Several enormous creatures broke through the water, collapsing onto the shore, blood gushing everywhere and quickly forming a small mountain. "Fat one, fat one." The little red panda darted its gaze around, drooling with anticipation. A thin flash of blade light streaked across the water's surface. In the next second, a figure burst out from beneath the water, tightly gripping the tail of a crocodile. Blood-red droplets cascaded down his hair, face, and body, making him resemble a blood-soaked war god, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Whimper, fat one, the little red panda extended its paw, yearning for a hug. Crunch, crunch. The duo, one big, one small, buried themselves in their feast. The pile of beast corpses, initially towering like a small mountain, gradually diminished, while a heap of bones, cleaned so thoroughly even a dog would envy, grew on the other side. Eat. Fat one, gulp gulp. Keep eating. Zhang Linchuan handed it a bottle of milk. His stomach felt like a bottomless pit. Despite consuming so much meat, he didn't feel full. Spiritual energy churned relentlessly within his abdomen. With a sudden pop, the spiritual energy condensed completely in his abdomen before surging outward, coursing through his entire body, stronger than ever before. He had successfully broken through to 8-star gold rank. Zhang Linchuan joyfully ruffled the little red panda's soft fur with his greasy hands. The little red panda clung to a piece of roasted meat, shuffled backward a few steps, then turned around, wiggling its hips and flicking its short, stubby tail. After clearing out all their spoils, Zhang Linchuan contentedly picked up a beast bone and began inscribing spiritual runes. The bottleneck he had faced earlier seemed non-existent now, and he smoothly completed a set in one go. 13 bones remained. The little red panda blinked its eyes, curiously leaning in to watch. Finding it boring, it climbed onto Zhang Linchuan's back and began playing with his hair, thoroughly entertained. Man and beast spent the entire day amidst the picturesque scenery of mountains and water. Any ferocious beasts that dared to approach and cause trouble became their gourmet meals. Zhang Linchuan still needed to inscribe 18 sets of spiritual runes. With 7 sets left, he encountered another bottleneck. Dissatisfied with his progress, he somewhat regretfully put away his carving knife. If Wan Tai were to learn of this, he would likely risk being struck down by Qin Shang just to take Zhang Linchuan as his disciple. A genius like this would undoubtedly be immortalized in history books, hailed alongside historical figures for generations to come. As night fell, Qingpu Lake grew silent. Zhang Linchuan sat outside a mountain cave, tending to a campfire. The little red panda sprawled on a sleeping bag with its rump sticking up, snoring peacefully. The night brought a flood of thoughts, fragmented memories replayed in his mind, a chaotic mix of his past life and current one. He rubbed his temples, forcing himself not to dwell on them. Pulling a branch from the firewood pile, he began writing names on the ground, connecting them with lines: Baizhun Tower, Heiyin, Tianqi, Xinshang, Shinshintom, Taoru. After pondering for a moment, he added a few more terms: palace, mysterious shadow, throne, Azura. Then came more: god, superhumans, ghostwolf, Andromeda Galaxy, Tusman Empire, surveillance. The more he wrote, the more words filled the ground. Gradually, a faint network of relationships began to emerge before his eyes. He rested his chin on his hand and began to sort out the connections. Shura, the king has fallen? Yin's revenge, and I am the inheritor. The Dean of Apocalypse Academy must know the secrets behind this. After spending so much time planning, what role does he play in all of this? He must also know the contents of that letter. Since he knows and still spends time on me, it means he knows I won't die, because the dead are useless. So, what exactly does the person behind that letter want? Testing me? After the Death Squad incident, they discovered I was hiding my strength, and then there was no further movement. Could it be that old mystic intervened? No, he said he couldn't interfere. The reason is still unclear, so I'll set it aside for now. The fairy galaxy is 2.54 million light-years away from Blue Star. Why did the Tusman Empire send shadow wolves to monitor Blue Star from a nearby star? Blue Star's current technology can't yet freely traverse the solar system. If they wanted to colonize, they could easily do so unless they're afraid of something. Afraid of superhumans? No, a civilization capable of interstellar travel must have advanced technology, possessing interstellar weapons or antimatter weapons that Blue Star couldn't possibly resist. They must have spies on Blue Star, collecting intelligence and reporting back. Zhang Linchuan looked up and surveyed his surroundings, continuing to scribble and draw with a tree branch. The alien portal might be a divine mechanism. They are likely afraid of gods. Heiyin mentioned that some gods are genetically powerful warriors created by technology. Clearly, Blue Star's technology is still insufficient, so perhaps they are real gods. The Shura king dominated the star domain for hundreds of thousands of years. He must be one of these true gods. But the Shura king has already fallen, so are they monitoring whether the Shura king will resurrect or if there is an inheritor? Me? Thinking of this, a chill shot straight to his head, and Jiang Linchuan felt his scalp tingle. He forced himself to calm down, sorting through this line of thought over and over again, feeling increasingly convinced of its likelihood. This is also why Hien told him to act first and kill those shadow wolves, strike preemptively, eliminate their spies, and buy more time. But the other side will surely notice, so his remaining time is limited. He didn't confirm this with Hien, it was just his speculation. If the truth were proven, he wasn't sure he could handle it. Knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing, after all, human endurance has its limits. Jiang Linchuan rubbed his face hard and used his foot to erase the writing on the ground. If the enemy comes, block them. If water floods in, use earth to stop it. First, deal with the remaining shadow wolves. Things have already come to this. So Jiang Linchuan decided not to sleep and continued studying the remaining sets of spirit patterns. The night passed, and dawn arrived. The little panda sat up, rubbed its eyes, and pointed at its mouth, making gurgle sounds. Do it yourself. Jiang Linchuan took out its toothbrush and a bottle of water, squeezed toothpaste onto it, and let it brush its teeth on its own. The two of them, one squatting and one standing, brushed their teeth by the lake. Their movements were synchronized, and they finally spat out a stream of water. I'll give you a name. How about Mao Xiaoliang? Jiang Linchuan rubbed its head and smiled. The little panda tilted its head, looking at him curiously. Mao Xiaoliang. Ing. The little panda happily jumped into his arms, whether because it now had a name or because it liked the name. All right, I'll go catch you some breakfast. Jiang Linchuan placed it on the ground and dove into the lake. After a while, bubbles rose to the surface, and 2 crabs over 2 meters tall floated up. With 2 punches, the crabs were knocked onto the shore. Jiang Linchuan and Mao Xiaoliang enjoyed a feast of lake delicacies. It was Mao Xiaoliang's first time eating crab roe, and it was so delighted that it rolled around in the crab shells. Its fur was covered in a layer of golden crab roe, making it look like it was coated in golden breadcrumbs. Jiang Linchuan couldn't help but drool at the sight but managed to restrain himself. He washed it with lake water and even used some body wash. After the bath, Mao Xiaoliang shook off the water on its fur, smelling fragrant and looking soft and shiny. It was so adorable that it melted Jiang Linchuan's heart. Jiang Linchuan instructed it to stay clean in the future, and it nodded in agreement, obediently lying on Jiang Linchuan's back. One man and one beast began a new day of their culinary journey. A week later, the chubby cat Xiaoliang was sprinting across the flat ground, closely pursued by a group of golden-level ferocious beasts. Not far ahead was a low-lying area, half submerged by lake water. Xiaoliang suddenly braked sharply, turned around, wiggled its rear, and looked smug. This enraged the beasts, who sped up even more. Just as they were about to catch Xiaoliang, Jiang Linchuan teleported to its side, scooped it up, and disappeared. The beasts crashed into the low-lying area, their roars shaking the heavens. Jiang Linchuan placed the last spirit orb in the designated spot and teleported away from the area again. The explosive spirit rune field activated, with 18 sets of runes interconnecting, faint light flowing between them, and the golden level spirit orbs shining with urgent brilliance. In the next second, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom! The intense shockwave from the blast lifted a layer of earth, sending rubble and soil flying, while the pressure from the explosion sprayed the lake water into the air, forming water columns dozens of meters high. Xiaoliang covered its eyes with its paws and burrowed into Jiang Linchuan's arms. The explosion's effect was satisfactory, and Jiang Linchuan was pleased, despite some losses. The experiment with the explosive spirit rune field composed of 18 golden quality spirit orbs was a success, making the 9 days of sleepless effort worthwhile. Holding Xiaoliang, he walked toward the blast site, stepping on severed limbs and chunks of flesh from the ferocious beasts along the way. The power was even greater than expected. The low-lying area was obliterated and completely submerged by lake water. Using his keen senses, he recovered 12 spirit orbs left behind by the beasts during the explosion, making the losses acceptable. Unfortunately, the explosive spirit rune field could only be used once. If it could trigger a secondary explosion, the power would be even stronger. The experiment was over, and it was time to head back, otherwise, he might truly become a wild man. Xiaoliang, do you want to come with me to see the outside world? Jiang Linchuan rubbed its head, leaving the decision to it. Over the past few days, he hadn't seen any other ferocious beasts like Xiaoliang, and didn't know how it had appeared here. Meow. Xiaoliang pecked at its head, now very reliant on Jiang Linchuan. Perhaps this was the mutual understanding between food lovers. Zhang Linchuan held Xiaoliang, slung his military pack on his back, and jumped onto the lake surface, stepping on floating plants as he moved forward. Over the past few days, he had traveled quite a distance and didn't want to encounter other hunters. Of course, other hunters also didn't want to share the same island with him, as he hadn't gained much. After spending considerable time, he finally reached the exit and ran into an acquaintance. "Brother Shura, what a coincidence," greeted a mustached man with a bandaged arm. The other team members were also injured, their clothes tattered, but their backpacks were bulging with plenty of loot. Zhang Linchuan nodded, took out a small pouch, tossed it to Hu Qi, and turned to leave Qingpu Lake. Xiaoliang had eaten the purple ginseng, so he can only compensate them with spirit orbs. Although it wasn't necessary, he wasn't the type to take advantage of others. More importantly, without the purple ginseng, he might not have encountered Xiaoliang. It was a kind of fate, and he felt it was appropriate to thank the hunters. Hu Qi stood dumbfounded, holding the small pouch. The crisp sound of collisions inside was unmistakable, and based on the weight, he could roughly estimate the quantity. This big shot is really a principled person. "I thought that purple ginseng was wasted," a teammate remarked. "What are you talking about? He saved your life." Hu Qi scolded angrily, then sighed, "Forget it, let's all go our separate ways." Everyone was pragmatic and didn't bother with talk of martial rules, as no one could guarantee what tomorrow would bring. Zhang Linchuan left Qingpu Lake, took Xiaoliang out of the military pack, transferred it to his backpack, and then returned the military pack to the supply depot. Most of the items in the pack hadn't been used, borrowed items had to be returned, and rules couldn't be broken. "Hey, junior brother, you're back." In the monitoring room, Ling Shuang saw her junior brother and excitedly ran out. "I'm back," Zhang Linchuan replied with a smile. "The smell of blood is quite strong. It seems we don't have to worry about the ferocious beasts reproducing too quickly for now." Ling Shuang patted his shoulder, then suddenly noticed his backpack move slightly. Startled, she jumped back a step and exclaimed in a delicate voice, "What kind of monster is it? Show yourself." "Ah, no, wait, maybe I've been watching too many horror movies lately and I'm just being paranoid," Ling Shuang quickly corrected herself. Zhang Linchuan helplessly patted his backpack and said to his senior sister, "Why don't you go find a quiet room to stay in for a while?" Perhaps his senior sister could uncover some secrets about Mao Xiaoliang. "Ha, little junior brother, have you finally been captivated by your senior sister's beauty?" Ling Shuang blinked and teased him. Zhang Linchuan's mouth twitched. The first time they met, his senior sister had already loved saying strange things, almost causing a misunderstanding with Nie Qingyan. So her teasing was nothing surprising. Following Ling Shuang into an empty room, Zhang Linchuan turned around, unzipped his backpack, and a cute little head popped out. "Ah!" Ling Shuang screamed excitedly. "Senior sister, if you act like this, people will misunderstand." Zhang Linchuan quickly took Mao Xiaoliang out of the bag. "It's so cute. It's so cute. A little panda, no, a giant panda." Ling Shuang reached out, wanting to hold it. "Fatty! Mao!" Xiaoliang cried out in alarm at the approaching hand. Ling Shuang froze, her smile stiffening instantly. "Am I fat? That's not what it meant. Mao Xiaoliang is just a bit shy," Zhang Linchuan explained. Ling Shuang's eyes darted around, and she pulled out some food, placing it in front of Mao Xiaoliang to tempt it. "So your name is Mao Xiaoliang, huh? I've got some tasty treats here. Want to try them?" Mao Xiaoliang's eyes lit up. It wriggled out of Zhang Linchuan's arms, its short legs scurrying over to grab the food with its little paws. "Gotcha." Ling Shuang's lips curled into a smile, and she was just about to pet it. But Mao Xiaoliang, wary, grabbed 2 packets of food and quickly darted back into Zhang Linchuan's arms. "Ugh, so close. I almost touched it. This is so frustrating." Ling Shuang gritted her teeth. Zhang Linchuan opened a packet of sweets for Mao Xiaoliang, placed it in front of Ling Shuang, and patted Mao Xiaoliang's head. "Be good, no one's going to hurt you." Mao Xiaoliang tilted its head slightly, then began nibbling on the sweets, its eyes narrowing into slits. Ling Shuang happily stroked Mao Xiaoliang's fur, overjoyed. Zhang Linchuan glanced at Mao Xiaoliang and asked, "Senior sister, there aren't supposed to be any giant pandas in Qingpu Lake, right?" "I was just about to ask. There aren't any giant pandas in Qingpu Lake. Where did this little guy come from?" Ling Shuang asked, while stroking Mao Xiaoliang. "I ran into it there. At the time, I had a purple ginseng in my hand, and it ran over to ask for it. Then it just wouldn't leave." "That's strange." No one would be bored enough to tear open a space and throw a giant panda in there. Could it have popped out of a rock? Ling Shuang's expression turned serious. No, I need to investigate this with my comrades. The portals to other realms hide too many secrets. This could be a good opportunity. Yeah, we should also look into Mao Xiaolian's origins. Senior sister, have you petted it enough? I need to go. Jiang Linchuan looked helplessly at his senior sister. Even he couldn't bring himself to treat Mao Xiaolian like this. Don't rush. Let me pet it a little longer. It's so cute and so well behaved, Ling Shuang said, her eyes sparkling with affection. Little junior. Brother, I didn't expect you to have the talent of a spirit beast tamer. Help your senior sister catch a pet too, okay? A resigned Jiang Linchuan and Mao Xiaoliang set off. On their return journey, make sure to bring Mao Xiaoliang often. Ling Shuang stood at the command center, waving excitedly. The usually valiant young military officer now looked more like a playful girl. Jiang Linchuan felt aggrieved because his senior sister had petted Mao Xiaoliang's fur until it wasn't fluffy anymore. Mao Xiaoliang felt aggrieved because Jiang Linchuan hadn't protected it. The brilliant sunset painted the sky red, and the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the earth. An open-top military vehicle roared off toward Tianwu Academy, kicking up a trail of exhaust. Before leaving Qingpu Lake, Jiang Linchuan left some materials with the station watchman as a sort of toll fee, his personal principal. Mao Xiaoliang peeked out through the gap in the backpack, curiously observing this new world, its eyes filled with joy. Fatty, fatty. It seemed to be muttering to itself, its voice drowned out by the roar of the car engine. At the gate of Tianwu, Jiang Linchuan exchanged salutes and farewells with the sentry soldiers. You're back. You're back. Shin Shintong, who had been waiting at the gate, excitedly jumped into his arms, her long legs wrapped around his waist as she showered him with kisses. After finishing, she carefully examined his face, finding no injuries, and broke into a radiant smile, blooming like a flower. Honey, am I your girlfriend now? She whispered softly into Jiang Linchuan's ear. Jiang Linchuan froze completely, slowly turning his head to look at her. What had he just heard? The little witch had actually called him by name. Say something, Shin Shintong urged gently when she saw his lack of response. Of course. Jiang Linchuan hugged her tightly and replied. Yay, Nan Nan's method really worked. Although she felt a bit shy, it didn't matter. Shin Shintong jumped down from him, grabbed his hand, took out her phone, and snapped a picture of their tightly clasped hands, quickly posting it on her social media. Holding hands successfully, the flower is taken, at Jiang Linchuan. Jiang Linchuan also hugged her and took a selfie, posting it with the caption, mutual affection, endless longing, double the luck, hand in hand to express love, never parting till old age. At Shin Shintong. Not bad, Shin Shintong happily commented. The two exchanged smiles, their love overflowing and impossible to hide. Ding dong, ding dong. Their phones buzzed incessantly like they were about to explode. Did you block Uncle Jiang and Aunt Cheng? Did you block Uncle Shin and Aunt Ran? They asked in unison. Forgot. Didn't block. Ha ha. Shin Shintong laughed heartily, pulling Jiang Linchuan's hand as they ran into the campus. Hand in hand, the two had eyes only for each other. Facing the wind, stepping into the sunset, they declared to everyone, this was their era of youth. Cat Xiaolian lay listlessly in Shin Shintong's arms, feeling a bit hopeless. Why did humans always love to rub its fur? Shin Shintong held it as she followed behind Jiang Linchuan, the two cautiously heading toward the bamboo grove of Dean Tianqi. Naturally, it was to prepare food for Cat Xiaolian. The dean's place was the only spot in the academy with bamboo. Shoo! Jiang Linchuan made a silencing gesture, pulling out a short knife to cut some tender bamboo. Shin Shintong held her breath, and Cat Xiaolian covered its mouth. Ahem! Suddenly, a cough came from above the bamboo grove. The two guiltily looked up to see Dean Tianqi, dressed in white, reclining on the bamboo, squinting his eyes, holding a green gourd, and occasionally taking small sips of wine. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, giving him the appearance of a reclusive master. Dean. Dean Tianqi responded, glancing down indifferently. What are you doing? What the heck? Thud. Jiang Linchuan and Shin Shintong simultaneously turned their heads away, and Cat Xiaolian covered its eyes. Did the dean fall badly? Dean Tianqi climbed up from the ground, disregarding the bamboo leaves stuck to his hair and beard, and quickly hid behind the courtyard gate, trembling as he said, Why is it here? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. I'm old and can't handle this. Get lost. Ha! The dean doesn't know why Cat Selyang is with me. Jiang Linchuan looked at Dean Tianqi suspiciously. There were two possibilities. One, the dean hadn't been paying attention to him recently and hadn't used that prophetic ability. But this possibility was almost non-existent. The old trickster was very cunning. The remaining possibility was that Cat Selyang's presence was entirely unexpected to the dean. This was called concealing one's tracks. Even the old trickster is afraid of you, Cat Selyang. What is your true identity? Jiang Linchuan looked at the adorable Cat Selyang with a complex expression. Dean Tianqi tidied his clothes, plucked off the bamboo leaves stuck to him, and cleared his throat. I was just joking with you earlier. How was my performance? Clearly a reflex reaction, and you still want to keep bluffing. Jiang Linchuan gave him a sidelong glance. Sigh. Dean Tianqi sighed, walked a few steps forward, and patted Cat Selyang's head. Since that's the case, take good care of it and never make it angry. Dean. Jiang Linchuan was about to ask something when the dean waved his hand to interrupt. The bamboo in the courtyard can be cut whenever you want, there's no need to hide it, the old mystic said, then lifted his foot to walk into the courtyard, though it looked more like he was fleeing. Jiang Linchuan cupped his hands toward the retreating figure of the dean but didn't ask further questions. He took out a short knife and continued cutting the bamboo. He couldn't figure out what material the bamboo was made of, even after striking it with the knife, it left no mark. Giving up on the short knife, he summoned a tang sword and easily cut down a stalk of bamboo. After some thought, he cut off a small section and handed it to Cat Selyang. If you can't bite into it, don't eat it. I'll buy you something else tomorrow. Cat Selyang sniffed it lightly, hugged it with her little paws, and stuffed it into her mouth. Green juice splattered as she ate with relish. I'll cut a few more for you. After all, the old mystic had said to cut freely. Unexpectedly, the dean of Tianqi Academy was hiding in the courtyard, watching him. With every stalk Jiang Linchuan cut, the dean plucked a strand of his beard, feeling heartbroken. My spirit jade bamboo that I've nurtured for thousands of years. Jiang Linchuan cut a total of 10 stalks, then turned to find his master's grass hut. Discovering his master wasn't there, he left the small valley with Cat Selyang. He went to the cafeteria to check on his mother, then parted ways with Shin Shintong and returned to his dormitory. Surprisingly, his mother didn't ask about their relationship status. Entering dorm room 301, his 3 roommates and Yutian were packing their belongings. What's this? Ah, we thought you weren't coming back, since we're all single dogs, Yu Xiaowen said enviously. You're back. Congratulations on winning the beauty's heart, Tao Ru said with a smile. Where are you guys planning to go? Jiang Linchuan pointed at the suitcases. You're back just in time. The academy is organizing a trip for us freshmen to Qinglong Pass to broaden our horizons. We leave early tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. The vice dean has already gone ahead and will temporarily be stationed at Qinglong Pass. So his master had gone to Qinglong Pass. Jiang Linchuan nodded. Let me introduce you to a new friend. Cat Selyang peeked out from behind Jiang Linchuan, staring at the humans in front of her with big, adorable eyes. Holy crap! Did you steal a panda? Yu Xiaowen exclaimed in surprise. No, it's an iron-eating beast, Tao Ru corrected, squinting. It's so cute. Ding Ji's eyes sparkled. Yu Tian suddenly felt the sword in his arms start trembling again and couldn't help but curse himself for being useless. Under Jiang Linchuan's protection, Cat Selyang avoided a disaster and stood on the table, acting cute. She suddenly froze, sniffed the air, and stared at Tao Ru, pointing her little paw at the storage bracelet on his wrist. Ing, fatty. Xiao Chuan, what's it saying? You probably have some rare treasure in your bracelet. Wow, amazing. How did you know I just got a treasure? Tao Ru smiled, his face instantly turning serious. Are you saying it sniffed it out? Not only sniffed it out but also wants to eat it. Jiang Linchuan nodded. Fatty. Cat Selyang pitifully stretched her paw toward Tao Ru. Tao Ru's gaze became a bit unfocused. He pulled out a crystal-clear green fruit and placed it in Cat Selyang's paw. Ing. Cat Selyang happily wiggled her bottom and started gnawing on the fruit. My Yunxiang. Fruit. Tao Ru suddenly snapped out of it and reached out to take it back. You gave it to her, and now you want it back? No way. Yu Xiaowen said disdainfully. I didn't give it. Treasures are like wives, how can you just give them away? Tao Ru couldn't recall what had just happened but remembered he had indeed handed it over. He said no more. since Cat Xiaoliang ate your treasure, as compensation, you can pet her now, Jiang Linchuan reminded. Tao Ru was overjoyed and picked up Cat Xiaoliang, gently stroking her. Faced with such an adorable creature, no one could resist. Cat Xiaoliang, let me hold you too. I'll have my dad bring a truckload of bamboo for you to eat tomorrow, okay? Yu Xiuwen tempted. Poof. Cat Xiaoliang sprayed water on his face. Come on, let me hold you. Poof. Hey, you little rascal, so ungrateful. But at 1 in the morning, Jiang Linchuan entered a deep sleep. He needed a good rest to replenish his energy. The cat, Xiao Liang, lying next to him suddenly opened its eyes, its round pupils glinting faintly. It looked around, glanced at Jiang Linchuan, then at the others. Bounding down the wooden ladder, it ran under Yu Xiuwen's bed, cautiously scanning its surroundings, then climbed back up the ladder. It pounced a few times on Yu Xiuwen's belly, a mischievous smile appearing at the corner of its mouth. Its tiny paws waved back and forth near Yu Xiuwen's face. No one heard the slapping sounds, not even Yu Xiuwen himself felt any pain on his face. After a while, Xiao Liang nodded in satisfaction and slipped back onto Jiang Linchuan's bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jiang Linchuan woke up, rubbed Xiao Liang's backside, and sat up. Time to get up. Morning, Tao Ru yawned. Morning, Ding Ji also sat up. Morning. Why does my face feel a bit sore? I had a great dream last night, dreamt of a stunning girl kissing me passionately. What the hell? Where'd this pig demon come from? Tao Ru threw a pillow across the room. Ding Ji was dumbfounded, clenching his fists. Why'd you hit me? Yu Xiuwen swatted the pillow away. Are you the youngest in your family? Yeah. Turns out you're a pig demon. Come on, spill it. What's your purpose hiding in the human world? Screw you. I'm a handsome guy loved by everyone. You're just jealous of me. But Jiang Linchuan couldn't help but laugh, handing Yu Xiuwen a mirror. Ah, my face. Who did this? Yu Xiuwen screamed. Gah! Tao Ru clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. At this moment, Xiao Liang also woke up, rubbed its eyes, and looked at the pig head across from it, laughing so hard it nearly fell over. It must have been you. It had to be you. Yu Xiuwen climbed to the foot of the bed, glaring angrily at Xiao Liang through the cabinet. Meow! Xiao Liang shrank into Jiang Linchuan's arms, looking aggrieved. You must have sleepwalked to the girls' dorm last night and got taught a lesson. How can you blame Xiao Liang? It's so adorable, Tao Ru said, giving Yu Xiuwen a sidelong glance. Ugh, I can't show my face anymore. Get up, we're assembling. Soon. Jiang Linchuan carried Xiao Liang into the bathroom. Was it you who hit him? Xiao Liang shook its head decisively, waving its little paws. Not me, not me. No hitting. People from now on, Jiang Linchuan instructed. Xiao Liang obediently nodded. Come on, brush your teeth. Standing on the sink, Xiao Liang earnestly brushed its teeth. Tao Ru walked in with his toiletry bag and, seeing the scene, exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Liang is really smart. Xiao Liang cast him a disdainful glance, foam bubbling from its mouth. 20 luxury buses lined up in a long row, parked at the entrance of Tianwu Academy. The destination was Qinglong Pass Jinggu Port, the closest location to the academy. 1,000 freshmen, dragging their suitcases, gathered at the school gate. They would spend 2 weeks at Jinggu Port, living and eating alongside the soldiers stationed there. Their faces showed no trace of fear, only anticipation and excitement. At this age, their blood boiled with passion, and they were never short of courage and determination. Countless martyrs had built today's peaceful life with their lives, and they, too, would protect the next generation with their blood. Remembering their roots and not forgetting gratitude, this spirit was passed down from generation to generation, never extinguished. Get on the bus. Zhong Bei, dressed in military uniform, waved his hand to signal. He was the instructor leading this trip, using the opportunity to conduct a practical training session. Though he could no longer fight on the battlefield, he wanted to pass on his accumulated experience to these young students, giving them more survival skills. The students boarded the buses one by one. Yu Xiuwen hid at the back, using Ding Ji's burly figure to shield himself. He had disguised himself as an Arab, with only his eyes exposed, observing the surroundings. He didn't want to be seen, but he also didn't want to miss the chance to go to Qinglong Pass. Tao Ru had given him the best anti-swelling ointment, but it didn't seem to help much. After everyone got on the bus, Zhong Bei sat in the first vehicle and gave the driver a thumbs up. The engine roared to life, and the bus carrying 1,000 students full of dreams, headed toward Jingu Port. Zhong Bei turned to look at Jiang Linchuan, who was holding a large bag, and asked with a smile, "Haven't been to class recently, have you? How's your combat training going?" Jiang Linchuan glanced at him indifferently, then turned his head without answering. The straight-line distance from Tianwu Academy to Jingu Port is 163 kilometers. The bus entered the war preparedness highway leading directly to Jingu Port, and 2 hours later, everyone saw the massive figure on the horizon. Majestic and grand, it twisted and turned like a giant black dragon lying on the earth. Everyone's faces flushed with excitement, their fists clenched, hearts filled with pride and honor. It was this sturdy fortress that kept the ferocious sea beasts from coming ashore, allowing them to live in peace. This was not only a source of national pride but also a barrier that must be defended with their lives. The bus turned off the ramp, revealing a sprawling military camp ahead. Dark green tents and bright flags complemented each other. Massive gun barrels pointed skyward, helicopters armed with ammunition ready to take off at any moment, unleashing full firepower. Soldiers stood in strict formation, their fighting spirit high. Jiang Linchuan was deeply shaken by the scene before him. No book or video could compare to this sense of reality. The bus came to a steady stop outside the camp, and the students, unable to contain their excitement, got off in a rush, leaving their luggage behind. The air carried the salty, damp scent of the sea, mixed with the heavy smell of gunpowder and blood. A middle-aged man in camouflage, bearing the rank of colonel on his shoulder, stepped out. His features were sharp, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, his gaze piercing, exuding an aura of iron and blood in every gesture. Zhong Bei stepped forward, and the two embraced firmly. The colonel's eyes reddened slightly. "You still remember to visit me. I'm truly touched." Zhong Bei laughed. "I've been thinking about it all along, and here I am." The colonel looked over the students behind him. "So this is the team you brought. They look in good spirits." Zhong Bei clapped his hands and introduced loudly, "Everyone, meet Colonel Fu Xinyuan, commander of the Dragon Banner Special Forces Brigade of the 2nd Army at Qinglong Pass." "Good day, Commander. May our nation always be at peace." Fu Xinyuan's expression turned solemn as he saluted. After the salute, he led the new students into the camp. Each tent housed 20 people, and on each bed lay a copy of the Internal Affairs Regulations and a map of the camp. Areas marked in red on the map were restricted zones and strictly off-limits. In truth, the areas where they could move about were very limited, only the cafeteria, bathhouse, hot water room, washroom, and hospital. There were no entertainment facilities here, and all electronic devices, including mobile phones, had to be handed in for safekeeping until they left the camp. For the next 2 weeks, the students would learn practical combat experience and gain a deeper understanding of the habits and weaknesses of the ferocious beasts. Most importantly, they would learn to use firearms and operate artillery against the sea beasts. Hot weapons remained the mainstay for 2 reasons. First, the combat environment did not allow for close-range engagement. Once in danger, the chances of rescue were extremely low. Second, spiritual energy was limited. Unlike firearms, which could continue fighting after reloading, spiritual energy required time to recover, either by absorbing spirit beads or relying on the ambient spiritual energy in the world. But the beasts would not give you time to recover. Only when encountering high-level beasts would awakened teams be dispatched for rapid elimination. After organizing their luggage, the students lined up in 2 rows and headed to the cafeteria. 200 meters away, the aroma of seafood was already wafting through the air. "This smell, it's the scent of beast meat." Jiang Linchuan's eyes lit up. Sharp nose, Zhong Bei turned back with a smile. "There are beasts trying to come ashore here every day, so there's plenty of spirit food. Make sure to eat well later. Eat as much as you can, but don't waste it." Spirit food, as the name suggested, was food infused with spiritual energy, a fitting name indeed. Jiang Linchuan poked Zhong Bei's back with his finger. "Instructor Zhong, is spirit food provided at every meal?" "Don't daydream." Zhong Bei rolled his eyes, a bit exasperated. "Do you think it's that easy? Today's meal is a special treat for the newcomers. If you want to eat it in the future, you'll have to hunt for it yourself." "Got it." Jiang Linchuan nodded emphatically, calculating in his mind that this way he could try more spiritual foods and pick out the tastiest ones. Everyone lined up to enter the cafeteria, where several large pots were emitting a rich aroma. Gulp, gulp. The crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The spiritual food made from ferocious sea monsters carried a strong, fresh sweetness in its scent. Everyone sat down, waiting for the meal to begin. Nearby was the dining area for the Special Operations Brigade soldiers, who ate at lightning speed, finishing in just 1 or 2 minutes, almost without speaking. Meals ready. Four cooks carried a large iron tray and distributed the food. The tender, white, spiritual food made everyone's mouths water just by looking at it. Zhang Linchuan's table was the last one. Zhong Bei saluted. Thanks, guys. Just leave the tray here, they can grab what they want themselves. Feeling the pouch on his chest move slightly, Zhang Linchuan discreetly patted it. Cat Xiaoyang ignored everyone except him, so he had no choice but to bring it along. He signaled to his 3 friends beside him with a glance. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The group caught on and made a series of funny noises. Everyone's attention was drawn over, and Zhang Linchuan quickly seized the opportunity to grab a piece of meat from the tray, unzipping his backpack. A small, black paw swiftly reached out, snatched the meat, and retreated with seamless coordination. No one noticed. Zhang Linchuan let out a sigh of relief. Yu Xiuwen, why are you wrapped up like that? Zhong Bei finally noticed someone at the table bundled up like a dumpling. Damn! Brother Bei, even like this, you can still recognize me? Yu Xiuwen exclaimed in shock. Your sleazy gaze is just too memorable, Zhong Bei teased with a laugh. Yu Xiuwen simply shut his mouth, carefully lifting a corner of his mask and shielding himself with his arm as he ate. Zhong Bei tore off a piece of meat, chewed it, and continued to joke. Oh, a shy young lady, afraid of being seen? Xiuwen helped me test a medicine, it had some side effects, Tao Ru quickly explained to smooth things over. Zhong Bei clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. A hero. Woo woo woo. A piercing alarm suddenly blared across the camp. Soldiers from the Dragon Flag Special Operations Brigade immediately put down their bowls and rushed out, even the cooks abandoning their aprons and grabbing weapons as they ran outside. Some students also stood up, curious about what was happening. Sit down and keep eating. Zhong Bei stood up and waved his hand to command. Instructor Zhong, what's going on? A regular beast tide. All personnel are to report to Qinglong Pass 4. Duty, Zhong Bei explained. All personnel? Then we should go too. Yeah, instructor, take us along. You really want to go? I'm afraid you'll be so scared you won't be able to eat or sleep after seeing it. Zhong Bei frowned. Ha, instructor, you're underestimating us. Zhong Bei looked at this group of students in surprise, feeling a sense of unreality. Why did their smiles seem increasingly strange? The Dragon Kingdom spent over a century and immense manpower and resources to build 4 indestructible steel fortresses. Among them, Qinglong Pass bore the greatest defensive pressure. The Dragon Kingdom's coastline stretches over 18,000 kilometers, spanning 14 provinces and cities, with 40% of the population and 60% of the economic output concentrated here. A century of storms and trials had left this fortress covered in repair marks. Under the sunlight, the steel walls shimmered with a peculiar glow, a color stained by heavy blood from the defending soldiers, sweat from the wall repair workers, and countless marks left by the impacts of ferocious beasts. 1,000 students followed Zhong Bei, climbing the more than 30-meter-high Qinglong Pass. Boom, boom, boom. Machine gun fire, cannon blasts, armed helicopters circling overhead, rockets trailing smoke as they exploded on the sea's surface, sending water splashing skyward. The explosions formed a continuous chain, dyeing the blue seawater blood red. The ferocious beasts charging Qinglong Pass were blasted into pieces, their flesh and severed limbs strewn across the beach. The students stood quietly to the side, not daring to move, afraid of interfering with the soldiers' operations. On the city walls, heavy machine guns spewed fire, mortars launched shells in rapid succession, and awakened individuals specializing the plant-type awakeners set up layers of defenses beneath the city walls, including thorny brambles, vines, and tree walls. Suddenly, a massive wave surged from several kilometers away, blotting out the sky and sun, carrying hordes of ferocious beasts atop it. The students panicked instantly, faced with the power of the sea. Humans seemed so insignificant. Buzz, buzz. The steel city walls suddenly flickered with a faint light, and a protective light shield slowly rose, enveloping the walls of Jingu Port. This was the defensive spirit pattern field. At that moment, a thin beam of light shot from the horizon, carrying a sharp momentum, instantly slicing the 100-meter-high wave in half. The seawater collapsed with a roar, and the splashing spray was blocked outside Qinglong Pass by the shield. A single name simultaneously surfaced in everyone's minds: Blade Maniac Qin Chang. The students' eyes were filled with admiration. their hearts pounding as if about to leap out of their chests. Zhang Linchuan felt the same, his blood boiling, eager to rush down and take out a few ferocious beasts. The light shield slowly disappeared, having consumed a significant amount of energy in less than a minute. My hands are itching, Zhang Bei said as he walked to the weapons and ammunition storage area, picking up a large caliber sniper rifle and attaching several magazines to his waist. The slender bullets, about 10 centimeters long, had black-coated tips, special armor-piercing rounds. He moved to an empty shooting point, set up the sniper rifle, made slight adjustments, pulled the bolt, and aimed. Bang! The gunshot was deafening, and the strong recoil caused Zhang Bei to sway slightly. However, he stabilized his body using a special technique and quickly pulled the bolt to continue shooting. His face was cold, his gaze sharp. "Brother, Bei is so cool," Yu Xiuwen shouted in a high-pitched voice. The people around him rolled their eyes, thinking, "What are you pretending for? Wrapped up like that, who wouldn't recognize you?" Zhang Linchuan walked over to Zhang Bei and looked down. About 200 meters from the city wall, the ground was covered with thick layers of corpses. Wave after wave of ferocious beasts died, while new ones kept charging forward. Their numbers were dense and unending. The ocean is the greatest cradle of life. No one knows how many alien passages and ferocious beasts are hidden within its vastness. In the past, people loved going to the seaside, and fishermen ventured out to catch fish. But now, everyone fears the sea, and only a few ocean-going cargo ships still transport essential goods. However, the costs are far higher than before, as powerful awakeners must be hired to escort them. The ferocious beasts in the sea show no interest in these steel giants, so ocean-going cargo routes are relatively safe unless bad luck strikes and they encounter high-level beasts. In such cases, a capsized ship means the loss of both people and goods. Zhang Bei's marksmanship was precise. Each shot took down a ferocious beast, sometimes even two. The bodies of sea beasts were soft, lacking thick scales or armor, making their defense far inferior to land-based beasts. This is the law of nature. If sea beasts were covered in thick scales, they would have long since dominated the world. "Instructor, why haven't we seen many high-level beasts?" Zhang Linchuan asked. Zhang Bei replied while shooting, "Ferocious beasts have intelligence too, they fear death. They send the smaller ones to scout first. If the smaller ones break through, the larger ones will appear and invade the mainland in one fell swoop. There's a high-powered telescope over there, you can take a look at the distance." Zhang Linchuan found the telescope and looked toward the horizon. On the vast sea, a few massive beasts floated faintly. To see more clearly, he quietly activated his Shura blood eyes, discerning some details. 3 giant beasts, a shark, an octopus, and a sea turtle. The shell on the sea turtle's back floated on the water like a small mountain. Seemingly sensing Zhang Linchuan's gaze, they turned and swam toward the deep sea, and the ferocious beasts charging at the port retreated along with them. "They've retreated! They've retreated! That's amazing!" Several students excitedly ran to the city wall, cheering as they watched the beasts retreat. However, the soldiers who had just experienced a battle remained calm, showing no signs of victory joy. They methodically cleaned up shell casings and replenished ammunition. To them, this was nothing significant. They were long accustomed to it. Everyone leaned against the city wall, their eyes filled with longing, some even swallowed hard. Zhang Bei thought to himself, "You guys are acting a bit strange." A lieutenant took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and offered one to Zhang Bei, who declined. Zhang Bei lit one himself, took a puff, and relaxed. "Brother Zhang, the students you brought are really different. A while ago, another school brought students here for an experience, and most of them ended up vomiting, with some even fainting. But your students are amazing." Zhang Bei blushed, exchanged a few pleasantries with the lieutenant, and then led the group away from the city wall. He decided to learn more about these students later. They were excellent candidates for the military. Everyone returned to the cafeteria to continue their lunch. The cooks also came back, set down their weapons, put on aprons, and resumed their work. Watching them, Zhang Linchuan felt a deep sense of respect. How fortunate and proud it was to grow up in such a warm and great country. No matter what difficulties lay ahead, there was never any fear of battle. The salty, moist sea breeze blew in from afar, and the bright red flag fluttered in the wind. After lunch, the students returned to their tents for a short rest, changed into clean and neat camouflage uniforms, and pinned their Tianwu Academy badges to their chests. The badges displayed not only the academy's emblem but also their names and blood types. Zhang Linchuan comforted Mao Xiaoliang, leaving the cat in the tent since the upcoming training wouldn't allow him to bring it along. The well-fed Mao Xiaoliang lay down obediently, rubbing its belly and falling into a deep sleep. Let's go. Wait for me. Wait for me. Yu Xiuwen put on a black sun-protective mask, covering his face completely. Everyone knew he cared a lot about his appearance. After receiving your firearms, it is strictly forbidden to point the muzzle at anyone. After shooting, the safety must be engaged. During inspection, the muzzle should be angled 45 degrees upward. Zhong Bei emphasized sternly. The students lined up in 3 rows and entered the armory one by one to receive their firearms and ammunition, which consisted of training blanks. The boys, handling real guns for the first time, were thrilled, holding their weapons tightly as if they were their girlfriends. Once everyone had received their guns, they returned to the city wall. Stand half a meter apart from each other. Zhong Bei shouted through a loudspeaker. 1,000 people formed a long line. Attention! A line to the right. Look forward. Raise your guns and aim. Align the front sight, rear sight, and target in a straight line. Press the stock firmly against your shoulder. Maintain this posture for 1 hour. Zhong Bei walked the entire line with his loudspeaker, correcting the students' postures. Nearby, soldiers watched the training curiously. The summer sun blazed down, and sweat dripped from everyone's faces. Yet, no one moved, as if frozen in place. As time ticked by, the soldiers' expressions gradually changed, their eyes filled with admiration and approval. After an hour, Zhong Bei waved his hand somewhat dazedly. Attention! Swish, swish, swish. Everyone neatly cradled their guns, muzzles pointing downward, their movements steady and unwavering. Am I dealing with monsters here? Normal people couldn't possibly endure an hour like this. Zhong Bei scratched his short hair. He randomly picked a student and tried to snatch the gun, but the student held on to it tightly, refusing to let go. Unconvinced, he tried a few more, but the reactions were all the same. How strange. Zhong Bei issued a new command, prone position. Aim for 1 hour. Swish. In unison, everyone immediately dropped to the ground and began aiming. Zhong Bei walked over to Zhang Linchuan, crouched down, and asked quietly, "Have you guys undergone systematic training before?" "No," Zhang Linchuan replied, lying prone and maintaining his posture. "Then how are you able to do this?" "Well," Zhang Linchuan thought for a moment and said, "We once held weapons and lay in ambush for hours while hunting a group of ferocious beasts." "Ah, that explains it." Zhong Bei had heard about the freshman's survival training in Yunkuan Mountain but didn't know the specifics. He pondered. For a moment, "Tell me more about it." "It's not convenient," Zhang Linchuan hesitated. "It was their secret, and the methods were extremely intense. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to handle hearing about it." "Hey, now you've got me even more curious. Come on, tell me." "Then come closer." Zhong Bei placed the loudspeaker on the ground, lay down beside Zhang Linchuan, and leaned in to listen attentively. Zhang Linchuan recounted several experiences of hunting ferocious beasts to him. 1,000 people have 1,000 ideas, and the combined results are simply astonishing. Zhong Bei's expression kept changing, finding the stories incredibly thrilling. After Zhang Linchuan finished speaking, Zhong Bei was still savoring the tales, finally casting a complex glance at the students. "To be honest, on the battlefield, you have the best chance of surviving the longest." He had participated in many battles and witnessed firsthand the sacrifices of numerous comrades during their first time on the battlefield. In war, mindset is the most crucial factor. Everyone feels fear, but if fear surpasses reason, one loses composure and struggles to handle crises. The second factor is physical fitness. A strong body allows one to face danger with calmness. The third is obedience to orders, as only through this can maximum strength be utilized. An hour later, Zhong Bei began teaching everyone how to use firearms. There's a switch on the lower left of the stock. 0, 1, 2, and 3 represents safety, single shot, burst fire, and 3-round burst, respectively. Load the gun, aim at the target below the city wall, and start shooting. Below the city wall was a long drainage ditch, where blank rounds could be fired for easy shell recovery. Finally, they could fire their guns. Everyone excitedly pulled the bolt, disengaged the safety, and pulled the trigger, beginning their first shooting practice. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was continuous. After exhausting 5 magazines, they reluctantly engaged the safety. Zhong Bei then taught them how to use sniper rifles and mortars, explaining how to measure wind speed, wind direction, temperature, and humidity. The afternoon passed quickly. After dinner, they climbed the city wall again. On the first night, they would stand guard alongside the defending soldiers. This tradition had been upheld for years, aiming to help the young understand the hard-earned peace of a stable life. Dark clouds covered the sky like a black curtain, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The air was muggy, with not a hint of wind. Powerful searchlights lit up, casting blinding white beams from various directions, illuminating the coastal area as if it were daytime. The tide rose, waves churned, and white foam crashed onto the shore. Zhang Linchuan stood on the city wall, holding his gun, gazing at the night sky. Tao Ru approached, looked up at the sky, and said, "Looks like there'll be heavy rain tonight." Zhang Linchuan replied, "The ferocious beasts in the sea will surely take the opportunity to attack Qinglong Pass. Our first night won't be peaceful. I don't like these beast attacks, but to be honest, I'm a bit excited. No one likes them. Humans and ferocious beasts are destined never to coexist peacefully. Tell everyone to stay alert. I'm not your secretary." Tao Ru glanced at Luo Chanshan's position, saw Zhang Linchuan looking over, raised his hand with a smile, and said, "Just kidding, I'll go now." In the distance, a rumbling sound echoed, like muffled thunder rolling through the clouds. Soon, the clouds were torn apart by flashes of lightning, which danced wildly across the sky. The clouds grew lower and thicker, dense silver lightning crisscrossing the gloomy night sky like a spider web. With a sudden whoosh, large raindrops fell from the sky, and torrential rain poured down. Zhang Linchuan suddenly tensed, a wave of unease washing over him. He quickly looked toward the distant sea, clenching his fists tightly. Alert! At the same time, flares slowly ascended into the sky, and under the intense light, countless ferocious beasts surged forward with the waves. The piercing sound of alarms echoed through the camp, and soldiers who had just been resting quickly got up, grabbed their weapons, and rushed toward Qinglong Pass. Zhang Linchuan pressed the switch on the microphone fixed to his chin. "Grab the ammunition. When Instructor Zhong arrives, follow his commands." They usually didn't use live ammunition, only deploying it when ferocious beasts appeared. The ammunition was stored not far behind them, with supply points every 20 meters covered by waterproof tarps. The students quickly transported the ammunition, replacing the magazines in their guns with ones filled with live rounds. They pulled the bolts, disengaged the safety, and pulled the triggers, as flames burst from the muzzles. Visibility was low in the rain, but thanks to their tactical helmets, their faces remained dry, and their vision was unaffected. No one aimed deliberately, there were too many ferocious beasts, so random shooting sufficed. The beasts sank into the seawater in neat rows, like a wheat field, while those behind trampled over the ones in front, surging onto the shore like a tide. The artillery positions in the camp began to unleash their power, the deafening sound of cannons filling the air. Shells landed among the beasts, creating massive splashes of water, mixing blood, smoke, and mist to shroud the surface. Zhang Linchuan emptied four magazines in the blink of an eye, wasting almost no bullets thanks to night vision equipment. Zhong Bei, fully armed, ascended Qinglong Pass, carrying a grenade launcher on his back and a 40mm rocket launcher on each shoulder, loudly issuing attack orders. He gave Zhang Linchuan a look, and Jiang immediately understood, moving 2 boxes of rockets from the ammunition point. Zhong Bei handed him a 40mm rocket launcher, then stepped firmly onto the edge of the city wall and fiercely pulled the trigger. Rockets roared out, trailing flames. Zhang Linchuan, unwilling to be outdone, hoisted his own 40mm launcher and began firing. The 2 boxes of rockets were quickly used up. At that moment, 2 signal flares, one red and one green, suddenly rose into the sky. "Everyone, stop attacking immediately. Engage the safety," Zhang Bei shouted. "Coach, what's happening?" Zhang Linchuan asked while disengaging the safety and ejecting the chamber. "A powerful beast is preparing to land, the awakened team is going down to clear it," Zhang Bei quickly responded. Zhang Linchuan's eyes lit up. "I'm going too." Zhang Bei didn't outright refuse but instead studied him seriously through the rain. "Are you confident?" "I can absolutely protect myself," Zhang Linchuan replied with a smile. Zhang Bei nodded. "All right, since you're here, make sure you gain something. Above all, protect yourself." He turned to retrieve ropes. The city wall was 30 meters high, and tools were needed to descend. "Got it," Zhang Linchuan said lightly, then leapt toward the shore. Where is he?" Zhong Bei turned to find Zhang Linchuan already gone. He hurriedly climbed onto the wall and looked down, seeing a blade as clear as autumn water slicing through the rain, cutting into the beasts' bodies. Truly enviable. Coach, we're going. 2. The students gathered around. You all. Zhongbei was momentarily speechless. Refuse, and he might hurt their pride, agree, and he worried about accidents. Hurry up. If we wait until the boss finishes them all, we won't get any benefits. Coach, give the order. Fine, I'll go down with you. Grab the ropes. Zhongbei gritted his teeth. The students had spoken, and as their teacher, he had to support them. He wasn't the rigid type. Flowers in a greenhouse must face storms eventually. At worst, he'd face a military tribunal later. Coach, no need for all that, Taoru said with a smile, snapping his fingers. Got it. Su Rong brought her index and middle fingers together in front of her forehead, her playful smile lighting up her face. She leapt directly off the wall, her demeanor changing mid-descent. Her gaze became sharp as a blade, her face filled with determination for battle. A dark green willow tree instantly grew from the ground, its slender branches wrapping around her waist. Phew! That was nerve-wracking. Zhongbei exhaled in relief only after seeing Su Rong land safely. Lu Yan, Dingji, Yuxia, Luowu, Gaoran, and I will go down first to establish a defensive line. The rest follow in sequence, Taoru shouted. Understood. Taoru and the others leapt off the wall, Su Rong catching them with her willow branches. After landing, they quickly moved forward a few steps, forming a defensive formation to protect Su Rong. Other students with similar abilities descended in the second wave, assisting their companions on the wall. Within minutes, all 1,000 students had descended, Zhongbei following suit. Watching the students work in clear coordination, he gave them a thumbs up. Where's the boss? Why can't I see him? Lu Yan asked, scanning the shore with wide eyes. Don't bother looking, he's already charged into the sea, Taoru said, wiping rain from his face. Formation 1, prepare to advance. Swish, swish, swish. Students specializing in beast transformation and weaponry stood in the front row, followed by those in the plant category. Students focused on healing, elemental powers, and mental abilities took up the rear Ijon. They glanced at Yushowen, who had his face covered, and frowned. I remember you're a stay-at-home dad. Why are you standing in the front row? Get to the back. Nonsense, I'm a proper close combat fighter. Yushowen proudly raised his head, then lowered it to adjust his fluttering mask. Charge forward. Taoru issued the command. When Jiang Linchuan was absent, the deputy team leader took charge, but he forgot there was a legendary soldier king beside him. Zhongbei said no more, drew his gleaming military knife, and his fighting spirit surged. He wasn't familiar with this group of students, so he needed someone who knew them well to lead the team to maximize their combat effectiveness. The main force advanced to the seaside, but there was no trace of the ferocious beasts, only corpses split in half along the way. Zhongbei raised the binoculars hanging from his chest and looked toward the sea, utterly shocked. The entire sea was filled with the floating corpses of ferocious beasts, all uniformly sliced in two, regardless of species. This kid's strength is truly terrifying. Move to the side, this area is covered by the boss. The rain continued to fall, and flares rose into the sky one after another. Jiang Linchuan had already ventured several kilometers into the sea, holding a spirit orb in one hand to replenish his energy and wielding a blade in the other, moving with agility. His eyes glowed with a crimson light, and blood droplets intermittently dripped from the blade. Using the power of the beast corpses, he carved out invincible arcs of blade energy in mid-air. Wherever the blade energy passed, the seawater exploded, effortlessly severing the heads and bodies of submerged beasts. The surrounding seawater turned red with blood, and the stench lingered. In the distance, triangular dorsal fins swam rapidly toward him. Shark fins for dinner. Jiang Linchuan immediately charged forward, gathering power in his right hand. Hidden wind thunder. Silver snake-like lightning descended from the sky, intertwining in mid-air before converging on the blade. The silver light illuminated the surroundings, revealing Jiang Linchuan's cold face and blood-red pupils. The Tang blade, wrapped in silver lightning, slashed explosively, silent yet astonishingly powerful. The storm-like blade energy formed an impenetrable barrier, sealing off every inch of space. The blade energy exploded among the blackfin giant-toothed sharks, accompanied by deafening thunder. Wind and thunder erupted, and the leading blackfin giant-toothed shark instantly turned into a mist of blood. The powerful air currents raised towering water columns. My shark fins. Quick, first row, fill the gaps. Injured ones, go for treatment and bandage your wounds. Lu Yan, can you still hold on? Plant-type users, restrict the beasts ahead. Elemental-type users, bombard the rear to prevent reinforcements. Rainy day rangers, guard the flanks. While commanding, Tauru stabbed a 1-meter-tall blue shrimp soldier with his spear. During a brief pause, he took out a bottle of water from his storage bracelet and gulped it down. His throat was hoarse from shouting. After drinking, he threw 2 large bags of water to the rear. The second-row students quickly grabbed the water, sharing it equally without distinction between genders. Each person took a small sip before passing it to the next. Their water bottles had long been empty, and they were soaked to the skin, with rain, sweat, and blood mixing and occasionally flowing into their eyes and mouths. No one complained, no one retreated. They held this stretch of coastline firmly, repelling wave after wave of ferocious beasts. Initially, Colonel Fu Xingyuan had sent several platinum-level awakened to protect them, but after witnessing their strength, he withdrew most of them, leaving only 2 to handle high-level beasts. Ding Ji stood at the front line, already berserk, his eyes crimson, with a blood-colored bear shadow behind him standing out in the rainy night. He continuously swung his glowing bear claws, causing beast brains to splatter and severed limbs to fly. Beside him, Yushuowen's mask had long disappeared, and with his swollen head, he smashed the sharp teeth of a sea fish with a single punch. He stepped forward abruptly, delivering a knee strike that sent a giant mantis shrimp flying. Judging by his sheer strength, no one would think he was a stay-at-home dad. Next to him was Zhong Bei, whose sharp military knife had become dull from cutting. Fighting alongside the students, he rediscovered the passion of his youth. On the right flank, Rainy Day stood expressionless, wielding a radiant longsword. The sword's light flashed as he effortlessly slew beasts attempting to come ashore. The pile of beast corpses around him was the largest. On the left flank, the young ranger's face was tense, his stance unsteady. When a beast lunged at him, he thrust his sword straight forward. He did not possess the sharp swordsmanship of Yutian. The only thing he could do was use his body to shield his companions from the attacks of ferocious beasts. Soldiers on the city walls used sniper rifles to take down the beasts, providing fire support for their comrades on the shore. 5 kilometers from the coastline, Zhang Linchuan had been slaying beasts in this stretch of the sea, refraining from venturing too deep. The surface of the sea was littered with the corpses of beasts, so many that he had lost count of his kills. His enhancement points had surpassed the monumental threshold of 10,000 and were still climbing rapidly. The strongest beast he had slain was a diamond 1-star blackfin megalodon. Without any elaborate maneuvers, he directly used his lightspeed movement ability to enter the shark's body. Wielding a tang blade, he made countless incisions, while his ally combat armor effectively resisted the corrosive stomach acid. In the end, he ate the shark's brain from the inside. Yes, he truly ate it. The brain of the blackfin megalodon was a rare delicacy, crystal clear, sweet, and delicious. Standing atop the corpse of the blackfin megalodon, Zhang Linchuan gazed into the distance but could no longer see the 3 giant beasts he had previously spotted through his binoculars. At that moment, the rain stopped. A crimson sun broke through the clouds, casting golden-red morning light over the sea. The shimmering waves sparkled brilliantly. The beast horde retreated, and the night-long slaughter finally came to an end. Zhang Linchuan retracted his gaze, swung his blade, creating an arc of light that stirred up splashes of water. With the momentum, he slowly approached the shore, bringing himself and the blackfin megalodon's carcass closer to land. On the beach, 1,000 students sat sprawled across the sand, gazing at the dawn with satisfied smiles on their faces. Suddenly, stirring war songs resonated from the camp. Salute! Fu Xingyuan stood on the city wall and shouted loudly. Snap! The soldiers stationed on the wall, their expressions solemn, saluted the students on the beach in unison. It was a gesture of recognition and encouragement. A strong youth leads to a strong nation, and a strong nation ensures peace and prosperity for its people. With such young individuals, the soldiers believed their sacrifices in defending everything were worthwhile. The students stood up from the ground, returning the salute, and looked up at the soldiers on the city wall. Those warriors who guarded the borders day and night were the role models they respected the most. They aspired to emulate the soldiers, inheriting the selfless spirit passed down through generations. One heart, one nation, glory shared. Commander, there's a massive blackfin megalodon in the sea, and there's someone standing on top of it, a soldier reported. Fu Xingyuan immediately raised his binoculars to look toward the sea. Before he could issue an alert, cheers erupted from below the city wall. The students plunged into the sea as if diving, creating a splash. He raised his binoculars again and saw that the person standing on the blackfin megalodon's back was wearing a familiar uniform, which sent a shock through his heart. How did this student venture so far? Even water element experts wouldn't dare to easily go deep into the sea. Moreover, the blackfin megalodon, which exceeded 150 meters in length, was at least a diamond-tier beast. Lower the rope ladder, I'm going down to take a look. Propelled by the waves, Jiang Linchuan slowly approached the shore. Whoa! That's massive! The students exclaimed in astonishment. Our leader brought it back himself, it must be especially tasty. It'd also make a great specimen for the academy. The students gathered around the blackfin megalodon, chattering excitedly. Yu Tian stood aside, his brows furrowed, his feelings mixed. Is this the difference between him and me, he wondered. Zhong Bei touched the blackfin megalodon's skin and asked with a smile, you've already reached the point where you can kill diamond-tier beasts? Just lucky, Jiang Linchuan replied, leaping ashore, troubled over how to transport such a massive prey back to camp. Should he chop it into several pieces and use his storage ring to transport it multiple times? He decided to act on the plan and had just drawn his blade to start when Zhong Bei stopped him. No need for all that trouble. Head up to the city wall first, someone will handle the battlefield later. Did you kill this? Fu Xingyuan's sharp gaze locked onto Jiang Linchuan. Jiang Linchuan nodded. Do you want to join? Before Fu Xingyuan could finish his sentence, Zhong Bei dragged him away. Is everyone alright? Jiang Linchuan asked. We're fine, just disappointed we couldn't set any traps. And we couldn't use poison. My newly developed toxic dragon drill didn't even get a chance to shine, Lu Yan said, looking dejected. Everyone cast skeptical glances at him. Lu Yan's face turned red. No, it's not what you think. Then what were we thinking? Lu Yan awkwardly shut his mouth. Yu Xiuwen stepped forward, put his arm around Lu Yan's shoulder, and pretended to humbly seek advice. Teach me secretly when we get back. A rope ladder was lowered from the city wall for people to climb. Those who ascended the wall first looked out at the sea, their hearts shaken. Corpses piled up like mountains, blood floating on. The scene before them was far more tragic than they had imagined. This was just one section of the coastline at Jinggu port. The numbers along the entire coastline were likely astronomical. If the ferocious beasts were to invade inland, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once everyone had climbed the wall, the soldiers retracted the rope ladder. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The steel city wall suddenly began to vibrate. Click, click, click. Square holes opened in the center of the wall, and 20 thick mechanical arms extended outward, reaching for the blackfin giant-toothed sharks. So that's how it works. Jiang Linchuan's eyes gleamed with understanding. Alright, everyone, let's go down and rest, take a hot shower, and change into clean clothes, Zhong Bei clapped his hands and said. The group dragged their exhausted bodies, step by step, down Qinglong Pass. Jiang Linchuan ran into the tent and checked on Cat Xiaoyang, finding it still curled up, sound asleep, clutching its belly, though its mouth glistened. He twitched the corner of his mouth. Last night, the camp was almost empty, so Cat Xiaoyang must have sneaked out to eat. Did this fool not realize there were surveillance cameras in the camp? Oh well, he hadn't explained to it what surveillance cameras were. Everyone grabbed their toiletries and headed to the bathhouse. On the way, they encountered soldiers from the camp, who greeted them warmly with gentle smiles. Their actions had earned respect, proving they weren't pampered children. The bathhouse consisted of rows of showers without any partitions, forcing everyone to face each other openly. I don't want to shower with you rough guys, I'm going next door, Yu Xiuwen muttered. Go if you want, who's stopping you? Tao Ru sneered. Forget it, I'm not Xiao Chuan. If I go, I'll definitely get beaten to death. My face can't take any more injuries. You pig demon at least have some self-awareness. With your looks, anyone who sees you would cry. Screw you. Believe it or not, I'll slap you with this. Most people showered in their underwear, partly out of male dignity, partly because southern folks weren't used to public showers like this. Only a few were completely naked, exuding extreme confidence and even provoking their companions. Don't provoke me, or I'll turn you all into weaklings. Tao Ru smirked. Wrong, brother Tao, let's talk nicely, Luo Wu said, full of flattery. If Su Rong finds out you're a flirt, will she dump you? Luo Wu instantly looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, his expression complex. Brother Tao, save me. Help me scrub my back, Tao Ru said, walking toward a small bench. Luo Wu eagerly picked up a scrubbing towel, transforming into a bathhouse attendant. Jiang Linchuan took a 2-minute hot shower and left the bathhouse. The tent was empty, so he could play with Cat Xiaoyang for a while. He was addicted, he couldn't go a day without petting Cat Xiaoyang. He woke Cat Xiaoyang and questioned, Did you sneak out to eat last night? Cat Xiaoliang looked surprised. How did you know? It shyly lowered its head, looking apologetic. If you go out, you'll get caught, you know? Fat chance. Cat Xiaoliang quickly shook its head. Are you saying no one noticed you? Cat Xiaoliang proudly nodded, then quickly lowered its head. Again. Show me. Jiang Linchuan wanted to understand its abilities. Cat Xiaoliang nodded, turned around, wiggled its tail, and suddenly disappeared completely from his sight. Jiang Linchuan's gaze sharpened as he reached out to grab it, but his hand found only empty air. At that moment, he felt something climbing onto his back, rubbing his hair. There was no physical or mental warning, he only felt it when Cat Xiaoliang touched him. Cat Xiaoliang could turn invisible. Can you make me invisible too? Jiang Linchuan asked. Cat Xiaoliang shook its paw, opened its mouth, pointed with its claws, and made awu, awu sounds. Jiang Linchuan pondered, are you saying you can't do it yet and need to eat more? Ing. Cat Xiaoliang nodded, this ability, absolutely must not let you show and know, or he will definitely trick Mao Xiaoliang into helping him do bad things. Then what do you need to eat? Mao Xiaoliang tilted his head, thought for a moment, gestured a circle with his little paw, then stretched his hand out. Yunxiang fruit, bamboo. The bamboo planted by the old mystic must be extraordinary. Combined with purple ginseng, Mao Xiaoliang wanted precious spiritual medicine. You should leave first. I can't afford to keep you, better to stay invisible. Cough, cough. Suddenly, coughing sounds came from outside the tent. It was a signal. Jiang Linchuan put Mao Xiaoliang back into his backpack and whispered, stop sneaking food, I'll bring you something to eat. Mao Xiaoliang raised his paw and gave him a high five. This little creature had so many tricks, even learning how to high five. Tao Ji, why were you coughing just now? You're so strong, you can't catch a cold. Luo, who held a white porcelain bottle, looking ingratiating. I was reminding someone not to go on a date with a girl, Tao Ru said with a grin. A girl? Where's the girl? Luo, who craned his neck to look into the tent. Fifth Miss, Yu Xiuwen replied. Luo, who immediately pulled his head back, knowing that peeking at things he shouldn't see would get him into trouble with the boss. Tao Ru raised an eyebrow, carrying a wash basin and walking into the tent with his arm around Yu Xiuwen's shoulder. The others followed him inside. Luo, who, sharp-eyed, immediately noticed a crumpled tissue on Jiang Linchuan's bed. As a subordinate, he had to know how to help the boss out of awkward situations and prevent him from losing face. He lunged forward and grabbed the tissue. Jiang Linchuan turned to glance at Luo, who then noticed the tissue in his hand. He wasn't stupid, the veins on his forehead twitched. Mao Xiaoliang. Boss. I accidentally left something on your bed, Luo, who said awkwardly. Not only did he have to help cover up, but he also had to take the initiative to admit fault. Jiang Linchuan responded with a simple turned his head away, and lightly kicked the backpack with his foot. Luo, who discreetly stuffed the tissue into his pocket, as if he'd accomplished something significant. The texture felt odd. It was all Tao Ji's fault for coming in too early. The boss must be feeling uncomfortable now. No, I can't blame Tao Ji. I'll need his help to nurse my health in the future. In the end, I have to bear all this alone. Let's go, grab something to eat at the cafeteria, then take a nap. In the cafeteria, today's meal was especially lavish, with drinks laid out on the table. Everyone unconsciously straightened their backs and sat down. The cook squad leader wiped his hands and walked over with a smile. From now on, meals are unlimited. Eat as much as you like. These dishes can only be found at Qinglong Pass. That shark fin still needs some processing. Fill your stomachs first. Thank you, squad leader. Ha, what are you thanking me for? These are the spoils of war you earned with your strength. Each person received only a small bowl of fragrant shark fin, while Jiang Linchuan had a whole pot in front of him. The reason was simple, the others' bodies couldn't handle the intense energy. They could only taste the diamond-grade spiritual food, eating too much would overwhelm their bodies. Jiang Linchuan set aside a portion for Mao Xiaoliang and then started eating voraciously, making the people around him drool uncontrollably. While eating the spiritual food, he suddenly thought of a question. Where did the berserk factor inside the ferocious beasts go? He hadn't paid attention before because he hadn't eaten diamond-grade spiritual food, assuming his body could perfectly digest it. Now, eating the shark fin of the blackfin megalodon, his body felt no discomfort, only gentle spiritual energy flowing into him. He remembered that the first time he woke up from a coma using the devour skill, he had only eaten ordinary meat. It wasn't until he ate the spiritual food prepared by Nie Qingyan that he truly couldn't stop. Clearly, his body needed these. Jiang. Lin Chuan recalled the description of the Devour skill and realized it could absorb the life force of ferocious beasts or humans to strengthen himself. But where did the life force go? The system panel didn't display this feature at all. Based on the number he'd killed before, he should be able to live for several hundred years. Yet spiritual energy had only appeared 140 years ago, and while ordinary people's lifespans had increased, he hadn't seen an awakened individual live past 150. Oh, right, he needed to drop the old mystic nickname. That guy had lived for thousands of years, practically outliving turtles. Jiang Linchuan wiped his mouth, leaned close to Tao Ru, and asked in a low voice, "Have you ever seen or heard of anyone who has survived since the appearance of spiritual energy?" Yes, some major families have people who live particularly long lives. The stronger their abilities, the longer they live, Tao Ru replied. His family had been cursed to not live past 80, so they didn't have such people. Why are you suddenly asking this? Nothing, just curious and wanted to find out how long I might live. Don't overthink it. Spiritual energy has only been around for 150 years. How long we can live isn't up to us. Who knows, maybe one day spiritual energy will disappear, or we might die on the battlefield. Jiang Linchuan nodded and silently called out to He. In his heart, is vitality related to the violent factor in the bodies of ferocious beasts? You'll find out in the future. I really want to know now. Jiang Linchuan muttered to himself, wondering if this old mystic and he knew each other, always keeping things vague. But from He Yin's words, he had already guessed a bit. The two were definitely connected, and it wouldn't harm him. Feeling reassured, Jiang Linchuan picked up his bowl and began eating heartily again. After breakfast, everyone returned to their tents to rest, replacing sleep with absorbing spiritual energy. Jiang Linchuan noticed everyone taking out spiritual beads and suddenly remembered something. What about the resource distribution at Tianwu Academy? He had been here for months and hadn't seen it. Once. Last time, Nie Qingyan had given him a bag of spiritual beads, and he had completely forgotten about it. Did the Academy distribute resources last month? They did. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Yu Xiuwen said. Your share was supposed to be handed to you personally by the dean. The teacher even specifically asked for instructions at the time, Tao Ru added. So, not only did the old mystic not give me cultivation resources, but he's also been deducting things from me all along? Infuriating. Jiang Linchuan was so angry he wanted to rush back to the academy immediately and chop down all the bamboo planted by the old mystic, leaving none behind. Forget it, he had enough spiritual beads for now. After a whole night of killing at sea, the spiritual beads he had were enough to last a long time. Wait. Hien, I've completed the task of killing 300 silver-tier ferocious beasts, right? He glanced at the system panel and found that not only had he completed it, but he had exceeded the target by quite a bit. What about the reward? Jiang Linchuan felt troubled. He had been forgetting important things lately. This wasn't normal. His memory had always been excellent, so how could he forget? It must be either the old mystic's doing or He Yin's meddling, he thought to himself. The reward will be issued along with the next task. Jiang Linchuan felt the system was being completely dismissive and thought to himself, bring back the old system, I don't want this one anymore. He looked around and picked up Cat Xiaoyang from his bag, placing it on the bed and rubbing its head. In this cold world, only Cat Xiaoyang could bring him a bit of warmth. As he rubbed, he almost made Cat Xiaoyang angry, so he stopped and took out a golden spiritual bead to start absorbing. Unexpectedly, Cat Xiaoyang bit into it directly. Crunch, crunch. You can eat spiritual beads? Jiang Linchuan was a bit envious. This was a true foodie, a genuine iron-eating beast. Cat Xiaoyang nodded but looked disgusted, finding the taste awful. Then eat this instead. Jiang Linchuan took out some packed fish fins and placed them on the bed. Cat Xiaoyang was overjoyed, eating the fish fins while wiggling its butt. The incident of almost being rubbed bald earlier was completely forgotten. 5 hours later, Zhong Bei's voice came from outside, gather up. Everyone woke up from their cultivation, changed into clean clothes, and ran out of the tent. Formed 2 lines. Destination, Logistics Department. March in step. Logistics. Everyone's eyes lit up. What good stuff was going to be distributed this time? At the warehouse entrance of the Logistics Department, Colonel Fu Xinyuan was already waiting there. Seeing the students walking over in neat rows, he smiled and waved. When the students reached the warehouse entrance, he clapped his hands. 2 soldiers pulled open the warehouse doors. The next second, the whole world lit up. It's too bright. My eyes are going blind. Wow! So many spiritual beads. What kind of officer can resist this temptation? Sir, are you trying to buy me off? I'm not that kind of person. You'll have to raise my salary. The warehouse was filled with spirit beads, mostly bronze, followed by silver, and quite a few gold ones. Upon hearing this, Fu Xingyuan smiled and pressed his hands down, saying, "Some of these are your spoils of war, but the exact numbers can't be calculated. Considering your heroic performance last night, the warehouse is now open to you. Take as much as you can, but storage equipment is not allowed." Commander, you're so generous. You're ridiculously rich, almost inhuman. Believe it or not, I could empty this place in minutes. Stop joking, hurry up and grab some. Zhong Bei laughed and scolded. The students lined up and entered the warehouse in batches. Seeing the scene before them, no one could resist. It was practically a treasure trove. Spirit beads are essential resources for cultivation. The more resources, the faster the cultivation speed and the quicker the growth in strength. However, they all had a principle in mind: take only as much as you've earned. This was a habit developed at Yunkoan Mountain. They never touched what didn't belong to them, and they fiercely defended what was theirs. Some took a dozen beads, while others only took 1 or 2. Zhong Bei and Fu Xingyuan stood at the door watching, growing increasingly surprised. When the last group came out, the warehouse door was shut, signaling that no more could be taken. Regret it? Fu Xingyuan called out. Thank you, Commander. Everyone's faces were full of smiles, showing no trace of regret. Zhong Bei's eyes reddened, and he stood to the side clapping vigorously. These students made him feel immensely proud. When God closes a door for you, he will surely open a window, Fu Xingyuan said solemnly. Now, let me open that window for you. What does that mean? Everyone looked puzzled. Why was he suddenly talking about God closing doors and opening windows? It means you've collectively passed the test. Zhong Bei exclaimed joyfully, jumping with excitement. What's going on? Another test? Tests every day, my head's about to explode. Just this? Bring in a girl, and I'll surrender immediately. Ignoring their complaints, Zhong Bei clapped his hands to signal for quiet. From the moment you stepped into the military camp, every detail has been a test for you. The first test was the ordinary beast tide, where everyone climbed Xinglong Pass. You showed no fear, no hesitation, and actively requested to ascend the pass, proving your courage. The second test was after you climbed Xinglong Pass. You didn't run around or impulsively charge at the beasts, proving your calmness and rationality. The third test was when you held your guns. You instinctively covered the muzzle with your hands to ensure it didn't point at any teammates, proving your unity and trust. The fourth test was during training. When I said 1 hour, no one questioned my orders, and your performance was outstanding, proving your obedience to commands. The fifth test was the night watch. The unexpected rain and beast tide attack showed that, even in my absence, you could organize a reasonable counterattack, proving your military competence. This is crucial, as battlefield situations change in an instant. What surprised us the most? Zhong Bei paused, then shouted proudly, you dared to descend Xinglong Pass and face the beasts head on. In all these years, apart from those with great strength, no student at your age and with your current level of power has dared to descend the pass. But all of you, including healers and support roles, not only dared to descend Xinglong Pass but also killed quite a few beasts. Zhong Bei's face turned red with excitement. After a brief pause, he continued, the final test was right before you, testing your character. Wealth can tempt people, greed can lead them astray, away from morality and conscience, even to betray their country and people. But you have delivered a perfect answer with your actions. I am immensely proud to have students like you. Everyone was stunned as they listened. Every point Zhong Bei mentioned left them amazed. So we're this outstanding. Officer, is there a test involving beautiful women? Come on, test me, I can't wait. Yu Xiuwen said with a laugh. Get lost, you. In the past, some people passed a few tests, but never have so many. Passed all of them at once, and with perfect scores. Follow me. Fu Xingyuan turned and walked deeper into the logistics area. Everyone followed him for over 100 meters and stopped in front of a red line. This is a restricted area. Can we go in? Is this another test? Who knows? It's so mysterious. Better behave. If you see something you shouldn't, you'll end up in solitary confinement. Fu Xingyuan stopped, frowned slightly, and looked at the nervous students, unable to suppress a smile. There are no more tests. Hurry up and follow me. Still, no one dared to move until Jiang Linchuan took the lead and crossed the red line. Only then did the others follow. Fu Xinyuan gave Jiang Linchuan a deep look before continuing forward. As soon as the students stepped into the restricted area, they felt sharp gazes sweep over them, sending a chill down their spines. They continued forward and entered an underground air raid tunnel, 5 meters high and 10 meters wide. Incandescent lamps hung from the ceiling at 1-meter intervals, their light forming a continuous glow. Rows of cables, like sleeping dragons, stretched endlessly forward. After walking 3.5 kilometers, they reached a large door at the end of the tunnel. Didn't they say it would be a window? Why is it a door now? Yu Xiuwen muttered. Fu Xinyuan nearly tripped but steadied himself, his expression unchanged as he moved to open the door. Shut up, you idiot! Tao Ru smacked him hard. Buzz, the door slowly opened to both sides, revealing a spacious laboratory filled with a strong sci-fi atmosphere. Many researchers in white lab coats and ID badges were busy working. Various instruments filled the room, and samples of ferocious beasts were being transported, scanned, dissected, and collected. 4 words popped into Jiang Linchuan's mind: genetic engineering. It's a bit early for you to be exposed to this, but time is running out, Fu Xinyuan sighed. Time is running out. Jiang Linchuan's eyes narrowed. Was it the discovery of alien civilization traces, or was something major about to happen? The group looked dazed, not understanding why they were brought to such a place. Fu Xinyuan cleared his throat and introduced, "This is the nation's genetic engineering research base, codenamed Hidden Dragon, symbolizing a dragon about to soar. Soon, you will be injected with the Hidden Dragon No. 2 Genetic Enhancement Serum. This serum is harmless to the body and will help you break through your limits, enhancing your physical strength, speed, power, and endurance. Each person's physique is different, so the enhancement effects will vary. Genetic enhancement won't take effect immediately, there will be an adaptation period. Alright, no more explanations. Everyone will be injected in batches of 10. Of course, if you have doubts, you can choose to leave, turn around, and forget everything that happened today. Who would leave with such a great opportunity? After the injection, can I wear red underwear and go out like a superhero? Someone joked. My expectations aren't high. I'll be satisfied if I can lift a mountain. If I get faster, no girl will ever outrun me again. Luo Hu nudged Tao Ru and handed him a white porcelain bottle. Brother Tao, I don't think I'll need this anymore. Have you heard of overworking the land? Then, maybe I'll keep it. Since no one is leaving, proceed with the injections in batches of 10. Fu Xinyuan called over a researcher to lead the students to receive the genetic enhancement serum. Sir, will it hurt? I'm afraid of needles, Yuxia said, his face pale. Fu Xinyuan smiled faintly. Don't worry, it won't hurt at all. Jiang Linchuan, Tao Ru, and others were in the first batch, and followed the researcher in the white coat. Teacher, will the nurse giving the injection be pretty? Yu Xiuwen asked in a low voice. The researcher glanced at him expressionlessly and continued walking. Soon, they arrived at a sealed room. 10 robots lined up in a row. One mechanical hand held a transparent syringe filled with a faintly glowing blue liquid, while the other held 2 cotton swabs, appearing quite considerate. Robots. Yu Xiuwen looked utterly disappointed. Seeing the metallic gleam of the needle, Ranger rolled his eyes in fear and turned to run, only to have his head pressed down by Lu Yan. Don't be scared, Xiao Yu. The commander said it won't hurt. They each stepped up to the robot, rolling up their sleeves. The robot mechanically swabbed their arms with cotton before inserting the needle into the triceps and injecting the blue liquid. It really doesn't hurt. Ranger's previously tense little face instantly relaxed. The commander wouldn't lie to us, Lu Yan said with a smile, pressing the cotton swab against the injection site. A lab coat-wearing figure standing nearby listened, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. After the injection, Jiang Linchuan only felt a slight warmth, with no other noticeable reaction. Ah! Ranger suddenly screamed in pain, his young face contorting into a terrifying grimace. He fell to the ground, clutching his arm, writhing in agony. Just as someone was about to help him, Lu Yan's body convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back, foam frothing from his mouth, resembling a seizure. Soon after, Luowu, Gao Ran, and Yizhou also collapsed one after another, their faces pale and grim. Teacher, what's happening to them? Jiang Linchuan asked. This is a normal reaction to the injection. I'm more curious why you all seem fine, the lab coat responded. We can handle this kind of pain, Yuxiuwen said, furrowing his brow in an exaggerated display of discomfort. In truth, he felt nothing at all and even wanted another shot. Could the liquid be fake? Jiang Linchuan turned to look at Taoru, Dingji, Yuxiuwen, and Rainy Day. None of them showed any signs of discomfort. Jiang Linchuan could understand his three close friends. They had already undergone some physical changes before. Rainy Day, sent by the old mystic, likely had some unique qualities as well. Too bad I didn't bring my phone. I really want to record their reactions, Yuxiuwen said, watching the scene unfold with amusement. Focus on being human first. Taoru shot him a glance and continued watching the drama. A few minutes later, the five who had been writhing on the ground finally stopped, drenched as if they'd just been pulled out of water. Alright, that's enough. Bring in the next batch of students, the lab coat instructed. Teacher, can I stay to watch, help? Yuxiuwen volunteered. The lab coat said nothing, merely giving him a faint glance. Fine, I'll take my leave. Then, everyone, stay strong. Later, make sure to say it doesn't hurt, got it? Yuxiuwen instructed. Ranger couldn't help but retort, but it really does hurt a lot, a whole lot. You're so silly. What if they get scared and refuse the shot? We all need to tough it out together, understand? Oh, okay, got it, Ranger nodded. The group returned to the crowd, and sure enough, someone asked how it felt. They all smiled and said, it didn't hurt at all. We even want another shot. The second batch of students, full of energy, went to receive their gene enhancement injections. When they returned, they mimicked Jiang Linchuan's group, smiling faintly and saying, it feels great. I feel noticeably stronger. The third batch, the fourth batch. After the last batch returned, they were furious, shouting, you guys are just inhuman. Colonel Fu Xingyuan finally couldn't hold back his laughter. These kids were truly mischievous, but their camaraderie was genuine. Now, everyone return to the camp and rest well tonight. Your bodies will definitely show changes tomorrow. Under the starry night sky, the moonlight was as clear as white jade. After everyone had fallen asleep, Jiang Linchuan played with the cat, Xiaoyang, cutting bamboo into small segments to feed it. Suddenly, he noticed Yuxiuwen's swollen head visibly reducing in size. Xiaoyang saw it too, wiggling its hips as if ready to pounce for another hit, but after a few steps, Jiang Linchuan scooped it back into his arms. The gene enhancement liquid was starting to take effect. Yet Jiang Linchuan himself felt no changes in his body. Perhaps it was too soon for the liquid to take effect, or maybe it simply didn't work on him, leaving him reliant on enhancement points for improvement. He glanced at the system panel. There were now 18,490 enhancement points. Better upgrade the attributes first. He spent 760 enhancement points to raise strength, agility, constitution, and spirit to 600 points each, neatly balanced. Jiang Linchuan, who had never upgraded his spirit before, suddenly felt a refreshing coolness in his mind and let out a comfortable hum. Closing his eyes, the surging mental power uncontrollably spread outward. He saw tense, fluttering flags, black steel walls, and rolling waves. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed in his ears, and his head felt a sharp pain as if pricked by a needle. The expanding mental power quickly retracted. Jiang Linchuan rubbed his temples to ease the pain. So this is how mental power is used. When his master supported Dongyue Garrison City, he directly locked onto all the beasts in the city using mental power. However, that method was extremely draining, and his master had to rest for quite a while to recover. Just now, someone must have noticed his mental expansion and issued a warning. If just a warning hurt this much, it seemed mental power must not be used recklessly. No wonder there was no information or training methods for mental power in this world. In the face of overwhelming mental power, the weak were like open books, with no secrets at all. Except for spirit-type awakeners, whose mental power was inherently much stronger than ordinary people, and who could even use their abilities to control others' consciousness and manipulate their bodies. It turned out that spirit-type awakeners were the truly terrifying ones. He instinctively glanced at Taoru. Taoru's mind's eye could control people's minds, but since his current strength wasn't high, using mental power recklessly could likely turn him into an idiot. Mao Xiaoyang noticed Jiang Linchuan frowning and stretched out a small paw to rub his forehead. I'm fine. Try invisibility again, make it so others can't see you. Mao Xiaoyang wiggled his hips, made a funny face, and then vanished. Jiang Linchuan tried to probe with his mental power but couldn't sense Mao Xiaoyang's presence. To evade even mental perception unless Physically touched, Mao Xiaoliang's invisibility ability was truly formidable. He stood up and walked toward Yu Xiuwen, reaching out to grab a furry ear. Sure enough, Mao Xiaoliang was hiding here. If he didn't stop him, Yu Xiuwen would end up with a swollen face again tomorrow. After feeding Mao Xiaoliang, Jiang Linchuan began considering how to allocate the remaining enhancement points. Liu Guang was the spiritual skill he used the most, followed by Shura Blood Eyes, and Feather Step on Snow the least. He decided to first upgrade Liu Guang and the four-blade techniques of Lingyun for absolutes, leaving the remaining enhancement points for later. After advancing to Platinum, he would gain an additional skill slot, and who knew what spiritual skill he would reward him with. What disappointed him was that the Shura combat technique couldn't be enhanced with points to increase its power. He spent 6,000 enhancement points in one go, raising Liu Guang to level 10. Now, the teleportation distance of Liu Guang had reached 200 meters. Would you like to spend 10,000 enhancement points to upgrade Liu Guang to SS level? Jiang Linchuan froze for a moment, then gritted his teeth and answered, yes. 100,000 enhancement points deducted. Liu Guang has been upgraded to SS level. The previously abundant enhancement points were instantly depleted. Level, Gold. 8-star Spirit, 600 Constitution, 600 Agility, 600 Strength, 600 Charm, 88 Talent, SSS abilities, Shura Gale Blade, Divine Level, Shura Blood Eyes, SS level LV2 Liu Guang, SS. Level, LV1 instantly teleport to any location within 2000 meters and become immune to all control effects for 10 seconds. Feather Step on Snow. Movement Skill LV1 Intermediate Combat, LV3. Lingyun 4 Absolutes, LV3 Enhancement Points, 1, 730 Current Task, accumulate 80 kills of Platinum level beasts, 66 completed objective, eliminate all Shadow Wolves on Proxima, no time limit. Can return to Blue Star midway 2000 meters. The distance had increased tenfold. Spending 10,000 enhancement points was truly worth it. Jiang Linchuan was overjoyed. If he levels up again, the range can reach 4 kilometers, and at max level, it's 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers equals 20 kilometers. The straight line distance from Jinggu Port to Tianwu is over 160 kilometers. In other words, with just 8 or 9 uses of the light stream, he could directly return to Tianwu. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough enhancement points, otherwise, he would have gone back to see the little witch already. She must miss him a lot. Jiang Linchuan took out a group photo printed before departure from his pocket. In the photo, the little witch was smiling brightly. Cat Xiaoliang looked at the photo, covered its head with its little paw, and recalled those painful times. This human particularly liked rubbing its head, just like the previous one. It's not my fault for being cute. Wait until I grow up a bit more and summon my true form to scare you all. Jiang Linchuan didn't understand its inner thoughts. While looking at the photo, he gently stroked its fur and eventually fell into a deep sleep holding it. He drifted into a dream where he was sitting in a peculiar spaceship traversing the starry sky. He vaguely saw a massive creature swallowing a planet whole. The creature had black and white fur. Could this be what Cat Xiaoliang would look like when grown up? Suddenly, a piercing whistle woke him up. He sat up, looking around in confusion. I think I just had a dream, but I can't remember it. Jiang Linchuan rubbed his head and placed the soundly sleeping Cat Xiaoliang into his backpack. He. My face is back to normal. Yu Xiuwen touched his face, excitedly bouncing on the bed. Bang! Everyone turned to look at the door. Lu Yan scratched his head, sitting on the now broken folding bed with an innocent expression. I didn't mean to. I feel so light, like I could fly at any moment. Gao Ran jumped off the bed and tested his steps. Rip! The tent tore open with a sound, and he flew straight out. Rip! Another tearing sound came from the tent. Shortly after, screams erupted from a tent several tents away. Someone's harassing us. Sisters, attack! Ouch, don't hit me. It's me, Gao Ran. Who cares who you are? You're not the boss. Hit him. After a while, Gao Ran returned to the tent, bruised and battered, his clothes torn to shreds and covered in scratches. Poor Gao Ran. Everyone silently turned their faces away to give him some dignity. Only Yu Xiuwen excitedly pounced on him. What did you see? Tell us. Pink, lace trim, so white. Gao Ran stammered. Not bad, brother, you scored this time. Yu Xiuwen patted his shoulder in consolation. Crack! A crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed. Ah, it hurts so much. Gao Ran cried out in despair. I really didn't mean to. Yu Xiuwen squatted down in shame, pulling Gao Ran's foot out of the mud. He hadn't expected that a few light pats would push Gao Ran 7 inches into the ground, and his shoulder was even fractured. Outside, joyful exclamations could be heard from time to time. Speed has always been your weak point, now it shouldn't be an issue. Zhang Linchuan helped Gao Ran onto the bed. Tao Ru checked Gao Ran's injuries. It's nothing serious. With your physique, you'll recover in 2 days. I'll help you immobilize it first. Thanks, brother Tao, be gentle. Let's go out and take a look. Everyone seems to have changed. Zhang Linchuan was the first to step out of the tent. Outside, the camp was bustling, like a carnival. Some people jumped over 10 meters high, some curled themselves into a ball, and others were running around the camp carrying a jeep. The genetic enhancement serum was indeed powerful. It's like a crazy party. Yu Xiuwen marveled. You're one of the main characters too, Zhang Linchuan teased him. From now on, call me One Punch Man, One Punch Dad. Yu Xiuwen shouted wildly, clenching his fist and slamming it into the ground. The earth shook twice with a boom. Oh my god. What? Not strong enough? Zhang Linchuan glanced at him. No, it's that I went too hard, my hand's broken. Yu Xiuwen sweated profusely from the pain, pulled out his hand, and went to find Tao Ru for help. Second brother, save me. Zhang Linchuan smiled, turned to look at Ding Ji, who was standing silently nearby, and asked, where do you feel you've improved? Probably my stamina, Ding Ji replied, his gaze firmly fixed on the steel fortress, feeling as though he could charge straight into it. Don't! Zhang Linchuan exclaimed in surprise. Ding Ji's personality was such that he might actually try it, pure brute force against brute force. Maybe I'll find a small mountain at the portal to another realm to crash into someday, Ding Ji said, withdrawing his gaze. Everyone's in great spirits, Zhong Bei said with a smile as he walked over. Coach, didn't you inject the enhancement gene? Zhang Linchuan asked curiously. Of course I did, but I used Hidden Dragon number 1. Otherwise, how do you think I managed to fight golden beasts with just my flesh and blood? Without spiritual energy support, the body can't handle high-intensity combat. I overexerted myself, severely, depleting my physical functions, so I had to retire, Zhong Bei said, his eyes dimming slightly. But there's still you all. You'll protect the country and its people, right? Absolutely. Zhang Linchuan nodded firmly. Gather up. We're heading to the base to test physical data and provide more support for the development of Hidden Dragon number 3. Gather up. Ding Ji shouted loudly. The excited crowd immediately clustered together, chatting about the changes in their bodies. Some were still adjusting to their new physiques and had sustained minor injuries. Once assembled, they headed toward the air raid shelter. Entering the underground research base, they were greeted by a group of smiling lab coat-clad researchers. The smiles were familiar, but the roles had changed. They were now test subjects, while the researchers resembled wolves preparing to slaughter pigs. This way, first for blood samples, then for physical data testing. These research-obsessed lab coats were as enthusiastic as wolves luring mice into their den. Blood sampling was fully automated, incredibly fast, completing 10 samples in just 10 seconds. Afterward, the students were led to a hall filled with various equipment, punching force meters, treadmills, and more. Punching force, 2,000 kilograms. Impressive. What's your name? One lab coat asked, noting the data displayed on the screen. Lu Yen. Go test your speed. Next. Punching force, 978 kilograms, about a ton. Name? Su Rong. What's wrong with your hand? Broken bones? Then try with your left hand. Result, 2,670 kilograms. Wow, what's your name? Yu Xiuwen. My goal is to be a strong dad. A dad who can punch with 2.6 tons of force using his left hand. I'll remember you, priority research subject. Speed, 26 meters per second. Pretty fast. Name? Rain Tian. 18.5 meters per second. Not bad. Name? Ranger. Zhong Bei walked over to Zhang Linchuan, who was standing off to the side, lost in thought, and gently bumped his shoulder. Why aren't you testing? I'm wondering if these machines are expensive. If I break one, will I have to pay for it? Zhang Linchuan said seriously. Feeling confident? Don't worry, they're for testing. If you break them, they'll be thrilled. Alright, I'm going then. Upon hearing he wouldn't have to pay, Zhang Linchuan immediately headed toward the punching force meter. Having just enhanced his body, he was curious about how much his strength had improved. The boss is going to test. Move aside. I want to witness this historic moment myself. Zhang Linchuan walked up to the punching force meter and touched the gray gold punching target, which seemed to be made of a special metal. This is sand gold titanium from the portal to another realm. It's extremely strong and highly malleable, explained the lab coat in charge of the equipment. Oh, Zhang Linchuan nodded, extending his index finger to lightly flick the punching target. Ding! The display showed 794 kilograms. The surroundings fell silent. The lab coat froze for a moment and then said seriously, use your full strength. If I break it, do I have to pay? Zhang Linchuan asked again. No. The lab coat thought to himself, these students aren't that strong. Back. The lab coat watched in astonishment as the surrounding students quickly retreated, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back himself for the next second. A powerful gust from a punch lifted his hair, the force so strong that his face twitched. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the hall, leaving many people's ears ringing. The numbers on the display screen skyrocketed rapidly before sparks burst out. Crack! The gray gold punching target shattered into countless pieces. Zhang Linchuan silently withdrew his fist. After Qin Cheng's training, his striking power was no longer the same as before. This was just his normal level. If he went all out, the consequences could be severe. The place was filled with high-tech equipment, and he couldn't afford to pay for damages. His physique and strength had both reached 600 points, giving him a body close to the starshine level, but he still needed time to adapt. The man in the white coat patted his ears with his hands, opened his mouth, and made an ah-ah sound. After confirming he hadn't misheard, he said seriously, the punching force exceeds 10 tons, but the exact value can't be measured. What's your name? I need to focus my research on you. Zhang Linchuan. Zhang Linchuan. Ha? Then we need to discuss compensation. Zhang Linchuan's face stiffened as he looked at the man in the white coat in disbelief. Didn't you say there was no need to compensate? Breaking and shattering are two different things, the man in the white coat began to argue. How much? We'll pay. Yu Xiuwen twirled a black card lightly between his fingers. Exactly, it's just a machine. Whatever it costs, we'll pay, another chimed in. The man in the white coat glanced at them helplessly, then turned his gaze back to Zhang Linchuan, smiling awkwardly. Actually, there's no need to pay. Just let us collect more of your blood samples. So that was their real intention. Zhang Linchuan didn't see any issue with it and nodded in agreement. The man in the white coat, overjoyed, stopped recording data and immediately took Zhang Linchuan to collect blood samples, carefully storing them separately. After spending an entire day at the research base, the whitecoats finally let this group of lab rats go after collecting enough samples and data. Having not eaten for 2 days, they were already starving. Back on the surface, they rushed to the cafeteria like birds returning to their nest. It seemed the cafeteria had anticipated their arrival, preparing a feast piled high like small mountains. As it turned out, the cooks were indeed far-sighted, but even so, the food was almost not enough. After the meal, the now energetic students climbed Qinglong Pass, feeling a bit disappointed when they didn't encounter any ferocious beasts. So, they started chatting with the soldiers guarding Qinglong Pass. Let's go check out the docks, Yu Xiuwen suggested. You mean to see your family's cargo ships, right, young master Yu? Tao Ru exposed him directly. They're our families. Yu Xiuwen's voice rose. Fair enough, let's go. After getting Zhong Bei's approval, the group walked north along the city wall. The Jindu port docks were only 5 kilometers away, a trivial distance for them. Before long, they saw the brightly lit and bustling Jingu docks. Towering cranes stood proudly on the docks, loading and unloading cargo amidst the rumbling noise. Crane arms lifted massive containers, slowly moving them onto the ocean freighters docked at the shore. At the edge of the docks stood guards armed with various weapons. Judging by their attire, they weren't regular military personnel. Yu Xiuwen pointed at them and explained, they're retired soldiers and awakened individuals hired by the docks. Are these awakened individuals reliable? Tao Ru asked. With a smile, Yu Xiuwen pointed further away. The outer perimeter of the docks is a stretch of sea, with only one opening for ships to pass through. Our Dragon Nation soldiers guard the outer perimeter, while these people mainly handle any stragglers. They're fairly reliable. Of course, no matter how reliable, they can't compare to our soldiers. If the docks are in danger, the soldiers will provide immediate support. I see. Which ships are ours? Tao Ru asked, looking at the docked vessels. I'm not sure either, but someone will know. The group descended from the city wall and entered Jindu port. The security personnel guarding the docks didn't stop them upon seeing the identification badges on their chests. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair approached them quickly. Years of exposure to the sun and sea had tanned his skin to a deep brown. "Young master, what brings you here?" "Uncle Fong, our academy sent us to Qinglong Pass for training. We had some free time, so we came to the dock to take a look. These are my good buddies, and this is old man Yu's godson." "Greetings, young masters," Uncle Fong said kindly. "Hello, Uncle Fong. Let me show you around." The group followed Uncle Fong as he gave them a tour of the cargo unloading area, security checkpoint, and warehouses, eventually arriving at the dockside. Uncle Fong pointed to several massive cargo ships and explained, "Those ships belong to the Yu family. The largest has a displacement of 800,000 tons, and the smallest is 560,000 tons. The shipping routes haven't been very safe lately, so none of them have left port." "Beasts?" Yu Xiuwen asked. Uncle Fong shook his head. "Beasts aren't interested in these iron hulks. It's pirates causing trouble." "Pirates?" Yu Xiuwen was shocked. Ever since the beasts appeared, pirates have mostly disappeared. Who would still dare to commit crimes? These aren't ordinary pirates. They're powerful awakeners, and even the escorting awakeners might not be a match for them. They don't steal cargo or money, they only take spirit pearls, beast materials, and rare minerals. Their targets are very specific, Jiang Linchuan remarked. Strong awakeners usually don't lack these things, except for minerals, which they need in large quantities and can only acquire quickly through robbery, Taoru analyzed. Powerful and in desperate need of these items, it reminds me of a certain organization, Jiang Linchuan said, frowning. Taoru looked at him. "Are you talking about the Dark Knight Marauders?" "Yes, I've heard that name before." "You two young masters are quite sharp," Uncle Fong said, clapping his hands. He continued, "After the doc reported the situation, the authorities sent people to investigate, but they couldn't find any trace of these bandits." "Uncle Fong, how are other countries faring?" Jiang Linchuan asked. "Not well. Once you enter international waters, you risk being robbed. The master said that even if it costs the family fortune, he will never let the villains succeed," Uncle Fong sighed. "My dad is amazing," Yu Xiuwen said proudly. "Are the Dark Knight Marauders so brazen that they're not afraid of being hunted down by a coalition of nations?" Taoru asked, puzzled. "Unless they have a trump card. Considering what Colonel Fu Xinyuan said the other day about time running out, it's possible the Dark Knight Marauders are planning a comeback, and this time, they'll be even more ferocious. Don't forget, they can also control beast tides," Jiang Linchuan said, a cold glint in his eyes. "These people are insane." Taoru roared in anger. "Let's go back and continue training." "Wait a moment," Taoru said, taking out a small cyan porcelain bottle and handing it to Uncle Fong. "Uncle Fong, Xiuwen mentioned you have some chronic ailments. These pills are for dispelling cold and dampness. Take one a day, and in 2 weeks, the cold and dampness in your body will be completely gone." Uncle Fong's eyes reddened with emotion. "Thank you, young master, for remembering this old man." Yu Xiuwen looked a bit awkward. He had no idea what ailments Uncle Fong had and said sheepishly, "You're an elder, taking care of you is the least I can do. We'll be off now. You should rest early." Uncle Fong tightly held the small porcelain bottle and waved goodbye. "Not bad. You're pretty good at winning people over," Yu Xiuwen said, draping his left arm over Taoru's shoulder. "Well, someone has to help you out since you don't understand social niceties. Get lost." "Who says I don't know how to deal with people?" Yu Xiuwen retorted, shaking off his arm and kicking at him. Taoru easily dodged and threatened, "If you try that again, you'll never get back up. In this lifetime." "Damn. Threatening me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Yu Xiuwen fumed. Fine, put your silver needles away." Jiang Linchuan walked at the back, a faint smile on his lips. He turned to look at the sea. The breeze gently brushed past, waves rolled continuously, and white foam rose and fell with the tide. Suddenly, he understood why that old mystic had placed these lunatics by his side. Time flew by, and the 2 weeks of training came to an end. The students reluctantly took off their camouflage uniforms, changed back into their own clothes, retrieved their fully charged phones, packed their luggage, and gathered at the camp gate. The bus to take them back to Tianwu had been waiting for a long time. During this period, everyone underwent tremendous changes and grew significantly. They no longer resembled students but more like true warriors. At least, the soldiers in the camp regarded them as trustworthy comrades, and deep friendships were formed. The soldiers had never seen students like these, usually joking around and causing a ruckus. But when the beast tide struck, these students always charged to the front lines, fighting fiercely. With the beasts at close range, pushing forward with all their might, their courage more genuine than when meeting loved ones. If it weren't for the commander privately mentioning that they couldn't afford to keep these students, the soldiers would have been reluctant to see them leave. They could chat together, listen to their heroic tales, and enjoy a great atmosphere. But all good things must come to an end. The soldiers stood atop the high city walls, watching the students depart, their eyes moist. You've worked hard during this time. I will truthfully report your performance today. Dean of Tianqi Academy. You are all outstanding, pillars of the nation, and the backbone of protecting the people. I am proud to have spent this time with you. Everyone. When peace returns and the mountains and rivers are tranquil, we shall meet again. Fu Xinyuan stood tall and saluted solemnly. Protect the people, invincible under heaven. The students returned the salute and shouted in unison. Their voices thundered and echoed for a long time. Get on the bus. Zhongbei waved vigorously, hugged Fu Xinyuan, and was the first to jump onto the bus. Wah, I don't want to leave. Be strong. Cry on the bus, don't make everyone feel bad. Ah, my fists will be back. Alright, let's go. Tao Ru boarded the bus holding a silk banner. Using his family's medical techniques, he had cured many soldiers of ailments caused by prolonged combat and left behind a few prescriptions to help them recuperate. They were gone. Zhang Linchuan patted his stomach. During this period, he had eaten at least 1,000 different types of fierce beasts and summarized quite a bit of experience. The tentacles of the Eureka deep-sea octopus were crisp and delicious. The head and fins of the blackfin megalodon were flavorful. The meat of the red-tailed mantis shrimp was tender and refreshing. The eggs of the silver-blood turtle were aromatic, and its meat made for an incredibly tasty soup. Once I master the flowing light technique, I'll come here every day to feast. The bus sped along the highway, and the cries inside were deafening. Cat Xiaoyang poked its head out of the backpack, shaking its little head from side to side, not understanding what was happening. It didn't yet comprehend human emotions. Were they crying because there was no good food left? Over the past few days, it had eaten plenty of delicacies, and while its size hadn't changed, its fur had become shinier and softer, making it feel amazing to the touch. Zhang Linchuan sent a message to the little witch, telling her he was almost back. Ding dong! The little witch immediately replied with a voice message. Zhang Linchuan pressed play, and her soft, sweet voice came through the phone. Honey, you're back. Nan and I are shopping, we'll come pick you up soon. Zhang Linchuan awkwardly lowered his head, forgetting to turn down the volume. As a result, the crying in the bus grew even louder. That's too much. Second brother, quickly give Xiao Chuan an acupuncture treatment to calm him down and see how he handles things when he gets back. Yu Xiuwan egged on Tao Ru. Tao Ru chuckled. Don't mess with him, he knows how to use needles too. What? Yu Xiuwan looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, stiffly turning his head to Zhang Linchuan. Brother Chuan, I was just talking nonsense earlier, do you believe me? Zhang Linchuan glanced at him indifferently and said to Cat Xiaoyang, be careful in the future. If you fall asleep, you might get poked with needles and end up dumb. Cat Xiaoyang tilted its head to look at Yu Xiuwan, clutching its belly and laughing uncontrollably. Yu Xiuwan broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes vacant and lifeless. Life isn't worth it. At the south gate of Tianwu Academy, the bus slowly pulled away, and the students stood at the entrance dragging their suitcases. Welcome back, warriors. The dean of Tianqi Academy wore a Tibetan robe, a Tibetan knife hanging from his waist, and waved with a smile. One by one, pristine white katas were draped over the students' shoulders, symbolizing their safe return. Thank you, Dean, the students bowed their heads in gratitude. This training experience must have left each of you with different insights. Each person should write a 5,000-word reflection to express their inner thoughts, Dean Tianqi said with a smile. What? The wind was too strong just now. Dean, what did you say? I said. Before he could finish, the students had already grabbed their suitcases and were running off into the distance. Dean Tianqi seemed to have his throat blocked, the words stuck in his mouth. He angrily blew his beard and stomped lightly. The ground instantly rippled, spreading quickly in all directions. The students who had just run away were frozen in place and returned to stand before him. Dean Tianqi nodded in satisfaction, pulled out a megaphone, and shouted, given your outstanding performance, the reflection is now 10,000 words per person, to be submitted to my office tomorrow. Understood, Dean, the students replied, helplessly, forced to comply since they were immobilized. Dean Tianchi put away the megaphone and jogged back into the academy. Dean, don't leave. Please undo the immobilization. Dean, you've forgotten something very important. Old geezer. What kind of spell is this? Is it like the one the great sage used to freeze the 7 fairies? I want to learn this skill too. Zhang Linchuan tried to move his body but couldn't budge, nor could he use his spiritual techniques. This old mystic's power was too strong. He was sure the dean would chop down all the bamboo in the courtyard later. Wait, could it be that he immobilized me because I was planning to chop bamboo? How pitiful, said Shinshintong, who had been watching nearby. She walked over, stretched out her fair hand, gently touched Zhang Linchuan's cheek, and leaned into his arms, saying coyly, now, can I do whatever I want? Just kidding, I'll hold an umbrella. For you, Shinshintong said, pulling out a parasol and holding it over both of them. Why? I don't want to be here eating dog food. Could you two act normal for once? I also hope to have a sweet romance in this cold world, Yishuan said, his eyes filled with envy. Suddenly, an umbrella was held over his head, and he exclaimed excitedly, Sister Nan, am I your little sweetheart? Tang Xiaonan smiled sweetly and said, 100 yuan per umbrella. Want me to hold it? Taking advantage of the situation. Don't leave, I'll pay. You. Shilwen gritted his teeth. Alright, scan the QR code to pay later, Tang Xiaonan said, inserting the umbrella handle into his collar and laughing. Anyone else want an umbrella? I do. Me too. Tang Xiaonan quickly ran into the academy to buy more parasols. Not long after, she returned riding an electric tricycle loaded with umbrellas. The security guard at the gate and the students who had rushed over took precious photos with their phones. Someone couldn't wait to post on the campus forum the story of the umbrella-selling little goddess and 999 big suckers. Behind the mountain, in the bamboo courtyard, Zhang Linchuan expressionlessly carried a tang sword, chopping down the lush green bamboo one by one. He had been immobilized at the academy gate for 2 whole hours. If it weren't for the little witch staying with him, he would have been so embarrassed he'd want to find a place to hide. Dean Tianchi hid inside his house, not daring to come out, afraid his heart wouldn't be able to take seeing his beloved bamboo chopped down. Mao Xiaoliang sat in Shinshintong's arms, happily munching on bamboo. Linchuan, aren't you afraid that old geezer will get angry? Shinshintong asked worriedly. She had started calling the dean old geezer because he had embarrassed her boyfriend in public. Zhang Linchuan chopped down the last bamboo stalk, sheathed his sword with satisfaction, and coldly glanced at the bamboo house. Once Mao Xiaoliang finishes eating, I'll tear down the bamboo house. Yay! Mao Xiaoliang cheered happily. Let's go quickly. If the old geezer comes out later, he'll definitely beat someone up. Shinshintong said sweetly. The two of them, along with Mao Xiaoliang, quickly ran out of the valley. Creak! Dean Tianchi secretly opened the door and peeked outside. Seeing that Mao Xiaoliang had left, he let out a long sigh of relief. But when he looked at the now barren courtyard, he almost fainted, his heart shattered. Sighing, he flicked his fingers repeatedly, and fresh bamboo sprouted from the ground, quickly surrounding the courtyard once again. This damned star devourer. If I weren't afraid it would swallow this planet, I'd definitely teach it a lesson with bamboo sticks. My spirit jade bamboo. I'll head to the library first. You and Cat Xiaoliang wait for me here. Alright, hurry back, Shinshintong obediently replied. Zhang Linchuan quickly entered the library, heading straight to the second underground level. Through the teleportation portal of the 100 Battles Tower, he arrived at the neighboring star. He checked the map, all the red dots were concentrated at the main base. He prepared 3 sets of explosive spirit rune fields, using 18 platinum spirit beads and 36 gold spirit beads as carriers. Worried about insufficient power, he replaced 1 set of gold spirit beads with platinum ones. For the Wolfshade clan, which lacked superpower genes, the explosion's power would be enough to completely obliterate them. Hien, disrupt the enemy's surveillance equipment. Don't worry, aside from using their eyes, no electronic devices will be able to detect you, Hien said with a smile on the screen. If only Cat Xiaoliang could set up spirit rune fields, it would allow him to hide while placing the spirit beads in designated positions. A barren wasteland, devoid of vegetation. This was the true scene of the neighboring planet, 4.2 light-years away from Blue Star. A black oval-shaped building, 500 meters in diameter, stood in the wilderness. Its shell resembled some kind of crystalline material, constantly emitting a faint glow. Surrounded by hills on three sides, the south side opened into an unobstructed plain. Wolfshade patrol teams, armed with laser rifles and piloting small aircraft, patrolled around the base, not daring to stray too far. Recently, their outposts outside had been attacked by unknown enemies, leaving them filled with fear. The only spaceship capable of interstellar travel had already been destroyed. Even if it were intact, they wouldn't dare leave, as the oppressive presence of the Empire's nobles terrified them. With less than 30 days until the Empire's supplies arrived, all they needed to do was send a message, and the Empire would dispatch a team of superpowered individuals to resolve the issue. Target spotted. A patrol team of 7 Wolfshades raised their laser rifles cautiously, locking onto a black figure in the distance. Reporting to the captain, target spotted, requesting backup, requesting. The Wolfshade, about to report, suddenly froze as it saw the black shadow before it. Terrified, it couldn't utter another word, as those pitch-black eyes stared at it intently. Smack! Zhang Linchuan casually slapped it. The Wolfshade's head exploded like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering onto the red rocks, the aircraft, and his alloy battle armor. In the next second, Zhang Linchuan's figure darted forward like a ghost. Smack! Smack, 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 smack. 6 consecutive slaps landed. All 7 Wolfshades were turned into headless corpses, twitching briefly. Before dying, Zhang Linchuan collected the aircraft and laser rifles, then instantly appeared in front of the base, flicking out spirit beads and placing them precisely in designated positions. The spirit beads embedded deeply into the ground, glowing with golden and platinum light, with faint patterns emerging. A tang blade materialized in his right hand, and he sent a sharp blade arc toward the oval building's entrance. Raise the banner on the battlefield. The Wolfshades rushing out from the gate were instantly sliced neatly in half, their bluish blood and internal organs spilling across the ground. Zhang Linchuan moved again, circling the building and flicking out spirit beads. In 10 seconds, all 18 platinum spirit beads and 36 gold spirit beads were arranged perfectly, their patterns interconnected. The spirit rune field was complete. Zhang Linchuan appeared 2,000 meters away in midair, coldly waving his hand. Boom! Blinding flames erupted simultaneously, converging into a towering inferno that instantly engulfed the black oval building. Scorching! Shockwaves spread violently in all directions, kicking up a cloud of dust. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions followed as the weapons and ammunition inside the building were completely destroyed. The last red dot on the display screen disappeared, and the mission completion notification sounded. Eliminate all Wolfshades on the neighboring star. Mission complete. Mission reward 1, randomly. Unlock 1 attribute of the Shura Fierce Wine Blade. Mission reward 2, SS-level spirit skill Song of the Sacred Sky. Song of the Sacred Sky. Emit a soul-piercing sound using sacred language, shaking the enemy's soul. Cooldown time, 20 minutes. The effect varies depending on the strength of the enemy's soul, with an unfixed duration that requires self-exploration. New task, accumulate 60 kills of diamond-level fierce beasts, a soul-targeting spiritual skill. Zhang Linchuan raised an eyebrow. He slightly opened his mouth and uttered a sacred and solemn special syllable. No target, just testing. Zhang Linchuan muttered, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He decided to test it later with the old shaman. Summoning his tang blade, he infused it with spiritual energy, and the blade glowed with 3 colors, blue, red, and purple. Purple represents lightning? Zhang Linchuan continued to inject spiritual energy, and the purple light grew stronger, overshadowing the other 2 colors. Dense purple arcs of electricity danced along the blade, swinging the blade toward the ground. The lightning-wrapped blade light exploded into a charred pit on the rock. This reward is pretty good. Zhang Linchuan turned and entered the nearby wormhole, returning to the 100 Battles Tower. In the distant starry sky, an interstellar transport ship flying a golden flag was making a space jump toward Proxima Centauri. Under the shade of a tree, Shen Xintong played with Cat Xiaoliang, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled sweetly. You're back, chubby little thing. Cat Xiaoliang reached out for a hug. Zhang Linchuan picked up Cat Xiaoliang and strolled around the area with Shen Xintong, waiting for the cooldown of the Song of the Holy Firmament to end. Once the cooldown was over, he handed Cat Xiaoliang to Shen Xintong and teleported to the bamboo house's entrance. With a creak, the door opened directly, and the dean of Tianqi Academy stared at him coldly. Zhang Linchuan uttered the special syllable, watching the old shaman's expression. No reaction? Get lost, the old shaman roared angrily, slamming the door shut. This move was useless against the old shaman. Jiang Linchuan's mouth twitched slightly before quickly retreating. Did you just go to see that grumpy old man? Shen Xintong asked, covering her ears. How did you know? The entire academy heard his roar. He's getting old. And cranky. Let's go. By the time the two parted ways, the sky had already darkened. Jiang Linchuan, carrying his bag, pushed open the door to dormitory 301. He tugged at his collar to hide the kiss marks on his neck. The little witch also had kiss marks on her neck, probably no fewer than his. After such a long time apart, it was only natural for a couple in the throes of passion to get intimate and express their longing for each other. However, Jiang Linchuan decided that next time, they shouldn't bring Cat Xiaoliang alone. Even though Cat Xiaoliang had been hiding in the backpack, it still felt odd. Entering the dormitory, Tao Ru was furiously writing with a pen. Yu Shouwen was biting the pen cap with his legs crossed on the table, and Ding Ji was staring at a blank sheet of paper, frantically scratching his head. Yu Tian was holding a sword, his gaze vacant. What happened to you guys? Tao Ru paused his writing and smiled. It's a 10,000-word reflection. They can't write it, so they're like this. Old Third even wanted to bang his head against the wall earlier. My mind is completely blank, Ding Ji growled softly. My writing style isn't suited for this kind of thing, Yu Shouwen said disdainfully. I didn't go to school much, only practice swordsmanship. Yu Tian was on the verge of tears. Writing with a sword was fine, but holding a pen was a different story. Jiang Linchuan put down his bag, took out Cat Xiaoliang to let it play on its own, and then sat at the desk, pulling out paper and pen. I'm going to write about a food show. This statement sparked inspiration in everyone. That's right, food can count as a reflection. I'll go find a recipe and tweak it. Yu Shouwen began typing on the keyboard. I'll write too, and include the preparation process. Ding Ji also started writing. Then I'll copy something. Yu Tian put away his sword and muttered softly. The dormitory quieted down, with only the sound of pen tips scratching against paper. The next day, Jiang Linchuan opened his eyes, exhaled, and felt the increase in his spiritual energy, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He had finally broken through to Gold 9-star, just one step away from Platinum. 2 weeks of eating spiritual food at Qinglong Pass had laid a solid foundation. He rolled the spiritual bead powder into a ball and tossed it into the trash can. When he had time, he'd buy a pot of green radish. He wondered if Grandpa Wang had killed the one he had before. Jiang Linchuan jumped out of bed to wash up, careful not to disturb his still cultivating roommates. At the cafeteria entrance, he met the little witch. Shen Xintong wore a high-necked white shirt today, covering her slender neck completely, paired with light blue jeans, making her look especially fresh and beautiful. She shyly peeked into the cafeteria and said angrily, "It's all your fault." Jiang Linchuan said nothing, pulling open his collar to reveal the kiss marks on his neck. Shen Xintong blushed, quickly reaching out to pull his collar back up. Cover it quickly, don't let anyone see. The two entered the cafeteria, quickly finished their breakfast under Wang Shueqing's occasional glances, and even packed a few portions to bring to their friends. Once out of Wang Shueqing's sight, Shen Xintong stuck out her tongue, covered her chest, and let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, we weren't caught. Even if we were, it wouldn't matter. Let's head to class. I'll pick you up at noon, Jiang Linchuan said with a smile. Okay. Shen Xintong looked around to make sure no one was watching, gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, and waved as she ran off. When Jiang Linchuan returned to the dormitory, everyone was already up. The 10,000-word reflection they had stayed up late writing last night was stacked thickly on the table. The dean will definitely like it, Yu Shouwen said confidently. Don't brag. After eating, we still have to hand it to the dean. I think we should find someone to submit it on our behalf, just in case the dean isn't satisfied and makes us rewrite it, Tao Ru mumbled while chewing on a bun. Good idea. Not only did they have this thought, but everyone gathered in the lecture hall and elected a representative, Luo Chanshan. They figured the dean wouldn't make things difficult for a girl. So, Luo Chanshan went alone, carrying the thick stack of A4 papers to the dean's office. Everyone crowded by the window, watching intently, ready to run at the first sign of trouble. Even if they couldn't escape, they'd struggle with all their might. They hadn't forgotten the embarrassment of last time. When Luo Chanshan returned, everyone looked at her nervously, afraid the old dean would make them rewrite it again. the dean said. Luo Qianqian deliberately paused. Everyone's hearts tightened. The dean said, "We get a 1-month vacation." Luo Qianqian announced with a smile. "That's amazing. The dean is awesome." That old man, oh no. The dean knows he owes us and gave us compensation. Yay! Dingji shouted excitedly, almost rushing out the door. Yu Xiuwen grabbed him. "Where are you going? Let go, I have something to do." Dingji's face turned red. "Going to find Meiduo, right? TSK, if this keeps up, your hands will get calluses," Taoru teased. He. Dingji chuckled foolishly. "Why don't we all go together and see what this Meiduo fairy looks like, making the big guy so smitten," Yu Xiuwen suggested. "Good idea. I heard the western region has the most ferocious birds," Taoru said, looking at Jiang Linchuan. Jiang Linchuan's mind stirred. The ferocious sea beasts were mainly concentrated in the eastern and southern parts of Longwa, while the ferocious birds were more common in the western and northern regions. Although fewer in number, the birds posed the greatest threat. If they appeared in cities, the consequences would be severe, so they were strictly confined beyond Xuanwu Pass and Baihu Pass. They had only read about these situations in books and seen them in videos, never witnessing them firsthand. "I'll have Oldju arrange his business jet, and we'll fly directly to Wuzhezhang province," Yu Xiuwen said enthusiastically, pulling out his phone. Jiang Linchuan thought for a moment and said, "I need to go to Pengcheng first. Let's meet at Dingji's house. No need to make it so complicated. We'll transfer through Pengcheng on the way." "Let's go together," Yu Xiuwen said with a smile. "All right. Yu Tian, are you coming?" Jiang Linchuan turned to ask. Yu Tian shook his head. "I'm not going. I need to continue practicing swordsmanship with my master." At that moment, Luo Qianqian walked over and handed Jiang Linchuan a small wooden box. "The dean asked me to give this to you. He said you'd find it useful." "Thank you." Jiang Linchuan took the box and opened it to find an antique brass key inside. He didn't know what the key was for, but he had a feeling it was related to this vacation. He didn't bother guessing the thoughts of those old mystics and casually put the box into his storage ring. The group returned to the dormitory to pack their luggage. They had just returned yesterday, so their suitcases were still there. Shen Xintong heard that Jiang Linchuan was going on a long trip, so she immediately took a long leave, rushed back to the dormitory, and started preparing beautiful clothes. Jiang Linchuan informed his parents about the trip, and Wang Shueqing simply reminded him, "Stay safe and bring back some gifts," without saying much else. Yu Zhen sent 2 cars to pick them up and take them to the airport. Before the cars arrived, the group stood at the entrance of the academy waiting. "Boss, happy holidays. I'll bring you some local specialties when I return." Lu Yan blew a kiss to Jiang Linchuan and got into a taxi. Su Rong and Luo, who also waved goodbye, and boarded another taxi. Later, other students gradually left the academy, leaving only a few local students behind. Shen Xintong and Tang Xiaonan arrived late, carrying small bags. "Linchuan, Nan wants to join us for the trip too, is that okay?" "Oh, isn't this the little umbrella-selling lady?" Yu Xiuwen teased. "Stop it, I'll pay you back the money. I'm still the campus forum administrator, I can delete posts," Tang Xiaonan said, lowering her head in embarrassment, her face turning red. "Forget it, I'm magnanimous and won't hold it against you." "Thank you, young master Yu," Tang Xiaonan muttered through gritted teeth. At that moment, 2 SUVs drove up and stopped in front of them. "Let's go." At the Imperial Capital Airport, the group walked through the VIP passage and directly arrived at the boarding stairs of the business jet. Mao Xiaoliang managed to sneak past security by staying invisible. They were greeted by 3 handsome male flight attendants. "Where are the pretty female flight attendants?" Yu Xiuwen asked, puzzled. "Please board the plane, we're ready to take off," one of the flight attendants said, with a bright smile, gesturing for them to proceed. Yu Xiuwen grunted in dissatisfaction and climbed the stairs. Inside, the business jet was spacious and simply decorated, accommodating over a dozen people. The view outside the windows was unobstructed. The group sat on leather seats, testing their comfort, which was so good they didn't want to move. The plane's engines roared as it prepared for takeoff. "The plane is about to take off, please fasten your seatbelts." Once the plane reached cruising altitude, the flight attendants unbuckled their seatbelts and smiled, asking, "Would you like something to drink? Coffee? Juice? Plain water?" "All right, I'll bring it right away." Yu Xiuwen glanced at Tang Xiaonan and tilted his chin. Now, let's calculate the cost of the plane tickets. I don't have money. Open the door and let me off, Tang Xiaonan said weakly. Yu Xiuwen froze. They were tens of thousands of meters in the air, and she wanted to get off. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at Yu Xiuwen's stunned expression. Alright, don't argue with a girl, Tao Ru intervened to smooth things over. Yu Xiuwen snorted and turned his face toward the window. Shen Xintong leaned on Jiang Linchuan's shoulder, the two of them gazing at the blue sky and white clouds outside. By the way, Mao Ho has turned into a muscle man. Now, we can't call him Mao Ho anymore. True, let's call him Mao Yuan instead. It matches his name, Shen Xintong said, covering her mouth with a laugh. Now that you mention it, I didn't notice before. Mao Yuan, it's quite fitting. But he'd definitely be furious. Let's call him that in private. Miss, here's your juice. A flight attendant placed freshly squeezed juice in front of the two. Thank you, Shen Xintong said, her eyes fixed on Jiang Linchuan. Feed me. How should I feed you? Jiang Linchuan asked, looking at her rosy lips. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Xiaonan tapped the table forcefully, grumbling, abusing single people is against the law. I didn't make you single, Shen Xintong blinked. That's too much. Tang Xiaonan snorted and turned her head toward the window. Don't be mad, I'll feed you, okay? No need, just don't try to pry secrets out of me in the future. I don't need to. Shen Xintong elegantly took a sip of juice. Tang Xiaonan waved at a flight attendant. Handsome, could you bring me a blanket? On this cold plane, only a blanket can warm me up. Of course, I'll bring one right away. 3.5 hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Pengcheng Airport. Without waiting for their luggage, the group left the airport directly. Outside, the cars arranged by Tao Ru had been waiting for a long time. Jiang Linchuan and Shen Xintong got into one car and headed straight for Bashur Academy. The others went to explore Pengcheng's famous attractions. With young Master Tao having arranged a full-service itinerary, the car sped along the highway, and the scenery outside the window quickly receded. You didn't tell Monkey we were coming, did you? Shen Xintong asked. No, I didn't. I'll call him when we get to the door. You're not planning to. Jiang Linchuan stopped mid-sentence. Shen Xintong shook her head. I'm not going to mess with him. I just want to see what he's usually up to. Jiang Linchuan chuckled to himself, thinking, he's probably still getting beaten up. Every time he thought about how dragging Monkey by the legs, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Over an hour later. Here we are, Bashur Academy, the driver announced. Jiang Linchuan and Shen Xintong simultaneously looked out the window, their hearts stirred. A massive lion statue stood proudly in the center of the fountain square, its majestic posture exuding an awe-inspiring aura that drew people in. Thank you, driver. You can head back now. All right. Jiang Linchuan helped Shen Xintong out of the car. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, staring at the lifelike lion statue. The details were so vivid it seemed as if it might come to life at any moment. The fountain sparkled under the blue sky and white clouds, with water droplets splashing like silver chains. Impressive. Bashur Academy truly lives up to its reputation. They took a photo as a keepsake and then walked toward the academy's main gate, explaining their purpose to the security guards. The guards, all built like fitness trainers, were muscular and robust. Shen Xintong leaned close to Jiang Linchuan's ear and whispered, no wonder Monkey turned into a muscle man, this place is full of hulks. Are you friends of Mao Yuan? One of the guards asked with a frown. Yes, we've been close friends since childhood, Shen Xintong replied. Sigh, why didn't you come to see him sooner? The guard sighed. Jiang Linchuan's heart tightened, and he asked anxiously, what's wrong with Mao Yuan? Nothing serious. He's just a pitiful kid, even we can't bear to watch sometimes. Follow this path. Straight ahead. When you see a lion statue with wings, you'll find him, the guard said, pointing to the left. Jiang Linchuan thought to himself, Uncle, don't pause like that when you talk, it's terrifying. After thanking the guard, he and Shen Xintong entered Bashur Academy. Although Bashur Academy wasn't as large as Tianwu Academy, its layout was well organized, exuding a sense of elegance and grandeur. Following the guard's directions, they walked along the path, encountering students along the way, all of whom were impressively fit. The students of Bashur Academy whispered as they noticed the two petite newcomers. Look, they're not from our academy, are they? So scrawny. That girl's pretty, but I don't like delicate types. This was the style of Ba Shi Academy, strength was king. Shen Xintong touched her toned abdomen and muttered under her breath, I have abs too, okay? I really feel for Monkey. To get like this, he must have gone through a lot. We'll see him soon. Look, there it is. Shen Xintong pointed to a building not far away. It was a white marble structure, topped with a winged lion sculpture poised for flight. The carving was even more intricate, striking a balance between beauty and ferocity. As they approached the marble building, they suddenly heard Mao Yuan's voice from inside, sounding rather pitiful. Let me rest. Let me rest. I'm begging you, old Bai, I really can't take it anymore. Spare me, I'm still a kid. I think you're itching for a beating. Want me to help you relax? As the future leader of Ba Shi Academy, how can you slack off like this? If the dean weren't at Juke Pass, your days would be even tougher. Then just kill me already. If I so much as frown, I'm not human. Ow, murder. Zhang Linchuan and Shen Xintong exchanged glances, the latter sticking out her tongue. That's terrifying. They stepped through the door and saw a massive training hall. The marble floor was pitted and cracked. A burly man was holding another burly man by the legs. Hey, monkey. Shen Xintong called out. Mao Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, thinking, my saviors are here. Hello, Teacher Bai. Jiang. Linchuan waved in greeting. Bai Hao released Mao Yuan's leg and came forward. Xiao Chuan is here. Why didn't you let me know in advance? So I could make arrangements? Chuan, oh Chuan, you finally come to save me. Mao Yuan quickly got up, tilted his head back, and crashed into Jiang Linchuan's arms. Jiang Linchuan didn't move, his body automatically absorbed the impact, silently marveling at Mao Yuan's strength, which far surpassed that of Yu Xiuwen and the others. Bai Hao's pupils contracted sharply. He was well aware of Mao Yuan's power, and seeing Jiang Linchuan remain unmoved by the collision, he thought to himself, looks like I need to keep training. Teacher Bai, could you give Mao Yuan 2 days off? Jiang Linchuan asked. No problem. I heard you defeated a peak gold level student from Xianlong. How about we spar a bit? Bai Hao excitedly rubbed his wrists. Chuan, beat him to a pulp. Mao Yuan gritted his teeth and said. Jiang Linchuan patted Mao Yuan's shoulder and began unbuttoning his shirt. Alright, let's exchange a few moves with Teacher Bai. At Ba Shi Academy, problems couldn't be solved with theory alone, strength was equally important. Jiang Linchuan stripped to his upper body. Though his muscles weren't as bulky as Bai Hao's, his physique was more streamlined, exuding a restrained aura. Shen Xintong's eyes were filled with pink admiration, and she was nearly drooling. Mao Yuan looked down at his own bulky frame and sighed heavily. Xiao Chuan's figure is definitely better. Of course. But don't feel bad, Mao Monkey. You're great as you are now, very safe and reliable. If you'd been this strong when we were kids, we wouldn't have lost those fights with the neighbors' kids. Shen Xintong comforted him with a smile. If I meet them again, I could take on a whole group by myself. What was the name of that guy who always kicked my butt? Mao Yuan pulled out 2 small stools from his gear. Shen Xintong took one, thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, I think his name was Xiao Sanguang. She pulled 2 packs of preserved plums from her bag and handed one to Mao Yuan. Yes, that's him. I remember now. So annoying, his eyesight was terrible, yet he kicked so accurately. Mao Yuan grinned. Sit tight, the fight's about to start. Shen Xintong focused her attention on Jiang Linchuan. Oh. Mao Yuan quickly sat down, tore open the plum packaging, and stuffed one into his mouth, looking utterly satisfied. He hadn't had snacks in ages. Damn old Bai. Jiang Linchuan stood firmly like a mountain, gripping Bai Hao's legs tightly with both hands. Bai Hao suddenly bent over, his body as flexible as if he had no bones, and his hands, carrying a powerful force, struck Jiang Linchuan's legs fiercely. Mr. Bai, my apologies. Jiang Linchuan grabbed Bai Hao's legs and slammed him heavily onto the ground. Boom, the marble structure shook again, and the ground cracked with long, narrow fissures. At this moment, Bai Hao resembled a ball, his head buried in the floor, his hands just 2 centimeters away from Jiang Linchuan's legs. Ha ha ha. Mao Yuan clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Old Bai, oh old Bai, even you have days like this. If you weren't holding your phone, I would have recorded this for sure. Shen Xintong held back her laughter, her face flushed like an apple. Sorry, Mr. Bai. Jiang Linchuan pulled Bai Hao out like uprooting a radish and even helped brush off the debris from his head. Suddenly, he noticed someone running toward them and scanned the area with his eyes. Oh no, Zhang Linchuan stepped back a few paces, his body fitting snugly into the hole in the wall that Bai Hao had crashed into. Bai Hao looked bewildered, but the next second, he understood and gave Zhang Linchuan a complicated look. A group of strong students gathered at the doorway to watch. One student glanced at Mao Yuan and froze for a moment. "Ha, isn't it supposed to be you getting hit?" Mao Yuan snorted coldly and turned his head away. "Who is that? Got beaten up so badly, the building almost got torn down." Yeah, even Mao Yuan wasn't this miserable. Mao Yuan pursed his lips. When did I become the standard unit for comparison? Shin Shintong ran over to pull Zhang Linchuan out, helping to brush off the debris on him. Zhang Linchuan cupped his hands and said, "Mr. Bai is truly formidable, I am in awe." Bai Hao's expression turned slightly awkward, and he waved his hand. "Keep working hard." It sounded like he was speaking to Zhang Linchuan, but in reality, he was talking to himself. "This student is not bad, he knows how to save my face. Mr. Bai, then I'll take Mao Yuan out to have some fun, okay? Go ahead, he deserves a break." "Great." Mao Yuan jumped for joy when Bai Hao agreed. "Thank you, Mr. Bai." Mao Yuan broke through the crowd at the door, running outside with two childhood friends. Ever since arriving in Pengcheng, he had never been this happy, nor had he ever stepped out of the academy gates. Every day was filled with endless training and physical exercise. Although he always said he didn't want to train, he had never truly slacked off, even working harder than others. He didn't want to watch helplessly as his brothers were taken away again. Pengcheng Bay is located south of Bashir Academy, separated by two streets. From afar, one can see the winding steel defense line. One street is bustling with food stalls, while the other houses the barracks of the warriors stationed at Juke Pass. This area used to be a wealthy residential seaside neighborhood and commercial district, but now no one dares to live here. On one hand, people fear the beast tides, on the other, it's too noisy here, with constant sounds of artillery fire every day. However, the food stalls have become a unique feature, offering various spiritual foods that ordinary people can only taste a little of. Not too much. Listening to the sound of artillery fire while enjoying delicious food and cold beer has its own charm. This stems from everyone's trust in the powerful nation and the warriors stationed at Juke Pass. The three of them sat at a food stall, listening to the surrounding customers discuss various news. "Come on, cheers, to celebrate our reunion." Mao Yuan raised his frosty beer mug, clinking glasses with the other two, and downed half the mug in one gulp. "Ah, so refreshing. Chilled to the core, mood soaring high. Delicious, delicious." Mao Yuan held a skewer in one hand, taking bites from left to right, eating so fast that sparks seemed to fly from the metal stick. Jiang Linchuan and Shin Shintong watched him, surprised to find that Mao Ho enjoyed his food even more than they did. "Mao Ho, don't eat so fast, we ordered quite a lot," Shin Shintong said with a smile. "Old Bai keeps feeding me bland boiled soup every day, it's tasteless, I'm starving for something good," Mao Yuan complained. Zhang Linchuan occasionally stuffed food into his backpack, finally catching Mao Yuan's attention. "What, are you planning to pack it up and take it home?" "No, I took in a little guy," Zhang Linchuan said, opening his backpack to show him. "Whoa! Where did this come from?" Mao Yuan stared at Mao Xiaoliang, his eyes lighting up. "I found him at Qingpu Lake." "His name is Mao Xiaoliang," Zhang Linchuan explained. Mao Yuan held his skewer and thought for a moment, saying, "There don't seem to be any iron-eating beasts at Qingpu Lake, they're mostly found in the Bashu region." "Maybe it's a genetic mutation," Zhang Linchuan said, rubbing Mao Xiaoliang's head. Mao Xiaoliang stuck out his tongue and continued eating meat. "So well behaved," Mao Yuan said enviously, then asked in a low voice, "Have the night assassins been bothering you again?" "The ones in the imperial capital have been dealt with, wiped out completely. Sooner or later, they'll all learn their lesson," Mao Yuan said with a murderous look, making a throat-slitting gesture. "Let's drink, no more of this talk," Zhang Linchuan said, raising his glass. The three drank until nightfall, reminiscing about childhood memories and sharing amusing stories from their time apart. Mao Yuan vented a lot of grievances and eventually drank himself into a stupor. "Boss, check please," Zhang Linchuan said, pulling out his bank card. After settling the bill, they booked 2 rooms near Bashir Academy. The drunken Mao Yuan and the soundly sleeping Mao Xiaoliang shared one room, while Zhang Linchuan and Shin Shintong shared the other. After settling Mao Yuan and Mao Xiaoliang, Zhang Linchuan entered the adjacent room. Shin Shintong, her eyes hazy from the alcohol, looked at him and hiccuped, "You go shower first." "Alright," Jiang Linchuan said, taking off his clothes, leaving only his underwear. Emboldened by the alcohol, Shen Shintong wasn't shy. Instead, she boldly admired his tall and well-built figure, her cheeks growing even redder. Jiang Linchuan spent 5 minutes showering and brushing his teeth, using his spiritual energy to dry the water droplets, then came out wearing a bathrobe. "My turn," Shen Shintong said, darting into the bathroom. Jiang Linchuan sat on the bed, taking out his notebook to read, but he couldn't focus. The sound of running water from the bathroom kept distracting him. He couldn't help but glance toward the bathroom, where the frosted glass faintly revealed an alluring silhouette. His blood surged, and he quickly looked away, forcing himself to calm down and continue reading the notes on spiritual patterns. After what felt like an eternity, Shen Shintong finished her shower and came out wearing a snow-white bathrobe. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, her cheeks flushed, and her exposed skin glowed with a translucent radiance. "Help! Me dry my hair." "Alright," Jiang Linchuan replied. When he looked up, he was stunned by Shen Shintong. Her long legs were beautifully shaped, her calves smooth, and her delicate feet fair and graceful. He realized he had never looked at this little witch so closely before, his gaze moving to her flushed face. "What are you staring at?" Shen Shintong teased. "Looking at a fairy," Jiang Linchuan said with a gentle smile, standing up to get the hairdryer and help her dry her hair. The sound of the hairdryer drowned out their heartbeats, and a peculiar atmosphere filled the air. "Done," Jiang Linchuan said, putting down the hairdryer and tidying her hair. Shen Shintong turned around, smiling sweetly, her fair hand resting on his chest as she pushed him onto the bed. She pressed the light switch, leaving only a soft yellow glow. She walked to the bedside, kicked off her slippers, and placed her hands on Jiang Linchuan's strong chest, her crystal-clear eyes fixed on his deep gaze. "I originally wanted to wait until we went to Wusong province, but I overestimated myself. I don't want to wait another minute." What? Are you an idiot?" Shen Shintong leaned down and gently kissed him. A faint fragrance enveloped him as her gaze grew increasingly dreamy. Jiang Linchuan stopped being passive, actively responding, his eyes filled with deep affection as he gazed into Shen Shintong's crystal-clear eyes. Shen Shintong blinked. Her long lashes lightly, her breath fragrant, and the blush on her face deepened. She clearly saw the flames burning in Jiang Linchuan's eyes and gently stroked his cheek. Closing her eyes, her lips parted slightly, her voice sweet and soft, her heartbeat racing in her chest. 2 hours later, Shen Shintong fell into a deep sleep, a happy smile lingering on her lips. Jiang Linchuan kissed her face, covered them both with the blanket, and held her tightly as they slept. As the sun rose and the moon set, Shen Shintong woke from her dreams, gazing at the handsome face close to hers and giving him a sweet kiss. She turned over, draped her leg over Jiang Linchuan, and reached out to play with his eyelashes and nose. "Still pretending to sleep?" Jiang Linchuan opened his eyes, a bit dazed, but his gaze quickly cleared. He hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. If Shen Shintong hadn't woken him, he wouldn't have gotten up so early. "What's wrong?" Shen Shintong asked with concern, reaching out to rub his brow. "Nothing, just slept too deeply." "You must be exhausted. Are you doubting me?" Jiang Linchuan raised an eyebrow. Shen Shintong lifted her delicate face, staring at him provocatively. "Then let me show you what a truly strong body is." Jiang Linchuan pulled the blanket up, completely covering them both. An hour later, Shen Shintong leaned against Jiang Linchuan's chest, her gaze alluring. "Let's get up and have breakfast," Jiang Linchuan suggested. "No energy," Shen Shintong murmured. "The little golden one is so adorable." Jiang Linchuan picked up the phone. On the table, ordered breakfast, and didn't forget to order a portion for the room next door. After breakfast, the two took a couple's bath, got dressed, and left the room, knocking on Mao Yuan's door. The door quickly opened, but Mao Yuan said nothing. Jiang Linchuan stepped inside and saw a big and small figure curled up on the bed watching cartoons, with breakfast laid out on the table. Mao Xiaoliang was engrossed in the show, completely unaware of Jiang Linchuan's arrival. "You two seem to be getting along well," Jiang Linchuan said with a smile, gesturing behind him. Shen Shintong followed him in, standing beside Jiang Linchuan, leaning in to glance at the cartoon on the TV, and pouting, "So childish." Mao Yuan chuckled, hugging Mao Xiaoliang and laughing, "We've already sworn brotherhood. Mao Xiaoliang is a girl, you two will be sisters in the future." "Come on, Mao Xiaoliang, call me dad and let me hear it." Mao Xiaoliang tilted her head. "Bobby A. Get lost. I treat you as a brother, and you want to be my dad? Mao Yuan angrily threw a pillow. Mao Xiaoliang, call me mom and let me hear it. Shin Shintong waved her hand. Mao Xiaoliang tilted her head again. Mama? Mao Xiaoliang, I officially sever ties with you now, Mao Yuan said, gesturing at his clothes and laughing. Come on, call me godfather and let me hear it. But Mao Xiaoliang sprayed water all over his face. The three of them, along with the bear, spent the entire day exploring Pengcheng, indulging in food, drinks, and entertainment. Mao Yuan really wanted to join them on their trip to Wuzhezhang province, but Bai Hao refused to let him go. Chuan, how about I transfer to Tianwu? That way, we can conquer the world together, Mao Yuan suggested. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded in his ear. Mao Yuan immediately grinned like a flower, clasping his hands together and bowing repeatedly to the air. Master Dean, I was wrong, I won't go anywhere, I'll stay here with you. Zhang Linchuan looked toward Pengcheng Bay, sensing a powerful spiritual wave. Just now, it was the Dean of Ba Shi Academy. The elder treats you well, stay here and settle down. I'll visit you when I have time. Mao Yuan nodded vigorously. Then we're off. Zhang Linchuan hugged Mao Yuan. Shin Shintong patted Mao Yuan's shoulder. Little monkey, keep it up. You two take care of yourselves too, Mao Yuan waved, his eyes slightly red. Zhang Linchuan and Shin Shintong got into a taxi and headed to the airport. Alright, they're gone, stop. Standing there foolishly, Bai Hao said, walking up to Mao Yuan. Mao Yuan looked at Bai Hao with tears in his eyes, sniffling, can I take another day off? Bai Hao softened a bit and waved his hand. Alright, take another day off. Thank you. Mao Yuan ran into the academy, wiped away his tears, and happily shouted, Yay! Evening was the perfect time to chat with the girls about poetry and feelings. Zhang Linchuan and Tao Ru met up at the airport. Tong Tong, what do you think of my new dress? Tang Xiaonan showed off her alluring curves. It looks great, it looks great. I bought a lot too, Shin Shintong praised. Tao Ru glanced at Zhang Linchuan, smiled, and gave a thumbs up in congratulations. Zhang Linchuan cast him a faint glance, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Tao Ru wisely shut his mouth and made a sealing gesture with his fingers. What secret are you two up to? Yu Shouwen asked, puzzled. Nothing, let's go. Ding Ji is almost going crazy missing his Mei Duo girl. Tao Ru quickly changed the subject. The group boarded the business jet again, heading to the province of Ustang. The flight took about 4 hours, and everyone lay on the soft leather sofas to catch up on sleep. When the plane landed at the Sunlight City Airport, dawn had just broken, and white clouds swirled in the blue sky. The group disembarked, spread their arms to embrace the sunlight, took a deep breath of the fresh highland air, and felt completely rejuvenated. Ding Ji's home was in Beimagang County, with the pasture land in the neighboring Lenka County. There was a lake there, called the Tier of the Fairy Pumoyankuo, the world's highest altitude freshwater lake. They rented 2 cars and headed straight for the pasture land, a journey of 180 kilometers, estimated to take 3.5 hours. The road was flanked by mountains, lush with pasture grass. A cool breeze blew as the driver hummed mountain songs, and the snow-capped peaks in the distance brought a sense of tranquility. Everyone used their phones and cameras to capture the rarely seen beauty of the area, retracing the ancient Tea-Horse Road. Passing by Yamdrok Lake, they stopped briefly to take some photos and group pictures but didn't linger long, as Ding Ji's parents were still waiting for them. I see Dad and Mom. Ding Ji stuck his head out of the window, waving to greet them. 2 tall figures stood by the roadside, with a few majestic horses behind them. Once the car stopped, the group got out, paid the fare, and bid farewell to the simple driver. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Auntie, hello. Good, such good kids, Ding Ji's parents said, smiling from ear to ear. Ding Ji's father, Ding Zhe, was burly, with sharp, chiseled features that looked as if carved by a knife. He wore a complex Tibetan robe, and his exposed skin was rough and sturdy. His mother, Gesang Wangmu, was equally tall, with soft facial features, a prominent nose, and thin lips typical of Tibetan women. Her face had the unique rosy glow of the plateau, and her warm smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Ding Zhe laughed heartily. The pasture land is still a bit of a distance from here. Let's ride horses to get there. Tang Xiaonan stepped forward with a sweet smile. Auntie Gesang, I don't know how to ride a horse. Could you take me along? Gesang Wangmu nodded. Auntie will teach you how to ride. Nezu, did you miss me? Ding Ji hugged an exceptionally majestic horse. This horse, named Nezu, had a flowing mane, graceful lines, and a coat that gleamed like flames in the sunlight. It affectionately nuzzled Ding-ji with its head, its tail wagging joyfully. Tao Ru chose a pure white horse and skillfully mounted the saddle. He raised his eyebrows at Yu Xiuwen. Want me to take you along? Who do you think you're looking down on? Don't even think about squeezing onto the same horse with me, Yu Xiuwen grumbled as he walked toward a chestnut horse. Jiang Linchuan wrapped his arm around Shen Xintong's slender waist and approached a black horse. The two lightly jumped and sat steadily on its back. He whispered, I don't know how to ride a horse. It's okay, I do. Shen Xintong smiled as she gently stroked the black horse's smooth coat. Let's go. Dingzhi gave the command, tightening his legs against the saddle as the majestic horses leapt forward. Shen Xintong lightly tapped the black horse's belly with her calves, and the horse steadily moved forward. As it began to run, she guided Jiang Linchuan on horseback riding techniques. Once Jiang Linchuan got the hang of it, he took the reins and let Shen Xintong rest comfortably in his arms. Ding-ji rode Nezu at the front, his figure gradually fading into the distance. Tao Ru followed behind Ding-jia and Gasang Wangmu. While Yu Xiuwen rode the slowest, clearly less experienced, the group rode their horses across the vast grasslands, the wind whistling past their ears, and waves of green undulating before their eyes. To the left was the tier of the ferry, Lake Pumoyangso, its surface calm as a mirror, reflecting the snow-capped mountains, a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Shen Xintong cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted loudly, I love it here. 10 minutes later, a large herd of cattle and sheep, along with clusters of white yurts, appeared in their view. Wow! So many! Shen Xintong exclaimed, unable to count them all. Brother Chuan, help me, I'm going to throw up, ugh. Yu Xiuwen, jostled by the horse, felt his stomach churning. What a weakling, and you still dared to hit me. Forget it, Tao Ru mocked. Seeing this, Ding-ji, driven by loyalty, grabbed Yu Xiuwen by the collar and pulled him off the horse. Yu Xiuwen took a bottle of water from his ring and rinsed his mouth desperately. Welcome, guests from afar. A group of herders in Tibetan robes approached to greet them. Tashi Delek. Everyone pressed their palms together, offering katas and distributing gifts. The herders also presented blessings and katas. They all sat down, and knowing there were 2 female guests, a sunshade had been set up in advance. On the table were barley wine, butter tea, sampa, and various dairy products. Not far away, lamb was roasting, its rich aroma whetting everyone's appetite. Dingzhi raised his glass and stood up, beaming. Today is a memorable day because I, Dingzhi, have gained a few more good kids. Big guy, where's your Meiduo? Yu Xiuwen nudged Ding-ji. Meiduo is in the county, not in the pastoral area, Ding-ji replied, scratching his head and looking a bit downcast. Then have her come back. Isn't she the reason you came here? I sent her a message. I don't know if she'll come. Poor big guy, Yu Xiuwen teased. After a few drinks, several golden, crispy roasted whole lambs were brought to the table, with one placed separately in front of Jiang Linchuan. Hubby, your reputation as a foodie has spread this far, huh? Shen Xintong whispered. Jiang Linchuan glanced at her indifferently, pinched her nose, and picked up the small knife on the table. With swift and skillful movements, he quickly carved up a whole lamb. Dingzhi's eyes lit up, and he praised impressive knife skills. He unfastened a Tibetan knife from his waist and handed it to Jiang Linchuan. A good knife for a good man. Thank you, ABA, Jiang Linchuan said, not refusing the elder's gift. The Tibetan knife was 15 inches long, heavy in hand, with a gold-plated blade and sheath inlaid with gemstones. He gripped the handle tightly and drew the blade, which gleamed sharply. He lightly tested the edge with his finger, making a small cut. He rubbed his fingers together, and the wound quickly healed. It was indeed a fine knife. The lunch gathering didn't last long, as the surrounding herders began to take their leave. The bonfire banquet was the highlight of the evening. Jiang Linchuan had eaten nearly an entire lamb, while Shen Xintong had only managed half a leg. Dingzhi, having drunk quite a bit, was slightly tipsy and went to rest in a yurt. Gasang Wangmu started clearing the table, with Tang Xiaonan and Shen Xintong helping out. How about we go horseback riding around the area this afternoon? Tao Ru suggested. I don't want to ride a horse, Yu Xiuwen declined. Then you can run. It'll be good exercise. Fine, I'll ride a horse then. I'll take them for a ride, Ding-ji said. Go ahead, but be careful, Gasang Wangmu reminded him. They led their horses for a short distance before mounting and galloping freely. Tang Xiaonan was already learning to ride, with Tao Ru guiding her. The blue sky, white clouds, snow-capped mountains, and grasslands formed a stunningly beautiful scene. Their first stop was Lake Pumoyong, so the group rode their horses slowly around the lake, savoring this rare moment of leisure. Screech! Suddenly, the cry of an eagle echoed from afar, and a small black dot appeared in the blue sky. Ding Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he tightened the reins and looked in that direction. "Oh, it seems our little fairy Mei Duo has arrived," someone remarked. Everyone looked over to see a fiery red figure galloping toward them on horseback. Mao Xiaoliang pointed at the eagle in the sky, drooling, and exclaimed, "Awu, awu." Zhang Linchuan patted its head and said, "That's not for eating, it's a companion." The gray-brown falcon spread its wings and swooped down, its eyes bright like amber, landing on Ding Ji's shoulder and pecking at his hair with its pale yellow beak. "Its name is Red Arrow, and Mei Duo and I raised it together." "Wow, that's so enviable," Yushiwen said with a sour expression. "Didn't you say she would come?" Tao Ru said indifferently. At that moment, a red figure on horseback approached a girl dressed in a bright red Tibetan robe. In Tibetan, Mei Duo means flower. She was like a snow lotus on the peak of a snowy mountain, beautiful and pure. "Wow, she's like a fairy. I'm so jealous," Yushiwen exclaimed. "Hey, big guy, why are you back?" Mei Duo tightened the reins and stopped in front of Ding Ji, her voice crisp like wind chimes. I. Ding Ji's face turned as red as a ripe apple, unable to utter a single word. "Ding Ji misses you so much he can't sleep," Tao Ru teased. "Who are you?" Mei Duo looked at Tao Ru. "We're your future brothers-in-law." Maid was. Fair cheeks flushed, and she spat lightly. "I never said I was going to marry him." "Well, that's perfect. Ding Ji has met plenty of girls at school. I heard he has a crush and has broken quite a few hearts. He doesn't have the ability to chase girls," Mei Duo said, glancing at Ding Ji as if to confirm. "Does he even need to chase? With thousands of yaks at home, the girls come to him on their own. Red Arrow, let's go." Mei Duo pulled the reins, and the horse turned. "Go! Why aren't you chasing her yet?" Zhang Linchuan threw a stone, hitting Ding Ji's back. Oh. Ding Ji finally snapped out of it, having been entirely focused on his crush. He squeezed the horse's belly and galloped after her. "Let's wait here for a while. They'll probably be back soon." "That girl has no sense of urgency." Tao Ru dismounted. "Are you trying to scare her?" Zhang Linchuan chimed in. "It's not scaring, it's helping to look out for her. You really don't understand women." Tao Ru shook his head and sighed. He really doesn't." Shen Xintong pinched Zhang Linchuan's chin. "Tong Tong, come down and play in the water." Coming. The group dismounted and strolled by the lake while the horses quietly grazed. "Linchuan, I want to play in the lake," Shen Xintong said sweetly. Zhang Linchuan nodded, placing his hand on her back and exhaling lightly. Shen Xintong floated gently into the lake, excitedly waving her hands. Zhang Linchuan stepped firmly on the ground and leaped after her, grabbing her hand mid-air. The two lightly treaded on the water, their clothes fluttering, resembling a couple from a myth. "So beautiful," Tang Xiaonan whispered, her eyes full of envy. Mao Xiaoliang hugged a bamboo stick, chewing on it while watching them walk on water. Yushiwen lay on the ground, chewing on a bitter grass root, while Tao Ru focused on flipping through the green pouch book. At this moment, the surroundings seemed to freeze, quiet and serene. Half an hour later, Ding Ji and Mei Duo rode back side by side. Mei Duo pointed at the two playing in the lake and said, "Big guy, if you can take me to play in the water like that, I'll give you a kiss." Ding Ji cursed inwardly, "I can only take you to sink into the water and become a pair of drowned lovebirds. I'll take you to play when I become as skilled as the boss. Then I'll wait until then to kiss you." Ding Ji pouted, feeling a bit resentful toward Zhang Linchuan for showing off at the wrong time. He himself didn't have that kind of skill. Zhang Linchuan and Shen Xintong returned to the shore, landing lightly. "That was so fun. Why didn't you all join us?" Shen Xintong asked. The group gave her a sideways glance, and she shyly stuck out her tongue. Zhang Linchuan was silent for a moment before saying slowly, "Actually, it's not impossible. I got something from the old shaman." He took out 4 flying devices he had recently confiscated and laid them out neatly. The old shaman hadn't managed to take them away last time, so he figured he might as well share them with his friends. They could be life-saving in critical moments. "Wow! What are these things? Models? Why don't they have wheels?" "These are flying devices, but don't show them to outsiders for now. John Linchuan taught them how to operate the devices. Flying devices? So cool. Amazing. Yu Xiuwen piloted the aircraft, performing various high-difficulty maneuvers over the lake. So rude, Tao Ru sneered, gently controlling his aircraft, with Tang Xiaonan seated in front of him. John Linchuan had only brought 4 aircraft, showing his thoughtful planning. Tang Xiaonan ultimately chose Tao Ru, as she always ended up arguing non-stop with Yu Xiuwen, while Tao Ru seemed quieter. Mei Duo curled up in Ding Ji's arms, a bit afraid of heights but finding it quite thrilling. John Linchuan lay on Shen Xintong's ample chest, letting her pilot the aircraft as they flew back and forth. After a while, Ding Ji waved, and everyone gathered around. "What's up?" Ding Ji pointed to the snowy mountain across the lake and said, "That mountain is called Mount Kolagangri, one of the 4 sacred mountains of our people. When Mei Duo and I climbed the mountain to look for snow lotuses, we discovered a cave. Later, my dad and some villagers went up to investigate and found some weapons and scattered gold and silver treasures. It wasn't until we learned about spirit patterns that I remembered the cave had spirit patterns carved inside." He added, "The knife my dad gave you was found in that cave." "Sounds like a big tomb." Yu Xiuwen's eyes lit up. "I've seen plenty of things, but I've never been to a major site. Spirit patterns carved in the cave." Zhang Linchuan's expression shifted. Could the key the old shaman gave me be meant to unlock something in that cave? So the old shaman didn't confiscate the aircraft, truly cunning. "Let's go check it out. I love adventures." Yu Xiuwen said excitedly. "I'll leave a note for my parents." Ding Ji took out paper, a pen, and some string, wrote a message, and tied it to the foot of the red arrow bird. He whistled, and the red arrow spread its wings and flew off, while the horses followed instinctively. The group piloted their aircraft close to the snowy mountain, flying to an altitude of over 6,000 meters. After circling half the mountain, they finally saw the cave Ding Ji had mentioned. In front of the cave was a protruding rock, where the group landed and stored their aircraft. Ding Ji draped a thick down jacket over Mei Duo, who wasn't an awakened one, and couldn't withstand the cold. Tao Ru took out a flashlight and shone it around, revealing a thick layer of ice on the stone walls. "Stay close to me, Zhang," Linchuan said, taking out a high-powered flashlight and leading the way into the cave. He focused his mental energy to explore the cave's internal structure, quickly forming a clear map in his mind. After walking about 100 meters, the passage began to curve downward. "The cave is deep, watch your step, Zhang." Linchuan turned back to remind them, his voice echoing in the cave. Shen Xintong held her cat, Xiaoliang, and clung to Jiang Linchuan's coat, following closely behind. Next came Tang Xiaonan, Mei Duo, Ding Ji, and Yu Xiuwen, with Tao Ru bringing up the rear. "I suddenly remembered a legend," Mei Duo began, "on Mount Kolagangri. There's said to be a palace built of gemstones and crystals, which was the home of King Geezer." "King Geezer?" "Legend has it that he was the incarnation of the divine son Thubagawa, who spent his life waging wars, punishing evil, promoting good, and spreading Buddhism. He's the pride of your people. Labrang Monastery still preserves his sword and saddle," Tao Ru explained. "I didn't expect you to know so much about Tibetan history." Mei Duo glanced at him. "So, are we looking for King Geezer's palace?" Yu Xiuwen perked up. "That's just a legend," Mei Duo emphasized. "Legends aren't necessarily entirely false. Some history may have been hidden, but through oral transmission, parts of the story have survived to this day," Zhang Linchuan said. "He was the most knowledgeable about this world among them. Wasn't Tao Ru an alien descendant? Those other alien civilizations came to Earth thousands of years ago, or even longer ago. What's so surprising about that? Perhaps those ferocious beasts were brought to Earth by certain alien civilizations and sealed by ancient deities in various small worlds." Thinking of this, he froze. Maybe those ferocious beasts were exactly what Ian referred to as being brought by that king. Didn't he start craving spirit food only after entering that mysterious space? In other words, those ferocious beasts were originally food? Or perhaps what he craved was actually something inside the ferocious beasts? "Why aren't we moving?" Shen Xintong patted Jian Linchuan's shoulder. "It's nothing, I was just thinking that the end of the cave might be King Geezer's crystal palace." Yu Xiuwen clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Then we can consider this a miraculous discovery." The group felt invigorated and quickened their pace. Zhang Linchuan noticed spirit patterns on both sides of the passage, but they were old and had lost their function. As they moved forward, the number of forks in the path increased. Fortunately, Jiang Linchuan's enhanced mental strength prevented them from getting lost. The further they descended, the thinner the air became. Tao Ru stopped Ding Ji and handed him a small green pill. There's very little oxygen here. Give this to Mei Duo, it can slow down her metabolism. Thank you, second brother. Ding Ji fed the pill to Mei Duo. Thank you, Mei Duo said, her complexion looking slightly better. Wait. Jiang Linchuan called out. What is it? There's no path ahead, or rather, the path has become difficult to traverse. There's a fault line below, leading to a slope made of solid ice that goes straight to the bottom. And the fault line was deliberately destroyed. I suspect this is where Dad and the others found those things, Jiang Linchuan said. Ding Ji slapped his forehead. I remember now. Dad mentioned the path leading down was broken and said it was a road to hell. Everyone except Jiang Linchuan felt a chill at the back of their heads, goosebumps rising on their necks. Crash. Ah. A ghost. Shen Xintong buried her head in Jiang Linchuan's back, trembling. Tang Xiaonan crouched on the ground, covering her face, and began reciting Buddhist scriptures and Taoist incantations, chanting everything she could think of. Ding Ji knelt halfway, clutching Mei Duo's leg, his face full of fear. Yu Xiuwen looked up at the cave ceiling, scratched his neck, and said awkwardly, sorry, I accidentally kicked a rock just now. No, there's really something behind you, a shadow, Tao Ru warned, his hand resting on his bracelet. Click, click, click. Yu Xiuwen's teeth chattered uncontrollably. Don't scare me. He slowly turned his head and saw a tall shadow behind him. No. Yu Xiuwen dove into Tao Ru's arms, seeking safety. Cat Xiaoyang is back, Jiang Linchuan said, shining his flashlight on the spot where Yu Xiuwen had been standing. Cat Xiaoyang had somehow sneaked to the back and was making a ghostly face. The group breathed a collective sigh of relief. Should we continue exploring? Jiang Linchuan asked. We're already here, let's go down and take a look, Yu Xiuwen said, still unwilling to give up, quickly, forgetting how scared he'd been moments ago. The others said nothing, but it seemed they also wanted to continue. I'll go down first and check it out, Jiang Linchuan said, finding a foothold and jumping down. The fault line was about 10 meters deep, with a smooth and flat surface that looked as if it had been cut by a sharp tool. His landing spot showed signs of chiseling, indicating that many people had been here before. The icy path was solid enough to bear everyone's weight. Come down, it's fine, he called. Shen Xintong jumped down directly, landing in Jiang Linchuan's arms. Tang Xiaonan looked at the bottomless pit, her lips trembling as she hesitated at the edge. Don't be afraid, Nan. I'll catch you, Shen Xintong encouraged her from below, waving her hand. Tang Xiaonan closed her eyes and jumped with a loud ah. Shen Xintong reacted quickly, grabbing her hand and pulling her to safety. The others followed suit, each using a cushion to slide down. This is amazing. The adventure begins. Yu Xiuwen shouted. Let the little train roll. Beams of pure white light illuminated the path ahead, and the ice crystals reflected a dazzling brilliance. So beautiful. The three girls' eyes lit up. The passage, entirely encased in ice, shimmered with vibrant colors. Who knows how many people adventured down this road to the depths before? Now, it welcomed a new group of explorers. They slid rapidly, and Jiang Linchuan estimated they had already descended nearly a kilometer underground. Don't forget, they had started from an altitude of 6,000 meters. Suddenly, as Jiang Linchuan extended his mental strength downward, it was repelled back. His expression changed, and he shouted, slow down, everyone. There might be something blocking the way ahead. The others began to slow their descent, using their hands or other tools to create friction against the icy surface. After sliding for over 100 meters, a yellow halo appeared in their line of sight, with a light screen resembling an eggshell membrane gently swaying. A spiritual pattern domain. The icy path had come to an end. It was a vast underground space, with numerous thick stalactites of various shapes hanging from the ceiling. Strange and extraordinary. Ah! Tang Xiaonan let out a sharp scream and clung tightly to Shen Xintong. The group directed their flashlight beams toward the darkness, shivering involuntarily. The space was filled with dense white bones and scattered weapons, covering most of the underground area. The bones were still dressed in various clothing, some ancient, some modern. Jiang Linchuan and Tao Ru stepped forward to examine the bones carefully. The temperature here is very low, logically, the corpses shouldn't decay, Jiang Linchuan pondered aloud. Tao Ru, wearing surgical gloves, turned over the bones, his brows furrowed. These People died after being drained of their flesh and blood, leaving only shriveled skin. I guess they encountered something terrifying before their deaths. Unable to escape, and could only struggle desperately on the spot. The traces of struggle are very evident. This kind of death must have been extremely painful. Could that terrifying thing still be nearby? Tang Xiaonan asked softly. I haven't sensed anything, unless it's hiding within the spiritual pattern domain. Jiang Linchuan replied, turning to look at the yellow light screen. Ah! The group shrank their necks, pulling their heads into their collars like turtles, wanting to look but afraid. After a rough inspection, Tao Ru removed his gloves and said, most of these people were monks, some wearing Taoist robes, while the rest might have accidentally entered this place or come to rob tombs. Their purpose might have been to exorcise demons and protect the path, or to search for the legendary crystal palace of King Geezer, Jiang Linchuan analyzed. To uncover the truth, we must break this spiritual pattern domain. Xiaochuan, your spiritual pattern cultivation is the highest, can you break through it? Tao Ru asked. I'll give it a try. Everyone step back. If anything happens, don't worry about me, just retreat, Jiang Linchuan said, drawing his tang sword and gripping it tightly. Be careful, Shen Xintong reminded him, summoning the Queen's Kiss bow and pulling the string taut, ready to fire. The others retreated a few steps, standing on the icy path and watching nervously. They knew Jiang Linchuan's abilities, and were confident he could escape if danger arose. Jiang Linchuan approached the spiritual pattern domain and extended his mental power. As expected, the moment his mental power touched the yellow light screen, it was repelled. He carefully avoided the light screen and spread his mental power outward. The spiritual pattern domain before him was extremely complex, with no mention of it even in the records of Wante, clearly indicating it had never been discovered before. He took out a notebook, bit down on his flashlight, and began exploring the domain with his mental power while sketching its outline. The spiritual pattern domain was truly intricate. After half an hour, he managed to sketch its basic structure. His current strength wasn't sufficient to break it, and there wasn't time to delve into the complex spiritual pattern combinations. He put away the notebook, drew his tang sword, and lightly slashed at the yellow light screen. The screen shook violently for a moment before returning to calm. This spiritual pattern domain was purely defensive, with no counterattack mechanism. The test was complete. Suddenly, Jiang Linchuan stepped forward and swung his tang sword at the light screen. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking echoed through the underground space. The yellow light screen flickered a few times before shattering into countless fragments. Fantastic! Shen Xintong exclaimed in delight. As Jiang Linchuan had predicted, the spiritual pattern domain had existed for years, and its stored spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He stepped forward. Again, his eyes flashing red as the Shura blood eyes quietly activated. Ow! Ding Ji suddenly let out a howl, his body convulsing violently. Big guy, what's wrong? Mei Duo asked anxiously. Hot. So hot. Ding Ji tore off his jacket and threw it to the ground. If there hadn't been girls nearby, he might have stripped completely. He lay flat on the icy path, pressing his face against the ice, looking utterly relieved. Hiss! A puff of white mist rose from the ice. Whoa! Old Third's body is burning up. Tao Ru quickly withdrew his hand. Jiang Linchuan frowned, reaching out to touch Ding Ji while releasing a trace of spiritual energy. Ding Ji's blood and spiritual energy are boiling. Is there any way? Meiduo's eyes were full of worry. I've never seen this kind of situation before. I don't dare to use medicine recklessly, Tao Ru said. Jiang Linchuan rubbed his temples, a thought suddenly striking him. Ding Ji, try summoning your ability. Ding Ji, leaning against the ice to ease his discomfort, had not yet lost consciousness. Following Jiang Linchuan's instructions, he summoned his ability. There's no berserk transformation, but it's turned red, Jiang Linchuan said, staring at the blood-red bear's shadow on Ding Ji's back. Ah! Ding Ji suddenly started hitting his own head. Who's talking? Get out of my head. Ding Ji. Mei Duo reached out, trying to grab him. Tao Ru was about to speak but was stopped by Jiang Linchuan. Jiang Linchuan shook his head, and Tao Ru fell silent, quietly watching Ding Ji and Mei Duo. The scorching heat made Meiduo's face flush, and her fair, tender palms were already burned. She gritted her teeth and held on, refusing to let go, desperately trying to stop Ding Ji from hurting himself. Ding Ji, don't hurt yourself. I really feel heartbroken for you. Mei Duo, let go, you'll get burned, Ding Ji said through gritted teeth, trying to shake her hand off, but she grabbed him again. The skin on Meiduo's palms began to break. "Get out of my head!" Ding Ji roared. His voice was like muffled thunder echoing continuously in the underground space. Perhaps that roar had some effect, as Ding Ji's head finally stopped hurting. "Meiduo, let go. I'm fine. Now." Only then did Meiduo release her grip, her face covered in a fine sheen of sweat. Tao Ru handed the medicine to Shin Shintong, signaling her to help. "Meiduo, apply it." Jiang Linchuan turned his gaze toward the depths of the spirit-marked domain, his eyes flashing coldly. The reason for Ding Ji's problem was hidden there. Shin Shintong applied the medicine to Meiduo, then wrapped her wounds with gauze and bandages. "Thank you," Meiduo said, her complexion improving significantly as the cool ointment eased the burning pain. Jiang Linchuan cut off a piece of ice and handed it to Ding Ji to hold, alleviating his discomfort. 4. Now, they had no choice but to go in and take a look. "I'm taking Ding Ji inside. The rest of you head back to the surface," Jiang Linchuan said. "No, I'm going with you," Shin Shintong said, hands on her hips. "We're not leaving either," the others said firmly. "I can't look after all of you," Jiang Linchuan said helplessly. "If we run into trouble, we can help. At worst, we'll take some damage," Tao Ru said with a smile. "Fine, but let's agree on this. When I tell you to run, you must run," Jiang Linchuan relented. "No problem, we promise to listen," Shin Shintong said sweetly. Jiang Linchuan took the lead, and the others followed closely, summoning their abilities or picking up their weapons. The team's strength was as follows: Jiang Linchuan, Gold 9 star, Shin Shintong, Gold 7 star, Tang Xiaonan, Gold 2 star, Tao Ru, Silver 2 star, Ding Ji, Silver 3 star, Yu Xiuwen, Silver 1 star. Meiduo was an ordinary person, but it was said she had killed a wolf before. Since Ding Ji's injury in the last competition, his strength had improved rapidly, to the point where even Tao Ru began doubting himself. After breaking through the spirit-marked domain, a dark tunnel appeared. It was 3 meters high and 5 meters wide. Jiang Linchuan used his mental power to scout ahead but could only sense 10 meters. Beyond that, it was like falling into a black hole. Touching the stone wall, he said slowly, "There are marks here from weapon strikes, which means people from outside have been here before, but they were later attacked. What on earth is in here that makes so many people risk their lives to come in? With so many corpses, anyone would be terrified," Yu Xiuwen said, thinking the people who died outside were foolish, unlike his own clever self. "You're one of the fools now too," Tao Ru retorted. Yu Xiuwen was silent for a moment before muttering, "Why is it that what you say always makes sense? Can we stop hurting each other? Read more books. Knowledge makes people confident. You weren't like this before. You used to be polite and elegant. That's the influence of the environment. As for you, you're just a big fool," Tao Ru sighed. "Damn it, you're an introvert, and you're still blaming me?" Listening to their banter, everyone felt a little less afraid. Jiang Linchuan walked at the front, clearing away the bones, so the others wouldn't step on them, as the fear would only build up otherwise. The dark tunnel seemed endless. Everyone had been walking for a long time without finding an exit. Could this really be the entrance to hell? Yu Xiuwen's voice trembled. "Shut up, don't jinx us. I don't sense any danger," Tao Ru kicked him. "We might be trapped in an illusion, the so-called ghost wall." Jiang Linchuan bent down to pick up a jelly wrapper. It was the one he had just fed to the little witch, casually thrown down as a marker. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed that the bones originally cleared to the sides had returned to their original positions. Shin Shintong leaned over and said, "Isn't this the one I just ate? Looks like we really encountered a ghost wall. They say ghost walls disappear at dawn, but there's no sunlight." Here, Yu Xiuwen moved closer to Tao Ru. "This isn't a ghost wall, it's Chimen Duanjia," Tang Xiaonan said confidently, raising her chin proudly. Finally able to put her skills to use. "Chimen Duanjia? Doesn't seem like it," Tao Ru pondered. He had read the Book of Changes. "Everyone has their specialties," Tang Xiaonan said smugly, patting her small bag and unbuttoning it. "I think you're just bluffing us," Yu Xiuwen said dismissively. "Fine, then let's keep wandering in circles." Tang Xiaonan buttoned her bag back up. No, Auntie, I was wrong. My mouth is too sharp." Yu Xiuwen slapped his own face twice. "That's better." Tang Xiaonan took out an old compass from her bag. "Wow, so professional. Could this girl's family be tomb raiders?" Tao Ru thought to himself. Tang Xiaonan carefully examined the directions and even tapped the stone wall with her hand. "This formation is actually quite simple, but it requires 8 people to cooperate. We only have 7, so Everyone relaxed at the first half of her sentence, but the second half made their hearts leap. Wah, the chubby one. Mao Xiaoliang tugged Jiang Linchuan's clothes in grievance. Instantly, everyone's eyes focused on Mao Xiaoliang. It's just positioning. Mao Xiaoliang can count. Tang Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief, almost forgetting about him. Kai, Xiao, Xing are the three auspicious gates. The three of us girls will stand there. Si, Jing, Shang are the three ominous gates. Dingji, Taoru, and Yushuan will stand there. Du Gate and Jing Gate are in the center. Jiang Linchuan and Mao Xiaoliang will stand there. Tang Xiaonan instructed everyone seriously, directing them to their designated positions one by one. Once everyone occupied the 8 gates, a crisp click sounded. The ground at the center of the 8 gates split open, and a Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern slowly rose from below. Done. As long as we simultaneously press the yang-I and yin-I, we can escape this Chiman formation. I suspect this tunnel isn't what it originally seemed. Tang Xiaonan clapped her hands with a smile. Everyone, be prepared. Jiang Linchuan took a deep breath, his body tense, ready for any sudden developments. 3, 2, 1. Tang Xiaonan pressed the yang-I and yin-I simultaneously. Click. The dark tunnel shattered like broken glass into countless points of light. Immediately afterward, a blinding white light pierced straight into everyone's eyes like a needle. Whoa! It hurts so much I can barely see. A few seconds later, their eyes adjusted to the intense light. Holy crap! This is King Geyser's crystal palace. The tunnel disappeared, and the group found themselves in a massive cavern, with a magnificent and grand crystal palace standing in the center. The palace was adorned with various gemstones, radiating rainbow-like brilliance. Oh my god! Mei Duo clasped her hands together, her expression devout. Yushuan excitedly pulled out his phone, snapping photos of the palace. This is a historic discovery. Don't share them recklessly, keep them for yourself, Taoru reminded. Ah! Ding Ji suddenly lost control, his face twisted as he broke free from the ice and charged toward the crystal palace. Ding Ji! Mei Duo immediately chased after him. Jiang Linchuan stepped forward to grab Ding Ji but was repelled by an invisible force. He watched helplessly as Ding Ji and Mei Duo rushed into the crystal palace, and the doors closed instantly. He-in, help! Jiang Linchuan couldn't break through the resistance and had to seek help from the system. What's the matter? I just woke up. He-in's voice was lazy. The sleeping quarters of Xuanwu. How did you find it? The Xuanwu's sleeping palace? Are you talking about the Xuanwu of the 4 divine beasts? Save the person first. Save who? There's no danger, this is actually a great thing, He-in said. Tianqi wasn't idle either. With Xuanwu appearing, Xinglong would soon follow. Why did the big guy run inside? Yushuan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, punching the air barrier repeatedly. Taoru also kept stabbing the air barrier with his spear. Don't worry, Ding Ji and Mei Duo should be fine. If they were in danger, we wouldn't be able to escape either, Jiang Linchuan said. Oh, Yushuan responded, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Taoru put away his spear and said, King Geyser is a Tibetan deity. He probably won't harm them. The group sat down, took out food and water, and replenished their energy. Jiang Linchuan asked He-in about Xuanwu. Xuanwu is indeed the divine beast from your mythology, but their identity goes beyond that. To be precise, they are one of the 6 divine guards, He-in explained. The 6 divine guards? Then there's White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xinglong. Who are the other 2? Jiang Linchuan asked further. Left wing and right wing. I am the left wing. By the way, take the sleeping palace with you when you leave. It's Xuanwu's computing cloud, He-in said. Computing cloud? Even gods use such things? Jiang Linchuan was puzzled. Why not? Gods live long lives, and their greatest fear is death. So they've been researching technology and creating weapons capable of killing gods. This way, they don't have to do it themselves. Even if gods have grudges, they won't act directly, they send their subordinates to use god-killing weapons against each other to prevent others from reaping the benefits. Additionally, I am also a computing cloud, the most powerful known computing cloud in the universe. During the thousands of years of blank periods, there might have been something stronger than you. Jiang Linchuan said. You underestimate me. What do you think I've been doing all this time? He-in was a bit annoyed. Alright, let's not talk about this. Teach me how to operate Xuanwu's sleeping palace, Jiang Linchuan said. After He-in transmitted the data to him, she ignored him. Jiang Linchuan processed the information in his mind, feeling a weight on his shoulder. The little witch had fallen, asleep leaning on his shoulder, still holding half a piece of bread in her hand. He carefully picked her up and adjusted his posture to make her comfortable. The others were also tired, half lying on the ground. "Let's move this crystal palace back home, it'll be so impressive," Yu Xiuwen said with a squinting smile. Tao Ru unscrewed the cap of his water bottle and took a sip. "Then you can forget about ever leaving the little black room in your lifetime. But don't worry, I'll send you roast chicken." "Sigh, why hasn't the big guy come out yet? He better not be up to something bad in there." "Jealous? Humph, why would I be jealous? I'm so handsome, I can have any girl I want." "Shameless," Tang Xiaonan muttered softly. "Hey, what kind of talk is that? Want to try me?" Yu Xiuwen rolled up his sleeves. "Sure, I'll help you. Curl your hair." Tang Xiaonan extended her fair fingers, sparks of electricity flickering. Yu Xiuwen put down his sleeves and took out a chessboard and a small table. "5 in a row, one game for 100. Dare to play? Sending money to me again?" "I almost feel bad," Tang Xiaonan said, but she rushed to the table to grab the chess box, afraid he might change his mind. Tao Ru shook his head and sighed. "Serves you right." For a while, the two engaged in a fierce battle, their moves swift as lightning, neither willing to back down. Jiang Linchuan held Shinshintong, his gaze fixed on the distant Crystal Palace. 5 hours later. Bang! The Crystal Palace's door suddenly opened, startling the drowsy group awake. They immediately stood up, nervously staring at the entrance. "Ha ha ha!" A burst of arrogant laughter echoed. "Stop laughing, shut up." A crisp voice like a bell, it was Meiduo. Jiang Linchuan stepped forward a few paces and found the previous barrier had disappeared. Ding Ji emerged holding a dark turtle shell shield engraved with intricate patterns. Meiduo, dressed in a bright red Tibetan robe, walked out shoulder to shoulder with him. Her down jacket was gone, replaced by the Tibetan robe. "Ha ha ha!" Ding Ji laughed wildly at the sky. Smack! Meiduo angrily gave him a light slap on the butt. It's not my fault, I can't control myself. I don't even know what's going on," Ding Ji said, covering his mouth in grievance. "What's wrong with Ding Ji?" Jiang Linchuan asked. "It seems like there's something wrong with his mind," Meiduo replied uncertainly. She had witnessed a miracle, and the power of the divine had brought about a dramatic transformation in her. "What happened to you inside?" Tao Ru pressed further. Meiduo's face flushed slightly, a bit shy. "His ability somehow transferred to me, and now I'm unawakened too." "What?" Everyone stared in shock. Abilities could transfer? That sounded absurd. "Just look for yourselves." Meiduo summoned her ability, and a blood-red bear shadow appeared behind her. Yu Xiuwen rubbed his eyes, doubting what he saw. "Oh my god! Weren't you just an ordinary person? How did you suddenly awaken, and even jump straight to Silver Tier 3? This is unbelievable." Meiduo patted Ding Ji. "You explain." "Ha ha ha." Ding Ji tilted his head back and laughed wildly, covering his mouth as he said, "My ability turned into a turtle, and my original power transferred to Meiduo. My strength has regressed to Bronze Tier 1. Ha ha ha, a turtle? That's hilarious. You've really hit a dead end. The bear was so impressive before." "The turtle Ding Ji mentioned might be Xuanwu," Jiang Linchuan explained calmly. Yu Xiuwen's laughter suddenly froze. "Xian. Xuanwu? How do you know?" Meiduo looked at Jiang Linchuan in surprise. Jiang Linchuan pondered for a moment and casually made up an explanation. "I just received information earlier, telling me to take its palace away." "I see," Meiduo said, suddenly enlightened. "Ha ha ha." Ding Ji laughed uncontrollably again. "Even if it's Xuanwu, there's no need to laugh like that," Yu Xiuwen said, curling his lips. What on earth is going on?" Jiang Linchuan wondered. "The genes implanted with Xuanwu's quirks, it's just like that, loves to laugh. You'll get used to it. He's still in the newborn stage, very weak, so keep an eye on him, or he'll easily get beaten up," Hien explained. "What kind of quirk is this?" Jiang Linchuan cursed inwardly. "Can it be fixed?" "Gene modification is possible, but not right now. To restore my power, I need to absorb a massive amount of stellar energy, which you call the sun. If I absorb stellar energy, the sun will rapidly decay, and then your entire solar system will become uninhabitable," Hien warned. "Then forget it, let him stay like this for now." Jiang Linchuan walked to the entrance of the Crystal Palace and placed his palm on it. "Identity confirmed." A mechanical voice sounded. Enter hibernation mode. Jiang Linchuan commanded. This computing cloud had 3 modes: hibernation, computation, and overload computation, all requiring stellar energy to operate. The crystal palace flickered slightly twice, then shrank into a palm-sized miniature palace, floating into Jiang Linchuan's hand. That's amazing. Everyone marveled at the miniature palace in his hand. Jiang Linchuan stored the computing cloud in his system space and turned to Tang Xiaonan. Tang Xiaonan raised her hand and swore, "I promise, I won't tell anyone about what I saw today." Yu Xiuwen glanced at her sideways. "Your reputation isn't great, you're known for exaggerating." Tang Xiaonan rolled her eyes at him. "I don't just talk nonsense. Of course, something like this can't be leaked. I trust you. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to get in," Jiang Linchuan said. "Don't worry, Nan Nan knows what she's doing," Shen Xintong added in support. "Let's go." The group retraced their steps, sighing at the sight of the ground littered with white bones. These people, driven by greed or other reasons, had all become nourishment. Ding Ji and Meiduo clasped their hands together and chanted prayers in Tibetan, though Ding Ji's occasional laughter seemed a bit out of place. Tao Ru searched through the clothing and backpacks of the corpses but found no useful information, only some ancient currency and dried food. Too bad there's no written records. The group followed the icy path back to the surface, with Meiduo now unawakened. Moving significantly faster. 2 hours later, they returned to the cave entrance at an altitude of 6,000 meters, retrieved the aircraft, and landed on the ground under the moonlight. Finally back. They had concluded their dreamlike adventure. Jiang Linchuan took the brass key from the old mystic and toyed with it in his hand. It wasn't used. It must be related to Tao Ru, since the next stop was the Tao family. The Tao family were descendants of aliens, so perhaps there really was some legacy left behind. Maybe it was the legacy of one of the 6 divine guardians. "Let's go home," Yu Xiuwen suggested. "Ha ha ha." Ding Ji burst into wild laughter again, then said with grievance, I agree. If old third keeps laughing, I really won't be able to resist hitting him." Tao Ru rubbed his fist. Yu Xiuwen glared fiercely at Ding Ji. "I can't hold back anymore. Can't you do something about him?" "Unless I seal his mouth." Tao Ru pulled out a silver needle and twirled it in his hand. "No way." Meiduo stood in front of Ding Ji, her brows furrowed. "Just kidding." Tao Ru took advantage of Yu Xiuwen's distraction and poked him in the butt. "Run." With that, he dashed off, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Ow! How dare you run? Don't run!" Yu Xiuwen jumped in place and chased after Tao Ru. The others followed closely behind. Under the night sky dotted with stars, a bonfire burned on the open ground in front of the white felt tents, its flames dispelling the evening chill. Several whole roasted lambs were skewered over the fire, their fat dripping into the flames with a sizzling sound. Tables were arranged in a circle, laden with a variety of delicious dishes. A group of herders danced around the bonfire, their singing bold and moving, their dance graceful, accompanied by melodious music, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere. "Dean Tianqi, I toast to you. My son Ding Ji has caused you trouble." Ding Ji stood up to offer a toast. "He's a good kid." Dean Tianqi raised his glass in response. He wore a Tibetan robe, a Tibetan knife hung at his waist, a zi bead adorned his left wrist, and a beeswax bracelet graced his right wrist. His white hair flowed freely, blending seamlessly with the herders, without any sense of incongruity. "Dean Tianqi, can Meiduo really go to Tianwu Academy? She hasn't awakened yet." Meiduo's father, Renqing Dongji, asked nervously. Beside him sat a gentle Jiangnan woman, Meiduo's mother Tian Nianwei, who also looked anxiously at Dean Tianqi. The couple had hurriedly ridden over upon receiving Ding Ji's message. "Meiduo has received the protection of the gods and has already awakened," Dean Tianqi said with a smile. Renqing Dongji and Tian Nianwei exchanged a smile, clasped their hands together, and said devoutly, "Thank you, gods." Ding Ji raised his glass again and laughed. "These little ones, who knows where they've run off to, still haven't come back. It's really impolite to keep the dean waiting." "It's all right, they'll be back soon." Dean Tianqi looked into the distance. Ding Ji still felt like he was dreaming. In the afternoon, this white-bearded old man had ridden a condensed pearl to the felt tents, claiming to be the dean of Tianwu Academy. At the time, he had doubted the old man's identity. After all, why would a dean come to such a remote place? He even thought it was a scam. After checking online, he confirmed that the old man was indeed the dean of Tianwu Academy, which shocked Ding Ji greatly. A dean had traveled such a long way to personally deliver an admission notice. This honor moved Ding Zhi deeply. He immediately had the herders prepare a grand banquet and notified Meiduo's parents. "Awwa!" Excited shouts came from afar, and the herders turned to look. Under the moonlight, a group of people leapt over 10 meters high, rushing toward them. "The kids are back." Dean Tianchi took a satisfying sip of barley wine and stood up. "Mom! Dad! We're back! Ha ha ha!" Dean Tianchi heard the familiar laughter. His mouth twitched, one hand pressed on the knife hilt, and the other couldn't help but rub his brow. "Huh, Dean, why are you here?" Tao Ru cupped his hands in greeting. "Dean." Dean Tianchi ignored the surprised little ones, first glancing at Ding Ji, then turning his gaze to Meiduo. A red piece of paper floated out from his arms, bearing the emblem of Tianwu Academy. "I represent Tianwu Academy in welcoming the beautiful Miss Meiduo to further her studies." "Ah!" Meiduo covered her mouth in surprise, catching the flying red paper with her other hand. It was the admission letter from Tianwu, with her name elegantly written on it. "Ha ha ha!" Ding Ji started acting up again. Clang! Dean Tianchi drew out a Tibetan knife, its blade flashing. Ding Ji clamped his mouth shut, waiting for the impulse to pass before expressing his thanks. Dean Tianchi suppressed his urge to strike and asked with a smile, "How's this knife?" Ding Ji felt a chill and replied, "Simply, a fine knife. The Tibetan knives in your hands, Dean, are rare treasures. To be fortunate enough to own one would be a lifelong honor," Yu Xiuwen shamelessly remarked. Dean Tianchi looked helpless, sheathed the knife, and tossed it to Yu Xiuwen. "Thank you, Dean, for your generous gift." Yu Xiuwen nearly knelt in gratitude. "Hand it over," Jiang Linchuan said with a dark expression after receiving a mental transmission from the old shaman. Delivering the admission letter was just a pretense, looting his belongings was the real goal. "They can't see it. Just take it out," the old shaman continued transmitting. "Fine." Jiang Linchuan took out the remaining aircraft and laser rifle, throwing them to the ground. Shen Shintong, noticing his strange behavior, curiously asked, "What are you throwing?" "Not these. You know what I want." "This is all your fault, and now I have to clean up your mess," the old shaman muttered. Reluctantly, Jiang Linchuan pulled out a palm-sized crystal palace and threw it hard to the ground. With a flash of white light, the crystal palace vanished instantly. "Thank you all for your hospitality, but I have matters to attend to and must leave now." After obtaining the item, Dean Tianchi didn't want to stay a moment longer, fearing he might lose control and hit someone. "Farewell, Dean." Dean Tianchi waved his hand, and a cloud quickly gathered, transforming into a horse. He mounted the cloud horse, waved goodbye to the herders, and rode away. Once out of sight, the cloud horse grew a pair of wings and soared into the sky. "Truly the skills of an immortal," an elderly herder exclaimed in awe. "The Dean really knows how to have fun," Tao Ru remarked. "I won't allow you to speak ill of the Dean behind his back," Yu Xiuwen said, pointing the Tibetan knife at him. "Damn sycophant." Tao Ru cursed inwardly. Everyone took their seats and raised their glasses in celebration. "Congratulations, Meiduo." "Thank you," Meiduo responded with a gentle smile. "Ha, MMPH. Jiang Linchuan quickly stuffed a lamb leg into Ding Ji's mouth, successfully muffling his laughter. They had to find a way to cure his condition soon, or Ding Ji might end up in trouble. After eating a bit, Meiduo pulled them to the bonfire to dance. She sang and danced, lifting everyone's spirits. Yu Xiuwen rediscovered his initial enthusiasm, twisting and jumping energetically. As a result, everyone avoided him, fearing they might catch his madness. Jiang Linchuan covered his face. Was there no one normal here? Was the old shaman trying to test his patience? It was completely unnecessary. The grand banquet lasted until the early hours, and the drunken herders returned to their yurts to rest. Jiang Linchuan and his groups accommodations had already been arranged, a newly set-up yurt. "Linchuan, I want to pitch a tent by the lake and stargaze," Shen Shintong said coquettishly. "Be a good girl and go to sleep, Cat Xiaoliang," Jiang Linchuan replied. Cat Xiaoliang climbed onto the bed in frustration, curling up into a ball. Jiang Linchuan held Shen Shintong, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at Lake Pumoyankuo. "Wow! The night here is so beautiful," Shen Shintong exclaimed, kicking off her shoes and running to the lakeside to wade in the water. The lake's surface was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the Milky Way and stars, which swayed gently with the breeze. Jiang Linchuan began setting up and securing the tent. Shen Shintong scooped up lake water and splashed it on him, drenching him completely. She laughed as she splashed, adding liveliness to the tranquil night. When she grew bored, she stepped out of the water, her graceful figure fully revealed. Next time, let's bring a boat here to play. All right. However, the stars here aren't as bright as back home. The gentle moonlight spilled over the tent as a soft breeze brushed past. Dawn broke. Jiang Linchuan dismantled the tent, dispersing the faint, lingering fragrance. Shen Shintong ran her fingers through his hair and said resentfully, "It's all your fault, all your fault." Her voice was hoarse, no longer as soft as before. "Still have the strength to talk?" Jiang Linchuan turned to look at her. Shen Shintong's expression changed, and she clung to his back, quickly pleading, "No strength left, really, no strength left." Jiang Linchuan chuckled and carried her back to the yurt. Mao Xiaoliang was sprawled on the pillow, snoring away, a bubble of snot forming at his nose. Is he catching up on sleep or cultivating? Jiang Linchuan activated the alchemical spirit-gathering field of the heart of Hailan. Cultivating. I have to catch up to you, Shen Shintong gritted her teeth. The two sat cross-legged, each holding a spirit pearl in their palms. This place was sparsely populated, and the spiritual energy was far denser than elsewhere. The energy quickly flowed into the spirit-gathering field and then distributed into their bodies. Mao Xiaoliang sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy, opened his eyes for a glance, then shifted positions and continued sleeping. Yu Xiuwen, toothbrush in mouth and rubbing his head, walked out of the yurt and saw Meiduo sneaking out of Ding Ji's yurt. The foam on his toothbrush sprayed out. You too. Meiduo's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she slipped away even faster. Oh no! I need to go back. I can't stay here another second. What's all the yelling about so early in the morning? Tao Ru kicked him on the backside. Ding Ji came running out in a short-sleeved shirt. What's going on? What's going on? Ha ha ha, I didn't mean to laugh at you. Yu Xiuwen got up from the ground with a blank expression, wiping the mud off his chin. Laugh again, and I won't hold back. Where do you guys want to go today? Ding Ji changed the subject. Is there anywhere we can hunt some game? Tao Ru asked. There's no game here, everything's been classified as protected wildlife. Alright, then in a few days, let's head to Beijiang. There's plenty of game in the forests there, Tao Ru said with a smile. Aren't we going to Baihu Pass? Ding Ji asked. Weren't we planning to test our skills against the fierce birds and beasts there? Recently, the spatial rifts there have been fluctuating too frequently, and the entire area is under lockdown. It's likely the work of the Dark Knight marauders. I'm worried Xiao Chuan might become a target, so let's keep this from him for now. Got it, got it. Ding Ji nodded vigorously, his mouth suddenly opening wide. He quickly bit down on his shirt to stifle his laughter. Tao Ru rubbed his forehead and said, I'll go check some medical books to see if there's a way to help you with this problem. If this keeps up, no matter how others treat you, we ourselves won't be able to resist beating you up. MMPH, MMPH. And so, the original plan to visit Baihu Pass was cancelled. They revised their itinerary, climbing snow-capped mountains, visiting sacred lakes, and praying at major temples. The remaining time was spent sparring and cultivating, steadily improving everyone's strength. After emerging from the Crystal Palace, Ding Ji had grown 20 centimeters taller, reaching a height of 2.2 meters, and was still growing. His appetite had also increased several-fold. The most noticeable change was his enhanced defense. As expected, the black tortoise was the strongest defender among the 4 divine beasts, especially with that tortoiseshell shield, which was practically a divine artifact of defense. With 14 days of vacation left, they planned to head to the Tao family in Beijiang province. On their last night in the Tibetan region, with the support of a large number of spirit pearls, Jiang Linchuan successfully broke through to Platinum 1 star. His speed left the others envious. After bidding farewell to Ding Ji's parents and the warm and hospitable herders, they boarded a plane to Beijiang province. Outside the Bingcheng airport in Beijiang province, rows of extended luxury cars formed a long line. Passing travelers whispered among themselves, speculating that such a grand display must mean someone important had arrived. Next to the foremost luxury car stood a middle-aged man in a light gray tang suit. His demeanor was extraordinary, and his eyes seemed to see through people's hearts. He kept his gaze fixed on the exit, as if searching for someone. Anyone who recognized him would be shocked. There were very few people in the entire Dragon Nation who could warrant the Tao family head, Tao Zhengyang, personally coming to greet them. The Tao family was the leading power in the three provinces of Beijiang, renowned and highly respected. The Qingyu Hall, a renowned old brand in the traditional Chinese medicine industry, was the hallmark of the Tao family, with branches all over the country. Fairly priced and never deceitful. Tao Zhengyang's gaze suddenly froze in a certain direction, his face showing a complex expression mixed with joy, tension, and fear. Dad! Tao Ru waved his hand. Tao Zhengyang nodded at his son and walked over quickly, followed by a group of elderly men with graying hair and beards. Among them were Tao Ru's second granduncle Tao Yuliang, fifth granduncle Tao Yushan, sixth granduncle Tao Youfu, and ninth granduncle Tao Eugene, whom Jiang Linchuan had met in the imperial capital. The group knelt in unison before Jiang Linchuan. Regardless of what had happened before, now that the blood curse was lifted, the Tao family's 3,000+ members no longer had to worry about the curse of not living past 80. They had to show their stance. Tao Ru hesitated for a moment, his legs gave way, and he knelt as well. He had no choice, his father and granduncles had all knelt. What are you doing? Jiang Linchuan quickly helped Tao Zhengyang up. Second granduncle, fifth granduncle, sixth granduncle, ninth granduncle, and the other granduncles, please get up. If the scene weren't so solemn, he would have wanted to ask Tao Ru how many people were in his family visiting relatives during the new year must take until the next year. The next moment, Tao Zhengyang provided an exact number. The Tao family has 3,250 members. Thanks to your kindness, we have finally broken free from the blood curse. This is an immense favor to us. Before Tao Zhengyang could continue, Jiang Linchuan coldly interrupted him. This has nothing to do with me. Tao Ru is my brother, and I helped him for no other reason. Moreover, this is not some act of mercy, it was merely the removal of an abnormal control. Whether it's a king or a god, if no one respects them, what are they? Hien, secretly eavesdropping, smirked upon hearing this, thinking to herself that the criticism was aimed at him. I came here to thank the Tao family for helping my girlfriend's family, nothing more. If you insist on this, we will draw a clear line in the future, and I will repay the favor I owe you bit by bit. Jiang Linchuan finished speaking and turned to leave. Tao Ru hurriedly clung to his leg. Dad, granduncles, please don't do this. I don't want to lose my brother. Why are you forcing me into this corner? Tao Ru pleaded tearfully. Stop staring. If we don't leave now, we'll miss the second flight. Yu Xiuwen and Ding Ji quickly dispersed the crowd. Ding Ji's burly figure, combined with his occasionally twitching face, was intimidating enough to scare off many onlookers. Sorry, Xiaochuan, for causing you trouble, Tao Zhengyang apologized as he stood up. The elderly members of the Tao family also rose, their eyes filled with satisfaction. If this young man had intended to use this opportunity to control the Tao family, they would have fought him to the death, even at the risk of the blood curse's backlash. They had borne the burden of the blood curse for so many years and did not want to continue any longer. Times had changed, the old feudal mindset was long gone, and the values of the new era truly reflected human worth. Jiang Linchuan reached out to help Tao Ru up, bending down to brush the dirt off his knees. I've always said he's a good kid, but you insisted on making a fuss, almost scaring him away. Truly embarrassing, Tao Yuliang said, pointing at several elderly men. He seemed to have forgotten that he was one of them. The elders he pointed at looked ashamed, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. Let's go home. Tao Zhengyang waved his hand, his authority as the family head reasserting itself, exuding an air of dignity. Tao Ru pulled Jiang Linchuan into a car, afraid he might run away. The convoy slowly set off, heading toward the direction of Daqing Mountain, the true foundation of the Tao family. The mountain body of Daqing Mountain is mainly composed of volcanic rock and granite, with higher terrain in the central area, and a main peak exceeding 950 meters in altitude. The vast forest, majestic mountain ranges, undulating peaks, and lush greenery make it a treasure trove of rich flora and fauna, serving as a vital resource for the local residents. Whimper, whimper, chubby. Awoo, awoo. Cat Xiaoliang leaned against the car window, sniffing the air while howling at the mountain forest. Jiang Linchuan rubbed its head and smiled at Tao Ru, saying, you better keep an eye on those medicinal herbs at home, or Cat Xiaoliang might steal some to eat. It's fine. If it eats them all, Tao Ru replied cheerfully. Meow. Cat Xiaoliang raised a paw and extended a sharp claw in agreement. Let it go to the mountains to find good stuff on its own when the time comes. The herbs at home need to be saved for treating illnesses and saving lives. Jiang Linchuan said. Cat Xiaoliang discontentedly patted his leg with its paw, as if to say, I need to eat my fill to have the strength to help you fight. We're home, Jiang Linchuan and Shen Xintong said simultaneously, looking out the window. The car emerged from the woods, revealing a sprawling ancient architectural complex built against the mountain. On either side of the city gate-style entrance were pitch-black medicinal fields planted with various herbs, where a group of people wearing straw hats was busy weeding. The Tao family estate. Jiang Linchuan joked with a smile. Tao Ru introduced, this is the headquarters of Qingyu Hall. It has 10 large courtyards, 35 smaller courtyards, and 567 rooms in total. But not many family members live here, most are scattered across the country. Ridiculously wealthy. Jiang Linchuan and Shen Xintong exclaimed in unison. Piggy brother, piggy brother. A little girl with twin ponytails and a small straw hat chased after the car, calling out. She was 5 or 6 years old, her face sunburned red, with a bright smile at the corners of her mouth. Tao Ru rolled down the car window and used his spiritual power to lift the little girl to the window, pulling her into his arms. It's little Ru brother, not Piggy brother. I know, Piggy brother. Did you miss Yao Yao? Tao Yunyao pinched Tao Ru's cheek. Of course I did, I came back just to see you. Come, say hello to brother and sister, Tao Ru said, pointing to Jiang Linchuan and Shen Xintong. Hello, brother and sister. Here's some candy for you, Tao Yunyao said, pulling out a white jade porcelain bottle from her small bag and pouring out a few white candy pills. Seeing the fluffy cat Xiaoliang, her eyes lit up instantly. Wow, a panda cat. This is my 15th uncle's fourth child, Tao Yunyao, Tao Ru introduced. Jiang Linchuan twitched his mouth and couldn't help but ask, how many uncles do you have? Exactly? Tao Ru looked bewildered and fell into deep thought. Hello, Yao Yao. Sister has some jelly for you, Shen Xintong said, pulling out a handful of jelly from her pocket and putting it into her small bag. Thank you, sister. You're so beautiful, even prettier than a fairy, Tao Yunyao said, changing the subject to compliment her. Yao Yao is very cute too. You'll definitely be beautiful when you grow up. Shen Xintong said with a smile, patting her small straw hat. I think I have 36 uncles and 8 elder uncles, but I can't count them all. There are just too many people, Tao Ru said helplessly, covering his face. As the next head of the family, not even being able to keep track of his relatives was indeed a headache. But he had done his best. The convoy stopped one by one at the entrance of the Tao family estate. Tao Yunyao jumped out of the car, turned around, and hugged Cat Xiaoliang, who was slightly shorter than her. Good kitty, I'll go chop bamboo for you to eat. She was willing to do anything to keep Cat Xiaoliang obediently in her arms. Originally, the Tao family members were supposed to come out to greet the guests, but after the airport fiasco, Tao Zhanyang only allowed a few key figures to come out. Even so, the entrance was crowded with people, a dense black mass. Impressive, Yu Xiuwen whispered in awe. Ding Ji held Mei Duo's hand, standing at the back of the crowd, equally stunned. They had never seen such a grand scene before. This big family seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg. Welcome, friends of Little Ru, to our home, Tao Zhanyang said, standing beside Jiang Linchuan and introducing everyone one by one. Jiang Linchuan gave up on remembering names, deciding to call all the men uncle, the women aunt, and the elderly grandpa or grandma. He thought to himself, once is enough, I definitely don't want to come a second time. By the time the introductions were over, more than an hour had passed. Jiang Linchuan's face was stiff from smiling as he followed the crowd into the Tao family estate. The courtyard was surrounded by high green brick walls over 10 meters tall. Inside, exquisite stone carvings and brick carvings were everywhere, with large red lanterns hanging high, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. The group entered the largest courtyard and took their seats, with a sunshade overhead blocking the sunlight. I've truly seen what it means to be wealthy. This dining table is made of Wanwali wood, and the beams and pillars are made of golden nanmu. Yu Xiuwen's voice grew quieter, overwhelmed to the point of being speechless. This is your home too, Tao Ru reminded him with a smile. You're right. When we leave, I'll take a few pillars back to the capital. I can't get used to living in such a luxurious house, Yu Xiuwen joked with a laugh. Have some dignity, Jiang Linchuan said as he and the others sat at the main table, where they met Tao Ru's mother, Kushangyun, a gentle, beautiful, and intellectual woman. Their gifts were small trinkets they had picked up along the way, as the Tao family was wealthy and lacked for nothing. Ding Ji took out a thanka to give to Kushan-yun, having heard from Tao Ru that his mother was very fond of Tibetan culture. Thank you, children. I'm already very happy that you came to see me, Kushan-yun said with a gentle smile. Tao Zhengyang was the first to raise his wine glass. As the head of the family and the leader of the clan, he had to set an example. Today is a double celebration. First, Shan Yun and I have gained a few wonderful children. Second, the Tao family has finally rid itself of the blood curse. Let the past stay in the past. Everyone has their moment to rise. Let's erase those unpleasant memories from our hearts. I know some of you still harbor resentment, but this isn't our fault. Since we've enjoyed the blessings left by our ancestors, we must also bear the corresponding responsibilities. From now on, if anyone brings this up again, don't blame me for disregarding family ties. As soon as he finished speaking, Tao Zhengyang flicked his sleeve, releasing an overwhelming aura. A large stone in the courtyard suddenly shot into the sky and shattered into dust. Moon Soul. Jiang Linchuan's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Tao Zhengyang. Dad, you're an awakened? Why didn't I know? Tao Ru was dumbfounded. You never asked, Tao. Zhengyang replied calmly. If I don't ask, you won't tell? Why would I tell if you don't ask? The father and son went back and forth, sounding like a comedic duo. You old man. You even kept it from your own son. That's ruthless. Tao Ru fumed, nearly exploding with anger. The other members of the Tao family exchanged shocked glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had never known that Tao Zhengyang was an awakened, let alone one who had reached the moon soul level. Only Tao Yushan, Tao Ru's grandfather, remained calm, sipping his wine leisurely. Those with ulterior motives completely abandoned their prejudices and began to genuinely respect the family head. Over the years, my father and I have been researching how to break the blood curse. The year I awakened, I secretly entered the forbidden area in the back mountain and found a possible method to eliminate the curse, which I've been studying in secret ever since. After years of continuous improvement, just as I was about to succeed, the blood curse suddenly disappeared. I thought it was my doing, but it turned out that Ruer had found the person in the portrait. Everything is arranged by fate, the beginning and end are both tied to the Wang family. Tao Zhengyang sighed. What method? Does it have anything to do with your hidden strength? Tao Ru pressed further. The blood curse is already lifted, why bother with that? Tao Zhengyang said no more. Tao Ru rolled his eyes, still dissatisfied with his father's secrecy. All right, today is a happy day. Let's drink, Kushan-yun urged. Everyone stood up and raised their glasses. Congratulations to the family head. With a moon soul level powerhouse in charge, the Tao family was more confident than ever. What are you kids doing holding teacups? Tao Yushan noticed a few young people with teacups in hand. We're students, we can't drink alcohol. It'll mess up our brains, Yu Xiuwen said awkwardly. The others nodded in agreement. Who could handle drinking with hundreds of people? One cup would knock them out, and they were even more put off by Tao Ru's numerous relatives. As long as there's camaraderie, anything can be a drink. Come, cheers, Tao Zhengyang said nonchalantly, displaying the demeanor of a family head. The table was filled with wild delicacies, and the group ate to their heart's content, their faces shiny with oil. With Tao Zhengyang present, the young ones were spared the trouble of toasting. After eating and drinking, the banquet came to an end. Tao Zhengyang called Tao Ru and Jiang Linchuan aside and headed toward the forbidden area in the back mountain. Did you bring the key? His tone was not a question but a statement. I did, Jiang Linchuan replied, pulling out a brass key. As expected, it was related to the Tao family. What secret was this old mystic hiding? Actually, whether we have the key or not doesn't matter, Tao Zhengyang suddenly said, his words carrying a deeper meaning. My awakened ability is a formation diagram, specifically for breaking formations, so I can enter the forbidden area in the back mountain. That's also how I advanced to the moon soul level. As he finished speaking, a complex formation diagram appeared on his back. Tao Ru glanced at it and immediately felt nauseous, quickly turning his head away. Spirit patterns. Jiang Linchuan stared at the formation diagram on Tao Zhengyang's back. Some of the patterns he recognized, while others he didn't. After a while, he couldn't help but avert his gaze as well. Tao Zhengyang retracted the diagram and handed a thick notebook to Jiang Linchuan. Xiaoru said your talent for spirit patterns is excellent. These notes are for you. Thank you, Dad, Jiang Linchuan said happily, taking the notebook. Tao Ru pursed his lips, finally understanding the difference between a biological son and an adopted one. Everything you need is in there. Don't touch anything else. I've already used quite a bit, the rest is for Xiaochuan, Tao. Zhenyang reassured his son. What kind of things? Tao Ru's eyes lit up. You'll find out once you're inside the forbidden area. By this time, they had reached the back mountains forbidden area. The terrain was steep, with dense trees at the base, clear springs, and picturesque scenery. This is the forbidden area? Tao Ru curiously looked around. Since childhood, he had been warned not to come to the back mountain, told that man-eating monsters lurked there. As he grew older, he became sensible and dared not approach. What you see is just the surface, Tao Zhangyang said with a smile, lightly stomping his foot. In the next moment, countless intricate patterns suddenly appeared, covering the entire back mountain. Beneath the lush vegetation, a half-hidden, pitch-black entrance was revealed. Hiss! Tao Ru gasped and took 2 steps back. So many spirit pattern domains. Zhang Linchuan glanced at Tao Zhangyang, estimating that his level was at least that of a heavenly tier spirit pattern master. Tao Ru's face darkened as he stared at his father. After 18 years of silence, he had kept this hidden from him, truly infuriating. Tao Zhangyang began channeling spiritual energy, severing the spirit pattern circuits. The domains immediately deactivated and disappeared. You two go in. You're not coming? Tao Ru asked coldly. How dare you speak to me like that, Tao Zhangyang said, slapping him. You still consider me your father. Tao Ru clutched his head, the pain bringing tears to his eyes. Human desire is the greatest enemy. You must learn to control it and not let it dominate you, Tao Zhangyang sighed. Zhang Linchuan and Tao Ru entered the cave, with Tao Ru using a flashlight to illuminate the path ahead. In the beam of white light, dust danced in the dry air. After walking for a while, they came upon a stone door. Tao Ru shone his flashlight around but found no keyhole. Zhang Linchuan placed his palm on the stone door and gently pushed. With a creak, the door opened easily. Behind it was an oval-shaped room filled with rows of antique shelves. On the shelves were yellowed books and ancient paintings, along with a passage leading deeper inside. The two bypassed the shelves and entered the passage, where they encountered another door, this one gleaming with metallic luster. On the metal door was an intricately carved 5-clawed azure dragon, its forehead bearing a half-closed vertical pupil that seemed to be staring at them. The eye of the mind. Tao Ru exclaimed in surprise, casually activating his ability. A glowing white eye floated above his head. One of the 6 divine guardians, the azure dragon. Zhang Linchuan's fingers trembled slightly. Ding Ji was the black tortoise, Tao Ru was the azure dragon, Yu Xiuwen was either the white tiger or the vermilion bird, and one remained unconfirmed. Rainy day? If they were one of the guardians, then who was the right wing? Mo Yuan? The little witch? Or that mystic? No, although He-in was the left wing, she was just an AI. One more was still missing. Zhang Linchuan's head hurt, so he decided to stop thinking about it. He pulled out the brass key and inserted it into the lock. With a click, the key fit perfectly, and the azure dragon carving seemed to come alive. Its tightly shut eyes simultaneously opened. Buzz. The metal door opened to both sides, revealing a high-tech, small laboratory. The ceiling lights were bright, as if it were daytime. On both sides of the lab were rows of cylindrical cryogenic chambers, neatly arranged with colorless glass test tubes containing a golden glowing liquid. Several cryogenic chambers had clearly been opened, and the test tubes inside were empty. Zhang Linchuan and Tao Ru exchanged a glance and spoke in unison, gene serum. Tao Zhangyang had evidently intended to use genetic enhancement to lift the bloodline curse, but before he could complete his research, Zhang Linchuan had appeared. The genetic enhancement serums for Qianlong 1 and 2 Tao's family must have been involved, perhaps even as the main force, Zhang Linchuan said. Tao Ru said aggrievely, I don't know anything, don't ask me. Poor Tao Ru. Zhang Linchuan's heart tightened. Could his own parents have hidden their strength as well? He shook his head, trying to dispel the thought. Dad said these gene serums were reserved for you. What is it that I need? Tao Ru looked around. He spotted a control panel engraved with the pattern of an eye, identical to his mind's eye. Tao Ru summoned his abilities again, controlling the floating eye to land on the eye pattern of the control panel. A perfect match. Identity confirmed. A mechanical voice sounded. The control panel lit up with streaks of light that extended to the alloy floor. With a ding, the alloy floor split open, revealing a circular hole. A powerful suction force pulled Taoru inside. Jiang Linchuan did not panic, he knew this was Taoru's opportunity. He put on the system terminal and asked softly, Hien, should these gene serums be injected now? Store them all in the dimensional space, which is your system space, Hien replied lazily. When the Xuanwu Palace appeared, she had already anticipated the arrival of Qinglong, so she wasn't surprised. Jiang Linchuan opened the cryogenic chambers one by one, storing the gene serums into the system space while chatting. Casually, you know Dean Tianqi, right? I do. Hien was silent for a long time before answering. Is he part of the right wing? Jiang Linchuan asked. No. He doesn't belong to the 6 Divine Guards. And who told you he'd be your subordinate? Hien crossed her arms, puffing out her chest, her attitude somewhat provocative. Jiang Linchuan focused on collecting the serums, paying no attention to her demeanor. Then what exactly is his identity? A trace of confusion flashed in Hien's eyes. She shook her head and said, I don't know. Either. He suddenly appeared, claiming to be a wanderer who has traveled across the entire universe. Jiang Linchuan's hand trembled, nearly dropping a test tube. He asked incredulously, has he also lived for tens of thousands of years? More than that, immortal and indestructible. I remember when Tianqi first came to the king's side, the king slashed him into countless pieces with a single strike, but Tianqi was completely unharmed. In the blink of an eye, he reassembled himself, even with a smile on his lips, Hien recalled as she spoke. You must understand, at that time, the king's strength was at the pinnacle of the known universe. He tried every method to destroy Tianqi but failed, and in the end, Tianqi became his strategist. That old mystic is so powerful. Jiang Linchuan immediately abandoned any thoughts of revenge, his expression turning serious. Dean Tianqi must have his own motives, otherwise, who would stand there taking hits and still smile in response? Hien shook her head. I don't know either. That level is beyond my understanding. Tianqi probably doesn't have malicious intentions, otherwise, he'd be a terrifying opponent. By the way, the development of your Blue Star civilization was also driven by him. The old mystic's identity grew increasingly mysterious. After chatting with Hien for a while, Jiang Linchuan left the laboratory. Hien revealed that Baihu and Zhu hadn't actually died on Blue Star, but she didn't know their exact locations. Unless their true forms could recover all their energy, it would be impossible to calculate their whereabouts. Jiang Linchuan felt it was unnecessary to know. First, Hien's energy recovery required massive stellar resources, and Blue Star hadn't even ventured beyond the solar system yet, making it impossible to bear the consequences of losing the sun. Second, the old mystic surely knew. Tianqi, heaven's revelation, could he be the will of heaven itself? No, definitely not. That old man who loves role-playing and dancing with girls is absolutely unworthy. In such a vast universe, there must be many others chosen by heaven. Moreover, Hien has never mentioned anything about the heavenly Tao, as if it doesn't exist at all, only relationships between gods. Jiang Linchuan thought for a moment and categorized the old mystic as part of the divine sequence, the god of mystics, immortal and indestructible. Shin Xintong, Tang Xiaonan, and Mei Duo were playing hide-and-seek with a group of children in the Tao family courtyard. Mao Xiaoliang had become everyone's favorite, sitting in the yard surrounded by delicious food, as well as medicinal herbs and rare treasures secretly brought by the children from various families. Jiang Linchuan was learning spirit patterns from Tao Zhanyang. With a heaven-tier spirit pattern master personally guiding him, his understanding of spirit patterns deepened day by day. In a well-lit room, Ding Ji was pinned to a stool by 2 elderly men, wearing only his underpants, with densely packed silver needles inserted into his acupoints. Nearby, a group of elderly men lined up, flipping through medical books while keeping their eyes fixed on Ding Ji. Ha ha ha. Stop. Stop. I must cure you today. I've studied medicine for years, and I refuse to believe I can't heal you. Old 6, old 9, hold him steady. Tao Yuliang twirled a silver needle, occasionally observing Ding Ji's expression. Old 2, can you manage? If not, let us take over, there are so many people waiting. Exactly, the poor kid is about to be turned into a sieve by you. Quack. Here, I've brought my newly developed laughing pill. Fifth Master Tao Yushan ran in from outside, holding a small porcelain bottle. He walked up to Ding Ji, pinched his mouth open, and administered the medicine in one swift motion. Ugh! Ha ha ha, the spicy and bitter pill made Ding Ji roll his eyes. This doesn't make sense. Tao Yushan scratched his head and fed Ding Ji the remaining pills. All at once. Ding Ji laughed and gagged simultaneously. Outside the room, under a sunshade, Yu Xiuwen lay comfortably on a deck chair, his eyes half closed, his right hand continuously picking up Tao family's secret medicinal pills from the table and popping them into his mouth. The big guy is so miserable, turned into a guinea pig again. But why can't I stop laughing? I shouldn't laugh, he's my brother. But I just can't help it, ha ha. An elderly man at the back of the room excitedly turned to look at the courtyard, his eyes gleaming green. Kid, you have this problem too? Don't worry, Grandpa guarantees to cure you. Yu Xiuwen jolted in fright, his body springing up and nearly falling over. He quickly explained, no, I'm fine. I just ate a laughing pill. The laughing pill was developed by the Tao family's ancestors to keep people in bad moods smiling. However, it wasn't very useful and merely served to relax muscles and improve circulation, becoming a staple snack for the Tao family. Oh, that's a bit disappointing. The elderly man turned back, visibly let down. On. A clear dragon's roar echoed from the forbidden area behind the mountain. Tao Zhengyang, who was teaching Jian Linchuan spirit patterns, clenched his fists tightly, his face showing excitement. In a flash, he darted out of the study. Jian Linchuan followed closely behind. Everyone looked up at the green light floating in mid-air. Its form resembled a long serpent, with a cheetah's head, a carp's tail, long whiskers on its face, towering antlers, and powerful five-clawed limbs. It was one of the 4 mythical beasts of legend, the Azure Dragon. However, unlike the legends, it had an additional vertical pupil on its forehead, radiating bright white light as if it could see through a person's soul. Wow! It's a dragon! Tao Yuyao exclaimed excitedly, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon suddenly dispersed and transformed into a human figure. The weakened Tao Ru fell from mid-air. His handsome image vanished in an instant. Tao Zhengyang waved his sleeve, catching his son and gently lowering him to the ground. Drained of energy, Tao Ru rubbed his forehead. Brother! Piggy, you turned into a dragon. That's amazing. Tao Yuyao ran over, shaking his arm. Not bad. But your strength is too weak to sustain the power of the Azure Dragon. You need to work hard on your cultivation. Tao Zhengyang looked at his son with satisfaction, truly a father's hope for his son to become a dragon. Transforming into the Azure Dragon is a divine omen. Our Tao family is destined to prosper. A group of elderly men trembled with excitement. Immediately notify all direct and collateral relatives. Starting today, Tao Ru officially becomes the head of the family, with second uncle and ninth uncle assisting him in managing family affairs. Tao Zhengyang announced a decision that shocked everyone. Tao Ru is still young. For now, he is the young master. When he grows up, Zhengyang, it won't be too late for you to step down, someone advised. Yes, we don't oppose this, but young Ru cannot fully control the Tao family yet. The elders of the Tao family expressed their objections. Father, isn't this timing inappropriate? Tao Ru asked softly. Tao Zhengyang stood with his hands behind his back, his robe fluttering in the wind as he gazed northward and said slowly, my decision is final. The heavenly calamity is approaching, and I must guard Xuanwu Pass. The Tao family members fell silent and bowed to Tao Zhengyang. We obey the head of the family's decision. Uncle Tao, what exactly is the heavenly calamity? My master also said it's coming soon. Shen Xintong couldn't help but ask. Jiang Linchuan turned to look at her, seemingly understanding something but unable to grasp the specifics. You will naturally know when the time comes. For now, the most important thing is to focus on your cultivation. Tao Zhengyang said no more. Someone had told him that revealing the heavenly calamity prematurely could alter some people's destinies and bring about even more severe consequences. Thus, he kept his lips sealed and adhered to the agreement. Seeing his resolute attitude, the others stopped questioning and began preparing for the banquet, which was both a celebration and a farewell feast. The change of family head was a significant event for a long-standing family, like the Tao clan, as it concerned the fate of over 3,000 people. At 8 p.m., the grand banquet began. Tao family members living nearby rushed back to the main courtyard upon receiving the news. Even those who were dissatisfied were sternly warned by the elders. The family head could only be Tao Ru, and there was no alternative. If Tao Ru's brothers were displeased, the blood curse would befall them. with unimaginable consequences. Moreover, with the former family head Tao Zhenyang now displaying his formidable strength, even those with objections could only suppress them. Additionally, with Tao Zhenyang guarding Xuanwu Pass, the Tao family's status was bound to rise even higher. Tao Zhenyang handed the dragon-embroidered ring, symbolizing the family head's authority, to Tao Ru. From that moment, Tao Ru officially became the new head of the Tao family. On a midsummer night, the cicadas chirped incessantly, and the Milky Way hung in the sky like a silver ribbon. A cool breeze swept away the day's heat. Yu Xiuwen carried a jar of wine, sitting on the second floor of the Tao family's gate, staring at the night sky in a daze and occasionally taking a sip. "Why are you drinking alone here?" a figure approached. Yu Xiuwen ignored him and drank more heavily, coughing violently. Zhang Linchuan frowned and snatched the wine jar away. "Give it back! Give it back!" Yu Xiuwen tugged at it. "The time hasn't come yet, you need to be patient," Zhang Linchuan comforted. Yu Xiuwen immediately deflated, slapping his thigh and saying, "What are you talking about? I don't understand a word." Zhang Linchuan sat down, gazing at the starry sky, and spoke slowly. "The four divine beasts are a whole, indispensable, just like us. Without any one of us, it wouldn't work. What you need to do is wait patiently, the opportunity will come at any moment. If the divine beasts see you like this, all their efforts will be wasted." "Oh," Yu Xiuwen replied, his expression improving slightly. "Actually, I'm not jealous, I'm just afraid I won't be able to keep up with you all or be of any help." "So you're sitting here drinking, planning to defeat enemies with your alcohol tolerance? Quite creative." "Others rely on martial strength, but you rely on drinking." "Bah, I aspire to be a man who can defeat enemies with a single punch." "Who's this? One Punch Man? You want to be his man so badly? Is he good looking? You think you're funny?" Yu Xiuwen said helplessly. Seeing Jiang Linchuan remained silent, he pouted. "Nighttime is a good time for training, why aren't you exercising?" "She's on her period," Jiang Linchuan said flatly. "So you're out here keeping me company because of that? What else? I'm not interested in you, you deadbeat." "Then leave, I don't need your company." "Wait. Let me punch your chest first with my little fists." Under the moonlight, a figure floated silently in midair, glancing at the two bickering upstairs before gazing deeply at two rooms in the courtyard. Then he turned and sped away toward the north. Kushine Yun turned on the desk lamp, covered herself with the blanket, and cried her heart out. Tao Ru knelt on the ground, gazing northward. One by one, figures emerged from the rooms, jumped onto the eaves, and bowed with clasped hands. The two upstairs stopped their playful banter and deeply bowed toward the departing figure. The large red lanterns hanging in the Tao family courtyard swayed slightly, their candlelight flickering as if bidding farewell. If life could be peaceful and happy, who would choose to wander and be displaced? The tranquility of time is never accidental, it is borne by those who silently shoulder the burden. The next morning, Zhang Linchuan and the others gathered in the small courtyard with the words "mutual support in adversity" written on it. These four characters were derived from the homophones in Kushine Yun and Tao Ru's names. Kushine Yun, her eyes swollen and red, sat in the courtyard and waved her hand, saying, "I'm fine, I support him. Loyalty and filial piety cannot both be fulfilled. He's been by my side all these years, it's time for him to do something more meaningful. Only with a country can there be a home. By protecting that place, he's also protecting me." Tao Ru tightly held his mother's hand, quietly accompanying her. All right, you don't need to stand here with me. Since you're here, go out and explore, have some fun. I'll go back inside to chant scriptures and pray for you." Kushine Yun stood up and stepped into the house. Tao Ru followed closely behind, not missing a single step. The others took out mats, sat in a circle, and began absorbing spiritual energy from their spirit beads. Zhang Linchuan activated the spirit gathering field to accelerate the absorption of surrounding spiritual energy. Then, he took out Tao Zhengyang's handwritten notes from his lap and carefully read them. The group stayed in the small courtyard all day. Even the cat Xiaoliang quietly slept the entire day. In the evening, it was Kushang Yun who drove them back indoors. The next day, before dawn, Kushang Yun was already dressed, wearing a straw hat and carrying a small bag. She knocked on their door. "I'll take you to the mountains to pick hazel mushrooms, lion's mane mushrooms, and golden chanterelles." That's great. Ha, MMPH. Mei Duo skillfully stuffed the socks that hadn't been put on yet into Dingji's mouth. It's worth mentioning that Dingji had single-handedly stumped the Tao family, known as the pillar of the medical world. Various treatments had been tried, but none could cure his condition. Jiang Linchuan didn't mention it was a genetic issue, otherwise, Dingji would have been thoroughly examined by a group of old doctors. Yu Xiuwen looked at the socks in Dingji's mouth, pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. From now on, let the big guy keep something in his mouth every day. Even if he wants to laugh, he won't be able to. It might be uncomfortable, but it's better than getting beaten. Last time, the dean almost couldn't resist drawing his sword. Just thinking about it is terrifying. That's a good idea, Tao Ru nodded in agreement. You finally understand, Jiang Linchuan praised. Thus, Dingji had a large lollipop in his mouth, his cheeks puffed out roundly, temporarily solving the problem. However, his face twitched from time to time, making him look pitiful, so they forcibly made him wear a mask and sunglasses. Now there's no problem. I'm such a clever genius, Yu Xiuwen said with a smile. The group followed Kushang Yun into the forest from the eastern slope of the back mountain. The eastern slope had gentle terrain, lush vegetation, and dewdrops glistening on the fallen leaves and green grass beneath the trees. 3 girls surrounded Kushang Yun, constantly asking her for tips on finding mushrooms. Meow. Cat Xiaoyang twitched its little nose and suddenly dashed in a certain direction. Jiang Linchuan followed closely behind, as it seemed Xiaoyang had discovered something good. Cat Xiaoyang ran swiftly, leaving only a faint shadow behind, and only Jiang Linchuan could keep up with its speed. After running a long distance, Xiaoyang stopped in front of a large rock and turned around, using its rear to push against the rock with all its might. Let me help. Jiang Linchuan placed his hands on the rock and pushed with all his strength. With a loud rumble, the rock flipped over. Cat Xiaoyang eagerly extended its sharp claws and began digging into the ground. Dirt flew, and stones scattered. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyang turned out to be an expert at digging. Jiang Linchuan thought to himself. Xiaoyang seemed to have obsessive-compulsive tendencies, digging a perfectly round hole as if it had been drawn with a compass. The hole grew deeper and deeper, and soon its figure was barely visible. Jiang Linchuan squatted at the edge of the hole, peering down. What kind of treasure could be buried so deep? He tried hard to recall. Before long, the little witch and the others arrived as well, each carrying a basket on their arm filled with fresh mushrooms they had picked along the way. What is this? Shen Xintong asked. If Cat Xiaoyang is this excited, it must have found some treasure, Yu Xiuwen said. Everyone gathered around the half-meter-wide hole, waiting for Cat Xiaoyang to emerge. They waited for over an hour. Could Cat Xiaoyang be digging through the entire mountain? What could be hidden so deep? It's coming out. A small paw, covered in dirt, held up a strange object that looked neither like stone nor jade. Tao Ru reached out to take it, brushed off the dirt, and his pupils suddenly contracted. This is a dragon bone. Dragon bone? Like the one used in traditional Chinese medicine? Jiang Linchuan recalled that there was a type of Chinese medicine called dragon bone, which was the fossilized bones of large ancient mammals. No, Tao Ru shook his head, took a deep breath, and said, this is very likely the bone of a real dragon. Are you serious? Everyone stared intently at the irregular object in his hand. Have you heard of the dragon fall incident before the appearance of spiritual energy? Tao Ru asked. Of course, it was a big deal. A dragon fell from the sky, overturned a few small boats, destroyed some factory buildings, and even killed several people. But was it really a dragon? Could it have been something like a flood dragon? Yu Xiuwen said. It was a dragon. One of my ancestors was practicing medicine nearby at the time and saw the dragon fall from the sky with their own eyes. But the dragon's corpse was taken away by the authorities, Tao Ru said firmly. Then this dragon bone, where is it? Yu Xiuwen looked around. Tao Ru lowered his head, staring at his empty hand, wondering where such a large dragon bone could have gone. Crack! A crisp snapping sound came from behind them. Everyone turned around and saw a shadow partially buried in the dirt. Cat Xiaoyang skillfully bit open one side of the dragon bone and began pouring the dragon marrow inside into its mouth. A rich, intoxicating aroma spread through the air. So fragrant! This really is dragon bone. Tao Ru stood frozen, staring at Cat Xiaoyang. After drinking the dragon marrow, Cat Xiaoyang still seemed unsatisfied. It licked its lips, picked up the remaining dragon bone, and began gnawing on it directly. Crunch, crunch. Everyone couldn't help but smile wryly. The iron-eating beast's teeth lived up to their reputation, gnawing loudly and vigorously. After finishing the dragon bone, Cat Xiaoliang used one paw to tug at Jiang Linchuan's pant leg and the other to point at the storage ring on his hand. Are you saying there are more dragon bones below, and you want to use the ring to store them? Jiang Linchuan removed the ring. Yip. Cat Xiaoliang nodded, bit the ring with its mouth, and quickly dove back into the hole. Xiaochuan, help me tell Cat Xiaoliang later to leave me. 2 pieces of dragon bone for research, Tao Ru said somewhat sheepishly. No problem. Jiang Linchuan nodded lightly. Kushan Yun and the 3 girls continued picking mushrooms. Flap, flap. The sound of wings flapping came from the forest. A few pheasants landed on a nearby branch, preening their feathers with their sharp beaks. Wild game delivered to our doorstep, Tao Ru said with a smile, rolling up his sleeves. At that moment, the sound of a bowstring being drawn came from the distance. 4 arrows whistled through the air, hitting the pheasants on the branch with precision. What incredible archery! Shen Xintong waved from afar and smiled as she put away her black longbow. She didn't use her powers, otherwise, the pheasants wouldn't be edible. Jiang Linchuan walked over and picked up the 4 pheasants that had fallen to the ground. Each of the 4 arrows had precisely hit the pheasants' throats, without a single miss. 4 birds with 4 arrows, each shot fatal. This was the first time Jiang Linchuan had witnessed the true strength of the little witch firsthand. He casually pulled out the arrows and glanced back at the little witch's figure. What a low-key young girl. The group chatted while waiting for Mao Xiaoliang to crawl out of the cave. Tao Ru paced back and forth at the cave entrance, trampling the grass until it was bare. Rustling sounds came from the cave, and a dirt-covered chubby figure jumped out, handing a ring to Jiang Linchuan while warily eyeing the others. It's all mine, all mine. Jiang Linchuan used his spiritual power to examine the contents of the ring. Inside was a pile of oddly shaped objects, covered in dirt, the largest resembling a dragon's head. Beside it were 3 golden fruits glowing faintly. These were also things Mao Xiaoliang had found in the cave. Jiang Linchuan knew exactly what was stored in the ring. It was likely precious materials nurtured by the dragon's blood and flesh. He didn't take them out for Tao Ru to identify, not because he was unwilling, but because the quantity was too small, and he wanted to avoid trouble. I'll fill the cave first to prevent anyone from falling in. Jiang Linchuan gathered the surrounding soil and filled the cave, finally pushing a large rock back into place. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Kushan Yun continued leading the group to search for mushrooms, gently brushing aside leaves on the ground with a small wooden stick. Wild mushrooms often grow in places where fallen leaves have decayed. Such soil is ideal for their growth. They also needed to pay attention to damp and sunny areas, where mushrooms were sure to be found. Red caps, white stems, eat them and you'll lie flat. Yu Xiuwen hummed softly while holding a brightly colored mushroom. The others covered their ears in disgust. Yu Xiuwen's singing was as peculiar as his dancing, but he enjoyed himself nonetheless. After more than an hour, everyone's bamboo baskets were filled with colorful wild mushrooms, and they finally wrapped up and headed back. Returning to the Tao family courtyard, the pheasants and mushrooms were handed over to the kitchen, and the group gathered in the small yard, with Ding Ji standing guard at the gate. Tao Ru and Yu Xiuwen fetched buckets of cool, sweet well water from the nearby well. Jiang Linchuan stood in the spacious yard and took out pieces of oddly shaped bones covered in dirt. Mao Xiaoliang watched the 2 busy cleaning, unwilling to let even one piece slip by. The 3 girls were responsible for assembling the dragon bones. After 2 hours, they finally pieced together the dragon skeleton, which was missing one piece. The entire dragon skeleton was about 20 meters long, with 3 claws length. Once cleaned, the dragon bones glistened in the sunlight, emitting a faint golden glow. Tao Ru stood nearby, holding his chin in thought. Just from this skeleton, you can tell how beautiful and strong dragons must be as creatures. Aren't you a 3-eyed dragon yourself? Yu Xiuwen teased. Tao Ru ignored him and said seriously, the most important question now is, how did this dragon end? Up here? I've never heard of any other worldly portals containing dragons. It could be a spatial rift, or perhaps a portal with dragons is still sealed, or maybe it's an alien visitor. Jiang Linchuan speculated. Everyone found this explanation plausible. Mao Xiaoliang couldn't hold back any longer, drooling profusely. Jiang Linchuan crouched down and asked, do you only want to eat the dragon marrow? The dragon bones aren't that important to you, right? Mao Xiaoliang nodded. Then I'll help you extract the dragon marrow, and we'll keep the dragon bones for medicinal use. Mao Xiaoliang didn't object. To him, the hard dragon bones were just for gnawing and weren't tasty. Zhang Linchuan summoned his tang blade and made small holes in each dragon bone. The others helped collect the dragon marrow, unable to resist swallowing as the aroma was truly enticing. From hundreds of dragon bones, they only managed to collect a small jar of crystal-clear dragon marrow. Zhang Linchuan poured a little into several cups for everyone to drink, leaving the rest as Mao Xiaoliang's exclusive food. Tao Ru stored the dragon bones, planning to use them for medicine. He remembered a prescription that primarily used dragon bones to quickly heal wounds. Wow! This tastes amazing. It smells incredible. The flavor is indeed unparalleled, but the spiritual energy content is too low. If it weren't for Cat Xiaoliang digging it up, this spiritual energy would have dissipated quickly, Zhang Linchuan commented. This suggests that this dragon isn't from long ago. Either it appeared after the spiritual energy emerged, or it suddenly appeared. Either way, it hasn't been long, Tao Ru said, puzzled. The place where the dragon bones were found isn't far from my home, but the elders in my family never mentioned anything unusual about the back mountain. Don't dwell on it. Just have your family keep an eye on the back mountain's movements. Hopefully, no interdimensional portal will appear there, Zhang Linchuan reminded. Tao Ru nodded. All right, I'll keep an eye on it. If there really is a dragon, does that mean we can eat dragon meat? Yu Xiuwen stared greedily at the small jar in Cat Xiaoliang's hand. If it flicks its tail, you'd probably be sent flying far away, Tao Ru said indifferently. Dragons are a symbol of the dragon nation, and people often refer to themselves as descendants of dragons. From ancient times to the present, legends about dragons are everywhere, deeply influencing the culture. In feudal times, dragons represented imperial power, with the five-clawed golden dragon being the symbol of the emperor. If dragons were truly discovered to exist, the dragon nation would live up to its name, and its reputation and status would soar. Most importantly, dragons have always been the most powerful beings in legends. However, it remains unclear whether they are friend or foe. Time flies, and the best days are always fleeting. There were only 2 days left until the end of the holiday. Everyone packed their luggage, preparing to return to the imperial capital. They didn't bring much, but the enthusiastic Tao family had gifted them various medicines and self-defense poisons. There were ones for promoting blood circulation and reducing bruising, ones for beauty and skin care, ones for accelerating wound healing, and even sugar pills for children, one for each person. Laden with gifts, they left the Tao family compound and headed to the Ice City airport. A top-tier business jet awaited them on the tarmac. Yu Xiuwen finally saw the beautiful flight attendants in Haislet Chong Sam's, and his eyes welled up with excitement. This was actually a special arrangement by the Tao family, hoping Tao Ru would contribute to the family's lineage. The business jet safely landed at the imperial capital airport. Yu Xiuwen descended the gangway in high spirits, having enjoyed an ultimate massage that left him completely relaxed. Ladies, I will definitely come back, he waved goodbye. The flight attendants smiled and nodded, their expressions as warm as a spring breeze. At the airport entrance, Zhang Linchuan parted ways with the group, taking a taxi alone to the Nie family, leaving even Cat Xiaoliang behind. This was something he had planned for a long time and could no longer delay. Nie Qingyan had helped him a lot, the two were like brothers, close as family. The Nie family had been a great help, and Zhang Linchuan was determined to visit them, taking the opportunity to use the beauty and skincare medicine gifted by the Tao family. The Nie family was located in Yuchuan Mountain, where taxis couldn't enter. Zhang Linchuan got off early and walked a stretch on foot. From a distance, he saw his third senior brother, dressed in white and looking handsome and dashing, waiting at the entrance. As Zhang Linchuan approached, Nie Qingyan put an arm around his neck and said with a smile, "You're here? Had a good month, huh? With beauties by your side, is your kidney still holding up? Oh, I almost forgot. You went to the Tao family, so you don't have to worry about that." Zhang Linchuan laughed and let him lead him through the heavily guarded gates. Several sharp gazes swept over them, but Nie Qingyan waved to signal them. No one questioned Zhang Linchuan's identity, perhaps due to Nie Qingyan's presence or maybe because the system concealed his aura, making him appear ordinary and harmless. Passing by doors adorned with honor plaques, Zhang Linchuan felt a deep sense of respect. When Nie Qingyan stopped and pointed to a door, saying, "We're home," Zhang Linchuan's pupils suddenly dilated, and a wave of sorrow surged in his heart. The deep red wooden door was covered with countless honor plaques, too many to count. Each plaque represented a sacrificed member of the Nye family. Above the door hung a plaque inscribed with Home of Honor, signed by the Dragon Nation's commander. A family of loyal martyrs. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly solemn and tragic. Jiang Linchuan finally understood the secret in Nye Qingyan's heart and why the Nye family matriarch had always kept him under strict watch, forbidding him from engaging in dangerous activities. The Nye family has sacrificed too much for the Dragon Kingdom and can no longer bear the blow of losing their last hope. Come inside, Grandma is waiting for you, Nye Qingyan said softly. All right. Jiang Linchuan wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and followed Nye Qingyan into the courtyard. Grandma, Xiao Chuan is here. In the living room, an elderly woman with silver hair, a slightly hunched back, and leaning on a cane slowly walked to the door. Her cloudy eyes looked at the two of them. Xiao Chuan is here, huh? This grandson of mine is bringing a friend home for the first time. He talks about you every day in my ear. Hello, Grandma. Jiang Linchuan and Nye Qingyan supported her and stood to the side. As they slowly entered the house, the walls on both sides were covered with various medals and photographs. The men in these photos all looked very young, none of them appeared old because none had lived to grow old. In the family photos, most of the faces were women, with few men present. The person who appeared most frequently in the photos was someone Jiang Linchuan recognized standing right beside him. At this moment, a middle-aged woman, about 36 or 37 years old, walked in carrying tea. This is my third aunt, Nye Qingyan introduced, and this is my junior apprentice, Jiang Linchuan. I've known about him for a long time. You talk about him 100 times a day in my ear. Mu Qing turned to look at Jiang Linchuan and said with a smile, Xiao Chuan, you're really handsome. Hello, third aunt, Jiang Linchuan greeted. Don't just stand there, sit down and have some tea, Mu Qing said warmly. All right, Jiang Linchuan nodded, taking out the prepared gifts from his ring and filling the table. Each small porcelain bottle had a label indicating the effects of the pills. There were also some wild game and dried goods from the mountains. The elderly woman, Tong Bichin, leaned on her cane and pretended to be angry, saying, Why did you bring so many gifts? From now on, treat this place as your own home. Jiang Linchuan smiled and took a sip of tea. These are just tokens of respect from the younger generation. Xiao Chuan, we'll keep the food, but take back those pills. We don't need them, Mu Qing said. She was right, pills could make the body healthier, but they couldn't heal the pain in the heart. I'll take the dishes back to the kitchen first. Grandma loves food from the mountains the most.